Chapter 1. Transmigration. Apocalypse. In the year 2505, Li Sheng was born in the imperial capital. 3 years later, the delicate child lay on a hospital bed, pale and devoid of vitality. Members of the Sheng family lingered beside her bedside. How can you raise a child so poorly? The Sheng family has produced such a clueless waste. The head of the Sheng family spoke with evident irritation and impatience. The one being chastised was Li Sheng's mother. This wretched child should never have been born. Her father has never cared for her. Why should I be left to handle her alone? Simply because you are her mother. Had it not been for the Sheng family, do you think I would desire to be her mother? The exquisitely adorned woman seemed utterly unconcerned about the potential consequences of her words falling on Li Sheng's ears. That statement echoed in the room, resulting in an oppressive silence. After a moment, the head of the Sheng family relented. The marriage alliance between our families must continue. Since neither of you wishes to care for the child, arrange for her departure. You shall handle it. However, let me make myself clear. She is a direct descendant of the Sheng lineage. Should any issues arise, I will investigate thoroughly. Li Sheng was sent from the imperial capital to an exceedingly remote area. This region was sparsely populated, with the Sheng family's apartment standing lonely on the outskirts. By 2510, the empire had fallen, plunging into an apocalyptic age. You worthless burden, let go. The nanny seized a bag filled with apples, attempting to wrest it from Li Sheng's grasp. Little Li Sheng clung to the bag, unwilling to release it, oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, the nanny had emptied the household of all edible provisions, leaving only that solitary bag of apples. With a shove, the nanny sent Li Sheng's forehead crashing against the coffee table, drawing blood. In her previous life, Li Sheng had perished on the day she ascended as empress, struck down by a bolt of lightning. Then, she borrowed a new life, inhabiting the body of a little girl who shared her name. This frail body was emaciated and devoid of strength. 7 days prior, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Overnight, everyone frantically scrambled for food, and the little girl had been starved for a full week after the nanny seized all the remaining sustenance. Just as she took her last breath, a mechanical voice echoed in her ears, and Li Sheng promptly steeled herself, brandishing a knife and scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Would you be willing to become a contracted streamer on our platform? Host, interstellar streaming, streamer, system, what were all these terms? She couldn't comprehend a single word. The room was empty. From where was this voice emanating? Who are you? Why do you hide your true identity? Detecting that the host lived in a feudal era, the system will transmit background information to facilitate task execution. 3.2.1 Transmission begins. Still, she could not grasp the meaning. Her stomach felt as if a fire were raging within. The hunger was unbearable. Her mind was solely occupied with one thought: food, water. She needed to satiate her hunger, lest she perish. Time was running out. Dragging her weak body, she searched every nook and cranny. Eventually, she discovered a slightly rotten apple beneath a cabinet. Without hesitation, she seized the apple and bit into it. The sweet fruitiness flooded her mouth. She gulped it down in a few bites, even disregarding the spoiled portions. Delicious, so sweet. Even the decayed apple tasted heavenly. The burning sensation in her stomach gradually subsided, and in that moment, Li Sheng felt truly alive. With a surge of energy, she began to absorb the little girl's memories. The girl had parents bound by commercial marriage, treating her merely as a tool for profit. After her mother's infidelity, the Sheng family, embarrassed, vented their frustration on her, sending her to this desolate villa. Such individuals were unworthy of parenthood. Her stomach continued to rumble, demanding sustenance, when suddenly, Li Sheng's head throbbed painfully, inundated with a torrent of words and images. Congratulations, host, information transmission complete. At that instant, she finally comprehended what streaming, systems, tasks, and background information entailed. This was an era of rapid advancement, where agriculture, industry, machinery, and technology continually reshaped her understanding. The world she inhabited had once flourished with modern civilization, but had abruptly transitioned into a dystopian reality just 7 days prior. From modernity to apocalypse, most individuals had mutated into mindless, pain-ignorant beings, driven solely by the instinct to hunt, humans commonly referred to as zombies. Welcome, host. Memory acquisition complete. You have successfully entered the apocalyptic era. The mechanical voice resonated once more. Do you confirm your intention to sign the contract? Why should I sign a contract with you? What benefits could it possibly entail? Li Sheng retorted defiantly, yet her thoughts lingered on the prospect of food. By signing the contract, the streamer gains access to the system marketplace, earning rewards through streaming and purchasing food and weapons, significantly enhancing survival. Chance. The mention of food ignited a spark in Li Sheng's eyes. Though the system's terms appeared enticing, the potential for traps loomed larger. No act of kindness comes without ulterior motives. As an esteemed empress, how could she bow to mere sustenance? Relying on others pales in comparison to self-reliance. Li Sheng believed in her ability to thrive in this world. What if I refuse? Was that not a direct invitation for her demise? Then let us proceed with the signing. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing the contract, becoming a leading streamer in our Interstellar Alliance's Apocalypse category. Leading streamer in other channels, that title would be coveted in this apocalyptic context. It seemed only to invite scorn. This system is a romance strategy streaming system, providing you with tailored services. The so-called romance strategy streaming system was designed primarily for a female audience, catering to viewers from various realms, including magical fantasy lands, interstellar, alien worlds, immortal realms, and the world of spirits. Due to the scarcity of streamers in the apocalyptic era, the system analyzed popular romance narratives across the genre to select Li Sheng for this initial endeavor. Chapter 2. The launch of the streaming system. Novice task. Achieve 3,000 views in the first week of streaming. From the information previously received, she garnered a general understanding of streaming. 3,000 views seemed attainable, yet she still needed to gauge the system's limits. What happens if I fail to complete the task? If the host fails to achieve 3,000 views within a week, immediate termination will ensue, and a search for the next host will commence. Understood failure to meet the requirements equated to her own demise. One day, she would eliminate this system. The last individual who dared to threaten her had long since become a memory, buried beneath a mound of grass. As for now, a wise individual knows when to yield. Since she currently had no recourse, it was best to seek to maximize her benefits. What rewards accompany task completion? According to the system's assertions, Li Sheng opened the marketplace, revealing a vast expanse of luminous options, showcasing an array of items from the tiniest needle to colossal spaceships. However, all of this had ceased to be of significance in her eyes. I haven't done anything yet. How is it that I owe you so much money? Li Sheng spat blood, already burdened with an overwhelming debt at the very outset, a reality that was utterly unacceptable to her. The debt of 300,000 is incurred for the host's rebirth consumption, with a repayment period of 1 year. Given the host's current apocalyptic era, under special circumstances, the system may also advance the host 5,000 star coins, with a borrowing period of 1 month, requiring repayment of 7,000 star coins upon maturity. Shall the host proceed with the loan? What if I cannot repay it? Erasure. Upon hearing this response, Li Sheng felt no surprise. In fact, she was somewhat accustomed to it. Well, since she wished to survive, she must pay the price. That 300,000 seemed reasonable enough. Having already accrued such a debt, she reasoned, more debts do not weigh one down. If she was destined to perish regardless, she might as well take the 5,000 to improve her living conditions. That I shall take the loan. Please input the loan amount, host. Li Sheng entered 5,000, and instantly, the debt tally shifted from 300,000 to 307,000. Truly a heartless merchant. With the 5,000 star coins in hand, Li Sheng wasted no time and immediately exchanged them for food and water. Fortunately, the food was the least expensive item in the marketplace. This meal cost her merely 30 star coins. Seated on the floor, she began to eat. The few buns and side dishes were devoured in no time. In her previous life as an empress, she had never experienced such hardship, and the thought of enduring such a life for an extended period was daunting. She decided to conserve her remaining funds. That, if she could not earn the full 7,000, she only needed to cover the remaining 2,000 in interest. Having filled her stomach and regained some strength, Li Sheng gradually rose from the ground, searching the room for suitable weapons. In this era known as the apocalypse, isolation would lead only to death. Moreover, she realized that she could not rely too heavily on the system. Self-sufficiency was the best course of action. Physical prowess was essential for survival. to meet her father's expectations of being well-rounded in both civil and martial arts. She, as the eldest princess, began training in martial arts at the tender age of 7, excelling in hand-to-hand combat, long spears, and archery, that if she could find substitutes for these two weapons, escaping from this apartment should pose no significant challenge. Ultimately, Li Sheng discovered a mop and a fruit knife, dismantled the mop handle, and secured the fruit knife to one end, thus crafting a rudimentary long spear. After testing the stability of the blade with a few swift motions and ensuring it would not come loose, she felt considerably reassured. With this weapon, her chances of survival would increase significantly. Prepared and resolute, Li Sheng slowly approached the door. Upon opening it, she would face countless unknown dangers and an entirely new world. System: Initiate live broadcast. Just as Li Sheng was about to step out, a sudden noise echoed from the entrance. Bang! 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 The iron door, which had remained firmly shut, trembled violently. This scene resembled the feeling of defending a city gate on the battlefield, where the enemy's battering ram sought to breach the entrance. Li Sheng struggled to maintain her composure, gripping her makeshift, long spear tightly, and pressed her frail body against the wall, cautiously peering around the corner to observe the doorway. The impacts grew increasingly fierce and frequent, the lock clattering loose with a loud clang, and the door creaked open, revealing a zombie thrusting its head inside with great effort. A pungent stench assaulted her senses, and Li Sheng shook her dazed mind, forcing herself to focus. What did she see? A monster? Or a mutated human, with gray-black skin, serrated edges like a sea creature, sharp claws, and milky white pupils? Though it appeared frightful, its movements were sluggish. Sheng surmised that its sense of smell was acute, for the creature was advancing in her direction. Her small frame was ill-suited for escape. She could only wait for the right moment to eliminate this monster. With her spear in hand, she charged forward and thrust it forcefully into the creature's thigh, a torrent of dark blood gushing forth, before swiftly retracting her weapon and distancing herself. Despite the stab, the monster seemed oblivious, its pace remaining lethargic. Sheng tightened her grip on the knife, steeling her resolve to eliminate the threat. Climbing to a higher vantage point, she seized the opportunity as it moved slowly towards her, leaping onto its back and stabbing directly into its heart. The monster writhed in struggle, prompting her to pull out the knife and drive it into the top of its skull with all her strength. At last, the creature fell silent. Once the danger had passed, Li Sheng finally had time to notice the interface that had appeared before her. As the live broadcast commenced, a stream of text materialized, displaying the viewer count and donation amounts. Ding dong! Welcome users from Star Interstellar 666 and Lisong Saigao to the live broadcast room. With the broadcast just starting, 2 viewers had already tuned in, a promising omen. Star Interstellar 666. Oh, a streamer in the apocalyptic section. It's been a while since I've seen one. Lisong Saigao. Previous apocalypse streamers rarely last long. The host seems quite young. Can she survive a month? Star Interstellar 666. To the one above, I bet 5 dimes that the host won't last beyond half a month. It seems the selection of streamers is getting worse. Seeing the comments floating by, Li Sheng furrowed her brow. These viewers appeared to lack respect for her imperial dignity. Moreover, the sensation of her life being wagered as a bet was exceedingly unpleasant. Roar! Growl! From around the corner of the staircase came several growls, as 5 zombies staggered their way up. Sheng tightened her grip on her weapon and crouched slightly, calculating how to swiftly dispose of them. Chapter 3. Come, let's make a bet. The live stream was a panoramic broadcast, allowing viewers to observe Li Sheng's every move. Since this viewer was so superficial, she thought it prudent to teach him a lesson. Li Sheng displayed a seemingly friendly and harmless smile, enticingly proposing, "How about we make a bet? Star Interstellar 666. What sort of bet? I want to take advantage of you since you claim this broadcast won't last 3 minutes. I wager that I will eliminate them within that time frame. Star Interstellar 666. Do you possess superpowers? Superpowers? This was a novel term, one not found in the memories transmitted by the system. Sheng silently noted the word for future exploration. No, I only have this. She waved her weapon. Star Interstellar 666. You're relying on that piece of junk? Star Interstellar 666. Fine, if you can dispatch those 5 zombies with that, it'll immediately gift you 3 sets of 666 star coins. Upon hearing this promise, Li Sheng promptly activated the live broadcast task function to bind herself to this viewer. Binding viewers was a feature in interstellar streaming specifically designed for betting purposes. After all, not everyone could handle the life of a streamer living on the edge. When a situation arises where the host bets with a viewer, or when a viewer specifies content they wish to see, the host could initiate a task binding to ensure fairness. This mechanism protects both parties and prevents one from being taken advantage of by the other. The task binding only takes effect with mutual consent. Even unreasonable requests can be declined by the host. The zombies were now less than 3 meters away, and Li Sheng could even smell their putrid odor. Li Sheng held her breath and took 2 steps back, raising the blade while keeping her body as low as possible, ensuring the stability of her base while minimizing her profile. The zombies approached her with increasing speed, but fortunately, the 5 zombies were scattered, moving one after the other rather than in a tight formation. The first zombie was dispatched, leaving her with 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Fortunately, her current form was that of a starving child, light as a feather, causing no strain as she hung from the chandelier. The 3 zombies behind her had already reached directly beneath Li Sheng, clustering together and reaching up in an attempt to seize her. Zombies that gathered in close proximity were troublesome. Her true targets were the 2 that had strayed behind. The chandelier swayed due to inertia, and Li Sheng rocked her body to increase the swing's arc just as the chandelier seemed on the verge of collapse. She leapt towards the solitary zombie with a precise thrust. Li Sheng swiftly wielded her spear, severing the head of the zombie as she rolled to the ground. There remained 1 minute and 30 seconds. Li Sheng rolled 3 times to create distance, then thrust her spear upward, piercing the closest zombie under its jaw, quickly rising to plunge the blade into another zombie's forehead. Only one remained. At as she dispatched the final zombie, time ticked down to 0. The corridor fell into an immediate silence, leaving only Li Sheng's heavy breath. The live stream was equally muted. Slowly withdrawing her blade, she wiped her bloodied hands on her clothing and smiled gently, saying, "Dear viewers, could you please send me some gifts?" As seconds ticked by, the live stream remained silent, and Li Sheng's face fell in impatience, beginning to doubt the streaming system. Weren't they supposed to guarantee her rights? Is this it? Even after losing a bet, they couldn't muster a single gift for her. How pathetic. Li Sang Sai Gao sent 1314 star coins 3. Interstellar 666 sent 666 star coins 6. Li Sang Sai Gao. What did I just witness? A little lowly battling a giant zombie, 1v5, and she won. Love it, love it. Finally, the gift notifications appeared, the donations came through, and she unexpectedly profited from another viewer, making this zombie hunt worthwhile. Li Sheng opened a shop to check her balance of over 7,300, smiling contentedly. Thank you, Li Sang Sai Gao and Interstellar 666 for your donations. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, if she could settle her debts this month, she would still have 300 left. What a relief. Deciding to indulge herself, Li Sheng bought a bottle of water from the shop and drank it down, catching her breath before heading downstairs with her weapon in hand. The number of zombies in the apartment was oddly low. She encountered no further danger until she reached the first floor. This was fortunate, as she had already exerted considerable energy dealing with those 5 zombies, and she had little confidence in handling more. The night was dark, and the neighborhood had been without power for some time. Li Sheng relied on the moonlight to navigate. Not far away, numerous zombies wandered about. She pressed herself against the wall, crouching low to stealthily move, hiding in the shadows of the grass to evade their gaze. Just 100 meters ahead lay the community gate. Her goal was the convenience store beside it, hoping it hadn't been completely ransacked and that she could find some food. Being petite had its advantages. A smaller target meant she could reach the community gate without alerting a single zombie. Finally, as she stepped outside the community gate, Li Sheng was taken aback by the sight before her. Countless zombies had gathered at the convenience store entrance, battering the door frantically, blocking the entire road. And no wonder there were only a few scattered zombies in the community. The rest must be here. Li Sang Sai Gao. Holy that! So many zombies. Little lowly. Run. What the hell? Where could her little arms and legs escape to? Fortunately, it was dark and she hadn't made a sound. There was still time to retreat. Li Sheng quickly turned and quietly left, but before she had walked 100 meters, a bus suddenly sped towards her. The roar of the bus caught the zombies' attention, and they turned, rushing towards her direction. A mighty horde of zombies loomed before her, even though she knew they weren't after her. Li Sheng felt a wave of fear. There was no way to sneak away. Now, the growing mob of zombies was drawing closer, prompting her to take off running. Beep, beep. The honking only excited the zombies further. She cursed the noisy bus 1,000 times. Suddenly, the bus made an inexplicable sharp turn. Halting right in front of her, the doors swung open, and a muscular tattooed man reached out, grabbing her collar and pulling her. Aboard! How dare you lay hands on the Emperor? But at that moment, Li Sheng felt like a helpless kitten being lifted by the scruff of her neck. With her life grasped in a chokehold, she dared not move. Chapter 4. The Tattooed Big Brother, Li Song Sai Gao. Ah, monster, quickly let go of my little lowly. Sheng 666. This man has quite a good physique and impressive skills. The streamer must be cautious. Li Song Sai Gao, to the one upstairs. It seems the other party is not inclined to hear your words and wishes to block you. The man's recent series of actions were executed swiftly and decisively, not a single word spoken in between. Being gripped like this, suspended in midair with his feet off the ground, left Li Sheng feeling greatly insecure. Once she regained her composure, she hastily raised her weapon and stabbed towards the hand behind her. Sheng 666. Look, your little lowly is fighting back. Li Song Sai Gao. Well done. She truly is my precious. Sheng 666. Oh, is a fight about to break out? Let us watch. JPG. Li Sheng could only manage to retaliate and failed to notice the heated screen. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. The man reminded her as he loosened his grip. Hearing this, Li Sheng rolled her eyes. Freed from restraint, she immediately distanced herself and warily scanned her surroundings. There were not many people on the bus. Counting the driver, there were only 4 men and 1 woman. Aside from the man who had captured her, the others were not particularly tall. Li Sheng assessed the situation. If the others were hostile, she believed she could put up a fight, albeit sustaining injuries in the process. Conservatively speaking, her best course of action now was to probe their intentions. Oh, this little one is quite the fierce spirit. A teasing voice came from behind, belonging to a bespectacled youth. Judging by the demeanor of the others, Li Sheng's intuition suggested they might not harbor ill will towards her. Why did you bring me here? She inquired, her tone softening slightly. Hee, we were just watching you. With those little arms and legs, you wouldn't be able to outrun a zombie, would you? The zombies only turn when they hear the sound of the vehicle. You got caught up with us. And we couldn't just turn a blind eye. The man who had brought Li Sheng explained with a smile. When silent, he appeared somewhat fierce, but when he spoke, his broad grin revealed a rather endearing quality. He seemed to be an honest fellow, speaking with a northeastern accent, straightforward and hearty. Perhaps fearing she wouldn't believe him, he quickly added, Don't worry, we are all good people. If you're uneasy, once we reach a safe place, we'll let you down. Li Sheng, confident in her ability to read people, could basically determine that this man was speaking the truth. All right then, little sister, find a seat. The zombies are more active at night, and this bus needs to keep moving until dawn. While her guard had lowered considerably, she was still in unfamiliar territory and maintained a degree of caution. Li Sheng chose the last row of seats, distance from the others. As soon as she sat down, the man who had pulled her aboard followed and took a seat beside her. Confused, Li Sheng turned to him and asked, Is there something you need? Not really. My name is Hu Shiwesen. What is yours, little sister? This man seemed to have an easygoing nature. Li Sheng, upon seeing his toothy smile, which contrasted greatly with his fierce exterior, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of one of her former martial brothers. It didn't foster closeness, but it also didn't evoke aversion. A nice name. By the way, little sister, here, have this. Hu Shiwesen said as he pulled out a handful of lollipops from his pocket. Li Song Sai Gao. Indeed, that's a lovely name, but with how enthusiastic this man is, could he have ulterior motives? My lowly, please don't fall for it. Sheng 666. The streamer barely reaches his knees and has hardly any meat on her bones. Even if he were a pervert, he wouldn't be this indiscriminate, would he? A rugged man, yet he carries so many lollipops. Li Song Sai Gao. What the hell? This creepy uncle has all the essentials for abducting a little girl. He surely has ill intentions. Little lowly, you cannot be deceived. Mother forbids you from eating anything given by strangers. Sob, sob, sob. Staring at the colorful candies, Li Sheng felt a bit dazed. Aren't edible items precious in this world? Why is this man so casually offering them to a stranger? Could it be poisoned? Probably not. She was no longer that isolated empress surrounded by enemies, and there was no need for anyone to poison her. While there were indeed human traffickers before the apocalypse, after the world ended, everyone was focused on survival, rendering child abduction meaningless. Perhaps this uncle simply had a fondness for children, Li Sheng mused, noticing her hesitation. Hu Shuesen appeared somewhat flustered. Ruffling his hair, he opened the backpack slung behind him, revealing it was filled with food. He placed the bag between them. Little sister, don't you like candy? No worries. I have plenty of food. Feel free to take whatever you want. Li Song Sai Gao. Goodness, I am now certain this man is a habitual offender, carrying so much candy. Hu Shuesen continued to be quite familiar. Little sister. Don't be afraid. You just remind me of my late younger sister, who loved candy since she was little, and I couldn't help but want to share some with you. Shengji 666. Given his choice of words, I'm starting to believe you, but the streamer should remain vigilant. Upon mentioning his sister, Li Sheng could clearly sense Hu Shuesen's mood darkening considerably. I just had some, so I'm not hungry. I'll accept this. Li Sheng unwrapped a lollipop and popped it in her mouth. Oh, her surprise. The lollipop was delightful. Her beautiful eyes curved with joy, the sweet aroma of apple filling her mouth. The sweetness spreading and lifting her spirits considerably. Once a long princess of the Great Qi, she had a sweet tooth when her mother was alive, particularly fond of her mother's osmanthus cake. However, after becoming empress, her heart was consumed by the affairs of state, leaving no room for the innocent whims of a little girl. Years passed, and her memories of sweetness faded to the osmanthus cake her mother made just before passing. Bittersweet. A painful reminder of her mother's tragic death at the hands of a high-ranking man, the sovereign who forced her to relinquish her hold on the empire. Even in death, she vowed to die upon the dragon throne. Sensitive to Li Sheng's emotional shifts, Hu Shuesen decided to give her some space and promptly stood up to leave. With him gone, Li Sheng exhaled slowly, after being in a position of power for so long. She was used to being so close to others. The dim, quiet atmosphere began to lull her into drowsiness. Li Sheng fought to stay awake, clutching her weapon as she gazed out the window. The night was filled with wandering zombies, and as she looked at the disordered streets and grand buildings, a sense of melancholy washed over her. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this world would surely be beautiful. The vehicle gradually approached a desolate area, where even the zombies were few and far between. After a while, the bus pulled into a gas station and came to a halt. Chapter 5. The deceitful system. Everyone disembarked together, and Li Sheng intended to join them, but before she could rise, the door shut, forcibly leaving her inside. Feeling somewhat dejected, Li Sheng leaned against the glass of the door, peering outside. The sound of the vehicle stopping attracted the zombies, and Hu Shuesen, along with a few others, began to clear the area of the undead. Meanwhile, about 300 meters away, a small team stealthily approached the convenience store, taking advantage of the distraction they provided. Initially, she wanted to alert Hu Shuesen, but upon seeing a youth among the team, Li Sheng froze. Yuan Mo? No, it can't be. How could Yuan Mo appear in the apocalypse? The boy turned his face, revealing a delicate visage that left Li Sheng in awe. It's too similar. When they first met, he was of the same age. Later, throughout her tumultuous life, Yuan Mo was by her side as her military strategists point to her as two individuals. How could they resemble each other so closely? It was utterly unfathomable. Li Sheng chuckled bitterly and shook her head. Her own resurrection, the inexplicable system, and the interstellar streaming. Wasn't that all equally bizarre? If it truly were him, then that would be something. Before long, the military-clad team vanished from Li Sheng's sight, and she turned her attention back to Hu Shuesen. He was at the forefront, wielding a stick and charging at the zombies, smashing their heads with a series of swift blows. Dispatching 5 or 6 of them with simple brutality. Li Song Sai Gao. Wow, this tattooed muscle man is quite impressive, and he looks good too. My opinion of him has changed. He must be a promising candidate. Oh, are you still here, dear viewer? The barrage of comments had quieted down for a while, only to suddenly resume, surprising Li Sheng. She glanced at the viewer count, which had unknowingly risen to 60. Li Song Saigao. I've been here all along. You're the only female streamer in the apocalypse, and now that I've caught you, I'll 1T leave even if it kills me. Li Song Saigao. Is there a scarcity of female apocalypse streamers? Li Song Saigao. Not exactly. There are still a few male streamers in the apocalypse genre, but female streamers tend to perish too quickly, making them quite rare. They perish too quickly. Li Sheng felt a mix of frustration and confusion. Surviving in the apocalypse is hard. While it's understandable that there are differences in strength between genders, the disparity shouldn't be that extreme. Li Song Saigao. Right? It's either being killed by the original partners or by rivals, or even by their own men. Female streamers in the apocalypse seem to die one after another. Little cutie, you must be careful. What a strange phenomenon. All these deaths revolve around men. Why are the ways female streamers die so peculiar? Li Song Saigao, is it really so strange? The female genre is primarily focused on romance. The streaming content usually revolves around love stories or romantic entanglements, regardless of the era. Li Song Saigao, surely, little cutie. You must know this. Didn't the live streaming system assign you any tasks? As the comments flooded in, a multitude of questions flashed through Li Sheng's mind. The information conveyed by Li Song Saigao was utterly devoid of any hints from the system. What was this about a romantic daily life? And it was a system task to boot. As a streamer, she was completely oblivious to the fact that an empress of the past was chasing after men in the romance segment. Forced to become a heartthrob for the masses, a system, I might require an explanation. Interstellar broadcasting law stipulates that streamers under the age of 18 cannot be compelled to engage in romantic endeavors. Upon reaching 18, the romance tasks will commence. Romantic daily task reminder. Capture the affection of a powerful survivor in the apocalypse, achieving 100% favorability, with the target chosen by the host and deemed eligible by the system. For heaven's sake, what kind of situation is this where one is expected to engage in romance at 18? This system is undoubtedly a bottomless pit. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. Everything comes at a cost. What if I turn 18 and fail to complete this task? Romantic streaming tasks are fixed. If there is no progress for an extended period, the system will impose certain penalties. Thankfully, this time it wasn't a life or death situation right off the bat. Let them impose their penalties. After all, no one can meddle in her marital affairs. Watch out, sister! The voice of Ushuesen outside the vehicle drew Li Sheng's attention. She glanced up and was startled to see a pair of glowing feline eyes outside the window, a cat. In the darkness, those enormous cat eyes took her by surprise. Before she knew it, 6 feral cats had encircled the vehicle. These were mutated cats, each at least over a meter long, crouching low to the ground like fierce tigers. Bang! One of the cats leaped onto the roof of the car, and with a swipe of its paw, the window shattered into a shower of glass, allowing it to nimbly slip inside. Sheng tightened her grip on her weapon. Her gaze fixated on the large cat before her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The agility and combat prowess of these cats far exceeded that of the stiff zombies, leaving her with no chance of victory. If she couldn't fight, she had to flee. The only exit was the window the large cat had broken. She would need to maneuver behind it and switch positions to escape successfully, strike first or suffer the consequences. When facing a beast, one must never relinquish the initiative. Sheng decisively charged forward with her weapon, but the large cat leaped aside to evade her attack. The window was right nearby, without a second thought. She abandoned her assault and swiftly dove through the window. The remaining cats had surrounded Ushuesen and the others. If she could escape outside the gas station, she would successfully evade this crisis. Li Sheng glanced back at her retreat route, and then at Ushuesen, who was still engaged in combat with the feline horde. Remembering how he had rescued her from the zombie throng, she made a resolute decision. Damn it! As an empress of a nation, how could she be so ungrateful? Saving him once would settle the debt. Li Sheng hurriedly opened the system store. She had previously noticed a particularly expensive potion, a comprehensive physical enhancement elixir. This potion would significantly amplify all bodily functions. costing at least 2,000 star coins. With an effect duration of only 3 hours. 3 hours would suffice, she decided, purchasing and consuming it without hesitation. In an instant, she felt a transformation within her. Her senses and physique were now 100 times stronger than before. Indeed, the price reflected the quality. This was truly a remarkable item. The rudimentary long spear in her hand would be useless against sentient beasts. It was adequate for mindless zombies, but utterly laughable against conscious predators. Sheng spent another 3,000 to acquire a red tassel spear. As soon as she grasped it, she knew it was a fine weapon, neither too heavy nor too light. With a spearhead glinting ominously and a resilient shaft, though she was unsure of its material. There was no time to lament the 5,000 star coins that had flowed away like water. She spotted a large cat preparing to pounce on Sheng and rushed forward with her spear raised. Interstellar 666. The streamer is right. In the apocalypse, genuine emotions hold little value. Survival is paramount. Chapter 6. Abandoned? Having consumed the enhancement potion, she surged forward with astonishing speed, arriving before Sheng in the blink of an eye and instinctively thrusting the spear into the cat's belly. The creature let out a horrific shriek as it was propelled backward, a gaping wound in its abdomen, blood pouring forth. The other cats, witnessing this, became agitated and lunged at her en masse. Sheng held her ground, determined to fend them off. Lin Tian's piercing scream not only attracted the cats, but also caught the attention of 2 burly men from her party. Sweetie, wifey. The former voice belonged to a companion, while the latter was Sheng's. Hearing the cries and screams behind her, Sheng kicked away a cat that was leaping toward her. Lin Tian was the only adult female in the group, and the cat inside the vehicle had tackled her to the ground, its gaping maw poised to sink its teeth into her. Just moments ago, she had heard Sheng refer to this woman as what? Wifey. This old man had poor taste, or was simply oblivious? It seemed Lin Tian had been flirting with one of the old man's friends. Sheng had thought they were a couple. Whatever, saving one is still saving. Saving 2 is even better. Sheng resolutely abandoned the slight advantage she had just gained, retreating to engage the cat attacking Lin Tian. With a thrust and a flick, she drew its attention and entangled herself in combat with it. Sister, get out of the way, Sheng bellowed. Was this the so-called ability? How powerful! So exhilarating. In this wondrous alternate world, Sheng was filled with fighting spirit. Others possessed abilities. Surely she would too. How thrilling it was. Nearby, the trees grew wildly, their branches extending rapidly to ensnare the large cat, constricting it until it was torn to shreds. Before Sheng could express her astonishment, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from behind her. And the entire gas station. They were the only living beings. The source of the vehicle noise was unmistakable. She and Sheng had yet to board the car, and it appeared these individuals intended to abandon them outright. Evil Charming 666. I told you in the apocalypse, genuine emotions are non-existent. The streamer is in for a fall now. Being a bleeding heart is no good. No good at all. Li Song sighed. Be quiet. Can't you see the little lowly is trying to save the brawny man? Our darling is simply expressing gratitude. Not everyone is as heartless as you. The remaining 4 cats advanced, one on each side, swiftly pushing Sheng and the old man back, their distance from the truck increasing, leaving them with no opportunity to escape. The vehicle began to move slowly, and Sheng and Sheng found themselves back to back, watching helplessly as the truck pulled away. The mutated felines crouched low and leaped, and, as the vehicle slowed, Lin Tian poked her head out of the window, holding a dark, ominous egg, and tossed it toward them. Why is she throwing an egg at us? Sheng was oblivious to the fact that the dark egg was a grenade. Damn it! Lin Tian! Sheng cursed loudly, quickly manipulating the branches to encase both of them. Boom! The deafening explosion left Sheng dizzy and disoriented, as Sheng enveloped them in the branches. However, the intense heat from the blast ignited the branches. Flames and heat waves surging toward them. Sheng held Sheng close, shielding her from the flames. The explosion was instantaneous, the branches incinerated, and the large cat outside was reduced to charred remains. Feeling Sheng's grip loosen, She fell to the ground with a thud. It was then that Li Sheng noticed Hu Xuesen's back, now a mangled mess from the blast. "Hey, old man, wake up. Please wake up." Li Sheng called out anxiously. It was crucial not to touch or move those who had been burned, yet she dared not shake him. "Cough, cough, cough. Sister." Hu Xuesen slowly opened his eyes, his lips devoid of color, his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of death. Sheng hurriedly accessed the system store to search for medical supplies, growing increasingly frantic as she struggled to find what she needed. "Sister, let me tell you, when my little sister died, it was in my arms. The door was locked, and we were frantic, running around the room. It was just a minor cold and fever, yet I could only watch her die. From that moment on, I harbored a deep-seated hatred for my own helplessness as her brother." This time, Li Sheng no longer doubted Hu Xuesen. Even the barrage of comments had fallen silent, the world eerily still. Hu Xuesen's pupils began to dull. In mid-sentence, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Sheng forced herself to remain calm, focusing intently on continuing her search through the store, her heart racing. Glancing at the myriad of messages in the comments, she felt a surge of annoyance and promptly closed the live stream. With her heart set on finding medicine in the store, she finally located a treatment for burns amid the plethora of supplies. 2,000 star coins. Thankfully, it was within her means that in this world, how many could truly sacrifice their lives to save others? After all these years, Li Sheng had believed her heart was sufficiently hardened and strong. Even upon seeing the injured, she could remain unmoved. Yet, when she beheld the old man's bloodied back, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, sadness overwhelming her. The assessment from the scheming strategist, Yuan Mo, was far from incorrect. No matter how much she changed, her soft-hearted nature might never be altered. The medicine provided by the system was miraculous. As soon as the ointment was applied, the burns on Hu Xuesen began to scab and heal. The instructions indicated a 3-day treatment cycle, and by the time she finished this bottle, Hu Xuesen would likely be nearly healed. Truly remarkable. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the enhancement potion, Li Sheng hurriedly carried Hu Xuesen into the gas station's convenience store, locking the front and back doors, and piling heavy objects against them. Outside, the zombies had been eradicated by Hu Xuesen and the others, and all 6 mutated cats lay dead, rendering the place relatively safe for the time being. Looking back at her tumultuous life, the moments she cherished most were those spent nestled in her mother's embrace during her childhood. Unbeknownst to her, dawn had quietly arrived, and Li Sheng, exhausted, began to nod off. In her dazed state, she murmured, "Yuan Mo, is that you, sister?" Rubbing her eyes, she gathered her spirits and inquired, "How are you feeling now?" Why is my back healed? I distinctly remember being blown up by a grenade yesterday. How can I feel better so quickly?" Hu Xuesen, slow to comprehend, moved his arms and exclaimed, "As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. I happen to have a bottle of ointment for burns here. Let me apply it on you." Sheng sighed in relief. With more than half a bottle of medicine remaining, she decided to save the rest for emergencies after Hu Xuesen had recovered. Relaxing, Li Sheng began to feel a pang for the star coin she had spent in the past. She never considered herself a money fanatic. However, with the introduction of the unscrupulous system, her avaricious nature was ignited. Spending 7,000 in a single night, with only 300 left and a debt of 307,000, just thinking about it was painful. A true heartache. Chapter 7. The Mutant Pig Wow. This medicine is incredible. My injuries have almost completely healed overnight. Thanks, sister. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Given our bond, I got your back for sure. Hu Xuesen laughed heartily, while Li Sheng shook her head. Feeling a bit melancholic, a woman like Lin Tian is not worth it. Someone as good as this uncle deserves someone better. Sheng admired Hu Xuesen's outlook. There are few who can remain so magnanimous after experiencing betrayal. Oh, by the way, there are breeding farms in the suburbs. The mutant cat from yesterday was likely raised by the nearby farmers that we need to leave quickly. It will be disastrous if more mutant animals come our way. These untamed mutant creatures are as dangerous as zombies. Hu Xuesen leisurely stood up, casually grabbing several bags to fill with edible and usable items from the shelves. Following his lead, Li Sheng also began tossing items in her bag. But her small stature prevented her from reaching the higher shelves in this vast world. She still knew too little. Having someone to accompany her and strategize together was not a bad idea. Moreover, her petite frame was hardly of much use. The uncle, on the other hand, was a muscular man, exuding strength and prowess. Having gathered enough supplies for about a week, they climbed out through the window. As they passed by the corpse of the mutant cat, whose Shueson paused, he crouched down, pulling out a dagger to probe the mutant cat's skull, extracting a gleaming crystal. "Sister, here you go. This is a crystal core. Both zombies and mutant animals possess this, and those with abilities can absorb the energy within to enhance their powers. Even if you lack abilities, this can serve as currency. The crystal cores from mutant beasts are far superior to those from zombies and are quite sought after." Hu Shueson handed the stone to Li Sheng, who examined it closely. The crystal core was exquisite, reminiscent of amber. What are abilities? Compared to this jewel-like crystal, she was far more intrigued by the concept of abilities. Abilities are special powers that I can't quite explain it. On the day of the apocalypse, many transformed into zombies, while others awakened their abilities like me who can control plants. Some can manipulate wind, fire, lightning, and so on. So that's how it is. The mystery of abilities was finally unveiled before her. It sounded somewhat akin to sorcery, except sorcerers require talismans and tools, whereas those with abilities can directly manipulate a specific attribute. "Sister, you can take these remaining 5 crystal cores." After carefully wiping the blood off, Hu Shueson opened his palm and offered them. "That aren't these cores meant to enhance the powers of those with abilities? I don't have any abilities, so you need give them to me." Since they belonged to Hu Shueson, Li Sheng felt reluctant to accept them. "I have plenty more. These things are worth a lot in the safe zone, and they're essential even for those without abilities." Hu Shueson stubbornly pressed the crystal cores into her hands. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the system's voice chimed in. Could these small crystal cores really be exchanged for such a substantial sum? If so, wouldn't it just mean hunting more zombies and mutant animals to swiftly repay her enormous debts? After spending extravagantly the previous night, burdened by debt and a meager balance, Li Sheng felt a surge of shameful greed. "In that case, I won't be polite. Thank you." Li Sheng accepted the crystal cores, exchanging them for star coins through the system. Her balance rose to 4,001. Her feelings were complex, satisfaction mixed with guilt, knowing that most of the crystal cores were earned through Hu Shueson's perilous efforts, who also saved her life. It felt rather ungentlemanly to keep them for herself. However, the allure of money was too tempting. Forget it. She had accepted them. Even if it was alone, she could repay him when the opportunity arose. With the crystal cores collected, they could set off. Fortunately, there were plenty of abandoned vehicles at the gas station, so walking was unnecessary. They found a drivable car and left the gas station. Hu Shueson took routes less traveled, encountering few zombies, ensuring a relatively safe environment. After a night of turmoil, they finally relaxed. It wasn't long before Li Sheng fell asleep in the car, and when she opened her eyes again, dusk was settling in. "Wake up, have something to eat." Taking the backpack Hu Shueson handed her, she pulled out bread and milk to quell her hunger, but something felt amiss. Earlier, she devoured several buns in the apartment, thinking it was due to being starved for too long. Now, after drinking 3 bottles of milk and 2 pieces of bread, she still felt no semblance of fullness. Silently setting down the bread and placing the backpack on the ground, she ceased eating. This amount of food far exceeded that of a typical 10-year-old child. Furthermore, this body exhibited little strength. Continuing to eat would surely lead to discomfort. Creak. The abrupt braking nearly catapulted her from her seat. Li Sheng grasped the steering wheel to steady herself, glancing outside that a few mutant pigs were blocking the car's path. Each nearly the height of a person, their tusks pointing upwards, standing in a row, eyeing the vehicle hungrily, drool dripping from their mouths. "Holy cow! Sister, hold on tight!" Hu Shueson shouted, flooring the accelerator and veering into the adjacent wilderness. The pigs pursued relentlessly, their determination evident. They seemed intent on not letting up until they caught up. The bumpy terrain of the wild made Li Sheng feel nauseous after only a couple of rides. "Damn! How can these pigs run so fast?" Hearing Hu Shueson's words, Li Sheng turned to look behind. Most of the pigs had fallen behind, except for one that was still hot on their tail. This particular pig was astonishingly swift. The trees outside blurred into shadows as it kept pace, showing no signs of fatigue and faintly hinting at the possibility of catching up. Hu Shuesen could only drift to extend the distance from the mutant pig. At this moment, they couldn't afford to think about routes. Survival was the priority. After a few turns, they found themselves in a village. The pursuing mutant pig was shaken off several times, but became increasingly agitated. Upon entering a straight path, it suddenly accelerated and charged at the car's rear. The vehicle's back tire was punctured by the mutant pig's tusk, triggering alarms and causing the car to spin uncontrollably. Hu Shuesen swiftly turned the steering wheel, but still lost control, crashing into a yard. Hastily grabbing a long gun, he pushed the door open, just as Li Sheng prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the mutant pig. Something strange occurred. The ferocious mutant pig that had just been chasing them was now standing at the gate, pacing nervously as if avoiding the yard and unwilling to enter. Sheng remained still, wanting to observe what the mutant pig intended to do. After circling a few times, it abruptly turned and left the yard. After waiting a while longer with no signs of danger, Li Sheng finally let out a sigh of relief. Though she didn't know why the mutant pig departed, it seemed fortunate. "Sister, hurry, lend me a hand. I can't get out." The front of the car was deformed from the impact, and Hu Shuesen, being tall, found his calf trapped under the seat, unable to free himself after struggling for a while. Thankfully, he was uninjured. She jogged over to assist him, and after much effort, the uncle finally emerged. "I don't know." It seemed to be afraid of entering this yard. It circled outside a couple of times before leaving. "Forget it. Who cares? I heard others say that mutant animals that Haven T turn into zombies are quite intelligent. They even recognize their previous owners. Perhaps we just happened upon a lucky coincidence and entered the yard of its former owner. Mutant animals retain their wits. This world is truly fraught with peril. If that's the case, the easiest problem to solve might actually be the zombies. Of course, those are mindless zombies. These creatures evolve at an astonishing pace. Sister, with the car wrecked, we can't leave. Zombies are active at night. And there are so many mutant pigs outside. Should we stay here for the night?" Hu Shuesen glanced at the sky and asked if it was likely that the village had pig farms, leading to an abundance of mutant pigs. "All right, let us head inside, at least for now. It seems safe here since the mutant pigs want to come in." They quickly walked towards the door, pushing it open that a putrid stench assaulted their nostrils. On the floor lay a long-decayed male corpse, next to which rested a bloodied butcher's knife. "Ugh, no, this is unbearable. Sister, wait here. I'll drag the corpse outside." With that, Hu Shuesen covered his nose and stepped forward to pull the male corpse out of the house. The interior of the house was simply arranged, consisting of 2 rooms and a kitchen, with only the essential furniture, now covered in a thin layer of dust. Various butchering knives hung on the right wall of the kitchen, and the cutting board on the table looked rather worn. The owner of this yard must have been a butcher. No wonder the mutant pig was afraid to enter. It likely remembered that many of its companions had perished here. Finding the reason for the mutant pig's retreat brought some comfort to her heart. The man took his own life. No wonder he didn't become a zombie. His psychological resilience was woefully inadequate. "Sister, you must not follow his example. Living, even in hardship, is preferable to a good death." My goodness, so many knives? When Hu Shuesen entered the kitchen, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Did this man work as a butcher? After so many years of bloody work, he chose to end his life. How unfortunate. Indeed, remaining alive might just make one a hero. It is truly a pity. Perhaps I should take a few handy knives. One never knows when they might come in useful. He chuckled. "You're right, sister." With a grin, Hu Shuesen picked up a cleaver, swinging it a couple of times in satisfaction with his new weapon. "This will do. Let's go, sister. I just went outside to gather some food. We will stay here for the night." The owner of the yard had died in the master bedroom on the east side, while the door to the secondary bedroom on the west remained tightly shut. The stench of decay not so overpowering, we could not open the windows at night for fresh air, so we had no choice but to rest here. After tidying up the bedding and lying down, the tension that had gripped me for days began to ease considerably. Remembering that I had not checked the live broadcast tasks nor started the stream, Li Sheng opened the closed panel. Host has logged into the live broadcast room. The backend looks good, with data analysis included. The peak online viewers have exceeded 100, and the total view count has reached 1,200, averaging 600 viewers a day. The task for 3,000 views should be completed within a week. The pressure from the system's task had lifted significantly, leaving me feeling much lighter, although there was no chatter or gifs in the live room. The upward trend was encouraging. In the stillness of the night, not long after I had fallen asleep, two loud bangs suddenly jolted me awake, and I could faintly hear the cries of pigs. Someone's here. Hearing the commotion, Sheng sprang up from his makeshift bedding, grabbing the cleaver. The courtyard door creaked open, and several figures hurriedly entered, the mutated pigs from earlier circling near the entrance before huffily departing as they had before. After the mutated pigs left, the newcomers showed no intention of leaving. Turning towards the house, Sheng, knife in hand, stealthily approached the door, and as he heard the sound of someone pushing it open, he swung the door wide, aiming to strike. The intruder, quick on the uptake, raised a hand to block the blade, resulting in a crisp clang that sent a tremor through Sheng's arm. Yet the man's flesh remained unscathed. "Brother, we mean no harm. We're merely fleeing for our lives. Surely, we can come to an understanding." Seeing the military uniform, Sheng lowered his weapon and inquired, "Are you a soldier?" "Yes, I'm Liu Biao. An active duty soldier from the 123 Special Forces. 123 Special Forces. Sheng muttered, pondering for a moment before suddenly recalling, I remember now. I saw your interview on television. No harm done. Please, come in swiftly. Thank you." 5 burly men filed into the room, and upon noticing the conspicuous youth among them, Sheng remained outwardly composed while turmoil churned within her. "Yuan Mo? Yuan Mo? Bro, could you lend me a place to lay my comrade down? He is gravely injured and cannot be moved further," Liu Biao pleaded, gesturing to his unconscious teammate being carried behind him. "Sure, I just prepared this bedding. It's clean. You can lay him here, all right? Any space will do." "Thank you, brother." Liu Biao nodded repeatedly. At this point, what was there to be picky about? There was a frail girl already on the bed, and no respectable man would dare to claim her sleeping space. Sheng, with a kind heart, assisted in placing the injured man on the bedding. Sheng climbed down from the bed to assess his injuries. There were no bite marks from zombies on this man. The small wounds were clean and appeared more like knife wounds, the most severe being a large burn on his abdomen. As luck would have it, I had burn ointment on hand. "Sister, these men are good people. They have been on the front lines protecting the country before the apocalypse," Sheng said, leaning close to whisper in Sheng's ear. He did not need to finish his sentence for her to understand. Uncle wanted her to help. His words implied that these individuals could be saved. However, offering assistance without reason could easily be misconstrued as suspicious. Chapter 9. "Let's make a deal. I have medicine that can treat him. But you must exchange it for crystal cores," Sheng stated, pulling out a vial from her pocket and placing it before them. That a transaction where goods are exchanged would prevent any suspicion from arising. And it just so happened that she was in need of money to settle debts, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. "How many crystal cores?" The youth who had been standing at the center spoke up. In observing the reactions of the others, it was clear he was the true leader of the group. "You can use it first. If you find it effective, then give me 3 level 2 crystal cores. If the medicine doesn't work, I want to take your cores. 3 level 2 crystal cores equated to 2,100 star coins, just the right amount to cover the cost of the medicine." Allowing her to profit slightly. "Deal." The youth nodded, and one of the men stepped forward to retrieve the medicine. The miraculous effects of the ointment had already been validated on Sheng, which showed immediate results. The wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Are my eyes deceiving me? Can you stop moving me around? My arm hurts too. Here are 3 level 2 crystal cores. Thank you. My name is Yuan Mo. Let us be friends, the youth said, producing the cores without hesitation upon witnessing the medicine's efficacy, extending a hand with a warm smile. "I am Sheng," she replied, nodding slightly as she shook his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Just like the strategist, you are a clever and discerning individual. Can I call you Sheng?" Yuan Mo smiled, his enchanting eyes sparkling like galaxy, possessing an irresistible charm when focused intently on someone. Sheng, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. He chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "Little darling, you are truly adorable." Yuan Mo's action left Li Sheng feeling quite displeased. Ugh. Even his personality is reminiscent of that insufferable man, relying on his seemingly harmless yet exquisite face to deceive her time and again. Li Sheng sighed. Gao. Ah, this guy is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. I'm in love. I can't. Peach blossom blooming. No way, no way, no way. Is this a face that a human can possess? My goodness, after so many years in the entertainment industry, I have never seen such divine beauty. Kiss me. Ah. Handsome guy, look at me. I can't. The previously silent live broadcast room suddenly buzzed with excitement, and a phrase popped into Li Sheng's mind. Desire is inherent. Indeed, the appreciation of beauty is unavoidable, regardless of gender. Perhaps it was due to Yuan Mo's face, but the number of online viewers surged abruptly to over 1,800 as long as they stayed for more than 15 minutes. She would complete her weekly task. Yuan Mo's figure was entirely overshadowed by Hu Shuesen, causing an immediate drop of 300 viewers in the live room. Damn it, they really did come for Yuan Mo's looks. Regardless, it mattered not what had drawn them in. Completing the task was what counted. Brother, wait a moment. I need to speak with him. I Sheng tugged at Hu Shuesen's sleeve, signaling him to step aside. What is this? What is with this early romance nonsense? Wake up. She is only 10 years old. Uncle, your possessiveness is overwhelming. Just because you are her brother doesn't mean you can prevent Sheng from making friends with her peers. Yuan Mo feigned innocence, enunciating the words peers with particular clarity to Hu Shuesen. Yuan Mo's words were blatant provocation, and he retorted heatedly, She is my sister. Who else should care for her? She can't make friends with someone like you, who touches her without hesitation, not understanding the boundaries between genders. But you two look nothing alike. You can't possibly be biological siblings. Even if you were, being overly strict isn't beneficial. Hu Shuesen's face turned a shade of iron as he stubbornly confronted the youth, who was at least 8 years his junior. The two exchanged futile barbs, and it was clear Yuan Mo was not particularly eager to befriend Li Sheng. He simply wanted to tease Hu Shuesen. Most importantly, their quarrel was not enough. They occasionally dragged Li Sheng into their debate for her opinion. Caught in the middle, Li Sheng felt overwhelmed, her only solace being that the live room had retained quite a few viewers thanks to Yuan Mo's face. Finally, she had met the threshold. She could finally be free from these two childish fools. Stop. No more arguing, Li Sheng exclaimed, finally bringing the clamor to a halt, letting out a breath of relief with her shout. The world fell silent, only for Li Sheng to turn and find Hu Shuesen looking at her with a pitiful expression, which was quite disconcerting. Brother, I just wanted to have a word with him. And you're worrying too soon. I'm only 10 years old, Sheng explained helplessly, attempting to soothe Hu Shuesen's agitation. I'm fine. Say what you want. I'll just stand here to prevent that little brat from taking advantage of you. Watching Hu Shuesen stand stiffly between her and Yuan Mo, Li Sheng opened her mouth several times to speak, but hesitated. Ultimately, it was nothing to be ashamed of. There was no need to hide. What does the little cutie wish to discuss with me? Yuan Mo, undeterred by the imposing figure beside him, continued teasingly. Nothing much. I just wanted to know if you needed anything. I'd like to do some business with you. Li Sheng chose to ignore Yuan Mo's flippant demeanor. Superficial frivolity in speech is of little consequence. In the past, her strategist was even more excessive, clinging to her like a lifeless shadow, speaking without listening. A habit long since formed. Alas, we are lacking in everything. What treasures do our little darlings possess? If only they were as miraculous as that ointment just now, I would surely love to witness it firsthand. Yuan Mo straightened slightly, maintaining that carefree demeanor. Chapter 10. A plump sheep. Yuan Mo's subtle expressions and movements mirrored those of that scoundrel, were it not for the knowledge of being in another world. Li Sheng might have believed Yuan Mo to be a long-lost, legitimate relative of that man. Whatever you desire, I can procure it for you, though the more elusive the item, the steeper the price. I only accept gold, silver, jewels, and crystal cores. Noticing Yuan Mo's lingering skepticism, yet evident intrigue, Li Sheng pressed on. I can provide the items first, with payment to follow, but let it be known, this is a one-time offer. Thereafter, it will be payment in advance. Agreed? I require a firearm. a handgun powerful enough to rival a grenade. Yuan Mo proposed what he deemed an impossible request, a grin widening on his face, seemingly eager to witness my bold claims. Li Sheng perused the system marketplace, skipping over the exorbitantly priced items until her gaze landed on an energy gun. This weapon perfectly matched Yuan Mo's criteria, capable of producing pinpoint explosions upon firing, albeit at a rather high cost. The gun alone demanded 5,000 star coins, while a set of 30 bullets cost 700 star coins, a veritable bottomless pit, considering the 3 crystal cores recently acquired from Yuan Mo. She could barely afford the gun and a set of bullets. One must spend to gain, she mused. Observing Yuan Mo's earlier ease with payment suggested he was a man of means. Now was the time to cultivate his favor. Should Yuan Mo be satisfied, future transactions would surely lead to a lucrative venture. Sheng placed her hand behind her back, cautiously purchasing the gun, and handed it to Yuan Mo. You may step outside to test its power. Should it meet your approval, you may pay me 10 Tier 2 crystal cores. Very well. Yuan Mo accepted the handgun, examining it with interest. Its silver-white frame was compact and aesthetically pleasing, the bullets emitting a faint blue glow. With a sense of familiarity regarding its structure, Yuan Mo stepped outside. The room, aside from the unconscious individual, was filled with curious onlookers, eagerly waiting for Yuan Mo to fire. Bang! The sound of the shot resembled that of a silenced weapon. Producing merely a muffled thud, the bullet struck the wall, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of flames. Witnessing half of the wall obliterated, Li Sheng nodded in approval. Indeed, the system's offerings were of exceptional quality. The man summoned to collect payment stood agape, hastily pulling 10 crystal cores from his pocket and thrusting them into Li Sheng's hands before rushing to Yuan Mo's side, gingerly accepting the handgun, eager to examine it. With the acquisition of the crystal cores, Li Sheng converted them into 6,600 star coins, just enough to settle her debts, a cause for celebration. Encountering such affluent individuals made direct sales a wise strategy. Where did you acquire such peculiar items? Hu Shiuesan marveled at the handgun's potency, his eyes wide with astonishment. No, you cannot ask me that. What if I inadvertently let something slip later? Listen, you must not disclose anything in the future. If you encounter someone with ulterior motives, what then? You must keep your treasures well hidden, understood? Li Sheng replied. You are speaking too much. Are you going to give me a chance to speak? Calm down. Brother, the items I can procure are exchanged for crystal cores or precious metals that I am not lacking in supplies, but rather in funds. Hence, I must exchange these items for currency. She vaguely explained her rationale. While this course of action was indeed fraught with risk, being indebted to the system equated to a debt of life that I in this world, there was no surefire strategy. Seeking wealth often entailed peril. Yet it was not without merit that, I see. By the way, do these crystal cores suffice? Hu Shiuesan exclaimed. Realizing something, he rummaged through his pocket, producing a plastic bag filled with glimmering crystal cores, estimating nearly 100. If you were to tell me these cores were a gift, I would be quite displeased, Li Sheng replied with a smirk. Being cared for was undoubtedly pleasant, yet Li Sheng's strong-willed nature resented being treated as a delicate flower. Friends should stand on equal footing, neither excessively giving nor excessively taking. Then I shall not gift them. Tell me if these funds are sufficient to purchase that gun, if so, I would like one as well. Hu Shiuesan said, scratching his head sheepishly, shifting the offer from gift to sale. With a resigned smile, Li Sheng extracted just enough crystal cores from the bag to exchange for the energy gun, completing the transaction. Now, having lost interest, Yuan Mo approached with a more amiable demeanor. Little darling, the goods are splendid. Keep these for yourself, and bring me 3 more. Any excess may be exchanged for bullets. It would be foolish to refuse a business opportunity. So Li Sheng graciously accepted the crystal cores and precious metals, converting them into star coins. Her judgment had proven impeccable. Yuan Mo was indeed extravagantly wealthy, yielding over 50,000 star coins from the haul. After deducting a profit of 10,000, she exchanged the remainder as per his request for firearms and ammunition. Upon nearing the end of the transaction, Li Sheng paused and inquired, the guns are fine, but for the bullets, you will receive 900 rounds. Are you certain you wish to take them all? Yuan Mo, having not considered the hefty sum, wore a momentary look of surprise. 900 rounds weighed approximately 21 pounds. Even divided among them, it would be a laborious task. Let us exchange for 100 rounds now. I can procure the remainder from you later as needed. Is that acceptable? Indeed, that is agreeable, Sheng nodded, handing over 4 sets of bullets while also acquiring a reasonably priced notebook and pen for accounting. Truly, relying on oneself proved more fruitful than depending on others. Conducting business was the swiftest means to generate income, while relying on tips was hardly sustainable. You can do it. Host 6. Wow. I've never seen a host treat the system marketplace as a business before. Everyone else hides their goods, fearing exposure. But you're bold, Sheng Sai Gao. Hee, as expected of the little darling I admire. You are truly exceptional. Who dares claim women are small-minded? Our host is merely 10 years old, yet possesses this astute mind, far surpassing most male streamers. You can do it. Ugh, your female stream chat will inevitably devolve into a romance battlefield. It's the same old story, were it not for the apocalyptic backdrop. Which man would bother to watch? Sheng Sai Gao. You haven't witnessed the little darling's valiant stance against 5 zombies from start. Our host can thrive in the apocalypse without relying on men. The chat room erupted in excitement, comments flying by, highlighting the stark contrast between male and female streams, the words swirling in front of Sheng's eyes, becoming increasingly bothersome. System, could you please stop displaying these messages? Affirmative, disabling chat. From now on, only gift messages and announcements will be shown. With this firearm, the mutated pigs outside would pose little challenge. Once my companions awaken, we plan to venture out. What are your intentions? Yuan Mo's tone had shifted markedly. Previously tinged with arrogance, he now adopted a more respectful demeanor. We plan to head to the nearest southern city base, Sheng interjected. Would you like to join us? Our ultimate destination is the imperial capital, and we need to settle matters in the southern city as well. Yuan Mo extended an olive branch, and Sheng readily agreed. These individuals, warriors dedicated to protecting their homeland before the apocalypse, possessed commendable character. Setting aside Yuan Mo's teasing of Sheng, their collective merits made them the ideal companions. At the very least, there was no concern of betrayal from behind. Your brother should awaken by tomorrow morning. However, our vehicle has been rendered useless at D. O. You possess any means of transport? Sheng pointed to the mangled car in the courtyard. None. We encountered a group of robbers en route. They were numerous and included a Tier 3 fire element user. My brother was injured in an ambush by that ability user, forcing us to abandon our supplies and vehicle, ultimately leading us into this mutant pig swarm. Chapter 11. The Peculiar Yuan Mo Eastward. That remains the only route to the southern city base. Very well, but I must emphasize, my sister has no abilities that I am fine, but you must ensure her safety during any skirmishes, Sheng contemplated aloud. That is a certainty, Yuan Mo replied without hesitation. Upon Yuan Mo's forthright agreement, Sheng beamed, slinging an arm around Yuan Mo's seemingly frail shoulders. Splendid. I find you quite agreeable. Your supplies must be scarce. How can one fight without sustenance? We have ample provisions, so come inside and dine with us. The two entered the room, where several men sat on the floor, sharing a meal and engaging in conversation. In mere moments, the atmosphere turned lively. Sheng, her eyes glazed over, mechanically fed herself, as memories of her time in the military camp surfaced, recalling moments of her strategist playfully jesting with her during the festive season. As the kitchen prepared to slaughter pigs, one had inadvertently escaped, stumbling into Sheng's tent through a series of mishaps. Behind that sow followed a group of adorable piglets. Upon seeing them, Sheng, enchanted by their cuteness, shooed everyone away, insisting on catching one to pet. However, the little pigs turned the campsite into utter chaos, and despite her efforts, she ended up in a disheveled state without achieving her desire. The strategist mocked her heartily upon witnessing the scene, and ultimately, he effortlessly led the herd away, leaving Sheng feeling frustrated and sulky, refusing to give him a pleasant glance for several days. Sister, eat well. What are you thinking about? Her reverie was interrupted, and Sheng gently shook her head, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Yuan Mo, desperately seeking some familiar sensation. It was strikingly similar, yet regrettably, it could not be him. she decided to forget it. Tomorrow, when Fong Siu wakes up, we will act that he is the sniper, and Tao Shan possesses speed abilities that time. Tao Shan can guide the pig herd to a point, and we will concentrate our fire to swiftly eliminate them. Yuan Mo, with chopsticks in hand, calmly outlined the plan on the tablecloth. As soon as he spoke, the previously jovial men fell silent. There were only 7 of them, while the mutated pigs outside were roughly estimated to number 8 or 9. This was merely what they had observed. Given the disparity in strength and numbers, someone would inevitably have to make sacrifice. Strategically, the plan posed no issues, but emotionally, it was an unbearable proposition. Even Hu Shuesen, who had only recently met them, felt a twinge of sadness. Is there truly no other way? Hu Shuesen inquired, his tone noticeably downcast. Haha, it's nothing. As soldiers, we are meant to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Why the long faces? Yalat? I haven't trained for years in vain. Li Sheng hurriedly swallowed her food and interrupted Tao Shan's declaration of impending doom. Generally, social animals possess a sense of leadership and territorial awareness. The mutated pigs attacked them because their territory was being encroached upon. If they could eliminate the leader of the pig herd and claim that territory, the others would cease their assault, saving time and effort while avoiding unnecessary casualties. Yuan Mo raised an eyebrow, and after a moment of silence, he voiced his disagreement. You make a valid point, but how can we ascertain which one is the leader of the herd? Our preparation time is limited. Quite simple. Observe their size or gender. If a group of piglets is accompanied by a large pig, then that large pig is the leader. Conversely, if a group of sows is accompanied by a boar, the boar will be the leader, and the same applies in reverse. Sheng pondered this carefully, recalling that in the village, the pig herd was of the latter case, and the pig that had smashed their vehicle seemed to be the only boar. Is there a possibility of a third scenario? Under normal circumstances, there is not that if 2 equally strong individuals of the same species appear, they will engage in an internal duel to elect a leader. Therefore, there can only be one. Sheng dared not be overly confident, yet this seemed to be the best plan she could devise. Indeed, Lu Biao laughed foolishly, accepting the task with enthusiasm. The heavy atmosphere lightened immediately, and laughter filled the room once more. Having not slept well the previous night, Li Sheng climbed into bed early in the dead of night. While deep in slumber, she felt something wriggling beside her. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was startled to find Yuan Mo's exquisitely handsome face looming large before her. What are you doing? Oh, don't be so heartless, my little darling, that I couldn't sleep. So I came to chat, and, by the way, cultivate our feelings. Yuan Mo leaned towards her, wearing a flirtatious expression that made even his striking looks seem deserving of a punch. Spit out already. Li Sheng was on the verge of writing, "Don't come near me" on her face, but Yuan Mo, as if blind to her discomfort, moved even closer, mischievously blowing air against her ear. It's nothing much, just idle chit-chat. I feel like you seem familiar, as if we've met before. Where's your hometown, little darling? Perhaps your childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts is not quite how that works. And I can assure you with absolute certainty that we have never met. Sheng raised her hand to cover her ear, forcefully pushing Yuan Mo's face back, with his mouth puckered like a goldfish. Yuan Mo still bore a smile and lowered his voice. Your gaze resembles that of a certain empress I once encountered. What empress? Li Sheng feigned ignorance, probing. It's nothing. I just remember a dream where I followed an empress in a battle. However, that poor empress was quite unfortunate. I always dreamed of her being struck by lightning on her first day of ascension. You bear a striking resemblance to her, almost identical in features. Yuan Mo casually recounted, appearing as if he were merely engaging in light conversation. She truly was quite unfortunate. Sheng forced a laugh, uncertain how to respond. Could she tell him that she was the very empress who met her doom on the first day of her reign? Absolutely not. But why did Yuan Mo know about this? Could it be that he also traversed from her era? No, this Yuan Mo did not exhibit the habitual nuances of her world. Even she, despite her efforts to adapt, occasionally slipped into habits that were out of place for this time. Sheng's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, her thoughts racing, completely oblivious to Yuan Mo inching closer. What are you thinking about, little darling? so serious. Yuanemo reached out to pinch her cheek, grinning like a charming rogue. I'm not thinking about anything. Just keep your distance and don't get so close. Oh, did I forget to tell you? That unfortunate empress also goes by the name Li Sheng. What a coincidence, don't you think? What a coincidence indeed. Hell, Sheng resolved to play the fool to the end. For Yuanemo had not explicitly named that empress. All right, it's getting late. Let us sleep. Yuanemo chuckled lightly, pulling the blanket over himself and closing his eyes. Yuanemo's antics left Li Sheng feeling vexed, gazing at the youth beside her with an urge to bite him. Nevertheless, she decided to let it go. After all, they would face whatever came their way, and this was merely a small hurdle. Chapter 12. Resolving the mutated pigs as dawn broke. Feng Xiu, who had been unconscious, finally awoke. The resilience of a soldier was evident. While Hu Shuesen had only just regained his strength, this man was already up and lively. The little sister is right. There is indeed only one boar among the mutated pigs outside, while the others appear to be sows and piglets. Good. You all go outside the courtyard and dig a pit trap. Later, lure that boar over, and we'll concentrate our fire to eliminate it. The soldiers, well trained, prepared everything within mere minutes. Under Liu Biao's guidance, Tao Shan accurately located the boar and lured it into the trap. The group immediately opened fire, the sound of gunfire deafening. But the mutated pig, tough-skinned and hardy, sustained only minor injuries. And no worries. We can wear it down gradually. Sheng leisurely observed the battle, her only skill being close-quarters combat with cold weapons. Her presence was the greatest assistance by merely not causing chaos. User Li Sheng's side gated 99.99 star coins and left a message. Little darling, open the barrage. Something is about to happen. What is that? The system activated the barrage, Li Sheng Sai Gao, and if you don't eliminate them together, the sow will go berserk with the piglets when it sees the boar dead. Is that so? Oh no, I made a blunder. Li Sheng urgently conveyed this information to Yuanemo, fearing that her oversight would lead to greater casualties. Understood, everyone cease fire. Tao Shan, quickly find that sow and bring it over as well. Yuanemo chose to trust Li Sheng without a second thought. The men immediately retracted their firearms, and Tao Shan dashed out like an arrow, disturbing the sow to lure it over. Both pigs fell into the trap, and Yuanemo promptly ordered a more intense barrage. The firearms produced by the system's marketplace boasted immense power, each shot deepening the pit, causing the two mutated pigs to sink further, unable to escape. At last, after everyone had expended over 20 rounds, the mutated pigs fell silent. The piglets, delayed in their arrival, curiously approached the pit, sniffing the ground. They hesitated at the edge, gazing at the mangled remains below, and retreated several steps in fear. These piglets seemed to have developed their own sense of wisdom. They glanced at Li Sheng and her companions, then back at the pit, deliberating for several minutes before slowly moving toward Li Sheng's group. Just when everyone thought their plan had failed and another confrontation was imminent, Li Sheng stepped forward a few paces to greet the piglets. What followed was a miraculous scene. The leading piglet nudged Li Sheng's wrist affectionately, displaying an astonishingly docile demeanor. Wow, a perceptive creature that knows when to yield. Tao Shan was genuinely astonished, never expecting events to unfold in such a fantastical manner. They showed no intent to attack. This gesture of goodwill signified their acceptance of a new leader. Sheng smiled as she reached out to pat the piglet's head. Surprisingly, the texture felt quite pleasant. Chapter 13. The pig-riding girl Li Sheng was utterly captivated by the piglet. Choosing to leave it in the courtyard as she had little to tidy up. 10 minutes later, several burly men emerged from the house, their bags slung over their shoulders. Reluctantly, Li Sheng released her grip on the pig's head and followed the group towards the village entrance. She was uncertain of their intentions, but there was no malice. If they wished to accompany her, so be it. Perhaps they would stop once they reached the village edge. Li Sheng Sai Gao, host, I've invited my agricultural expert friend to watch your live stream. He mentioned that these pigs seem to regard you as their mother and will likely follow you everywhere, not straying away at all. Xingji 666. Haha. Is the Pig King arriving? A flurry of laughter accompanied by references to the Pig King floated across Li Sheng's screen, brimming with mockery. Why was this happening? She hadn't even done anything when she had to slaughter those two pigs. Frustrated, she transformed her inner queries into text in the chat room. Li Song Sai Gao. The expert said that since you're the only female present, and the piglets have not yet outgrown their dependence on their mothers, that's why they're so attached. Hell, Sheng found herself a loss for words regarding the title of Pig King and, in a last-ditch effort, asked, is there no way to shake them off? Shengji 666. Nope. Generally, piglets are separated from their mothers once they mature a bit, but can you actually find a place to isolate them now? Well, it seemed impossible. These piglets were nearly the size of calves, surprisingly strong and robust, and she would tire herself out trying to find a pen for them. Resigned, Li Sheng abandoned the idea of getting rid of the piglets and turned her chin in contemplation of how to manage them. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Shuesan noticed Li Sheng had halted, stepping closer to inquire. They seem to think of me as their mother, Li Sheng admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was an incredibly shameful thing to say. What? Hu Shuesan and the other man were momentarily dumbfounded. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Li Sheng took a few steps away from the main group. The piglets squealed and followed closely behind, not leaving her side. Her practical demonstration convinced the men of her claim. Yuan Mo was the first to break into laughter. Haha, are these pigs blind? Li Sheng's annoyance grew as she observed Yuan Mo laughing heartily. After shooting him a glare, she replied, perhaps they truly are blind. Enough of that. Since we can't shake them off, what do you plan to do? Managing so many piglets will surely be a challenge. Yuan Mo swiftly changed the subject. Sensing he had teased her enough, I'll handle their feeding and cared as for what to do. Suddenly, Li Sheng had a flash of inspiration, recalling the days when she rode horses with abandon. The piglets seemed docile, and their size was sufficient. Since she couldn't rid herself of them, why not put them to good use? She could ride them as a means of transportation, making her life much easier. Having made her decision, Li Sheng approached the nearest piglet without hesitation, gently flipping it onto its back and settling herself firmly atop it. Following the standard procedure for riding a horse, she gave the pig's rear a light tap. The piglet emitted a grunt and began to stroll forward. It worked, just as she had envisioned. The pig was intelligent enough to grasp her intent without much need for training or encouragement. Wow! Tao Shan couldn't help but exclaimed that No1 had anticipated that Li Sheng would ride a pig, and she appeared quite adept at it. Sister, can I ride one too? Hu Shuesan eagerly approached Li Sheng, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Though riding pigs seemed rather unrefined, the impressive size and strength of these pigs made them quite appealing. Sure, but wait for me a moment, Li Sheng replied with a smile, turning to the system shop to procure 2 suitable saddles. While she was skilled at riding, Hu Shuesan, being from the modern era, would likely struggle to control a pig without a saddled Sheng expertly fitted the saddles and handed the reins to Hu Shuesan, guiding him on how to mount and control the pig. Once Hu Shuesan had successfully ridden and experienced the pig's movement, the other men watching could no longer contain their excitement. This is so much better than walking. One of them exclaimed that in this post-apocalyptic world, who cared about appearances? Sister, can you get us a couple saddles too? Tao Shan beamed at Li Sheng, trying to ingratiate himself. Li Sheng raised an eyebrow, smiling silently. She had noticed how these men had initially laughed at her, mocking her for being treated like a mother by the pigs. All right, the rental fee for the saddles and pigs for a day will be 6 first-tier crystal cores. Thank you for your patronage. What? Are you robbing us? Tao Shan instinctively covered his wallet. Yuan Mo chuckled, interjecting, fine, we all want one. Just deduct the cost from my share. One must seize opportunities, Li Sheng thought, pulling out her ledger to record the transactions. Exchanging the saddles in one swift motion. Thank you for your patronage, she called out cheerfully. The men, aware of her intentions, fell silent, picking up the saddles to prepare their pigs for tea that moment. Li Sheng no longer found the title of Pig King grating on her nerves. After all, these piglets were earning her money, and that made them good pigs in her eyes. Once Yuan Mo and the others had saddled their pigs and mounted them, Li Sheng leisurely continued to guide her pig along. The pig-riding procession meandered through the rural wilderness. What began as a leisurely stroll soon transformed into a frenzied dash after someone playfully swatted a pig's rear. Shengji 666. The host is wild. Li Song Sai Gao. I don't know why, but this scene moves me deeply. Liang Shui Boyang. Don't say anything, I'm already starting to donate. This scene is truly a once-in-a-millennium sight. Liang Shui Boyang sent 666 star coins x3 go. Win chasing youth cent 666 star coins x6. I want to win 880 cent 666 star coins x3. Amidst the stream of donations, Sheng, riding her pig at full gallop, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She genuinely wanted to join in. After all, who would have imagined that she would find herself in such a situation, riding pigs in the midst of an apocalypse? The system's donation alerts rang out for nearly half an hour, culminating in an astonishing revenue of 20,000, a truly outrageous sum. The mutated pigs exhibited remarkable stamina, showing no signs of fatigue despite their prolonged sprint. As they approached the bandit village, Sheng tugged on the reins to bring her pig to a halt. The other men followed suit, managing their mounts to a stop. Just ahead, right? How much do you know about the enemies? Sheng inquired of Yuan Mo, aware that any assault on the bandits must be executed with a plan. A rough estimate suggested no more than 20 individuals, 4 of whom were endowed with abilities: 2 wind users, 1 fire user, 1 earth user, and 1 water user, while the others were merely ordinary folk. They had likely been farmers prior to the apocalypse, but caution was warranted as the opposing group possessed firearms and explosives. Furthermore, the village's layout was somewhat intricate, filled with narrow alleys. It would be wise to avoid entering for a direct confrontation. We need to lure them out, but that seems a bit troublesome, Sheng mused, pondering the lack of advantageous conditions for an attack. Indeed, moreover, we have already clashed with them. They know what we look like. If one of our own attempts to lure them, they may not take the bait. Yuan Mo agreed. Sheng nodded slowly, contemplating a strategy to draw the enemy out. After a moment, she suddenly raised her head with a mischievous grin. I have an idea. We can do it this way. Chapter 14. Entering the village, a frail girl struggled along the dirt road, dragging an unconscious, muscular man behind her. Her face glistened with beads of sweat, and upon sighting the village, a look of elation spread across her features as she cried out, "Is anyone there? Can anyone help me?" Shingji 666. The host's acting is impressive, had I not seen her tear apart zombies. I might have believed her. Song Sai Gao. The weak little host is so adorable. I absolutely adore her. Weird her, seriously. How do you see cuteness in that skeletal face? Song Sai Gao. The host has exquisite features. If she gained a bit of weight, she'd be incredibly cute. She's merely not at her best yet. Anyway, she's my preordained idol. I'll shower her with support. Huh. Sheng was perplexed, wondering about the viewer's tastes. Riding pigs earned her donations, and now they were throwing money at her sob story? Never mind. She had more pressing matters at hand. After shouting for what felt like an eternity, she finally attracted the attention of the villagers, one of whom approached, armed from head to toe and wielding a rifle, wearing an impatient expression. Hey, what is all the shouting about? Big brother, my brother is injured. Can you help me save him? Sheng looked up at the man with tear-filled eyes, her feeble demeanor strikingly deceptive. The untrained eye. She appeared to be just an ordinary child. Did you encounter zombies? The man's vigilance heightened as he tightened his grip on the rifle. Sheng shook her head vigorously, stammering to explain. No, it's not that. We got into a fight with some people. They tried to rob us, so we are in. Why brother got hurt. And halfway through, our vehicle ran out of gas. To further convince the man, Sheng lifted his shoes and shirt, revealing the gruesome burn scars. The man cast a couple of glances, confirming that the wounds were not inflicted by a zombie. With a sense of half-belief, he continued to inquire, "How do you know there are people here?" When my brother and I got out of the car to escape, we encountered 5 individuals. Some of them were also unconscious, and they directed us to come this way, assuring us there were others. My brother was too exhausted to continue, so we had no choice but to trust them and follow their lead. When did you meet those 5 people? Just last night. The 5 individuals that Sheng referred to were none other than Yuan Mo and his companions. The man evidently had a deep impression of them. After contemplating for a while, his muscles visibly relaxed, suggesting he had let down his guard. The truth mingled with lies is often the most effective means of deception. And given Sheng's diminutive appearance, the man naturally perceived her as a negligible threat. Having gained the other's trust, it was time to cast a bait. Big brother, I implore you to save my brother. We have provisions in our van. If you rescue him, we can offer you these as a reward. Would that be acceptable? Hand over the supplies, but will your brother agree? The man smirked, clearly intrigued that he will. He is a kind soul who shares food with the needy he encounters on the road. You save his life, and he will undoubtedly repay you, Li Sheng insisted eagerly, nodding vigorously. The man's eyes darted around before he hesitated. But your brother's injuries look severe. We have no doctor here. If he dies, wouldn't that mean I help you for nothing? Upon hearing this, Li Sheng's spirit deflated, her head drooping as tears welled in her eyes. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she choked out, If my brother is still unwell after 3 days, I will tell you where the van is, and you can go retrieve it yourself. That I will leave on my own. To enhance the authenticity of her display, Li Sheng deliberately stammered through her sobs. O outsiders, she appeared to be a pitiable child, overwhelmed with grief for her brother. It was agreed that once we entered the village, you would stay in my home and not wander off. If you dare to run about and get caught, don't blame me for not warning you. Yes, thank you, big brother. Li Sheng obediently nodded. Trailing closely behind the man, her mind racing with questions. Were the villagers truly this insular? Was it not possible to pay for lodging, only to engage in robbery? The dirt roads of the village were riddled with potholes as the man guided Hushuesen through a labyrinth of twists and turns into a courtyard, during which they encountered not a single soul. As for the room you and your brother occupy, I want to concern myself with food or water. If you have it, good. If not, you'll have to endure hunger. After 3 days, regardless of the outcome, inform me of the supply's location and then quickly depart. The man tossed Hushuesen onto the bed and turned to leave. Li Sheng nudged the unconscious Hushuesen, indicating that the man had left. She took out her phone, typing a message to communicate silently with him. Chapter 15. The Secrets of the Village. Hushuesen shook his head vigorously upon reading the message on the phone. No, you lack abilities that, if discovered, escaping will be difficult. I am not at ease. Staying close to the target increases your risk. My small stature makes me less likely to be noticed. Trust me, I am quite capable in combat. Li Sheng dismissed Hushuesen's desire to follow her, and just as he was about to type another message to persuade her, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. The footsteps seemed to have no intention of entering, lingering for a moment before quietly fading away. After waiting for a while, Hushuesen, lying on the bed with his eyes closed in feigned death, finally opened them. Li Sheng met his gaze, and they exchanged an understanding look. The recent footsteps had been slow, resembling someone dragging their feet, clearly not the man who had carried Hushuesen inside. There were likely others in the house, possibly an elderly individual. Try not to get up. Keep pretending. Tonight, I will scout the area and send a message to Yuan Mo. We will act around dawn. Li Sheng devised a plan for a stealthy ambush. Although Yuan Mo had encountered the villagers before, he could not be certain that the group that had robbed them represented the entirety of the village's combat strength. Their numbers were too few to sustain losses. A cautious guerrilla strategy was the optimal choice. As newcomers, Li Sheng and Hushuesen could lower the villagers' guard. While Li Sheng appeared to be merely a child, her combat prowess was well known, and with Hushuesen, a wood-type ability user, even a failed plan would not lead to dire consequences. Moreover, she had the system support. Should a significant crisis arise, she could always procure some survival tools. The plan was meticulously laid out, and all that remained was to await the arrival of nightfall. As dusk approached, Li Sheng squeezed out a few tears, resting her head on Hushuesen's arm, feigning a state of excessive, sorrowful slumber. The persona of a loving sister must not falter. The man who had taken them in indeed checked on them before retiring for the night. Peering in through the window for an extended period, this overly cautious behavior raised questions in Li Sheng's mind. She sensed that the man's earlier warning was more than mere village insularity. Once the man monitoring them departed, Li Sheng swiftly climbed out of bed, nimbly scaling the wall to exit the courtyard, stealthily mapping the terrain in the dark, using their current location as a reference point. She began sketching a map of the village. That it was not large, but the houses were densely packed, creating a complex layout that could easily lead one into a dead end. Rural areas often lack planning. After all, it was their land, and they could build as they pleased. In peaceful times, even if a stranger got lost, they could find their way out. But now, treating such terrain as a battlefield was extremely disadvantageous for an attacking party. After traversing the entire village, Li Sheng found a hidden corner to crouch down, using the moonlight to draft a layout of the village. Confirming its accuracy, she pulled out her phone and took a photo, sending it as a message. Received. All preparations are complete, ready to act at any time. Upon re-entering the house, Sheng sprang upright from the bed, startling Sheng, who had no psychological preparation for such a reaction. Sheng's expression was one of alarm as he urgently gestured for Sheng to come closer. Sensing his urgency, she quickly handed him the phone from her pocket. The villagers are capturing living people to feed the zombies. What? Sheng's pupils contracted in shock, never having anticipated such a grim reality. There's an old lady in the house, the man's mother. I overheard her speaking with him just now. She believes we are captives brought in to feed the zombies and questioned why their family, unlike the others, has no one turned into a zombie. The man replied that once he dies, he would toss her out without killing her. He also reminded her that everyone in the village has family members who have turned, except for their family, which could provoke jealousy. They may let us go, but we must ensure that the village's secret remains hidden. Sheng hurriedly typed on his phone, his hands trembling with urgency. Zombies level up by consuming humans, and they probably have no idea how long they've been capturing live people to feed them. What if there are too many zombies, and they are of high rank? What do we do? Sheng furrowed her brows, equally unsure of how to proceed. This was far from the anticipated scenario. Now, it was not just a matter of assessing the village's combat capacity, but also determining where these people were hiding the zombies. As Sheng pointed out, if the zombies were numerous and at a higher level, a confrontation could lead to disaster, especially if the villagers resorted to a desperate strategy. Frustrated, Sheng raked her fingers through her hair. The longer they delayed, the more complications would arise. They had to stick to the original plan. It was now precisely 4 in the morning, the time when guards were most fatigued. If they missed this window, they would have to wait until the next day, not knowing how many more troubles would arise. According to the plan, you handle the 2 individuals in the house while I message Mo. After writing her instructions, Sheng pulled out a handful of seeds and handed them to Sheng. These vine seeds, available in the system shop for a mere $1 for 20, were tailor-made weapons for Sheng's abilities. Both economical and effective, Sheng accepted the seeds with a look of reverence. And the more Sheng observed him, the more she felt satisfied. Indeed, a teammate who was easily pleased, obedient, and helped her save money was the ideal companion. With the house in Sheng's capable hands, she climbed over the wall and went to the village entrance to meet Mo. Upon receiving her message, Mo promptly assembled his team and began their operation, stealthily bypassing the 2 patrolling guards to rendezvous with Sheng in the village. The 6 of them split into 3 teams, 2 by 2, moving from house to house, eliminating anyone who posed a threat, with the exception of the elderly, weak, women, and those lacking the will to resist. Sheng had already conveyed the general secret of the village to Mo and his team via text. As they entered each household, they conducted a thorough search to locate the zombies' hiding places. However, after raiding 6 homes, they found nothing. Chapter 16. The enigmatic The village comprised merely 14 households. Having secured 7, half remained. The first 6 houses they encountered had yielded surprisingly easy compliance, with the inhabitants terrified by the guns in their hands, obediently complying without a hint of their potential for cruelty. The closer they approached the village's center, the more vigilant Sheng became. Suddenly, plaintive cries of ouch emanated from a nearby courtyard. Sheng seized Mo's hand, urging him to slip into the courtyard to peep through the window. How could you be so careless? If anything were to happen to you, what would the villagers do? How could they rely on your friends and family? It seems nothing is amiss, so stop crying. It's truly heartbreaking to see you like this. Regardless of the situation, this cannot happen again. I understand that I am but a trivial doctor. Yet, as a physician, I sincerely wish for your safety and health. You always behave this way, and it pains me, saddens me, and leaves me feeling powerless and suffocated. What is this melodramatic romance drama airing at 8 o'clock tonight? What on earth is this? Sheng and Mo are both filled with question marks, as the doctor in a white coat, tending to patients, possesses an extraordinary beauty. Mo's attractiveness embodies the delicate beauty of a frail scholar, while the doctor in this room is an ethereal beauty, indistinguishable in gender, captivating beyond measure. The pristine white attire does not render him any more serious or respectable. Rather, it resembles a costume for eccentric hobbies. It's not that the attire is particularly unkempt. In fact, it is quite orderly, but rather the overall aura seems somewhat off. Mina, that face I adore, I love, I want him, Li Song Sai Gao, but I still think that Yuan Mo is more handsome. Sheng 666. Men should be like Hu Shiuesen. They ought to possess manly vigor. Mina. I don't care, I won't listen, streamer. Get a close-up of this handsome man. I'll send you a generous gift in 5 minutes. So, beauty is justice, right? Li Sheng rolled her eyes. No matter how handsome the man inside might be, he is an enemy, not a friend, that I in such a dire situation. Focusing on looks is the most absurd thing. Sheng 666. Is someone up there seriously unwell? The streamer might face life-threatening danger at any moment, and you want to distract them with your infatuation? Ciao, King. Isn't the romance section just about watching handsome men and beautiful women fall in love? Can underage streamers not watch romance? Can they not even appreciate handsome men? It's really disheartening how romance streaming has gotten to this point. Mina, you all are the ones who are unwell. Are there any apocalypse streamers who live long? Finally, we catch sight of such a handsome guy. Every glance is a loss, and in the end, we all die anyway. Detected that Mina has exhibited aggressive behavior towards the streamer. Silencing for 1 hour. Li Sheng frowned as she observed the barrage of comments above her head, noting that many resonated with this Mina user. The live streaming room suddenly felt chaotic, with some combative individuals resorting to insults, prompting a flurry of silencing notifications from the system. The atmosphere was unpleasant. After scanning the comments, Li Sheng concluded that she should close the barrage, but suddenly recalled the incident with the pig swarm. If it weren't for Li Song Saigao's willingness to pay a hefty sum to alert her, she would have suffered significant losses due to that misjudgment. Never mind. Not every situation would be so fortunate. Perhaps it was best to leave the barrage open in that moment of distraction. Yuan Mo urgently tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to crouch down quickly. As Li Sheng regained her focus, she inadvertently locked eyes with the doctor who was heading towards the bedside to retrieve something. Oh no! This could lead to trouble. Sheng deeply regretted allowing herself to be distracted at such a critical moment, and hurriedly opened the marketplace to search for weapons or something similar to remedy her current oversight. However, after a while, they did not encounter the anticipated bloody battle. The doctor's gentle voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, floated from within the room, his tone noticeably elevated. De Zhuang, your wound is rather deep. May I administer an anti-inflammatory injection? Thank you, Dr. Chiao De Zhuang. Why didn't your little brothers come with you today? After the injection, there will be side effects, and I can't manage you alone. What? What side effects? I set the rules. No one is allowed to stray or leave the group. The patrol duties are for those cowards. We just need to conserve our energy. The ancestral hall is close to the village entrance. If anything happens, they can shout, and we will hear them. It seems the doctor was intentionally guiding the villagers, subtly probing for information they were most eager to know. Li Sheng was certain that she had locked eyes with this doctor. There was no way he was unaware of her presence. This left only one possibility. The doctor was doing it on purpose. He was aiding them. But why would this doctor do such a thing? Was he not one of the villagers? What benefit could this bring him? After pondering for quite some time, Li Sheng could not deduce the doctor's motives. Instead, this line of thought reminded her of the ancestral hall they had overlooked. Logically, entering from the village entrance, according to the villagers, the ancestral hall should be right there. Yet they had managed to slip in unnoticed. Now, she recalled the first structure at the village entrance, which was repaired to resemble a livestock pen. Perhaps that was the ancestral hall. The building was in such disrepair that it appeared to be hastily constructed from dirt clods. It was truly unexpected that such a place could be deemed an ancestral hall. The congregation of villagers at a single location was nothing short of advantageous, making it convenient for them to capture all at once. Chapter 17. Escape from the village. Li Sheng, do you have any pinpoint demolition explosives? Yuan Mo whispered close to Li Sheng's ear. Instinctively, Li Sheng turned her head slightly, creating distance between them, maintaining a stoic expression as she opened the system's marketplace to locate what Yuan Mo had mentioned. completing the transaction seamlessly. The cheapest pinpoint explosives in the marketplace were somewhat outdated, and Mo stared at the collection of bombs in his hands, stacked haphazardly, in utter disbelief. Little treasure, you managed to find such an old model. That is quite impressive, that Sheng pouted. This still cost her over 500 star coins. Well, it can still be used. Just wait. I'll make arrangements. Mo, seeing that Li Sheng was ignoring him, remained unfazed. Calling over Liu Biao and the others to help carry everything inside, quietly placing them in the four corners of the ancestral hall. Once everything was prepared, 30 seconds later, with a loud bang, the ancestral hall was instantly transformed into a mushroom cloud, flames soaring high. The six of them vanished into the night, finding a concealed spot from where they could still observe the ancestral hall, silently waiting for the remaining enemies. Indeed, within just a few minutes, a number of armed young men rushed in from all directions. A rough estimate suggested there were still about a dozen of them. This outcome was already anticipated, so they were not particularly surprised. The fierce-looking man they had seen earlier at the beautiful Dr. S place also hurried over, and upon arrival, he began to shout angrily. Didn't he know? Didn't I tell you to stay in the ancestral hall? Why did you all run there? Yeah, my daughter was asleep and needed company. A dozen men began to retort simultaneously, with one murmuring, "Good thing we weren't in the ancestral hall. Otherwise, we'd have been blown to bits." Li Sheng furrowed her brows, never expecting that spending over 500 star coins would merely demolish a building. And yet not a single one of the enemy was harmed. Thinking it over, it made sense. These individuals were farmers before the apocalypse, and having grown accustomed to idleness, even with a leader managing them, they were unlikely to obey. Suddenly, a series of furious zombie roars erupted from beneath the still smoldering remains of the ancestral hall. The faces of the dozen men changed in unison, astonished and fearful. "Brother, the cellar. It seems to have been blown open. Where's the Zhuang? Where did he go? Hurry and seal the cellar. Brother, it's all on fire. I can't get close to seal it." The bandit villagers were thrown into chaos, brandishing their weapons as they fixed their gaze on the ruins of the ancestral hall. Sheng narrowed her eyes, patiently waiting for the next development. It turned out they had been hiding the zombies in the cellar. With a roar, the first zombie burst forth from the wreckage, and the villagers, without a second thought, began firing. Strangely, the zombie that was shot had absorbed countless bullets without sustaining any damage. Then came the second zombie. Third, fourth, 13th. The remaining zombies were just as impervious to blades and bullets, their speed several times faster than that of ordinary zombies. That Li Sheng and Mo exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of retreat. Clearly, these zombies had been well fed, and their levels were likely around 4 or 5. The highest level creature they had encountered thus far was merely a level 3 mutated cat. If it were just 1 or 2, they might consider fighting, as the crystal cores would be a significant temptation. But now, there were a full 13. Anyone would feel their scalp tingle at the sight. That I'll go get Hu Shuesen. You find that doctor. Look for the piglets at the village entrance, and mount up to flee quickly. After declaring this, Li Sheng dashed toward Hu Shuesen's courtyard, seizing the opportunity to escape while the zombies were still focused on the villagers. As long as there's green in the mountains, there's no worry about firewood, was a lesson Li Sheng had learned after being expelled from Kyoto in her previous life. Material needs could all be met by the system. Food and drink were guaranteed, and there was no need to risk their lives for such matters. That Hu Shuesen, the zombies they've raised must be at least level 4, with more than a dozen clustered together. We need to move quickly. Sheng reached Hu Shuesen's side at top speed, hastily briefing him on the situation outside and grabbing him to flee. Hu Shuesen looked at the mother and child he had ensnared with vines, suggesting, "Should we take them along? They have never killed anyone and have even saved us." With a sense of urgency, Li Sheng declared, "Let us go without delay. We must not linger, for if the zombies catch up, none shall escape." There was no time for idle chatter with Hu Shuesen, she readily agreed. After all, it was merely the two of them, one of whom was an elderly woman, armed only with rudimentary weapons, posing no threat to them. Being a villager, Li Sheng was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. In such a situation, survival was the only option. The two of them sprinted towards the village entrance, where the remnants of destruction lay strewn about. The once well-kept dirt path was now marred by vast pools of blood, and the dismembered bodies were unrecognizable. The unleashed zombies had vanished into the unknown. And Li Sheng felt a slight relief as she and Hu Shuesen dashed out of the village. After running over 1,000 meters, they reached the location of the piglets. Sheng dared not pause for a moment, focusing solely on moving forward. Upon entering the piglets' line of sight, they scampered over, nuzzling affectionately. Seeing the familiar piglets, Li Sheng's taut nerves finally eased a bit. Yuan Mo and the others soon arrived, followed closely by a few zombies from the village. The piglets proved to be quite resilient, quickly distancing themselves from the pursuing undead. The sounds of their relentless pursuit echoed behind them, but the group continued running from dawn until the sun was high in the sky. Finally shaking off their pursuers, when they eventually halted, the piglets collapsed, panting heavily. Observing their exhausted state, Li Sheng felt a deep pang of guilt. In that moment, she felt akin to a tyrant exploiting the little piglets. Mina. You speak as if your streamer is so high and mighty, yet when it comes to survival, you still brought along my little brother, Li Sheng Saigao. Are you out of your mind? Did you not see that our streamer only brought him along because he alerted her? It was out of courtesy. Sheng G666. Indeed, the very first to assist the streamer was that mother and son. She didn't just take the doctor with her. Mina. T-Sich, you all are so naive. Our streamer is broadcasting just to receive gifts, right? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Since the streamer brought out my little brother, ILL sent a few gifts. Mina sends 13-14 star coins. Is there an issue with the gifts, host? I refuse to accept anything given out of pity. I hold a strong dislike for this user named Mina. Despite her circumstances, Li Sheng remained a figure of dignity, proud and unyielding. Though she might lower her head in the face of reality, she would never grovel or beg. Li Sheng Saigao. Our streamer is so fierce. Well done. Oh, I'm growing fonder of the little lowly. What should I do? Sheng G666. I recall another streamer mentioning that blocking users incurs a fee. Our streamer has only just begun and lacks funds. Here, brother will cover it for you. Just because I appreciate your straightforwardness. Li Sheng Saigao. Yes, I'll contribute too. I can't let my precious one go poor. Li Sheng Saigao sends 3,344 star coins. Sheng G666 sends 6,666 star coins. A pleasant surprise. These two loyal fans have been supporting her since the very first minute of her broadcast, consistently sending gifts. Thank you both. If there's anything you wish to see, just let me know that as long as it's reasonable, I can accommodate. Li Sheng expressed her heartfelt gratitude, not to curry favor with local patrons, but out of genuine appreciation. It seemed the system anticipated her thoughts, chiming in with a suggestion of what benefits could be offered. Options include singing, dancing, or showcasing talents. For tangible rewards, the host must cover 10% of the item's value as shipping fees. Great, even this broken system demands payment for everything. Bah, I'm not a tyrant. It's this system that is. Li Sheng had no intention of spending her resources, especially in this desolate world devoid of anything. Singing and dancing? No, she was tone deaf and had never learned any form of dance. However, she contemplated putting on a flower gun performance someday, as it was quite visually appealing. Having made up her mind, she redirected her focus to the striking doctor. Why did you help us? Please don't be so fierce. I merely intended to provide you with information and convey messages. How can you turn your back on someone like this? So heartless and unreasonable. The doctor began to whimper, her voice filled with a melodramatic tone. While a beautiful person shedding tears can be quite captivating, the words that escaped her lips were utterly perplexing. Please speak plainly, Sheng sighed internally, wondering how someone could be more exasperating than Yuan Mo. Well, if you're so curious about why I helped, let me tell you. I was also coerced into this. I sought an opportunity to turn the tables on them, perhaps to escape this nightmare. I initially intended to test the waters, but unexpectedly, I succeeded. Are you from Taiwan? Yuan Mo asked, a shiver running down his spine at her accent. No, I'm not from Taipei. I hail from the northeast. The doctor's revelation directed the room's attention towards Ushiwesen, who squirmed under their scrutiny and barked. Why are you all staring at me? We don't speak like that in the Northeast. You claim you were captured? If so, why do they trust you so much? Why allow you to treat their injuries? Li Sheng was clearly skeptical of the Dr.'s narrative. The leader's initial demeanor indicated he regarded her as one of their own, that if she were indeed a captive, it was hard to fathom how such cautious villagers could place such trust in her. "Oh, I possess healing abilities. I treated a few of their injured brutes, and they believed in me. Who knew they were so gullible? If I had any combat prowess, I would have escaped long ago." Li Sheng scrutinized the Dr.'s gaze for any signs of deceit, yet found none. However, she sensed there was more to the story, something hidden beneath the surface. "All right then. Thank you for relaying the information." "Oh, there's no need for thanks. It's merely what I ought to do." The conversation was becoming unbearable, and Li Sheng felt a wave of nausea. Regardless of her intentions, she decided to shift her focus and attention to the villagers they had rescued. What were the villagers doing before they fell? Why did the zombies evolve so rapidly? The man, chewing on a steamed bun and salted vegetables, paused, hastily gulping down his food before looking up at Li Sheng. "I'm not sure how to explain, but I swear I never participated in any killings. That I only scavenged a bit. I need to eat, and with no crops to harvest, we had no choice but to follow them to survive." Li Sheng listened patiently as he hesitated, finally revealing the details after the elderly woman's encouragement. The village had a long-standing history, with families closely related by blood, though there might have been minor conflicts. They banded together in times of crisis. Originally, the village comprised over 30 households, yet half had succumbed to the zombie transformation, while the others had at least one affected family member, mostly the elderly. Weak, or women and children who could not endure. The man was a bachelor with only an elderly mother. Fortunately, she had not turned, and they both survived. The village chief had also become a zombie. In this leaderless chaos, the chief's son assumed command. He acted decisively, eliminating all the family members who had transformed, leaving behind a dozen zombies whose families were still alive. Faced with familiar faces, none could bring themselves to kill their once beloved kin. Even if others were tasked with a grim duty, they would feel a rift within, jeopardizing their unity. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to imprison the transformed family members in the cellar. Tea first. Everything seemed manageable, as each household relied on their stored food for quite some time. However, a sudden change occurred one fateful night that a villager, yearning for his daughter, secretly opened the cellar to glimpse at his zombified child. Upon lifting the door, he was met with the sight of his daughter's dismembered corpse. The zombies, having gone without food for too long, began to turn on each other in a frenzy of hunger. This shocking event made them realize that even if they refrained from taking action, the zombies would ultimately annihilate each other, leaving only one survivor, and one wish for their loved ones to be devoured. And the chief's son felt the same. His father was in the cellar as well. Their first target for looting was a group of 5 university students who were vacationing. The chief's son rallied the village's able-bodied men and, under the cover of night, brutally murdered the 5 students, seizing their supplies and discarding their bodies into the cellar. The presence of these 5 university students indeed calmed the zombies within, significantly reducing their previous cacophony. Where there is one, there is another. These ordinary farmers, in an effort to feed their relatives who have turned into zombies, have transformed into ruthless executioners without a hint of hesitation. When they encounter weak passers-by, they opt for outright robbery and murder. However, when faced with those of greater strength, they resort to deceit and treachery, striking from the shadows. Their armed weaponry, including firearms, was acquired by duping a rescue team whose purpose was to guide them to safety. Starfield 666. Ugh, these individuals have truly lost their sanity. Juzi Hong Hong. Their madness is appalling. What kind of despicable people would harm so many for those already turned into zombies? Naleba and I. It's utterly revolting. They have nurtured countless advanced zombies, which will undoubtedly pose a future threat. Starfield 666. While it is indeed a threat, there is little that can be done. In a situation where everyone possesses only low-level abilities, who could possibly contend with so many advanced zombies? Naleba and a joint effort to eliminate them is not entirely impossible. Liz Songsai Gao. At this moment, I must interject with a dose of reality. What do you propose to use for this eradication? Are we to bind together 10 individuals to confront our little lowly? The people in this village are truly despicable. Lu Biao could not help but clench his fists and curse. They recognized the firearms in the hands of their adversaries as standard military issue, revealing the identity of the rescue team they had led to their doomed. Sheng frowned, feeling a wave of nausea. Even if this mother and son duo did not directly partake in a robbery and murder to feed zombies, their complicity and indulgence were enough to incite disgust. Let us part ways. I believe you are ill-suited to accompany us, Sheng declared, as she purchased another 20 buns in the marketplace, tossing them at the man to urge him away. But outside are all zombies. My mother is over 50. Are you not trying to send us to our deaths? We had no involvement in their actions. Is that not enough? The man protested, clutching the buns tightly as he spoke. Sheng smirked derisively. This mother and son pair's desire to avoid involvement has nothing to do with kindness. It is purely cowardice. Such individuals might one day betray their companions without a second thought for personal gain or act recklessly, jeopardizing the team. The fact that she and Sheng were able to seamlessly integrate into the village was the best testament to their disobedience. If I am not mistaken, you possess abilities. There is a safe zone less than 5 kilometers ahead. While the journey may be fraught with danger and chaos, as an ability user, bringing along a woman should not impede your survival. Why must you insist on us escorting you? Yuan Mo bluntly exposed the man's pitiful facade. The man hesitated, then retorted, I have no abilities. If I did, I would have long since fled the village with my mother. Since we are already at this point, why do you resist the obvious? Let me clarify. The most notable change in ability users is their consumption. They require 10 times the sustenance of ordinary individuals. The higher the ability level, the greater the appetite. I need to elaborate further. Yuan Mo shook his head in resignation, as if reasoning with a stubborn child. The man's face shifted as he realized he had just devoured over 20 buns provided free of charge by Sheng. All this talk is merely your disdain for my mother being an elderly woman. Mother, your son does not resent you. I will take you to the safe zone. Sheng raised an eyebrow as she watched the pair depart. Finding the man's final words rather irksome, Sheng, his face flushed with embarrassment, approached Sheng after a moment of hesitation, gathering the courage to apologize. Sister, I had no idea these two would be like this. I am sorry for the troubled. It's all right. Your intentions were good. In this world. Every life matters. He is merely a petty individual, not truly wicked. Sheng reassured him with a smile and a shake of her head. Ha ha! I cannot take it anymore. You are just too adorable. Little treasure. Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Sheng. Despite her mature demeanor, she appeared no older than 10 when she comforted Sheng. The aura of maturity she exuded felt incongruous, reminiscent of a small kitten feigning profundity while attempting to console a great tiger, which only amplified her charm. Chapter 19. Illiterate little treasure. Did I just laugh a couple of times? Your response was rather harsh, Yuan Mo complained, holding the ice pack Sheng had given him against his head, grimacing in pain. The piglet beneath him seemed to mock him, letting out a well-timed grunt. Sheng turned away, disinterested, her slightly upturned lips revealing her current cheerfulness. Ha! I said before that, Yuan Mo, your mouth is too reckless. It was only a matter of time before you got hit. Tao Shan joked without a care. Yuan Mo responded with an eye roll. What do you know? Hitting is affection, and scolding is love. Little treasure, this is proof of my love, if you are so capable. Then don't cover your head. The men chimed in, and Yuan Mo, with pride, tossed aside the ice pack, attempting to showcase his masculinity. However, reusable items in the marketplace were quite expensive. That broken ice pack cost over 100 star coins. Oh, it's just an ice pack. I'm sorry, I was too boastful. Hey, did you see that? The look in the girl's eyes was terrifying and I saw it. My goodness, it startled me. Don't you think that gaze resembles someone? It is somewhat familiar, yet I can't quite place it. Damn. I remember now. Doesn't it resemble the expression of our general when he is angry? Wow, you're right. How can someone so young carry such presence? Age has nothing to do with it. Yuan Mo is only 14, yet you wouldn't dare provoke him. Go away. Yuan Mo grew up in the compound alongside the general. Can they be compared? The hushed whispers of Tao Shan and the others reached Sheng's ears clearly. Yuan Mo, bewildered by Sheng's gaze, assumed he had unwittingly offended her and quickly waved his hands in a plea for mercy. To be honest, Li Sheng's playful punches were a bit much for him. He couldn't fathom how someone so slight could possess such strength. Indeed, teasing girls comes with risks and requires caution. Hey, we are almost at the South City base, Fong Siyu exclaimed joyfully, pointing ahead. Everyone turned their gaze to where he indicated, and indeed, they could see the outline of the safe zone that a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the South City base. All fleeing from various directions, each face marked by bitterness and gloom. Just observing the atmosphere was oppressive. Those wishing to enter were required to queue for registration, and Li Sheng and her companions found themselves at the end of the line, slowly inching forward. After waiting for about an hour, they finally reached the front, only to have the base staff toss them papers without even raising their heads, signaling them to fill them out. The registration form required basic information: gender, age, identification, abilities, skills, and so forth. Li Sheng found herself in a predicament as she held the form. While the information was straightforward, she typically relied on the system for translations. The original owner of this body had never attended school and could not write, and she, having crossed over, could only write in the characters of her former world. Frantically scratching her head, she finally recognized the severity of the issue. Her extensive knowledge from her previous life was utterly useless in this world. Now, she was a complete illiterate. Little treasure, why aren't you filling it out? Yuan Mo approached at an inopportune moment. With such a mischievous expression, it was difficult for Li Sheng to seek assistance, as she felt Yuan Mo was merely there to enjoy her embarrassment. Sister, what's wrong? Hu Shiuesan was drawn by the commotion and hastily filled out his form before rushing over. I can't write. I don't recognize characters, Li Sheng pouted, a hint of anger in her voice as she shoved the paper into Hu Shiuesan's hands, signaling him to fill it out. Oh, it's no big deal. It's perfectly normal for someone your age not to know how to write. Don't worry. I'll fill it out for you, Hu Shiuesan said with a smile. Opening the paper, only for his expression to freeze, staring at the blank form, he hesitantly asked, Sister, you really can't write at all? Uh-huh. Not even your name? Uh-huh. For goodness sake, just fill out. The more Hu Shiuesan asked. The angrier Li Sheng became, glaring at him fiercely. Fill out, sister. Your name is Li Sheng, with the character Li and Sheng, right? Li of Dawn and Sheng of Song. Oh, and your age? It was T until Hu Shiuesan had completed the form that Yuan Mo finally spoke. What is so funny? Yuan Mo tilted his head, studying the depths of Li Sheng's eyes. Are you laughing at my illiteracy? Li Sheng pondered, feeling a twinge of unease. Previously, Yuan Mo would seize every opportunity to mock her. So why the sudden change? There is nothing amusing about this. Everyone starts at the same point. Learning is a gradual process. Your inability to write reflects your parents' shortcomings, and one wishes to be illiterate. Yet not everyone has the opportunity to attend school and learn to read and write. Le Songsai, Gao. Whoa. Truly, the young man I have my eye on possesses such admirable principles. I am enamored. Sending you roses and love. From their previous conversation, it seems that this young man holds a respectable social status. Being able to articulate such thoughts indicates he is indeed a fine youth. Li Sheng silently nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the assessment of Yuan Mo within a live stream. It is evident that being surrounded and fiercely protected by several special forces cannot be attributed to an inconsequential individual. It is a rare quality to maintain humility despite one's high position. And problem. Choose whatever you desire to eat today. It is on me, Li Sheng said cheerfully, inadvertently slipping into the royal pronoun from her past life. Me? Yuan Mo repeated with a hint of skepticism. Noticing Li Sheng's increasing agitation, Yuan Mo gently reached out to caress the soft hair of the diminutive figure, smiling in silence. Sheng felt a shiver at Yuan Mo's expression and hurriedly pulled Hu Shiuesan to submit their forms and leave. Oh my, how is this person becoming more and more like my scheming military advisor? Chapter 20. The existence of abilities after submitting their forms, they would have to be quarantined for another 24 hours. As those outside the safety zone awaited their isolation period, Li Sheng and her companions led the piglets toward an open area, attracting countless gazes that, to be honest, many people brought pets into the safety zone, whether cats or dogs, or even more exotic creatures like snakes and lizards. But none had ever seen someone walking a pig. Such a large creature was clearly a mutated pig. In the post-apocalyptic world, having a mutated animal as a companion is no small feat. Although the piglet might appear out of place, it certainly garners envy. Once seated, Sheng suddenly recalled what Yuan Mo had mentioned about the most significant distinction between ability users and ordinary individuals: their capacity for consumption. To be frank, she had been excessively hungry since the first day of her arrival in this new world. Thus, the question arose, was she merely possessing an insatiable appetite, or did she also harbor abilities? Hey, Yuan Mo, is it true that the food intake of ability users increases? Indeed. Have you not noticed that I, along with Tao Shan and a few others, have particularly voracious appetites? Only Fong Siu maintains a normal consumption level, as he has not awakened any abilities. What? But I can't perceive any sign of abilities within myself. All right. Lei Qi approached Li Sheng, raising her arm slowly, placing her palm upon Li Sheng's forehead. Yuan Mo, feeling somewhat uneasy, cautioned, Lei Qi is a psychic type. She can perceive your mental fluctuations, ability level, and attributes. However, you must not resist or reject her examination, that if your ability level surpasses hers, the backlash could render her foolish. Understood? Sheng nodded slowly, closing her eyes and relaxing her entire being, that a wave of warmth coursed through her forehead, reaching deep in her mind. Sheng furrowed her brow slightly, forcefully shaking off her sense of rejection. Truth be told, the sensation of having her vital point in someone else's grasp felt exceedingly precarious. Were it not for her deliberate training in self-control and willpower, her instinctive reaction might have led to an immediate attack. How was it? Once the warmth dissipated, Li Sheng opened her eyes to inquire. Lei Qi pondered for a considerable time before hesitantly stating, "You indeed possess abilities, but I couldn't determine the specific attribute. It feels like ice-related, yet not quite. Perhaps you could experiment a bit." Releasing abilities resembles an instinct hidden within the body. Whatever one contemplates manifests in the surroundings. You may not have considered this aspect before, which is why you haven't utilized it. Yuan Mo proposed a relatively feasible suggestion. Following Yuan Mo's advice, Li Sheng sought to explore her abilities within her body. Thanks to her martial arts training, she quickly located the source of her ability energy, flowing from her mind down through her body. It bore similarities to inner strength, except inner strength typically begins its circulation from the dantian. I think I've found it. Then concentrate on manifesting it. Sheng nodded slightly, gathering the energy of her abilities in her hands, causing an immediate and drastic drop in temperature around her. She quickly withdrew the energy. Although the cold was not uncomfortable, indeed, it felt somewhat pleasant, she understood that such extreme temperatures were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Lacking control over her abilities, she could inadvertently harm her companions. "Wow, sister, is this an ice-related ability?" Lu Biao exclaimed, brushing off the frost from his body in amazement. Sheng had merely released her abilities for a fleeting moment, yet the surrounding objects were already covered in frost. "It seems not. It should be temperature-controlled that I cannot freeze things, but can only create a chilling effect," Li Sheng pondered aloud. "That's impressive. Our abilities are either like Hu Shu SNS, which require contact with external objects, or enhance oneself. Unique abilities like yours and Yuan Mo's are indeed rare," Tao Shan remarked in astonishment. "What kind of ability does Yuan Mo possess?" Li Sheng asked curiously, as she had never witnessed Yuan Mo's abilities. His abilities are particularly flashy. Spatial manipulation, he can create a barrier centered around himself, within which he is the absolute ruler. Although is currently somewhat lacking. As Tao Shan spoke, he chuckled, his smile tinged with mischief. "Why?" Li Sheng asked, perplexed. "His ability can only encompass a radius of 1 meter at the first level, 3 meters at the second level, and the next level is uncertain and far off. Currently, it is practically useless." "Well, possessing the most dazzling abilities, yet facing the greatest limitations. Indeed, the world maintains its balance. What about my range?" Li Sheng wondered about her own abilities, though the presence of many people around made it unsuitable for further experimentation. "Roughly about 1 meter. Just look down at your feet to see." Yuan Mo gestured downwards. Sheng looked down to find the grass beneath her feet had inexplicably shattered into ice shards. And even the stones were not spared, crumbling at a mere touch. Was the destructive power that significant, even within such a brief moment? Yet the range is so short, practically negligible, akin to being non-existent. Forget it. I want to explore further why situation is similar to Yuan Mo's that I just mentioned, treating you all to a meal. Now, feel free to order whatever you wished. I can arrange it all for you. Although Li Sheng felt somewhat disappointed that her abilities seemed ineffective at present, she maintained a positive attitude, having always progressed from nothing to something. This minor setback was inconsequential. Yay, sister, long live. I want sweet and sour ribs. Is that possible? Lu Biao cheered, eagerly placing his order. Sure, sweet and sour ribs, priced at 12-star coins. No problem. Sister, could you give me a portion of oil-braised shrimp? Tao Shan chimed in, seeing Lu Biao already bustling to eat. I do like a serving of braised noodles with ribs. Thank you. Sister, give me some guabao roe and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Haha. Sister, how about some braised chicken wings? Li Sheng fulfilled the requests of these men one by one, leaving Yuan Mo as the only one silent. Are you not going to order? Why? Li Sheng was slightly bewildered. Yuan Mo pointed towards the entrance of the safety zone, where people were staring in their direction. There, your business is about to come. Chapter 21. Come, let us make money. Do you know what I intend to do? Li Sheng asked, somewhat astonished by Yuan Mo's insight into her intentions. With you so brazenly displaying gourmet food in such an environment, you must either be foolish or have ulterior motives that I do not believe you to be foolish. Hence it must be the latter. How could someone as astute as I fail to see through your little scheme? Yuan Mo shrugged, narcissistically basking in his own brilliance. Li Sheng was somewhat disgusted by his peacock-like demeanor, rolling her eyes and retorting. Well then, I truly wish you a swift end to your pique. May I interject? A melodramatic voice suddenly interrupted their impending exchange of barbs. Li Sheng turned her head to see the beautiful doctor gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. Pouting in a most pitiful manner, oh dear, she had almost forgotten about him. What's wrong? Li Sheng set aside her casual demeanor from speaking with Yuan Mo and asked with a stern expression. Alas, this lonely and helpless weak man wanders through this apocalypse, finding it difficult to survive. Grateful for your noble deeds in rescuing me from that den of dragons and tigers, I am aware that I have caused considerable trouble along the way. However, regrettably, I now find myself devoid of any means of livelihood. Listening to this long-winded monologue, Li Sheng and Yuan Mo gradually lost their patience, ultimately unable to hold back as they shouted in unison. Shut up! Shut up! The beautiful doctor immediately fell silent, wide-eyed in disbelief as he gazed at them, resembling a delicate flower swaying in the wind, fragile to the point of collapse. Orange, all red. To be honest, I was initially captivated by this beauty's face, but now, thanks to that mouth, I have forcibly unfollowed. Meow, wonderful. I haven't unfollowed yet. I'm still holding on. I can endure. Dominant, light the cigarette, arg. Truly a beautiful face, but such an abhorrent mouth? Kukuda. 1 minute ago, I loved you, handsome. 1 minute later, please don't come near me. Li Sheng helplessly rubbed her temples, pondering what kind of stimulus this individual had received. As his every utterance was overly sentimental and left others confused, and no matter how beautiful a face may be, it loses all charm when marred by such a mouth. Speak plainly. Li Sheng spat out these 3 words through gritted teeth. Clearly at her wits' end. Go ahead, eat more, and speak less. Li Sheng immediately nodded, casually purchasing some seemingly decent food, which she handed to the beautiful doctor before hastily ushering her away. This individual was brought along by her, and it was implicitly understood that they would share a meal together. It was hardly inappropriate. If those dishes could silence him, that would be absolutely splendid. After dismissing the beautiful doctor, Li Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Hey, do you still have those dishes you just brought out? The attitude and somewhat unfriendly tone of the man made Li Sheng feel a twinge of displeasure. Her character, which tended to respond defiantly to pressure, prompted her to adopt an even colder demeanor. Yes, bring some for the guys too. The leading man commanded with an air of entitlement. 4 meat dishes require 1 first-tier crystal core. 2 vegetable dishes require 1 first-tier crystal core. 1 bun requires 1 first-tier crystal core for 20 pieces, and 1 bowl of rice requires 1 first-tier crystal core for 10 bowls. How much do you need? Li Sheng maintained a face that exuded an air of unapproachability. Coldly quoting her prices. Highway robbery. How can it be so expensive? The man exclaimed in shock. One crystal core could hardly buy anything substantial, yet it was enough for them to procure a few packets of instant noodles for a meal. Operating on a small scale, no bargaining or credit was entertained. All transactions were based on mutual consent. The underlying message was clear. Buy if you wish, but if not, then so be it. Are you a space-type ability user? Li Sheng neither confirmed nor denied. As who knew what he meant by space-type ability, she decided to let him believe whatever he wanted. All right then, I'll take 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 30 buns, and 20 bowls of rice. Since we're buying in bulk, could you offer a discount? The man's attitude underwent a complete turnaround, and Li Sheng looked back in confusion. Sure enough, her companions revealed their abilities as a silent threat. All right, since you're the first customer, I'll give you a discount of 2 crystal cores, just this once. Since the other party's attitude had shifted, Li Sheng, who was not difficult to negotiate with, decided to play along. After all, in business, cordiality fosters prosperity. All right, here are the crystal cores. The man chuckled, clearly pleased with the price. The quantity of food Li Sheng had conjured out of thin air was evident. A large bowl of meat dishes had hardly any side dishes, making 4 crystal cores a good deal. Even in the pre-apocalyptic world, it would have been considered a reasonable price, let alone in this era of scarce food supplies. Thank you for your patronage. Please keep it safe. Li Sheng happily accepted the crystal cores, her face beaming with joy. She decided to pass the task of collecting payment to Yuan Mo. I just want raw rice. Do you have any here? A handsome young man suddenly emerged from the crowd, shouting, Raw rice? How much do you need? Li Sheng's keen intuition suggested that this young man might be a significant customer. Most customers at present were merely looking for a quick snack, unlikely to return the next day. Someone seeking raw rice to gather supplies was the kind of customer Li Sheng truly desired for long-term development with substantial profits. How much do you have? The young man was momentarily taken aback before asking. Li Sheng's boldness left him speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, How long until your quarantine ends? We can go in tomorrow night at 8. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the safe zone tomorrow night at 8. If the quantity is too much for me to handle, I'll bring my boss along. Chapter 22. The lottery. After the young man left, no other significant customers appeared. It made sense. People were likely still in the observation phase, but once the first customer came, the next would follow. The subsequent patrons were mostly casual buyers who left after picking up a few snacks, leaving Li Sheng busy until midnight. By that time, she was famished, so she exchanged some food and shared it with Yuan Mo, hastily finishing her meal before resting on the lawn. Sleeping was out of the question. Staying awake all night wouldn't kill her, but if something unexpected occurred while she was asleep, it could be fatal. Overcome with boredom, Li Sheng suddenly remembered the reward from her last mission, which included a lottery opportunity she had yet to use. She had been so focused on escaping that she almost forgot about it. System, I remember there was a lottery in the last mission reward. How do I draw? The system randomly generates a virtual spinning wheel. The host may shout stop to halt the wheel, and the position where the pointer stops will determine the reward received by the host. Oh, then I want to draw now. Generating lottery prizes, the lottery begins, and the wheel starts spinning. Stop. Li Sheng shouted as soon as the system activated the wheel. A lottery, a gamble of chance. Required no time wasted on her part. The wheel has stopped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining permanent access to 10 slots of system storage space. What is this? What is system storage space? I've never heard of it before. Under normal circumstances, the system can store items for the host. Each time an item is stored, the host must pay 10% of the item's value as a storage fee. There is no cap on the storage space, which is displayed in slots, and each slot can only hold one type of item, with a stacking limit of 30. The prize drawn by the host is the right to use 10 slots of system storage space for free. Then if it's under normal circumstances, do I have to pay to take items out and put them back in? It sounded convenient, but 10 slots seemed insufficient. Yes, every time items are stored or retrieved, a fee of 10% of the item's value is required. Very well, that's quite systematic. After days of understanding, Li Sheng was already aware of the system's nature of skimming profits. Wherever possible, it would devise ways to extract money from her. However, upon reflection, this 10-slot free storage space was indeed a significant gain. This wave of fortunate lottery luck left Li Sheng in high spirits. Up to this point, through various rewards and exchanges, she had accumulated over 37,000 star coins. After being exploited by the system for so long, receiving something for free was quite a rarity. After waiting for a day and a night, the time finally arrived for them to enter the safe zone. Li Sheng and her companions returned to queue with the identity badges issued by the base. Finally stepping through the gates of the base at 9 o'clock, the attitude of the staff manning the gates today was starkly different from that of the previous day. They were not only warm, but exceedingly welcoming. Indeed, regardless of the era or location, the presence of sycophants remains inescapable. "Hello, I am Li Sheng." Li Sheng nodded slightly, noting that the man appeared somewhat unapproachable, with a frosty demeanor that radiated an air of keep your distance. However, in business, one was not required to make friends. As long as the other party was not overtly malicious, the rest was inconsequential. It's getting late. Let us discuss our collaboration. Qin was straightforward, diving straight into the topic, prompting Li Sheng to raise her eyebrows in disbelief. Wasn't he that a bit too blunt? I apologize. Our leader has low emotional intelligence and is a bit socially anxious, so he doesn't speak well. Please bear with us that we already booked hotels for you in the safe zone, so if you don't mind, you can go stay there directly. Duan Zhengyin quickly took over the conversational lead, showcasing a remarkable adaptability born from experience in similar situations. Qin bit his lip, turning his head away without rebuttal, though the fingers nervously rubbing in his sleeve betrayed his anxious heart. "How can we mind? We appreciate you finding us a place to stay. Otherwise, as newcomers, we wouldn't know how long we'd have to wander." Lu Biao, the social butterfly of the group, unhesitatingly took on the task of negotiation. With just a few words, he managed to ease Hu Shuesen's wariness and establish a rapport. I Sheng quietly noted the information and pieced together a rough understanding. Those who could venture out to hunt zombies were all grouped together, forming various teams for missions and daily life. Qin's organization was ranked third within the base. An important point to note was the alarming scarcity of resources within the base. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to approach Li Sheng for business, risking becoming potential prey. The hotel arranged by Duan Zhengyin was evidently a costly one, clean, spacious, and well-equipped, with complimentary breakfast offered. Given such substantial sincerity, Li Sheng felt it only right to reciprocate. Once inside and seated, she exchanged various dishes for them to enjoy together. "Then I shall accept your hospitality. Thank you." Point one was open and intelligent, yet not cunning, while the other appeared aloof, but was genuinely straightforward and sincere. Li Sheng made her judgment based on their reactions and was quite satisfied with this business partnership. My proposal is this. I will be the supplier, and you will be the sellers. I can provide as much rice and flour as you need, provided you ensure our safety within the base. Li Sheng understood that if she intended to amass wealth, it would inevitably attract attention. Relying solely on these two individuals to guarantee safety would be implausible. Given that Qin's team ranked third, their strength would suffice. Aligning with them would alleviate many concerns. Agreed. As long as no one provokes you. Our team will offer our full support. Duan Zhengyin quickly agreed, but it was a well-considered response, implying that they would only assist if Li Sheng and her companions did not initiate trouble. Li Sheng had no objections to this. She was here to amass wealth, not to impose her will. Securing this promise was sufficient for her. Chapter 23. The current state of Nan City. The absolute lowest grade of rice fetched 40 pounds for a single first-grade crystal core, while a slightly better quality required 70 pounds for two first-grade crystal cores. The prices for flour were similarly structured. Li Sheng promptly began to quote prices. These were the two cheapest types of rice and flour available in the system's marketplace. One costing 2.5 star coins per pound, and the other 5 that on the internet, prices started at over 10 star coins per pound, rendering it impractical for mass supply. How much can you provide? Qin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Li Sheng turned her head to glance at him and shrugged. You ask for as much as you want, and I shall have it. Can we mark up the price when selling to others? Of course, as long as it's not exorbitant. After all, if the prices are too high, I might feel envious. Doubling the price, would that be acceptable? Yes, she agreed readily, Without hesitation, Qin Yin slightly tilted his head back, seemingly proud of his ability to engage in smooth conversation. This icy, handsome man suits my taste, though not conventionally handsome. His aura is unparalleled, exuding the vibe of a domineering CEO. Is this a matter of aesthetic difference? I think this sunny young lad is quite charming. Hey, don't you all feel that the dynamic between the icy CEO and the sunny assistant is delightful? I don't care. I'm shipping this couple first. What a chaotic mess. The comment section was filled with emerging terms that Li Sheng could hardly comprehend, but she could somewhat guess their meanings. It seemed her live stream had turned into a beauty contest. Why must every male presence be rated? She had never selected a consort when she declared herself queen. Reflecting on it now, it felt somewhat regrettable. For the cheapest rice and flour, we require 20 tons each. Tomorrow, we will take you to the warehouse. Payment upon delivery. That much? Qin Yin's demand caused Li Sheng to furrow her brow, a hint of confusion evident. Don't you have that much available? Seeing her reaction, Qin Yin mistakenly assumed she couldn't provide it and inquired, slightly disappointed. This amount is certainly within my capacity. I merely find it surprising. What has transpired at the base that there is such a severe shortage of food? It has barely been half a month since the apocalypse began, hasn't it? Does your team have many members? Li Sheng shook her head, voicing her curiosity. 20 tons. How many people in their team would it take to consume such a quantity? Alas, this was no secret. Nan City Base was formerly the ancient town of Nan City, surrounded by merely 6 other cities. Initially, when the apocalypse struck, a military presence was stationed in Nan City, swiftly stabilizing the situation, which then became a safe zone. Duan animatedly recounted the history of the base and the surrounding cities. Pausing for a sip of water at a crucial moment. The most immediate target for us is Tang City. Our 2 teams, alongside the military, fought tooth and nail to carve a bloody path to the granary. When we opened the storehouse, we were all dumbfounded. Can you guess what happened? Hu Shuesen, unable to contain himself, urged him on. All the food was gone, not a single grain left. Later, we visited private granaries, and the situation was the same. While the snacks and other factories had not been touched, who could survive on snacks alone? How could this be? Lu Biao exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Sheng also found it rather bizarre. The granaries and food factories of a city must contain vast quantities. It was impossible for it to vanish into thin air. Someone must have orchestrated this. But who could possibly empty a granary so swiftly and without detection? Even with her remarkable system, such a feat seemed unattainable. Who knows why this is happening? Therefore, the base can only rely on the meager supplies from Tang City, what remains in Nan City itself, and the grain from the state capital. Furthermore, the consumption rate of ability users is particularly high. They can consume 10 pounds of rice a day. While not everyone can awaken abilities, typically 1 in 10 does. And with Nan City being a major city, and now a vast base, the population is ever increasing, leading to an insufficient food supply. Why not consider farming or reducing food consumption? Hu Shuesen asked, baffled that such a large base could be in such dire straits. Farming is out of the question. All the land has been contaminated by the virus, rendering it completely unfit for cultivation. Only a handful of wood-type ability users can encourage plant growth, and that's simply isn't enough today as for reducing consumption. Ability users are the vanguard when venturing out to clear zombies and gather supplies. They predominantly rely on their powers. Their food supply is vital, and ordinary people also need sustenance. The base distributes food daily to the elderly, weak, women, and children, ensuring they don't starve, even if they don't eat to their fill. To be honest, the first and second teams have been at odds over this issue. The first team is adamantly against abandoning ordinary people, while the second insists on discarding the useless. Currently, the base is under the control of the first team. So despite the second team's loud protests, they have been unsuccessful. In truth, we support the first team. It's just unfortunate that our voices carry little weight. Duan Jingyan sighed heavily, a frown marring his features. Li Sheng listened intently to his account, her brow knitted in concern. In such harsh times, every individual who survives is invaluable. How could one simply decide to abandon others when there is no absolute desperation? How long will 20 tons of food last your team? Li Sheng turned her gaze to Qin Yin. 10 days, with 300 ability users in the team, along with many ordinary people and their families. At most 10 days, Qin Yan responded swiftly. All right, you will maintain the original price. The food will be sold at triple the price, with the additional amount being mine, that I will exchange this surplus for an equivalent amount of food. And you're responsible for delivering this excess to the first team, ensuring they never cut off supplies to ordinary people, especially the elderly, weak, and women. Chapter 24. The lab rat turns out to be myself. Is the host getting a bit too altruistic? This is the apocalypse. Why still worry about those inconsequential ordinary people? 666. Exactly, altruism, but when did it become a pejorative? Moreover, the host is merely taking a portion of the crystal cores to support the ordinary people without incurring a loss herself. ISNT that a win-win. 666. Our viewpoints are increasingly aligned. Our darling is simply kind-hearted, far superior to those with dark hearts, choosing to remain indifferent to the debates surrounding her in the comments. Sheng recognized that everyone holds their own perspectives, and such matters need not be contested. By the way, don't you all feel that the host is a bit peculiar? What's odd about our adorable little one? If I'm not mistaken, the host can't be more than 10 years old, yet her behavior and thoughts are entirely unlike a child of that age. Hiss, you have a point there. Well, that is not important, right? In fantasy realms, aren't there many who have lived for 1,000 or 800 years and still appear youthful? You just pointed out that it's a fantasy realm, yet this is a world that hasn't even entered the energy era before the apocalypse. Perhaps our little darling is exceptionally gifted? Whatever. I simply adore her, whether she is an ancient demon or a genuine lowly. My affection remains unchanged. System, don't the audience realize that I am a time traveler? Sheng had never intentionally concealed anything. Aside from the acute awareness of her short stature during battles, she often forgot her current age in daily life. In her subconscious, she considered herself still the former empress, always preoccupied with the realm and its citizens. This ingrained mindset was difficult to alter, and she had never contemplated changing it. Oh, I see. So they've captured me to serve as an experimental subject? With this realization, Sheng no longer dwelled on the matter. As for how viewers or others in reality perceive her, she couldn't care less. After all, no one can prove she is a time traveler. After concluding her discussions and transactions, everyone's attention shifted to the array of dishes laid out on the table. Aside from Sheng, who was the only girl present, the rest were all men, ravenously shoveling food into their mouths without a care for decorum, eager to savor every bite. Even the most flamboyant-looking doctor was visibly hastening his eating pace. Once satiated, Qin Yan and the others took their leave, while Sheng enjoyed a room to herself, the remaining men sharing rooms in pairs. This hotel still retained various modern appliances. The television was evidently non-functional. Yet amenities like the water heater were still operational. After days of travel, with only the original owner's memories and the system as forcibly provided information occupying her mind, she had yet to truly experience these modern technologies. As soon as everyone vacated the room, Sheng eagerly began her exploration. Each time she mastered the use of a new appliance, she marveled at the wonders of technology. After indulging in a hot shower and discarding her tattered clothing into the trash, which had become foul after days of fighting and rolling about, she felt relieved. Fortunately, she wasn't too particular, or else it would have been unbearable. Casually selecting a suitable outfit from the system's marketplace that aligned with this era, Sheng flopped onto the soft, warm bed with a satisfying plop. After a prolonged period of intense nervous tension, a sense of relaxation gradually enveloped her, and soon drowsiness swept over her mind. The relatively calm environment did not afford Sheng a pleasant sleep experience. Throughout the night, she found herself cycling through the faces of several individuals, those she longed to see and those she wished to avoid, all emerging vividly in her thoughts. Chapter 25. Dreams in her dreams. Sheng encountered her biological mother, yet the blinding light rendered her mother's visage indistinct. She yearned to rush forward and embrace her mother. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not grasp even the faintest edge of her garment. Do not forsake the grand ambitions you have always desired. Change your surroundings. Adopt a new identity. And though you may lose your foundations, rise from the ashes. Sheng, do not disappoint your mother. I have not given up. Li Sheng desperately sought to explain, even though she could not discern her mother's face. She sensed a hint of melancholy in her mother's emotions. Just as she began to speak, her mother's image abruptly morphed into that of her treacherous father, a figure she loathed from the depths of her heart. One she would never forget, da ha ha ha. Indeed, elder sister, what difference does it make if you pull me down from the throne? Even in death, the throne remains mine. How naive you and your fanciful mother truly are. The mere difference in gender at birth has destined your inevitable failure. All I need to do is survive until both of you perish, and I shall have won without lifting a finger. The former crown prince, her father, and the beloved concubine surrounded Li Sheng, each word dripping with scorn. Li Sheng glared at them in fury. Rendered speechless, it was merely a matter of misfortune. The empire was rightfully hers. What did the distinction of gender have to do with anything? Sheng, do not heed their words. Your mother believes in you. Regardless of your circumstances or the paths you tread, you shall rise and strive toward your goals. All the cacophonous ridicule ceased abruptly at her mother's words of encouragement. The walls of the palace and the figures frozen in time began to tear away like a painting. Behind the fissures lay an abyss of darkness. And Li Sheng watched helplessly as everything vanished, leaving only herself in the void, with nothing but solitude remaining. Lowering her gaze, a wave of sorrow surged within her. In this new world, she was truly alone. Suddenly, she felt a pang of homesickness that, 100 years later, even the wish to return home would become a luxury. After striving so hard to survive, she was merely a spectacle for others, reduced to a state akin to that of an actor. Living off the generosity of others, she longed to share a drink and converse with her brothers once more. What is with that expression, my lord? You look so glum. Be careful, lest your skin sag with age and you resemble a toad. At the sound of the voice, Li Sheng abruptly lifted her head. Yuan Mo emerged slowly from the shadows, brandishing his beloved flamboyant fan, a familiar teasing smile adorning his face. Yuan Mo? Why the surprise? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Oh dear, 10 years of camaraderie wasted on a dog. I'm truly heartbroken. Yuan Mo lightly tapped Li Sheng's head with his fan. Li Sheng winced and rubbed her forehead, shooting him an incredulous glare. Only he dared to jest with her so freely after all these years. By the way, after my death, I was reborn in another world, where I encountered a person who bears your name and looks exactly like you. I senti that strange. Too bad I can't show you. Not strange at all. I've told you, wherever you go, I shall follow. Perhaps that person is me. Bah, can you really turn back the hands of time? Never mind. Why am I quarreling with someone from a dream? Li Sheng instinctively sought to spar with Yuan Mo, but as her gaze caught the surrounding darkness, she became acutely aware that she was dreaming. With a bitter smile, she sighed. Indeed, even in dreams, you wish to bicker with me, yet I speak earnestly. Yuan Mo's smile faded as he regarded Li Sheng with grave seriousness. From his eyes, she discerned much earnestness, solemnity, determination, and an inexplicable tenderness. Ha, this jest is rather unamusing. I have no intention of viewing him as your substitute. For reasons unknown, Li Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to evade Yuan Mo's gaze. Offering a hollow laugh as she attempted to deflect, was she too deeply ensnared in this dream? After all, it was merely a dream. Just as she was about to respond, Yuan Mo unexpectedly pushed her shoulder. Her body uncontrollably soared into the air, Yuan Mo's figure receding into the distance, becoming increasingly indistinct. The pitch-black surroundings transformed into a starry night sky, and a blinding white light flashed before her eyes, prompting Li Sheng to awaken. Hey, little darling, don't sleep any longer. The sun is shining on your backside. If you continue, you'll turn into a little pig. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled by the close proximity of Yuan Mo's face, nearly slapping him out of surprise. What is wrong with you? Could you refrain from getting so close next time? It's genuinely frightening. Li Sheng, irritated by Yuan Mo's sudden invasion of her personal space, instinctively reverted to her former self-reference, but quickly corrected herself. Oh, I've been calling you for ages, and you wouldn't wake up. The entire world is waiting for you, the protagonist, to make your entrance. I was sent here in a moment of crisis to wake you, and upon entering the room, I heard you mumbling my name. I thought my little darling missed me. Yuan Mo feigned a pitiful expression. His eyes filled with a sorrowful longing as though he were a heartless man abandoning his family. Regardless of his good looks, this expression left much to be desired. Sheng rolled her eyes and trudged toward the bathroom to wash her face, unwilling to spare him another glance. Thank you, I've been thoroughly disgusted. What time is it? Is it time? Li Sheng inquired while brushing her teeth, utilizing the mouthful of water to cover her slip of the tongue. It's nearly 9 o'clock, almost 10. Qin Yin and his little sidekick have long since arrived. They must have been waiting outside for at least an hour. Is it that late? I'll be out shortly. Li Sheng hastily quickened her pace, finishing her grooming and ushering Yun Mo out to change her clothes. Chapter 26. Adorable. Wow, wow, wow. It truly is a case of clothes making the person. My sister looks so adorable in her new outfit. Lu Biao exclaimed upon seeing Li Sheng emerge. Following a significant increase in her appetite, Li Sheng's previously gaunt face had filled out considerably. Though still slender, she no longer resembled a walking skeleton. Previously, she appeared dirty and disheveled, with only her captivating grape-like eyes standing out. Now, dressed in fresh attire and sparkling clean, her delicate features and fair complexion elevated her beauty. If she gained just a bit more weight, she would resemble a living Barbie doll. Li Sang Sai Gao. Oh, what did I say? The little lowly is simply adorable. Mommy loves you, Starry Sky 666. Wow, I didn't expect the streamer to be so cute. Little 14, is the streamer really 10? She looks so young, more like 7 or 8. Li Sang Sai Gao. The little darling is doing much better now. On the first day of the broadcast, she was frighteningly thin, so thin a gust of wind could blow her away. She must have had a rough time before the apocalypse, and she is quite petite. Little 14. Oh, what about the streamer's parents? Did they turn to zombies? A child of such age should have guardians, right? Li Sang Sai Gao. I'm not sure. I've never heard the little darling mention them. They don't want me. They consider me dead. Sheng suddenly recalled the original owner's irresponsible and cruel parents, unable to suppress her urge to comment in the chat. Li Sang Sai Gao. Such a cute little darling. And they don't want her. Are her parents blind? Let us go to the warehouse. It's quite a distance, so we'll need to take a car. Qin Yin's expression was slightly strained, his ears reddening as he unconsciously inched closer to Li Sheng, his speech even more succinct than the previous day. Sis, let me hug you. Ahaha, no doubt you're my sister, looking so lovely. Hu Shuesen rushed forward, lifting Li Sheng into his arms, leaving Qin Yin standing there, staring at the pair with growing resentment. Sheng involuntarily shivered. She hoped Qin Yin wasn't a pedophile. Let us hurry to the warehouse. Li Sheng discreetly nestled deeper into Hu Shuesen's embrace, avoiding Qin Yin's gaze. Accompanying them were only Hu Shuesen and Yuan Mo, along with a nonchalant, beautiful doctor. The rest had been assigned tasks to gather information about the base's regulations. The warehouse Qin Yin mentioned was indeed quite far, and it took them half an hour by car to arrive. All right, let us get started. 100 crystal cores per transaction. Sheng expressed her indifference. Immediately beginning to extract rice. 100 crystal cores equated to 30,000 star coins, which constituted her entire fortune at present. Since the other party requested goods before payment, she had no choice but to comply. 100 crystal cores equated to 2 tons of rice. Given the store's limit of purchasing 100 at a time, extracting 2 tons would require a bit of time. Hu Shuesen and Yuan Mo remained remarkably composed, especially Hu Shuesen, whose demeanor practically radiated pride. Chapter 27. To stay or leave after toiling from morning until night, Li Sheng finally extracted a total of 40 tons of food to be the end. Her arms felt nearly incapable of lifting. This is utterly exhausting. Truly, there's no such thing as easy money in this world. All right, let us call it a day. I'm utterly spent, Li Sheng declared. Shaking her aching arms, Qin Yin nodded slightly, entrusting all subsequent matters to Duan Jing'an as he drove away with Li Sheng and the other 3 from the residential complex. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Sheng suddenly recalled the almost invisible beauty of a doctor. Why was this person still following them? Why are you still here? The beautiful doctor, taken aback by Li Sheng's inquiry, took 3 seconds to react before her eyes quickly welled up with tears. Wah, Do you dislike me? I promise to remain quiet from now on and won't disturb you esteemed benefactors. I can eat very little. I beg you not to drive me away. Ugh. Here we go again. Li Sheng sigh gao. Wow, this beautiful doctor could easily become an actress. Her tears fall so effortlessly. Many streamers try and play the innocent white lotus can't achieve that. Ahem. I don't know why, but as a man, I feel a bit flushed watching this. Li Sheng sigh gao. Something's off with you upstairs. Xiao sure see. Something's off with you upstairs too. Huader Wei Shimmy Hong. Something's off with you upstairs. Identity verification number. Be quiet. Let's talk inside. Li Sheng, feeling a headache at the sight of the beautiful doctor, barked a command before entering the room. The beautiful doctor, resembling a wronged little wife, followed suit, while Yuan Mo and Hu Shuesen exchanged glances, both expressing their helplessness over the situation. What did she do before the apocalypse? Once inside, Li Sheng sat at the table to conduct an inquiry, perplexed by this inexplicable attachment. Whenever the topic of him leaving arose, he would burst into tears, and forcibly expelling him felt rather inappropriate. Wah, I'm just a medical student who isn't graduated yet. Li Sheng, unable to endure any longer, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, though her baby-like voice lacked any real intimidation. So that's how it is. What is your name? Lu Sunan. What is your ability? I don't know. I call it hidden breath. My ability allows me to be overlooked when mingling in a crowd. Then you claimed to be a healing type last time? Oh, I'm a medical student, so it's not wrong to say I'm healing type. Why are you following us? I have nowhere else to go. Oh, and I seek revenge. Revenge? On whom? Even if you want revenge, following us one be of any help. Hu Shuesen suddenly interjected, I shouldn't have been in that village. I was tricked into it. The person who tricked me is headed to the southern city base, as well. You're sticking to us. You seem familiar, and not like those who would deceive others. Plus, I'm just following you for food. I have nothing left. The supplies I gather were taken by the person who deceived me. Li Sheng frowned, feeling displeased. This guy clearly viewed them as a free ride and a resource depot. Eating and drinking without any shame. Ridiculous. Did she, Li Sheng, make it easy for others to take advantage of her? Heh, you're rather rational. Actually, I'm quite useful. My ability not only allows me to be overlooked in a crowd, but recently it upgraded to level 2, and as long as I pay attention, zombies will ignore me as well. Keeping me around is not a loss for you. The beautiful doctor, sensing Li Sheng's rising irritation, hurriedly began to advocate for herself. You can be ignored, even among zombies. That is practically an essential skill for looting. Li Sheng scrutinized the beautiful doctor, feeling somewhat tempted. This ability might not seem significant now, but once it evolved further, it would render one invulnerable in the apocalypse. Indeed, quite valuable. Wait here. We need to discuss this. Li Sheng beckoned Yuan Mo and Hu Shuesen to step outside to deliberate on the beautiful doctor's fate. After all, the situation was no longer as it once was. She no longer held absolute power as the sole authority. The military comrades, led by Yuan Mo, would have a say in this matter as well. What do you think? Can he stay? Yes, a medical student with such an exceptional ability is indeed a talent worth keeping. Yuan Mo nodded, adding, but I wonder if he is trustworthy. You have too many secrets. And if he slips up, it could become troublesome. What secrets do I have? Li Sheng was somewhat bewildered by Yuan Mo's statement. Everything about her was out in the open, nothing hidden today as far as I know. There hasn't been anyone with dual abilities so far that I don't know where your supplies come from, but the outside world likely thinks you're a space storage ability user. That kind of reputation attracts attention, that if someone has ulterior motives, it's fine if they're weak, but if they possess strength, we two half people will only have the option of fleeing. Yuan Mo was right. Their current strength was still too lacking. Thus, they had two choices. First, to urgently expand their power, standing high to minimize fear. Second, to play the pig to eat the tiger, hiding their strength and maintaining a low profile. I choose the first. Li Sheng unhesitatingly opted for the former. Hiding away just for the sake of survival was not her character. Moreover, survival was merely a prerequisite. Her ambitions extended far beyond that. Then let us keep him. Yuan Mo was not surprised by Li Sheng's choice, his smile growing brighter as he nodded in agreement regarding the beautiful doctor's fate. Could it be that this Yuan Mo was indeed the same as the cunning strategist Yuan Mo? Chapter 28. An unpleasant taste. Li Sheng pushed the door open with a fierce demeanor, striding towards the beautiful doctor, with one foot on a chair and a hand on her hip. She stood on tiptoe to match the seated doctor's height, striving to appear more imposing. You can stay, but if you do, you automatically agree to become our companion. Following me for food and drink is not an issue. But if we discover any betrayal from you, we will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Please don't show off. I understand why this feels so awkward. Just imagine if we dressed this little beauty in ancient attire. Like a flowing, ethereal gown. Wouldn't that be much more appealing? Li sang Saigao. Oh, don't say that. I just visualized it, and it fits perfectly. Now listening to him, doesn't feel nauseating? Please don't show off. Maybe this person is from another time? Sheng G666. Impossible. I'm a professional studying ancient cultures. He doesn't have the habits or traits of someone from that era. But now that you mention it, I do think the streamer resembles an ancient person at times. Ancient? Li Sheng felt speechless. Could her era truly be considered ancient? What kind of audience was in this live stream? Moreover, Lu Sunan was clearly just showing off. He had nothing to do with her time. In her era, aside from courtesans and concubines, no one would dare refer to themselves as this humble servant. Men certainly wouldn't. When he was normal, he was unmistakably a man. There was no way he was from her time. She wouldn't allow her era to be smeared. Li Sheng mentally vented her frustrations, but unfortunately, she couldn't voice any of it, only silently scream within. Otherwise, the system would employ its usual killer move. Regardless, in less than 3 minutes, he would revert to an inappropriate demeanor again. Hooray! Upon hearing the word food. The beautiful doctor cheered and rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, followed by Yuan Mo and Hu Shuesen, who also prepared themselves. The third team established by Qin Yan was, in a sense, a high-status entity. The first team within the base comprised soldiers, while the second team was formed by former officials. Since civilians shouldn't conflict with authorities, Qin Yan naturally ranked third. Initially, the first and second teams were merged, but they later split due to differences in opinion. Currently, neither team respects the other, often bickering over control of the base. The southern city base was clearly divided by power, while the first team safeguarded the survival rights of ordinary people. They could not offer them equal status. Ability users stood at the top of the food chain, followed by ordinary people who could venture out to hunt zombies, and lastly, ordinary people, with children and the elderly being the least favored and most bullied. Ordinary people, neglected by anyone, lived in the outermost areas of the base, akin to a slum, chaotic and unfettered, where death was a common occurrence. Moreover, the status of ability users was absurdly high, as long as it wasn't too blatant. They could kill without consequence. These fragmented pieces of information piece together a relatively coherent picture of the survival environment in the apocalypse for Li Sheng. Life was cheap, power reigned supreme, lawlessness prevailed, and the weak were devoured by the strong. While some of these realities couldn't be deemed incorrect, they certainly sounded unpleasant. Sheng felt a heaviness in her heart. Her lifelong ambition was to ensure her people could lead good lives, truly achieving a state of peace and prosperity. Even amidst relentless warfare, she dedicated a significant amount of energy to managing her subordinates, fortifying the city walls, and striving to protect the common folk from harm. How had it come to this, where those in power only sought to vie for power and profit, showing no concern for their citizens? Would they allow this disorder to persist indefinitely? Food. What are you thinking about? Nothing in particular. Just feeling that the safe zone isn't as secure as one might imagine. Sheng shook her head, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Otherwise, how could it be called the end of the world? Do not dwell on it too much. It bears no relevance to us. When chaos becomes the norm, even if one wishes to intervene, they would be powerless. Indeed, the strength of an individual is exceedingly feeble. Suddenly, Li Sheng found herself at a loss, even doubting her own capabilities. When she was banished to the fief, she had a retinue of followers, ample funds to recruit soldiers, and considerable prestige in the region. She had commenced from a position of royal privilege, never having started from scratch. Now, here she stood, all alone, unsure of where to begin. Day in and day out, She contemplated waiting a little longer until she had a sufficient understanding of this world. Yet what constitutes understanding, and when is the right moment? Even she could not ascertain. Well then, perhaps she should take one step at a time. After all, she did not even know where she would establish a residence. Overthinking was futile. Regardless, she would never forget the vow she made to her mother. The unfortunate reality was that she still had to work for Qin Yen tomorrow, so for now, she would focus on the present, striving to earn enough to repay her debt to the system. Upon hearing the exchange rate, Li Sheng cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was reckless. Had I known, I would not have traded with the system. One first-tier crystal core for 300 and only 700 for the second tier. The third tier is merely 2,500. Calculating it this way, how much have I lost? Li Sheng felt as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. I have no money, she said. Yuan Mo silently pointed at Li Sheng. The last time we swapped weapons, I gave you all my belongings. We currently have no crystal cores on us, so this matter is for you to ponder. Yuan Mo had also joined the ranks of those shamelessly mooching food and drink from the beautiful doctor, delivering her words without a hint of embarrassment, feeling as though her finances were in jeopardy. Li Sheng staggered back in horror. Why did she suddenly find herself responsible for this entire group? Chapter 29. June snowfall, isn't it true? We are all in the same boat now. Having money is like having a mother. In the future, we will look to you for guidance, and I believe that room and board should be our rightful benefits. Yuan Mo, without a flicker of shame, argued her case with irrefutable logic. Even the 4 Special Forces members, who had all exchanged their belongings for weapons at Yuan Mo's behest, nodded in agreement. Sheng silently shifted her gaze towards Hu Shiuesen. Sister, I think Yuan Mo has a point. However, if my sister becomes the leader, will all the crystal cores and supplies we gather in the future have to be handed over to her? Yuan Mo was cunning, and Hu Shiuesen was even more so, directly deciding on the future distribution of the team's resources. Having navigated society for many years, rising from poverty to modest wealth, Hu Shiuesen was no naive character. Fine, the future resources will be managed by the little darling. I have no objections. Neither do we. The others chimed in unison, unwavering in their insistence that Li Sheng should provide them with food and shelter. And aren't you all heading to the imperial capital eventually? How long can you stay with us? Li Sheng suddenly recalled Yuan Mo's words during their gun practice in the courtyard. And no wonder she had felt something was amiss. Now, she had found a reason. Damn it, given Yuan Mo's mischievous nature, she wouldn't be scheming to pull a fast one on her before leaving, would she? Initially, Li Sheng had never imagined that someone as seemingly exceptional as Yuan Mo would willingly accompany her as an equal. Although their interactions had been quite pleasant, the truth was that they had only known each other for a mere few days, and their bond was hardly profound. Their understanding of one another was minimal. She had never paid much attention to the arrivals and departures of Yuan Mo and the others, as farewells were commonplace, and she had prepared herself for this from the outset, perhaps to others. Her delineation between her own and others was selfish and self-centered. However, in Li Sheng's eyes, it was a means of maintaining clarity of mind. For now, I won't go. It's too far. Besides, I feel that staying by your side might make life more colorful and enjoyable. I believe Lu Sunan is quite right. Being with you means having good food to eat, even in the apocalypse. Why should we stir up trouble? Suddenly called out, the beautiful doctor lifted his head, blankly nodding. With Yuan Mo having stated her case so clearly, Li Sheng helplessly lowered her head. Forget it, she wouldn't bicker with them. Since they all needed to rent a place anyway, they might as well pay. With no crystal cores, they could trade for supplies. Tomorrow, they could inquire about exchanging for a villa based on the required supplies, preferably using food as the medium. Thankfully, food was the least valuable commodity in the system's marketplace. All right then. Lu Biao cheerfully accepted this task. Oh, it's snowing outside. The beautiful doctor suddenly exclaimed, having been gazing out the window, the first to notice the unusual weather. This was hardly a good omen. Yuan narrowed her eyes. Snow meant a drop in temperature, just as they had entered the apocalypse. Such a drastic change in the natural environment was indeed a cruel twist of fate. Knock, knock, knock. Is Li Sheng there? Our leader is looking for you. It's urgent. Words cannot convey everything. If you're worried, let us all head over together. Duan Zhengyan was meticulous in his approach, and a glance was enough for him to understand why Liu Biao was stopping him. Go ahead. Wait for me a moment. Sheng immediately agreed to the long-term strategic partner's invitation. It was only right to show some courtesy. However, with the heavy snow falling outside, they had to make proper preparations. Once adequately bundled up, they stepped out of the hotel. The howling cold wind was piercingly frigid, and Li Sheng decisively tightened her collar, mentally applauding her wise choice. Upon reaching Qin Yin's residence, they entered to find two individuals seated on the sofa. Their expression solemn. One was Qin Yin, while the other appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, an unfamiliar face. Oh, Captain Sheng. Oh, a familiar face. Tao Shan, Lei Qi, Liu Biao, Fong Xiu. Why has everyone from your unit come here? The middle-aged man on the sofa wore a puzzled expression as he approached. Before the apocalypse, we were conducting closed training in the mountains of a nearby county. This individual looks somewhat familiar. Is he a newcomer from the army? Captain Sheng pointed to Yuan Mo and inquired, No, this is the grandson of the old general. Hello, Captain Sheng. I am Yuan Mo. Yuan Mo extended her hand, maintaining a dignified demeanor, clearly unfazed by the presence of elders. Greetings. No wonder you looked so familiar. You bear a striking resemblance to the old general. As the two parties exchanged pleasantries, they gravitated towards the sofa. Sheng naturally plopped down on the opposite end of the sofa, effectively creating a triangular formation with Qin Yin at this young lady, also the granddaughter of that general. Captain Sheng, noticing Li Sheng's casual positioning in the primary seat, assumed she was another influential child he had overlooked and quickly adjusted his demeanor to remain polite. No, she was probably just an ordinary person before the apocalypse. We crossed paths on the road, Yuan Mo explained candidly, shooting Li Sheng a knowing glance. The two shared an unspoken understanding, quietly awaiting Captain Sheng's response. Chapter 30. This lonely life like snow as expected. Captain Sheng's warm smile faltered, and after a couple of awkward chuckles, he remarked, that young lady sitting here might not be. Nevertheless, she is currently the one in charge among us. Yuan Mo interjected with a smile, each word calculated to create a trap. Li Song Saigao. I feel like I'm getting dizzy from your endless chatter. Can anyone enlighten me on how Yuan Mo managed to foresee that this person would morally manipulate the adorable one? If he had no intention of haggling, he wouldn't have summoned me for discussion. He could have simply had Qin Yin relay the message. The probing just now was indeed not without merit. If he were truly a benevolent official who cares for the people, I wouldn't mind being morally coerced. However, the results of his probing were quite the opposite. Thus, he cannot exploit his identity to gain benefits through my moral dilemma. Li Song Saigao, I think I understand now. Wow, you all are playing psychological games. How terrifying. Take it away, you. Thankfully, you haven't encountered a scenario where a single phrase leads to 18 pitfalls in the neighboring male-dominated ancient bureaucratic livestream. That's what one would call perilous maneuvering. Sheng sighed helplessly within. The viewer was not wrong. Despite her utmost caution upon entering the political arena, she had been ensnared numerous times. Thus, this situation is trivial. Let's get back to business. I heard this morning that a substantial amount of grain has arrived at Qin Yin's side. With the sudden snowfall outside, the meteorological station is temporarily inoperative, making it impossible to assess whether we are to enter winter early. Therefore, I wish to purchase some grain from the young lady to prepare for the winter. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Commander Sheng had no choice but to set aside his own thoughts and get straight to the point. Li Sheng had no objections. She was open for business and did not discriminate against clients. But haggling was out of the question. She was not running a charity. So, how much grain does Commander Sheng wish to procure? Perhaps a considerable quantity. He would like to start with 100 tons of rice. I wonder if the young lady can provide that. Certainly, payment and goods can be exchanged. Would you like them? Li Sheng readily agreed. After all, regardless of quantity, the system's marketplace had it all, though the repetitive mechanical action of retrieving items was exhausting. She found joy in her fatigue. Tomorrow, however, regarding this price, I wonder if we can negotiate further. 40 pounds of grain for 3 crystal cores truly seems somewhat steep. Sheng quickly calculated the price for 100 tons of grain in her mind. 15,000 crystal cores. And I can discount you 2,000 if that doesn't work. Then we're done here. Upon hearing this price, Commander Sheng hesitated slightly, several times attempting to speak, but recalling the trap he had fallen into upon entering. Ultimately, seeing Li Sheng's unwavering gaze and resolute attitude, he decided to relent. After all, he had already offended this mobile granary. Once the to extract such a large quantity of grain without risking his life was akin to receiving a gift from the heavens in the apocalypse. They had painstakingly cleared millions of zombies from South City, reaping numerous crystal cores in the process. Grain is a commodity with a price, but no market. Even the base granaries are tight on supplies. Suffering from a lack of exchange opportunities, money would be of no use. Prepare the warehouse. Qin Yin will come to fetch me tomorrow. He will act as the intermediary, and unless there's anything else, we shall take our leave. Having settled the business, Li Sheng wished to avoid any further unnecessary chatter. With her companions, she promptly turned and departed, her aloof demeanor firmly in place. Li Song Sai Gao. Ah, I adore the aloof little lowly. The queenly aura is fully unleashed. Starry 666. The host always exudes a maturity that belies her age, yet it feels quite fitting and endearing. Little 14. Slurp, don't say any more. I've already begun to love the contrasting charm. Ah, how can there be such an adorable child? When she gets serious, it's just too cute. Orange, all red. I'm different. I've already started shipping the ice-cold little lowly with the devilishly charming young master. Despite the praise, Li Sheng felt little joy. Her regal and imperial aura was so apparent. How could it ever be associated with cuteness? Indeed, no one could see through her proud heart that, life can be so lonely. Akin to snow, stepping outside into the flurry of snowflakes, Li Sheng sighed wistfully within. Her furrowed brow only made her appear even more adorable. As for seriousness, it was entirely absent. Yuan Mo could not resist and rushed forward to ruffle Li Sheng's hair, leaving it in a chaotic mess before finally releasing her. Li Sheng, bewildered by his antics, raised her hand to strike Yuan Mo. However, he anticipated her move and fled at lightning speed. Hu Shuesen, seemingly oblivious to the situation, lifted Li Sheng from the ground and held her aloft, singing praises of her cuteness. Li Sheng, utterly exasperated by these two, gazed skyward in despair, her heart silently screaming. If her grand ambitions were to be thwarted, it would surely be due to these unreliable companions. Truly, not a single one of them could be considered serious. Chapter 31. The nature of humanity. The snow had fallen throughout the night, finally ceasing as dawn broke, that a pristine blanket of white covered all the buildings and ground of the base, while the biting cold air seeped through the windows, making it difficult to sleep. Li Sheng groggily opened her eyes, donned her heavy winter clothing, and stepped out of her room, only to encounter Lu Biao and the others returning from their outing. Oh, sister, you're up quite early today. We inquired and found that the villa requires 100 pounds of rice per month. When shall we go view it? Whenever you like. Just decide among yourselves, as long as it's enough for us to stay. I'll put the rice in my room, and you can sort it out. That I still need to head out to sell a batch of grain. The quantity demanded is significant, and I'm unsure how long it will take. All right, we'll check it out ourselves. Yuan Mo is waiting for you downstairs, sister. You should hurry. Seeing the grain made Lu Biao beam with joy. Before the apocalypse, they could hardly dream of living in a villa. Yet now, they could indulge in such luxury. Sheng nodded absently and hurried downstairs. Yuan Mo had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by several young men in military uniforms, likely a pair dispatched to fetch her. Today, it would only be her and Yuan Mo going out. Given the awareness of Yuan Mo's background, they wouldn't harbor any ill intentions toward them as they settled into the vehicle. Li Sheng suddenly recalled the marketplace's limit of 100 pounds of grain per purchase. System, can the exchange limit for rice in the marketplace be increased? I'm exhausted for retrieving it 100 pounds at a time. Yes, the host only needs to spend 8,888 star coins to upgrade the food section of the marketplace, allowing for unlimited purchases in one transaction. I knew it. Engaging with this wretched system means inevitable expenses. 8,888 isn't too bad, not exorbitant, and a one-time investment that I'll go ahead and spend Is this a permanent upgrade or just a one-time deal? The duration of the authorization is 72 hours. I see. They're preparing to dig into my little treasury for an extended period. Sheng, worn down by the system, ceased her inquiries and directly paid to upgrade her privileges 0.3 days at a time. Isn't too shabby. The camp they were headed to was bustling with individuals patrolling with weapons on the playground. Many well-trained squads were practicing, each movement precise and synchronized. This stark contrast made it clear why this team held the top position in the base. The second team was still unknown to her, but the relaxed atmosphere of Qin Yin's third team was leagues apart from this. Miss Li, this is the warehouse. The vehicle came to a slow stop, revealing rows of opened, empty warehouses, a magnificent sight awaiting Li Sheng to fill them. She and T had time to inspect them yesterday, and now, upon accessing the marketplace, she was taken aback by her balance. Over 377,000 star coins. Wouldn't this mean her debt could be wiped clean? Seeing her balance, Li Sheng felt increasingly elated. After calculating how much grain she could purchase with 300,000, she said, "All right, I'll take 60 tons to start." "You count it. Once you've tallied the 60 tons, give me the payment for that, and I'll provide the remaining 40 tons afterward." The marketplace had no purchase limits. Who would want to retrieve it bit by bit? It was freezing outside. She might as well procure more and retreat to the vehicle for some tea. "Wait. Hold on. System, previously when I bought items, they appeared in my hands that if I purchased 60 tons of grain at once, will I be buried beneath it?" The system marketplace is humanized and intelligent. When exceeding a certain quantity, the items will appear half a meter away from the host. Fine, as long as I'm not buried. Clicking to purchase, a mountain of grain suddenly manifested in the open space before her. The soldiers accompanying them displayed astonishment, followed by sheer delight. Each soldier beamed as they began inspecting the quality of each bag of rice, swiftly weighing and storing them. "What are you thinking about?" Li Sheng patted Yuan Mo's shoulder and asked that. "I was pondering that sometimes those in higher positions can be quite ruthless, while those in lower positions tend to retain their original intentions more easily." "Are you still thinking about that Commander Sheng from yesterday?" Li Sheng was aware Yuan Mo was implying something, yet he didn't strike her as someone easily swayed by sentiment. "Yeah, I met him when I was younger. Back then, he was my grandfather's bodyguard. He never sought fame or fortune. Indeed, the world changes, and so do people's hearts." Yuan Mo smiled, his words dripping with sarcasm. "That I feel like you're not quite right." Li Sheng scrutinized Yuan Mo closely, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. Li Sheng, frowning, candidly expressed her thoughts. "You seem to harbor a disdain for this world, and for people." The little darling observes closely. "However, I do not dislike this world, nor do I harbor hatred for people. I merely detest the societal constructs that people have created, along with the myriad unspoken rules that arise from them." Yuan Mo shook his head gently, speaking with a smile that, while ever present, never quite reached his eyes, revealing an underlying layer of indifference. If one does not wish to smile, then let them not. Such a demeanor can be quite unsettling. Human nature remains unchanged, unyielding in its essence. Perhaps it had never been awakened, or perhaps it had merely been masked in pretense. Who can say? Indeed, who can say? Upon hearing Li Sheng's words, Yuan Mo retracted his smile. Without the fade of false cheer, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, from that of a mischievous young master to a figure exuding a melancholic aura, akin to a soulless wanderer drifting through a joyless existence. "Have you ever encountered any hardships?" Li Sheng observed Yuan Mo's countenance, noting its awkwardness. Although she claimed not to view him as a mere substitute for the strategist known as Doghead, she occasionally found herself inadvertently conflating the two. The Doghead strategist was a person of remarkable resilience, never having exhibited such despondency. "Indeed, I have faced numerous tribulations. Would you care to hear about them, my dear little one, if you prefer not to share?" "You needn't feel obliged that I shall speak. There is nothing to conceal. Since you wish to hear, I will divulge everything," he replied. Chapter 32. The past my family has been engaged in crime fighting for 3 generations. Offending desperate criminals often invites retaliation. When I was 7, I sneaked out of school with my 2 closest friends, only to be captured just outside the school gates and taken to a warehouse. I remember it vividly. The interior was damp and moldy, filled with an overwhelmingly foul stench. My friends suffered unjustly alongside me, as they were tortured and murdered in an attempt to coerce my father into releasing a recently apprehended drug lord. I witnessed them gouging eyes, severing ears, and amputating fingers, all while forcing their heads underwater as they struggled. Ultimately, their lifeless bodies were hung from the rafters, where I locked eyes with them for 3 days. Throughout it all, I remained unharmed, for my family held considerable power, and I was their sole bargaining chip. Eventually, I emerged alive, only to be berated for 3 years by the parents of my friends, who blamed me for their children's demise. Initially, I was consumed by guilt and self-reproach, but one day, I found that I could no longer feel those emotions. I had lost all capacity for joy, anger, and sorrow. Yuan Mo recounted his past with an unsettling calmness, as if narrating someone else's tale. Sheng was taken aback by the gruesome revelations of his history. The vehicle was engulfed in a profound silence, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere outside. Yuan Mo stared blankly out the window, while Sheng lowered her gaze, unsure of how to begin. Li Sang Sai Gao, oh, how could those people be so cruel to a child? Xiao Shi Si, they're nothing but beasts. Indeed, all drug traffickers deserve to be eradicated. We should take decisive action against them. Sheng G666, it seems Yuan Mo is suffering from emotional volatility disorder. Such mental afflictions are notoriously difficult to treat, and he may be at risk of a personality split. Nala Liban, how many years has our civilization advanced, from the age of cold weapons to the era of energy? We've even explored beyond the galaxy, yet we still cannot cure most mental illnesses. Sheng G666, the human brain is inherently complex, and psychological disorders are even more intricate. Sigh, I hope this young man can find his way back to himself soon. What is a personality split? What is emotional volatility disorder? Li Sheng felt an urge to assist Yuan Mo, yet she was entirely unfamiliar with the conditions discussed in the comments and uncertain how to provide help. Nala Lai Ba and I. A personality split is akin to one body housing 2 souls. This situation can be perilous. If the split personality harbors violent tendencies, it may harm others or itself. And in extreme cases, it could eliminate the primary personality, essentially the true self, and seize control of the body. Sheng began to grasp the implications. Both conditions sounded quite severe. Is there any remedy? Sheng G666. No, don't entertain such thoughts. Mental illnesses can only be endured by the individual. External assistance can merely provide some distraction, helping them to pass through this difficult phase. Is there not even a solution? No need to apologize. I feel utterly detached from all of this now, as if I am merely watching a film. Yuan Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Sheng wanted to say more, but the car door swung open abruptly. The soldiers outside had already delivered 60 tons of grain and were requesting her to disembark to finalize the remaining supplies. Go ahead. I am fine. With outsiders present, Yuan Mo donned his habitual smile once again, waving Li Sheng off the vehicle. She nodded slightly before attending to her business, leaving Yuan Mo to gaze at her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, for some reason, I feel as though I can sense your emotions. How intriguing. Today's efficiency surpassed that of yesterday, as all the grain was traded in merely one morning. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Yin had been waiting for some time, seemingly with something to discuss. Lu Biao and the others had also secured a rental property, fully equipped for immediate habitation. The group promptly vacated their hotel rooms for their new home, with Qin Yin accompanying them to familiarize themselves with the place. After all, they were partners and needed to be able to locate one another. Upon arriving at the villa, the master bedroom was automatically designated for Li Sheng, while the men eagerly selected their rooms. Li Sheng handed over 5,000 crystal cores to Qin Yin, saying, "Here you go, as previously agreed, charge outsiders triple the rate. This is your share. I apologize. Someone in the team inadvertently leaked information to another squad, causing you trouble." Qin Yin did not accept the crystal cores, but instead bowed deeply to Li Sheng in apology. "Oh, please rise. I intend to earn this money regardless. It hardly constitutes trouble." "Very well." Qin Yin complied without hesitation, acknowledging that whatever Li Sheng said was final, her straightforward nature being quite evident. "I have another matter to inquire about. Do you have any supplies for winter, such as charcoal or winter clothing? These items should not be too difficult to procure. Sheng looked puzzled. Surely the base has not fallen into such dire straits. While these items are indeed not hard to find, the terrain around Ling City is unique. It has been trapped in snow, making it inaccessible to search parties until the thaw. Right. This morning, while I was renting the property, someone asked me if I want to take on a snow removal task. I thought it absurd to venture out in the bitter cold, so I declined. Hu Shuesan interjected, responding to Qin Yin. What kind of terrain does Ling City have? Mostly mountains that I worked in that area before. The snowfall there is incredibly heavy. Our base scattered industrial salt, which seems to have mitigated some of the issues, but in other areas, it looks like they may be buried beneath the snow. Hu Shuesan continued. Yes, we do have supplies, but I haven't yet determined a price. How about you wait a moment while we finish our meal and then discuss? All right, Li Sheng simply wished to get a rough understanding. Opportunities for business should not be missed, regardless of the reasons behind them, as long as they were not deceptive. After lunch, Li Sheng negotiated the lowest price for cotton clothing, and Qin Yin agreed readily. With the terms mirroring those of the grain trade, Qin Yin would sell to others at 3 times the rate, and they would split the profits evenly. By the way, regarding what I mentioned last time about converting the remaining funds into grain and delivering them to the first squad, it is no longer valid. Qin Yin was slightly surprised, but soon understood that it was only natural in this apocalyptic world. No one would genuinely part with their supplies for altruistic reasons that I will handle the grain myself. Later, please help me find 2 individuals familiar with the base to guide us to where the ordinary citizens reside. I wish to gather some insights. Chapter 33. The stench of wine and meat from the gilded gate as they traveled. Li Sheng suddenly recalled the matter of repayment and quickly summoned the system. System, I have sufficient funds now. I wish to repay my debt in advance. The host balance stands at 122,797 yuan and 60 cents. Upon deducting the owed amount and a 10% service fee, repayment is completed. The host balance is now 89,097 yuan and 60 cents. Thank you for your continued use. Goodness, there's a 10% fee for repayment. Fortunately, she had earned over 80,000 from the first squad today. Otherwise, after the deduction from her previous earnings with Qin Yin, she would find herself destitute once again. Now, free of debt, Li Sheng felt considerably lighter. The crystal cores earned from the first squad. 5,000 given to Qin Yin, 5,000 exchanged for star coins. Left her with 3,000, all safely stored in the system's warehouse for future needs. If she refrained from extravagant spending, her current balance should suffice. That we have arrived. This is the place. The stench of wine and meat from the gilded gate, while the road is lined with frozen bones. This phrase flashed through Li Sheng's mind, perfectly encapsulating the scene before her. A dilapidated row of blue brick houses lined a filthy street that stretched into the distance, where despairing souls lay scattered about, clad in tattered summer attire, awaiting the end. Occasional screams and curses echoed, permeating the air with a sense of brutality and hopelessness. In stark contrast to the empowered individuals in winter clothing casually traversing the city. This scene illustrated a disheartening disparity. Li Sheng and her companions exited the vehicle. Their clean and upright appearance drew the attention of many. The onlookers, however, quickly averted their gazes, stiffly retreating, fearful of being noticed by Li Sheng and her group. As long as they did not act too conspicuously, empowered individuals could kill ordinary people without consequence. In these mere 24 characters lies the weight of countless innocent lives and their bloodshed. The cacophony of curses intertwined with a woman's piercing screams emanated from not far away, prompting Li Sheng to lift her gaze toward the source of the sound. There, she beheld a tall, gaunt man, clutching a small boy in his left hand while brandishing a stick in his right, gesturing menacingly at a woman. His countenance was grotesque, and the already repugnant features appeared even more revolting at that moment. Tears glistened in the woman's eyes as she trembled, reaching out in a desperate attempt to snatch the child from the man's grip, only to be struck down by his brutal blow. Daddy, I was wrong. Please don't hit Mommy," the child wailed, terror evident in his voice. The bystanders wore expressions of indifference, and though a few displayed looks of disdain, none made a move to intervene. Li Sheng felt a rising irritation at such a pervasive atmosphere. During times of war, when cities fell, amid natural disasters and the ensuing chaos of fleeing survivors. When corrupt officials ruled, eliciting the cries of their oppressed compatriots, she had witnessed the tragic grandeur of humanity's suffering. Yet, she had also seen the valor of the young defending their neighbors during sieges, strangers supporting one another in times of calamity, villages uniting against the tyranny of corrupt officials. Never had she witnessed such cold detachment. As people regarded one another with dispassionate indifference, living in such apathy. Such occurrences were commonplace here, the apocalypse having stripped away the remnants of humanity, urging them not to take it too much to heart. Duan Jin, perceptive and astute, noted the palpable anger in Li Sheng and her companion's eyes, hastily offering words of comfort. Is it normal? When malevolence becomes routine, does it then morph into normalcy? Li Sheng could not accept this reasoning. The modernity she envied in her memories was a tapestry woven with laughter and thriving spirit. It was the pinnacle she had aspired to achieve in her past life. Yet this once beautiful era seemed too fragile. Shattered beyond repair, even less resilient than the war-torn time she had endured. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, the tall man continued his tirade, the earlier strike having unleashed a torrent of his pent-up rage. Mere cursing no longer sufficed for his twisted psyche, and he raised his hand, intending to smash the child to the ground. Tao Shan? Li Sheng could no longer bear to watch, wishing to call out to Tao Shan to save the boy, as he was an adept speed user. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Hu Shuesen suddenly dashed forward, deftly catching the child just before he hit the ground and gently placing him down. The child, still in shock, stood frozen, tears streaming down his face, his lips pale. The woman rushed forward, enveloping her child in a tight embrace, whispering words of comfort. Hu Shuesen rose, his eyes fixed on the tall man before him. Offering no words as he raised his fist and struck the man's face, the hungry man, facing the muscular Hu Shuesen, found himself utterly outmatched, crumpling to the ground, clutching his head in a plea for mercy. The fierce demeanor he had displayed moments before evaporating. What on earth has gotten into old Hu? Such fury! Tao Shan exclaimed, bewildered by the unexpected display of anger. In his memory, Hu Shuesen had always embodied the image of a simple, kind-hearted older brother, even a bit of a lovable fool, and no one had ever witnessed him so enraged. The man on the ground lay battered and barely conscious, Hu Shuesen's fist stained with blood. Old Hu, what's wrong with you? Lu Biao inquired, stepping closer. Hu Shuesen merely scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Humph, it's nothing. My father was abusive too. Scum like him deserves to be beaten every time they show their face. You have a point. Lu Biao quickly realized he had broached an inappropriate subject and amended his words to align with Hu Shuesen's sentiment. Li Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the woman, who, during Hu Shuesen's assault, had exhibited a look of satisfaction. After Hu Shuesen departed, the woman glared with fierce intensity at the man, who could barely rise, akin to a mother wolf protecting her cub. Surrounded by individuals seemingly incapable of standing up, she was more curious about what this woman would go to lengths to do for her child. Chapter 34. Dispersing wealth. Li Sheng observed for about 3 to 4 minutes as the woman remained seated on the ground, clutching her child without moving. Never mind, another lost cause. She sighed deeply, preparing to turn away when the woman suddenly sprang to her feet, seizing the stick beside her and charging at the man, striking him fiercely. Once, twice, thrice, each blow was delivered with all her might, and Li Sheng could even see the woman's veins bulging with exertion. The man soon lost his breath, yet the woman continued her assault, unleashing all her pent-up resentment and grievance. Li Sheng's expression softened, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. The woman knew how to seize the moment to vent her fury and retaliate, ensuring no future threats, a sign that she was not beyond redemption. Let us go find a place to prepare the grain distribution. Prior to her arrival, Li Sheng had steeled herself for the sight of a hellish reality, where ordinary individuals endured unimaginable suffering, fighting for scraps, yet she had not anticipated encountering a throng of numb souls merely waiting for death. Most had lost hope for survival, even if food were provided. It would offer little substantial aid. Their spirits were extinguished. The grain given would merely serve to slightly prolong their demise. However, having made her promise, Li Sheng would not be a person of empty words. As long as she remained in this base for a day, she would purchase surplus crystal cores at market price to distribute as grain, though beyond that, she would be powerless. Duan Zheng'en's team assisted Li Sheng in selecting a spacious area, setting up tables, and preparing to call people forth to register for grain distribution. Each individual was entitled to one portion, receiving 1 pound, and the 100 tons of grain earned from one line was likely sufficient. This area was packed with people, tents pitched everywhere or makeshift bedding strewn across the ground. There was no room for Li Sheng to extract 100 tons of grain all at once. It had to be done gradually, bit by bit. Initially, upon hearing of the grain distribution, people surged forward desperately. It was evident that if Li Sheng dared to produce the grain, it would be snatched away in an instant. Yuan Mo, standing behind, rolled his eyes and casually drew the gun from his waist, slowly wiping it with a tissue while whistling, his gaze flickering over the crowd. Lu Biao, Tao Shan, and others followed suit, revealing their firearms. Hu Shuesen instantly understood, brandishing seeds in his hands as vines sprouted, entwining his arms like living serpents. Firearms and ability users served as the ultimate deterrent to ordinary people. Indeed, within 2 minutes, the once chaotic crowd had lined up in an orderly fashion. Sheng turned to smile at her companions. The feeling of being protected was splendid, with some maintaining order and others responsible for recording. Li Sheng merely needed to dispense the grain, and the charitable endeavor ran smoothly. "Excuse me, my child and I make 2. Can we receive 2 pounds? Li Sheng slowly lifted her head. The speaker was the very woman who had just avenged her husband. "Certainly, but please wait behind me afterward. I have something I need your help with." Sheng nodded slightly, granting the mother and child their 2 pounds of grain. The woman accepted the grain, trembling as she moved toward Li Sheng, deliberately distancing herself from Yuan Mo and the others. 100 tons of grain were tirelessly dispensed, and by the time the sun dipped below the horizon, they were still not finished, perhaps due to her abilities. The cold had little effect on Li Sheng, while Yuan Mo and the others had long since reached their limits, lighting a fire behind them for warmth and idly chatting. "Come join us for a meal," Li Sheng called out to the woman who had been waiting for some time. The woman had stripped her deceased husband's clothing to keep her child warm, while she shivered in the cold, taking a long while to muster the strength to walk over. "Eat, it's fine. We're not demons. Why be so afraid?" Li Sheng offered a bowl of rice to both the woman and her child, playfully encouraging her. The woman, taken aback, nodded slowly, starting to eat without understanding why Li Sheng had detained her, not daring to inquire further. "You see, we can't distribute grain here every day, so we need someone reliable to help with the distribution and transport. Would you be willing to assist?" Li Sheng spoke softly, aiming to avoid startling the woman who had been on edge all day. Yes, I can." The woman abruptly lifted her head, disbelief etched across her face. After a moment of shock, she hastily agreed. "Good. You can also recruit 2 trustworthy individuals to assist you. Their compensation will be the same as yours, and I will cover it, as you might find it overwhelming alone." Seizing every opportunity without reservation is the hallmark of the astute. "All right, I will do my best." The woman's resolve solidified, her entire demeanor revitalized, starkly contrasting the despair she had exuded earlier. Indeed, hope is essential. With hope comes the tenacity to persevere. "Well, if there is nothing else, please seek out some people shortly. I will leave today's grain distribution here, and 2 individuals will stay behind to help you familiarize yourself. Afterward, you can inform them where you reside, and tomorrow someone will come to escort you to collect grain." "Okay, I'll go right away." The woman responded promptly, springing from her seat and dashing off with her child, leaving her meal untouched. Sheng chuckled helplessly. The woman's impetuous nature reminded her somewhat of her former personal maid. "My esteemed lord, these 2 individuals have been of great assistance to us, and I believe it is a splendid opportunity for them to prove themselves. However, rest assured, they are truly good people. What do you think of their capabilities?" The woman candidly expressed her personal motives to Li Sheng, cautiously probing for his thoughts. Sheng did not harbor any disdain for her selfishness. Rather, he admired her forthrightness, as she did not resort to any grandiloquent excuses to mask her intentions. Chapter 35. An invitation with a veiled threat. The woman possessed commendable abilities prior to the apocalypse. She must have been a formidable figure, Within a mere 3 days, she had executed Li Sheng's tasks with remarkable excellence, leaving one to wonder how she had fallen to such a state. After spending half a month at the base, Li Sheng was busily engaged, delivering supplies to Qinyin daily. "May I inquire if this is Miss Li Sheng?" "Indeed. How may I assist you?" Li Sheng responded with caution. "Our mayor wishes to discuss certain matters with you. May I ask if you have the time?" The man smiled politely, yet his demeanor was exceedingly assertive. I Sheng raised an eyebrow. "The mayor? Is that not the second team? What business do they have with me?" "The mayor merely issued a command. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Given the circumstances, it was clear that declining today would lead to further encounters. The second team was not an inconsequential entity. It was prudent to maintain cordial relations." "Very well. We shall accompany you." I Sheng acquiesced, and the man promptly ushered them into a vehicle. The car gradually made its way into an upscale villa, suggesting that the mayor was living quite comfortably. Before they could even cross the threshold, the mayor emerged to greet them. "So this is Miss Li Sheng. I did not expect one so young to have achieved so much," the mayor jovially proclaimed, uttering the customary pleasantries, while extending a hand that bore no warmth. "Your compliments are appreciated, but I am curious to know the purpose of our visit today," Li Sheng replied, nodding slightly, donning a professional facade. "Let us converse inside. It is rather cold out here, and no need to linger in the chill." The mayor ushered Li Sheng and her companion into the warmth of the interior. Upon entering, Li Sheng's gaze was immediately drawn to the banquet laid out upon the dining table. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such fare might have been commonplace, yet in this new reality, it represented luxury. After all, not everyone possessed the privilege of accessing a marketplace for supplies like Li Sheng did. "Come, let us dine together and engage in conversation," the mayor warmly invited, exhibiting impeccable hospitality. Li Sheng could surmise the mayor's intentions. Aside from supplies, there was little else that could prompt such an invitation. As they dined, the mayor continued to chat amiably with Li Sheng. "My dear mayor, what exactly brings you to seek us out today?" Li Sheng interjected, sensing the conversation drifting away from its purpose. "Oh dear, forgive my wandering thoughts. As I have heard, Team 3 now serves as the representative of young Miss Li Sheng. Nearly all the provisions in the base are sourced from you. And I understand that you occasionally extend assistance to the common folk. I was intrigued by your deeds and wished to meet you. Upon encountering you, I felt an immediate rapport. Team 3, after all, is merely a self-organized group of survivors, lacking the artillery that we had pre-apocalypse. If we were to join forces, it would be a formidable alliance. What say you, young Miss Li Sheng?" Finally, they had reached the crux of the matter, and Li Sheng exhaled in relief. It had been a while since she had conversed with someone so circuitous. It was indeed exhausting. I must apologize, but when we entered the base, we established a contract with Team 3. As one of the parties to this agreement, I believe it is my duty to uphold I Sheng smiled politely, gently declining the offered. Do not dismiss my proposal so hastily. When one counts you all, there are but 8 of you. Collaborating with Team 3 is simply a means to secure protection, which I assure you, the second team can also provide, perhaps even better resources. That I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. I have heard that Team 3 sells their goods to others at triple the price you charge. That I can offer half of the profit and provide additional assistance, ensuring that while you remain within the base, you may traverse it freely, without fear of reproach. That I must reiterate, I cannot accept your proposition. I Sheng firmly rejected him without a moment's hesitation, undeterred by the allure of his temptations. "Little Miss Li Sheng, are you quite certain you wish to decline so swiftly?" The mayor's eyes narrowed, his smile now tinged with a hint of menace. I Sheng scoffed inwardly. After years of traversing various domains, she had encountered far graver situations than this. How could she possibly be intimidated by a mere mayor? Indeed, I believe that honoring one's commitments is a virtue I must uphold. Just as she was about to exit, the mayor's voice rang out behind her, laden with veiled threats. "Little Miss Li Sheng, do consider this carefully. Sometimes, those from Team 3 may not be able to shield you." Li Sheng Sai Gao. What kind of person resorts to threats when they cannot achieve their aims? Li Sheng Sai Gao. What is the matter? Sheng G 666. There's a broadcast next door from the early days of the apocalypse. And that man is truly something else. He follows whoever offers more benefits. And when faced with a stronger force, he behaves like a sycophant, but with those weaker than him, he acts all high and mighty. When he encounters a beautiful woman, he becomes utterly transfixed. It's quite absurd. Nailibon, oh yes, I saw that broadcast too. That host character is deplorable. He kills without a second thought when things don't go his way, as if murder is permissible in this new world. Li Sang Sai Gao. How can there be such hosts? Sheng G666. Alas, in a vast forest, one finds every sort of bird. The platform has always been lax in vetting host quality, and I have grown accustomed to it. Nailibon, the female channels are somewhat better, but the male channels are rife with chaos. Ever since the introduction of the live streaming marketplace, all manner of individuals have emerged, with some even selling items to control others in the fantasy genre, each aspiring to dominate the world. Li Sang Sai Gao. Is the platform not concerned about such disruptions to the world's order? If this continues, the world may easily descend into chaos. Nailibon. The platform only intervenes when things reach a critical point. Such broadcasts are quite popular among male viewers. It's a lucrative venture. And why would the platform enforce stricter regulations when it doesn't involve their own world? Li Sang Sai Gao. Truly a chilling thought. Nailibon. Who could argue otherwise? Chapter 36. Base assignments. Li Sheng observed the barrage of comments, feeling no surprise at the viewers' remarks. The very concept of a live streaming system and marketplace was inherently fantastical, filled with complex and perilous elements. Those lacking self-control could easily become ensnared, their ambitions swelling until they lost all sense of self and grew dependent on the system. Li Sheng was acutely aware of this, which is why she refrained from excessive purchases within the system's marketplace and never considered herself at the pinnacle of the food chain. Upon returning to the villa, Yuan Mo succinctly recounted the events of the day, cautioning everyone to exercise prudence in their dealings within the base. Earlier this evening, as we passed the task hall, we took a glance and even accepted a mission. Do you suppose they will meddle with it? Lu Biao exclaimed upon hearing Yuan Mo's words. When did you accept the mission? Li Sheng inquired, her tone alert. About 9:30 this evening. Lu Biao replied, recalling the display screen in the task hall, which clearly indicated the time, 9:30, coinciding with her negotiation breakdown with the mayor. They likely wouldn't have formulated their plan against them that swiftly. What mission did you undertake? Just a standard resource search task. Nothing particularly noteworthy. They even provided a map detailing a small county town, not a large city, so the zombie count should be manageable. Lu Biao produced a map for her inspection. Very well, having been cooped up in the base for so long, it is time to stretch our legs. Prolonged inactivity may dull our combat capabilities. When is this task due? We shall depart tomorrow, with an estimated duration of 1 week. Should we fail to submit the task by then, it will reappear in the task hall. Excellent. Everyone should rest up. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Sheng meticulously planned every detail of her endeavors, always considering the long-term ramifications, and her vision was expansive. Gradually, she had come to embody the role of a true leader, causing her age to fade from the minds of those around her as they instinctively wished to adhere to her directives. Although Yuan Mo possessed similar intellect, his inherent laziness rendered him ill-suited for leadership. On the following morning, Li Sheng rose early to prepare for their departure, while the little pigs were well-fed and thriving in the yard. This journey had necessitated only the rental of a vehicle for transporting goods, while the rest of the group would ride the pigs. With 7 piglets in total, even the charming doctor received her own pig steed. Albeit reluctantly, in a grand procession, they departed the base to the astonishment and bewilderment of onlookers. Lu Biao, map in hand, led the way. The small town marked on the map was not far, and the pigs trotted along for about an hour before they arrived. This is also the reason why Lu Biao undertook this task. Generally, towns situated in close proximity to the base should be prioritized for clearance, as they are relatively safer. However, there exists a factory within the town dedicated to the production of down jackets and other winter apparel. The unexpected onset of winter remains an unpredictable menace. Hence, the search for winter clothing has been placed at the forefront of priorities. Upon entering the town, the surrounding environment struck an eerie silence. Hu Shuesen deliberately created some commotion. Zombies are notoriously sensitive to sound, and any noise would surely elicit their presence. Yet after waiting for a considerable time, nothing transpired. Not a single zombie. This defies logic. Could it be that all the zombies in this town have been eradicated? Where there is an anomaly, there is danger. Caution is warranted, Sheng, however, disagreed with Hu Shuesen's assessment and heightened her vigilance. If they had indeed been cleared out, the base personnel could simply come to collect the supplies. So why issue a task and offer rewards unnecessarily? The group ambled along the desolate street, with Li Sheng keenly observing her surroundings. Indeed, nothing appeared to be amiss. Ahead lay the garment factory. Lu Biao glanced at the map and pointed eastward. They were nearing their destination. Yet Li Sheng remained skeptical that not a single zombie could be found in the town. She felt that danger lurked in the shadows. The group quickened their pace and arrived at the factory, which too was enveloped in silence. Upon opening one of the workshops, they found it astonishingly clean and orderly, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. That Hu Shuesen and the others swiftly began loading supplies onto the vehicle. Their movements brisk and efficient, quickly filling an entire truck. "Let us hurry." Li Sheng did not contest Hu Shuesen's statement. If they could exit the town smoothly, the task would indeed be straightforward. As they mounted their steed, Piggy, and prepared to leave the factory, they soon spotted several figures loitering near the entrance to Do. Are those zombies? They appear quite tall. Have the zombies evolved to such an extent that they can now lay traps? Do refrain from using that idiom. If you wish to be a turtle, you may do so alone. No, wait, those aren't zombies. They are bears. From a distance, Hu Shuesen and the others struggled to discern what lay before them. However, Li Sheng could clearly see that there were 3 bears standing upright. Chapter 37. The eerie town bears? There are no forests or mountains nearby. How could there be bears? Lu Biao exclaimed in shock, repeatedly checking the map to confirm the terrain. Uncertain. Mutated animals are more difficult to handle than zombies. It's best to avoid confrontation and seek alternative exits. Li Sheng thought it prudent to prioritize finding a safer escape route. Regardless of where the bears had come from, there should be other exits. Factories of this nature typically do not have just one, Tao Shan remarked, peering out from the truck. All right, let us not disturb the bears. We exit from the opposite direction. Tao Shan, lead the way. The vehicle began to move slowly, and the group set off in the opposite direction, only for Tao Shan to abruptly halt upon spotting the eastern gate. Li Sheng leaned out to observe, only to find that there were even more bears, 5 in total, gathered at the entrance. With no choice left, the group had to change direction yet again, ultimately coming to a stop at the northern gate. Hu Shuesen ran a hand through his hair, visibly agitated. Sheng dismounted from Piggy, swiftly sprinting towards the surrounding wall, her agile form effortlessly scaling the height. This was their last resort, to abandon all supplies and her beloved Piggy, as survival took precedence in their flight from this place. Yet, to her utter astonishment, as she reached the top of the wall and peered down, she found herself ensnared by countless beady eyes staring back at her. Quack, quack, quack! In an instant, the previously silent garment factory erupted into chaos. Beneath the outer wall, an uncountable number of mutated ducks and geese awaited them. We must force our way through, in light of the current predicament. All strategic planning was rendered moot. Animals rely solely on their primal instincts to capture prey, devoid of any rational thought, relying entirely on sheer strength. Clearly, they possessed no advantage in either power or numbers. The weakest point of their encirclement seemed to be the eastern gate. While the other 3 gates were each guarded by 5 bears, it remained uncertain whether these fowl were exclusive to this area or if they were present at the other gates as well. Li Sheng led the charge towards the eastern gate, and the piglets had already mastered the art of being steeds, their 4 legs galloping with remarkable speed. The 3 bears at the eastern gate had been waiting, and upon spotting the intruders, they lunged at them frenziedly. The massive bear paws came crashing towards them, prompting Li Sheng to duck just in time to avoid the blow. The others, all seasoned soldiers, exhibited impressive reflexes. Though they could not overpower the bears, they managed to evade their attacks. That moment, the beautiful doctor showcased her unique abilities, completely ignored by the 3 bears, boldly charging out the door first. Fortunately, while the bears were robust, they were somewhat clumsy. After deftly dodging a few strikes, Li Sheng and her companions successfully exited the garment factory, sprinting towards the outskirts of the town. What on earth? Li Sheng found herself in the middle, unable to see anything due to the truck obstructing her view, only hearing Tao Shan's startled exclamation. "Look out! There are mutated spiders! Change direction!" Tao Shan slammed the steering wheel, the tires screeching as the vehicle swiftly turned around. Sheng finally caught sight of the source of Tao Shan's alarm. Along the route they had taken, a multitude of spiders had emerged, each the size of a human head, appearing exceedingly grotesque. Ducks, geese, bears, these creatures, while dangerous, elicited no profound response from Li Sheng. However, the sight of the eight-legged, hairy spiders coiling together was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Damn it, six-eyed sand spiders! How could such a species, native to South Africa, possibly be found in this remote area? Lu Biao cursed in shock, noting that such an invasive species should never have appeared in the territory of Huaxia, regardless of the time. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted behind them, halting the advance of some of the spiders. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lei Qi closed his eyes and used his psychic abilities to sense the surroundings. He had previously scanned the town upon entering, confirming its emptiness, yet now, his mind was flooded with a multitude of dense green dots, each representing movable cargo. There were still many mutated creatures within the town. Southeast, the residential area to the southeast, is devoid of any threats. With Lei Qi acting as a human radar, they were able to avoid unnecessary detours. Tao Shan quickly drove in the direction Lei Qi indicated, while Feng Xiu took up the rear, the sound of gunfire never relenting. After sprinting for about 5 minutes, the group finally arrived at the residential area Lei Qi had mentioned as they approached. Lei Qi remained vigilant, meticulously scanning once more with his abilities. Sure enough, there was indeed something in this residential area. However, curiously, there was only one mutated creature, compared to the terrifying multitude of green dots outside. This was significantly more manageable. Entering the residential area, even if it's powerful, we can handle one. The mutated animals outside could easily overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Li Sheng promptly assessed the situation, directing her companions to advance into the complex. Just as they stepped inside, a furious roar echoed from within. They were all too familiar with that sound. It was a zombie to maintain its territory amidst a horde of mutated animals. One could only imagine the strength of such a zombie. Clearly, it was no ordinary FOES. The group found themselves in a precarious position. The beautiful doctor discreetly activated his powers, gritting his teeth as he enveloped his teammates in a protective aura. "Hurry! Find any place to take cover. I can't hold this for long." The beautiful doctor's abilities often went unnoticed, and no one expected him to speak up at this moment, just as everyone was still in shock. The zombie from the residential area charged forth. Its massive form could no longer be considered human. Standing over 3 meters tall, it was a mass of muscle exuding a nauseating stench. Green saliva dripped from its mouth, sizzling as it struck the ground, leaving charred marks in its wake. The zombie stood before Li Sheng, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the living, and let out a thunderous roar as it charged toward the swarm of spiders. Chapter 38. Still caught off guard seizing this opportunity, Li Sheng quickly directed her companions to flee towards the innermost part of the residential area. They randomly chose a ground-floor apartment and broke the door down, allowing the piglets to enter as well. The apartment appeared to have been uninhabited since the apocalypse, with all the furniture neatly arranged and covered in a thick layer of dust. Once inside, Lu Sunan collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Through the front window, they could still catch glimpses of the chaos outside. After the massive zombie charged into the spider horde, it began to snatch the spiders one by one. Hu Shiwesen was the first to falter, retreating from the window amidst the nauseating scene. "How are you? Are you all right?" Li Sheng, disregarding the turmoil outside, supported the beautiful doctor with concern. "And I'm fine, just slightly fatigued from pushing my abilities to the limit." The beautiful doctor responded, his demeanor no longer capable of theatrics, offering a weak smile as his lips turned pale, suggesting he might faint at any moment. "Exhausting your abilities is serious. It's akin to burning your life force. Be more cautious. Take this." Yuan Mo retrieved a third-tier crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Lu Sunan, finally acknowledging him as a teammate. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed. Until this moment, none had known that Lu Sunen's extraordinary abilities could be projected outward. They had assumed it was a power that solely pertained to him, in the midst of their escape. The enemy risked overextending their life force to unleash their skills, proving to be a reliable comrade in battle. Le Song Sai Gao. I no longer harbor disdain for the beautiful doctor. Sacrificing one's vitality for the sake of teammates and unleashing extraordinary abilities truly moves me to tears. Interstellar 666. This man is indeed a true gentleman. Not all handsome fellows are effeminate. Juzi Tong Tong Hong. My beloved brother is indeed worthy of admiration. Li Sheng, upon seeing Yuan Mo retrieve a crystal core, suddenly recalled the system warehouse. Fortunately, she had retained some reserves and had not exchanged all her crystal cores for star coins at the shop. There were ample crystal cores available. She had gathered quite a few at the base and could use them freely. Tao Shan, you all should come over and take some. We must swiftly enhance our abilities. The challenges awaiting us outside are formidable. All right, let us take a modest amount and prioritize it for Brother Yuan. Tao Shan was the first to express his intention, taking only a few crystal cores to absorb, and the others followed suit, each taking just a small amount, leaving almost everything for Lu Sunen. It was imperative to prioritize the beautiful doctor now. Firstly, because he had just overexerted himself to assist everyone and urgently needed the crystal cores for replenishment. And secondly, they were uncertain when the fighting outside would cease. Once the battle concluded, they would rely on the beautiful doctor to buy them time. Thank you so much. I am immensely grateful. The beautiful doctor, unfamiliar with the concept of modesty, seized the crystal cores and began to absorb them. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo stood by the bedside, vigilantly watching the movements outside, keeping watch for those absorbing the crystal cores behind them. The enormous zombie displayed remarkable ferocity, disregarding the numerous spiders that spewed silk at it, showing no reaction whatsoever. As if devouring the spiders was akin to snacking, it seemed that although the numbers were vast, the mutation levels were likely low. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily overwhelmed by the zombies. As the consumption continued, the zombie suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sound was so thunderous that the nearby windows shattered under its force. Sheng quickly covered her ears, yet her gaze remained fixated on the zombie. In that moment, the zombie, while howling towards the sky, suddenly grew in height by over a meter, its muscles bulging into numerous fleshy masses that rolled beneath its skin, ultimately merging with the muscle, rendering its form even more imposing. This zombie seemed to be advancing in its evolution. At that instant, the spider army abruptly ceased its relentless assault and began a full retreat, vanishing from sight in mere moments. The zombie, seeing the spiders flee, did not pursue them, but instead trudged heavily towards the interior of the complex. Sheng thought this was a troubling sign and was about to call out to those still absorbing crystal cores behind her when Yuan Mo halted her. Yuan Mo pointed outside, and Li Sheng, puzzled, followed his gesture. What does this mean? They haven't detected us? I truly have nothing left, boo-hoo. Upon hearing this weak and affected whimper, Li Sheng realized that Lu Sunen had not used his powers. Such a massive zombie, having undergone who knows how many stages of mutation, was incapable of even detecting their presence. Li Sheng found it hard to believe. There are living people in this complex. Right in our building. Lei Qi suddenly reminded them, eyes closed. Are there truly still survivors in this town? Yuan Mo also expressed disbelief, stroking his chin in contemplation. Should we go meet them? Hu Shuesen drew the large machete from behind him. Preparing for battle at any moment. In this situation, it would seem that the living posed the least threat. Wouldn't they? No, you all must focus on upgrading your abilities, even if we cannot reach the 4th tier. We need to bolster our powers. I will see if there are any tools available. Once Lu Sunen has recovered, we will take action. Li Sheng rejected Hu Shuesen's reckless mindset, aware that there were unknown threats both above and behind them. It would be foolish to act carelessly. Tao Shan, when you accepted the mission yesterday, did you notice anything unusual? Given the day's events combined with yesterday's, Li Sheng found it hard not to engage in conspiracy theories. Even though the timing of Tao Shan's mission coincided with her falling out with the mayor by mere minutes, I didn't sense anything unusual. What time did you leave the mission hall? Li Sheng squinted, convinced that this matter was undoubtedly linked to the mayor, but needed further confirmation. 9:38. How much time elapsed between the moment they exchanged maps and your departure? We took the map and left immediately. At most 2 minutes, precisely at 28 minutes passed in the hotel. The case is solved. It's unmistakable that they were likely set up. Chapter 39. A visit that it wasn't until sunset, having confirmed that the mutated zombies truly had not discovered them. That Li Sheng finally relaxed that, in such a perilous environment, she casually pulled out some rations to address her hunger. Nightfall. Just as Li Sheng was discussing with Yuan Mo when they might confront the living in the building, the latter came knocking at their door first. Hello, we live upstairs. That we noticed you entered the complex, so we came to introduce ourselves. The newcomer was a scruffy young man who didn't appear to be of reputable character. His unruly yellow hair bore the marks of numerous perms, and a white shirt clung to his emaciated frame, giving him a somewhat lewd appearance. We're merely passing through. Lei Qi observed the yellow-haired young man and replied with polite distance. Ah, I see. However, it's quite impressive that you managed to reach this complex. My brothers, and I've been trapped here since the apocalypse began. That I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating to break free. The yellow-haired man grinned, revealing his intentions. The true authority in this situation lay with Li Sheng. As long as she remained silent, no one would dare to breach the established rules. Alas, this town has been left with only the quick to escape. Those who were slightly slower have remained. That I estimate that we are likely the last few survivors in this town. Would you like to come in? Li Sheng, perceiving the yellow-haired man's apparent lack of intelligence, invited him inside. Perhaps she could extract more information from him. Thank you. The yellow-haired man bent slightly, nodding as he stepped over the threshold into the room. What was this town like before? Why are there so many mutated animals? Lei Qi offered the yellow-haired man a seat on the sofa, casually handing him a cigarette, acting as if they were old acquaintances. The yellow-haired man's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarette. He eagerly accepted it, taking a deep drag before lighting it with a lighter. He slowly exhaled the smoke, reveling in the moment, and only discarded the butt when it burned down to his fingers. With your generosity, I shall consider you a brothered as for this town. Before the apocalypse, it was somewhat chaotic. There was a notorious figure whose lair was here. He was involved in everything from drug trafficking to gambling, and even murder. And what does this have to do with the mutated animals? Oh, brother, you have no idea. That scoundrel established a clothing factory here, needing wool and feathers for winter clothing. The surrounding farmers and townsfolk raised these animals. But the clothing factory was merely a front. He also operated a bear bile farm inside, keeping numerous bears for their gallbladders. Additionally, he bred various snakes and insects that were illegal to raise in the country, essentially doing whatever was prohibited. No wonder no one intervened before the apocalypse, Lei Qi realized, handing the yellow-haired man another cigarette. There were attempts to intervene, but after a few raids, it resumed shortly thereafter. My brothers and I heard plenty of stories while mingling in society. But at that time, we were merely students and didn't dare to get involved with him. We only heard rumors. After the apocalypse, many of his subordinates escaped, and that's how I learned about him. The yellow-haired man tucked the cigarette behind his ear, sighing deeply, clearly harboring disdain for the notorious figure. The breeding of those snakes and insects was rapid. When we escaped, we were followed by a swarm of spiders. There must have been at least 800 of them. What you saw was just the tip of the iceberg. To the east, there are countless lizards, and to the south, it's all snakes. These creatures have been breeding long before the apocalypse, and who knows how many more have emerged since then. The worst part is that they all possess potent venom. This town has become uninhabitable except for this complex. The yellow-haired man frowned, appearing quite despondent. What is so special about this complex? I noticed that enormous zombie. It seems to be of a high level, yet it doesn't attack people. Hey, let me tell you, the reason the residents in this complex are still alive is thanks to that zombie. On the second day of the apocalypse, those who tried to escape were devoured by mutated animals, leaving nothing but bones and that time. Both zombies and mutated animals were rampant. My brothers and I didn't dare to run and stayed holed up at home. After just a week, all the zombies had vanished, consumed by the mutated animals. Only that mutated zombie, it grabs whatever it can and bites it, continuously consuming mutated animals to crazily level up. Almost overnight, This zombie can contend with the creatures outside. I have noticed that they seem to have divided the territory among themselves. The zombie does not venture out of the community, and the mutated animals do not approach either. Generally, they keep to themselves, but today, it was you who attracted the spider. This zombie is quite formidable. Why doesn't it prey on humans? Who's Sheng? Finding this matter intriguing, couldn't he help but ask that as for me. I'm uncertain that I know this zombie. We were in the same class, a resident of this community, a high school student who performed well academically. He lives with his grandmother, having lost both parents, and he was quite respectful to her. In the end, he couldn't survive the apocalypse and became a zombie, that he never went anywhere besides his home and has never consumed a human. Seems this zombie may have regained some semblance of consciousness. Huang Mao's words were thought-provoking. Animals, after mutation, can enhance their intelligence and retain memories from before the apocalypse. Some even recognize their owners. Why couldn't zombies do the same? After all, zombies are transformed from humans. And humans can be considered the smartest creatures over millennia. Indeed, Duan Zhengyan once mentioned that there are several cities that remain unpurged, including this Sheng, which is among the most perilous. Sister, what do you think? Lei Qi turned to Li Sheng, her gaze meaningful. Sheng nodded slowly, and Lei Qi immediately asked Huang Mao, "Brother, how many companions do you have? Didn't you say we were going to cooperate? Let us share our backgrounds and plan our escape." Chapter 40. The photo, there should be others in this community. My brothers and I, total 5.3 of us, are ability users. I am of the fire element, while 2 others are of earth and lightning. One of them was previously a subordinate of a gang leader. We took over the place where he stored firearms and acquired quite a few guns. Huang Mao became particularly proud when mentioning the guns, seemingly satisfied with their achievements. Sheng slightly nodded in agreement for potential collaboration. Lei Qi continued to play the role of spokesperson. We have wood, metal, and speed abilities, and one of us has military experience and is decent with firearms. These 2 are my younger siblings. They lack combat prowess. This individual is a medical university student, essentially a doctor. That is great, brother. We have both fighters and healers, plus a tank to draw aggro. This team composition is quite solid. Huang Mao nodded repeatedly in approval of Li Sheng's team configuration. Lei Qi concealed her own abilities, along with those of the beautiful doctor, Yuan Mo, and Li Sheng. Their abilities either affect humans, which would raise suspicions, or are simply too overpowered. After all, they were just temporary allies, and there was no need for complete transparency. So shall we discuss how to escape tomorrow? Lei Qi smiled, accepting Huang Mao's praise. You mentioned that if zombies could regain consciousness, what kind of world would this become? After Huang Mao departed, Li Sheng suddenly posed a question that had lingered in her mind. What else could happen but endless fighting? Hu Sheng spread his legs in a resigned manner, stating that the apocalypse is merely a never-ending cycle of conflict, both among humans and with zombies and animals. It's exhausting to be alive to know. Perhaps there is another possibility. Yuan Mo quietly interjected. Sheng looked at Yuan Mo, and they shared a knowing smile. Speaking in unison, the world divided into thirds. Wow, the unspoken synergy between you 2 is really growing. Hey Hu, let us arrange a betrothal between our sister and Yuan Mo. It would be splendid. Tao Shan, ever the instigator, teased Hu Sheng. Get lost, my sister is still so young. A betrothal is absurd. Hu Sheng pushed Tao Shan away, annoyed. Enough of this. In the current situation, zombies and mutated animals are gradually developing their own thoughts and wisdom. Their evolutionary pace is evidently quicker than ours. Humanity relies on their cores to enhance abilities, creating a relationship of mutual destruction. However, if humans do not rapidly strengthen themselves, losing even the last advantage of intelligence, this world will soon undergo a significant upheaval. Sheng calmly analyzed, possessing a long-term perspective, as her goal has never been merely to survive. What can we do? Hu Sheng anxiously raked his hair, feeling the future was bleak. According to Li Sheng's description, there would be no survival for humanity in this apocalypse. There will always be a way. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. The starting point for humanity is significantly higher than theirs. Sheng attempted to soothe Hu Sheng's emotions, secretly opening the system's shop, having formed a rough plan in her mind. though she was unsure how to execute the first step. System. Why aren't there any books in the shop? Books are the most important treasures in every world. The shop only provides physical assistance. Excellent. So it implies that while I can use it, learning is not an option. Then it's not an issue to Sheng silently close the system shop. There are items with substantial destructive power, capable of instantly resolving immediate problems. Yet these costly disposable goods often come with significant drawbacks. Her plan requires the system shop as assistance, and saving money will prove useful later if it comes to a dire situation. It wouldn't be too late to purchase something. Unbeknownst to them, the night slipped into dawn, and the group exchanged shifts, sleeping through the night. The next noon, Huang Mao arrived downstairs with his companions. These individuals appeared similar to Huang Mao, likely miscreants from before the apocalypse. Hey, good afternoon. Come on in. Lei Qi opened the door and welcomed them. 5 men entered in succession, glancing nervously at Tao Shan and the others, who looked rather formidable and hesitated to move freely. Eventually, Tao Shan warmly ushered them to the sofa, easing their tension. Following Li Sheng's instructions from the previous day, Lei Qi first inquired about the town's conditions. Aside from what Huang Mao had mentioned, the gang leader's subordinate also brought back plenty of news. The town isn't large. Mutated animals are scattered in every direction. This community is located at the town's center. These mutated creatures include spiders, lizards, and scorpions, and finally, there are bears and poultry near the garment factory. Among these mutated animals, the most formidable reside near the garment factory, while the other 3 are numerous and poisonous. A slight misstep could lead to death by poison. Ultimately, the garment factory seems to be the best point of entry. As for the zombies in the community, they sit atop the food chain in this town. Their genes are a mystery, as they can assimilate the toxins from mutated animals. Sheng quickly devised a combat plan in her mind, knowing that attempting to confront a bear or break through the spider encirclement with just a few of them was utterly unrealistic. Yuan Mo's ability registration had yet to reach the level of being overlooked. Relying on him was out of the question. It would either be a brute force attack or a clever strategy. Li Sheng preferred to opt for wit, though it might be a bit challenging. Hey brother, what are you looking at? I feel like I've seen this person before. The beautiful doctor, unable to join the conversation, sat idly on the sofa, bored, and pulled out a photo to examine. The man beside her, his gaze flickering, happened to catch sight of the photo in her hands and gasped. Oh, you recognize her? Yuan suddenly retracted his lazy demeanor and turned to the other man with a serious expression. The man hurriedly waved his hands, distancing himself from the person in the photo. Yuan Mo's eyes blazed with fury. Discovering a potential enemy in a supposed ally was tantamount to seeking a fight. Chapter 41. Deployment O. Then it's no issue. Upon hearing the other person claim not to know her, the beautiful doctor immediately lost interest and resumed staring at the photo. Sheng shook her head helplessly. They had also been astonished when they first saw the photo. It depicted a stunning woman, appearing as graceful as willow in the wind, likely possessing a gentle disposition. Initially, they assumed she was the beautiful doctor's girlfriend or a relative, which explained why he repeatedly took the photo out to scrutinize. Ultimately, they learned that he was gazing at the very person who had deceived him into the village. According to the beautiful doctor's explanation, he feared forgetting this grudge over time, losing sight of this individual. Hence the necessity to look at the photo daily to eternally remember her face. Should he unexpectedly die in this life, he would seek revenge in the next, ensuring she would never escape his wrath. How absurd! The degree to which Lu Sunan holds grudges is truly remarkable, leaving one to ponder. Is it admiration? Li Sheng found it hard to describe. After Lei Qi inquired about the town's situation, and they chatted casually for a while, ensuring the other party was truthful and forthcoming, they felt reassured. Before long, afternoon arrived, and after the 5 men hurriedly took their leave, Li Sheng began to formulate her plans. My idea is to utilize the zombies in this community to create an opening from the garment factory. But aren't zombies tough to deal with? Tao Shan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, they are formidable, but the mutated animals are just as dangerous. If we force our way in, we will likely incur casualties, which I wish to avoid. The zombies remain immobile, guarding the places they lived before the apocalypse. There must be something significant that keeps them tethered, if we can take away what they're fixated on and lure them to the garment factory. Placing the item inside, we can incite a conflict between the zombies and mutated animals, allowing us to escape amidst the chaos. Sheng succinctly outlined the plan, and Yuan Mo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I had no objections, sister. Just tell us what you need us to do. Upon seeing Yuan Mo's approval, Tao Shan immediately chose to place his full trust in Li Sheng. Tao Shan, you possess the ability of speed. Take Lu Su Nan with you to observe what that zombie is doing at home. There's no need to get too close. I have a telescope here. Make a note of any items that seem to hold its interest and identify the target objects. After issuing these instructions, Li Sheng still felt a twinge of unease. Although Tao Shan and his companions were responsible and capable, each possessing unique skills, there was one aspect that concerned her. They were overly self-sacrificing. While such altruism is a commendable virtue, Li Sheng, harboring her own selfish desires, wished for them to exhibit a tad more self-preservation. She did not want to witness the demise of any living being. Tao Shan saluted in acknowledgement of his task, and after dinner, under the cover of night, he and the beautiful doctor exited the building. Meanwhile, Li Sheng was not idle. She exchanged for a small robot capable of following a designated route at the system's shop, configuring its path from the residential complex to the garment factory according to the manual. She also purchased an item accelerator engine to attach to the robot. The total cost for these two seemingly insignificant items amounted to nearly 200,000. However, the expenditure was justified, as she had no intention of sending her teammates sprinting with items, attracting zombies in the process. Tao Shan and the beautiful doctor had been out for 3 consecutive days. During this time, the group upstairs, led by Huang Mao, visited a few times. Lei Qi vaguely informed them of the plan, instructing them to await news upstairs on the 4th day. Li Sheng found herself increasingly restless. Fearing for the safety of the Tude, we have been watching for 3 days. That zombie remains stationary, staring blankly at 2 memorial photographs in its home that it appears they belong to its relatives. Likely the very images it has been guarding. Is there anything else nearby? Li Sheng inquired with a nod. Nothing much, just a table. Really. The zombie sits there without moving at all. If it weren't for the photographs hanging on the wall, I wouldn't have noticed them for what lies in front of it. I could only glimpse a corner of the table. Photographs? Li Sheng felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. Zombies possess acute hearing and smell. Yet their vision is notoriously poor, a conclusion drawn from their encounters along the way. Could it be that the zombie's vision had improved after its evolution? No, that didn't seem right. Li Sheng lowered her head in contemplation, repeatedly analyzing the peculiarities of the situation. If she misjudged it, the consequences could be fatal. Memorial photographs, a table. What might be placed upon a table under a deceased person's photograph? Offerings, memorial tablets, incense burners. Could it be that this zombie was guarding a memorial tablet? No, that didn't fit either. If the photographs were not visible, neither would the memorial tablet be. The dead. She nearly fell prey to her own temporal dissonance. According to Huang Mao, this zombie had been guarding its home since before its mutation, only evolving after the onslaught of mutated animals. That a zombie from the early days of the apocalypse would never have seen photographs or memorial tablets. However, ashes were different. They are remnants of the human body, and thus would still carry a trace of human essence, making it entirely plausible for a zombie with a keen sense of smell to detect them. That it was likely not the photographs it guarded, but rather something like ashes on that table. Tomorrow, we shall venture out together, luring the nearest mutated creatures to the entrance of the residential complex. Tao Shan, once the zombie emerges, infiltrate its home. If you find ashes, take them. If not, retrieve the photographs. Lu Su Nan will accompany you, and after you exit, we will regroup. Don't forget those young men upstairs who have been providing us with information. In this apocalypse, every individual who can escape is a victory. Li Sheng did not overlook the group of young informants upstairs. In this new world, every life saved counted. For now, let us rest and conserve our energy. Tomorrow may bring a fierce battle. How much ammunition do you all have left? I have 30 rounds remaining. I have 10. I have 5 rounds. The one who had utilized his firearm the most was Fong Siu. Given his role as a sniper, his accuracy was never in question. Li Sheng nodded and exchanged a prohibitively expensive gun, handing it to Fong Siyu. This weapon is designed for pinpoint detonation, with a lethality tenfold greater than your previous firearm. Here are 30 rounds. Excellent, thank you. Chapter 42. Fox borrowing tigers. Might Fong Siyu was ecstatic upon receiving the gun. For sniper, what could be more cherished than a variety of sniper rifles? Yet, with no sniper rifles available, this powerful handgun was still a splendid alternative. After a good night's rest, Lei Qi arose early to inform Huang Mao and the others upstairs to prepare for their exit from the town. According to their plan, Li Sheng and her group would ride their small pigs through the streets, occasionally creating noise to attract the attention of mutated animals. Approximately half an hour later, they finally spotted the shadows of mutated creatures. However, this time, it was not spiders, but a ground teeming with venomous snakes. Merely hearing Li Sheng describe the tenfold power might not convey much, but the visual impact was quite significant. When that shot rang out, it obliterated countless snakes. The previous firearm could only provide firepower suppression without inflicting significant harm. Without waiting for the flames to dissipate, Li Sheng brandished her spear and charged towards the breach. The venomous snakes, unwilling to let their prey escape, swiftly filled the gap, some even leaping into the air, jaws agape, attempting to devour the living being before them. Sheng swung her spear, knocking the airborne snakes down. As they came at her in relentless waves, in that moment, she could not spare a thought for her own safety. Fortunately, Hu Shiuesen, being the least responsive, had been assigned to the complex to assist Tao Shan. Before departing, Li Sheng had entrusted him with the machine she had exchanged for yesterday. Once Tao Shan obtained the items, he could simply attach them to the machine and activate it. The number of snakes continued to swell, the streets becoming a writhing mass of colorful serpents, sending chills down the spine of any observer. Thankfully, these snakes were not particularly large, while managing them was taxing as long as they maintained distance. It posed no significant threat. The pigs, serving as mounts, galloped down the boulevard, occasionally crushing a snake or two underfoot. Over the past few days, Li Sheng had fed them crystal cores, striving to enhance their mutation levels while ensuring they retained no capacity for rebellion. As they neared the residential complex, victory seemed imminent. Suddenly, Fong Siyu's voice rang out from behind. Not good. The snakes are not following us. Not following? What is happening? Is our effort in vain? Fong Siyu used the previous firearm to provoke them. Li Sheng would not allow their efforts to be in vain. She swiftly reacted. Strangely, the snakes were glaring at them with predatory intent, seemingly eager to advance. Yet no matter how Fong Siyu fired, they opted to evade, refusing to cross into the complex. Damn it, I almost forgot. While the snakes have not entered the complex, we, the living, are all inside, with danger looming both ahead and behind. Retreat was no longer an option. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. Seizing the moment, Li Sheng dashed toward the nearest snake, raising her spear and flipping it before hurling it toward the zombie. Don't want to fight? Then let us draw them out. You all go find Tao Shan, quickly. Taking advantage of the time the zombie spent consuming the snake, Li Sheng urged her companions to flee, placing her trust in them. Fong Siyu and the others felt a surge of anxiety, reluctant to leave Li Sheng in such perilous circumstances. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, Yuan Mo intervened. But there are no buts. At all times, you must trust your leader. It is a soldier's duty to obey. Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction at her teammates' obedience and cooperation, with a cold smile directed at the serpent horde. She continued to wield her spear. One snake was insufficient to enrage the entire group. Soon, she lifted 2, 3, and then a dozen snakes, all of which she flung toward the zombie. These snakes stubbornly remained in place, neither advancing nor retreating. Fortunately, each time a snake was hurled toward the zombie, it would clear the immediate obstacles before continuing its pursuit, thus granting Tao Shan valuable time. As the zombie approached, Li Sheng remained unfazed. Li Song Sai Gao. Little girl, run. Don't give up. Please don't die. Xingji 666. Host, I admit your marksmanship and calm demeanor are impressive, but the zombie is about to charge. Run, Xiao Shursi. Damn, it's my first time witnessing the host in battle. I didn't expect her to be so skilled, but the upstairs comments are right. Host, run. The barrage of comments urging her to flee went unnoticed by Li Sheng. The foul stench of the zombie drew closer as it lunged toward her with outstretched hands. Li Sheng swiftly dodged, thrusting the spear's tip into the wall nearby, using it to leap onto the second-floor balcony, landing safely at that moment. Tao Shan and Hu Shiwesen appeared not far behind the zombie, deploying the machine they had brought. The machine was tethered to two large urns of ashes. The small robot sped away in an instant, following the route Li Sheng had set, darting out the door. The zombie, clearly noticing the urns flying away, let out an enraged roar and immediately abandoned its pursuit of Li Sheng to chase after the machine. As the undead advanced with each step, the venomous serpents on the ground recoiled an inch. Li Sheng gradually exhaled in relief. Her conjecture had indeed proven correct. This zombie, having undergone evolution in recent days, had likely become the most formidable entity in the entire town. Otherwise, it would be illogical for the spider to be more senseless than the snake, one aware of not encroaching upon others' territories, the other oblivious. "Hurry up," Li Sheng called out, leaping back down to the ground and swiftly mounting her pig steed to dart along the path traversed by the zombie. Tao Shan and the others soon followed, hastening their pace to catch up. Li Sheng maintained a careful distance behind the zombie on her trusty mount. The plan was remarkably successful. They reached the garment factory without encountering any danger, while the zombie had already dashed inside, pursuing the small robot. Chapter 43. Escape. System notification. Host popularity task 2 has been completed. Reward: 3,000 star coins, 1 lottery chance. After a prolonged silence, the system suddenly chimed in, startling Li Sheng. Glancing at the viewer count, she was astonished to find that the live stream had amassed 10,000 viewers. Ha ha ha. This scene is exhilarating. I love it. Lord of Dawn. The neighboring male streamers are starting to build their bases. I never expected such thrilling visuals from the female side. Sunny day. Is there anything unexciting in the apocalypse? Wow, such a colossal spider. This must be a completely mutated world, right? Beloved for life. That seems likely, but the zombies and animals in this apocalypse are evolving at an astonishing rate that I heard they transformed in just a few days. Devoted for life? So what about the crystal core? Sunny day. Ahem, let's just watch the stream to Li Sheng immediately spotted 2 particularly striking comments amidst the deluge of messages. Crystal core. What's the matter with the crystal core? Why did these 2 individuals abruptly change the subject when discussing it? The system must be concealing something significant from her, undoubtedly related to the crystal core. This matter seems substantial. Otherwise, the viewers wouldn't hesitate to speak of it. Li Sheng quietly noted this suspicion and focused intently on her escape. They were on the verge of leaving this town, just as they were about to burst out onto the highway. 2 gigantic bears charged out from a nearby building. These bears were several times larger than those previously seen at the garment factory, seemingly the final line of defense for the mutated creatures in this town. Prepare for a hard assault at this moment. There were no advanced zombies to divert their attention. They had no choice but to confront the threat head-on. Fang Xiyu was the first to react, drawing her gun and firing 3 shots in quick succession. The flashes of gunfire erupted, yet the colossal bear suffered no damage. It simply howled and charged toward them on all 4s. Tao Shan, without a moment's hesitation, immediately followed Fang Xiyu's lead, firing to draw the bear's focus. The 2 bears were distracted by Tao Shan and Fang Xiyu, allowing Tao Shan to utilize his speed ability to evade one of the massive bears. While Li Sheng dismounted from her pig and brandished her long spear, joining the fray. Each bear bore exposed wounds on its belly, remnants from previous encounters, likely from bile extraction procedures. However, one of the bears remained low to the ground, adamantly refusing to reveal its vulnerable spots, presenting a formidable challenge. The impact of Li Sheng's spear against the bear's hide produced a series of dull thuds, attesting to the bear's formidable toughness. Gunfire, it seemed, was of little use aside from drawing the bear's attention, prompting Yuan Mo and the others to abandon their bear to concentrate their efforts on the other one that the distance between them widened. And a few small ruffians, led by Huang Mao, took advantage of the distraction to abandon Li Sheng and the others, slipping away from the town. Li Sheng remained oblivious to their departure, even if she had noticed. She would not have voiced any objections, having never anticipated their assistance. The battle with the bear continued, their stamina waning. If this dragged on, defeat was inevitable, and no one expected that merely two mutated animals would prove so challenging. Tao Shan, buy me a few seconds, Li Sheng shouted, then promptly accessed the system shop. Within it lay an exorbitantly priced bow, costing 1 million, a staggering sum. However, this bow was reusable without the need for arrows. After much deliberation, utilizing all available resources, she realized that the thrilling escape ultimately required a hefty expenditure for the right tools. Had she known, she would have avoided such convoluted preparations, exchanging for the bow. Li Sheng readied her shot. The bow emitted a soft green glow as arrows slowly formed, aimed directly at one of the bear's eyes, a perfect shot. The bear let out a mournful howl as the arrow pierced its eye, vanishing without a trace. The intense pain caused the bear to rise, exposing the tender flesh of its belly. Seizing the opportunity, Li Sheng rushed forward and plunged her spear into its abdomen, as the spear penetrated. She drew closer to the bear, channeling her ability to in an instant. The bear's cries ceased, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Sheng withdrew her spear and swiftly turned to assist Yuan Mo's group, who were still entangled with the other bear. The cannon fire had proven ineffective, barely affecting their opponent. Sheng employed the same strategy, drawing her bow and targeting the bear's eye once more. Yuan Mo immediately instructed the others to cease their ranged attacks, switching to close combat against the bear. This time, although she missed the bear's eye, the arrow still managed to penetrate its thick hide, inflicting some damage as the bear writhed in pain. Li Sheng dispatched it with ease, mirroring her earlier victory. Finally overcoming the bear, she shattered the frozen remains and extracted the crystal core, then hastily departed the town. With their abilities, stamina, and ammunition nearly depleted, any further mishaps could jeopardize their escape. They could not ascertain the bear's levels, but the system could. Detected as a level 7 crystal core, redeemable for 50,000 star coins. Does the host wish to redeem? Level 7? No wonder it was so powerful. However, according to the latest updates from the base, the highest ability level among humans was merely 5. The rapid evolution of mutated animals compared to humans was indeed alarming. It would be foolish to profit the system. It was wiser to retain the core for emergencies. Livestream task issued. Achieve a popularity of 100,000 within 3 months. Another task. Li Sheng harbored serious doubts about the system's intentions. Nevertheless, whether intentional or not, she still had to comply with the tasks. She had yet to claim her reward from the previous task, hastily generating a lottery wheel to draw her prize. What she received this time was rather peculiar. It was labeled as an energy crystal block with a description consisting of a single line. Used as a charging energy source. Such a simplistic phrase left her perplexed. Li Sheng inquired about its function, but the system refrained from providing a detailed explanation, merely reiterating the item's description. Chapter 44. Information. The system's reluctance to elaborate proved futile, no matter how persistently Li Sheng pressed for answers. She placed the energy crystal block in the system warehouse, intending to study it further at a later time. Just as she was about to dismiss the energy crystal block from her mind, the system's voice echoed once more. Detected energy crystal block. Would the host like to sell this item for 1 million? 1 million. Was this item truly so valuable? Li Sheng was taken aback, incredulous that her fortune could be so fortuitous. As for redeeming it with the system, that was out of the question. After all this time, did she not understand the system's true nature? Its actual worth was undoubtedly far greater than 1 million. Ignoring the system's prompt, Li Sheng slowly exited the room, resolved to seek an opportunity for vengeance against the mayor for the grievances they had suffered. The task had been assigned to Tao Shan, and he naturally led them to report back. After their meal, Tao Shan drove the truck to the task hall. All right, for the next couple of days, we'll remain here in the villa and not venture out, waiting for them to come to us. Given the adversary's treachery, they would not rest until they had eliminated them. The subsequent developments of this situation could only follow one of two paths. Either the opposing party would come under the pretense of seeking reconciliation, striving to reach a cooperative agreement, or they would resolutely refuse to relent, adhering to the principle of destruction if they could not possess. For them, the optimal strategy was to remain still and allow the enemy to make the first move before arranging their subsequent actions. A sudden emergency arose at the base. Satellites indicated that in the 3 nearby dead cities, zombies were congregating in 2 of them and were advancing toward the base, likely with the intent to besiege it. A rough estimate placed the number of zombies at no less than 10 million. The first and second teams jointly decided to organize an evacuation. Organizing an evacuation? What about the team members? What will happen to the ordinary people? Li Sheng furrowed her brow and asked. Duan Jingyan remained silent for a moment, struggling to articulate the results of the first and second team's discussions. Abandon them. There's no choice that, if the evacuation involves too many people, the target becomes too large to relocate without attracting the zombies to follow, and we cannot concern ourselves with the ordinary people. Are we really going to abandon tens of thousands of ordinary people in this city? Yes. After a moment of silence, Li Sheng inquired, what are your thoughts on this? Our leader suggested disbanding the team, allowing everyone to go their separate ways and choose whether to stay or leave, as many ability users have families. Not everyone will opt to abandon their loved ones. Duan Jingyan sighed deeply. Receiving such news left them all in shock. After developing for so long, finally finding a place where they could sleep peacefully, no one wished to leave. Yet the crisis loomed, and if they could not confront it, they had no choice but to flee. When are we evacuating? Li Sheng steadied herself and asked, in the past couple of days, fearing that prolonged delays might give rise to unforeseen complications. The captains of the first and second teams have decided to leave tonight with their families, while the remaining members will withdraw in batches. After all, should too many people depart at once, it would inevitably create a commotion and incite panic. This decision was made collectively by both teams, leaving us with no say in the matter. Today, we merely came to inform you, carrying no ulterior motives. Thus, we shall take our leave. Duan Jingyan, feeling somewhat displeased by Li Sheng's mockery, dropped his words and attempted to pull Qin Yin away. Is there something else, Captain Shi? I am not leaving. What? Li Sheng was momentarily befuddled by Qin Yin's unexpected declaration that I am not leaving. I will state it. I believe you all will not leave, either, Qin Yin reiterated, earnestly gazing into Li Sheng's eyes, striving to convey the sincerity of her words. How can you be so certain we won't leave? In this apocalypse, survival is paramount for everyone. Li Sheng inquired with a smile. I know you won't stand by and watch them perish. Qin Yin's firm conviction only deepened Li Sheng's smile. She had not misjudged. Qin Yin was indeed of her kind. Very well. Once everyone who needs to leave has done so, come to me. There will be plenty of food. Qin Yin nodded slowly and departed from the villa. Watching Qin Yin's retreating figure, Li Sheng couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, pondering why she had encountered no such talent in her previous life. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Qin Yin's intentions stemmed from the heart of an emperor or that of a minister. You all heard that, right? Yuan Mo, your home is in the imperial capital. What are your plans? Li Sheng sought to take a gamble, believing that this outbreak of zombies surrounding the city could serve as a pivotal turning point in her journey through the apocalypse. She had no reason to bind others to her fate in this gamble. Weren't we supposed to be each other's wings forever? What? Do you wish to abandon us? Yuan Mo was the first to express his stance, his smile radiant and his tone light, as if facing not a grave danger, but merely a casual outing. Soldiers exist to protect their homeland and safeguard the people behind them. At a time like this, how could one simply retreat? Tao Shan and the others echoed his sentiments, and Hu Shuesan needed no urging. In a word, wherever Li Sheng went, they would follow. Sheng smiled appreciatively, feeling somewhat moved. Though they had not known each other for long, an unspoken bond of trust had formed, one that made them partners to whom she could entrust her life without hesitation. Weapons were undoubtedly necessary. Having already spent 1 million, her remaining funds were scant. When Qin Yin had come over earlier, she had handed her the crystal cores they had earned during their mission. A rough estimate suggested she could exchange them for a little under 10 million star coins. While this sum appeared substantial at first glance, it would barely suffice to confront a crisis as immense as a zombie siege. Chapter 45. Withdrawal in 3 days. Nearly all who could evacuate from the base had done so, leaving behind less than 1/10 of the psychic users. The rest were ordinary people, with the key personnel gone. The gates of the safety zone were tightly shut, and even if more survivors arrived, no one would be there to welcome them. The sudden decrease in the population of the safety zone was bound to incite panic. Duan Jing'an's words were merely a fade. In times of great peril, self-preservation took precedence. Sheng's influence within the base was limited. Among the ordinary folk, her daily distribution of supplies granted her a degree of sway. But between the psychic users and hunting teams, her impact was exceedingly minimal. Them. She was simply a trader with whom they could engage. If one were to identify anything unique about her, it would be her relatively youthful age. However, none of this was of paramount importance, as Li Sheng's true focus did not lie with the psychic users. The ordinary population of the base still numbered around 10 million, comprising nearly all the surviving commoners from several surrounding cities. The total count of psychic users and hunting teams was only about 40 to 50,000. The zombies outside were reported to be roughly the combined total from two cities. Discounting those who had perished during the apocalypse or had been consumed by their peers, an approximate estimate suggested over 30 million remained. Although psychic users possess supernatural abilities, the idea of confronting tens of millions of zombies was nothing short of fanciful. Li Sheng's genuine objective lay with the ordinary people, as this would serve as the foundation upon which she would build her own kingdom. While the number of ordinary people was vast, the majority were timid and averse to engaging in combat with zombies. In actuality, they were quite capable. Basic zombies exhibited weak abilities and moved slowly. Under normal circumstances, an adult woman could independently confront a single zombie. Let alone able-bodied men in this transformed world. The majority of those who had succumbed to becoming zombies were the elderly and children, leaving a predominance of youths among the ordinary survivors. Sheng aspired to awaken these ordinary individuals, urging them to take up arms against their external foes, even to the extent of creating a populace ready for battle. The force of millions, when united, would be formidable as for casualties. Is there any battle devoid of loss? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, both ordinary and psychic users held the right to survive. Correspondingly, each individual must possess the courage and means to endure if they did not adapt to this new environment promptly. Their lives would eventually wither away, devoured by the apocalypse in body and spirit. Sheng envisioned a vibrant and flourishing nation. Should these individuals persist in their complacent attitude of merely surviving day by day, despite her utmost efforts to safeguard them, she would regretfully choose to depart, just as those fleeing had done. Regarding the power dynamics within the base, the psychic teams had already splintered, rendering the base effectively leaderless. With nearly all psychic users looking to Qin Yan for guidance. Even prior to the planned exodus of the base's leaders, Qin Yan had presented Li Sheng with a proposal for allegiance. Their dynamic, one of stillness and motion, of intellect and strength, complemented each other perfectly. However, as differing opinions arose, they mutually decided to dissolve their partnership, with the hope of reuniting should fate allow. Duan Jing'an, possessing a shred of conscience, departed from a base on the final day of withdrawal. As he sat in the vehicle, watching Qin Yan and Li Sheng, his eyes brimmed with reluctance. He was loath to part from the brothers he'd come to know over days of camaraderie. Yet, selfishly, he wished to survive. If we meet again, we shall still be brothers. Qin Yan nodded, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Duan Jing'an chuckled at Qin Yan's expression. Ha! Brother, if I didn't know your true nature, I might think you were severing ties with me. Li Sheng smiled wryly. Qin Yan was simply too earnest, taking everything said at face value, devoid of humor. All right, it's time to set off. If we attract any undue attention, it would lead to further turmoil. I merely harbor my own ambitions, which in essence are also personal desires. Sheng waved goodbye to the other, saying, wishing you a safe journey. Thanks, came the reply. The vehicle gradually rolled away from the gates of the base, and Li Sheng patted the somewhat dejected Qin Yan, signaling that the others had already departed. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Those who ought to leave will leave, and those who should stay will remain. Li sang Sai Gao. So, just like that, they left. How ungrateful. Shao Shursi. Count me in as unable to accept this. However, I admire Qin Yan's magnanimity. He seems entirely unaffected by the feeling of abandonment. Nalaibana. The host isn't at fault either. Despite yesterday's unpleasantness, today they still came to see him off, and the host even provided them with ample supplies before their departure. He is not wrong. He simply wishes to survive. What I intend to do is a gamble. Should I fail, you may never see this host again. Sheng articulated her inner thoughts in the live broadcast. In the face of life, all beings are equal. No one can occupy the moral high ground to bind others. Survival is an instinct. None are at fault, simply differing perspectives. Lu Biao, go inform Hua Wan to prepare for the gathering of ordinary people at noon tomorrow in the inner city square. Qin Yin, please help me communicate with the psychic users. I hope there will be no disturbances tomorrow. Hua Wan was the woman assisting Li Sheng in distributing supplies in the ordinary people's district, and she had become Li Sheng's representative among them. Holding considerable esteem, Li Sheng was ready to initiate her plan. Relying solely on them to spark their fighting spirit was clearly insufficient. Therefore, she needed to take action to help ignite their courage. Chapter 46. The mobilization begins. Hua Wan organized everything impeccably. By 11 o'clock the next day, the ordinary people had gathered in full. Things were also looking good on Qin Yin's side. The psychic users not only refrained from causing any disturbances, but also brought their friends and family to the square. At noon, Li Sheng made her timely appearance in the square. People stood closely packed, craning their necks to discern the significance of the day's events. They were not simpletons. The sudden reduction in numbers at the base was palpable. But their limited influence left them without reliable information to ascertain the situation. Sheng tested the loudspeaker she had redeemed from the marketplace. It boasted excellent amplification, albeit it was a disposable item and quite inexpensive. Listen up, I have some unfortunate news. The zombies from the 2 dead cities have congregated and are now heading towards the base. In all likelihood, within a month, the army of the undead will be at our gates. Upon hearing this, the square erupted into an uproar. The faces of ordinary individuals were etched with despair, while the extraordinary beings bowed their heads in silence. They all felt that remaining here meant only death awaited them. Once the voices from the crowd below began to dwindle, Li Sheng continued. Just yesterday, the former leader of this safe zone evacuated with his people. Now, this safe zone is a leaderless city that my companions and I have chosen to stay here, to unite everyone in the fight against the zombies and to weather this crisis together. Those with abilities and those who can kill zombies have left. Can we not escape? Of course, you may flee. The gate of the base is right there. If you wish to leave, do so. If you manage to escape, that is your skill. That if you cannot escape, it is merely bad luck. Even if you do get out, do you know how far the next base is? Do you possess the capability to leave here and reach the next base safely? The questioning words of Li Sheng resonated in the ears of everyone present. Those who were itching to run away quelled their thoughts. After all, surviving another day in the base meant they could still earn their keep. The moment they set foot outside, they could encounter zombies and lose their lives in an instant. But we have no abilities and cannot defeat the zombies. According to your reasoning, what can we do besides wait for death? A voice murmured from the crowd. Sheng raised an eyebrow, having anticipated such a question. Apart from waiting for death, you can take up arms and resist. Who says that without abilities you cannot fight against zombies? Most of the members of the previous hunting team were ordinary people. They went out to seize supplies and kill zombies. That if one person cannot handle a zombie, then 2 can work together. If 2 cannot, then 3 can join forces. Zombies do not cooperate, but humans do. But we are afraid. Hearing this, Li Sheng let out a laugh. Afraid? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of dying? Is sitting in the base waiting for zombies to break in and bite you to death not death itself? Since the final outcome is the same, why not fight for it? Would you rather be a useless parasite, languishing in a corner like a maggot, only surviving on the charity of others? If someone offers you scraps, you eat. If no one offers, you simply wait for death. If that is the case, I might as well advise you to end it all now, to spare yourselves the agony of being bitten by zombies, and to avoid becoming a burden on the remaining survivors. Sheng's merciless mockery pierced through the crowd, causing many faces to flush with shame. They had been waiting for the base to distribute food, fully aware of their own worthlessness. Until now, no one had pointed this out, nor had anyone dared to call them parasites to their faces. With Li Sheng tearing down that veil, save for the truly incapacitated elderly and children, the rest felt their dignity had been severely wounded. We are starving and lack strength, and we have no weapons. Why should we listen to you? A voice called out, emboldened, dismissing Li Sheng's authority by attacking her youth. Why should you? There is no reason, except that here in this base, I am the strongest. If anyone is stronger than me, they are welcome to step forward and express their opinions. After all, this base is equivalent to a leaderless city. It is a matter of ability. You are just relying on your ability to suppress us. You speak so eloquently of resisting zombies, but at your young age, you wish to be a little tyrant, not fearing that you might choke on your own ambitions. Even if we go out to fight zombies, in the end, we are merely working for you, protecting your base while we perish, Li Sheng said angrily. What a bunch of ingrates, is what this little girl says wrong. They are nothing but a bunch of parasitic maggots. Oppress you, I could easily pack my bags and leave, abandoning you to your own devices. Why should I cling to this base that is about to be besieged by zombies, risking my life just to indulge in a power trip? Am I the fool, or are you? Li Sheng chuckled coldly, her gaze sweeping over the man who had dared to retort. The man instantly shivered in fear. The current zombies were not particularly formidable. They might overpower them, but otherwise, it was a matter of waiting for death. If you are hungry, I will provide you with food. If you lack weapons, I will supply you with those too. If you endure, you will gain the ability to kill zombies. Once you take that step, a bright future awaits. Oh, you not yearn to reclaim your dignity and hold your head high in this world. Although I am merely 10 years old, I have studied the history of our nation, and I am aware of the tremendous wars we have endured. We have traversed through hell and high water, achieving peace through the sacrifices of countless souls. Now, we face another war, another multitude of enemies. These foes will not capture you for research nor insult you. They are merely a horde of mindless, sluggish corpses. If that is the case, and you still lack the courage to rise up and resist, then I can only say, just end it all. Chapter 47. Mobilization 2. Unlike the previous outbursts, when a man shouted this phrase, his face was filled with anguish. His family had perished in the outbreak of the zombie virus. He could not bring himself to kill, especially not his own kin, so he had done nothing but flee. After reaching the safe zone, he merely existed day by day, consumed by thoughts of his lost family. Li Sheng had never considered this perspective. This world held no sense of belonging. She had just traversed into this apocalypse a week ago, and zombies were simply animated monstrosities. She had forgotten that these monstrous forms had once been living beings to others. System, is there a cure for the zombie virus? Li Sheng had not encountered any medication concerning the zombie virus in the shop. Perhaps the system knew something. This system would not lie. At most, it would conceal certain truths. But as long as she asked, she would receive the appropriate answers. The system provided Li Sheng with a detailed response. The giant zombie in that town was likely 1 in 1,000. A fortunate entity capable of regaining some autonomy. However, with such size and appearance, would it ever be accepted by humanity? Such distant matters were meaningless to ponder now. The mutated bear had already reached level 7. As the strongest zombie in the town, it might be at level 8 or 9. In an era where most zombies remained at levels 1 or 2, this creature had leveraged all advantages to ascend rapidly. Perhaps there were only a handful of level 8 or 9 zombies in the entire world. That's all I wish to convey today. The choice is in your hands. Those who wish to flee may do so. No one will stop you. Those who choose to remain, I will be here at this time tomorrow, waiting for you. If anyone wishes to take up arms to defend their home, then come forward. An endless cycle of survival locations will eventually lead to ruin. If you survive one catastrophe after another, living a life of constant upheaval is likely not your desired outcome. I hope you can grasp this notion. Having said this, Li Sheng departed from the square, leaving the remaining time for these individuals to reflect. Inevitably, some would come to understand, and one wish to be displaced. Eventually, they would summon the courage to fight. She had spoken her piece. If it failed to ignite the fighting spirit in ordinary people, she was prepared to pack her bags and leave. A decayed tree cannot be carved. If one wishes to die, no one can save them. Upon returning to the villa, Li Sheng collapsed onto the sofa as if nothing had happened. All matters would wait until tomorrow to see how many would be willing to resist the zombies in order to make arrangements. For now, there was nothing more to be done. She could afford to relax for another day. Yuan Mo, seeing Li Sheng sprawled on the sofa with a vacant expression, couldn't help but chuckle. plopping down beside her and nudging her. "Aren't you the least bit worried?" "Worried about what?" "Worried that your mobilization meeting was entirely futile. What if only a few people show up tomorrow? Then I'll take those few ambitious ones and flee. I am not foolish. If they wish to be couch potatoes and wait for death, I 1T drag them a fight. Moreover, I don't believe they 1T come.O. You have such confidence in yourself?" Yuanamo raised an eyebrow, pinching the soft flesh of Li Sheng's chubby cheek. "Hey, let go!" Li Sheng irritably swatted his hand away, rolling her eyes as she continued. "It's not that I have confidence in myself. I simply believe there are more intelligent people than fools in this world. Rest assured, if they truly wish for death, they could have simply waited to be bitten during the initial outbreak. But since they have made it to the safe zone, it means they possess a will to survive. As long as there is that desire, there's no reason to fear they won't rise to the occasion. Fine, you call the shots, but I must remind you that after you stepped forward today, you will become a target. Once this crisis is over, some will inevitably succumb to their own thoughts that I know. But I'm not afraid of them not coming. I'm afraid they will lack the courage to come. Sheng narrowed her eyes slightly. It was merely a matter of seizing power. She was quite familiar with it. Chapter 48. Unrest that night. Many people stealthily left the base, their movements cautious and furtive. The gatekeeper of the Qi and Yin organization feigned ignorance as he witnessed the group's departure, allowing them to leave unimpeded. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. These individuals, once they departed, were left to ponder the unknown that awaited them. The following noon, Li Sheng arrived early at the square, where an unusual stillness enveloped the streets, devoid of any passers-by. Only Li Sheng and her companions stood in the vast expanse, starkly contrasting against the blanket of white snow. Time ticked away, yet not a single soul had arrived. "What now? Shall we pack our bags and flee?" Yuanmo shrugged, lamenting the state of the world and society, declaring it irreparable. "Let us wait a little longer," Li Sheng replied calmly after glancing at her watch. She was resolute in her disbelief that not a single person would show up. The odds of such an occurrence were as unfathomably low as everyone choosing to remain behind. 10 minutes past 12, still no one appeared. 20 minutes past 12, still not a soul. By 12:30, Li Sheng was on the verge of despair. Yet, the situation baffled her. How could this be? As the clock struck 12:45, she raised an eyebrow, deciding to abandon her post. Just then, a throng of men in green military uniforms rushed toward her from a distance. Reporting from the 317th Brigade, "Apologies for our delay. There was a disturbance in the civilian sector that required our attention." The leading man gasped, breathless as he approached Li Sheng, offering a fragmented explanation. They were a team that had remained after an evacuation, some motivated by familial bonds, while others clung to their steadfast beliefs. Since joining the military, they had been indoctrinated with the principle of always being prepared for battle to protect the people behind them. Sheng smiled, reassured that the entire base was not comprised of lethargic souls. "What transpired in the civilian area?" "Sir, my name is Chen Dongshan." The man saluted, raising his hand in respect. "Excellent. Liu Biao and his team are former military as well. They will accompany you." "What about the others?" "They are behind you. In the face of crisis, many have succumbed to their antisocial instincts that we fear there may still be those who might resort to such actions. So we have enlisted the aid of some ability users and a portion of the military to escort the civilians over." "Thank you," Li Sheng nodded slightly. She had not anticipated that revealing this information would elicit such a strong reaction from certain individuals. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents was beyond comprehension. Those who would drag the innocent down with them in their final moments were not even worthy of being called beasts. Surprisingly, upon tallying the numbers, it turned out that no more than 100 people had fled the base, which astonished Li Sheng, given the vast population within the base, akin to the survivors of an entire province. The fact that only a mere 100 had chosen to escape was a testament to the success of Li Sheng's mobilization meeting the day prior. The arrivals today bore expressions of determination, their faces reflecting either fiery resolve or unwavering conviction. The battle they were about to face was the first step in safeguarding their homeland. They understood that death was a possibility, yet fear no longer held them captive. Li Sheng was right. A life of wandering was never their desire. Even in the face of apocalypse, They yearned for a place to call home. Chapter 49. Preparation. Li Sheng tasked her team with counting the number of combat-ready individuals. Excluding the elderly, infirm, and disabled, over 700,000 able-bodied men and women were prepared to fight, including some robust women over 40 who volunteered to join the fray. Li Sheng diligently calculated her star coins and remaining crystal cores. Qin Yin contributed his earned crystal cores to her cause. With over 700,000 needing armament, financial resources became a pressing concern. She needed to accumulate a minimum of 35 million star coins. What is your plan? Are you going to send the civilians in a battle first? Yuan Mo inquired, observing Li Sheng's intense calculations. Absolutely not. I am no executioner. The lives of ordinary people matter as well. It is out of the question to use them as cannon fodder, Li Sheng replied without lifting her gaze. 35 million was within her reach, but spending this sum would hinder the base's future development. Each expenditure was for consumables, and she needed to devise a strategy to ensure that every coin spent yielded substantial returns. Currently, she possessed a total of 100 million star coins, the maximum amount that could be amassed within the entirety of the base. Those unwilling to surrender their crystal cores could not be coerced. What do you intend to do? Acquire money, food, and weapons. Forget about firearms. Even the smallest handgun would be useless in the hands of an ordinary person. And the recoil could injure them. It's best to procure some ranged melee weapons like bows and arrows that I consider that. But using a bow requires strength, and those who are untrained wouldn't even be able to draw one. Stone weapons, Yuan Mo suddenly suggested, recalling the most ancient methods. Explosive devices, those are limited in number. Against millions of zombies, they are merely a drop in the ocean. However, stone weapons are different. There are mountains behind the base. Offering an inexhaustible supply of stones, we can blast the mountains to obtain a substantial amount of stone. Using catapults to crush the zombies is far more efficient than explosives. Indeed. How did I overlook that? Li Sheng released her nearly pulled-out hair in exasperation. Her spirits lifted. Having absorbed so much modern knowledge, she had grown accustomed to rapid technological advancements and innovations, nearly forgetting the most primitive yet effective weapons of her own era. Quickly, she accessed the system's shop. Each large catapult cost only 500 star coins and could bear a weight of 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds of stone was sufficient to topple many zombies. The price of a single explosive was 3,000 star coins, while a landmine cost at least 800. The catapult was indeed a remarkable bargain. The savings could then be allocated for food. Food had been her primary concern. With no land for cultivation, the cost to feed such a populace was staggering. At least 10,000 crystal cores per day, not accounting for the ability users. Thank you, Yuan Mo. I'll head out to gather the food. Please help organize the distribution. With that, she rushed off to procure other necessary supplies. Inspired by Yuan Mo's insight, Li Sheng promptly adjusted her combat strategy and began to write fervently. Yuan Mo, witnessing Li Sheng's engrossed state, chuckled helplessly, resigned to fulfilling her requests. As for the origin of Li Sheng's resources, they tacitly chose not to inquire. Li Sheng toiled through the night, finally drafting a detailed battle plan for Hu Shuesen to copy and disseminate. Lu Biao led a team to blast the mountains, while Li Sheng began to gather weapons at the previous campsite. Rows of catapults stood impressively on the playground, a sight to behold. Soldiers shouted as they moved the catapults to the base's entrance, placing them strategically at all four corners, simultaneously burying numerous landmines outside. With every meal generously provided, plenty of rice, and although the vegetables were not extravagant, they were adequate. The base transformed from a desolate shell into a thriving community within just 5 days. People no longer exhibited indifference. Familiar faces exchanged smiles and greetings. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Li Sheng believed that the future of the base would flourish further, and one day, people would live peacefully upon this land, free from hunger and fear. This had always been her goal, and it would continue to be so. This aspiration had never wavered in her heart, and she had persistently strived toward that direction. Chapter 50. Feints and Diversions. Half a month had swiftly passed, and everyone within the base was diligently playing their part in preparing for combat. Ditches, watchtowers, walls, and barriers gradually took form, each meticulously repaired to perfection. On the 20th day, the zombie horde approached with an ominous march, shaking the very ground beneath them. Snowflakes drifted down, accumulating on the heads and shoulders of the people. Sheng stood atop the watchtower, gazing down at the horde of zombies, separated from them by a 100-meter-wide ditch, their countless heads pressed together, creating an impenetrable mass that stretched beyond sight. Prepare the catapults. Zombies do not adhere to reason. To strike, we must seize the initiative. Let us eliminate one before the next, Sheng commanded. With her order, the catapults began launching massive stones toward the throng of zombies to generate the necessary tension in the catapults. Dozens of individuals were required to pull the ropes, and even the well-fed youths and women who had rarely engaged in physical labor before the apocalypse found it somewhat taxing. The biting cold wind stung their faces, forcing them to squint against the harshness, gritting their teeth, and straining every muscle until they could pull no more, at last releasing their grip. Second team, ready, fire arrows. Sheng urgently trained a group of able-bodied civilians alongside previously unearthed archery athletes, forming a second team of archers. Though few in number, they were effective. Flaming arrows soared over the walls, their bright red flames contrasting starkly against the white snow, creating a vividly dangerous tableau. The wails of zombies echoed through the air, drowning out all other sounds, as Sheng calmly retrieved a megaphone. Her gaze unwavering as stones rained down. They left behind only a mass of flesh, flames igniting the tattered remnants of the zombies' former garments, scorching their skin, hair, and flesh. The zombies in the front line charged recklessly towards the city wall, vanishing into the trench and becoming stepping stones for their kin behind them. They trampled over the corpses of their kind. Crossing the trench, with a sudden clatter beneath them, a landmine detonated, unleashing a deafening series of explosions, sending dust and debris flying in all directions, mingled with blood and dismembered limbs. Mother, a young archer with red-rimmed eyes, knelt on the ground, cradling his head and weeping bitterly. He had caught a glimpse of his mother within the horde of zombies. He could see that moment. She had already been reduced to mere fragments, her visage unrecognizable. The hands of those operating the slingshots paused momentarily, their eyes widening in realization. They were alive, and they must survive for their loved ones. Sheng raised a loudspeaker, her voice tender yet resolute, resonating within the hearts of all present. The boy wiped his tears, trembling as he stood, hastily brushing away the remnants of sorrow, and with a slight quiver, he readied his bow once more. They must live, carrying forth the spirits of their families. Team 3, cover Team 1. The zombies stumbled forward, stepping over the bodies of their fallen, gradually approaching. Teams composed of those with special abilities surged forth from the city gates to protect Team 1 as they launched their sling attacks. Long-range abilities were unleashed indiscriminately upon the nearby zombies, causing the ground to tremble violently as one by one the undead fell, only to be quickly replaced. Earth-type practitioners collaborated to erect waist-high earthen walls, obstructing the advance of the zombies. Wind-type practitioners harnessed the advantages of the weather to alter the direction of the chilling winds. Team 4, cover Team 3, individuals clad in dark green military uniforms emerged from the city gates. Armed with rifles and machetes, Sheng descended from the watchtower, leading Lu Biao and others in charge on pigs out of the city gates, prioritizing the extermination of zombies within 50 meters of the entrance. Kill! Sheng bellowed, raising her rifle high, her legs gripping tightly as the pig dashed forward. The rifle danced in her hands, each thrust claiming the life of a zombie. The live stream was unusually quiet today. Apart from a few newcomers who occasionally inquired and fell silent upon receiving answers, the atmosphere was hushed. Yuan Mo took over Sheng's position atop the watchtower, peering through binoculars at the swarm of zombies. Such a large-scale siege without the command of high-level zombies was impossible. The current horde was merely a collection of low-tier zombies, cannon fodder, while the true threats lurked behind. Few could engage the zombies while ensuring their own survival, and only those with extensive training could manage such feats. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Sheng joined the fray against the zombies, reassured by Yuan Mo's command from behind. Yuan Mo's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Sheng, her petite frame riding on a pig, wielding a rifle with grace. gradually overlapping with the figure from his dreams. The it was a scene he felt he had envisioned long ago. In the midst of the artillery warfare, a girl with a high ponytail battled the enemy forces, cutting through and claiming their lives, desperately forging her own nation. Zombies are attacking the East Gate. An urgent shout interrupted Yuan Mo's thoughts. He quickly raised the binoculars, straining to see in the distance as the zombies began to shift, creating a gap as they advanced towards the east. Li Sheng, the zombies are moving. Li Sheng dispatched the nearest zombie with a swift motion, glancing around her surroundings. The number of zombies within 50 meters had dwindled significantly, now nearly eradicated. Beyond that, Earth-type practitioners were holding the line, making a sudden breach unlikely. Team 4, head to the East Gate. Teams 2, 3, and 1, continue. Chapter 51. The value of life. Li Sheng hurriedly led the military personnel to the East Gate earlier to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Team Qinyan had been stationed at the East Gate with a portion of special ability users, while Team Hushuesen guarded the North Gate with a large contingent of ordinary citizens and a few special ability users. The mountains to the south provided a natural barrier, as they had blasted stone from that direction, with a large river on one side, effectively creating a fortified position. It was nearly impossible for zombies to mount an offensive from the south. The loss of one gate meant a slight reduction in personnel, and the base's location was advantageous. This was one of the reasons Li Sheng chose to remain and defend the city. If this base could be adequately protected and developed, its safety would far surpass that of one on the vast plains. What is the situation? Li Sheng inquired as she approached Qin Yan. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yan replied tersely. Initially, a large number of low-tier zombies, but now they're only high-tier, each at levels 3 or 4. Qin Yan was as succinct as ever, summarizing the situation in the fewest words possible. Li Sheng understood. At the West Gate, where they had first offended, only low-tier zombies remained. No matter how numerous, as long as they weren't overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the zombies posed little threat. However, the East Gate was now faced with elite zombies, indicating a strategy to use it as a breakthrough point. Give me the binoculars. Sheng extended her hand to take them from Qin Yan. The terrain at the East Gate was somewhat treacherous, with several small hills ahead, limiting visibility. Finally grasping the binoculars, Li Sheng could clearly see the battlefield ahead, where practitioners clashed fiercely with the zombies. Fortunately, high-tier zombies were not easily formed, and their numbers remained few and scattered. However, the general ability levels of the fighters were lower than those of the zombies, necessitating collaboration to defeat them. Sheng observed a man protecting his teammate, nearly falling victim to his zombie's lethal strike. She quickly made a decision. Money could be earned again, but lives once lost were irrevocable. Every individual's life was precious, especially in such dire circumstances. Practitioners with strong combat abilities needed to be cherished. All special ability users, retreat. A voice distorted by abilities cried out, echoing to every individual engaged in battle. Upon receiving the command, the fighters did not linger, quickly retreating while continuing to engage. They were instructed to draw the zombies closer without overly obstructing their advance. As Li Sheng hurriedly activated her exchange privileges to select firearms and ammunition, she directed, "Make sure to bring the zombies in closer." The voice manipulator echoed her instructions. Sheng swiftly commanded the soldiers who had been brought to arm themselves and begin their assault. The soldiers, well-trained, moved with remarkable agility. In a mere 2 minutes, they were fully prepared and commenced firing. The entrance of the East Gate erupted into flames as Li Sheng armed them with the same type of firearms she had initially exchanged for Yuan Mo and the others. These weapons were sufficient to deal with level 4 zombies. Sheng did her best to exchange as much ammunition as possible. The number of soldiers was limited, and the firearms were few. But the expenditure of star coins was manageable. Li Sang Sai Gao sent 9,999 star coins x5. Bring it on, sending 666 star coins x10. Star C6 66 sent 6,666 star coins x5. Juzi Tong Hong sent 9,999 star coins x10. Don't ask. Just know it, the big shot, sending 9,999 star coins x100. Suddenly, the chat was flooded with gifts, and the entire live stream was silent, merely adorned with the quantities of various presents. The smallest was 66, while the largest reached 9,999. The chat was overwhelmed by the barrage of gifts, streaming and endlessly Sheng's star coin skyrocketed. Witnessing this scene left her momentarily stunned as she asked, "What are you all doing?" Li sang sigh Gao. "Nothing, just seeing the little girl striving to preserve every life, almost exhausting herself. I wanted to contribute a little. Don't ask, just know it's a big shot. I have plenty of money. This little gift is nothing if this money can save even one life. Even if it's in another dimension. It's worth it. Star C666. I can't contribute much. Little 14. Woo woo woo. I am still a student with little pocket money each month, so I can only send a few 66s to the host. Juzi Tong Hong. Am I the only one who noticed the host saw a special ability user nearly get killed and immediately called for a retreat? I truly appreciate this attitude. I used to think the apocalypse was all about wasteland and despair, but thank you for showing me a different kind of apocalypse. Don't ask, just know it's a big shot. Exactly. I used to enjoy watching hosts and other worlds brawl at the slightest provocation, taking down those who taunted them. But now seeing this host, I suddenly feel quite foolish. Little 14, to the one above. I am reflecting too that I used to watch apocalypse-themed shows for romance or battles, but it seems no host ever thought of saving lives after obtaining a live stream system and marketplace. Juzi Tong Hong. I recall the last apocalypse-themed female host. She watched her best friend die and didn't even think to use her system items, fearing the secret would be discovered. But the live stream system wasn't a secret at all. She could have saved her friend if she had wanted to. Little 14. To the one above, I've seen that live stream too. Later, she even exploited her friend's death for sympathy, claiming she couldn't afford items, deceiving many into giving her gifts. Eventually, one of her loyal fans calculated her live stream background and discovered she was wealthy. I was deceived by her too. Li sang Sai Gao. Sai, without comparison, there is no harm. Look at our little girl. Her vision has always been so grand, so cute, so fierce, yet so kind. Thank you all. Sheng smiled genuinely, expressing heartfelt gratitude to each viewer. The live stream system was a defective one. However, the individuals in the live stream are still delightful and kind-hearted souls. Xiao Shirsi, wow. I suddenly noticed the host's beauty. She is simply adorable. The host should smile more, and those charming little dimples are simply enchanting. Li Song Sai Gao, what did I tell you all? I mentioned that a chubby little girl is irresistibly cute. You all didn't believe me, but now you must concede, as the discussion in the live room increasingly revolved around her looks. It began to stray off topic, causing Li Sheng to divert her gaze. Indeed, they could not escape the conclusion that everyone in the live room was enamored with appearances, thanks to the advanced technology provided by the system mall. The situation at the East Gate gradually stabilized. Countless large pits had been created on the ground, preventing the zombies from advancing further. Sheng left the soldiers behind and took a portion of the ability users to head towards the North Gate. Since the zombies had created a diversion by surrounding the West Gate with a multitude of their kind to draw attention, it was likely that the North Gate would not be spared either. That area was primarily inhabited by ordinary people. While low-level zombies were manageable, an attack by high-level zombies would spell disaster. The best outcome would be that the zombies had not discovered the North Gate. Li Sheng hurriedly rushed towards the North Gate, but before she arrived at the main entrance, distant screams echoed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Sheng hastened her pace. Chapter 52. Zombie King at the entrance. Hu Shiuesen organized the survivors to desperately hold the main gate. Originally, the South City was an ancient town, and this gate was the only natural entrance featuring remnants of ancient city walls. This was precisely why Li Sheng felt assured allowing Hu Shiuesen to guard this area with ordinary people. Observing the circumstances, the zombies outside were launching a fierce assault on the gate. Everyone, put in more effort. We cannot let the zombies in, Hu Shiuesen bellowed, and countless individuals formed a human wall to staunchly defend the gate. Given the current situation, there were only two options. Either hold the fort until the zombies dispersed on their own, or allow the zombies to enter and annihilate them. Both choices were equally dire, and Li Sheng found herself at a loss for what to decide. She ordered the evacuation of ordinary people towards the West Gate. While all strength-based ability users were to block the entrance, cracks began to appear in the gate. It was clear it would not hold for long. With a determined bite of her lip, Li Sheng made a difficult decision. The ordinary people were replaced by ability users, who obediently fled towards the west gate. The gate reverberated with loud bangs, the cracks widening ominously, indicating an impending collapse. Li Sheng quickly organized the ordinary people to hasten their retreat, when suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded behind her. The wooden door, as thick as a city wall, was shattered, allowing the zombies to surge into the base, commencing a horrific massacre. The ability users stationed closest to the gate barely had time to react before their throats were bitten through. Moments later, those slain rose again, transformed into zombies. All were high-level zombies. Under normal circumstances, a zombie of equal or slightly higher level could not assimilate an ability user. Such occurrences only happened when the zombie's level exceeded that of the ability user by more than one rank. Thus, these zombies must have been at least level 5 or higher, if not more. The main force of the zombies was evidently at the north gate. Li Sheng, disregarding her shock, rushed forward with her long spear to block the claws that were about to reach Sheng. Everyone retreat to the west. Call for reinforcements. High-level zombies, it seemed, numbered roughly around 100. Once an ability user was turned into a zombie, they would inherit their ability level, making the situation at the north gate rather grim. Li Sheng shouted, striving to ensure her voice reached every ear. The sound of her spear clanging echoed, sending vibrations through her fingertips. Sheng summoned vine plants to obstruct the zombies' advance, allowing Li Sheng a moment of space and time. She quickly approached the zombies, unleashing her abilities to freeze them instantly, shattering them along with the vines. A flawless collaboration. For the next zombie, Li Sheng and Sheng repeated the process, but by the fifth zombie, the creatures had realized they should avoid Li Sheng, redirecting their attacks toward others. Evading Li Sheng, she pressed forward, releasing her powers at every opportunity, seizing even the slightest chance to strike, even when brushing past at close range. The number of slain continued to rise. The mutated zombies were markedly faster and stronger than ordinary beings, leaving no survivors among those who lagged behind. The scent of blood filled the air at the north gate. The ground awash in a vivid crimson, a sight that was painfully stark. As Li Sheng relentlessly reaped the lives of zombies, she became consumed with rage. The formidable wall of zombies could only be dealt with through abilities. Neither gunpowder nor melee weapons held any efficacy against them. With over 100 high-level zombies, it was impossible for just Li Sheng and Sheng to eliminate them all. They could only strive to impede the zombies' advance, buying as much time as possible for others to escape. "Sister, we're here. Move aside." Li Sheng swiftly dodged as Lu Biao fired a rocket launcher, blasting zombies several meters away. However, the high-level zombies suffered no damage. They are all high-level zombies. Explosives are ineffective. Li Sheng knew this was the outcome she had anticipated. After shouting, she charged forward to engage the zombies in battle. Her ability, now at level 3, had a range still inferior to that of her spear. While powerful, it proved to be of little practical use. Li Sheng did not pay heed to the situation of her companions, focusing solely on eliminating zombies. With over 100 zombies, it was impossible for just the 6 of them to contain the onslaught. Many managed to break through their defenses and escape towards the inner city. At this moment, Li Sheng could only hope Yuan Mo would prioritize the lives of ordinary people and dispatch more manpower to combat the zombies. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the inner city, flashes of purple lightning illuminating the sky. Moments later, the thunderous downpour began, a deafening roar echoing. Li Sheng, glancing towards the direction of the storm clouds, felt a slight relief. Qin Yan had arrived. Qin Yan was the strongest ability user in the entire base, a level 6 lightning user. With him holding the fort, Li Sheng felt reassured, just as she released a breath of relief. She turned to see an exceptionally distinct zombie appear at the entrance. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Zombie King before its mutation. It should be noted that this Zombie King had once been a dominant force in the town. Being at least level 7, the greatest boss had appeared. Li Sheng warily observed it, not daring to make a rash move. The Zombie King seemed disinclined to attack Li Sheng. It first surveyed the slain zombies and then glanced at the battling individuals. Seemingly contemplating something, Li Sheng's attention was entirely consumed by the Zombie King, completely oblivious to the massive figure that had climbed up the corner of the city wall. "Sister, be careful." Blood sprayed into the air. staining Li Sheng's vision crimson as Tao Shan's pupils dilated. Death came in an instant. He did not even have a chance to cry out before departing this world. A colossal claw pierced through Tao Shan's heart, tightly gripping the still warm, crimson organ. Damn it! Li Sheng's eyes instantly turned red, disregarding everything as she charged forward. The zombie king casually tossed aside Tao Shan's lifeless body and seized Li Sheng's long spear. With a mere flick of its wrist, the weapon shattered. Consumed by fury, Li Sheng discarded the broken spear, drew out the bow and arrows exchanged from the town, and distanced herself to commence shooting. Each arrow struck true, yet all it elicited was the furious roars of a zombie. The ineffective arrows drove Li Sheng to the brink of madness. She hurled the bow aside and dashed towards the zombie king, determined to take a gamble that if she could close the distance and release her powers before it pierced her, she could slay the zombie king. Sheng recognized herself as a gambler, both in the past and present. Once she gambled on her father's genuine affection for her talents, believing he would entrust the world to her. That gamble ended in loss. Later, in her fief, unwilling to become a mere pawn in a political marriage, she approached the Mo family, seeking to have Yuan Mo at her service to demonstrate her sincerity. She followed the Mo family relentlessly through torrential rains for an entire month. She gambled that she could move Yuan Mo, and this time, she won. Subsequently, she gambled that she could seize the world from the hands of an inept emperor, that she could triumph in one battle after another, that she could ascend the throne as a woman, and that history would eventually acknowledge her place. After years of strategizing, traversing battlefields, and facing perilous depths, she ultimately emerged victorious. She believed in her strength, and that fortune would always favor her. Sometimes, not taking a gamble resulted in a dead end. Just like now, that if she did not take this risk, the entire South City would be slaughtered by this zombie. The orchestrator of this battle. She would take full responsibility and refuse to be a coward. To breach the city, they would have to step over her corpse. Chapter 53. Overdrawn, the zombie king, upon noticing Li Sheng charging towards it, instinctively dodged. It had witnessed how she dispatched its zombie minions and instinctively understood that she must not be allowed to approach. Lacking any abilities, the zombie king could only engage in close combat, redirecting its target towards Sheng. Sheng quickly exchanged for a more expensive spear and enhancement potions from the system mall, swallowing one hastily. With the speed of an arrow released from its bow, she surged forward, using all her strength to block the claws of the zombie. Stay behind. I will hold them off. Li Sheng gritted her teeth, bracing herself against the relentless pressure of the zombie's claws, shielding Sheng behind her. Sheng recognized that remaining here would only complicate matters, so he nodded and quickly departed from the northern gate. The zombie, seeing its targets flee, let out an enraged howl, eager to pursue them further. Sheng swiftly leaped forward to intercept it. The elite zombies that had yet to be dealt with followed Sheng's group into the inner city. The ominous clouds and flashes of lightning in the inner city persisted, yet Li Sheng remained unperturbed. Thunder and lightning represented the mightiest forces of nature, and until Qin Yin's powers were fully depleted, no matter how many zombies they faced, they would meet their demise. With unwavering focus, Li Sheng confronted the zombie king, her diminutive figure starkly contrasting with the towering zombie. The zombie's tough, leathery skin presented nearly no weaknesses, and her spear barely penetrated, serving only to impede its advance. For the time being, Li Sheng found herself entangled in a prolonged struggle, biding her time for an opportunity to unleash her powers. At that moment, the zombie at the entrance began to stir. This was the very zombie that had led Li Sheng to mistake it for the boss, distracting her and resulting in Tao Shan's demise. It seemed to be under the control of the later arriving zombie king. It had been motionless until now, but with each roar from the king, it moved slightly. One zombie king was already proving to be quite a challenge for Li Sheng. Now, with two similarly ranked zombies flanking her, she felt the strain intensifying. After such a prolonged battle, her stamina was rapidly depleting, making it increasingly difficult to contend with the two zombies. Had it not been for the system's potions bolstering her, she likely would have succumbed by now. Li Song Sai Gao. Little lowly, you must flee, preserve the Green Mountains, and you need not worry about firewood. Sheng G666. Indeed, streamer, the enhancement potions in the shop can only awaken your maximum potential. Prolonged use will leave you utterly incapacitated. Na Lai Ba and I. The side effects of the enhancement potions are severe. Streamer, you should run while you still can. Your stamina is nearly exhausted. Li Song Sai Gao. They speak the truth. Little lowly. Last time, you felt nothing because you only used the potion for less than half an hour, but this time, after such prolonged use, you truly might perish. Not force yourself. Xiao Shirsi. Yes. Streamer, hurry and flee. We cannot bear to lose you. The barrage of comments urging Li Sheng to escape flooded the screen. Having just endured a heavy blow, she felt her arm numbing, as though it were burdened by 1,000 pounds. She was acutely aware of her physical state. Even without their warnings, she could sense something was amiss. The potion had maximally tapped into her potential, essentially compressing her stamina to unleash it all at once. Once it was depleted, she would collapse immediately. If the previous battles had been draining her stamina, the effects of the potion had now begun to erode her very limits. Sheng understood that her endurance was waning. Yet even in this dire situation, she was unwilling to surrender. She had promised them a home, one that was safe and secure, even if the price was her own life. With clenched teeth, Li Sheng uttered what could be the final words of her life. Na Lai Ba and I. With such a leader, what worry is there for national peace and prosperity? Sheng G666. While I cannot comprehend the streamer's mindset, I genuinely admire her. Li Song Sai Gao. Little lowly. I wish for your survival, that I believe you can carve out your own sanctuary in this apocalypse, that I'll send money. The system shop may still have items you can use, not fear spending. I will reimburse you for whatever you need. B1, Geo sure to allow. Count me in. My grandfather was a federal general who sacrificed his life in the war against the insectoid horde. I believe he felt a similar sentiment in his final moments. Tai Han Ro Qing. I empathize, brother. I have been on the battlefield as a retired soldier. We all feel this way in every stand. A flood of gifts began to inundate the screen, each viewer sending their blessings and prayers for Li Sheng. Yet, she could see none of it. Her vision began to blur, the comments unreadable, relying solely on instinct to fend off each assault. A buzzing filled her ears, the roars of the zombies gradually fading away. Her arms and legs felt as though they were weighted with lead. Each movement required her utmost effort. She seemed to be running on fumes. Chapter 54. The inn. Li Sheng collapsed weakly into the snow, the howling winds whistling past her, scraping against her cheeks, yet she felt nothing. The stench of the zombies intensified, and even as her sense of smell began to fail, she could still discern it clearly. Before her, all was darkness. She could see nothing at all. Perhaps it was time to die. It seemed to confirm the viewer's initial remarks that apocalypse streamers never survived long. She suspected this wretched system was conspiring against her. She often gambled with Yuan Mo, and her luck had always been favorable. Well, if death was imminent, she might as well reflect on her misfortune, struck by lightning on her first day of ascension. Now, as she sought to establish her own dominion in this apocalypse, she was cut short before she had even begun. Why was it always so close, yet so difficult? Although she may not have fulfilled her grand ambitions in life, at least she had realized a small childhood wish, to marry for love, eschewing political sacrifices, living freely and joyfully that, in truth, she had lived quite splendidly. Amidst her dazed state, Li Sheng sensed a glimmer of light before her. A familiar silhouette danced in her vision, though she could not quite identify it. Sheng, I am here. Wasn't that the voice of her canine-headed strategist? It seemed she was truly on the brink of death, experiencing hallucinations. Yet, even in her visions, she should have seen her dearly missed mother. She could not match the zombies in combat, so perhaps it was time to accept her fate. But at least now, they could walk together. Zombies? How could the canine-headed strategist know about zombies? This wasn't a hallucination. It was Yuan Mo. Li Sheng struggled to open her eyes, yearning to discern the scene before her, but no matter how hard she tried, her vision remained unfocused. She felt her body being gently moved a couple of times. Just a few days had passed, and she felt so heavy she could hardly be lifted. Indeed, it was Yuan Mo. What was he doing here? Seeking death. Their powers were evenly matched, and Yuan Mo's stamina was nearly negligible. How could he handle the zombies that she could not? His abilities could restrain zombies, but there would come a time when he would exhaust them. Yuan Mo, hurry and take my sister away. I will hold them off. Why was Hu Shuesen here too? Why were they both rushing over? Wasn't one death enough? Li Sheng screamed internally, unable to voice a single word. You wretched zombies! I'm right here. Come at me. Behind her, Hu Shuesen's roar echoed, followed by the rapid fire of a machine Ju and Sheng gritted her teeth, still striving to focus her gaze, refusing to yield even when her eyes ached unbearably. At last, her vision began to clear, and she swiftly turned to look behind her. That moment, Hu Shuesen was sprinting madly, firing as he ran, drawing the zombies away into the distance. The IT seemed he intended to sacrifice himself to lure the zombies away. Yet Hu Shuesen was not a speed-type ability user. How could his legs possibly outrun the evolved zombie king? As the distance between the zombies and Hu Shuesen dwindled, Li Sheng felt a surge of urgency. She fought to protect those behind her, yet Hu Shuesen had no such obligation. He was simply acting out of pure concern for her. Having already lost Lu Biao, she could not bear to witness another companion's life extinguished before her eyes. War was ruthless, and death was inevitable, but she wished to do everything in her power to preserve each life. Her abilities surged within her, and she desperately summoned her energy, feeling as though her head would split apart. The energy within her pulling at her nerves as if to tear her apart. Suddenly, it felt as if a thread in her mind had snapped. To her astonishment, Li Sheng's limbs regained their strength. She forcefully pushed Yuan Mo aside and ran towards the zombies, shouting, Hu Shuesen, get away! Li Sheng's current appearance was truly concerning. Her lips were pale, her skin slightly bluish, her eyes bloodshot, and there were traces of blood oozing from her ears. Hu Shuesen was taken aback, unsure of Li Sheng's intentions, but he could see that she was in considerable pain. Little sister. Hu Shuesen attempted to persuade Li Sheng to leave, but his words were cut off. Get away. I fear I may accidentally harm you. Sheng nearly forced the words out through clenched teeth. Seeing her so resolute, Hu Shuesen struggled for a moment before deciding to run. He could always trust Li Sheng, just as he could always trust his comrades. Once Yuan Mo caught up, Li Sheng would undoubtedly be safe. After Hu Shuesen had distanced himself, Li Sheng collided with the zombies, who recognized her intentions and quickly drew back 3 meters. This was the maximum range of the power she had just unleashed. However, the zombies, with their simple minds, could not fathom that Li Sheng could evolve in the midst of battle. Snowflakes danced in the howling wind, swirling into a vortex, with Li Sheng at its center, unaffected by the cold "tada." Li Sheng howled, and the vortex erupted, sending a blizzard of snowflakes cascading towards the zombies, enveloping them entirely, in a radius of 30 meters from Li Sheng. All structures were instantly reduced to ashes, and as the snowflakes that encased the zombie detonated, nothing remained but a ground littered with debris. Yuan Mo rushed forward, cradling Li Sheng's slowly collapsing figure in his arms as he made his way back to the city. The remaining zombies were eradicated after 3 days of relentless effort from the group, leaving a mountain of corpses outside the city, staining the falling snow a deep crimson. Subsequently, Yuan Mo organized the survivors to launch an offensive, culminating in a resounding victory for humanity. After dispatching the last standing zombie, the survivors erupted in joyous cheers, embracing one another, with some overwhelmed by emotion, shedding tears of relief. The entire base seemed to come alive in the aftermath of this battle. Having endured the harrowing siege of the undead, the once despondent ordinary people now bore a hint of ferocity. Their eyes sparkled with resolve, radiating a newfound determination. They glimpsed hope, a flicker of life as promise. With 1 million survivors against 3 million zombies, they triumphed through wisdom and strategy, overcoming the odds. Henceforth, the South City base became their sanctuary. Chapter 55. Lolita. The crisis of the zombie siege passed without calamity. Li Sheng remained unconscious for a full week before gradually awakening. What became of Lu Biao's body was the first question that escaped her lips upon regaining consciousness. Hu Shuesen, who had steadfastly kept vigil at her bedside, suddenly had tears welling in his eyes and sighed deeply. It has been taken care of. Yuan Mo erected graves for the fallen, situated on the hill behind us. Lu Biao rests there as well. That's good, as long as he's been laid to rest, Li Sheng replied slowly, still struggling to come to terms with the weight of it all. Yet the deceased were gone, and those who live could only cherish their memories in their hearts. What is happening outside? She suddenly inquired, hearing shouts from beyond the window. Much has been damaged by the zombies. The people in the base are repairing the buildings. Yuan Mo mentioned he would wait for you to organize the next steps. By the way, I must fetch Yuan Mo. He has been waiting for you, Hu Shuesen said before hurrying out of Li Sheng's room. Approximately half an hour later, Yuan Mo entered, relieved to see Li Sheng in good spirits. How do you feel? He asked. I am fine now, but I wish to visit Liu Biao's grave, Li Sheng replied, gently shaking her head. Very well, I shall accompany you. The two chose to walk to the back hill, where Li Sheng was greeted with countless warm smiles. Everyone she encountered paused to cheerfully greet her. The people of the base had come to regard Li Sheng as their leader, for she had fulfilled her promise and led them safely through the crisis. Observing the thriving scene within the base, no longer shrouded in despair, Li Sheng felt a glimmer of solace in her heart. Upon reaching the back hill, rows of white gravestones stood solemnly in the earth, each adorned with a bouquet of flowers, creating a scene both respectful and poignant. Sheng bowed deeply before each grave in tribute. What are your plans moving forward? Will you focus on construction or development first? Yuan Mo inquired, glancing at Liu Biao's gravestone. Both simultaneously. I do not intend to remain within the base. I plan to organize matters and then entrust control to Hu Shuesen, going outside as the leader of the base. Your departure could incite panic. I have my reasons for needing to leave the base, Li Sheng stated, withholding the specifics. The existence of the livestream room precluded her from being a mere puppet master behind the scenes. During the siege, the viewer count had surged, fulfilling the system's task requirements. Failure to complete the livestream tasks would lead to dire consequences. Everything hinged on that. Over time, Li Sheng had come to grasp the intricacies of the live streaming world. Remaining cooped up in the base to focus on construction would not satisfy her audience's demands nor capture their attention. Thus, she was determined to venture forth. After all, she was simply fated to be a tireless worker. Very well, you harbor your secrets, and I shall not pry. However, I must make it clear that I cannot assist you in safeguarding the base. My focus is solely on you. Yuan Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Li Sang Sai Gao, my purpose lies solely with you. Wow, is this a confession? Xiao Shi. I accept this son-in-law. Wow, I can support this. Sheng G666. Isn't that inappropriate? The host is only 10 years old. Li Sang Sai Gao, it's perfectly fine. Childhood friends are just right. Relationships should blossom from a young age. Our little Loli is so adorable. They're a perfect match in looks. Xiao Shi. Hey. Wait, I suddenly recalled that the host mentioned providing us with benefits last time. Didn't Shi? Li Sang Sai Gao, right, little Loli. We want live stream benefits. What do you all desire? Li Sheng nearly forgot about this, only remembering when prompted. Li Sang Sai Gao, little Loli always wears white sportswear. I'm a bit tired of it. With her looks, this outfit feels wasted. How about we have her wear Lolita dress instead? Xiao Shi. Yes, I second that. Let's have the host change into several sets of Lolita outfits. I want to take screenshots to treasure. Sheng G666. Hey, now that you mention it, I'm intrigued too. Li Sang Sai Gao. Why is a grown man interested in this? Don't tell me you have some peculiar preference? Sheng G666. Oh no, it's not that. My daughter's birthday is approaching. And since the host has become cuter after gaining some weight, I thought if she looks good in a Lolita outfit, I might buy some for my daughter. Li Sang Sai Gao. Yuri already married? Sheng G666. Indeed, I've been married for a while. Xiao Shi. Let us not digress. Host, can we see it? Well, I can, but what is a Lolita dress? Li Sheng mused. Realizing they simply wished for her to change clothes, a reasonable request, and thus agreed. However, she had no knowledge of such attire. The system hadn't transmitted any information to her, and she had never heard the term during the apocalypse. Li Sang Sai Gao. I recall there should be a section in the live stream system's marketplace. Little Loli, open the clothing category. There should be a subcategory for Lolita. What? Li Sheng obediently opened the marketplace and searched for a while before locating the Lolita section. Filled with an array of adorably frilly dresses, staring at these garments, Li Sheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her entire life. The most ladylike attire she had worn was a palace dress as a child. Afterward, she had only donned male clothing while serving her deceased father. Even when she ascended the throne, her royal garments were designed with a more masculine flair. Wearing such clothing felt utterly mortifying to her. Nevertheless, she had made a promise, and it was too late to backtrack. As a woman of her word, she steeled herself and resolved to wear them. Upon returning to the villa, Li Sheng concocted a casual excuse to send Yuan Mo away and purchased several sets of Lolita clothing. Beginning to try them on one by one, each time she changed outfits, she would turn off the livestream feed, waiting until she was ready to turn it back on. In the pitch-black livestream room. The viewers exhibited remarkable patience. Not only did those who suggested the outfits remain engaged, but a surge of new viewers also flocked in. Li Sheng sighed. Oh my goodness, my heart can't take this. It's too beautiful. Sheng G666. This outfit is great. And that one too. They all look wonderful. Should we just buy them all? Xiao Shi see, hey uncle upstairs, these clothes aren't too expensive. Wouldn't be outrageous to buy them all. What could be more enjoyable than dressing up a girl to be absolutely adorable? No. Chapter 56. Construction the end, Li Sheng found it futile to resist as the livestream chat filled with requests for photos. Circulating among viewers, feeling that her regal image had been thoroughly tarnished, she promptly shut off the livestream. She needed a moment to collect herself. It was simply too much to bear. Just then, Li Sheng recalled the surrounding zombies. Is this role-playing? Yuan Mo pushed the door open, entering just in time to see Li Sheng seated on the bed in her pristine little dress, looking utterly dejected, having never witnessed Li Sheng dressed in such a manner before. Yuan Mo was momentarily taken aback, eventually managing to ask, "What are you staring at? Is there something wrong with a girl wanting to wear a pretty dress?" Li Sheng shot him a glare, realizing her dignified image was now irreparably lost. "Nothing, it's quite nice," Yuan Mo stammered, shaking his head in a daze, his ears inexplicably tinged with a hint of crimson, averting his gaze. "Speak your mind. Don't hold back." Li Sheng, unwilling to linger on the subject of clothes, rolled her eyes and replied with exasperation. Sheng opened the system marketplace, staring blankly at the currency factory displayed within. This contraption was worth 100 million star coins, producing currency that could not be replicated by others, along with 100 currency verification machines. For sustainable development, the base required its own currency system. Bartering and purchasing with crystal cores would never clarify the value sufficiently. However, 100 million star coins was rather steep. Well, it must be built eventually. I might as well purchase it, she reasoned. Although the system was somewhat unreliable, the quality of the items in the marketplace was guaranteed. Gather all the first-level crystal cores for me. You can distribute the second level and above as you see fit. Leave the area I damaged untouched for now. I have plans for it. Understood. I'll have it moved shortly. Yuan Mo nodded, exiting the room. Before long, boxes filled with crystal cores were brought in. Sheng exchanged exactly 100 million star coins and decided to leave the remaining crystal cores as they were for the time being. However, Li Sheng discovered a fortunate circumstance. The initial lottery prize included a system warehouse where boxes could be directly deposited. Furthermore, boxes of the same quality could be stacked together without occupying additional space. This feature saved her a considerable amount of money. As night fell, Li Sheng stealthily arrived at the open area with Yuan Mo. After purchasing the mint, a massive steel framework emerged in the clearing. And with a cacophony of clinks and clatters, the mint was swiftly constructed. Such a miraculous sight left even Yuan Mo momentarily speechless. Sheng feigned calmness as she entered the mint. Her curiosity piqued about what lay within. Inside the mint, the expanse was vast, with machines arranged in 5 rows, totaling approximately 100 to the entrance. A long table displayed several operation manuals. Sheng picked one up for a glance, and Yuan Mo joined her in examining it. After perusing, Yuan Mo, somewhat incredulous, set the manual down, remarking, "Isn't this merely a game currency manufacturing machine? The operation is so simple. Are you certain there are no issues?" Indeed, the operation of this mint was astonishingly straightforward. One simply needed to set the desired denomination of gold coins, input the materials, and press the confirm button, allowing the machine to operate autonomously without any human intervention. The sole commendable aspect was that each machine was fully stocked with initial fuel and gold, sparing Li Sheng any further investment initially. Li Sheng was somewhat perplexed by Yuan Mo's mention of game currency and approached a minting machine, casually opening one and following the manual's instructions. The machine roared to life, soon spitting out numerous 100-denomination gold coins. Li Sheng inspected the coins, finding nothing particularly remarkable about them. Suddenly, she recalled the complimentary counterfeit detector and made her way to the compartment. The detector was a small device, with an opening for inserting coins, easily operable once plugged in. Lacking anything to verify the authenticity of the gold coins, she decided to take one home for testing the next day. Intending to find a gold-affiliated ability user and see if anyone at the base could forge them, thereby producing a few of these coins, Li Sheng tossed the gold coins to Yuan Mo and departed with the counterfeit detector. The mint could be left unattended for the time being, as only Li Sheng had the authority to open or close it. It was impervious to conventional firearms, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Otherwise, it wouldn't have cost a staggering 100 million. That Yuan Mo glanced at the gold coins in hand, secured them, and left alongside Li Sheng. The following day, following Li Sheng's instructions, several gold-affiliated ability users and skilled forgers were recruited, working overtime to produce a batch of identical gold coins. With the authenticity verified, they were ready for use. The mint was not limited to producing only gold coins. Copper and iron could also be utilized. Having savored the benefits of the system's marketplace, Li Sheng began eyeing other factories. The choices available in the marketplace were overwhelming. Food factories, weapon factories, clothing factories, all essential supplies for survival. Yet each was significantly more expensive than the mint. Eventually, she set her sights on a farm, for man lives on food, and it was also the cheapest of all factories, requiring only 80 million that due to the ravages of the virus, all land had ceased to produce food. And with time, the inability to cultivate would inevitably lead to food shortages. The farm offered by the system would not only provide a pair of livestock, but also ensure that the land remained uncontaminated. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the base's inhabitants would likely achieve self-sufficiency. However, the farm required a substantial area, necessitating careful consideration of where to establish it. In Chapter 57, Rescue, Li Sheng ultimately chose a site on the back mountain, where a flattened area created by an explosion was perfectly suited for use. The leveling of the mountain was no small undertaking, involving nearly the entire base and taking 3 days to complete. Regarding the suddenly appearing mint and farm, everyone tacitly chose not to inquire. The survivors in the base were well aware of who was responsible for these developments. Before the zombie siege, Li Sheng had managed to sustain the entire base for half a month single-handedly. The swift organization of currency and the construction of a farm seemed less difficult to accept in the wake of the apocalypse. After all, the end of the world had arrived. They had once doubted its very possibility. Hadn't they? Li Sheng had nearly attained a godlike status among the base's inhabitants. They understood clearly that their continued survival and a gradual return to a semblance of pre-apocalyptic life were due to her efforts. The survivors who endured the siege were growing increasingly unified, nurturing a sense of faith deep within their hearts. After purchasing the farm, Li Sheng found her star coins nearly depleted. With the remaining funds needed for the base's daily expenses, she was left with no surplus at all. More critically, the system had issued a relentless task, one that was even more challenging than before. 2 months to achieve 500,000 views. Her highest view count had only reached 150,000. Having spent recent days within the base, her viewership had plummeted to a mere 10,000 daily. This situation was untenable. She needed to find an opportunity to venture outside the base. Just then, the information department relayed a message. A small base lay 100 kilometers to the east, also besieged by zombies and seeking rescue. I deduced that those who escaped our base likely ventured far. They are probably at that base. This was the perfect opportunity Li Sheng had been longing for. Rescue? We must go, she exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Yuan Mo's subsequent words resonated with her. If the displaced population from the southern city base was indeed at that small base, the mayor who had wronged them would likely be there as well. This was an opportunity for retribution. I knew you would say that. Hu Shiuesen insisted on accompanying you, along with Lu Sunin and Qin Yan. None wish to remain at the base that I plan to have Lei Qi temporarily take over management duties. He previously served in the military command and can handle some uncomplicated administrative tasks. You can make the arrangements. When shall we depart? Li Sheng was unconcerned about who would accompany her. Her sole desire was to leave as quickly as possible. We need to organize volunteers willing to join us for the rescue. It will probably take 3 to 4 days. What volunteers? Li Sheng was somewhat bewildered, sensing that Yuan Mo's intentions diverged from her own. What else? We don't need volunteers. With just me, Lu Sunan, and Qin Yan. Our personal safety is assured. The base is still in its infancy, just beginning to stabilize. There's no need to risk our own for others. Then what is the point of our small group going? Yuan Mo queried, perplexed by Li Sheng's perspective. TOC's people, resources, and equipment. Li Sheng replied excitedly. Huh. Yuan Mo was taken aback. The base's development surely requires materials, and we will need crystal cores that we must negotiate prices before proceeding with the rescue. Perhaps during negotiations, we can also evacuate a batch of survivors, thereby benefiting our own base. 2 birds with 1 stone. Yuan Mo was left astonished, staring blankly for a moment before muttering, I thought you wanted to save people. I assent that also saving people. Primarily, I now have my own base. I must distinguish between others and myself. Indeed, women are often capricious. Just yesterday, she was concerned for the world. Today, she was drawing lines of division. Very well, if that is your stance, we have little preparation to make. We can set off directly. Will you ride a pig or drive? What are you talking about riding pigs? Haven T, I already named those mounts. Li Sheng had grown attached to her few piglets, even giving her favored mount a name. All right then, will you ride Shang Xiang or drive? I suppose that is acceptable, she replied. Let us drive. It's a long journey, and it's best not to tire Shang Xiang and the others. Driving will also allow us to remain low-key. Agreed that we can set off tomorrow morning, that we must take a detour to avoid running into a horde of zombies. Yuan Mo nodded in understanding and proceeded to prepare for their departure the next day. With only 5 people traveling, a van would suffice. Li Sheng and her companions discreetly exited the base. Heading toward the ill-fated base that was soon to be besieged by zombies, that it was likely that the zombies surrounding that base had originally migrated from theirs, given that their pace would allow for a journey of over 100 kilometers in a similar time frame. Aside from Li Sheng and Yuan Mo, the others in the vehicle were adult men, and they quickly reached the small base without pause. This small base, once an undeveloped area before the apocalypse, had fewer inhabitants, making it easier to manage, but its size was limited, indicating that it had been established by survivors. The entrance was merely a wooden fence, so rudimentary it was almost laughable. Such a level of defense and construction would be utterly inadequate. Even a single level 8 zombie could easily breach it and wreak havoc. I think you were right not to let me organize the rescue, Yuan Mo remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated with the state of this base. My decision was indeed sagacious. Li Sheng chuckled awkwardly, never expecting this little dilapidated base to be so dilapidated. Do not. The beautiful doctor, who never expresses her opinions, suddenly spoke up. The remaining 4 individuals in the vehicle all shifted their gazes towards her. With a charming smile, the beautiful doctor, adorned with a mesmerizing beauty mark at the corner of her eye, gently pointed to a nearby location and said, Look, I see an old acquaintance. Chapter 58. What a coincidence! Everyone turned their attention in the direction indicated by the beautiful doctor, where a seemingly delicate and lovely woman stood beyond a picket fence, gesturing animatedly and murmuring something indistinctly. Although Li Sheng and the others did not recognize this woman, her face was unmistakably familiar. Wasn't she the very same woman featured in the photographs that the beautiful doctor perused daily? What do you intend to do? Li Sheng asked, somewhat at a loss as she diverted her gaze. Do you happen to have any equipment that can alter one's appearance? The beautiful doctor replied with a slight smile, her eyes twinkling as she inquired softly. No, don't even think about it. Sheng quickly grasped the beautiful doctor's intentions. It was quite evident that Lu Sunan wished to remain unrecognizable to his adversaries while seeking swift retribution. As for the rationale behind it, who could fathom his motives? In the past, Li Sheng would have been willing to facilitate this for him. But now, given her precarious financial situation, she was reluctant to squander even a single coin. let alone waste resources on a temporary disguise for Lu Sunan. Don't even think about it. Unperturbed by the rejection, the beautiful doctor merely smiled and produced a third-level crystal core from her pocket, presenting it to Li Sheng. Is this sufficient, my dear? Very well, no problem. Upon seeing the third-level crystal core, Li Sheng snatched it without hesitation. After all, a mere disguise was manageable. She possessed basic skills in disguise techniques, and the original tools in the system all were priced at just over 100 star coins. Exchanging it for a third-level crystal core was a profitable deal. Li Sheng procured the disguise tools and applied them to Lu Sunan in the vehicle, transforming his stunning visage into an ordinary face that could be overlooked on the streets. The beautiful doctor picked up a small mirror she always carried and examined the result carefully, nodding in satisfaction upon finding no flaws. All right, we can alight from the vehicle now. Li Sheng and the others followed the beautiful doctor as they approached the woman at the entrance, bypassing the staff who were attempting to greet them. The woman, observing them as they approached, appeared unfazed and instead greeted them with a gentle smile, inquiring kindly, "How may I assist you?" "Greetings. We are from the Nanqing base. We have heard that your base requires assistance, and we have come to assess the situation and gather information." Hu Shuesen, taking on the diplomatic role, spoke up as two miners accompanied them, one prone to bouts of distraction and the other reticent. "Nanqing base? Isn't that base already overrun?" The woman paused momentarily, scrutinizing the peculiar group before her. "Oh, our base has persevered. We have a new base leader who is quite adept at management. But you all," the woman hesitated, her trust wavering as she regarded the two miners standing there, making it difficult for her to believe. "Very well. If you choose not to believe us, we shall take our leave." Hu Shuesen resorted to a tactic of retreating to advance. Turning to walk away, the woman pondered for a moment, then halted their departure. "How could we not believe? We hope your base is welcomed here, but we must adhere to certain protocols. You will need to be temporarily isolated for 24 hours. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, this is standard procedure, and we have no objections." Hu Shuesen smiled slightly, sensing that the woman's defenses were somewhat naive and easily swayed. The five of them spent the entire day outside, and the next day, the woman personally greeted them at the entrance to the base without any hint of negligence. Li Sheng surmised in her heart that the situation at the Hope base was not particularly favorable. Any ordinary person would be skeptical of a mere 5 individuals accompanied by 2 children claiming to offer assistance. The fact that this woman not only believed them, but also lent significant weight to their presence indicated that they were likely the only ones arriving under the pretense of providing aid. Moreover, Yuan Mo's analysis proved accurate. It was highly probable that most of those who escaped from the Nanqing base were now within this very base. Otherwise, the woman wouldn't have been so confident in declaring that the Nanqing base had fallen. It remained uncertain whether the mayor was also in this base, providing an opportunity for Lu Sunan to exact revenge while simultaneously settling her own scores. Truly a twofold gain. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Cheng Qingqing, the deputy leader of this base. I am Hu Shuesen, and these are Qin Yin, Yuan Mo, Li Sheng. I am Guanpa. Lu Sunan hastily interrupted Hu Shuesen's introduction, fabricating a name on the spot. "Oh, very well. Can you stay here for now? The accommodations at the base are limited." Cheng Qingqing led Li Sheng and the others to a rather shabby apartment, comparable to the civilian district of the former Nanqing base. "May I ask when we can meet your base leader? If assistance is needed, we must also seek volunteers, and preparations will take some time. You can meet him tomorrow." "Good. Then let us reconvene at noon tomorrow." Hu Shuesen nodded slightly, choosing a time, which Cheng Qingqing also accepted before taking her leave. When they finally encountered the base leader the next day, both Li Sheng and Hu Shuesen were taken aback. The base leader was none other than the very person who had abandoned them during their initial acquaintance. It seemed that the other party had not anticipated that the awaited rescue would come from those with whom they shared a deep-seated enmity. Additionally, the mayor, who had previously wronged them, was present in the meeting room as well. What a coincidence indeed. Their mutual adversaries had all gathered in one place, a truly fateful convergence. Chapter 59. The banquet hall. Lin Tian was the first to react, her eyes reddening as she rushed towards Hu Shuesen. Clearly, Lin Tian had fared quite well in the apocalypse, having not only retained her beauty, but perhaps even enhanced it. dressed in a flowing white gown that complemented her appearance. One might mistake her for a unique embodiment of purity amidst the chaos of the end times. However, both Hu Xuesen and Li Sheng were well aware that she was no innocent flower. She was a genuine black-hearted lotus, capable of cold-blooded acts. Lin Tian's psychological resilience was impressive as she embraced Hu Xuesen, beginning to sob as if she had missed him dearly. Wu, son, it's wonderful that you're alive. Liang and I have felt so guilty. We had no choice but to leave in that situation. It's truly a relief that you're still here. Is that so? Hu Xuesen coldly pushed the woman away from him, feeling repulsed by the very face that had deceived him for so long. Before the apocalypse, he had showered her with flowers daily, occasionally presenting gifts, believing her to be a pure and Na'vi girl. He had diligently pursued her, only to have her betray him during the crisis. She had even thrown a grenade at him without a second thought. Now, he felt nothing but disdain for this former lover and did not wish to even glance in her direction. Lin Tian, pushed away, was incredulous, unable to fathom why Hu Xuesen would treat her with such disdain. Son, what is wrong with you? Her tear-filled eyes bore an expression of accusation. Hu Xuesen rolled his eyes and retorted, after doing something like that, don't pretend to be innocent. Old Hu, we were left with no choice. We couldn't let everyone die together. We have families and friends. We wanted to live to see them again. Besides, you seem to be fine, a grown man. There's no need for you to treat your girlfriend like this. Chun Liang interjected, attempting to mediate. He was the same man who had earlier teased Li Sheng while donning glasses. The others remained silent, heads bowed. Let me make it clear. She is my ex-girlfriend. I don't want a girlfriend who runs away the moment danger arises. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's tears fell like a kite severed from its string. All right, sweetie, don't be upset. Let us discuss this after the meeting. Base leader, weren't you hosting a banquet for the rescue team? Cheng Qingqing quickly intervened, attempting to diffuse the mounting tension. The beautiful doctor, hidden in the crowd, cast a subtle glance at the unfolding scene, revealing a knowing smile. Li Sheng tugged at Hu Xuesen, signaling him to temper his demeanor. Hu Xuesen nodded slightly, suppressing his anger as they proceeded to the banquet hall together. The so-called banquet hall resembled an unfinished shell of a building from before the apocalypse, featuring a dilapidated long table in the center. The five of them, along with 3 spokespersons from the other side, could barely find room to sit. Chun Liang clapped his hands, and a row of women dressed in revealing kipeos entered the banquet hall. These women clearly bore the marks of hardship, their heavy makeup failing to conceal the pallor and exhaustion etched on their faces. Chapter 60. The feast. The women present stood in stark contrast to Lin Tian and Cheng Qingqing, who were seated at the dining table, revealing the stark reality of life for ordinary people in this space. Plates of dishes were brought to the table, all covered with iron lids, shrouded in an air of unnecessary mystery. Chun Liang feigned an enigmatic smile, raising his head with an air of arrogance. He believed he had presented the finest offerings the base could provide to impress these guests, waiting for the moment when everything would be unveiled, intending to showcase his wealth and power to facilitate discussions on collaboration. Once all the dishes were served, the women in Qipao slowly lifted the lids, while the attendants standing behind them gazed hungrily at the array of food, swallowing hard, clearly accustomed to less lavish fare. What was deemed as fine food here was, in fact, nothing of significance to Li Sheng. After all, with the nearly overpowered existence of the system mall, he had no worries regarding food or drink at all. The table was adorned with meat and vegetables. It was evident that the dishes had begun to wilt and take on a yellowish hue. The meat appeared dry, as if it had been hastily resurrected from a can and stir-fried into a dish. Chun Liang took particular pride in this, gesturing for the women to step aside, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, "No need to stand on ceremony. Guests are guests, especially since Old Hu is our good brother. Eat your fill." Sheng let out a cold snort, silently exchanging a plate of sweet and sour ribs from the system mall, elegantly using chopsticks to lift the ribs to her lips. Her eyes slightly squinting in pleasure, while she paid no attention to the dishes on the table. "Sister, bring me some meat dishes as well." Hu Xuesen extended his hand in anticipation, remembering that Hu Xuesen's favorite was chicken stew with mushrooms. Li Sheng nodded, successfully purchasing it and handing it to him. Without needing to utter a word, she directly presented each of the remaining three with their preferred dishes. She had not previously fed Qin Yan. Li Sheng made a point to select a vegetarian and a meat dish that would not offend his tastes. Seeing Li Sheng produce the fragrant dishes, Chun Liang's prideful demeanor quickly soured, as his own offerings paled in comparison. Yet, due to Li Sheng's status as reinforcements, he refrained from voicing his displeasure, only managing a grimace as he stated, "Let us commence the feast." The meal proved to be tasteless. Halfway through, Chun Liang could no longer contain himself and turned to Li Sheng, saying, "Hey, young lady, could you give me a plate of the same dish you have?" "Sure, but it will cost you," Li Sheng nodded. Adhering to her principle of not passing up a bargain, Wei prepared so much without asking for payment. How can you expect to eat for free? Qin Liang's face fell, clearly embarrassed, yet he remained silent. Lin Tan, however, took the initiative to reprimand him. Sheng rolled her eyes and retorted, "What? You want to eat for free? We haven't touched your disgusting food in a room filled with adversaries." The notion of rescue was swiftly abandoned by Li Sheng, who had shifted her focus to seeking revenge. Thus her attitude was less than cordial. Chun Liang's words were met with a sharp rebuke from Li Sheng, causing Lin Tian's tears to fall as if she had suffered a great injustice. Li Sheng expressed admiration for Lin Tian's ease in shedding tears. Lin Tian's gaze turned to Hu Shiuesan, her large, sorrowful eyes seemingly questioning his lack of support, to which Hu Shiuesan chose to ignore her. At this moment, Lu Sunan, ever the instigator, chuckled. "A base leader, no matter how poor, is still a base leader, right? Surely you can't expect to eat off a child's plate, can you? You wouldn't truly want to eat for free. Would you? I'll buy it. How much? 10 first-grade crystal cores. Thank you for your patronage," Li Sheng replied, opening her palm to exchange the dish, leaving Chun Liang with no grounds for complaint, regardless of how exorbitant he deemed the price. Chun Liang scoffed, tossing 10 crystal cores onto the table, muttering, "What a pitiful existence." Chapter 61. The negotiation falls apart. Anyone with sight could clearly see the disdain in Chun Liang's eyes as he paid. However, Li Sheng felt no shame regarding her penny-pinching behavior. After all, they were all enemies. Why bother with pleasantries? As the meal progressed, Chun Liang abruptly set down his chopsticks and broached the topic at hand. "I hear you all come from the South City base. This gentleman beside me is the former leader of the South City base. We've heard that the South City base has seemingly fallen, but judging by your appearance, it seems the South City base has weathered the storm." "Oh, we've changed leaders." "What of it?" Hu Shiuesan replied, unable to conceal his disdain for these former allies. "Nothing. I merely find it remarkable that the new leader of the South City base managed to hold the fort after most of the ability users evacuated. But I suppose the population of South City has dwindled considerably, hasn't it? How many people can you promise to send our way for support?" Chun Liang chuckled, treating Hu Shiuesan as an outsider. "The number of people we can send depends on how many crystal cores your base can provide. It's a straightforward transaction. 10 third-grade crystal cores for an ability user, 10 second-grade crystal cores for an ordinary person capable of slaying zombies. If you lack high-grade crystal cores, you may exchange them for first-grade ones." This was a script Li Sheng had prepared for Hu Shiuesan, having anticipated every possible dialogue for today's negotiations. "You are truly asking for a king's ransom." Chun Liang slammed the table in indignation. The attendants behind him stepped forward, indicating that negotiations were turning to intimidation. "This is the clear pricing set by our base leader. Surely, there will be casualties in helping to fend off the zombie tide. Who will cover the compensation for those lost? And let us be honest, who would take on such a perilous task without monetary incentive? We can't be expected to assist you in combating the zombie horde while footing the bill ourselves. That seems quite unreasonable." Hu Shiuesan rolled his eyes, nearly broadcasting Chun Liang's shamelessness. "What do you mean by that?" He squinted, perplexed. "Our rescue signal was intended to request assistance for evacuation. The price your base has set is excessively high. Surely, evacuation poses minimal danger. Can't you lower the price?" "Evacuate you?" Yuan Montauk interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Where do you intend to flee?" "We wish to evacuate to the Yuchuan base, 300 miles east." "The Yuchuan base?" It seemed they intended to abandon an entire base's worth of people and run away. Mirroring the previous South City base's irresponsibility, Sheng instantly grasped their intentions. The zombies encircling the South City base were the combined forces of two neighboring cities, with only one dead city's zombies yet to mobilize. The zombies in that dead city were relatively close to the Yuchuan base, making it a plausible destination, given that the Yuchuan base had a similar population base to South City, and being near the Chuanyu region. Most from there had relocated to the Yuchuan base. Contending with just the zombies from one dead city could be manageable. However, the journey of 300 kilometers posed unknown dangers, should they encounter a zombie tide heading toward the Yuchuan base. Survival was unlikely. Their strategy seemed to be a contingency plan to cast aside their own people as bait, allowing themselves to escape unscathed. Had it not been for Li Sheng's foresight in seeking someone knowledgeable about satellite monitoring within a base, they might have remained oblivious to the true intentions of their adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Li Sheng took over Hu Xuesen's role as spokesperson, firmly establishing her stance. "Are you in charge?" Chen Liang dismissed her words with scorn, mockingly reminding her of her standing in their eyes. Hu Xuesen, who had been conversing with them in a seemingly rough yet capable manner, was the one in charge. Least the 5 individuals before you answer to me. Look at them, onlookers. Let us fight. Let us fight. Oh, Li Song Sai Gao fight. Have you not seen how many of them there are? Onlookers. With the atmosphere this tense, if we don't fight now, the moment will pass. I suggest you relay my message to your base leader that I can offer double the compensation if you escort us to the Yuchuan base. Chen Liang sneered, seeing no one contradict his words. Further underestimating Li Sheng and her companions that a team that lets a child take the lead can't be very formidable. What's the price? We're not interested. Farewell. That Li Sheng found the situation pointless and prepared to leave. Intending to seek revenge another day, the 5 of them stood up. Chen Liang called for reinforcements to block the exit. How tedious. All you need to do is relay my message to your base leader, and you can leave. Otherwise, Chen Liang's sinister smile suggested that if Li Sheng did not comply, they would not be permitted to depart. Chapter 62. Retaking control. Chen Liang. Have I given you face? Hu Xuesen drew his long knife from his waist, glaring fiercely. Hu Xuesen, I have long been displeased with you. You have fallen to the level of a mere girl's lackey, and yet you still dare to boast. Chen Liang had completely torn off the facade. Sheng let out a cold snort and cast a glance at Qin Yin. Qin Yin instantly understood, bringing her hands together as dark clouds began to gather outside. Yuan Mo smiled faintly, unfurling his unique abilities barrier, which now encompassed all 5 of them. With a resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning as thick as an infant's arm struck the dining table in the banquet hall. The table shattered into countless pieces, followed by successive strikes of lightning that left the entire hall in disarray. Chen Liang, taken aback, scrambled to evade the bolts coursing through the room. He never anticipated that Li Sheng's team included a lightning ability user. Lightning ability is arguably the most potent among all abilities. In equal tiers, it is invincible. Such individuals are coveted talents, sought after wherever they go. How could one stoop to being a mere follower behind a little girl? What will it be? Will you step aside, or shall I strike out directly? Hu Xuesen chuckled, relishing the sight of Chen Liang in a panic, and shouted, Base leader, this is bad. Zombies! The zombies are approaching. A man's frantic voice suddenly erupted from outside, capturing everyone's attention. Not that batch. It's the one heading to Yuchuan base. For some reason, they've abruptly changed course and are heading straight for us. They are now less than 10 miles away. The man gasped, explaining the situation. Chen Liang, filled with rage, shoved the man aside, shot a glare at Hu Xuesen, and commanded his subordinates. We leave now, leave? Did I ever say you could leave? Li Sheng flashed a wicked smile, stating, We haven't even settled our scores yet. And you wish to flee? Not a chance. What you intend to do? If you seek revenge, you might be looking for the wrong person. It was Lin Tian who tossed the grenade. So kindly direct your grievances towards her. Chen Liang instantly grasped Li Sheng's intent, decisively abandoning the woman beside him. After all, as long as his men remained silent, no one would know of his affair with Lin Tian. Do you truly think we are blind? Yuan Mo stepped out from behind Li Sheng, pointing to the ring on Chen Liang's finger. That's a couple S ring. ISNT it? You two were exchanging glances throughout dinner. I suspect you've been entangled long before this. When we summoned the lightning earlier, your little subordinates were all protecting her. If you two weren't involved, how could a woman without any abilities receive such treatment? Even if we were in a relationship, it was after we believed Hu Shiuesan was dead. I harbor no treachery towards him. Now that I've discarded the ring, this matter has nothing to do with me. In this apocalypse, I seek only a way to survive, Cheng Liang retorted calmly, adamantly dissociating himself from Lin Tian's actions, eager for Li Sheng and the others to confront her so he could escape with his men. Lin Tian gazed at Cheng Liang in disbelief, letting out a scream as she pointed at him, cursing, "Cheng Liang, you beast! I must have been blind to have chosen you. Hu Shiuesan, let me be clear. Cheng Liang has been pursuing me since before the apocalypse. We were already involved when he concocted the idea to blow you up. Initially, he had no abilities and wanted you to protect him, hence he never acted against you. When we were at the gas station, he discovered he had awakened his abilities and, once in the car, urged me to kill you, which is why I threw the grenade. Everything I did was at his instigation. Furthermore, he thought that after your death, he could eliminate your good brother Zhang Gongshan to prevent any future retribution." Lin Tian glared at Cheng Liang as she unveiled the truth. Upon hearing this revelation, Hu Shiuesan, surprisingly, felt less anger and more a sense of absurdity regarding the folly that had befallen him. Qin Yin quietly approached, placing a hand on Hu Shiuesan's shoulder and adeptly summoned lightning, instantly reducing Cheng Liang to ashes. Earlier, when Qin Liang had blocked the door, Qin Yin had merely aimed to intimidate, never expecting to kill. Now serious, he struck with impeccable precision. Cheng Liang didn't even have time to utter a final word before becoming a charred corpse. Seeing Cheng Liang's demise, Lin Tian shrieked and collapsed to the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. The surrounding subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, never imagining that amidst their awaited rescue, 5 formidable beings would arrive, and their leader would meet his end in an instant. I have no intention of getting involved in your vendetta. So may I leave? Chang Qingqing, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired. The beautiful doctor smiled slightly, lifting the human mask Li Sheng had crafted for her, asking, "So, do you still believe this has nothing to do with you?" Lu Sunan, Chang Qingqing's pupils widened in shock, her body trembling. "Oh, right. Dear Mayor, during our last mission, it seems you played a part in the proceedings," Li Sheng remarked fittingly, addressing the previously silent mayor. The once bewildered subordinates of Cheng Liang now fully comprehended the situation, hastily fleeing through the door, leaving only Chang Qingqing's staunch loyalists beside her for protection. "Chang Qingqing, I assent at time you returned what belongs to me." Lu Sunan slowly approached Chang Qingqing, advancing step by step as she retreated, nervously clutching her fingers, her demeanor comically transparent. "I didn't take your belongings. When you said they were lost, I even helped you look for them." Chang Qingqing protested, her anxiety palpable, though she feigned calmness. The beautiful doctor shifted her gaze to Chang Qingqing's fingers, prompting one of the men guarding her to speak up. "Brother, I advise against being impulsive. Qingqing is a healing ability user who has saved countless ability users in the base. If anything were to happen to her, do you think you could withstand the wrath of so many ability users?" "Oh, a healing ability. I've shared the same living quarters with you since the apocalypse began, yet I had no idea you were a healing ability user." "Chang Qingqing, you certainly know how to play the role of the Good Samaritan," the beautiful doctor sneered, her gaze on Chang Qingqing as venomous as a snake. Chapter 63. The blade falls. The beautiful doctor drew a dagger from her waist, slowly advancing towards Chang Qingqing. Chang Qingqing, stricken with fear, paled, while the 2 men beside her steadfastly shielded her, yet dared not act recklessly. Hu Shiuesan stepped forward, brandishing his large blade with a fierce swing. As battle loomed, the 2 men quickly reacted, engaging Hu Shiuesan. Seizing the moment, the beautiful doctor grabbed Chang Qingqing by the hair to prevent her escape, firmly restraining her arm, and with a swift stroke of a knife, severed her right hand. That hand, once devoid of adornments, fell. A ring gradually emerged on the middle finger. The beautiful doctor expressionlessly took the ring and slipped it on her own finger, stating, "I have no interest in your trinkets. Aren't you a healing ability user? I want to make things difficult for you. Simply reattach it, and I'll let you go." Cheng Qingqing clutched her wrist, wailing in agony, the image of a goddess utterly shattered. What kind of skill is it for a man to torment a woman? One of the men shouted, supporting Cheng Qingqing. Another quickly restrained his companion, recalling how effortlessly Hu Shuesen had handled their brief skirmish. If a real fight broke out, they would undoubtedly come to regret it, especially with the zombies nearing their doorstep. Escaping was paramount. Now that you've vented your anger, may we finally leave. I've said it before. As long as she can reattach her hand in front of me, I will let you go, the beautiful doctor coldly replied, gripping her dagger tightly, striving to contain her temper. Cheng Qingqing shook her head in trembling denial, tears streaming down her face as she silently pleaded with the beautiful doctor. Qingqing, quickly reattach it so we can leave, urged the more composed man, picking up Cheng Qingqing's severed hand and offering it to her. Trying to soothe her, for the men, reattaching a hand was merely a matter of waving it away. Cheng Qingqing bit her lip in silence, stubbornly shaking her head. The man, growing anxious, realized that each passing moment meant they would have less time to escape. Increasing their peril, stop talking. She doesn't possess any healing abilities, the beautiful doctor scoffed, her gaze towards the seated Cheng Qingqing filled with complexity. Cheng Qingqing's sobs suddenly ceased, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she stared at the beautiful doctor. Is it not astonishing that I would know this? I've long suspected that my mother's death was not normal, that I spent a year investigating in secret, gathering enough evidence to send you to prison. However, TMD, the apocalypse struck, and you miraculously evaded incarceration. Yet how unfortunate it is that we are in an apocalypse now, where murder is not a crime that is it really for this trifling ring. In their minds, Cheng Qingqing was supposed to be the gentle, kind goddess, her image starkly contrasting with what the beautiful doctor described. What does it mean to commit murder before the apocalypse? Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the long-standing education and moral values instilled in them serve as constant reminders that taking a life is inherently wrong. Unless one is pushed to an extreme, facing a profound life-and-death grudge, who could possibly bring themselves to commit such an act? Moreover, the notion of matricide weighs heavily. The two men hesitated, for the Cheng Qingqing they knew was not a person capable of such brutality. They awaited her rebuttal and explanation to, I have a lie detector here. Dare to tell falsehood, and I shall dispatch you on the spot. This was the first time Li Sheng had heard of the beautiful doctor's vendetta, and he quickly grasped the situation, purchasing a lie detector from them all. Lu Sunan chose not to eliminate Cheng Qingqing outright, but rather to interrogate her, intent on tarnishing her reputation and seeking the truth for his mother. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. He was aware of the many mysteries surrounding Li Sheng, who possessed an array of extraordinary items, each more authentic than the last. The lie detector was precisely what he required. Indeed, he yearned to vindicate his mother, to inquire why she had met her untimely end. After all, his mother's affection for Cheng Qingqing was no less than her love for him. Do not slander me. I did not kill my mother. The lie detector emitted a red light. Lu Sunan scoffed, retrieving a sealed bag from his pocket, containing a necklace. This is the vessel for your poison. I possess further evidence. Your fingerprints on it. Records of your poison purchases and your bank statements. Lu Sunan displayed his phone before Cheng Qingqing, flipping through the album page by page. The more she saw, the more she crumbled. She thought she had destroyed all evidence. How could it still resurface? As Lu Sunan unveiled more incriminating evidence, the two men beside Cheng Qingqing, witnessing her reaction, gradually retreated, faces etched with disgust, with the only two allies in the room now convinced by Lu Sunan's words. Cheng Qingqing fell into utter despair, screaming out in anguish, her gaze filled with venom as she looked at Lu Sunan. Yes, I killed her. So what? Ding dong. The lie detector lit up green. Why did you kill her? Upon hearing Cheng Qingqing's admission of her mother's murder, Lu Sunan's eyes reddened with emotion. I did it willingly. If you want to kill, then so be it. You shall live your life burdened by this question. After her outburst, Cheng Qingqing realized the impulsive words she had spoken and fell silent, turning her head away. Lu Sunan coldly remarked, I will not kill you. My mother would not wish for my hands to be stained with your blood. However, should you refuse to speak, I advise against disassembling your various appendages, much like your right hand. Cheng slowly lifted her head, seemingly contemplating the truth of Lu Sunen's words. Gradually, Lu Sunen lost his patience, raising a dagger and poised to strike her left hand. Just as the blade was about to graze her skin, Cheng cried out, "I'll tell you. It was because of that ring. I wanted it from her, but she refused to give it to me, so I killed her." Ding dong. The lie detector glowed green, confirming Cheng spoke no falsehood. That ring was meant to be passed down to you. You only needed to wait 2 more years until your university graduation for her to give it to you. Why then did you still kill her? I could not wait that long. I never intended to kill her. I merely wanted to steal the ring. I never imagined she would catch me. She had no intention of giving it to me. Do you understand? Because TMD, I knew the apocalypse was imminent. And I needed the means to survive. I've told you all before. It was you who did not believe me. It was you who forced my hand. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Sunen gradually stood, relinquishing his inquiries. Whatever Cheng wished to say next, he could easily surmise, rendering further questioning unnecessary. He harbored an overwhelming desire to exact revenge for his mother's death, wishing to rend Cheng into 1,000 pieces. Yet, Cheng was the child his mother had nurtured since infancy. A woman of such kindness would never wish for her hands to be sullied with blood, especially that of her beloved daughter. Throughout her life, as a healer, she had encountered countless hardships, never once harboring resentment. Lu Sunen did not wish to become like Cheng. He wanted his hands to remain pure. Like his mother's, Li Sheng approached, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Sunen's shoulder. Then, drawing a long gun from her spatial pouch, she swiftly ended the lives of the 3 adversaries present, uttering not a single word. She was a person forged in the crucible of battle, her hands stained with the blood of countless traitors, corrupt officials, and enemy soldiers. She understood that within the confines of modern education, taking a life is deemed a grave offense. Reflecting on her first execution of a corrupt official, she recalled how long it took her to process that experience. Thus, matters that could weigh heavily upon the conscience were best left to her. Let us go claim indifference would be disingenuous. He yearned for the 2 who had betrayed him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yet, when death truly occurred, Hu Shuesen felt a twinge of sorrow. After gazing for some time, he transformed all his emotions into a single sigh. Very well, let all grievances remain here. Chapter 64. Banditry exiting the banquet hall, Li Sheng surveyed the chaos and desperation unfolding outside the Hope Base, her heart heavy with resignation. There were only 5 of them. Even if they wished to help, their strength was insufficient. The sole line of defense for the entire safe zone was a mere fence encircling the compound, leaving no possibility for resistance. Even with her extraordinary system and miraculous maul, she was powerless. They held no advantage in timing, geography, or personnel. This base possessed none of these. Qin Yin. Just as the 5 prepared to depart, a familiar voice called out from behind them. "What are you doing here? How did you end up here? We received a distress signal from this base and came to investigate." "Why are you here? You should have been far away by now. Weren't you supposed to head to Yuchuan base?" Li Sheng inquired. "Don't mention it that I brought my mother and sister to this base, intending to regroup, but my mother suffered a sudden heart attack. Fortunately, a woman named Cheng treated her, and when I offered her money, she refused, insisting I work for her as her subordinate for a month. I thought a month wasn't too long, so I stayed." Cheng, Li Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Yes, she's a healer with powerful abilities, though I don't know her exact level." Thankfully, he was not provoked. Did Nanqing Base survive the zombie tide? It has long since withstood it and has begun reconstruction. She had not forgotten the matter of seizing people, money, and equipment. "Wait, if there are any awakened individuals wanting to join us, you can bring them along. Ordinary people are welcome too. They would gladly accept the legacy of their adversaries as compensation." Upon entering the small villa, the 5 began rummaging through everything until Yuan Mo discovered an underground entrance. They descended into the cramped basement. It was filled with boxes of various sizes, all containing crystal cores. They are indeed wealthy, terribly wealthy. Chapter 65. The possibility of returning home. Though this might touch upon your painful memories, I must ask, that woman, oh, Cheng Qingqing, did she seem to know in advance that the apocalypse was coming? Yuan and Mo had been pondering this since they boarded the vehicle, conspiracy theories swirling in his mind before he finally decided to voice his inquiry. Yes, she mentioned it to me, but my mother, and I did not believe her. The beautiful doctor nodded slightly, understanding Yuan Mo's background and recognizing his concern over such matters. How did she convey this to you? 2 years prior to the apocalypse, during a meal, Cheng Qingqing suddenly shared that she had been dreaming since childhood of a world where most people transformed into zombies, with a select few awakening their abilities. She indirectly urged my mother to give her our ancestral ring, that my mother, and I dismissed her words, thinking the girl simply desired the ring and concocted a tale to swindle it from us. My mother even scolded her harshly, after which she never mentioned it again. Lu Sunan summarized the events, acknowledging that his own knowledge was limited. Our family has been comprised of doctors for generations. This ring symbolizes our lineage and is typically passed down to the family member with the greatest medical talent. Cheng Qingqing possesses far superior medical abilities compared to me, and my mother had made it clear that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she intended to pass the ring to Cheng Qingqing upon her graduation from university. Then came the day I discovered the ancestral ring was missing, making Cheng Qingqing the prime suspect in my mother's demise. I conducted a covert investigation for quite some time, gathering all the evidence that on the eve of the apocalypse, I was ready to report to the authorities, but the following day, the world fell apart. My abilities lacked lethality, while Cheng Qingqing awakened a healing power, garnering the protection of many, leaving me no choice but to remain by her side, searching for an opportunity to take her life. Are her abilities related to the ring? Li Sheng speculated boldly, perhaps suggesting that Cheng Qingqing was also a time traveler. Through my observations, I've discerned that when she employs her healing abilities, the verdant light emanates solely from the middle finger of her right hand. However, it is customary for all ability wielders, regardless of their powers, to channel their abilities from the palms that on one occasion I feigned an accidental grasp of her hand and, upon exploration, found no adornments upon her fingers. Yet, I distinctly felt the protrusion of a ring. Initially, I merely harbored suspicions, but the day after I touched her hand, she deliberately cast my mother's relic onto the vehicle, allowing the bandits from that village to seize it, thereby luring me into a trap that Sheng and Yuan Mo simultaneously nodded in realization. And after a moment, Hu Shiuesan also turned to inquire, "Brother, do you know how to use this ring? Is it still functional?" "I have no idea." Lu Sunan shrugged. "Who knows how this cursed thing operates? Had I been aware of its capabilities, I would have discarded it at the outset, and my mother would still be alive. What if we try the bloodletting method? I've read in fantasy novels that it works that way. Hu Shiuesan leaned in, his eyes gleaming with mischief. If this miraculous item can be utilized, how many lives could we save? Why not give it a shot? Lu Sunan nonchalantly placed the ring into Hu Shiuesan's hands. "Isn't this a family heirloom of yours? Why don't you just use it?" Hu Shiuesan stared blankly at the ring in his hand. Perplexed, "In no way. I'm afraid of pain. You won't get me to cut myself. Besides, this thing cost me my mother. Do you think I covet it?" Lu Sunan averted his gaze, staring out the window with tears welling in his eyes. He could no longer restrain his emotions. It was all because of this wretched object that he lost his home, his sister whom he had protected for over a decade, and his beloved mother. Then, shall I give it a try? Lu Sunan merely offered Hu Shiuesan the back of his head, oblivious to the current condition of the beautiful doctor, who appeared eager to experiment. With that, he drew his knife and made a small incision on his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the ring. Everyone turned their attention to the ring, Lu Sunan wiping his tears as he glanced over. Yet, after a minute, nothing transpired. Hu Shiuesan gazed despondently at the ring, contemplating what other means might activate it that moment. Yuan suddenly seized Li Sheng's hand, unhesitatingly making a cut on her finger and letting her blood fall onto the ring. What followed was extraordinary. The ring began to levitate, slowly approaching Li Sheng's hand before slipping on her finger, only to vanish without a trace. "Goodness, does it really discriminate?" Hu Shiuesan exclaimed, startling Li Sheng. Yuan Mo shook his head. "It seems to be a matter of gender. Logically, a family heirloom need not be bestowed upon an adopted daughter. Lu Sunan's admission to medical school suggests he is quite capable. even if his talent isn't exceptional. It is unlikely to be poor. His mother chose to adopt, which could signify selflessness or that the ring has specific limitations. Moreover, Cheng Qingqing, being the same age as Lu Sunan, implies that a mother wouldn't adopt another child immediately after giving birth. Even if Cheng Qingqing were an orphan, there are numerous alternatives available. Thus, I surmise that this item can likely only be passed down to females. That She Wes and nodded in dawning comprehension. That Sheng touched her middle finger, still able to sense the presence of the ring, albeit now invisible. Lu Sunan, do you know how to remove it? After expressing her astonishment at the wonder of it, she attempted to slide the ring off. But despite her efforts, it remained firmly in place. Perhaps she refrained from telling you to avoid creating any imbalance in your heart. Yuan Mo offered, surprisingly sympathetic albeit with a simple statement. Lu Sunan nodded in understanding. Indeed, had he known of the ring's extraordinary nature from a young age, he might have felt jealousy toward Cheng Qingqing, who could use it while he could not. However, at present, he felt utterly indifferent towards the ring. Just keep it. We can't go about chopping off fingers. Consider my way of repaying your debts of vengeance and salvation. The beautiful doctor was indeed right. She had no desire to sever her own finger. System, is it possible for a single world to harbor two traversers? Li Sheng suddenly recalled her previous speculation and posed the question to the system, as it was likely the system had the most experience regarding such matters. The process of traversing involves the consciousness of a human, or the soul, entering a space-time rift, passing through a time tunnel to arrive in another world. If the soul is sufficiently strong or possesses items that can protect the soul, it can successfully traverse the tunnel. Sometimes, due to various coincidences, one might unconsciously enter a space-time rift. If fortunate, they may arrive in another world, and the soul will instinctively seek a body that resonates most with it, provided that body is a soulless, dying shell. Li Sheng grasped the system's explanation, which implied that the system facilitated precise transport, bringing her to this apocalyptic world. Cheng Qingqing likely arrived here by chance, unintentionally traversing into this realm. Thus, a single world might not be limited to just one or two traversers. Perhaps there are many more. The number of traversers in this world held no interest for Li Sheng. She was solely focused on the system's assertion that a sufficiently strong soul or possession of protective items could facilitate precise transport to any world. This thought remained unvoiced, confined within her mind. The system could be treated as a responsive device for inquiries, yet it could not be relied upon to divulge every detail. Behind the system surely lay a figure manipulating it, and all her questions would be known. System analysis in progress. Analysis results. In the realm of the stars, a mental capacity of SSS level or higher is considered powerful. In a Xinxiao world, one must surpass the Yuan stage to cultivate the soul, and only upon reaching the great ascension stage or higher is the soul deemed strong. There are no other methods to enhance the soul in different worlds. Thus, they will not be calculated. Xinxia, star realms, mental capacity, cultivation. Very well, she understood not a single phrase. The system shop indeed featured sections for Xinxia and star realms, but she was merely a level 3 streamer. She would only unlock the Xinxia section upon reaching level 20 and the star realms upon reaching level 30. At present, she had no knowledge of what items were available within. Such terminology exclusive to those worlds was beyond her comprehension. System commenced the broadcast. Previously, Li Sheng had been preoccupied with the embarrassing incident regarding her Lolita dress photos, occasionally streaming for brief intervals, lacking dedication to her streaming tasks. Now, with newfound motivation, she felt invigorated. Initiate, the broadcast must commence. I can wear my little dress again. It's just a matter of preference. Let them watch. Appearance? Image? What are those? I have no need for them. Li Sheng's Gao Cao. Little lowly, you've finally started streaming. Ooh, I was worried you'd encounter some misfortune if you didn't. Little 14. Streamer, promise me next time, please don't scare us like that. All right, you have no idea. Previously, during the apocalypse, streamers would suddenly go offline, and the next day, the official announcement would state that the streamer had perished. We were terrified. Thank you all for your concern. I've been occupied with some personal matters these past couple of days, which made it inconvenient to stream. Li Sheng explained with a smile. Indeed, she did not wish to publicize Lu Sunan's family affairs, as it fell within the realm of privacy. Family shame should not be aired. Bring it on. By the way, streamer, you're now level 3. With some effort, you can reach level 5 and unlock the streaming permissions for other realms. Huh. Where are the streaming permissions for other realms? Bring it on. What? You don't even know this. Your system must be a novice system, .Oh. So it works that way. Li Sheng nodded in sudden realization. Li Sang's Gao Cao. Exactly, with so many streaming rooms available. And only a few people in the star realms. If other realms aren't unlocked, those obscure streaming rooms will struggle to survive. Little 14. If I may interject, I want to ask during the next welfare event. Can you wear a hanfu? Ah, I adore little buns in hanfu. Your fan welfare only requires me to change outfits? Little 14. While there isn't much else to ask for, the apocalypse has left us with no regional specialties. Food is scarce, and we are constantly fleeing. Even making a small cake would be a Herculean task. I think just watching the beautiful girl change outfits is splendid. Ah, after all, the streamer is just so cute. Chapter 66. The Temple Li Sheng quietly resolved that in safe zones, she would don a dress that aligned with her audience's aesthetic preferences, treating it as a form of fan welfare. Perhaps even attracting more viewers. Boss, the scouts ahead have spotted a horde of zombies, but they are heading toward the Yuchuan base. Should we wait a moment and navigate past the zombie group? Duan Zhengen's voice came through the intercom. I Sheng slightly nodded in agreement. There was no need for unnecessary conflict, and if they could circumvent it, it was prudent to do so. All right, Qin Yan relayed Li Sheng's intent. Nearby stood an unfinished temple, which had not been completed before the apocalypse. It should be unoccupied. Shall we head there? Lead the way. Some buildings still bore only skeletal frames, simply surrounded by barriers. Once Li Sheng and the others entered the temple, they chose a random spot to rest, with some eating while others slept. Infinite Celestial Venerable, why do several young friends enter this temple without kneeling in reverence? Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed above Li Sheng's head. The group looked up and surveyed their surroundings. Apart from a grand statue of the Buddha, the room was bare, empty, and devoid of decoration. Where could this voice possibly be coming from? Young friends, do not search any further. One must at least pay their respects to the Buddha. The voice resonated once more. Hu Shuesen, alert, rose to his feet, drawing his knife and thrusting it into the ground with a loud shout. Who dares to play tricks here? Show yourself. Young man, temper your ire. If you wish to meet this old man, you need only ask politely. There is no need for threats or violence, replied the voice, tinged with amusement. I Sheng discerned that the source of the voice seemed to originate from the statue itself. And her gaze shifted towards it. The voice continued. A figure gradually emerged above the Buddha's head, becoming clearer until an elderly man appeared before them. Dressed in a Taoist robe, he exuded an air of ethereal grace and benevolence. However, Li Sheng was not oblivious to the oddity of a Taoist appearing in a temple, and the suggestion to worship the Buddha seemed rather peculiar. Old Taoist, is your master aware of your reckless behavior outside? Merely a cloaking ability, harmless and non-aggressive. It poses no threat to you, the old man retorted. When did I ever say it was a supernatural power? Young friend, your understanding is rather limited. The Taoist, holding a whisk, gracefully descended from the statue, brushing off the dust that clung to his robe, smiling as he spoke. What nonsense! If it is not a supernatural power, then how could you become invisible? Hu Shuesen, clearly unconvinced, scoffed. You truly believe yourself to be a graduate of Hogwarts. Why do you remain skeptical? Come, allow this humble Taoist to demonstrate, the old man urged, smacking his lips. Grabbing Hu Shuesen, he insisted on showcasing his abilities. And Hu Shuesen felt compelled to watch. The old man bit his finger, swiftly gesturing in the air, and a flash of red light enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. See? I told you, I am not using supernatural powers. Such trivialities cannot be compared to my capabilities. After disappearing, the old man patted Hu Shuesen on the shoulder, his tone filled with pride. Hu Shuesen, bewildered, spoke to the empty air. Did you not just harm yourself and make gestures before vanishing? Is that not still a form of supernatural ability? Fool, the old man has declared it is not a supernatural ability. The Taoist reappeared before Hu Shuesen, raising the whisk and delivering a few light taps on his head. Despite his frail appearance, the old man's strength was surprising, eliciting a yelp of pain from Hu Shuesen, who was about to retort when the old man withdrew his hand. Watch closely, I shall broaden your horizons. Alas, biting my finger has left me a bit weak. Let me show you something smaller. With that, the old man produced a stack of yellow paper and a brush from his sleeve, moistening the brush before deftly inscribing symbols upon the paper. He then chanted incantations, and after a moment, the symbols ignited spontaneously, forming a flickering flame that hovered in midair. Goodness, is this possible? Old man, could you be possessing dual supernatural powers? Hu Shuesen exclaimed in astonishment. Those with dual abilities were rare. Due to the dual nature of their powers, their growth was typically slow and cumbersome. What nonsense! This is a talisman. Do you not understand what that is? The old man, frustrated by Hu Shuesen's ignorance, raised his hand again in irritation. Sheng interjected with a smile, bowing slightly to the old man. Please do not be angry. Taoist, my brother, is somewhat simple-minded and lacks eloquence. Ah, why would I be angry? But wait, why is there such a dense aura of purple around you? No, there's also a hint of deathly energy. How peculiar, truly peculiar. The old man circled around Li Sheng, muttering to himself. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Li Sheng took a step back. In her world, there indeed existed practitioners of the mystical arts. While she had never believed in demons and monsters, she did have faith in the abilities of those skilled in divination and talismans. During her campaigns, she had been accompanied by such practitioners who had adeptly guided her away from numerous calamities. However, one of them had suffered a great backlash from peering into the heavens, leading him to retreat into seclusion thereafter. This experience had prepared Li Sheng well, allowing her to save countless lives. Thus, she held a deep respect for true practitioners, but given her current circumstances, she wished to keep her secrets hidden from the old Taoist. Strange, truly strange, little one. Are you their leader? The old man inquired with an air of mystery as he leaned closer to Li Sheng. Sheng slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. Little one, do you require someone of my talents? I can help you avert disasters, as long as I have food and shelter, the old man said with a cheeky raise of his eyebrow, resembling a peculiar old man attempting to entice a child. Li Sheng found herself at a loss for words. What is this? Do all Taoists engage in such self-promotion, seeking a job that offers food and lodging? Chapter 67. What is lacking in light of the old Taoist's unsolicited offer? Li Sheng chose to accept. The talisman he had just demonstrated was one she recognized. The fire-summoning talisman, a genuine artifact. She had previously been accompanied by an old Taoist who had provided her with explanations regarding such talismans. Those who could inscribe symbols to summon natural forces were indeed top-tier practitioners that have someone like him wish to follow her was an opportunity not to be missed. However, Li Sheng was curious as to why the Taoist appeared in a temple. What brings you to this temple? I was the sole occupant of the Taoist temple on the mountain. Recently, someone detonated explosives, causing the temple to collapse. With nowhere to go, I descended and found this empty place, deciding to reside here instead. After all, it is all under the auspices of the divine. No distinction to be made, he explained. May I ask, where was your previous temple located? On a mountain behind the southern city. Why do you ask? No particular reason, Li Sheng replied, choosing to nod in silence. The mountain behind the southern city was, after all, where their base was located. The explosion had indeed been their doing, and admitting to it was out of the question. As long as they remained silent, the old Taoist would remain oblivious. I noticed you all seemed well-fed earlier. Little girl, could you spare some food for this old man? Of course. What would you like to eat? Li Sheng readily agreed, feeling it was only fair to offer some compensation given that his temple had been destroyed, that I would like some braised pork knuckle. Do you have any? Here you go. Li Sheng handed the pork knuckle to the old Taoist. Upon seeing it, his eyes sparkled with delight as he devoured it ravenously, his hands becoming greasy and ruining his previously dignified appearance. Are you certain he is not a fraud? Hu Shuesen whispered to Li Sheng, concerned that she might be easily swayed by looks that no. Li Sheng shook her head, unable to explain her reasoning to Hu Shuesen. This pork knuckle is truly exquisite. It has been ages since I have eaten so well, the old Taoist exclaimed, patting his belly. I'm glad you enjoy it, Li Sheng replied. The old man pulled out a napkin, carelessly wiping his mouth. He was now clad in his Taoist robe and could not afford to get it dirty. Be wide away. Little friend, I just performed a divination for you. Your fortune lies to the east. To the east. Is that not the location of the impending zombie horde at Yuchuan base? Li Sheng thought, though the old man hinted it would not be immediate. 15 days from now, if you head east. Unexpected gains await you. The old Taoist spoke cryptically, chewing thoughtfully as for the matter of fortune. Li Sheng decided to reserve her opinions, and if time permitted, she might consider investigating. If the base required her attention, she would prioritize that instead. Nothing was more critical than establishing her own dominion. The group remained in the temple for 2 days, and calculating the time, they determined that the zombie horde had likely moved on. They set out once more, experiencing an unprecedented ease of travel, as the chaos of the apocalypse had left the roads untraveled. Upon reaching the base, Li Sheng exchanged all the first-level crystal cores scavenged from Hope Base for star coins. Just enough to cover the cost of a military factory. This factory was unique. It was upgradable, requiring an initial investment of 3 billion funds, with each subsequent upgrade demanding more resources and necessitating a certain level of anchor proficiency. However, this military factory could produce an abundance of weapons from minimal materials, ensuring not a single ounce was wasted. Li Sheng also aimed to manufacture additional bows and arrows for the common folk, striving for a state of universal armament. Unlike the previous 2 factories, the construction of the military factory was complex and time-consuming, taking considerable effort to reach completion. The base was bustling with activity as Li Sheng restructured the residential areas. With the majority of the populace having evacuated, there were ample houses available for allocation. Li Sheng wished to avoid discrimination, ensuring that both supernatural beings and ordinary individuals were treated equally and settled within the inner city. Only a select few ability users under Qin Yan's command and the soldiers previously left behind by the second team, now assigned to Lei Qi, have access to the core. The streets adjacent to the road have been leased out by Li Sheng, and the various shops opened by the survivors have gradually begun operations. Upon entering the South City base, the survivors transferred from the Hope base were astounded by the city's vibrant scene. Finding it almost unbelievable, the latest arrivals have been assigned to a slightly more remote area, while Li Sheng has been busy procuring a lie detector for Lu Sunan. This lie detector will serve as the sole means to gain entry into the inner city. Those who pass the lie detector test, thereby assuring their loyalty to the base, will be granted access to the inner city. After a considerable amount of planning and construction, Li Sheng still felt that something was lacking. I can't shake the feeling that I've overlooked something. What are we still missing at our base? Li Sheng raised her head from the documents and inquired of Yuan Mo. There are numerous necessities we lack. To achieve the development you envision. At the very least, we must restore the water and power supply stations. Currently, we possess only a few small to medium-sized generators, and the power station is utterly unstaffed. Yuan Mo pondered for a moment before continuing, wait, I do know this. My feeling is that we are missing other things, but I can't quite recall what they are. Yuan Mo closed the book in hand and began to enumerate. We lack researchers and medical personnel. These essential roles are vacant, and the hospital cannot resume normal operations. Exactly. That's it, Li Sheng interjected. What do you mean? We need researchers. Moreover, our system lacks any manuals on manufacturing. Since we cannot learn through the system, let us covertly study and experiment, replicating whatever we can. Perhaps we might stumble upon unexpected breakthroughs. Finding researchers is no easy task. To my knowledge, the nearest research facility is the Yuchuan base, which previously housed only 2 institutes, one for pharmaceuticals and the other for industrial research. Chapter 68. Departure to Yuchuan base, whatever it takes. We'll just seize it, Li Sheng exclaimed, slapping the table and standing up, one foot on the chair, her hand forcefully striking the surface, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Today, Li Sheng donned a pink, frilly-laced dress, her long hair cascading in natural waves. While she had appeared like a little princess during her serious work, the moment she spoke, that image shattered. All notions of cuteness, obedience, and charm vanished, revealing a girl bandit-clad in a lowly disguise. Let us not kid ourselves. Yuchuan Base isn't a small outpost. It's even larger than South City Base. The researchers there are likely the first to be protected. How are we going to seize them? Through coercion or enticement? Enticement. Those who are first protected surely enjoy favorable treatment. Aside from food and drink, there is little else Sheng can offer. Why don't we first assess the situation? What if we find an opportunity? Sheng persisted, biting on her pen. Researchers are not as common as cabbages. Cultivating one requires immense time and effort. Present. I can think of no other route but to abduct them. If all else fails, we'll scout the area and make a swift getaway to I don't care. I must thoroughly investigate what is within the system. Very well, if you're determined to go. Let us consider the timing. The zombie tide should have passed by now. We can gather more information amidst the chaos. Seeing Sheng's insistence, Yuan Mo reluctantly agreed that a base cannot afford to be without researchers. Falling behind equates to being vulnerable, and technology is the cornerstone of a nation's survival. Let us go. There is little left to do at the base. Hu Shuesen can manage the remaining tasks. We'll leave a letter for Hu Shuesen, so that Lei Qi doesn't end up overwhelmed alone. Sheng rubbed her hands together in excitement, decisively choosing to abandon her companions. Hu Shuesen, with his previous management experience, would be a perfect fit for Lei Qi's needs, providing her with peace of mind. Yuan Mo slightly nodded and sent a message to Qin Yan. This enforcer is indispensable. Lu Sunan's abilities are ideally suited for the mission at hand, making stealth a breeze. Should we also bring an old Taoist priest? Yuan Mo pondered, reflecting that they needed someone who appeared respectable to facilitate communication and earn trust. The old Taoist priest, when serious, possessed an air of ethereal grace, making him an ideal candidate. This time, the party consisted of 5 individuals, with Hu Shuesen remaining at the base, replaced by the old Taoist priest. In a hurry to reach the office, Hu Shuesen found a note left by Yuan Mo, holding a thin sheet of paper that brought him to the brink of tears, as it bore a mere few bold words. We are off to do something grand. Do not worry. Its brevity left him at a loss, unable to pursue them. Resigned, Hu Shuesen wiped away a tear and continued with his work. Upon exiting the base, Sheng and her companions lounged in their luxurious RV. Relishing barbecue and singing merrily, they encountered 2 waves of zombies en route, yet not a single one obstructed their path, making their journey remarkably smooth. After their meal, the old Taoist priest began organizing entertainment activities, while Qin Yan handled the driving, leaving the remaining 4 to play mahjong, entirely oblivious to the tension of the apocalyptic world surrounding them. Bang! It's a loss. The old Taoist priest excitedly halted Sheng's hand, pushing his mahjong tiles forward, declaring a complete set. Just then, an abrupt screech of brakes pierced the air, violently jolting the vehicle, causing the mahjong tiles to scatter across the floor, and the old Taoist priestess' triumphant laughter abruptly ceased. What? I didn't see anything. What complete set? I'm not aware. Lu Sunan was the first to clutch her wallet tightly, recalling that the old Taoist priest had been winning all day. Vowing never to play with him again. 36 points. Dream on. Huh. Let me see what is happening over there with Qin Yan. I'll check too. Yuan Mo and Sheng calmly stood, ignoring the old Taoist priestess' remarks, and made their way toward the front of the vehicle. The old Taoist priest glared at the disarray of mahjong tiles on the table, fuming. My complete set. My 36 points. Upon reaching the front of the vehicle, Sheng encountered a striking young woman brandishing a machete, standing defiantly in the middle of the road. Qin Yan frowned, observing her closely, while the young woman gestured for the occupants of the vehicle to disembark. The young woman possessed striking beauty, her chestnut wave styled into a high ponytail, adorned in a vibrant red gown, resembling a blooming wild rose, exuding an alluring and mature charm. However, she seemed to harbor ill intentions. Is she trying to rob us? Sheng muttered in confusion, prompting Qin Yan to roll down the window and inquire about the situation, believing they could hold their ground if a confrontation arose. What do you want? Qin Yan leaned out, his expression cold. I need to borrow your vehicle. My sister is about to give birth. I'll compensate you for its use. It won't be for naught. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to resort to force. The young woman employed a mix of diplomacy and intimidation, brandishing her machete. Sheng glanced to the side of the road, noticing a heavily pregnant woman struggling to walk, supported by 2 other women. Get in the car, she urged. Understanding the gravity of childbirth, Li Sheng, as a fellow woman, could not remain indifferent in such a situation. Additionally, giving birth indeed requires a safe and stable environment. Halting a vehicle in a remote area was not unreasonable. "Thank you, young lady," the woman expressed her gratitude, rushing to assist the pregnant woman into the vehicle. The RV was equipped with a bed, complete with a curtain for privacy, and the men inside instinctively moved toward the front to avoid intruding. Chapter 69. Yuchuan Base. Qin Yin drove slowly and steadily, minimizing any bumps, while the old Taoist priest counted on his fingers, sighing and shaking his head, lost in thought. Lu Sunin's attention was almost entirely focused on the scene behind them. Although they were strangers forcibly relocating to give birth, the sight of a mother fighting for her child's life stirred something within them all. Finally, as the sun began to set, a baby's cry echoed from behind the curtain. "Master! Master! Damn it, where's the hemostatic agent?" The arrival of the baby did not bring relief, but instead was met with the sounds of the woman's anger and sobs. Worried, Li Sheng stood up, touched her invisible ring, and slowly approached the curtain. "What are you doing in here? This isn't a place for children." Li Sheng disregarded the young woman before her, raising her hand to release energy from the ring. A stream of glowing green dots coalesced into a line, wrapping around the pregnant woman, seemingly with intent, and burrowing in her abdomen. In an instant, the profuse bleeding ceased. The woman stared at Li Sheng in disbelief, finally regaining her composure to exclaim, "You're a healing ability user?" "Well, sort of," Li Sheng replied. Her ability tended to be indiscriminate in its effects, often affecting allies as well, leading to potential collateral damage. Until she could master control over her powers, she had no intention of using them recklessly. "That's incredible. Thank you for saving her. I will repay you for saving her." The woman expressed her gratitude with a bow. "All right, that will be 50-second level crystal nuclei. Thank you for your patronage. To save a life." Li Sheng deemed the price he charged to be exceedingly reasonable. The beautiful young lady did not protest. She merely nodded slightly and unfastened the pouch from her belt, counting out the crystal cores to hand over to Li Sheng. "This price is quite modest. My name is Xin, and what is yours?" The beautiful young lady regarded Li Sheng as an equal, no longer referring to him as a mere child, but instead extending her hand in a friendly and polite manner. Li Sheng shook her hand and smiled gently, replying, "I am Li Sheng. Are you planning to go to the Yuchuan base?" Xin glanced out the window, the familiar scenery coming into view, and she surmised the destination of Li Sheng and his companions. "Yes, we intend to visit the Yuchuan base. We just came from there. The Yuchuan base has recently endured a zombie tide and is in dire need of personnel. As a healer, you will undoubtedly be in high demand." We're not particularly familiar with the situation at Yuchuan base. No worries, I will explain. Let us step outside." Since she glanced back at the pregnant woman, realizing that this was not an appropriate place for such a conversation, and she led Li Sheng outside, leaving the pregnant woman in the care of her companions. "What would you like to know? What is the distribution of power at Yuchuan base? Are there any particular dangers we should be aware of?" Li Sheng posed a relatively innocuous question. To his surprise, Xin expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of silence, she said, "Be mindful of how much strength you can display once you reach the base. Seek out a person named Tang Yao and provide him with 200 level 2 crystal cores. He will ensure your safety. Avoid traveling at night, as the Yuchuan base has yet to restore its power, and there will be no lights after dark. As for the distribution of power, I can only say that it is a den of snakes and rats. Aside from Tang Yao, who only recognizes money and not people and is quite formidable, the others are not to be trusted." Since she seemed to harbor a deep disdain for the upper echelons of the base, her words laced with contempt. Li Sheng nodded thoughtfully. This situation appeared to be quite advantageous for them. "Is the Yuchuan base really that bad? Why don't you consider relocating to a different base? In the apocalypse, it is all the same. People are treated worse than livestock, and lives are as insignificant as weeds. Almost every base operates in this manner. There's hardly any difference. One cannot say that people can be good or bad, and the same goes for bases." The old Taoist waved away the dust, attempting to offer some consolation. "Let it go. Since the apocalypse began, all manner of hidden demons and serpents have emerged, reveling in their freedom. Those previously shameful deeds have become acceptable in the absence of oversight. Ordinary people dare not voice their anger, either being driven to death or living in a state of compromise. Under the oppression of superhumans in power, mere survival is a feat in itself. Sheng offered a bitter smile, her eyes betraying a torrent of emotions. However, the more chaotic the Yuchuan base, the more opportunities there may be to exploit. Perhaps, in such an environment, they might indeed find some advantages. After all, in terms of living conditions, Sheng believed that no one could rival the South City base. Well, thank you for your warning. Sheng chose not to elaborate further, sensing that Sheng was unlikely to be willing to share more insights. We are almost there. The quietly driving Qin Yan interrupted the conversation as the gates of the Yuchuan base came into view. Prepare the entry passes. The group spent the night in their vehicle in quarantine. And during dinner, Sheng made a point to buy the pregnant woman a confinement meal, earning 50 level 2 crystal cores. Such benefits for the sick were indeed present. Once inside the base, Sheng parted ways with Sheng and his companions. Sheng disregarded Sheng's advice, filling out the entry forms for everyone, indicating that they possessed no abilities, and then sauntered down the street with confidence. Before long, a conversation was initiated by a frail-looking man dressed in tattered clothing. "Hello, gentlemen. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the base? I can guide you for a bit. Just a small snack will suffice as payment." "All right, lead the way. We're just browsing." The old Taoist stroked his goatee, smiling gently. "Where would you like to go?" "Anywhere is fine." The old Taoist discreetly glanced at Sheng, noticing her lack of reaction, indicating she had no particular destination in mind either. "Then I will take you to the trading street first. If you wish to rent a place later, many items need to be purchased on-site, and there are temporary accommodations for rent over there." "Good, lead on." The man bowed slightly, grinning as he guided them, occasionally introducing notable landmarks along the way, proving himself to be an adept tour guide. Chapter 70. Auction. The so-called trading street was a wide thoroughfare where individuals either set up tables laden with trinkets or sat on the ground with cloths spread beneath them, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. "Come take a look. We have a variety of daily necessities and hardware, jewelry, jade, gold adornments. Would you like to take a look? Very affordable. Houses for rent, tents for rent. Come and see if you need anything." The vendors appeared gaunt and emaciated, resembling the withered remnants of humanity. Yet they forced smiles, calling out to passers-by in hopes of enticing at least one customer. This is unacceptable. The contrast is too stark. The old Taoist clicked his tongue, surveying the surroundings before arriving at this conclusion. Others nodded in agreement, understanding the unspoken sentiments of the old Taoist. Indeed, the disparity between the South City base under Sheng's management and this place was glaringly apparent, evident in the demeanor of the survivors. "How much for this?" Sheng inquired, picking up a gold ring from one of the jewelry stalls. 0.5 packs of instant noodles. "No, 3 packs will do to Sheng furrowed his brow in confusion. Gold should be a universally accepted currency, so why had its value diminished so drastically? "Is this the same price for all?" Sheng casually selected a few more pieces of jewelry to inquire. Yes. Sheng nodded slightly, theatrically extracting several bags of instant noodles from Qin Yan's travel backpack and handing them over to the vendor. Gold and silver could provide power to a mint, while jewelry could be exchanged for star coins. Though the returns were modest, even the smallest gains were still worthwhile, that a woman's innate desire to shop shone through as Sheng wandered, accumulating an impressive haul. The 4 companions behind her were laden with items, and it was only when Yuan Mo could no longer bear it that he dragged Sheng away from the commercial street, bringing the frenzied shopping spree to a close. After compensating their guide, Sheng chose a relatively luxurious and comfortable inn to stay in. The companions who had accompanied Sheng to the Yuchuan base were not ones to settle for less. Given the option, they unanimously opted for the finest accommodations. "That I want my own room." In the inn's lobby, Sheng pouted, arguing with the old Taoist that, in no way. "What if something happens to you while you sleep alone?" The old Taoist flatly refused, rolling his eyes. "I don't care. I want to sleep alone. Let her have her own room. It is indeed inconvenient for us men." Qin Yan interjected as he saw Sheng and the old Taoist at an impasse. The old Taoist glanced at Qin Yin and, with a huff, relented. Ultimately, they allocated the rooms according to Li Sheng's wishes. As night gradually descended, Li Sheng dozed deeply in her room, unaware of the dark figure that climbed through her window. The figure entered, surveyed the surroundings to confirm that no one else was present, and slowly covered Li Sheng's mouth and nose with a white towel. After a moment, they removed the towel, stowed it in their pocket, and hoisted Li Sheng away, beginning to flee. The viewers in the live stream erupted in chaos. Xiao Shirsi, what the hell is this? Breaking and entering. Li Shang Shai Gao. Ah. Little girl, wake up. If you don't wake up soon. Something bad will happen. Now, Libana, the host usually has high intelligence. How could she suddenly go offline? How can she sleep so soundly outside her own territory? Juzi Tong Hong. It's over. It's over. My favorite host can't just disappear like this. This is the apocalypse, Xiao Shirsi. Don't be a harbinger of doom. The host will surely be fine. Li Sang Sai Gao Ah. Where are the little girl-esque companions? Where did they go? Sheng G666. Something's off. Don't panic, YET. IT seems like the host is doing this intentionally. Xiao Shirsi. What? Li Sang Sai Gao. Really? Na Lai Ba Nai. What could the host gain from doing this intentionally? Sheng G666. I'm not sure, but it appears that the host and her companions were acting in the lobby, much like a performance. Have you ever seen anyone intervene with the host? The host likely occupies a leadership position in their eyes. When have you seen a leader being so forcefully managed by their subordinates? Li Sang Sai Gao. Now that you mention it, I've never seen anyone speak to the little girl like that. Although the old Taoist is a recent addition to the team, he is not so clueless as to act like this. Xiao Shirsi. Yeah. I suddenly feel that what Sheng Ji said makes a lot of sense. Sheng G666. Just watch. I bet 5 dimes that the host is doing this on purpose. Even with her eyes closed, Li Sheng could see the barrage of comments in the live stream, silently giving a thumbs up to Sheng G666 in her heart. Indeed, she was quite deliberate about it. Yesterday, since she specifically admonished them not to venture out at night, they should either showcase their abilities or refrain from drawing too much attention. Just before approaching the base, since she had earnestly warned her not to wander off alone. Li Sheng had come to this base with the intent to stir up trouble. How could she possibly do so by adhering to the rules? Thus, as soon as she entered the base, Li Sheng completely disregarded Sin Shi's counsel, doing precisely what she was advised against, indulging in every taboo. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible not to attract scrutiny, and indeed, in the dead of night. Someone had willingly walked into the trap, to AS for her personal safety. Li Sheng harbored no concerns. In the absence of companions, she could unleash her powers with reckless abandon, executing indiscriminate attacks. No one would survive in her wake. Safety, it was the captors who ought to be contemplating their own security. Sheng discreetly opened one eye, realizing she was slung over someone's shoulder, undetected in her awakening. Thus, she brazenly opened her eyes wide to memorize the route taken by her captor. The streets of Yuchuan Base were desolate at night. It seemed everyone had tacitly chosen to refrain from venturing out. What then was the situation at Yuchuan Base that compelled all survivors to unanimously decide against nighttime excursions? Or perhaps the survivors were collectively fearful or evading something? With a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Li Sheng sensed she was approaching a well-lit area, prompting her to swiftly close her eyes and wait quietly. Before long, the man carrying her began to speak. New goods? What about Yuan Lao? Dressed so neatly. You haven't abducted some big shot's daughter, have you? If someone comes looking for her, won't that bring trouble to Yuan Lao? I would never do something so foolish. This is a newcomer to the base, and I've checked. This family has almost no powers, just one level 3 lightning ability user. Come on, I'm not lying to you. They've just arrived at the base. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't know where to go. Who here would dare expose Yuan Lao's position? This one's quality is quite good. Why not take a look before making a decision? What quality? Why are you so eager to recommend her? The man conversing with the captor slowly approached Li Sheng, circling around her and exclaiming, "Oh, how fair and delicate, clearly, someone who hasn't suffered much, with such tender skin. She looks so pristine and radiant. When her eyes are open, they resemble black onyx. If she weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to bring her here. All right, this one is worth the risk." Let us bring her in. You'll reap the benefits. The other man chuckled, and his tone suggested mischief. Sheng felt the jostling resume as her captor began to move again. After a short while, the man finally halted, followed by the creaking of an iron door. Accompanying this sound, the surroundings erupted into chaos. The air was filled with frenzied shouts. It was unclear what they were celebrating. Oh, Lao Biao. You've brought in new goods again? Let me take a look. Oh, not bad. Where did you get her? She's new to the base. I thought she looked good, so I brought her to Yuan Lao. All right, bring her in. Yuan Lao is inside. Today, Kongzi also brought in quite a few new goods. This one is top-notch and will surely fetch a good price if Yuan Lao takes a liking to her. You might just strike it rich, brother. Thanks for the good words. The clamor around Li Sheng gradually subsided as the man named Lao Biao led her to an unknown destination. The door swung open again, this time devoid of any raucous cheer, and Li Sheng felt herself gently placed on the ground. Shortly after, an elderly man's voice reached her ears. New goods? I haven't seen such a delicate young lady in this base before. Yes, she's new. Yuan Lao, what do you think of her quality? Are you sure there are no issues? The family only has one lightning ability user. There shouldn't be any other problems. All right, you may leave. There's an auction tonight. Wait to collect your payment. Yes, thank you, Yuan Lao. Wait, you found quite the catch. I'll take care of your wife's matter. Thank you, Yuan Lao, thank you. The conversation abruptly ceased, and after Yuan Lao issued a command, Li Sheng was led away. After what felt like an eternity, she finally opened her eyes, only to be met with utter darkness. She had been confined within an iron cage. Surrounding her were nearly identical cages, but the dimness made it impossible to discern what was contained within the distant enclosures. However, in the nearby cages, she could vaguely make out human shapes. Where was this place? Li Sheng adjusted her voice to sound like a frightened child, tears welling in her eyes, feigning the appearance of just awakening from a faint. Sheng knew her captors had heard her, but they merely chose to ignore her, prompting her to withdraw her faade and close her eyes once more. After an indeterminate amount of time, the main door swung open. Sheng unhesitatingly opened her eyes to survey the room. It was a warehouse, filled with cages that housed people, men, women, and children alike. The only commonality was that all of them were remarkably attractive. Even those who were not conventionally beautiful stood out as above average in the crowd. When the newcomers saw Li Sheng awake, they appeared unfazed, expressionlessly transporting her and her cage onto a cart. The man then proceeded to select several of the most beautiful individuals to join her on the cart as they departed. Sheng meticulously observed her surroundings. This place had once been a shopping mall before the apocalypse, though the first and second floors were eerily quiet, with only the third floor buzzing with life. Passing through a corridor, Li Sheng was taken to a storage room, where the others who had come with her were dismissed one by one. Leaving her all alone, at last, someone came to retrieve her. A red cloth was draped over her cage, and she was slowly whisked away from the storage room. Next up, we have our Paisida, our assistants for the auction. An absolute prime commodity, starting at 500 level 1 crystal nuclei, with each bid not to fall below 200 crystal nuclei. Now, let us unveil the lineup of our star auction item. Auction. Li Sheng was momentarily taken aback. The cloth covering her head was suddenly yanked away, light flooding in, and she finally comprehended her predicament. This was an extravagant banquet hall, filled with men and women eagerly craning their necks, practically straining to catch a glimpse, and the auction item referred to by the woman was seemingly none other than herself. Gazing at the faces before her, Li Sheng felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Reducing human beings to mere livestock for barter was a revolting act, irrespective of the era or location. The expressions of the onlookers were already somewhat distorted, revealing the demonic essence lurking beneath their human faades. Li Sheng slowly raised her head, surveying her surroundings, and spotted the men and women who had been brought in with her. They seemed to have already been auctioned off, standing beside different individuals. Chains around their necks, led by their captors. Many of those with chains were not limited to those who had arrived with Li Sheng. Nearly everyone seated in the audience appeared to have several such chained individuals beside them. Wow, top-notch, top-notch. I bid 2,000 crystal nuclei. Get lost. You think 2,000 is enough for such a prime specimen? I bid 5,000. 1 million. 1,000,005. Damn it, I want her. 3,000,005. Hi, I bid 5,000,000. The price for Li Sheng continued to soar, and she paid no heed to the surrounding clamor, fixating instead on a woman in the corner. This woman was none other than Sheng, who had cautioned her repeatedly just before entering the base. Chapter 71. Changing personnel and infiltration. At this moment, Li Sheng's auction price had surged to 50,000, a figure that represented the ceiling of the slave market. Hardly anyone was willing to bid higher. 50,000 once, 50,000 twice. The auctioneer beamed professionally, tapping his gavel. During the second count, he deliberately paused for an extended moment, scanning the crowd for any lingering bidders. 60,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer for the third time, Sheng gritted her teeth and raised her paddle, announcing her bid. Excellent. This esteemed bidder has offered 60,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? The auctioneer's smile brightened noticeably. 60,000 was the highest price recorded in their history of auctioning slaves. Seeing no further movement from the audience, the auctioneer decisively brought down the gavel. Finalizing the deal, Li Sheng's cage was opened, and several burly men restrained her limbs, fastening her with chains specifically designed for slaves before leading her before Sheng. How did you end up here? Sheng glanced at Li Sheng, pulling her closer to whisper that I was drugged in my sleep and woke up here. Li Sheng omitted the part about her rebellious actions, recounting only the sequence of events that led to her capture. Damn, these brutes are becoming increasingly inhumane. Don't worry. Once we're outside, I'll set you free. Sheng gently patted Li Sheng's head in a gesture of comfort, then turned expressionlessly to hand Li Sheng's chains to a companion, resuming her observation of the auction. The subsequent auction captivated Li Sheng's full attention. The items on the block were all newly developed energy weapons, specifically designed by the base's researchers to counter the characteristics of the zombies, as the host explained. Although the auction venue was brazenly ostentatious, it was not exactly a morally upright affair. The presence of these scientific achievements in such a setting hinted at the chaotic power dynamics and intricate web of influence within the Yuchuan base. In this context, Li Sheng felt it was an opportune moment to capitalize on the situation, potentially recruiting numerous talents. After all, who wouldn't he desire a stable life as a normal person? Li Sheng secretly reveled in her thoughts, fully immersing herself in the pursuit of people, wealth, and equipment. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted in debate. Adorable but airhead. Human trafficking is illegal everywhere, isn't it? Isn't the host's ability quite formidable? Why can't they save them? Li Sheng is supreme. I understood the first half of your statement, but what on earth is the latter half about? Adorable but airhead. Am I wrong? With so many attractive young men and women, why doesn't the host rescue them if they have the power? It must be so heartbreaking for them to be treated like commodities. Xiao Shirsi. Can you refrain from being so self-righteous? If you think you can do better, why not step up? The host is in an apocalyptic world where one misstep could cost a life. While their abilities are impressive, who has to say there aren't others even more powerful? Adorable but airhead. If I were there, I would definitely save them. Even if I couldn't do it alone, I would find someone equally kind-hearted to assist. Why are you all so cold-blooded? Li Sheng is supreme. Ugh, your words sound so noble. Yet here you are pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Are you implying that not saving them equates to a lack of kindness? You should take a look at how many people surround that little girl. If she makes a move, she could be pierced in seconds. Adorable but airhead. It seems that those who watch apocalyptic streams are all perverts. I can't communicate with you all. I'm out. Xiao Shirsi. Li Sheng, stop engaging with her. She has already left. Li Sheng is supreme. It's truly infuriating to they want the apocalypse host to live forever. They're re-stirring trouble over something so dangerous. Interstellar 666. Honestly, I believe that given the host character, even if no one said anything, they would still attempt to save others that I have the intention but lack the capability. Even if my power level is decent, using it depletes quickly, and we wouldn't survive many rounds. Li Sheng helplessly explained to the audience. However, what she did not articulate was that while feudal dynasties may not treat slaves as animals like the Yuchuan base does, it is still common practice, albeit without the ability to compel individuals into servitude. Such cases, if brought to court, would be met with punishment. Thus, while Li Sheng felt a degree of disdain for the current situation, She was not outraged to the point of inaction. If these individuals had an opportunity for rescue, she would certainly act. If not, there was little she could do. She had 4 companions' lives to protect, and jeopardizing them for strangers would be profoundly unwise. While her stance might seem somewhat unscrupulous, such is human nature, aiding those close to us is the norm. The elderly Taoist, blushing with embarrassment, repeatedly acquiesced, feeling stifled by the unexpected reprimand with no ability to retort. Observing the elderly man's silent fury, Sheng could not help but chuckle. It seemed he would soon face another round of scolding. Sheng looked at the elderly Taoist with a mischievous grin, preemptively warning him. What scheme would he concoct next? They seem to favor attractive individuals. Isn't Lu Sunan quite appealing? Prompted by the elderly Taoist. 4 pairs of eyes turned towards Lu Sunan, their gaze unwavering. Sheng stroked her chin, nodding slightly, and remarked, I believe you have a point that I think it could work. Lu Sunan felt a chill creep up his spine under their scrutiny. Retreating repeatedly, he merely enjoyed annoying others. Why must he be the one to seduce them? Could he refuse? He thought Yinamo was quite suitable to know. You cannot. The 4 responded in unison, shattering Lu Sunan's last glimmer of hope. Sheng gleefully seized the beautiful doctor and whisked him away to the room for a makeover. Chapter 72. The beauty scheme. I have followed you all these years. Even during the apocalypse, I stood by you unwaveringly. Now that we are at the base, you see others with abilities and no longer desire me. What do you truly mean by this? It means nothing. It's just that over time, I've grown weary. I know I've wronged you, but I must confess, I love her deeply. So, you have chosen her then? Yes, I'm truly sorry to die in this apocalypse. I wish to leave behind a child. We are simply not suited. Scoundrel! Before the apocalypse, I worked in a nightclub to support you for 5 long years. And now you treat me like this? I'm sorry. Let us break up. I have nothing more to say. Goodbye. In the streets, a dramatic breakup unfolded between 2 men. Passers-by stood at a distance, eager not to miss any juicy details. The crowd swelled, almost causing a traffic jam. Indeed, the essence of gossip and the desire for spectacle is inescapable. As one protagonist departed, leaving behind a stunningly handsome man weeping, the onlookers, sensing the sadness, gradually dispersed. They recognized the location. Anyone so strikingly beautiful must be a newcomer to the base, and this beautiful man was likely in for a rough time. Once the crowd dispersed, a swaggering young man approached, casually chewing on a toothpick. He lightly patted the shoulder of the sorrowful youth crouched on the ground, grinning as he asked, Hey there, why are you crying? What? Can't you see I'm heartbroken? Lu Sunan found this man's reaction utterly perplexing. Was this the reason he often spoke inappropriately and annoyed others? Otherwise, people would be relentlessly drawn to his handsome face. After multiple discussions, Sheng and the others devised a plan to stage a breakup between him and Qin Yin to attract the latter's attention. The beautiful doctor internally resisted, yet he was forcefully coerced by the group. Leaving him with no choice, Sheng and her companion stood nearby, each equipped with a telescope, observing from a distance. This group of upright individuals had never engaged in such voyeuristic behavior and felt somewhat out of their depth. Occasionally, passers-by would notice their presence. If discovered, the 4 would simultaneously look to the sky and whistle, their actions and expressions remarkably synchronized. Hey buddy, don't be so angry. There are plenty of men around. Don't sit here crying. It's embarrassing and reflects poorly on you. Come in and have some water. Take a break. Lu Sunan felt utterly exasperated. This person's words were downright offensive. He truly lacked emotional intelligence. What nonsense. Crying doesn't diminish one's worth. If he weren't scheming for ulterior motives, hearing such statements would surely send him running away. Thank you, brother. Lu Sunan replied, choking back tears as he stood up, resembling a fragile flower, walking with a feeble gait, swaying in the wind. Sigh, this man truly lacked any sense of responsibility. It's just a breakup. Finding a 3-legged frog is harder than finding a 2-legged man. The man turned his back to pour Lu Sunan some water. Lu Sunan quickly used his abilities to lower his presence, inching closer and observing the man adding an unknown powder to the drink. From his deduction, this powder was undoubtedly a drug. Here, drink some water. After crying for so long, you must be dehydrated. Pure water is scarce in the base, but we have plenty of drinks. Please, go ahead. Thank you. Lu Sunan took the cup from the man's hand and drank it all in one go. A drug is a drug. It wouldn't kill him. They had specifically verified that since she would be leaving the base for a mission, and since none of them were familiar with anyone remaining, it was unlikely for someone to interfere. In an unexpected turn of events, Lu Sunan was sold remarkably smoothly, fetching a price even higher than Li Sheng's. His enchanting appearance afforded him many advantages, such as not needing to wear the typical slave-s iron chain. Lu Sunan accepted his fate of being sold with remarkable composure, though the man who purchased him was filled with doubts. Aren't you afraid? What is there to fear? Before, I was just a young master in a nightclub, earning money in this manner while supporting a pretty boy. Even in the apocalypse, I was dumped by him. Regardless of who I follow now, it's the same. Perhaps the next person will treat me even better. Lu Sunan feigned anger. The middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Sunan, noting the beautiful doctor's slender waist and the unconscious allure he exuded. Lending credibility to his words that that's the spirit. Follow me closely. With a beauty like you, I'll always have food to share. Just be obedient, and I'll give you whatever you desire. Understood. Lu Sunan raised his hand, mimicking the coy gestures of a seductress from a drama. Casting a flirtatious glance, to be honest, his attempt was rather unrefined, yet Lu Sunan's inherent beauty made even an amateur effort captivating enough to leave the middle-aged man smitten. After the auction concluded, it was time for the scientific achievements to be sold, as Li Sheng had mentioned. After enduring the influence of the livestream system for so long, she had become somewhat worldly. Thus, there were no significant ripples regarding these scientific achievements. However, as a typical modern individual, Lu Sunan was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that such advancements could be developed in such a brief span following the apocalypse. Wow, what is this? It's truly impressive, Lu Sunan exclaimed, exhibiting a naivety that suggested he had never encountered anything like it before, while eagerly tugging at the sleeve of a middle-aged man beside him. Do you like it? It's not that I like it. I've simply never seen anything like this before. It feels rather remarkable. Lu Sunan hastily shook his head, aware that displaying excessive interest would certainly raise suspicions. The middle-aged man, with an air of generosity, wrapped an arm around Lu Sunan. Grinning lewdly, a chill ran down Lu Sunan's spine, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cry, "Oh dear! When will I ever complete my task?" Chapter 73. Captivity is challenging. Lu Sunan's situation was relatively smooth. In order to prevent him from utterly losing his masculine dignity and purity, Li Sheng had spent a considerable amount to procure a lifelike doll designed for pleasure. By nightfall, Lu Sunan merely needed to administer a hallucinogenic drug to the middle-aged man and use the doll as a substitute. If he could extract the location of the research facility and the strategic layout of the base, he would be free from his tribulations. Once you leave, no one will kidnap you again, right? Yuan Mo observed Li Sheng's eagerness and advised against it. In a way. What if someone is blind? I'll circle around a few more times. Li Sheng would not allow Yuan Mo to continue speaking, swiftly disappearing from sight. While confined in the cage, a sudden flood of memories that did not belong to her surged through Li Sheng's mind. In the memory, a boy was being pushed toward her, surrounded by a group of children demanding that he use physical violence against her. The boy complied, striking her with fists and kicks. In the recollections. She could be heard shouting, yet no one paid her any heed. Eventually, the onlooking children dispersed, and the boy who had assaulted her turned and fled, softly uttering an apology as he left. This was the memory of the original host. When light streamed into the warehouse where the cage was located, a familiar face flashed before Li Sheng's eyes. The very boy who had once beaten her in the memory. Initially, when she received the original host's memories, she could only discern what transpired, with the locations and characters remaining vague. This was the first time she had encountered such a clear recollection. Therefore, out of concern for the original host, she felt compelled to seek out that boy. Having already been sold once, it was unlikely she would be captured again. Perhaps a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse could yield results if someone who did not recognize her kidnapped her again. That might not be so bad. Unfamiliar with the urban development within the Yuchuan base, Li Sheng decided to head straight to the original trading street, a place bustling with a mix of individuals. where she might chance upon something. Yes, she aimlessly wandered the trading street. She paused at a stall selling clothing. Many of the garments were the Lolita dresses she had recently worn, and it was evident that these dresses were well preserved, prominently displayed amid the haphazard assortment of clothes. "How much for these dresses?" Li Sheng inquired, crouching down. The stall owner, a relatively young woman, glanced up at Li Sheng and replied, 20 packets of instant noodles per dress." Li Sheng raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether the stall owner was genuinely bold or simply cherished these dresses, as the price was steeper than the jewelry she had purchased previously. IT was merely cheaper than what the system sold. "So expensive? Can't you lower the price? Clothes are non-essential items. If you give me a better deal, I'll buy one." At a passerby, having overheard the stall owner's words, frowned and crouched down to negotiate, eyeing the dresses as well. "I'm sorry, but these are my daughter's favorite clothes. If it weren't for my circumstances, I wouldn't sell them." The woman tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear, smiling gently, her demeanor reflecting the refinement she must have possessed before the apocalypse. "Who would want them at such a high price? I might as well check out the gold and silver jewelry over there." The girl tossed aside the dress she had picked up, huffing in indignation as she departed the stall. I Sheng observed the gentle stall owner and, picking up a white gauzy dress, took off her backpack and handed it to the seller, saying, 20 packets of instant noodles. "I'll take it." After all, it was a fair trade. Such dresses in the system's marketplace would cost at least over 1,000, while instant noodles were merely a few coins per packet. "Thank you for your patronage." The stall owner smiled gratefully after confirming that there were no issues with the backpack. Just then, a lewd middle-aged man suddenly approached from behind, grabbing Li Sheng and exclaiming, "Little brat, I've been looking for you forever. What are you doing here?" "What?" Li Sheng was utterly bewildered, staring at the man in confusion. Without further ado, the man yanked her toward the exit, feigning familiarity as he pretended to be a desperate parent, brazenly attempting to abduct her in broad daylight. Wasn't this just a scene straight from a human trafficking play? To her astonishment, after merely strolling around, she had indeed encountered someone who did not recognize her. Achieving his goal had come effortlessly to she your daughter. Just as Li Sheng contemplated playing dumb and following the lewd man, the stall owner stepped in front of them, blocking the path. "What? If she's not mine, can she possibly be yours? If she were your daughter, why does she bear no resemblance to you? What does it matter to you? My wife is beautiful, so what's wrong with that? I'm looking for my daughter. Why is it any of your concern? Get out of my way." The lewd man roughly shoved the woman aside and seized Li Sheng, attempting to leave. The stall owner, quick on her feet, grabbed Li Sheng's other arm and shouted loudly, "Help! They're trying to abduct a child. Are you insane? Let go of me. Who's abducting a child? She's my own. You're talking nonsense. That little girl is dressed far too neatly. Her clothes are clearly not cheap. Why don't you take a look at yourself and what you're wearing before you claim her as yours? I raised my daughter with the best of everything. What's wrong with that? Then tell me, what is her name?" The lewd man faltered, unable to respond. "Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. Abducting a child in broad daylight, and then making excuses, stupid woman. Are you looking for trouble?" The lewd man, visibly enraged, raised his hand to strike the stall owner. Unfazed, she retorted, "I paid the protection fee to Yao Ge. Dare you lay a finger on me? Damn it, you're something else." Chapter 74, A New Home Once Again. She was rescued. What else could Li Sheng do but continue to play the role of a pure and innocent little girl, obediently agreeing to everything? Having infiltrated the enemy camp once, she was saved. Now, she was almost successfully abducted again, and yet, once more, she was rescued. Li Sheng felt somewhat foolish. While others yearned for rescue and remained trapped in cages, she, wishing to be captured, was instead freely soaring outside. It was truly perplexing. Following the stall owner to her home, Li Sheng was greeted by a swarm of children who rushed out, exclaiming, "Mommy Lin! Mommy Lin! Mommy's back! Here's the food I earned today. Eldest, please cook it, while I take this little sister to her guardians." The stall owner affectionately patted each child's head and handed Li Sheng's small backpack to the eldest child. Originally, Yuan Mo and the others did not want her to take risks. Once or twice was acceptable, but they would never grant her a third chance. "What about the instant noodles? I possess spatial and healing abilities." I Sheng casually fabricated a reason to brush it off. attributing the miraculous events to her powers. Now I understand. You mustn't wander around carelessly. Your abilities are rare and will undoubtedly attract competition. If those people were to capture you. No, little one. Do you have a place to go? Mommy Lin's brow furrowed with concern. No. Sheng shook her head. Then how about you stay here with Annie for now? You can call me Mommy Lin just like the others. Okay. Thank you, Annie. Sweetheart, what is your name? Sheng. Sheng couldn't bring herself to call anyone mother, even though Mommy Lin bore a resemblance to her own mother. A mother is singular and irreplaceable. Sheng, please take your sister to find a bed to rest. Mommy has to step out again. After entrusting Sheng to the eldest child, Mommy Lin hurriedly opened a metal box at the entrance and took out 10 crystal cores before quickly leaving the house. Sheng took Sheng's hand and led her into a room filled with bunk beds, where they usually rested and slept. Sister, you're still young, so you should sleep on the lower bunk. Sheng pointed to the innermost bed, which had yet to be made up. Okay, brother. Mommy Lin has so many children. Sheng subtly probed for information about the family, blinking her large eyes innocently. We're not Mommy's children. Her own children have passed away. Either we were abandoned by our parents or our parents are no longer around. Mommy saved us from being abducted. Mommy Lin is so amazing. Sheng feigned ignorance, nodding in admiration. The small town may appear to be merely in its early teens, yet the air it exudes is remarkably mature, suggesting that it has endured considerable hardship. Maturing all too swiftly to Sheng nodded in acquiescence, after which Sheng retrieved the spare bedding to prepare her bed. Sheng, please go and cook some noodles, Sheng urged. Auntie, she added, grasping Sheng's arm as he attempted to head to the kitchen. Lin Mama looked at her with mild confusion and gently inquired, What is it? Annie, I have other food. We can all share it, so let us forego the instant noodles, Sheng replied, promptly exchanging for a large bowl of spicy boiled pork slices from the system. The steaming dish wafted an enticing aroma, causing Lin Mama's children nearby to involuntarily swallow hard. No. Little Lee, as an ability user, you require more sustenance. You should eat this yourself, Lin Mama insisted, fully aware of the insatiable appetite of ability users. The little ones beside her were also ability users, albeit of lower rank, and thus treated like ordinary children, often leaving her to worry about their hunger. I still have plenty. Sheng quickly set down her soup bowl and ordered 7 or 8 dishes, only stopping when she was certain there was enough for everyone. The first time she tried instant noodles, she found them acceptable. The second time was pleasant as well. However, after days of being outside near Yuan Shikai, she had resorted to instant noodles for every meal, and she was on the verge of tears, unable to bear the thought of consuming them any longer. It was not her nature to indulge alone. A few dishes would not cost too many star coins, and she believed that sharing joy was far superior to solitary enjoyment. Never mind. I simply cannot eat alone. The little ones were practically salivating, and her conscience truly ached. Very well, Auntie, thank you in advance. You all must express your gratitude to the sister. Thank you, sister, they chorused. Sheng smiled brightly in response to their thanks, without needing Lin Mama's prompting. Sheng began to direct the little ones to set the food on the dining table, and when Sheng attempted to help, she was gently restrained. Once the dishes were laid out, Sheng swiftly produced a large mound of rice before her. While Sheng had no qualms about her meal, the other children appeared to be quite stuffed, suggesting they had not savored a proper meal in quite some time. Sheng had brought forth in abundance, leaving a considerable amount even after serving the children and one adult. Lin Mama carefully stored the dishes away, not wishing to waste even a drop of broth. For such food was a precious commodity in the post-apocalyptic world. Though she was unaware of how Sheng had procured it, she knew it had not been an easy feat. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a sunny-looking young man entered. Lin Mama quickly beckoned him over, pointing at Sheng and saying, This is our new sister, Sheng. She possesses both spatial and healing abilities. All of this food is brought by her, so please come and eat. Hello, Lily Sheng. I'm Lin Hai, your big brother. Introduced himself. Li Song Sai Gao. What a handsome brother. His smile is simply too charming. How can someone look so good when they smile? Chapter 75. An unwelcome arrival. The live stream erupted into chaos, with a discussion predominantly revolving around the boy's striking appearance. Li Sheng felt too exasperated to comment on this matter, opting instead to selectively ignore the howls of wolves and the bullet comments. "Hello, big brother," she greeted, waving her hand in a playful manner. Lin Hai, captivated by Li Sheng's undeniable cuteness, reached out to pinch her cheek. Aware of her eldest son's penchant for teasing younger children, Lin Mama swiftly swatted his hand away. "Focus on eating. Do not bully our new sister, .Oh, got it." After failing to touch the soft and fragrant cheek of the little sister, Lin Hai turned his attention to the sumptuous spread on the table. His eyes instantly lighting up as he exclaimed, "The food is so delicious today." "Indeed, it's all thanks to little Li," Lin Mama replied with a warm smile. "Thank you, little Li." Lin Hai eagerly picked up a piece of rib. Relishing it, he possessed an aura that set him apart from the ordinary, radiating brilliance. Li Sheng could not help but steal glances at him. After examining him closely, she understood why the viewers in the live stream were so enamored with this young man. In a post-apocalyptic world, no matter how optimistic and cheerful one might be, the shadows of despair linger in their eyes, a lingering after-effect of the apocalypse's trials. Yuan Mo, though appearing amiable, harbored a deep-seated loneliness. Enveloped in a melancholic demeanor, Hu Shuesen, while carefree, occasionally revealed a sense of weariness when gazing at the world outside, yet Lin Hai exuded a warmth akin to sunlight, radiating an innocence as if he had never known the ravages of the apocalypse. Resembling a boy who joyfully attended school before the world fell apart. "Mom, has little Li's protection fee been paid? Today the hunting team happened to divide 10 crystal cores. If it hasn't been settled, I will go." Lin Hai, satisfied after his meal, inquired while rubbing his stomach that tea has been paid. "You need not worry," Lin Mama assured him. Li Sheng moved among the children, subtly probing about the family situation. Piecing together their reality from their fragmented conversations, the family's survival depended entirely on Lin Mama and her eldest son, Lin Hai. Although life was challenging, they fared better than many. Lin Mama had once had a daughter, but tragically, she perished in the aftermath of the apocalypse, abducted and killed by those in power at the base. The little girl was merely 12 or 13 years old, and Lin Mama had been a refined lady before the apocalypse, raising her daughter with care and grace. After the onset of the apocalypse, the authorities enforced a unified management plan, forcibly expelling Lin Mama's family from their home. But fortunately, her husband, a power-type ability user, managed to secure a small apartment, which is where they currently reside. The couple was frantic, scouring the base for any leads, but ultimately found nothing. Just a week after their daughter's disappearance, a body was discovered in a dark alley. A girl stripped of dignity. Indeed, their daughter, Lin Mama, came to the harrowing conclusion that her husband must have perished as well. Since then, she became acutely aware of the situation surrounding missing persons in the base. Noticing that many attractive children or young adults, particularly those without abilities, mysteriously vanished, some of whom she had encountered before. Lin Hai was the first boy she saved. Intelligent and perceptive, Lin Mama resolved to intervene. When she rescued Lin Hai, she promptly brought 400 crystal cores, the entirety of her husband's inheritance, to seek refuge with Tang Yao. Fortunately, Lin Mama met Tang Yao himself. He accepted 300 cores for protection, with the understanding that adults counted as one head and children half price, while those under 10 only required 10 cores. Henceforth, whenever Lin Mama took in a child, she would visit Tang Yao to pay the cores. And each time, he would come by to check on the children she had taken in, ostensibly to verify their ages. Li Sheng had heard the name Tang Yao twice from others, with varying impressions. According to Tsin Chi, he was a cold, merciless figure who cared only for money. In contrast, the little ones described him as a relatively gentle older brother. Yet on this occasion, when Lin Mama went to pay Li Sheng's protection fee, Tang Yao inexplicably did not come to visit. Li Sheng found herself quite curious about this man, wishing for an opportunity to see what he was truly like. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Lin Mama set down her belongings to answer it. Standing outside were 7 or 8 burly men, exuding an intimidating presence, adorned with various tattoos. They seemed to bear ill intentions. "Who are you, you filthy woman? Are you the one who has repeatedly disrupted our business?" The man at the forefront shoved Lin Mama aside, prompting Lin Hai to immediately drop what he was holding and rush to her side. What do you want? We are registered with Brother Yao. He protested. Pa, you little brat, I know you're registered with Tang Yao, so I want to touch you. But that pretty little girl inside, we want to take her away. We have already paid her protection fee, Lin Hai said, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Mama, eyeing them warily. Are you referring to this? The burly man chuckled sinisterly, tossing 10 crystal cores onto the ground. Chapter 76. Effortless acquisition. Lin Hai knew at a glance that today's events would not end well. However, after just enjoying Li Sheng's meal, they could never betray that kindness by handing her over. Slowly, he raised his hands, summoning his abilities, golden light radiating from his palms and transforming into a golden longsword. The burly men, anticipating this, unleashed their own array of colorful abilities, illuminating the narrow corridor that if a fight broke out, Lin Hai would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. That in '01 anticipated that so many ability users would mobilize over a child. Li Sheng had initially planned to allow herself to be taken, but sensing the escalating tension, she quickly intervened. I will go with you. Do not trouble Annie Lin and the others. Do not be foolish, Shao Li. They are capable of murder. If you follow them, you will meet your demise. Lin Mama, in a fit of agitation, grasped Li Sheng's wrist, attempting to halt her advance. Aunt, it is all right. I possess the ability to protect myself. You need not worry, Li Sheng said, forcefully breaking free from Lin Mama's grip. Her strength startling the older woman. At that moment, a burly man at the door seized Li Sheng, exclaiming, Now you're being sensible. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Although this child may not be related to you, she was taken from your midst. Our leader insists on fairness, so this money is yours as compensation. With that, the burly man tossed a pouch of money and dragged Li Sheng out of the apartment. Lin Mama was unable to intervene. She was blocked at the door by others, while Lin Hai was firmly pinned against the wall, all his movements restricted. Li Sheng calmly followed the burly man, who ushered her into a van, immediately placing a black cloth bag over her head. As the vehicle began to move, its destination unknown, Li Sheng sat quietly, awaiting the inevitable. After a prolonged duration, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Upon exiting, the individual who kidnapped her showed no intention of removing her blindfold, instead pulling her along without revealing their destination. Eventually, they stopped, and a young man's voice echoed from within the room as the door closed behind them. Another new test subject has arrived? No, you must keep a close watch on this one. She's the most beautiful girl we have seen. Our leader wants to find the most exquisite girl for transformation, and you are nearing success. Once completed, make sure to treat her well. Do not let her starve, for she is at her most beautiful now. Understood. Yes, she confirmed. Yes, this one the leader has seen her and is quite pleased. All right, Xiao Lu, come arrange a place to confine her and follow his instructions. Yes, coming right away. Li Sheng listened to the conversation, feeling utterly bewildered. What was a test subject? What was a finished product? This was entirely different from the sordid darkness she had envisioned, filled with the cries of children. Where exactly had she been taken? Li Sheng felt acutely aware that she had been handed over to another's control, as the burly man who had brought her here seemed to have vanished. Teacher, is this really the right course of action? While we revere science, isn't this approach rather inhumane? In a world like this, who still champions humanitarianism? To survive, and to ensure our family survive, we must act this way. Do you think I wish to escape without a trace? Whether you run or perish, do they even offer you that choice? But I understand you still hold respect for science and your own aspirations. Yet, the reality is as it stands. The city has become a base, and the base has become ruled by tyrants. We have no choice. I understand to go ahead. Remove the hood from that child's head. Once she can see her surroundings, she may find some peace. Very well. The older and younger voices conveyed their helplessness, as the young one gradually approached Li Sheng and lifted the cloth from her head. At last, Li Sheng beheld her environment, a vast expanse of white. Everywhere she looked was devoid of color. White walls, white doors, white bedding, white cabinets, and even the person before her donned a white lab coat and mask. It was almost blinding. After removing the hood, the young man left the room in silence, closing a heavy iron door behind him. Beside the door was a large transparent window, through which Li Sheng could clearly observe the scene outside. Numerous individuals in lab coats wandered about, some with heads bowed, clutching notebooks, others frowning at instruments, and some scribbling notes, seemingly recording something. This is a laboratory? Why have they brought the little girl here? A laboratory. So in the end, she has infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, directly entering the ultimate target. What else could it be? They are undoubtedly planning to conduct human experiments. Did you not hear what they just said? Human experiments? Goodness, little girl, run. Human experimentation is inhumane and deadly. What is human experimentation? As a genuine ancient individual, Sheng found herself utterly bewildered by their discourse. Human experimentation, as the name implies, involves conducting trials on human bodies. It could be drug trials, weapon testing, or toxic substance experimentation. Regardless of the nature, any illegal trials on living beings are reprehensible. Yes, human experimentation can only occur if the volunteers willingly offer their bodies. And it must be beneficial to others, a clinical trial that serves humanity, such as drug trials for treatment. However, this place is clearly an underground laboratory. How could it possibly be a humane experiment? They just mentioned transforming the tirelessly, which must certainly be a perverse experiment. Oh, I see now. Thank you for the explanation and warning. Confident in her unique abilities to deter close contact, Sheng resolved that since this was a laboratory, the inhabitants were her targets. If she could recruit even one, it would be a victory. If not, she would resort to abduction. However, she needed to find an opportunity to relay information to Yuan Mo and the others. Ascertain the structure of this laboratory and devise an escape route. Chapter 77. Test subject Sheng procured a mosquito surveillance device from the system marketplace. Its exterior was identical to that of a mosquito, small and disposable. Operational for only 24 hours, after which it would cease to function, much like the lifespan of an insect. She released the mosquito surveillance device, which began to explore the laboratory by controlling it with a small remote. She donned the accompanying glasses to see through the mosquito's perspective, the visual experience mimicking that of a mosquito in three-dimensional clarity, causing her to feel slightly dizzy. After some effort, Sheng adjusted to the visual effect. Awkwardly manipulating the remote, the doors of the laboratory were all heavy iron, compelling Sheng to guide the mosquito through the ventilation ducts. Finally emerging from a vent, the mosquito began to wander aimlessly. The design of the laboratory, entirely white, left her questioning the creator's intentions, seemingly unafraid of blinding their own eyes. Wait, is that a mosquito? A passing young man exclaimed upon spotting the insect, raising his hand to swat it. Sheng, quick on her feet, directed the mosquito to drop and land on the young man's back, where it remained still. Wow, it flies so fast. I need to get some insect repellent soon, he muttered to himself. Continuing on his way, Sheng let out a sigh of relief. She had nearly lost her 30,000 star coins. Having left the young man's back, Sheng resumed her exploration of the laboratory. The long corridor was deserted, leading to a massive iron door from which faint, indistinct howls emanated. Neither human nor animal. Her instincts told her that secrets lay beyond that door, secrets she yearned to uncover. However, the ventilation opening was merely a fan. Any misstep could destroy her mosquito surveillance. She needed to find another entry point. The mosquito flitted about, searching for a suitable at last. It discovered a narrow hole in the iron door, large enough to squeeze through. Upon entering the room beyond, Sheng was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Having never encountered such madness in modern civilization, she was witnessing an unimaginable scene. The room was divided by thick glass panels into individual cells, each containing what could only be described as people. Sheng struggled to classify them as human. Their limbs were shackled to the walls with thick chains, and they were missing one or two body parts. Some lacked legs, others arms, and some were reduced to mere heads, with their missing portions replaced by cold, silver machinery. Was this what human experimentation entailed? Were they mere decorative objects? She would never engage in such grotesque modifications. Suddenly, a deafening buzz reverberated behind her. Someone had entered. Sheng quickly maneuvered the mosquito to the highest point, seeking a hidden corner to conceal herself. The individuals who had confined her, the older and younger ones, entered the room, heading straight towards the innermost area. Sheng cautiously followed, eager to witness their intentions. We're here to check the life signs of the test subject. Chapter 78. Surgery. The test subject at the far end of the room appeared to be of similar age to Sheng. Just from their appearance, it was impossible to discern their gender. The child had shoulder-length hair and an exquisite face, yet apart from their head, the rest of their body was entirely mechanical, with only their moving eyes indicating they were still alive. The teacher remarked, "He exhibits no significant issues. All vital signs are stable. The respiratory and cardiovascular systems are functioning normally, and his brain remains alert. However, his vocal cords are still incapable of producing sound." Very well. Let us transport him to the laboratory shortly, as further surgery on his vocal cords is necessary. The individual who requested this insists that it must be executed flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Understood. I will coordinate the surgical arrangements, came the response. Proceed. We shall commence in 1 hour. After a brief period, the young man, engrossed in scribbling notes, exited the room. Sheng stealthily concealed herself within his collar. Following him out, the man entered a sealed chamber, manipulating numerous instruments that Sheng could not comprehend. Once prepared, he used a walkie-talkie to summon assistants to bring the child over. Upon the child's arrival at the operating table, an elderly figure entered the room. The elder opened the mechanical casing over the child's chest. Within, aside from a still-beating heart, all other internal organs had been removed and replaced. The vessels connected to the heart had been severed midway and attached to mechanical tubes, within which a crimson liquid flowed, its nature uncertain, whether blood or some other fluid. "This is the most successful experimental subject yet," he proclaimed. "Once we finalize the modifications, they could be presented for approval. If deemed satisfactory, we can proceed with the transformation of the newly arrived little girl, thus liberating ourselves from his control." "Master, I fear our escape may be impossible," came the hesitant reply. "Alas, what can we do? We must take a gamble. After all the heinous experiments we've conducted, we are already inextricably linked with them." "But, Master, we are coerced into this." "Not coerced, merely unwilling to perish," the assistant, previously silent, interjected with this remark, casting a pall of silence over the operating room. The only sound that remained was the clatter of various instruments. Sheng observed as the elder connected the child's vocal cords to a small mechanical device. Suddenly, the child on the operating table opened his mouth and softly uttered, "Brother, it worked. The vocal cord system is operational," the elder exclaimed. Indeed, replacing the vocal cords with a mechanical device has proven effective. "Xiaolong, proceed with suturing and conclude the operation. I will summon the evaluators." Sheng followed the old man out of the surgical suite. The mosquito drone could only operate for 24 hours. And after 5 hours of observation, she was still unfamiliar with the laboratory's layout. She could not afford to waste more time, lest she need to spend additional resources on another. Once outside the laboratory, Sheng resumed her exploration of the terrain. This time, she navigated purposefully, memorizing every corridor and blind corner, even noting the ventilation ducts large enough to accommodate her. Eventually, after much wandering, she located the exit. Controlling the mosquito, she flew outside, circling overhead. After nearly 10 hours, she had mentally sketched the laboratory's layout and the route from their hotel to it. The mosquito was running low on power, having spent a considerable sum on it. She was reluctant to waste it, so she aimlessly sought a lavish-looking location to enter. Has Xiaoling not been found yet? Chapter 79. Tang Yao's brother. No, we have searched every possible location within the base. No one has seen the young master at the auction either. Continue searching. The living must be found, and the dead must be confirmed. He must still be within the base, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground. We shall unearth him. Yes, Yao Go. Wait, double the bounty. Those who provide information that can be verified will receive 1,000 crystal cores upon confirmation. Understood. Yao Go. Sheng scrutinized the troubled young man before her. Could this possibly be Tang Yao? But who is he searching for? Yao Go has raised the bounty again. Take this and carry out the task. Yao Go has been searching for quite some time. It seems hopeless now. Alas, who is unaware? Do you think Yao Go is foolish? He has stated that the living must be found and the dead must be confirmed. Brother, I am somewhat curious. Yao Go possesses considerable strength and influence. Yet how could someone dare to abduct his brother? It is quite pitiful. From the photos, Yao Ji's brother appears quite handsome. With such looks and possessing healing abilities, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure if he matured. What a shame. Indeed, healing abilities are exceedingly rare. Who knows which fool would dare to abduct such a person? Enough. I will update the brothers on the announcement. By the way, a woman named Lin from the slums came looking for Yaogo a couple of days ago. Claiming her child had been taken, I inquired, and the child had not paid the protection fee. Was there a need to inform Yaogo? When did this happen? Just the night before last. Why did you not mention this earlier? Yaogo has been quite accommodating towards that woman. Her children were all rescued from traffickers. Yaogo extended his assistance precisely for this reason. You should have informed me sooner, I will tell Yaogo. And you hurry to issue an announcement seeking news of the young master. All right, brother, I hope Yaogo won't be angry for my oversight. How could he not be? You know how Yaogo despises traffickers ever since losing his brother, often raiding auctions to capture them. You must handle this matter well. I shall say the news travels too slowly and that the shift needs changing. You will not be cast aside. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I shall take my leave now. Go on.L. Sheng quietly listened to their conversation, gaining a new understanding of Tang Yao. She had also experienced a surge in her abilities that it seems that when one is driven to the brink, they instinctively tap into an extraordinary potential. Previously, when she inquired with the system, it explained that this surge is a manifestation of one's survival instinct, with abilities as the innate power woven into one's very being, erupting forth in the face of peril. However, her own extraordinary enhancement had only occurred in that fleeting moment. Upon regaining consciousness from her coma, her ability registration had indeed jumped 2 levels, but the range was limited to about 20 meters. That day, she had reduced half a street to ashes. The power unleashed was undoubtedly beyond level 5. The glasses on her face emitted a series of beeping sounds, signaling that the battery was depleted. Likely due to her excessive use, in the distance, she had flown in that instant of power failure. Sheng caught a glimpse of a fleeting paper, bearing a photograph. The face that flashed before her eyes jolted her to attention. If she was not mistaken, the image depicted the very child who had undergone surgery today. That paper was precisely a missing person notice for Tang Yao's brother. She pondered how to make a significant impact. Opportunity and aid had arrived. The paper had been taken by a hummingbird drone. Sheng climbed on her bed, leaning against the iron window, feigning interest in the outside world, and swiftly dispatched the hummingbird carrying the paper out the window. This bird would find its way to Yuan Mo, delivering the message. The hummingbird drones work in pairs. The male will automatically seek out the female, reaching her regardless of the distance. Yuan Mo had not yet retired for the night, and, upon hearing pecking at the window, hurried to open it. He read the letter rapidly, muttering an expletive. Sheng is truly reckless. Venturing into the laboratory, a facility for human experimentation. Who knows what strange things await her inside? To be captured as a test subject, utterly absurd. The world is vast and full of mysteries. They have commenced research on human mechanics. Who can say whether they have concocted any drug specifically targeting ability users? Old Taoist, Qin Yan, do not sleep. Quickly, step outside. Yuan Mo stored the letter and hurried to knock on the doors of the old Taoist and Qin Yan. They were aware of Tang Yao's residence. And when Sheng was taken captive, Yuan Mo had considered purchasing information from Tang Yao. However, an unforeseen issue with Lu Sunan had delayed those plans. That Qin Yan drove relentlessly towards Tang Yao's residence. But before they could enter, they were halted by one of Tang Yao's underlings. What do you want? I know precisely where your boss's brother is located, Yuan Mo replied, his tone icy. The underling scrutinized Yuan Mo for a moment, harboring doubt, yet eventually relented. Get out of the car and follow us. You cannot drive in. When on another's territory, one must adhere to their rules. This was indisputable. Yuan Mo, accompanied by Qin Yan and the old Taoist, disembarked and followed the underling to Tang Yao's abode. Speak, where is my brother? In the base at the Human Experimentation Facility. Chapter 80. No abilities left. Yuan Mo, upon receiving the information conveyed by Sheng, further embellished it with artistic flair, aiming to provoke Tang Yao's fury. Tang Yao, already seething at the knowledge of his brother's plight, was consumed by rage upon hearing Yuan Mo's detailed account of the surgical procedure. Who controls the laboratory? He demanded, taking a deep breath and directing his question at the underling beside him. Yuan Dong is in charge. Gather the men. We shall storm in. Tang Yao rose from the sofa, striding towards the door. The underling quickly interjected, Boss, we agreed not to venture out at night. This would be a breach of our pact. We can wait until tomorrow morning to go directly to Yuan Dong's place to ask for people. Even if you request them, they won't turn hostile. Tang Yao's gaze was icy as he eyed the younger men around him. His brother was his only family in this world. He could be harmed. But touching his brother would invoke an unending vendetta. If anyone wishes to acknowledge me as their leader, they should accompany me. Those who fear for their lives and are anxious can leave now. I, Tang Yao, vow that there will be no reckoning after the fact, nor will I harbor resentment. We may greet each other when we meet again, but those who attempt to obstruct me shall be my enemies. Boss, we will follow you. His subordinates chimed in unison, demonstrating their loyalty, as there were only a few who truly wished to withdraw. That won't be necessary. My sister has also been captured and taken to that laboratory. You simply need to take us along. Our sole aim is to rescue her. Very well, keep up with us. Our team will do their utmost to ensure your safety, Yuan Mo replied with a smile. Nodding as he followed Tang Yao out at tea that moment, Li Sheng was lying on her bed, chatting idly with the audience in her live stream. The room was soundproof, allowing her to observe the people outside without a single sound disturbing her. And no one engaged with her. Li sang Sai Gao a little lowly. When do you plan to go out? I don't know. I'll wait to see you when Yuan Mo and the others arrive. Which should be soon. Shao sure see. Host, could you Han for next time? I absolutely adore ancient attire and would love to see it. Juzzy tong hong. Host, do you have any other talents? Like singing or dancing? Not really, but I can perform a sword dance for you, which is quite visually appealing. Juzzy tong hong. Awesome. Now, Liba and I. Speaking of which, chatting quietly like this feels quite comforting. Indeed, it's rare to find such tranquility in the apocalypse. Sheng G666. Why do you never proactively ask for gifts? Your growth will be slow that way. I prefer not to ask for anything directly. If people wish to give, it shows their affection. Asking for things feels insincere. Suddenly, the iron door creaked open. Sheng shifted her gaze from the comments to the entrance, where those familiar masked figures stood, indistinguishable from one another. However, this time, they wore different clothing, transitioning from white robes to white jumpsuits, tightly enveloping them, with only their eye areas remaining transparent. Open the gate, the elderly man in charge commanded, as two younger individuals beside him raised their tubes and twisted the valves. A dense, white mist poured forth from the tubes, prompting Li Sheng to hold her breath. All right, administer the enhancement injection to her, and remember to pair it with anesthetics. First, test for any allergic reactions. The old man noticed Li Sheng's attempt to hold her breath, but paid it no mind. After a moment, he beckoned his students to approach. The room was filled with the unfamiliar gas that had just spewed from the tubes, and Li Sheng dared not open her mouth, as her path to rebellion was effectively blocked. As the two young men approached with syringes ready to pierce her arm, Li Sheng resolved to abandon any conciliatory tactics and prepare to act. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her powers felt utterly extinguished, as if they had vanished completely. Sheng closed her eyes, silently attuning herself to the lingering presence of her abilities. They were still there, not lost, but seemingly imprisoned by an unseen force. Don't be afraid. Little one, we won't let you die. It's merely a minor procedure. A young man attempted to soothe her, noticing the flicker of astonishment in her eyes. As the needle slowly approached her skin, Li Sheng swiftly retrieved a long spear from her spatial inventory. A flash of cold light glinted as a young man beside the one with the syringe reacted quickly, pushing him out of harm's way. The displaced young man, still shaken, clutched his syringe in disbelief. Narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, Sheng stood tall and regained her breath, realizing that the mysterious gas was not a narcotic mist, but rather a specific agent designed to suppress abilities. Although she was puzzled as to how the gas could still take effect despite her holding her breath, she was not someone who would perish without her powers. While she didn't possess the type of spatial abilities seen in fantasy novels that allowed for storage, she was aware of the common forms of spatial manipulation like telekinesis and teleportation. Their developed spray for suppressing powers affected only those with abilities, as clinical trials had shown complete inhibition. However, without prior encounters with storage-type ability users, the old man remained oblivious to whether it was the uniqueness of storage abilities or Li Sheng's personal immunity that was at play. Regardless of the reason, the procedure was deemed necessary today. The researchers had expressed satisfaction with the new test subject and demanded modifications to this young girl within a month, threatening catastrophic consequences should they fail. With their lives and their families' lives in the hands of others, they felt compelled to take risks, no matter how formidable Li Sheng might be. Chapter 81. Escape Call for Security. Call for security. The test subject is attempting to escape. Hurry for assistance. The old man and his students retreated rapidly, intending to confine Li Sheng within the iron door, which was impossible to open from the inside. Once closed, she would be trapped without any means of escape. Sheng tightened her grip on the spear, discerning their intentions, and leaped forward, soaring over their heads and out the door in the blink of an eye. The old man and his students stood frozen in shock at the entrance, allowing Li Sheng to seize the moment, avoiding the spear's blade, and using the shaft to shove them back inside. The individuals clad in protective gear tumbled like bowling pins, not requiring any effort on Li Sheng's part as they rolled into the room. Seeing this, Li Sheng swiftly closed the iron door behind her. These individuals were not to be killed. They were still essential to the base. Within this room, she could secure her safety and prevent them from fleeing. Most of the laboratory-S researchers were contained within that room, while the few remaining outside hesitated to approach her, avoiding her like the plague. They had witnessed how she nearly killed one of them and how she managed to trap the old professor. And as ordinary people without awakened abilities, they deemed it wise to avoid risking confrontation. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside, indicating a significant number of arrivals that Sheng quickly exchanged for a physical enhancement potion from the marketplace and consumed it. The incoming individuals were undoubtedly those with abilities. The gap between martial arts and powers was not yet apparent at lower levels, but had grown considerable. Without enhancements, she stood no chance against them. As the crowd surged into the laboratory, Li Sheng finished digesting the potion and felt a surge of strength coursing through her. Upon seeing her, the newcomers quickly grasped the situation and, after a moment of astonishment, raised their hands to unleash their respective powers. Sheng charged at a man radiating white light, indicating he possessed physical enhancement abilities, making him vulnerable to close combat. To his surprise, she chose to attack first, raising his arm as shield against the spear aimed at his head. The tip of the spear rang out with a metallic clang as Li Sheng raised an eyebrow, swiftly redirecting her attack towards the ability user beside him. This man possessed skin-hardening abilities, making him tough as steel and difficult to injure. She pierced through his palm. Blood gushed forth, and the fire user beside him wailed in agony, rendered incapable of conjuring another fireball. She seems to be a storage-type ability user. The potion has no effect on her. Call for backup. This child possesses something unusual. In the brief span of their conversation, Li Sheng had already incapacitated 2 ability users, stripping them of their powers. The questioning man shouted for assistance from the laboratory personnel while pulling the trigger on his firearm, but it was utterly futile. With her enhanced physique, she perceived the bullets' trajectories as if they were moving at 100 times their normal speed. Allowing her to evade effortlessly, she could easily dodge their abilities as well. The test subject is escaping. Hurry for assistance. Assistance? What nonsense. Tang Yao has gone mad and brought people here. Finish off the test subject quickly and come help us. Li Sheng's eyes lit up at the mention of Tang Yao. This meant Yuan Mo and the others had also arrived. There was no need to wait any longer. She denied the man any further opportunity to speak, swiftly smashing his intercom and delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall. With no restraint, the man was embedded within the wall, spitting blood as he slowly collapsed, unable to rise. After finishing off the last one, Li Sheng dashed out of the laboratory, rushing toward the exit. As she approached the door, the surrounding noise escalated into a cacophony, prompting her to hasten her pace. She spotted Yuan Mo and the others weaving through the chaotic brawl, their demeanor strikingly at odds with the fray, akin to elderly men strolling leisurely along the street. Yuan Mo? Qin Yan, old Taoist. Hey, what are you 3 doing? Li Sheng could hardly bear the sight any longer. while those around him fought desperately. These three remained aloof and unconcerned. Hey, Shaoli, why did you venture out on your own? Why didn't you wait for us to rescue you? You're robbing us of our sense of accomplishment. The old Taoist hurriedly approached Li Sheng, chuckling as he teased. If I had waited for you, I would have found myself on that operating table up there. They've developed a drug to suppress supernatural abilities, and mine has been sealed. Sheng could only smile helplessly. The old Taoist was the sort who became increasingly irreverent with age. By the way, the little boy you mentioned is over there. These people are here to find him. The old Taoist suddenly recalled those still battling behind him and inquired. Yes, in the innermost door. There are many altered individuals locked inside. I'll take you there. Hey, here, Shaoli will lead you to find your brother. The old Taoist quickly beckoned Tang Yao over. Their assistance in rescuing others entangled them in a web of cause and effect. Surely, this debt would need to be repaid. You all hold the fort. A few of you come with me. After swiftly dispatching an enemy beside him, Tang Yao ran to Li Sheng's side, nodding for him to take the lead. When that child was altered yesterday, the lab personnel mentioned that their superiors wanted to inspect the results. He wondered if they had relocated him. Most likely not, as this child was to be used as a model for further modifications. Upon arriving at the location, Tang Yao's companions took a look and reported, "Boss, this is secured with fingerprint and iris encryption. We can't open it. Even if we can't open it, we must try. Get someone to come and break down the door." Chapter 82. Continuing the chaos. It seems that doesn't need to be so troublesome. Li Sheng suddenly called out to the would-be door demolishers. This door, fortified with such encryption, must have numerous protective measures. Attempting to force it open would undoubtedly be time-consuming. The last time that old professor and his students entered to examine the test subjects, the door code must have been in their possession. "What's the matter?" Tang Yao asked, looking at Li Sheng in confusion. An elderly man is locked inside the lab. He possesses the door code. The lab is just a left turn and straight ahead. There are no guards there. The old man trembled as he opened the door, revealing a scene that shocked everyone present. Based on Li Sheng's description, Yuan Mo and the others had prepared themselves, but the impact of reality was far different from mere imagination. Witnessing these test subjects firsthand made them truly comprehend the meaning of cruelty. In an age where civilization flourished, countless cinematic and literary works emerged from themes of science fiction, apocalypse, magic, and the supernatural. Yet, whether through the imaginative act of reading or the vivid imagery of film and television, individuals subconsciously regarded these narratives as fictional. The timid might feel terror and dread, but most would still approach it with a sense of novelty. People often believed they were distanced from such horrors, convinced that everyone had a moral compass, and that such inhumane experiments could never transpire. However, reality brutally shattered their idealistic notions of humanity's last vestiges of goodness. Do you not fear retribution for conducting such experiments? One of Tang Yao's subordinates cursed, his heart heavy as he gazed at the altered children. Grabbing the old professor by the collar, he exclaimed indignantly, "What could we do?" As soon as the apocalypse began, they confined our families under the guise of protection. Those who refused to comply were exterminated. Tears streamed down the old professor's face. He had betrayed his life's beliefs and endured torment each night. Yet he longed to survive, to see his family live. Wasn't the Yuan family the mayor before the apocalypse? How could they be so ruthless? Another bewildered subordinate mumbled. The old professor glanced at them, deeply sighing in resignation. No one in the base knows. The current Yuan is not the same as the old one. What do you mean? It was true that the base had been under the mayor's control initially, but during the early days of the apocalypse, he had a relative arrive seeking refuge. That relative was a local tyrant in Lin City, the sort who engaged in unscrupulous deeds and brought a large number of henchmen with him. Eventually, a conflict arose between the mayor and that relative, resulting in the murder of all the mayor's loyalists to silence them. Few had actually seen the mayor since, so aside from us, no one was aware of this. They planned to conduct such human experiments, which is why they didn't eliminate us to keep it under wraps that a local tyrant in Lin City. Li Sheng suddenly recalled that city infested with mutated snakes, insects, mice, and ants. It couldn't possibly be that city, could it? Indeed, where there are people, there exists conflict. The struggle for power and wealth is inescapable. It's no wonder the Yuchuan base is in such a state. With villains in power, it's a miracle if the lower classes fare any better. Which room is my brother locked in? Tang Yao was unconcerned with who wielded power over the base or any changes that had occurred. His sole focus was on swiftly locating his brother and settling accounts with the Yuan family. Your brother is? The old professor hesitated, as new test subjects arrived at the lab daily, and they never inquired about their names or backgrounds. All subjects were referred to by codes. Who could possibly know who Tang Yao's brother was? Look closely. This is our boss's brother. Is he here with you? One of Tang Yao's subordinates held up a missing person notice before the old professor, which bore a photo of Tang Yao's brother. Upon seeing the notice, the old professor immediately recognized him. While he might have had to think for a moment about other subjects, after all, the lab had seen far too many deaths. This remaining 20 were the lucky survivors. Yet, Tang Yao's brother was the only subject among them completely without complications, no matter how they altered him. Even if only his heart remained beating, he lived in scathe. This child just underwent the final modification yesterday and was taken by Yuan Dong. After a moment's hesitation, the old professor divulged Tang Ling's whereabouts, secretly hoping that these individuals could bring about a change in leadership at the base, restoring their freedom. Yes, all of this was ordered by Yuan Dong, that he said he wanted to create a perfect robot, one that wouldn't age or fall ill, possessing independent thought and capable of armed combat. However, modern technology cannot meet the requirement for independent thought, which is why Yuan Dong instructed us to make modifications on living subjects. The old professor trembled as he recounted the entire tale, shedding responsibility cleanly, fearful that any misstep could cost him his life. Having survived for so long, he had committed countless atrocious acts. He was hardly bothered about shifting blame now. Release these people and take them away. We were going to find Yuan Dong. Tang Yao was weary of exchanging further words with the old professor. Freeing the subjects would still require the professor's fingerprint and iris, keeping his life intact in case any issues arose with his brother's health later on. Hey, Shaoli, where are you going? To watch the excitement. I'm here to stir things up. How could I miss out on such a direct assault on the den? Li Sheng replied nonchalantly, shaking off the old Taoist's arm and following Tang Yao eagerly. The old Taoist and Qin Yin exchanged glances before finally directing their gaze towards Yuan Mo. Let us go. We might as well join in. Yuan Mo shrugged helplessly, conceding that there was no stopping Li Sheng's desire to create chaos. Chapter 83. A single fatal strike, a group of individuals set forth towards Yuan Dong's residence, their demeanor suggesting they were intent on a brawl. Tonight, the Yuchuan base was particularly lively, and having received news from the lab, Yuan Dong was prepared and waiting for a confrontation. As Li Sheng and the others arrived at Yuan Dong's door, they found him sitting there, having waited for quite some time. In the frigid weather, Yuan Dong donned a flamboyant crimson silk pajama set, having moved a sofa outside to sit upon, a goblet of red wine in hand, swirling it with a smile as he regarded them. Behind Yuan Dong, a delicate young boy was bound with heavy iron chains, kneeling on the ground. It was none other than Tang Yao's long-lost brother, Tang Ling Yuan Dong. Release my brother! Upon seeing his brother tethered like a dog, Tang Yao erupted with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuan Dong. You think you can just demand his release? That would be quite undignified for me. Besides, what a shame it would be to let go of such a perfect work of art. Yuan Dong nonchalantly sipped his wine, defiantly gazing at Tang Yao, showing no intention of releasing him. It's settled. We're going to fight then? No, there's another option. You could hand over that pretty girl beside you, and I'll return your brother to you. What do you say? Yuan Dong pointed at Li Sheng, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He found Li Sheng's appearance to be the epitome of his ideal masterpiece. In your dreams, Tang Yao shot a glance at Li Sheng, spat on the ground, and charged forward without hesitation. Just as Tang Yao was about to reach Yuan Dong, Li Sheng furrowed her brow, sensing a fluctuation of similar supernatural energy emanating from him. Realizing the danger, she swiftly dashed in front of Tang Yao, kicking him backward to safety. Tang Yao soared into the sky, while Li Sheng boldly ventured into Yuan Dong's realm of extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, she was merely deprived of her powers. All other attributes of her supernatural status remained intact. For instance, ice-type abilities render the user impervious to the cold. His abilities are akin to mine. Do not approach. Li Sheng shouted, causing those who were about to advance to exchange uncertain glances, unsure if they should proceed. Tang Yao, clutching his chest, coughed twice. Li Sheng's kick had been quite forceful, nearly causing him to lose consciousness in that instant. Nonetheless, he understood that Li Sheng meant well. As Yuan Dong unleashed his powers, the sofa beneath him shattered into a plethora of debris, transforming the area surrounding him into a vacuum devoid of life. Save for Li Sheng and Tang Ling, both living beings and objects had been reduced to ashen remnants. So the little beauty possesses absolute zero abilities. How fortuitous, Yuan Dong remarked, rising to dust himself off while casting a secretive glance at Li Sheng. Absolute zero. Li Sheng tilted her head in confusion, having thought herself an ice-type ability user. What on earth is absolute zero? Ah, yes, it seems our little beauty is akin to an elementary student. No wonder she is perplexed. But fret not, for after your transformation, your abilities shall be rendered useless. Oh, knowing your powers only excites me further. Clearly, you cannot remain as you are. After all, this world can only accommodate one such prodigious ability. Yuan Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he reached out to grasp Li Sheng by the throat. In his eyes, she was merely an insignificant, weak child, and seizing her would be as easy as capturing a chick in a place no one could intrude upon his domain. Yet, such delightful imaginings were deceptive. Sheng relished close combat above all else. Before the apocalypse, Yuan Dong had merely been a spoiled youth, living a life of leisure, his physique weak. Thus, even with his enhanced powers, he could not rival a seasoned martial artist. In this scenario, the advantage lay with Li Sheng. Although her powers were sealed, she owed Yuan Dong gratitude for establishing a disturbance-free zone. In a fleeting moment, a glint of cold steel flashed as a silver spear materialized in Li Sheng's hand. Instantly, Yuan Dong spewed forth a torrent of blood, clutching his chest as warmth trickled down his fingers. Disbelief etched across his face. Damn, were Yuan Dong's final words, uttering a curse before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was likely he never fathomed that his demise would serve as a garment for another. All present stood frozen in shock, uncertain of how to react. They had anticipated a fierce battle of epic proportions, yet this was the outcome. Just this, a shadowy figure appeared, uttering a few words, striking a pose, and then perishing? Or was it merely a case of a little girl being toyed with, only to turn the tables? Li San Sai Gao. Delightful. Truly, our little girl's style is to skip the chatter and dive straight into action. It is utterly satisfying to witness. Na Lai Ba and I. Who could argue otherwise? Villains perish from verbosity, and so do heroes. Swiftly eliminating foes is simply exhilarating. Xiao Shirsi. However, eliminating the antagonist so abruptly diminishes the dramatic flair. Might it become somewhat tedious? Juzi Tong Hong. This is not a television drama. What need have we for theatrics? This is a live broadcast of the real world. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Li Sheng chuckled softly at the barrage of comments. She had spent years on the battlefield, mastering the art of swift kills, aside from her sword dance learned for her father's birthday. She had little knowledge of graceful combat techniques. The battlefield's chaos demanded immediate action. During a beheading, there was no time for parting words, lest one become the victim of a surprise attack. Your leader has perished. Will you continue the fight for vengeance, or will you surrender? Yuan Mo approached Li Sheng, gently wiping the blood from her face before drawing her behind him. Yuan Dong's subordinates fell into a heavy silence, then gradually began to withdraw. What loyalty was there? Who would seek vengeance for a paid hireling? They were merely mercenaries, drawn by the promise of hefty wages in a world fraught with peril. Now that their employer was dead, fleeing was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 84. System error. The house contains steel and concrete. Logically, all should be metallic. Yet, when Yuan Dong unleashed his powers, Tang Ling remained entirely unaffected. It appeared that the materials used to enhance Tang Ling were indeed extraordinary. One could only wonder how the research facility acquired them. This was a matter to inquire about later. It seemed tonight's plans for chaos would reach an abrupt halt, and one noticed the multitude of mutated creatures slowly encircling the Yuchuan base. All serpents, insects, rodents, and ants. They crept up the city walls, silently dispatching the guards before infiltrating the city. as dawn approached. The base erupted with a piercing scream. Sheng awoke to gaze out the window, finding the ground teeming with mutated serpents and insects slithering about. Countless lives had already been claimed, and Li Sheng recognized these creatures as the same breed encountered during their last mission in the ill-fated town. How did these mutated beings make their way here? Confusion enveloped her. Logically, that town was closer to the southern city infested with zombies. Had they chosen to stray further, or had the southern base already fallen? That was her realm, her creation. Should it be lost? She would surely vomit blood. Yuan Mo, come quickly. The base is under siege by mutated creatures. Li Sheng hurriedly knocked on her companions' doors. Rousing them one by one. Time was of the essence. A mere delay could escalate the danger exponentially. Yuan Mo and Qin Yin swiftly gathered their belongings, preparing to depart, while the old priest ambled leisurely, seemingly unconcerned for his safety. Just as Li Sheng reached the inn's entrance, she paused, turning to Yuan Mo. I feel as though I've forgotten something. You mention it, I too have a nagging feeling of forgetfulness, Yuan Mo replied, halting to ponder. Xingji 666. The host is correct. I too sense something is amiss. Li San sighed. I timidly suggest, have we forgotten about the beautiful doctor? Damn, Lu Sunan. Instantly, Li Sheng recalled the absence, realizing that they had overlooked an entire person. Where is Lu Sunan? Do any of you know? He is at a luxurious villa in the east of the city. It's easy to find. Let us hurry. Except for Li Sheng, Yuan Mo and the others were aware of Lu Sunan's current location and quickly set out to find him. Fortunately, Lu Sunan's unique abilities ensured that he would not encounter trouble alone. The four raced through the base streets in a vehicle that Li Sheng had purchased from the system's marketplace at a considerable price, an exclusive long-distance travel vehicle. Spacious and comfortable, with excellent traction and stability. Most importantly, it was exceptionally durable. Even a landslide or falling rocks would hardly damage it. This vehicle was the ultimate essential for any journey. The only drawback was its excessive energy consumption, not in fuel, but in crystal core energy. Initially, when Li Sheng learned of this feature, she nearly lost her composure. Crystal cores were akin to money, and operating this vehicle was akin to burning cash. Had it not been for the distance of this trip, she would have been loath to employ it. Yet now, she felt no remorse, believing that taking this vehicle was indeed the wisest decision. Just look at the fragile spiders before them. They posed no threat to the vehicle. Observe the venomous snakes coiled together. The wheels would obliterate them without a second thought. Li Sheng sat comfortably, feeling a sense of security. The long-absent system suddenly interjected. What if I refuse? A windfall. This marked the second instance of system error. First the energy crystals, now this vehicle. Li Sheng felt her luck soaring. Managing to outsmart the system was an exhilarating thought. Of course, this windfall could not equate to the promised 5 billion star coins. While she was indeed in need of funds, she understood the importance of long-term vision. Financial shortages were fleeting, and such advantageous occurrences were rare. Then I shall refuse, Li Sheng asserted decisively. It was absurd to agree to something so ludicrous. Had she done so, she would have suffered monumental losses. Are you truly not considering it? I will not consider it. A refusal is a refusal. Damn. Had the system gone haywire? This was a significant investment. Refusal. Li Sheng resolutely turned down the system, which ceased its protests and fell silent. She examined the interior structure and decor of the motorhome, noting nothing particularly remarkable, with the system suddenly dispensing such generous benefits. Something was surely amiss, as the saying goes. When something seems off, there's likely a reason. That a stingy system suddenly being so generous suggested the vehicle's value would likely soar, perhaps even exceeding 15 billion. Chapter 85. Upon receiving the call, Qin Yin drove at breakneck speed to the location of Lu Sunan. From a distance, they spotted Lu Sunan meandering along the street. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, all the mutated creatures and fleeing individuals disregarded him, as if he were merely a carefree wanderer. Lu Sunan, get in the car, Li Sheng called out loudly, and finally, he lifted his head, joyfully waving his arms in excitement. Lu Sunan hurriedly dashed over, and once inside the vehicle, he couldn't help but voice his grievances. Wow, you all still remember me. You really shootin' teeth. I've been living like a mere shadow beside that old coot these past few days. Woe is me. My body and spirit are sullied. I can no longer show my face to serve you. Here we go again. Li Sheng rolled her eyes at the weeping Lu Sun and perched on her shoulder. Can you be quiet for a moment? The current situation is hardly conducive to jesting. Wah, has the Lord already begun to disdain me? Who am I suffering for now? That old coot is repugnant and utterly insufferable. And I have to endure watching him squirm in bed every night. Oh, you know how traumatic that is for my tender heart. Truly, women are like this. Easily swayed, used, and discarded. Are you seeing someone else out there? Li Sheng wrinkled her nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. Lu Sun might be slightly unhinged, yet his words echoed their reality after his infiltration, so ultimately it was still their doing. Fine if you must cry. Then let it all out. Li Sheng, since Qin Yin, who was driving ahead, called out. Li Sheng quickly stood and made her way to the front of the vehicle, escaping Lu Sun's lamentations. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, she whispered to Qin Yin. Thank you for helping me escape that torment. Damn it, Lu Sun's naturally melancholic voice, perpetually whimpering, is truly a torment to the ears. No, up ahead, since Qin Yin shook his head, pointing forward. Li Sheng shifted her gaze to seats in Qi, clad in a alluring red lace nightgown, wielding a large machete with an air of authority. While beside her, another person was fiercely defending a woman at the center of the fray. That woman was the pregnant lady they had encountered the day she went into labor. Bring it on. Although it may be a tad ungracious, I must say I'm all for this sister, this goddess. I am in love. Why so serious? Goodness, sister, don't kill me with a figure like that. She must be my dream lover. Li Sheng is the best. Since she is indeed stunning, but I shall forever cherish my little lowly. No one can replace her, Xiao Shirsi. We do love the streamer, but that doesn't stop me from drooling over Tsin Chi. She is simply breathtaking. Why so serious? My original dream lover was named Tsin Chi. Duly noted. So you're still here. Am I the only one who is a fan of Yuan Mo? I adore him. He will surely grow up to be incredibly handsome. Juzzy Tong Tong Hong. I'm different. I'm a fan of the Yuan Mo and Li Sheng pairing, commonly known as Pair Garden CP. Li Sheng is the best. Pair Garden CP is fantastic. I'm also a CP fan, but my heart belongs to the little lowly. Chapter 86. Let us split up and save people. Li Sheng drew her long gun and patted Qin Yin on the shoulder. Damn it, she still owed the beautiful lady 60,000 crystal cores. Tsin Chi, get in the car. Lu Sun called out, lowering the window. Hai Tang, quickly bring the lady to that vehicle. Tsin Chi shouted after severing the head of Spider. Yes, the girl named Hai Tang hurriedly supported the pregnant woman towards Li Sheng's vehicle. While Li Sheng pierced through a spider attempting to board, freeing a hand to grasp the pregnant woman's wrist and pull her inside. You all get in too, seeing that Tsin Chi was still engaged in combat and reluctant to board. Lu Sun shouted again, Goddess, hurry and get in. The vehicle has ample space. There's enough room for all of you. We still need a rush to save other comrade. If you can't get in, please take my master's wife with you. Considering that 60,000 crystal cores, Li Sheng quickly called for Qin Yin to follow suit, suddenly remembering Chen Ai, whom she had interacted with for less than a day. Damn it, they needed to save both sides. Chen Ai was a rare good person, and because of her, they had incurred both expenses and troubles. This kindness must be repaid, especially since Chen Ai was a genuinely good soul. Lu Sun, come with me to find someone. Yuan Mo, you help Tsin Chi. We'll split up at Li Sheng grabbed Lu Sun and hurriedly exited the vehicle, quickly purchasing a similar RV from the system. The RV, towering over a person, suddenly appeared, causing passers-by to glance back in surprise. The vehicle's arrival crushed many mutated spiders beneath it, as Li Sheng killed spiders while assessing the RV's sturdiness. Once assured that the spiders could neither corrode the vehicle nor damage its exterior, she confidently ushered Lu Sun inside. Seeing that Li Sheng was momentarily safe, Qin Yin revved the engine and followed Tsin Chi. As they split up to take action, Li Sheng directed Lu Sun towards the civilian district. Big sister, I can't drive, Lu Sun exclaimed, fumbling with the steering wheel, swerving left and right. What if I pressed the gas instead of the brake? The vehicle swayed perilously under his control, and Lu Sunan screamed in panic that I know you can't drive, but I can't even reach the gas pedal or steering wheel while standing. If I were tall enough, I wouldn't need you to drive. Stop dawdling. Drive confidently. This vehicle can withstand crashes. Li Sheng slapped Lu Sunan on the back of his head. How can a grown man be so whiny? After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at Aunt Chun's residence. And thankfully, despite the swaying, they avoided any accidents. Sheng disembarked, instructing Lu Sunan to wait for her signal. After exiting the vehicle, Li Sheng advanced approximately 20 meters, attempting to summon her powers. Fortunately, the effects of the medicine had worn off, and she successfully mobilized her abilities. The surrounding snakes were instantly frozen to the ground at her command. Li Sheng quickly signaled Lu Sunan to exit the vehicle. The two then dashed upstairs, and upon reaching Aunt Chun's door, Li Sheng knocked vigorously. Aunt Chun, it's me, Li Sheng. Open up, shall Li? Come in quickly. Aunt Chun, upon seeing Li Sheng, reached out and pulled her inside. Lu Sunan had grown accustomed to being overlooked. His abilities, except when actively expanding, were largely passive, leaving him perpetually unnoticed. Aunt Chun, we're here to take you away. The outside is crawling with mutated creatures, and it's no longer safe in the base I know. We saw it this morning and dared not venture outside. Shall Li, how did you escape their clutches? Did they do anything to you? Aunt Shen asked, her eyes brimming with tears as she nodded repeatedly, then squatted to examine Li Sheng for any injuries. Auntie, I'm sorry for deceiving you I actually have the ability to come and go as I please. That day, I wanted them to capture me to gather some information from within their ranks. It was a strategic move, not a matter of coercion, and I've caused you a lot of trouble. I'm truly sorry, Li Sheng explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was evident that Aunt Shen genuinely cared for her. It's all right. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Aunt Shen paused for a moment, then smiled brightly, not concerned with the details as long as the outcome was favorable. Aunt Shen, let us hurry. We'll talk more once we're in the vehicle. This is my companion. Just follow him. His abilities are unique, and as long as you stick close to him, the mutated creatures won't notice you. Li Sheng pointed to the stunning young man behind her, and only then did Aunt Shen notice Lu Sunan's exquisite appearance. Aunt Shen looked puzzled. When did this young man come in? Let us go. Don't dawdle. Besides money, leave everything else behind. Otherwise, it will be burdensome. Lu Sunan raised an eyebrow, leaning against the door. His abilities shielded the interior from the outside creatures, buying precious time for those inside. Aunt Chun nodded repeatedly, urging the children to each grab 2 of their most treasured possessions while she and Chun Hai collected the crystal cores and 2 tablets at the entrance. Those were the tablets of Aunt Chun's husband and child. The children swiftly gathered their most important belongings, assembling at the door, ready for departure. Sheng opened the door, leading the way, while Lu Sunan activated his powers to protect the children behind him, maintaining a distance of 20 meters from Li Sheng. Chapter 87. Before ascending the stairs, Li Sheng had already eliminated a significant number of mutated snakes, so the serpents were not quick to regroup, allowing for a relatively smooth descent. Upon reaching the vehicle, the children curiously surveyed their surroundings. Everything inside the RV was unfamiliar to them, but as it belonged to someone else, they hesitated to touch anything. Yuan Mo, how are things on your end? After securing Aunt Chun, Li Sheng adjusted the radio frequency to inquire. After a lengthy pause, a voice finally emerged from the other end, but it wasn't Yuan Mo speaking. It was the old Taoist. Hey, Shao Li, things are a bit chaotic here. I can't quite hear you. We ran into Tang Yao on the way, and we're preparing to charge out together. Very well, let us gather at the entrance of the base. You all go ahead. We shall follow shortly, and will soon be able to break free. All right, understood. Li Sheng turned off the intercom and instructed Lu Sunan to drive. Just after a child was jolted and vomited due to Lu Sunan's driving skills, Aunt Chun could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "Little Li, is that child up ahead unable to drive? Should I take over?" After a moment of hesitation, Aunt Chun finally spoke up. Aunt Chun can drive? How splendid. Lu Sunan, get out. Let Aunt Chun take the wheel. Sheng couldn't help but shed a tear of bittersweet relief. Finally, someone capable of driving had emerged. If this continued, she would surely succumb to nausea. Upon hearing this, Lu Sunan was overjoyed, abandoning the steering wheel as he leapt out, as if handling a hot potato. Aunt Shin chuckled awkwardly, settling into the driver's seat, and the vehicle set off smoothly. The difference in driving skills between Lu Sunan and Aunt Shin was indeed stark. While Aunt Shin was not particularly skilled, at least her driving was steady and would not induce sickness. The vehicle gradually approached the city gate. From a distance, Li Sheng could see a large crowd of people and mutated creatures gathered at the gate, a true disaster zone. Everyone was crying out and pounding on the gate, desperately trying to force it open, but the heavily reinforced door stood firm, impervious to their efforts. After the last zombie siege, the base had fortified the gates. And now, ironically, what was once a line of defense had become a prison wall. The mutated creatures were rampaging, slaughtering the people, while the superhumans fought desperately in resistance that a moment's distraction could lead to being corroded by the creature's venom and devoured whole. Aunt Shin gazed in horror at the scene before her, uncertain of what to do next. Sheng instructed Aunt Shin to halt the vehicle and wait quietly for Yuan Mo and the others to arrive. The mutated creatures crashed against the car, making it rumble, yet no matter their efforts, the vehicle remained immobile. Initially, the children in the car screamed in terror, but upon realizing their safety, they curiously peered out the windows, their fear dissipating. Many survivors noticed the unusual situation and rushed over, crying out for help. Sheng recognized familiar faces among them, those who had captured her just days prior and taken her to the laboratory. What the heck? The laboratory. I almost forgot. The lab still has a group of those little old men I need. Li Sheng quickly grabbed the intercom and inquired, Yuan Mo, is the laboratory near your location? It was indeed Yuan Mo who answered the intercom. Are you suggesting we pick up those researchers? Rest assured, we've already retrieved them. We just encountered Tang Yao while doing so. Oh, that's good. The city gate is now blocked by the mutated creatures. Please check if there are any exits from the base that it may prove difficult to leave through the main gate. All right, we just captured some of the base leader's subordinates. They should know where the exits are. Once I find out, I'll update you with the location. Good. Please let me know as soon as possible. Li Sheng could feel the vehicle shuddering under the relentless impacts, as if it might collapse at any moment. Aunt Shin, drive away from here. That vehicle in a similar predicament. Does it appear sturdier simply because it hasn't been under continuous attack? Chapter 88. Loading the vehicle just as Aunt Shin was about to drive. Many survivors also took notice of their situation. The vehicle, having endured such prolonged attacks without consequence, seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, prompting the survivors to rush forward, banging on the doors and windows, pleading for Li Sheng to open the vehicle and let them in. They surrounded the car completely. Aunt Shin hesitated to press the accelerator, fearing the lives she might crush with that one action. Li Sheng glanced outside. Numerous vehicles were indeed parked at the city gate, yet all had been ravaged by the mutated creatures, leaving nothing but remnants. What should be done for so many survivors? To abandon them to their fate would mean potentially crushing many innocent lives. Should she save them? Without hesitation, Li Sheng opted for the latter. Many hopes had already been lost from a base. What difference would it make to the survivors of Yuchuan base? Li Sheng hurriedly searched the marketplace for usable vehicles, but those with similar specifications to her current one were prohibitively expensive, over 80 million for a single truck. Damn it, what a rip-off. However, this truck was substantial. With a bit of squeezing, it could likely accommodate over 100 people. Sheng used her remaining balance to purchase the truck and turned to pat Lu Sunan on the shoulder, saying, Brother, you need to drive again. What the hell? Lu Sunan jumped from his seat, his body radiating resistance. Without further ado, Li Sheng pushed Lu Sunan out, quickly shutting the door and calling out the window. I am a space supernatural being. I have another vehicle that can carry you. Please clear a path for the truck, or I want to be responsible for any fatalities. Li Sheng disregarded the thoughts of the crowd and released the truck, then jumped out of the window, taking her rifle and declaring, Children and pregnant women may board first. If I discover anyone attempting to harm those around them, do not expect to board. I can stay behind. Please let my son on the truck, a woman shouted, pushing through the crowd while cradling an infant. Sheng glanced over and said, Both may board. A baby cannot be separated from its mother. Get off, you little brat. Once the mother boarded, the survivors grew restless. each desperate to survive, each wanting to be the first to escape, pushing forward heedlessly, ignoring Li Sheng's orders. Some even shouted obscenities, attempting to drag Li Sheng down, seeking to eliminate her as an obstacle. Behind them, the mutated creatures loomed as a terrifying threat, and the crowd had long since lost their rationality. They no longer cared whether Li Sheng was their savior or whose vehicle it was. They only sought to escape. Some even rushed to the front, striking the windows with tools, attempting to pull Lu Sunan from the driver's seat and seize control. Violence seemed the only response to such madness. To impose order among these frenzied individuals, they would need to experience the same threat to their lives. Without hesitation, Li Sheng thrust her weapon towards the loudest provocateur. With a swift strike, the man's head was severed, blood spraying forth like a fountain, inciting further frenzy among the mutated creatures, who were drawn to the scent of blood. "Who dares to provoke me further?" Li Sheng advanced, her expression cold. Perhaps her intimidating presence was too overwhelming. With each step she took, the crowd retreated. When Li Sheng sensed the vehicle was nearing the limit of her supernatural influence, she halted, gripping her rifle firmly in the ground, surveying those around her. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled directly toward her face. Li Sheng did not flinch as she released her powers. The fireball was extinguished, and the surrounding individuals were frozen into statues of ice, shattering upon contact. Witnessing the terrifying extent of Li Sheng's abilities, the crowd finally dared not approach. Even the superhumans ceased their harassment, allowing children and caretakers to board the vehicle first, due to the trafficking of people and the laboratory orchestrated by Yuan Dong. There were inherently few children in Yuchuan base. Most aged 10 to 16 had been captured, leaving only a few toddlers and infants. In total, they numbered fewer than 100, those remaining boarded in an orderly fashion. Squeezing in wherever possible, leaning against the side of the vehicle, Li Sheng observed as the survivors boarded methodically until it reached capacity. Slowly, she closed the iron door of the vehicle. The door was half open, ensuring adequate oxygen supply. Li Sheng ruthlessly instructed Anshun to turn off the ignition in preparation for departure. The remaining survivors outside wailed in despair. Zombies! How can there be zombies in the base? Aren't there supposed to be only mutated creatures? Near the city gate, a zombie lunged at a nearby woman with its gaping maw, its arm visibly corroded. It was the mutated creatures. Those who were corroded would transform into zombies if not devoured. Li Sheng quickly jumped back out of the vehicle, calling out to those inside, "Check each other for signs of corrosion. Those affected by the mutated creatures will turn into zombies," as her words echoed. Chaos erupted inside the vehicle. In such a densely populated space, if even one person transformed into a zombie, all aboard would be doomed. The occupants exchanged nervous glances, scrutinizing one another until they identified a man with corrosion marks on his thigh. They hoisted the frail man overhead, passing him along until he was unceremoniously thrown from the vehicle. He hit the ground. He transformed into a zombie, prompting Li Sheng to swiftly eliminate him. Soon after, others were thrown out in similar fashion, thankfully without any zombies emerging within the vehicle. That if you wish to survive, bring money. 500 for each head of a zombie, if you gather 200. I'll provide another vehicle. Li Sheng shouted, while fending off the mutated creatures and zombies surrounding them. There was no alternative but to save themselves. The Yuchuan base, vast in its expanse, harbors a significantly greater number of living souls compared to the Nanxing base. Yet, those who succumb to corruption transform into zombies, an alarming predicament indeed. The prevalence of mutated creatures is considerable. Even if one were to consume several, the level gained would be minimal. However, should a mutated zombie of the caliber witnessed in a small town manifest, the Nanxing base, being the nearest to Yuchuan, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions. The chilling notion when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold resonates deeply. Yet at this moment, Li Sheng finds herself devoid of funds. The majority of the crystal nuclei are stored within the base, serving as a circulating currency. After all, while some wish to remain, others seek to depart. Within the base, the currency issued by the mint is utilized, whereas outside, one must rely on crystal nuclei. The conversion mechanism between crystal nuclei and gold coins allows Li Sheng to retain a significant number of crystal nuclei as liquid assets for exchanges. "I have money. Count me in," I have some too. 500 level 1 crystal nuclei may seem modest, but given the prolonged duration of the apocalypse, anyone willing to venture out and slay zombies could easily amass 500 crystal nuclei. Furthermore, as the level of the crystal nuclei increases, so does their conversion potential into higher-level nuclei in a scenario where the zombies are predominantly of levels 2 and 3. Even if one lacks 500 crystal nuclei, they would possess an equivalent amount in level 2 or 3 nuclei. The crowd of 200 quickly reached capacity, and Li Sheng promptly exchanged for star coins to procure vehicles, instructing them to find their own drivers. Following that, another 200 emerged. The number of individuals capable of producing such funds was staggering. Even those without the means would resort to pleading for assistance, as, at such a critical juncture, unless one were exceedingly selfish, they would willingly part with a crystal nucleus or two to aid a stranger. Sheng swiftly completed the exchanges, halting only after acquiring over 150 vehicles, a task that consumed considerable time. Fortunately, the quality of these vehicles matched that of recreational vehicles, impervious to the attacks of mutated creatures. Once aboard, safety was assured at this moment. There were no surviving individuals remaining at the gates. Those who had not been devoured by mutated creatures had succumbed to zombification. Soon after, word arrived from Yuan Mo, that stubborn lad. It took some effort to discern, but they have forcibly breached a door at the southeast corner of the base. Understood. We shall proceed there now. The vehicles began to move slowly toward the southeast. Aside from Lu Su Nan's vehicle, which was personally funded, the others were all contributions from survivors. Those willing to venture forth were free to do so, and Li Sheng harbored no objections. Strangely, the convoy exhibited remarkable uniformity, unwittingly following the path of Li Sheng's recreational vehicle toward the southeast corner. Observing the throng of vehicles trailing behind, Li Sheng shook her head in exasperation. With so many people journeying together, it was inevitable that the mutated creatures would pursue them. However, there was little she could do to deter those who chose to accompany her. After all, the southeast corner might very well be the only exit remaining. Chapter 89. Apit the Yuchuan base spans a considerable area, and Aunt Shun pressed the accelerator to the floor, taking nearly half an hour to reach the southeast corner from a distance. Li Sheng spotted Yuan Mo's vehicle, but curiously, it was the only one parked beside the shattered remnants of the city wall. Anshin gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, and Li Sheng instructed the old Taoist to escort the others from Yuan Mo's vehicle to hers. While she hurried off to reunite with Yuan Mo, why are you the only ones here? What about Sun Chi and the others? I directed them to our base and told them to go on ahead. With so many people, they become a larger target. What about the vehicles behind you? Yuan Mo inquired, pointing to the lengthy procession of vehicles. They came from the gate. They provided crystal nuclei, and I supplied the vehicles. So they followed along, Li Sheng explained with a hint of exasperation. The convoy continued to follow closely behind, indicating that they intended to accompany her wherever she went. It seemed Lu Su Nan had gradually mastered the art of driving, managing a relatively smooth journey aside from occasional slips. The individuals in that vehicle were undoubtedly bearing the brunt of the journey. System detected the presence of Gathering Crystal, activating side quest. Find the Gathering Crystal. Reward: 30,000 star coins that if the host submits the Gathering Crystal to the system, a reward of 300 million star coins will be granted. In which direction? 5 kilometers to the southwest. The prospect of 300 million star coins beckoned enticingly, likely promising significant utility. Sheng silently appreciated the system for its foresight, feeling a surge of joy. Lu Su Nan, lacking physical prowess, had powers that rendered him invisible to both humans and zombies, yet he lacked any offensive capabilities. Leaving him alone might invite a horde to target him. The old Taoist's formidable abilities made him the perfect protector for Lu Su Nan. Lu Su Nan, feeling frustrated, ultimately complied and followed the old Taoist vehicle toward the Nanqing base. Qin Yin made a turn, adhering to Li Sheng's prescribed route, that a person of few words possesses the advantage of unquestioning obedience. Whatever decisions Li Sheng made, Qin Yin would simply execute them without inquiry or comment. Yuan Mo, too, trailed Li Sheng without a hint of curiosity. The system vaguely indicated a direction for Li Sheng. But the exact nature of the location remained a mystery. As they pressed southwestward, nearing the 5-kilometer mark, they were confronted by an enormous pit. The surrounding landscape was that of barren farmland, the level terrain stretching endlessly. With the crops long dead, the very center of the farmland lay a colossal pit, one that appeared far beyond the capability of human creation. Who would be so foolish as to dig such a vast hole in the wilderness? Is this the place you mentioned for searching? Are we here to find a pit to fill your head with water? Yuan Mo questioned, pointing at the chasm. Sheng, equally perplexed, called out to the system. But it merely responded with a single phrase. Detected objects are nearby. Please search carefully, host. Search for your sister. Are we really going to descend into this pit? System, you truly excel at digging holes. She scoffed. Chapter 90. Meteorite, let us disembark and take a closer look in the desolate wilderness, devoid of even a single zombie. Li Sheng suggested they step out of the vehicle to investigate. The three of them exited and cautiously approached the edge of the pit. Peering down into the abyss, at the bottom of the enormous chasm lay a black stone about the size of a basketball, emanating a faint glow that stood out starkly in the night. That black orb down there, could it possibly be what we are seeking? Yuan Mo asked, pointing at the dark sphere with a hint of skepticism. It seems plausible, Li Sheng replied, contemplating the lack of other objects in the vicinity. The system must be referring to that a meteorite. Qin Yin suddenly interjected, breaking his silence. Sheng turned to him, bewildered, and asked, What? It's a meteorite. There was news coverage before the apocalypse. This area was struck by a meteorite, but there was no time to investigate before the world ended. Qin Yin, having lived in Nanjing prior, had perused some local news, recalling the uproar following the meteorite strike. However, once the apocalypse commenced, the matter faded from public attention, and if it is indeed a meteorite, then the size of the pit seems justifiable. Yuan Mo nodded slightly, though he was more curious about Li Sheng's intentions regarding the meteorite. What is a meteorite? Li Sheng, unfamiliar with astronomical concepts, asked, perplexed. You don't even know what a meteorite is. Why are you searching for it then? Yuan Mo responded incredulously. Just tell me what a meteorite is, Li Sheng replied, feeling utterly lost as if a flock of crows had just flown over her head. Yuan Mo raised an eyebrow and began to enlighten her. A meteorite, also known as a meteoroid, is a fragment of rock or metal that has broken away from its original orbit in space and rapidly falls to the surface of the Earth or other celestial bodies. I don't understand, Li Sheng admitted, her mind racing in circles without grasping Yuan Mo's explanation. Yuan Mo furrowed his brow, nearly forgetting that Li Sheng was somewhat of a novice in literacy. Do you know what outer space is? No, what about the universe? No, do you know what a planet is? No, what about a satellite? No, Yuan Mo was utterly defeated by Li Sheng's level of ignorance, after a moment. He said, perhaps it's best if you don't try to comprehend it. Essentially, it's something that fell from the sky. Understood. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Sheng exclaimed. Yuan Mo inwardly lamented, feeling as though he had been wronged. Watching Li Sheng's delicate neck, he felt an overwhelming urge to pinch Sheng turned her head, stifling a laugh. She had nearly grasped Yuan Mo's point. Although she didn't fully understand, she had a general idea of what a meteorite entailed. She simply wished to tease Yuan Mo a bit, relishing in his moment of frustration. Do you think it would be all right for me to just go down there and retrieve the meteorite? No, absolutely not. Yuan Mo and Qin Yin both rejected her suggestion in unison. Why not? The pit isn't too deep. I could easily descend using lightness skills and come back up without any danger. The surroundings are clear, and you can keep an eye out above. What's stopping me from retrieving it? Some meteorites may carry various forms of radiation or viruses upon falling to Earth. If this meteorite is just an ordinary stone, you could retrieve it, but no one can ascertain its nature. Moreover, the eerie glow it emits suggests it is anything but a mundane rock. Yuan Mo earnestly explained the potential dangers posed by the meteorite, emphasizing that the concern resided not with the environment, but with the meteorite itself. Should they proceed with such recklessness and an unforeseen incident occurs, it would be too late for them to render aid. Is it truly that perilous? Although Li Sheng possesses limited understanding of radiation and similar phenomena, the seriousness with which Yuan Mo elucidates the matter suggests it must be something of great significance. System, is it permissible for me to descend and retrieve this meteorite? The system has not detected any harm to the host from this item. The host may proceed without concern. Can his canine system be trusted? Oh, undoubtedly it can. Yet Li Sheng remains slightly apprehensive. She turns to Yuan Mo and inquires, "Under what circumstances may I go down to obtain this object?" Ah, wait a moment. Sheng opens the shop and glances through it. Protective suits are likely found in the clothing section. Indeed, they are available. Not bad, and quite affordable. Merely over 1,000 Sheng decisively makes the purchase, and after donning the suit, she asks, "Is this sufficient? You truly possess everything, don't you?" Yuan Mo has grown accustomed to the remarkable occurrences surrounding Li Sheng. "Just tell me if it's acceptable, that if you are certain it provides radiation protection, then it is indeed permissible." Yuan Mo shrugs. After all, the only person who can descend and ascend here is Li Sheng. Most of the time, she exhibits a maturity that belies her youth, displaying a sound judgment regarding her actions, ensuring she does not place herself in dire situations. "Very well. I shall proceed downward first. Please keep an eye on me from above." With that, Li Sheng leaps into the pit, which slopes downward in a semicircular manner. Thankfully not vertically, or would have required considerable effort. She runs and slides to the bottom of the pit, gradually approaches the meteorite, and reaches out to pick it up. The meteorite is not particularly heavy, and lifting it poses no challenge. Li Sheng weighs in her hands. Curious about what makes it so valuable to the system, she observes glowing points emanating from the meteorite, seemingly alive, burrowing into her body. They penetrate the barrier of the protective suit and directly enter the palm of her hand. In that instant, Li Sheng feels a change within her. An unknown force collides with the core of her latent abilities. A rising heat envelopes her, and her vision begins to blur. Hastily, Li Sheng stows the black orb into the system's space, gathers her wits, and ascends rapidly to the surface, upon safely landing beside Yuan Mo and Qinyan. Li Sheng ultimately succumbs to the overwhelming heat and faints. The moment the protective suit is removed, Yuan Mo's fingertips make contact with Li Sheng's skin, which is so hot it seems beyond mere fever, almost boiling. "What is wrong with her?" Qinyan asks with concern. "I am unsure, but should be related to that meteorite. Please check if it is still at the bottom of the pit." "All right. Give me a moment." Chapter 91. Illusion? Reality? All is gone. This place is relatively safe. Let us remain here for now and see if Li Sheng awakens. Yuan Mo surveys the surroundings. Indeed, such terrain is considered secure in this apocalyptic era. It is easily traversable and allows for the swift detection of any lurking dangers, facilitating immediate evacuation. Should one run aimlessly, it is possible that something formidable lies in the dim corners, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Li Sheng feels an intense heat enveloping her, yet she perceives no warmth, only a chilling sensation throughout her body. In her stupor, she dreams. The dream begins in utter darkness, surrounded by a cascade of white snowflakes gently descending. As the snowfall thickens, the entire space transforms into a silvery expanse. Nothing exists apart from the snow. Li Sheng finds herself unable to speak or move. The darkness above morphs into a starry sky. And when the moon emerges, Li Sheng finally gains the freedom to walk. In this dream, she realizes she resembles her former self at the moment of her demise, an adult version of herself. Li Sheng wanders aimlessly forward, uncertain of her purpose, yet somehow aware of the reason behind her actions. Time passes unmeasured, and the snow-laden ground reveals numerous trees and structures, all seemingly frozen in ice. Encased in layers of thick frost, Sheng cautiously approaches a wooden cabin and raises her hand to touch the icy exterior, which feels bone-chilling cold. Here, she possesses no extraordinary powers, fears the cold, and experiences genuine sensation. Sheng feels uncertain. This place does not seem like a dream. Lowering her arm, she continues to walk, increasingly struck by an indescribable sense of familiarity until she beholds the grand city gates and the resplendent palace. Triggering her memory of this location, this not where she last ascended to the throne in her previous life. How much time has passed that she struggles to recognize it? It feels as though a lifetime has elapsed. Li Sheng steps through the open city gates. Every architectural detail aligns perfectly with her memories. Upon entering the Golden Lawn Hall, she encounters two figures encased in ice. One is her deceased self, charred and grotesque from lightning strikes, a sight too distressing to bear. The other is her strategist, Yuan Mo. Li Sheng moves closer to these two frozen figures, her heart aching at the sight of the strategist's anguished expression. They have relied on each other for so many years. Her death must have enveloped him in profound sorrow. Li Sheng. Who? Is someone calling her? Li Sheng, break free from this illusion. Do not succumb. What? In that fleeting moment, the ice surrounding her shatters, and the Golden Lawn Hall is suddenly filled with numerous figures, all lively and animated. Your Majesty, you must issue a decree. What decree? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? After your ascension ceremony today, you are to grant a general amnesty. Li Sheng, dazed, nods slowly, turning her gaze to the hall below, where Yuan Mo stands with a beaming smile, and all the officials from her past life stand in their rightful places. You should announce it. Sheng still finds it difficult to believe. After a brief exchange with the eunuch beside her, she begins to zone out, pondering the current situation, by the mandate of heaven. The emperor decrees, today I ascend to the throne, and the world rejoices. Behold, taxes shall be reduced for 3 years to celebrate this occasion. Thus it is decreed. The words of the ministers fade into silence for Li Sheng, who mechanically performs actions that align with the circumstances. So, is this a dream? The earlier voice warned her against succumbing. Is this an illusion? Who was that voice? It was hoarse, not one she recognized. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, observing the palace's high walls and familiar buildings, including the Yangxin Palace she had longed to inhabit. This illusion is terrifyingly real, blurring the line between authenticity and fantasy. Is it truly an illusion? Or is the apocalypse, the journey through time, the system, and this broadcast the actual dream? Your Majesty, the Left Chancellor Yuan Mo has arrived. Do you wish to see him? Allow him to enter. Sheng gestures. For Yuan Mo is the person she knows best. If this is indeed an illusion, she should be able to discern some inconsistency from him. Minister Yuan Mo pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Soon, Yuan Mo enters, a spirited youth clad in pristine official robes, kneeling before her. Li Sheng, filled with suspicion, fixes her gaze on Yuan Mo and asks, when did you become so courteous? Quite well, lacking respect, and with a sharp tongue. That is undeniably Yuan Mo style. To be honest, have you considered the matters discussed by those foolish ministers today in the Golden Lawn Hall? Consider what? Li Sheng appears bewildered. She did not hear what the ministers were saying at all. How could she consider it? It pertains to expanding the harem and establishing an heir. Although you are historically the only female emperor, you should not be deprived of what other male emperors possess. The ministers imply you should gather handsome men for your palace. Yet their underlying message suggests you are so brilliant and capable that you need not concern yourself with the skills of your concubines. Other than the empress, who should be selected from among the common folk. It seems they fear I might take a liking to their sons. Sheng feels exasperated, realizing that arranged marriages are unacceptable. Why would she be interested in a bunch of frail scholars and good-for-nothings? Indeed, the harem cannot interfere in state affairs. Sending their sons there would ruin their prospects. They would be forced to engage in the intrigues of the harem. And from both a practical and psychological standpoint, they would struggle to accept that. Yet they are certainly fixated on the position of empress. What does that imply? Concubines are unacceptable, but an empress is permissible. The empress is different. In a sense, she is also a ruler, second only to the emperor, possessing authority and influence. Without favor, she still wields power. And with favor, she can subtly sway decisions. I appear to be someone who craves beauty. Li Sheng is utterly perplexed as to why anyone's first order of business upon ascending the throne is to discuss the harem. Would it not be more rewarding to diligently pursue their career? You seem unperturbed by a stunning beauty like me. It is evident you are not. Chapter 92. Surprise? You are indeed becoming more narcissistic by the day. Sheng rolls her eyes, expressing her disdain for the strategist's flamboyant demeanor. The strategist, with a flourish, opens his fan and fans himself a few times, utterly unconcerned about the approaching autumn chill. I refuse. What purpose does that serve? Absolutely not. I have tirelessly rebelled precisely to escape the fate of arranged marriages and the burdens of becoming a mere pawn in the game of matrimony. What difference is there in being forced to wed a man I do not cherish, when it mirrors my previous plight? With a dismissive wave of her hand, Sheng displayed her utter disdain. Reflecting on her origins, her ambition to ascend the throne, to surpass even the strongest of men, was ignited in her youth when she witnessed her foolish father, the emperor, helplessly sending her elder sister to the frontier for a political marriage. Tragically, before she could even reach her destination, she took her own life. In those borderlands, ethics held little weight. Brothers would exchange sisters, resulting in chaos. Her imperial aunt could not endure such a fate and chose to end her own life as well. At that time, her foolish father lamented, bemoaning the constraints of royal life, asserting that after enjoying the privileges of being a princess for so long, she must contribute something to the state. Nonsense. After her aunt's demise, the foolish emperor sent out numerous princesses, both his daughters and sisters, none of whom met with a favorable ending. It was during this period that Sheng's desire for power began to take root in her heart, eventually growing into a towering ambition. Every emperor before her had traversed this path. If one did not wish to be forced into a position, no one could compel them. The pressure might be intense. But persevere. I believe in you. Stand firm against the onslaught of those old fogies' criticisms. You can do it. The dog-headed strategist, while uttering words of comfort, wore an expression of delight in her turmoil, unable to endure any longer. Sheng seized him and unceremoniously expelled him from the Yangshin Hall, delivering a swift kick to his rear. To be gone. Do not trouble me. Step aside. Oh dear, such a heavy hand. What a temper. You possess none of the dignity befitting an emperor. I can hear you. Is your hearing truly that acute? The dog-headed strategist, upon hearing the ferocious roar from within the hall, hurriedly fled, fearing that if Sheng emerged, he would certainly face a beating. Inside the Yangshin Hall, Sheng had not truly heard what the strategist had said. She merely knew he would fabricate tales about her. Yuanemo posed no issues. His habits, manner of speaking, tone, and demeanor were all familiar. The tea on the table was drinkable, and the pastries were sweet. Pinching herself would elicit pain. Was it possible that the apocalypse, the live broadcasts, and all that advanced technology were mere figments of her imagination? Her mind was clouded, and all she knew was that she shared a close bond with 3 individuals. Your Majesty, the memorials have been presented. Would you like to review them now? The voice of the old eunuch drifted in from outside. Sheng straightened, responding, Please bring them in. During the review of the memorials, Sheng was wholly focused. Upon completing her perusal, she stretched, feeling as if she had forgotten something, yet could not recall what it was. She remained unaware that her memories of the apocalypse were becoming increasingly nebulous as she began to immerse herself in the world she once inhabited. But a fortnight later, Sheng could no longer recall any details of the apocalypse or modernity. It seemed as though the crossing had never occurred. Those flesh-and-blood individuals gradually faded from her mind. Your Majesty, the left Chancellor Yuanemo seeks an audience. Let him in. She immersed herself in the sea of memorials. The new emperor's ascension required her direct involvement in numerous matters. The old emperor's remaining officials were not to be trusted with significant responsibilities, as she feared making mistakes or being ensnared in traps. After all, many held reservations regarding a woman reigning as emperor. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. Yuanemo entered, bowing deeply. Sheng quickly lifted her head, beckoning him closer. You have finally arrived? I am nearly drowning in these memorials. I am utterly overwhelmed. Come help me with the review. Yuanemo casually sat beside the dragon throne, picking up a memorial to peruse while grumbling. Isn't it the case that there is no one to rely upon? The people I brought are now each occupied with their duties, also busy as can be. The number of memorials arriving daily exceeds 100. You would think there are only about 100 officials capable of drafting them. How is it that there are so many matters? I find it odd. Is there a quota for memorial submissions? Before my time, which emperor decreed that every official must submit one daily. Why is everyone so busy? Li Sheng could not help but join in the complaints. What struck her as particularly absurd was that nearly all the memorials began with pleasantries, formal greetings, and lengthy elaborations, only to finally reveal the crux of the matter at the end. If it were not for the presence of her own people among them, she might have suspected that the old geezers had conspired against her. But it is inevitable. If the realm were devoid of issues, what would that imply about its governance? If I were without concerns, it would signify that the country is thriving and the people are at peace. How could that be deemed a failure? Li Sheng rolled her eyes, defiantly asserting, even if you govern well, it is impossible for there to be absolutely no matters at hand. Enough with your jests. Recently, there have been some movements from the king of non-Sheng. It seems he intends to recruit soldiers and usurp your throne. How absurd. He has sought aid from our MO family. Is your brother here merely to entertain us? Handle it as you see fit. Matters like this need not be brought before me again, that if any of the former emperor's sons had possessed even a modicum of capability, this throne would not have fallen to me. They are nothing but a bunch of clowns. What is there to fear? Li Sheng declared nonchalantly. Yuan Mo shrugged, raising an eyebrow. Fine. You are right. Our esteemed empress is correct. I shall handle it myself. However, it has been quite a while since your ascension. Yet you still refer to yourself as I and you. Have you not grown accustomed to your imperial title? Li Sheng paused in her review of the memorials. That should not be. She was accustomed to it. Yet, why had she instinctively referred to herself as I? By protocol, she ought to have used terms such as this palace or this princess. When had her self-reference shifted from such titles to I? A sense of confusion washed over her. She felt as though she had forgotten something significant, yet could not grasp what it was. Yuan Mo, help me think. Have I overlooked anything I wish to accomplish? Since your ascension, the unfinished matters have largely been contained within this mountain of memorials before you. If there is truly nothing left to address, it seems it might be time for you to consider marriage, to establish a consort, to expand your harem. Do not jest. I'm speaking seriously. I have this nagging feeling that I have forgotten something. And it seems I have forgotten many people. Are there any officials you do not recognize among the court? Any generals you do not know? What of your maids or personal eunuchs? Are there any unfamiliar faces? Then I am at a loss. Given that we have known each other since childhood, our social circles overlap entirely. I do not sense that I have forgotten anyone. Very well, perhaps it truly is not of great importance. After fruitless contemplation, Li Sheng resolutely abandoned her thoughts. You are not a foolish person. If it were something significant, surely you could not forget it. If it truly eludes you, then do not dwell on it. Upon hearing these words, Li Sheng slowly turned her head to look at Yuan Mo, her expression one of perplexity. Under the intensity of her gaze, Yuan Mo felt increasingly uneasy, asking, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? Or have you finally noticed that I am a strikingly handsome man, to the point of being entranced? After observing you for so long, even if you are handsome, I find it rather monotonous. That is not the issue. We're not the one who always urged me not to give up until my goals were achieved. I merely wish to recall something, and you advise me to forget it? Li Sheng found this peculiar. Despite Yuan Mo's tangible presence, she sensed an underlying anomaly. Why she felt this way, she could not articulate. There should be some flaw in the facade, something false. What nonsense are you spouting? Forgetting a matter is not the same as neglecting responsibilities. If you cannot recall it, do not force it. One day, you may encounter something or someone that triggers your memory. Very well, you have a point. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should return to reviewing the memorials. With this many, I suspect I will not rest until the witching hour. Moreover, I must attend the morning court session. Truly, I am exhausted. Do not complain, my empress. These are the duties you must bear. In the Yangshin Hall, only the sounds of writing and the occasional discussion remained, as Li Sheng and Yuan Mo worked diligently together. Finally completing the review of all memorials before nightfall. Li Sheng, feeling delighted by the high efficiency of the day, stretched lazily and exclaimed, working with another person is truly different. Our efficiency has improved significantly. You must come again tomorrow to assist me. Yuan Mo, easing the soreness in her arms and back, replied, No, I am getting on in years, and my old limbs can hardly endure any more. You are the same age as I am. What do you mean by getting on in years? We are barely 20-4. Sheng rolled her eyes, expressing disdain for Yuan Mo's aversion to labor. Your Majesty, have you never heard a saying? What saying? How can one sleep soundly beside the imperial couch? You seem so unconcerned. Are you not afraid that one day I might usurp your throne? Li Sheng scrutinized Yuan Mo, looking her up and down several times before declaring, You usurp the throne? Please, I had to drag you here to help with this task. Otherwise, you would have long since vanished into some remote corner to live in seclusion. What you say is quite right, but you know I dislike handling state affairs. Just being the left chancellor is already quite a favor to you. Why burden me with more responsibilities? Aren't you afraid I might simply run away one day? All right, I understand I want to abandon you. However, I have some good news to share. Yuan Mo waved her hand dismissively. How peculiar. You have good news? Pray, tell me. Is it a surprise or a shock? For others, it would undoubtedly be a shock, but for you, it is certainly a surprise, Yuan Mo replied with an air of mystery. Li Sheng's curiosity piqued. She urged quickly, Tell me what it is. Years ago, when the emperor ordered the execution of the empress, one of the palace maids who had received the empress's kindness altered the poison in the wine to a potion that induced a false death. She then secretly smuggled the empress out of the palace. Just yesterday, the maid found me and revealed the empress's whereabouts. Would you like to go see her? I am not well acquainted with the empress. So it falls to you, her daughter, to discern the truth. Chapter 93. She lies on Li Sheng was rendered speechless, her mind reeling in shock. She had never imagined that her mother might still be alive. Where is she? Take me to her. Li Sheng grasped Yuan Mo's arm in excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Sheng knew that Yuan Mo would never deceive her regarding such matters. She must have thoroughly investigated before bringing her this news. Thus, the possibility of her mother still being alive felt very real. The palace gates will soon close. Let us go tomorrow instead, after the morning court session. I shall take you, Yuan Mo said, shaking her head with a smile, gently urging Li Sheng to sit down. Sheng sprang up from her chair, unable to contain her eagerness to see her mother after so many years. Her mother's visage had lingered in her mind, impossible to forget. How could she remain still upon hearing such news? You must prepare yourself. I promise that after tomorrow's court session, I will take you immediately. You cannot go in your current state, having spent days and nights buried in paperwork, looking so listless. Yes, you are right that I cannot allow my mother to see me in such a disheveled state. It would only cause her worry. Very well, tomorrow it shall be. She was overwhelmed with joy, yet beneath that joy lay a current of fear and apprehension. Fear that the news might be false. An apprehension that it could all amount to nothing. Once Yuan Mo departed, Li Sheng lay on her dragon bed, utterly restless, not even bothering to remove her clothes, and simply covered herself with a blanket. Closing her eyes, that night, she dreamt a long dream filled with memories of laughter and joy spent with her mother. As the dream reached its climax, she witnessed her mother drinking the poison wine. Collapsing, blood spilling from her lips, a scene that abruptly ended. Your Majesty, it is time to rise for the morning court, came the voice of the old eunuch from outside the door. Sheng slowly opened her eyes, her body drenched in cold sweat. Last night's dream had been far from pleasant, yet dreams and reality are often opposites, and she hoped that today's reality would bring good news. I understand. Let someone I wish to freshen up, Li Sheng declared, pulling herself from the remnants of her dream. Regardless of what happened, all would be addressed after the morning court. For now, she had duties to fulfill as the emperor. After winding through the city for quite some time, they finally stopped at a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the capital. This is the place. The maid has saved little during her time in the palace. This small courtyard is all she possesses. I can only imagine that the empress must have endured much hardship over the years. Oh no, she should be referred to as the Dowager Empress now. Yuan Mo remarked with a smile, pointing at the courtyard. Li Sheng, go knock on the door. Oh, never mind, I shall do it myself, Li Sheng said as she stepped down from the carriage, surveying the modest courtyard before approaching the door and gently tapping on it. Coming. Who is it? An elderly woman with graying hair opened the door and, upon seeing Li Sheng, was momentarily stunned. "Your Highness?" Upon uttering this title, the old woman quickly closed her mouth, realizing that the dynasty had changed, and immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Rise, please. Are you the maid who once served my mother?" Li Sheng smiled gently, helping the woman to her feet. "I am unworthy. The late empress, oh, I mean the dowager empress, bestowed kindness upon me. I merely did what was right in return for her grace. Tiomi, you are the benefactor. Where's my mother now?" Li Sheng inquired, knowing that overpraising the woman would only heighten her discomfort. Her foremost desire was to see her mother. "The dowager empress is inside. Your Highness, please follow me," the elderly woman said with a slight bow, leading the way. Li Sheng followed the woman into the main chamber. And as soon as she entered, she beheld the figure she had longed for every night. "Mother," she called out, her voice trembling. Upon seeing her mother's face, tears streamed down Li Sheng's cheeks as she rushed forward to embrace her, nestling against her neck just as she had in years past. "Mother, I have missed you so much. Why, dear child, I have missed you as well." Li Sheng, with tear-filled eyes, lifted her gaze to scrutinize her mother. Though time had robbed her of her stunning beauty, it had not diminished her noble, gentle, and serene demeanor. In that fleeting moment of their embrace, Li Sheng did not forget to verify her mother's identity. She spotted the butterfly birthmark hidden beneath her collar, an unmistakable mark unique to her mother. This was indeed her mother, without a doubt. Li Sheng clutched her mother tightly, trembling with the fear that this might all be a dream, that it could all vanish in an instant. Thankfully, her mother gently stroked Li Sheng's soft hair and asked, "Who is Chanwan?" Though many things seemed unchanged after all these years, some felt transformed. Seeing this, Li Sheng was reminded of the time when she and her mother had once been a young couple, inseparable and deeply in love. Yet step by step, they had drifted apart until it culminated in a tumultuous conflict. Chapter 94. A perfect match? Ah, that is of little consequence. My grand aspirations dictate that I must endure hardship throughout my life. However, I witnessed you drink the poison and even attended your funeral. How did you manage to escape from the palace? Li Sheng could not help but ask. Curiosity piqued that time. Chanwan replaced my poison with the potion for a false death. Although I did cough up blood. I awakened 3 days later. Chanwan found a corpse and swapped it with mine. Once the coffin was sealed, no one checked again, and I was transported out of the palace, living in Chanwan's small courtyard ever since. Hidden away for all these years, the dowager empress sighed softly, recounting her escape from the palace. "What kindness did you show that made to inspire such loyalty? She risked her life to help you?" In my view, it may not have been a grand gesture. Back then, Chanwan was a lowly maid in the imperial garden. When an incident occurred there, the overseers intended to cast her as the scapegoat. Sensing foul play, I was determined to investigate thoroughly. In the end, I exposed some unsavory dealings in the harem, which saved Chanwan's life. I never anticipated she would remember my kindness for all these years. "Mother, let me tell you," Li Sheng said with a smile. Her mother was right. Regardless of how they had arrived at this moment, what mattered was that they were finally reunited. Li Sheng settled at her mother's feet, animatedly recounting the sights and experiences she had encountered during her travels, carefully choosing only the light-hearted and joyous stories, omitting any tales of peril and danger. "I am aware, my dear, that you prefer to share only joyous news and withhold the burdensome truths. There are many matters you have likely refrained from discussing with the Empress Mother, are there not?" As the Empress listened with a smile, her brow gradually furrowed, her fingers gently tracing the long scar on Li Sheng's hand, her heart aching with compassion. Leading troops into battle and instigating rebellion is no trifling matter. Even without Li Sheng's words, she could surmise a few truths. "But mother, you have said yourself that what is done is done. Has you not? I stand before you now, whole and unharmed. There is no need to revisit matters that might trouble your heart," Li Sheng replied, offering an embarrassed smile in retort. Indeed, my clever little sprite," the Empress remarked lightly. "Yet I am delighted that you have finally achieved your aspirations. But, calculating your age, you are now 25. Pray tell, have you yet to find a suitor of your fancy? The empress gently patted Li Sheng's shoulder, recalling how this daughter had always been a wild spirit, boisterous and boyish. "Oh dear, I am quite busy at present. Having just ascended the throne, I am inundated with state affairs. Once the kingdom stabilizes, I shall contemplate these matters in due course." Sheng instinctively sought to evade the topic. "What do you mean by in due course? By your age, mother, you are already 6 or 7 years into your journey. Regardless, the throne will require an heir, will it not? After all, my son is now the emperor. A man may have 3,000 beauties in his harem, so why should a woman not have the same? I suggest you first select a few promising young men, allow for the flourishing of family ties, and when you find one who captures your heart, you may establish your consort." The empress's tone grew somewhat discontented. "Indeed, the pressure of parental matchmaking has been an eternal plight." Sheng sighed. "Oh, mother, please do not fret over this. Once I enter the harem, I can no longer engage in the affairs of the court. What nobleman of ambition would wish to be my consort? If you insist on me choosing a mere wine sack, utterly devoid of merit aside from good looks, I would rather take my time. Rest assured, I have it all under control. I shall ensure you have grandchildren to hold it. I heard you mention that man, Yuan, who has followed you through thick and thin. Is he the very one that Chanwan sought? He must have brought you to see me, for it seems most of the amusing tales you shared were connected to him. He appears quite commendable. Oh, dear mother, do not concern yourself unnecessarily. He is currently my esteemed left chancellor. What chancellor would abandon his post to become a consort? Even if he were willing, I could not agree. If he were to resign, who would assist me with the multitude of state affairs? Is the world truly so lacking in talent that we are in need of just one chancellor?" Li Sheng remarked hastily before departing the empress's chambers, her footsteps brisk, as though pursued by unseen specters. Only after leaving the empress's quarters did Li Sheng gradually slow her pace, patting her chest and exhaling deeply. "Heavens, to think they would wish to match me with Yuan. If that were to happen, would I ever enjoy a peaceful life again? No, no." Li Sheng muttered to herself, unconsciously ignoring the blush on her cheeks and the rapid beating of her heart after spending so many days in the palace. "My stamina has waned. Just a few quick steps, and my heart races so. I suppose I shall need to train at the military camp tomorrow, and perhaps check on those old soldiers to see if they have grown lax." The following day, after the morning court session, Li Sheng prepared to visit the military camp, only to be intercepted by Yuan. "Your Majesty, you spent all day yesterday attending to the empress, neglecting state affairs. Today, where do you intend to wander? The documents from Yangshin Palace are piled high, nearly as tall as a person. Do you truly have the leisure for such frivolities?" Yuan's voice, laced with irritation, reached her from behind. "Oh no, I neglected the documents yesterday and left all the work to Yuan. He certainly holds a grudge." As they worked diligently through the documents, Yuan suddenly raised his head and declared, "I no longer wish to toil. I would rather become your empress." "What? I did not quite catch that." Li Sheng replied, a bit bewildered. "I said, I wish to be your empress," Yuan stated with utmost seriousness, locking eyes with Li Sheng. "Ha! You cannot be serious. Have you lost your mind?" Li Sheng stammered, forcing a laugh as she clutched her ears, struggling to believe her own ears. "You heard me correctly. I am not jesting. Nor have I lost my mind. I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time." Caught off guard by the unexpected confession, Li Sheng dropped the jade seal and brush, fleeing the Yangshin Palace as if her life depended on it. In the imperial garden, the cool breeze could not soothe her tumultuous heart. What is this chaos? On one hand, my mother is urging marriage, and on the other, my close friend suddenly wishes to wed me. It is all too much. Yet, why had Yuan made such a bold declaration? His demeanor hardly suggested jest. When had he developed such feelings? How had she failed to notice? As Li Sheng's mind raced with questions, the distant sound of the empress calling her interrupted her disordered thoughts. "Sheng, why are you not in the palace attending to the documents? What are you doing here alone, without an attendant?" The empress approached, taking Li Sheng's hand with concern. "I am not accustomed to having someone with me. I merely wish to take a stroll," Li Sheng replied, uncertain how to share her burdensome thoughts with the empress. She suspected that if her mother learned of Yuan's confession, she would hastily arrange a marriage. Not accustomed? You have always had plenty of attendance. How could you possibly be unaccustomed? My child, you have truly endured much hardship outside. The empress said, gently stroking Li Sheng's hair, a mix of sympathy and confusion in her gaze. In the past, she had been surrounded by servants, and even in her fief, she had daily care from maids and attendants. When had she begun to feel this way? It seemed she had undergone a transformation, one that had come without warning. Very well. I shall take my leave for now, in the dead of night. As Li Sheng lay in bed, tossing and turning, she reflected on her experiences since ascending the throne. As her thoughts drifted, sleep eventually overtook her. Sheng slowly closed her eyes. A vivid image of Yuan Mo's youthful figure appearing in her mind, clad in peculiar attire, scribbling in an unfamiliar notebook with odd writing implements. Although she had never seen such items before, they felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, Li Sheng opened her eyes and gazed at the yellow canopy above, offering a wry smile. After a moment, she closed her eyes once more, and this time, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Li Sheng made a point of visiting the empress first, seeking her blessing as she explained Yuan Mo's confession. After the morning court, she intentionally retained Yuan Mo, saying, "About what you mentioned yesterday, I have given it considerable thought, and I believe it is feasible." "What matter?" Yuan Mo asked, uncertainty lacing his voice, his hidden hands trembling slightly beneath his sleeves. "The matter of establishing a consort. That I believe you are correct, having fought alongside each other for so many years. We know each other well that a union seems advantageous, but do not think you can use this as an excuse to evade state affairs. Even if you become my empress, you will still be the left chancellor." Yuan Mo, Sheng smiled as she spoke. "Very well. I have no objections. If it means serving you in state affairs for a lifetime, I shall gladly accept," Yuan Mo replied, taking a few steps closer, gently grasping Li Sheng's hand. However, the preparations for the wedding would be extensive. The task of selecting a bridal gown, choosing auspicious dates, and managing the myriad of arrangements would consume no less than 6 months. During this time, the chaotic court, which had been left in disarray by the previous emperor, was methodically cleansed. Sheng fulfilled her promise of ensuring peace and prosperity within the realm. Tax reductions, road repairs, the eradication of bandits, and disaster relief. Each task was executed with precision. With her keen eye for talent, she elevated many capable individuals from humble origins, allowing them to shine in their respective fields. 6 months later, Li Sheng and Yuan Mo wed, and 2 years thereafter, they welcomed 4 children into their family. Li Sheng's harem remained untainted. Apart from Yuan Mo, there were no others, even as the empress. Yuan Mo did not grow idle, continuing to attend court and perform her duties as chancellor. When other officials criticized her involvement in state affairs under the guise of her position, Li Sheng defended her fiercely, ultimately persuading the officials to accept this unchangeable reality. Among her children, Li Sheng chose her most ambitious and intelligent eldest daughter to be the crown prince, swiftly bestowing titles upon her other children as princes and princesses, granting them fiefs and extinguishing any thoughts of usurpation. Fortunately, the siblings shared a bond of love and support, devoid of jealousy or ill will towards one another, by the time she reached 40. Li Sheng felt her life was nothing short of perfect, blessed with both sons and daughters, surrounded by grandchildren, having achieved her lifelong ambitions, and securing her own piece of the world. The ones she cherished most were by her side. And there was nothing more beautiful than this. Sheng and Yuan Mo stood hand in hand upon the city walls, gazing out at the swirling snow, reveling in the breathtaking scene for an extended while. "Thank you for weaving this dream for me. It is time for me to depart." "Have we truly merged?" Li Sheng suddenly asked, turning to Yuan Mo beside her. In truth, everything here is but an illusion. Yet I find myself lingering, captivated by the memories of my mother. I yearn for her presence so deeply, even though I am aware that all that surrounds me is fictitious, and that the longer I remain here, the greater the likelihood of my demise. I still wish to behold it, to gaze upon it a little longer. Thank you for granting me this dream, allowing my mother to witness my marriage, my children, and my grand accomplishments. A vision of a blissful, healthy old age. If only this were true, how splendid it would be. Li Sheng was unaware of when her tears began to flow, even in the knowledge of its falsehood. She was still entranced by this place. However, the real world beckoned her with myriad tasks yet to be fulfilled. She had forged new friendships, ventured into a new realm, and was building the foundation of her own kingdom from scratch. You knew all along that this was a deception? Yuan Mo, masking his bewilderment with a sardonic smile, inquired. Yes, I have known, Li Sheng affirmed with a slight nod, her face gradually smoothing out the wrinkles wrought by time. Her form shrinking back to the appearance she bore in the apocalypse. The city walls, bustling streets, towering edifices, opulent palaces, hurried passers-by, and the cacophony of laughter and chatter, all vanished in an instant, replaced by a vast expanse of white snow, stretching endlessly before her, reminiscent of her arrival. This is rather dull. I can't believe I was deceived by you. I thought this illusion would ensnare you. Such a fragrant soul. What a pity, Yuan Mo sighed deeply. Shaking his head, disappointment and resignation lacing his tone, in truth, this illusion was riddled with flaws. The real Yuan Mo would never express his thoughts so overtly. Even if he harbored deep affection, he would only confess when assured that she felt the same. Yuan Mo was always the strategist. Even when at a disadvantage, he would meticulously lay the groundwork to seize control of the situation. He would never divulge his innermost feelings as recklessly as this illusion suggested. Ah, I see now. This time, you've bested me. Go on. Keep moving forward, and you shall find your way out. Yuan Mo gestured in a direction with a wave of his hand, seemingly eager for Li Sheng to depart. Wishing not to see her any longer, before I leave, may I pose a question? Li Sheng inquired. Yuan Mo shrugged, consenting to her request. Who exactly are you? Or rather, what are you? Oh, of course, I mean no offense with my question. She added, her curiosity piqued. Having regained her memories, she was deeply intrigued by this counterfeit Yuan Mo, worth millions. Strictly speaking, I am you, and you are me. That I lack a distinct form or consciousness. I merely manifest in various shapes based on your thoughts. Should you fall into my illusion, I would devour your soul. Thank you for your clarification. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yuan Mo and Qin Yan were in a state of frantic urgency. Li Sheng's temperature, which had been feverishly high, began to normalize, yet it continued to drop, growing increasingly cold, her body now resembling that of a corpse. Thankfully, the rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive. They had utilized every available means to keep her warm, but her body temperature refused to rise. Qin Yan reached out once more to check Li Sheng's temperature, releasing a deep sigh, as long as she still breathes. It signifies she is not dead. It has only been a day. Let us wait a little longer. Yuan Mo was at a loss, having never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Even if he wished to save her, he had no idea where to begin. Cough, cough. Slowly, Li Sheng opened her eyes, letting out a couple of coughs. Upon hearing her stir, both Yuan Mo and Qi swiftly turned their gazes toward the bed, anxiously asking, You're finally awake. Do you feel any discomfort? No, not at all. I simply had a very long dream, and now that I've awakened, there should be no issues, Li Sheng replied, deeming it unnecessary to recount her experience in the illusion. Instead, speaking vaguely of it. Don't you feel cold? You seem very chilly, Yuan Mo remarked, reaching out to touch her arm. Cold? Li Sheng questioned, lowering her gaze to feel her own face. Indeed, the temperature was alarmingly low. But I don't feel cold at all, nor do I feel unwell. Perhaps it's due to my abilities. After all, my power is to lower temperatures. Li Sheng expressed nonchalance, fully aware of her own health. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, indicating that she had completed her task, which was to find a piece of black meteorite. She opened the system warehouse to check if the meteorite was still there. Such a valuable item must not be allowed to be consumed by the system. Where is it? System, have you secretly taken a meteorite? I never agreed to exchange it with you. The first thought that crossed her mind was the system, as the storage location was inherently linked to it. The only entity capable of retrieving items from there, apart from herself, was the system. Why is my meteorite missing? The item has fused with the host's soul and cannot be separated. Fused? What do you mean by that? Li Sheng asked, perplexed. It is as it sounds. The system cannot determine the cause of fusion. Please explore this on your own. Moreover, Li Sheng felt that something was amiss. Previously, the system would answer any query, only remaining silent in situations that required confidentiality. However, the last statement seemed tinged with frustration. Since when did the system exhibit emotions? Could it be that this meteorite held great significance for the system? Li Sheng found herself bewildered, unsure of the current situation. The system was withholding information, and she was left in the dark about the purpose of the meteorite. As for exploring on her own, what could she use to do so? Never mind. She decided not to dwell on it. After all, her body felt fine, and the meteorite that the system so desperately coveted should not be something ill-fated. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, as if something had struck the vehicle. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo turned simultaneously to look out the window, only to see a business van that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere behind them. The occupants, clad in sunglasses and armed with submachine guns, began firing at their car. How absurd, Yuan Mo muttered irritably, drawing his handgun and firing several shots out the window toward the rear. The bullets did not hit the van, but served merely as a warning. Sparks flew and dust erupted where the bullets struck, yet the assailants showed no signs of retreat, instead intensifying their assault, as if intent on forcing them off the road on such a narrow path. If they persisted in their reckless endeavor, it would lead to a deadly confrontation. The vehicle ascended a steep incline. The bulky van suddenly slowed, just when Li Sheng thought their attackers had given up. The van charged through a narrow gap in the mountainside, blocking their path. Qin Yan hit the brakes abruptly, nearly colliding with the van. Even the most patient temperament would fray under such circumstances, especially since they had no prior acquaintance with these people, who appeared like lunatics, attacking them unprovoked and then obstructing their escape. Fuming, Li Sheng exited the vehicle, while Qin Yan and Yuan Mo braced themselves for a fight. Dark clouds gathering overhead, a manifestation of Qin Yan's powers splendid. A lightning wielder to safeguard you, came a raspy voice from the van, sounding somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the voice of the elusive figure behind the auction? Known as Old Yuan, we bear no grievances from the past, nor do we have any enmity currently. There is no need for such relentless pursuit, Li Sheng asserted, preferring to reason first. If dialogue failed, then battle would ensue. Past grievances? Present amity? Little one, you jest. Have you forgotten the young man you killed at the Yuchuan base? That was my son, my flesh and blood, the elder in the van sneered ominously. The young man she had eliminated at Yuchuan base? Wasn't that the perverse Yuan Dong, who had a penchant for transforming children into machines? She had only killed one person there. Your son. That deviant? Yes, I killed him. What of it? His fate was well-deserved. Sheng tilted her head back, mocking laughter escaping her lips. Killing someone's beloved son could not possibly end well, and there was no need to maintain a facade of civility any longer. The little girl is rather defiant. Initially, after leaving the base, I had no intention of pursuing you. Yet by chance I encounter you here. It seems heaven is aiding me. Today, you shall not escape. Ponder your final words. The outcome of the dear's demise remains uncertain. Regardless, I shall undoubtedly survive. You, old wretch, have committed numerous heinous acts, indulging your son in all manner of immoral deeds. Encountering me may not be a sign of divine favor. Li Sheng waved her hand, signaling Yuan Mo and Qin Yan to retreat. The two immediately comprehended her intent. She was about to unleash her extraordinary abilities, but Qin Yan grasped Yuan Mo's hand. Stepping back several paces, yet it was not long before the blaring horns of vehicles resonated behind them that a convoy of business vans gradually approached the hillside, from which emerged a throng of individuals, evidently subordinates of the old man Yuan. The first action taken by these figures upon disembarking was to obstruct the retreat of Yuan Mo and Qin Yan. Little girl, I am aware that your powers are formidable, but two fists cannot contend against four hands. Your abilities will eventually be depleted. Once your strength wanes, the distinction between life and death will become painfully evident, Yuan said as he descended from the vehicle. With a mere gesture, his followers raised their handguns, aiming them menacingly at the trio comprising Li Sheng. Did you think I maintained those researchers merely for idle pursuits? They were engaged in enhancing my son's capabilities. I have amassed an extensive archive of information and genetic data from countless ability users, and these firearms have been specifically designed to counteract them. Upon hearing this, Sheng narrowed her eyes and took a step back. Following the old man's signal, the armed men fired in unison. The bullets were peculiar. Instead of conventional metal projectiles, they resembled translucent jelly-like orbs. Sheng was uncertain of their effects and quickly activated her powers, freezing the incoming projectiles mid-flight. Yuan Mo, not idle either, conjured a spatial barrier, rendering the bullets incapable of penetrating the eye in that moment. Both Sheng and Yuan Mo were astonished to discover that their abilities did not interfere with each other. Yuan Mo stood at the periphery of Sheng's power, and despite her formidable destructive potential, neither he nor Qin Yan had been encased in ice. Meanwhile, within Yuan Mo's spatial realm, Sheng's powers had no effect on the surroundings. This revelation was a stroke of good fortune for both Sheng and Yuan Mo. With no risk of endangering her allies, Sheng unleashed her abilities with even greater abandon. Noticing the temperature drop around them, Yuan Mo's adversaries instinctively retreated a few steps, their fingers remaining firmly on the triggers. Bullets continued to rain down, only to be frozen into ice or deflected by Sheng's barrier. The opposing force hesitated to advance, while Sheng found herself unable to approach them. This standoff persisted indefinitely, with a relentless barrage of ammunition creating a cacophony that seemed never-ending. Sheng even considered huddling with her companions on the ground to play cards out of sheer boredom. "Oh dear, will you ever cease? At this rate, when will it all come to an end?" She mused, squatting on the ground, propping her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed provocatively on Yuan. She sought to incite his rage. For it is only when one is agitated that they act impulsively. Yuan, infuriated by her audacity, pondered the intelligence he had received. This girl should possess the same powers as his son, who had been augmented to significant levels. During experiments, even his son might not withstand such prolonged engagement. How was this girl managing it? Yuan, a cunning fox of the underworld, would not lose his composure so easily. His gaze shifted to Yuan Mo, noting the beads of sweat forming on his brow, indicating that his endurance was waning. "Little girl, perhaps you remain unaware of the nature of your abilities? Allow me to enlighten you. Your powers pertain to spatial manipulation within a defined range, enabling you to harness immense energy, control temperature, or affect objects within that space. However, the zone you create will protect only yourselves. Anything beyond that will face indiscriminate assault. Moreover, those of your kind struggle to maintain control over the extent of their powers. While I cannot ascertain your current level, you seem capable of holding out for a time, yet your companion may lack the same fortitude." Yuan's smile was devoid of warmth as he turned his gaze to Yuan Mo. "How long do you believe your ally can endure? Once he exhausts his abilities, should we force him into your domain, will you be able to wield your powers with the same ease?" With Yuan's words, all firearms targeting Sheng redirected towards Yuan Mo. The intensity of the assault grew, and Yuan Mo found himself increasingly beleaguered. Gritting his teeth to maintain composure, Qin Yan, within Yuan Mo's spatial confines, was unable to utilize her abilities, contributing nothing to the situation, and was left in a state of frustration and helplessness. Sheng remained impassive. Casting a glance towards Yuan Mo, the deranged old man spoke truths. If Yuan Mo could not withstand being captured, she would undoubtedly be unable to use her powers. Yet, she could not allow them to perceive her trepidation. Should they seize upon this weakness, they would be at a distinct disadvantage. Her gaze flitted about, searching for an opening. When her eyes landed on their camper, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Unbeknownst to anyone, that seemingly inconspicuous vehicle remained untouched within the purview of her powers. To her astonishment, it withstood the onslaught. "Hey, you two!" Sheng shouted recklessly towards Yuan Mo and Qin Yan. The old man's men, noticing the camper, assumed it lay beyond her influence to prevent their escape. Several men advanced, only to be frozen into statues as they encroached upon Sheng's realm. A gust of wind swept through, shattering them into countless fragments. Yuan's eyes widened in shock. His son possessed similar powers. He was acutely aware that, having committed numerous atrocities, he had amassed countless enemies. Fearing retaliation against his son, he had meticulously studied the strengths and weaknesses of such abilities, within the confines of an ability user's spatial domain. They were nearly invincible. He had gathered every conceivable material available, testing them against the immense damage inflicted by such powers, save for the unknown silver metal he had discovered at the meteorite crater. What perplexed him was how this vehicle remained unscathed amid such tremendous energy. Destroy that vehicle, Yuan commanded frantically, yet no matter how many rounds were fired, it emerged unblemished, without so much as a scratch. Oh, getting angry, are we? Do you know how your son met his end? You may not, but allow me to enlighten you. Your son ordered his men to deliver me to him, unaware of my abilities. He believed himself invincible, yet our powers are identical. Within his spatial domain, I suffered no harm or detriment. Your son underestimated me, thinking I was merely a child, easily subdued without powers. Little did he know. I had trained in martial arts since childhood, vastly exceeding him in physical prowess that in an instant, I pierced his heart with a single thrust of my spear. Perhaps this very weapon carries the essence of your son's soul. As she spoke, she produced her silver spear from her spatial realm, brandishing it with pride. Damn it, I will surely end your life. Yuan, livid, seized a firearm from one of his subordinates, aiming it at Li Sheng and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Yet, futilely, the bullets could not touch her, failing even to intimidate. Old fool, save your breath. What did I say earlier? Our encounter is hardly a stroke of good fortune for you. The fate of the deer remains uncertain. Perhaps the heavens conspired against you, allowing our paths to cross, so I may bring about your downfall. Hell, Sheng rose leisurely from the ground, stretching nonchalantly. In truth, her power should not have sustained her thus far. She felt acutely aware that her abilities had not progressed. The energy she expended seemed to be drawn from the very essence of the world around her. Instinctively, she sensed that the anomaly in her body was intricately tied to the meteorite with which she had fused. It was a positive transformation, though the potential for hidden dangers or side effects loomed. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot obliterate you. Yuan ignited a rocket launcher, a thunderous explosion echoing as the projectile soared towards Li Sheng. Is this all you can muster? Am I truly to fear you? Li Sheng scoffed derisively, a mocking smile gracing her lips. With both companions flanking her, she dared not move freely, terrified of making a misstep that might inadvertently freeze them into ice sculptures. A figure hurtled toward her, descending at a visibly slow pace, a thick layer of frost gradually forming from the projectile's tip, which then fell to the ground with a soft thud. Sheng raised her leg and strolled towards Elder Yuan. Her demeanor relaxed and carefree, entirely disregarding the assaults from her surroundings. That I appreciate your reminder. It reassures me that in my realm, I am invincible. Each step she took forward caused those near Elder Yuan to retreat, maintaining a cautious distance from her. What? I refuse to believe your powers are inexhaustible. Elder Yuan sensed the temperature around him gradually plummeting, yet he stubbornly refused to flee or concede, determined to endure against Li Sheng to the bitter end. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed since they began the standoff, and ordinarily, a typical ability user would have succumbed by now after such a duration. Elder Yuan was gambling, wagering that Li Sheng was merely running on fumes, that she would soon exhaust her powers and relent. As long as they maintained their distance, they would be safe. He had forgotten how his own son had met his demise, or perhaps he simply did not believe Li Sheng's words. To him, his son had merely underestimated a little girl, caught off guard and lost his life. In his eyes, no matter how swift or skilled she might be, her diminutive stature rendered her incapable of outpacing an adult. After all, the height difference was substantial. I too am uncertain whether my powers are truly inexhaustible, hence I believe it is time to conclude this. With that, Li Sheng seized her spear and charged forward, intent on capturing the old man first. Once he was subdued, the minions would likely scatter in fear of freezing to death beneath her powers. As they witnessed her sprinting, the others followed suit. Fleeing in haste, Qinyan and Yuan Mo watched this spectacle unfold from their vehicle, a solitary girl, chasing a throng of men, dashing chaotically across the mountainside. How absurd it appeared. Sheng deliberately maintained a speed only slightly faster than that of an ordinary child. Pursuing them, Her aim was to lower their guard. After all, they had developed smoke that could seal off abilities. It would not be surprising if they possessed other means to restrain ability users. Sheng was unaware of how many such devices they might have on hand, so she opted to feign weakness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Indeed, Elder Yuan, observing her exaggeratedly panting and her seemingly diminished pace, felt more convinced in his assumptions. This was precisely the opportunity Sheng sought. Elder Yuan contemplated making a hasty retreat after firing a shot, convinced that Sheng could not catch him. But in the blink of an eye, he was transformed into an ice statue. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng was now merely 10 meters away. Those protecting Elder Yuan were not spared either. The few who managed to distance themselves, realizing their leader had perished, fled even more urgently, their figures quickly vanishing from sight. Had they known it would be so easy to resolve this, they needn't have prolonged the standoff. With each 2 steps Sheng took, everything in her wake turned to ice shards, save for the few vehicles behind her, which perhaps still contained some valuable items. Very well, go take a look, Sheng said, reclining against her seat. Perhaps this was the side effect of the meteorite's endowment. It indeed led her to discover a plethora of treasures. Chapter 100. The underground city. As she gazed at the approaching imposing figure, Sheng felt a twinge of confusion. Why did it seem that Hu Shuesen's muscles were becoming more pronounced? Hu Shuesen scooped Sheng off the ground, tears streaming down his face, a sight that would bring sorrow to any onlooker. Enough with the tears, Sheng sighed, casting a death glare at Yuan Mo. What's with you, Facey? Don't think I can't see your smirk just because you turned away. Hu Shuesen chuckled, bouncing Sheng as he made his way towards their residence. As they passed an open area, Sheng was struck dumb by the sight of an unfathomably deep pit. Did you dismantle the base to surprise me? After enduring a lengthy journey, Sheng felt utterly drained, yielding to Hu Shuesen's suggestion to take a shower and wash away her fatigue. After all, given the state the base was in, it was best to address any issues after some rest. With her hair still damp, Sheng emerged from the bathroom, feeling remarkably refreshed post-shower. Sitting on the sofa, she sighed in resignation and inquired, "Hey, do you believe that wasn't our doing?" Hu Shuesen, somewhat sheepish, rubbed his nose. If it were merely man-made, you couldn't possibly create such a deep pit, but surely there must be some reason behind it. As she walked past, Sheng had roughly estimated the pit's depth, concluding it was not something that could be achieved artificially. As long as you believe it, that's what matters. That to be honest, we have no idea how that pit came to be. One day, we decided to build a structure and began digging the foundation, only for the ground to suddenly collapse beneath us. That we measured that pit and found it to be at least 100 meters deep. No human would dare descend to investigate its depths. What lies beneath remains a mystery. However, based on our findings, we came up with a bold idea. Hu Shuesen grinned mischievously as he produced a piece of paper from behind him. An underground city? Sheng's gaze fell upon the document. Hu Shuesen nodded, explaining, "What if droughts occur again?" Sheng gasped, realizing that such an event would render human survival even more arduous. Indeed, I felt quite disheartened when I first heard the news. But inspired by this pit, I believe our base can weather any storm. Hu Shuesen nodded earnestly, a hint of pride in his expression. Now that the world is filled with mutated creatures, how can you be sure that the snakes, insects, and rodents underground won't mutate as well? After all, the greatest concentration of insects and microorganisms resides below. Should we encounter ants or termites, no matter how sturdy our underground structures are, they would be devoured in no time. Yuan Mo interjected at this juncture. We have considered that issue too, but I believe the girl must possess materials that can prevent such occurrences. Hu Shuesen had begun to regard Sheng as a veritable genie, the solution to all their peculiar problems. Well, I should be able to find some, but retrieving them might require a substantial number of crystal cores. Crystal cores are of no concern. After you all departed, we cleared 3 surrounding cities and amassed quite a collection of them. Our base utilizes gold as a universal currency, and the crystal cores are currently under our control. Then we have no issues. Sheng nodded slightly. Let us take a look at the blueprints for our underground city. With that, Hu Shuesen unfolded the paper he held. What initially seemed small unfurled into an extensive layout. The blueprint depicted their plans for the underground city, seemingly mirroring the above-ground South City base in a 1:1 scale. Here's our South City base. 10 meters inward from the city gate will be the planned underground perimeter wall. We intend to fill the first layer with rock, the second with iron, or the third with materials provided by our girl here, and then the fourth layer will again be iron, or followed by rock for the fifth layer, creating a sandwich effect. This way, we can ensure the wall's sturdiness while promptly identifying any issues. Sheng elaborated enthusiastically, pointing at the sketch on the table. Sheng listened attentively, realizing they were not merely toying around at the base. This plan indeed offered a far superior structure compared to their current setup. Chapter 101. Reproductive issues. So, what is the current status of the underground city planning? The proposal seems sound, but humans cannot thrive for extended periods in dark environments that if they were to dwell underground, they would be deprived of sunlight for most of their lives, leading to varying degrees of harm to their health over time. First and foremost, this dilemma must be addressed. Yuan Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. Every living being on this planet, be it animal, plant, or human, requires sunlight. Not to mention the flora and fauna, humans who are deprived of sunlight for prolonged periods will experience bone density loss and significant declines in vision. If this continues for generations, who knows when humanity might evolve into strange forms akin to the insects dwelling below. The theory of biological evolution is indeed a wondrous concept, and this should not be overlooked. Indeed, prolonged exposure to an environment devoid of sunlight renders many forms of life unsustainable. Sheng had previously overlooked this crucial fact. He was preoccupied with the soaring temperatures resulting from drought, which pose a threat to human existence. Yet he neglected to consider the conditions that would prevail underground after the drought. All the toil and effort expended in this endeavor are ultimately for the benefit of these individuals, who must be utilized when the time arises. It is disheartening to note that the group in question specializes in mechanical research, possessing little to no utility in agricultural studies or geological surveys. Fortunately, our base is home to several individuals who were part of construction teams prior to the apocalypse, and they may prove somewhat beneficial in terms of building structures and urban planning. Sheng let out a deep sigh. There's little that can be done. Nurturing a talent in a post-apocalyptic world is an exceedingly arduous task, leaving us with no choice but to seize what already exists. Especially in the wake of the apocalypse, with countless lives lost and many transformed into zombies, every field is sorely lacking in usable talent. Those who possess intellect and wisdom have become the rarest of resources, necessitating their optimal utilization. Sheng lamented. Suddenly, Sheng raised an eyebrow. Perplexed, unsure of the origins of his statement, Sheng's furrowed brow indicated that he was significantly troubled by this matter. The survival model of the Nanjing base, while undeniably harsh, was still relatively normal compared to other bases, as it was more akin to a modern, peaceful society. In contrast, the Yuchuan base is a chaotic mix, compounded by the presence of a peer, leading to an environment rife with corruption. They have become accustomed to life in the Yuchuan base, making their transition to Nanjing exceedingly uncomfortable. The ingrained mentality of bullying the weak while fearing the strong has fostered illicit behaviors such as theft and robbery. Moreover, in a world devoid of outlets for stress relief, many women resort to selling their bodies for survival, while others seek to alleviate their psychological burdens through the purchase of such services. Yuan Mo calmly analyzed the situation, finding no peculiarities in these behaviors. Rather, he deemed them quite normal. The onset of the apocalypse marked the collapse of order, and the rules and structure that Sheng desperately sought to establish began to transform from the outset. Subtle influences easily conditioned people's habits, but those who joined later proved more challenging to manage. Were there instances of murder? Sheng was more concerned about the lives of the survivors. Petty theft or robbery occurs in every era. There will always be those who choose to tread a crooked path in pursuit of wealth. This is commonplace, and effective management is all that is required. However, in his base, the sanctity of life must remain a non-negotiable principle. Fortunately, there have been no such incidents on the very first day of their arrival at the base. We made it clear that murder incurs the ultimate penalty, be it an ability user or an ordinary person. Anyone who commits such an egregious act within the base would be dealt with immediately. While they may not dare to take a life outright, it has nonetheless bred some discontent within the community. Our base has implemented a flawless system regarding the principle of life for a life. Any mistake made here is met with zero tolerance, regardless of the individual's background or status, or how formidable their abilities may be. All are treated equally. That's reassuring. For those engaged in petty crimes and robbery, simply monitor the situation and impose necessary penalties as you see FITAS for the men and women. Designate a specific area for them to conduct their transactions, enhancing vigilance and security in that space. As long as no lives are lost, we shouldn't impose excessive restrictions. After all, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Sheng quickly devised a relatively feasible plan. It is better to channel than to block. This adage holds true in all aspects. Since everyone seeks a means of release, why not allocate them a designated area to engage freely? Transactions in this context are consensual, as long as no coercive circumstances arise. It should suffice. Failing to provide a reasonable outlet may lead to increasing oppression among the populace. Once the stability of the base is sufficiently established, we can address subsequent matters. By the way, do we have any pregnant women or newborns in the base? Sheng suddenly recalled the expectant mother that Sheng had been protecting. Upon reflection, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had seldom encountered children of his own age. In the Yuchuan base, children were few and far between, and even in the Nansheng base, he had only seen a handful of young survivors, especially newborns. Adding up the instances from the day he rescued someone in the Yuchuan base, he had only seen 5 newborns in total. I hadn't particularly focused on this matter before, but I must investigate and compile statistics. Very well, this task is urgent. I require an accurate count. Sheng nodded slightly. Human lifespan is finite. No matter how fiercely they struggle, their years will eventually come to an end. The future of the world must be entrusted to the next generation, given the current circumstances. If my assumptions are correct, the birth rate of newborns must be exceedingly low, posing significant challenges for the future of humanity. If this is indeed the case, failing to devise a solution would render our efforts to tackle various issues meaningless. Hu Shuesen hurriedly departed his quarters, promptly instructing his subordinates to conduct the necessary statistics. Throughout the day, workers visited every household, ultimately concluding that the total population of the base now stands at over 12 million. With just over 3,000 children under 10 years of age, only a little over 1,000 children are 5, and a mere 100 or so newborns. Sheng gazed at this alarming data, lost in contemplation, questioning whether the harsh post-apocalyptic environment was the sole reason for the survival challenges faced by these children or if other factors were at play. The number of newborns is truly terrifying. Sheng handed the compiled statistics to Yuanimo, leaning back in his chair and exclaiming in dismay, "How could it be so outrageously low?" Yuanimo, too, found it hard to believe. They had collectively overlooked this issue. Had it not been for the pregnant woman under Sheng's protection, this matter might have slipped their minds entirely. Indeed, I too am curious as to why the figures are so disconcertingly low. Does our base lack a hospital? He began to grasp Sheng's intent. The abysmally low probability of newborn births must be traced back to its roots. If the issue lies within the female body, then we must devise means to address it. If the environment is excessively harsh, we should enhance the welfare of women. All of this hinges on conducting a comprehensive examination of women to ascertain the root cause. Yet currently, there are no hospitals in the base, nor any qualified doctors or medical facilities to facilitate such assessments. Securing medical equipment is not insurmountable. I can procure some basic medications, but we lack sufficient doctors. Sheng sighed deeply. While any items or tools could be resolved through the system's marketplace, the real challenge lies in the scarcity of talent. I will have Hu Shuesen search the base for skilled medical personnel and improve their remuneration and benefits. We should be able to find a number of qualified individuals. Yuan Mo maintained an optimistic outlook, reasoning that with over 12 million inhabitants, establishing a single hospital should not be an insurmountable task. However, reality proved otherwise. Prior to the apocalypse, many individuals on the brink of mutation into zombies exhibited early warning signs, such as fever and pallor, which could easily be mistaken for other illnesses. These individuals sought medical attention, were hospitalized for tests, and before they could be discharged, the apocalypse struck, rendering hospitals among the hardest-hit areas in the initial phase of the catastrophe, with virtually no survivors in any urban hospitals. Those fortunate enough to have been off-duty on the day of the apocalypse, including doctors and nurses, also suffered significant losses during subsequent attempts to escape. Now, among the over 12 million residents of the base, when accounting for both Western and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, nurses, and those who had studied medicine but never graduated, the total number scarcely exceeded 120. This was undoubtedly grim news. Relying on these 120 individuals to care for an entire base population of over 12 million bordered on absurdity. There is little that can be done. The scarcity of medical personnel is not unique to our base. Other bases face the same plight. Furthermore, with the emergence of healing ability users, the perceived importance of doctors and nurses has diminished significantly. Hu Shuesen scoffed, noting that this meager number was assembled through considerable effort. How many possess the experience required to conduct systematic examinations on women? Li Sheng shook his head in resignation, accepting the current state of affairs. It seems that the task of nurturing the next generation has become imperative. Once the issue of reproduction is resolved, the focus should then shift to addressing education and the establishment of schools. The shortage of seasoned doctors is a pressing concern. Many had perished due to starvation or exposure before the establishment of the base, leaving only 5 or 6 remaining. Hu Shuesen expressed his frustration, recalling that among those who had succumbed were individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation and the medical field prior to the apocalypse. It is disheartening that they met such a fate in the end. They are indeed invaluable treasures and heroes of the nation. Well, why not inquire with them what equipment is necessary for conducting such physical examinations on women to determine their ability to conceive? Please compile a list for me, and I shall make the necessary preparations, subsequently organizing a session for women to undergo these examinations, to ascertain whether any health issues have arisen. Sheng also felt a deep sense of regret. However, given the circumstances, even resurrecting the already deceased mayor for a thorough reprimand would not alter the reality of the situation. Hu Shuesen exhibited commendable efficiency, preparing the list by the following morning and placing it upon Li Sheng's desk. Li Sheng approached this matter without hesitation, purchasing all the required equipment from the system marketplace without skimping, opting for the most expensive options, showing no carelessness whatsoever. Once Hu Shuesen had transported the equipment away, Li Sheng awaited the results of the examinations in silence. Chapter 102. Decision-making, Li Song Sai Gao. Our little lowly truly possesses foresight to have considered such distant matters already. She is undoubtedly a capable leader. Starry 666. Indeed, had the host not raised this issue, I might not have recognized the latent dangers brought forth by the apocalypse. Juzi Tong Tong Hong. I have a question. Many prominent figures in the male-dominated streams are also establishing their own realms amidst the apocalypse. Have they not contemplated such issues? Furthermore, the situation regarding newborns there seems rather bleak. If this continues, their world may very well collapse. Nailibana. The world will not collapse, but humanity may. How shall I explain? Regardless of the planet, without humanity, it can continue to function. Ultimately, only humans will be affected, while the world remains unscathed. Juzi Tong Tong Hong. Should we not remind those other apocalypse builders of their responsibilities? Nailiba and I have often observed the male streams, where those declaring themselves kings primarily seek pleasure and the joy of power, not necessarily with the genuine intent of advancing humanity. Nonetheless, you are correct. A reminder is indeed warranted. Nailiba and I. You are right. Competition among hosts has become fierce. One misstep could trigger a backlash, leading to days of scorn. Li Song Sai Gao. Is it truly so? The atmosphere in the male streams is so fraught. Merely offering a friendly reminder could result in being hounded with insults. Suanzi B. Pao. Yes, the tension there is palpable. I watch apocalypse survival streams for the thrill and intensity. So, I specifically seek out this theme. However, the environment has devolved into that of local tyrants, and the fans of those hosts often resemble a cult that a single critique can lead to relentless harassment. Even for well-intentioned reminders, the atmosphere is indeed unpleasant. Otherwise, I would not be nestled in this female stream. Nailiba and I. Quite so. That is precisely my sentiment. whether it's the content of the streams or the temperaments of the fans. Everyone seems irritable. The atmosphere here is far more harmonious. Lee Song-sai-gao. However, if we wish to utilize the content from our little lowly stream to remind other hosts, should we not first seek her consent? I have no objections. We are not in the same realm or world, and there is no competitive relationship. Even if they were to replicate my city-building methods, it would be of no consequence. Li Sheng had been observing the comments intently and seized the opportunity to interject. Lee Song-sai-gao. No, little lowly. Your streaming time has not been extensive. There are many hidden rules within the system that you are unaware of. In fact, within the same world and realm, multiple hosts can exist simultaneously. While you may be distant and hardly in contact, typically, a single realm will have around 23 hosts. How can that be? Li Sheng found herself puzzled. Juzi tong hong. Now that you mention it, I recall that the current hosts in this world are in fact second-generation hosts. The first generation emerged with the onset of the apocalypse, possessing the streaming system, seemingly tied to the city where the hosts commenced their broadcast. However, that first-generation host was rather unfortunate, as they were swiftly besieged and bitten to death by a horde of zombies upon stepping outside. So, she was merely a substitute. In such a vast and perilous environment, if one host encounters another and conflict arises, will the system intervene? Li Sheng inquired with a furrowed brow. Such occurrences are inherently unpredictable. The global population remains constant, as does the number of individuals turned into zombies. Consequently, the quantity of crystal cores they can amass is fixed. Exchanging one diminishes the total until none remain. Should two hosts become aware of each other's information and locations during that time, it would likely lead to a conflict over resources. Starry 666. I have been watching since the live testing of the streams began, and during this lengthy period, I have yet to encounter a situation where two hosts collide. They are almost always worlds apart, leading entirely separate lives. Such an occurrence seems improbable. Well, it appears no useful information can be gleaned from this. Li Sheng surrendered and continued to inquire. Initially, all individuals in this world bore no grudges. All animosity stemmed from someone initiating the conflict. Whether such a scenario might arise in the future remains beyond their control. Adapting to circumstances and maintaining equanimity is paramount in an environment as unpredictable as the apocalypse. One must take each step as it comes. Little sister, the results of the tests have arrived. Take a look. Hu Shuesen burst into Li Sheng's office, placing the report on the desk. Breathless, that Li Sheng picked up the report and scrutinized it. The results were articulated in straightforward terms, devoid of excessive jargon, making it relatively easy to comprehend. That I must say, little sister, you are far too invested in this matter. I feared you might be so eager for the results that you would rush over without even glancing at what was written. So, what does it say? Is it good news? Li Sheng gradually set the report down, revealing a smile of delight as she replied, it can be considered good news. The examination results indicate that, aside from some individual health issues that may hinder conception, the majority of women are in good health. Well, that is splendid. You need not worry any longer. Next, simply encourage everyone to pursue romantic relationships freely and enhance the welfare of expectant mothers that I believe we shall soon see newborns in our base. Li Sheng's initial intention behind this decision was to elevate the birth rate of newborns within the base, rather than to position women as mere vessels for reproduction, prevent any potential crimes arising from those seeking to exploit maternal benefits. It is imperative to impose severe consequences for such offenses, thereby serving as a warning to those with ill intentions that in truth, Li Sheng cherished the notion of free love between men and women in a world devoid of chaos. Chapter 103. Diplomatic candidates. Li Sheng's decision to encourage women to bear children received a remarkably positive response. In reality, most men and women do not refrain from having children out of desire. Rather, they are deterred by fear. In an environment where death lurks at every corner, who does not yearn to leave behind their lineage and perpetuate their existence? Yet, their hearts are laden with concerns. Just as before the apocalypse, the cost of raising a child and providing education demands careful consideration. In the aftermath, the stakes have risen. They must deliberate on their own survival. Will their daily earnings suffice to sustain a child? What will become of the child if they themselves perish? The series of policies introduced by Li Sheng have effectively alleviated these worries. Undoubtedly a welcome piece of news for them. System notification. Your task 3 has been completed. Rewards have been dispensed. Please check your inventory. The system's sudden notification left Li Sheng momentarily stunned. She had not undertaken any significant actions recently. How had the task been accomplished so swiftly? Li Sheng sighed, Gao. Oh, little lowly, your streaming level has increased. Naily Ba and I. Congratulations, host. Such joy. Why are there suddenly so many people in the stream? Li Sheng inquired, casting a glance at the unexpectedly high viewer count. Starry 666. Remember when we discussed posting about your achievements in apocalypse infrastructure? That post has gone viral, and many have flocked here out of curiosity. Juzzy Tong Tong Hong. Yes, that post gained immense traction within just 2 days. However, host, I must offer a word of caution. Such overnight fame will undoubtedly attract a multitude of discordant voices. Please do not take offense that we still adore you, Ditto. Thank you all for helping me accomplish my system task. I assure you, I will not be perturbed by what others say. Li Sheng replied, her heart fluttering with nervous anticipation as the wheel began to spin. The wheel revolved multiple times before gradually coming to a halt on a slip of paper. The note read, limited time offer, 20 off all items in the marketplace. Tear this slip to activate a limited time, 20 discount. It was a coupon. While it was somewhat useful, it also held limited value. Li Sheng's current funds were meager, and even with a discount, she could scarcely purchase anything. She resolved to save it for a more opportune moment when she could access a higher-level marketplace and accumulate more currency. After all, had not Hu Shuesen already made arrangements? What else needs to be arranged? Li Sheng inquired with a hint of perplexity. Hu Shuesen had placed them in a standard hunting squad, yet I sensed they possessed additional potential. Yuan Mo deposited a substantial stack of equipment files onto Li Sheng's desk and tapped it lightly. What potential? Li Sheng asked, her curiosity piqued as she picked up the documents and began to peruse them. Since she and his subordinates were all strikingly beautiful, and I couldn't quite discern how such a group had formed, there wasn't a single unattractive member among them. From an aesthetic standpoint, their amiability was commendable, and most of Xin Shi's followers lacked any supernatural abilities, rendering them at a disadvantage within the hunting squad. However, should they engage in outreach or diplomatic endeavors, their advantages would be substantial. Why are all of Xin Shi's subordinates like this? Li Sheng pondered. It wasn't that she held any disdain for ordinary individuals. Rather, her impression of Xin Shi was that of a self-reliant and composed leader. Given the squad's development, it seemed unlikely he would gather a group of average individuals, especially not such a visually appealing cohort. Could it be that Xin Shi shared the same predilection for beauty as his audience in her livestream? Yuan Mo had previously been intrigued by this question and had made inquiries. It was precisely because he had sought answers that he had formulated this idea and proposal. Another significant advantage of Xin Shi's hunting squad was their unity. Having collectively endured hardships, they had fostered mutual trust and had unwittingly entwined themselves into a cohesive force. As long as they could secure Xin Shi's loyalty, the entire team would undoubtedly remain steadfastly devoted. Once the various bases in the post-apocalyptic world stabilize, communication and exchange are bound to occur. Cultivating such talent from now on would not be premature. Have you mentioned this to Xin Shi? Chapter 104. The secret of the RV? Not yet. I'll take the lead on this matter, and then I'll approach them for discussion. It should pose no problem, as Xin Shi already harbors goodwill towards you. Since arriving at our base, he has exchanged all his currency for gold coins, indicating he likely intends to reside here long-term. Securing stable and safe employment for his ordinary subordinates should be something Xin Shi would not refuse. Yuan Mo was increasingly embodying the role of a strategic advisor, calculating how to approach the situation even before it had fully materialized out of course. Such calculations were not malevolent. You handle it as you see fit. I have faith in you, Li Sheng, lacking knowledge in diplomatic matters, believed it prudent to entrust Yuan Mo, who was more familiar with such intricacies, to manage the situation. All right, I will make the arrangements. By the way, do you have any plans to leave the base in the near future? Not for the time being. If that changes, I will certainly inform you. Rest assured, you will be included. Point 1 never knows when the system might unexpectedly issue a new mission, compelling her to depart from her soft and inviting bed and the painstakingly established base to seek thrills in the outside world. Good, then I'll have them prioritize the matters regarding the underground city.O. And should we begin preparations for a school, or wait until later? Let us start with a smaller educational establishment. While there aren't too many children in the base, there are still some, and they need a place to learn. Sheng waved her hand, noting that each step towards development incurred considerable expenses. Running a base is akin to water flowing away. Money disappears rapidly. I haven't yet examined that RV. It was indeed a matter of interest. While everyone else was busy, now was the perfect opportunity for her to investigate. Sheng hurriedly set down her pen and dashed out the door to the RV. She meticulously examined every inch of it, but still could not identify what was remarkable about the vehicle. After all, she lacked even a basic understanding of conventional automobiles, let alone uncovering any extraordinary attributes. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, the streamer seems to only be at level 7. How does she possess a mecha? This must be a mecha, right? Don't say that. It truly is. Did the streamer purchase it from the system? I witnessed the streamer buy it with my own eyes. That is the live stream system experiencing a bug. How can a level 7 streamer acquire mecha equipment? Moreover, mecha gear isn't cheap, and with her current resources, she presumably couldn't afford it. Mecha? What is a mecha? Upon entering the live stream, Sheng noticed the audience discussing the vehicle, and her interest was immediately piqued. How do I explain this to you? Are you familiar with Transformers? Mecha is somewhat akin to Transformers, primarily utilized for combat. Transformers? What is that? Sheng felt even more bewildered after hearing the explanation. Hey, don't forget that the streamer appears quite young, and, as a girl, it's unlikely she would know about something like Transformers. Additionally, our cultural references may not align with theirs. Streamer, why not check the film section in the system marketplace and search for Transformers? There should be DVDs available for purchase, which could provide you with a better understanding. Alright, I'll go by. Sheng was eager to comprehend this extraordinary vehicle. Promptly, she followed the audience's advice and purchased the film from the marketplace. After acquiring the film, she also needed to purchase a specialized device for playback, which cost her over 10,000 star coins. Reluctantly, she made this painful investment for the sake of understanding the vehicle, which would soon become nearly useless. Returning to her room, Sheng set up the player and clicked play. After watching the movie, Sheng grasped what the audience referred to as mecha.To be frank. It was quite impressive. Indeed, her lack of knowledge had limited her imagination. When she and Xinyan drove the vehicle away, following the method suggested by the audience, and activated the mecha, Sheng was utterly astounded. Upon pressing the transformation button, she felt her body lift off the ground. The interior of the vehicle gradually morphed, leaving only the narrow driver's seat. Surrounding her were a multitude of control buttons. My goodness, why did I walk in to see the streamer operating a mecha? Have I crossed into another world? No, you haven't. It seems the live stream system is experiencing a bug, allowing the streamer to acquire a mecha, and she is currently learning how to use it. Did you all encourage her to experiment? Teach her how to activate the mecha? Not exactly. It was a viewer named Cube who prompted the streamer to experiment. I advised against it, but the streamer didn't listen. How long have I been gone? How did the streamer end up with a mecha? Sheng, noticing the intense reaction surrounding her initiation of the mecha, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. I was merely testing what this thing was. Is that a problem? Streamer, do you see that yellow button beside you? Press it to revert the mecha back to its regular state. Sheng, still bewildered, complied with the veteran viewer's suggestion and pressed the yellow button. Instantly, the massive mecha reverted to its original RV form. Now, can you explain why everyone is reacting so strongly? I feel that the viewer named Cube may not have good intentions. Streamer, please be cautious in the future. Operating a mecha requires specialized training, as the controls are numerous and vary by model that if you mishandle them, you could inadvertently jeopardize your life. Indeed, and even in the stars. Few possess the ability to pilot a mecha. It requires immense mental fortitude that, if you struggle, the mecha might retaliate against you. What is mental fortitude? How does one train it? And at what point is it considered strong? These two queries remained elusive to her. Now, holding a formidable weapon that necessitated mental fortitude to operate, she felt akin to a baby wielding a bow, merely wobbling and cooing without knowing how to use it. Ah, you two seem quite knowledgeable. It's not surprising. Some of us have military backgrounds and thus understand these matters. However, I just searched, and it appears there's no record of viewer named Cube in the live stream. How could that be? I saw him instructing just now. If you don't believe me, ask the streamer. The viewer was not lying. Indeed, it was a viewer named Cube who had guided her on how to activate the mecha. No worries. I won't attempt to engage it without proper knowledge in the future, Sheng clarified, reiterating the caution she had received. She had grown accustomed to the harmonious atmosphere of the live stream, forgetting that it was prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance. That it was her oversight. Yet, she pondered why a viewer from a different world would guide her into such dangerous territory without a warning. Was it genuine goodwill, an eagerness to satisfy her curiosity, or was there a more sinister motive at play? It makes no sense as an honest and straightforward doomsday broadcaster. How could she possibly have any grievances with the people from the viewer's world? Sheng found the second explanation utterly implausible, attributing the issue to the former. Perhaps the other party was simply too curious about her, and thus kindly offered to help her with some answers. Chapter 105. New task. Now that Sheng was aware of what this vehicle was, she no longer dwelled on it. There was no point in fretting, as it was in her possession, yet she remained uncertain about how to utilize it. However, through the enlightening discussions in the live stream, Sheng learned that the material of the mecha was generally of excellent quality, with a robust exterior that offered formidable defense. Even if it lacked any other functionality, its strong defensive capabilities were sufficient for her needs. The two of them tacitly agreed to drive the vehicle to Sheng's residence, accepting that it would henceforth be their exclusive mode of transport. As for the previous exclusive vehicle, the little piglets, Sheng decided it was best to let them enjoy their time at the base, indulging in food and drink until they became plump. They had successfully retired, yet, to be honest, there were times when the little piglets were indeed more practical than a confined vehicle. At least when riding a pig, Lu soon and didn't have to worry about crashing into trees. System Task 4, Advanced Task. The broadcaster is required to establish a fan club for the live stream. Within 2 months, the fan club must reach a membership of 100,000. Task reward: 1 lottery draw. Receiving 10,000 star coins. Additional reward: random activation of the second-dimensional audience. A fan club. What on earth is that? The system seems to be inundating her with increasingly bizarre concepts. What is this fan club? The fan club, as the name implies, is a dedicated group of fans for the broadcaster. Each viewer wishing to join the fan club must pay 10 star coins. Upon joining, a special emblem will appear next to their name. The fan level will be calculated based on the user's activity, the amount of gifts bestowed, and the duration and frequency of their viewing. So, what is the purpose of this fan level? Sheng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Why not assign tasks to the broadcaster for leveling up, but also impose tasks on the viewers for their advancement? Useless. Fine, she understood. It was merely for appearances. The viewer's tasks seemed less beneficial than her own broadcaster tasks, which at least offered some rewards. How does one activate this fan club? To enable the fan club feature, the broadcaster must pay 1,000 star coins for activation permissions. Would the broadcaster like to proceed? Go ahead, why not? Sheng sighed in exasperation, reluctantly agreeing. First, they assign a task, then demand payment to activate the necessary features for task completion. The system certainly had a clever scheme in place. Wasn't this akin to coercive sales? The 10 star coins collected from joining the fan club, wasn't that a 7-3 split between them? The system's heavy-handed operations made Sheng feel as if this fan club was a pit she had no choice but to step into. She quickly added a question: if this fee was also to be split with her, then the system's maneuvering wouldn't be so bad, especially with the task reward of 10,000 star coins. She would surely profit handsomely. The fees paid by viewers to join the fan club will be allocated to the expansion of the live stream, and thus will not be shared with the broadcaster. Oh, so all of it goes to you. Then not if I complete the task, and you earn 1 million. I only receive 10,000. Not to mention I initially contributed 1,000. Doesn't that seem a tad unreasonable? The broadcaster's feedback has been received, and the explanation is as follows. Advanced tasks do not fall under the category of regular live stream popularity tasks. If the broadcaster fails to complete the task within the time frame, the system will deduct 1 million star coins from the broadcaster as a penalty. There will be no erasure of penalties. After failing an advanced task, there will be a cooldown period of 30 days before the same advanced task is reopened, If the broadcaster fails 3 times, after paying the penalties, they will still be unable to complete the task and will be forced to activate a random second-dimensional audience. Sheng raised an eyebrow. This task was quite advantageous. It presented her with an opportunity. In standard live-stream popularity tasks, failure meant immediate loss of life, but this advanced task merely incurred a financial penalty. With the chance to fail 3 times, each attempt lasted 2 months, so 3 failures equated to 6 months. Who knew how arduous the next system task would be? She might as well take advantage of this task. Failing a few times, paying the fines, and thus securing herself an additional 6 months of stable life. Simply perfect. Chapter 106. The provocative Yuan MO, however, had she just activated the fan club permissions? Drat, she opened it too soon. Had she known, she would have inquired further before proceeding. Sheng quickly pulled up the fan club panel to check the current membership. In just a few minutes. The fan club had already amassed 10,000 members. How could there be so many people? Hadn't she only just opened the fan club permissions? Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. Lisan Saigao. Indeed. But all of us who subscribed to the live stream received a notification that you had activated the fan club permissions soon as we saw it. We all joined immediately. Interstellar 666. Yes. Yes. As your loyal fans, we certainly joined at the first opportunity. The other viewers echoed an agreement, leaving Sheng feeling tearful, unsure whether to feel grateful or sorrowful. Well, truly. Thank you. Sheng was momentarily stunned, eventually managing to express her gratitude. Lisan Saigao. Little lowly. Why do you seem somewhat unhappy? Interstellar 666. No way, Lisan. You must be mistaken. The increase in fan club members should be a good thing for the broadcaster. Right? The broadcaster has no reason to be unhappy. I'm not unhappy. I'm genuinely pleased that you all wish to support me, that I'm just slightly distressed thinking about the penalties for failing the task. That's all. Sheng forced a smile to reassure her audience. They all joined the fan club willingly to support her. How could she possibly bite the hand that feeds her? Lisa Saigao. Right. The penalties for live stream tasks have always been quite severe, but I've heard that if they involve monetary deductions, it can be quite substantial. Interstellar 666. Oh dear, broadcaster, you need not worry. You have likely activated the advanced task now, which requires the fan club membership to increase. Given your current popularity, you should complete the task swiftly. The words of Interstellar 666 felt like a dagger to Sheng's heart. What did they mean by her current popularity allowing her to complete the task quickly? She had no desire to complete the task so swiftly. Yes, if she failed the task, the penalties were indeed considerable, but the penalties for regular broadcaster tasks were even more severe. Sheng, feeling powerless, attempted to subtly hint to her viewers not to help her complete the task so quickly. Lisan Saigao. Advanced tasks are the most challenging, right? Regular tasks don't carry such severe penalties if they are incomplete. Do they? Failing a regular task means being erased. Sheng was momentarily stunned, instinctively about to share the system's penalties as if she were chatting with a friend. Yet, halfway through her sentence, the latter part was abruptly translated into a string of garbled text by the system. System warning. The content of live stream tasks is a proprietary secret of the broadcaster and must not be disclosed to viewers. It is also unacceptable to request viewers to gift in this manner. This is the broadcaster's first offense. A reminder has been issued. Should there be another infraction, a penalty will be imposed immediately. So why is the broadcaster's task a secret of the system? Yet the viewers seem to know so much. Most of her understanding of system tasks stemmed from the viewer's explanations. Sheng found herself baffled by the system's peculiarities and how the viewers had acquired so much information regarding broadcaster tasks. It appeared that many were aware, as if it were common knowledge, discussing it without restraint. Fine, if she wasn't allowed to speak of it, then so be it. Knowing or not knowing held little significance for her. Sheng opened the live stream panel, hoping to find a way to hide or temporarily remove the fan club feature. As she scanned through the options, though she didn't find the page for fan club settings, she did discover a function called page layout. This feature could minimize the fan club system to an inconspicuous size, placing the icon in a less noticeable position, thus making it difficult for new viewers entering the live stream to find this feature. This should significantly slow the increase in fan club membership. This is what needed to be prepared for establishing a school. This is what needed to be prepared for building a hospital. This is what is required for recent food consumption. This is the initial materials needed for constructing a dungeon. All of these necessitate your investment. Yuan Mo walked in, carrying a mountain of documents, which he unceremoniously dumped onto the table. Staring at the pile of items she was expected to purchase, Li Sheng was left dumbfounded. These aren't documents. This is money. Even if she emptied her pockets, she couldn't afford all of this. What's wrong? Are you short on funds? Yuan Mo inquired, noting the distressed expression on Li Sheng's face. You noticed that, did you? Li Sheng was not at all surprised that Yuan Mo could guess her predicament. Given her well-known obsession with crystal cores that it's solely crystal cores. Can't other items suffice? Yuan Mo pondered momentarily before asking. The surrounding cities are teeming with zombies, although they have not been entirely eradicated. Their numbers remain constant. If only crystal cores can be used for purchases, it is only a matter of time before they find themselves utterly destitute. It is still unclear, but that is of little concern. The items you have listed for me are still within my means to acquire, yet the textbooks specified for the school are beyond my reach. Sheng gestured toward a line of text on the document. The system's marketplace offers everything, save for books. Not even those meant for early childhood education are available. That works perfectly. We shall venture into the city to procure some gold, silver, and jewels, and simultaneously gather some books. We can assign additional tasks at the base to collectively gather the items on the supply list, and it should not take long to be fully prepared. Yuan Mo nodded in agreement. Apart from medical equipment, everything else listed can be found within the city. There is really no need for Li Sheng to expend her limited funds on purchasing these items. While it may be difficult for one person to gather everything, a collective effort would likely yield swift results. It's settled then, but I believe we should find a time to visit the Yuchuan base. Sheng replied. What purpose would a trip to Yuchuan base serve? Surely, there's nothing we require there, Yuan Mo inquired, perplexed. Moreover, the crystal cores from mutated animals are still crystal cores. They too can be exchanged for currency in the system's marketplace. Every bit counts. And we must not squander anything. Seems we must act swiftly. Should these mutated creatures relocate, tracking them down will become increasingly challenging. With the formidable mech RV at our disposal, entering and exiting Yuchuan base should pose no issue. However, it is merely an elongated vehicle with limited capacity for passengers. Sheng felt that it would be more prudent for them to undertake this mission themselves. Even if they fail, escaping would not be problematic. With over 100 vehicles, there should be ample space to transport the supplies. Borrow them? Aren't those our vehicles? Yuan Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. She had never considered claiming those crowd-funded vehicles as her own. The ownership of them had not crossed her mind in the slightest. Well, those vehicles have probably become your property by now, Yuan Mo explained as she observed the bewildered expression on Li Sheng's face. At this moment, Li Sheng truly required those vehicles, yet she felt it would be unfair to return the crystal cores at their original price if she were to compensate them with half in gold coins. It could easily lead to economic inflation within the base. It would be better to offer a compensation of supplies instead. Shall I issue the tasks now? Yuan Mo asked, nodding slightly. Hurry. Li Sheng buried her head back into the documents, waving her hand dismissively to usher Yuan Mo away. Noticing Li Sheng's earnestness in her work, Yuan Mo felt a twinge of mischief. But I am quite curious. What did you dream about when you fainted by that meteorite crater? Yuan Mo whispered softly. The warm breath from Yuan Mo brushed against Li Sheng's ear, prompting an instinctive slap in response. Yuan Mo had not anticipated such a reaction. She was caught entirely off guard. Her fair complexion immediately marked with 5 bright red imprints of fingers. What was that for? I was merely asking. Yuan Mo protested, rubbing her cheek in discomfort. It was not intentional. Besides, who told you to get so close? Li Sheng retorted defiantly, her martial background making her reflexive response seem quite normal. Let it go. I won't hold it against you. But do tell me, what did you dream about that day? Yuan Mo sighed. What dream? Are you joking? There's no way I would disclose the events of my dream to you. Li Sheng resolutely feigned ignorance, her expression one of confusion. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything. While you were dreaming, you were murmuring several titles. Yuan leaned in with a mischievous grin. What titles? Things like Mother Empress, I, and Prime Minister, among others. Also, Yuan paused dramatically. What else? Li Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over her. In her previous life, such titles were commonplace, but after enduring the harshness of the apocalypse, they now felt utterly shameful. In my name, Yuan interjected, so, what bizarre things have you been dreaming about? You didn't dream of ascending to the throne, did you? Yuan continued her relentless questioning. Will you ever stop? Is there nothing else for you to do? Do you want me to assign you more tasks? It was merely a dream. Why are you so fixated on it? All right. I understand that if you don't wish to share, that is your prerogative. However, your reaction clearly indicates you remember something. Alas, it seems I am of no importance to you, nor do you care for me anymore. You have little secrets that you refuse to share. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, mercilessly exposing Li Sheng's hidden thoughts before turning on her heel and escaping, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Chapter 107. Already departed with the main forces of the base accompanying them. The task of gathering supplies felt akin to picking up money. Upon release, the call for volunteers was met with an enthusiastic rush. Within a day, all slots were filled. However, due to the overwhelming number of teams, the registration process took considerable time, and following a series of preparations, they would not depart until a week later on the day of departure. The square was teeming with people, and Xin Shi's team was fortunate enough to secure a spot for the mission. Boss, I feel the Nanxing base is quite promising. Just look at how lively it is here. The atmosphere resembles a bustling market. Other bases likely cannot boast such a vibe that I am aware, yet I remain uncertain about what they mean by diplomacy. If it involves seduction or the like, do you think I would agree to that? We need to observe further and assess the character of this base's leadership, since she responded, appreciating the vibrant environment of Nanxing Base, a situation she had never dared to imagine since the onset of the apocalypse. However, since she felt a tinge of apprehension, not for herself but for her subordinates, that in this harsh world, good looks often led to misfortune rather than fortune. Regardless of gender, beauty incited envy. They had all experienced the horrors of being auctioned off as slaves. Had it not been for her sudden awakening of powers during an auction, she might have met a grim fate. Although Nanxing Base promised they would not coerce them into doing anything they disliked, the absence of law and contracts in the apocalypse rendered such verbal assurances unreliable. Since she was not only concerned for her own safety, but also for the well-being of those under her command. She had to exercise utmost caution. There should be no issues, right? The base chief is merely a 10-year-old child, and her subordinates are also quite young. What ill intentions could these children possibly harbor? Do not underestimate her merely because of her age. When you meet her, show the proper respect and address her as the base chief. For a base of this magnitude to be so competently managed, with so many individuals willingly serving her, her abilities and intellect must surely exceed that of an ordinary child, since she calmly advised her team that I understand. Don't worry, boss. However, it seems this mission to gather supplies is aimed at establishing a hospital and school. From a long-term perspective, that is indeed the right course of action, since she nodded slightly. Her esteem for Li Sheng rising that a leader with foresight is a commendable one, and it appeared that Nanxing Base genuinely sought to ensure the well-being of its survivors. Unlike the profit-driven individuals of Yuchuan Base, who sought to create an echo chamber for their own interests. Should the base continue to develop steadily, she would gladly contribute her efforts that Qin Yin drove the RV, transporting Li Sheng and the others to the square. Once everyone had gathered, the large convoy was ready to set off. The caravan surged forth, leaving the base behind, with only the old Taoist, Yuan and Qin Yin accompanying Li Sheng. Lu Sunan remained at the base to assist with manual labor. This arrangement had been suggested by Hu Xuesen. Before the apocalypse, Lu Sunan was a medical student from a family of physicians, making her invaluable for establishing a hospital, as she could discern genuine medical professionals from those merely seeking to exploit the situation. The route to Yuchuan Base was dotted with numerous towns. However, many major roads were obstructed by abandoned vehicles. Li Sheng and her team organized the survivors to clear the roads while progressing forward, facilitating future searches. Upon reaching each town, they would conduct a sweep to ensure safety. leaving a small group behind to search for supplies while the rest continued onward. As they approached Yuchuan base, the convoy had already dispersed significantly by the time the last group set out to search for supplies. Qin Yin took a shortcut and accelerated ahead. Sheng gazed at the dilapidated gates and the crumbling walls riddled with holes, a profound sense of desolation rising from the depths of her heart. Stepping into the Yuchuan base for the second time, not much time had passed since the first visit. During the initial arrival, the streets were bustling with people, but upon the second visit, all that remained were dilapidated structures and the occasional echo of zombie growls. It seemed as though nothing else was left. This exemplifies the brutal reality of a post-apocalyptic world, where in the blink of an eye, countless lives can be reduced to mere piles of bones. Danger lurks everywhere, hidden in the shadows, with no one knowing when it might strike and claim a life. In such an expansive base, aside from those who had escaped with Li Sheng, it appeared that none were spared. The living grew fewer, while the threats multiplied. One couldn't help but wonder if this world could still offer humanity a path to survival. Should they burn it all down? Perhaps, but first, a thorough assessment of the situation was in order. If there remained clusters of the undead, then a decisive fire might be warranted to eliminate any potential future threats. These mutated creatures were not fond of sunlight. During the day, they would likely be hiding in some obscure corner. As the vehicle circled the base repeatedly, they encountered no mutated animals, but they did eliminate a fair number of zombies spawned from the recent attacks. After the fifth lap, all the zombies had been thoroughly cleared out. Yet still, there was no sign of any mutated creatures. They had already departed. Chapter 108. Exhaustion. This was indeed not a favorable development. The whereabouts of the mutated creatures remained a mystery, leaving everyone to speculate whether their base might be the next target. Adopting a mindset of making the most of their long journey, Li Sheng resolved not to squander this opportunity. The spoils of the hunt were ripe for the taking. The Yuchuan base had transformed into a ghost town, and the contents within were ripe for plunder. Moreover, the three companions who accompanied her were all quite capable. Even if they encountered danger, escaping would not pose a problem. The group disembarked and split into four distinct directions, with Li Sheng heading straight for the auction house. Upon her first visit, the auction venue had been shrouded in chaos, but now it lay in tatters, having memorized the route during her last abduction. She easily found her way to Old Yuan's office. As anticipated, there was a hidden door within, behind which lay rows of boxes filled with crystal nuclei. Transporting these would prove impossible. Thus, aside from the higher-grade nuclei that Li Sheng carefully organized into her space, the rest were exchanged on the spot for star coins. While this approach might incur some loss, it was preferable to leaving empty-handed. Sighing deeply, she lamented the exploitative nature of the system. After thoroughly scouring the auction house and confirming the absence of any other hidden treasures, Li Sheng turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, a minuscule spider had been trailing her the entire time. Despite her robust health, Li Sheng felt her lower back and legs ache from exhaustion. The toll was becoming unbearable. Oh dear, this simply won't do at this rate. I might just collapse from fatigue, she muttered to herself before opening the system store to browse its offerings. Crystal nuclei, being non-metallic, rendered treasure hunting machines utterly useless. After much deliberation, she finally discovered an item that could alleviate her burden: a sorting robot. The description read, a household assistant robot capable of effortlessly categorizing your belongings. Simply place a sample on the robot, and it will analyze the material, subsequently collecting similar items within a 2-meter radius. With this, Li Sheng could completely free her hands. She would merely need to position the robot outside her ability range, freeze the surrounding items, activate the robot, and then sit back and relax as it collected the crystal nuclei. Although this method involved some hassle, it spared her the strain of constant bending. After a long day of toil, the hour to regroup arrived. Observing the weary expressions of Yuan Mo and the others, Li Sheng couldn't suppress a chuckle. It seemed the task of gathering crystal nuclei had taken its toll on everyone. She exchanged for 3 more robots, distributing them among her companions to liberate their hands. After a restful night in the RV, they resumed their search the following morning. The spoils of the second day significantly surpassed those of the first. With only 4 of them, scouring the vast base had taken nearly a week. Eventually, Li Sheng grew weary of the relentless collection of crystal nuclei. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained. Everything was reduced to dust, leaving only nuclei behind. The already ravaged Yuchuan base, after their second sweep, appeared even more desolate. Once the search concluded, the group hastily departed. It was not fear of danger that propelled them, but rather the monotony of days spent solely on the tedious task of gathering nuclei had become a waking nightmare. Their sleep was deep, devoid of light and time, that Hu Shuesen noticed that even the most energetic of individuals, the old Taoist, had sequestered himself in his room, not emerging all day. Growing curious, he mused aloud, "Oh, right, we've also collected a considerable amount of medical supplies. Come, let me show you what's useful and what's not. They can rest here." Lu Sunan, being physically inept, was dragged along by the robust Hu Shuesen, nearly floating off the ground. With a face full of despair, he extended a hand toward Li Sheng's door, exclaiming, "Hu Shuesen, you have no heart. Li Sheng, help!" Li Sheng, half awake from her slumber, vaguely heard Lu Sunan's cries. She opened her eyes reluctantly, only to succumb once more to fatigue, closing her eyes again and drifting back into sleep. After a refreshing nap, she rose, feeling revitalized, but her hunger soon drew her from her room. As she stepped outside, she spotted Yuan Mo yawning as he emerged. They exchanged a knowing glance and together approached the dining table. It seemed everyone had been roused by hunger, for as Li Sheng presented the fragrant dishes, Qin Yin and the old Taoist also emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma. Chapter 109. Cultivating a foundation after indulging in a hearty meal. Li Sheng found herself in a state of apathy, sprawling on the sofa with her mind blank. This task is truly grueling. I cannot assign my subordinates to gather crystal nuclei or undertake such laborious work again. I must say, Li Sheng, having risen to such a prominent position, it seems rather lacking that I can only rely on this small group of individuals. You think I desire this? The world is treacherous, and human hearts are increasingly inscrutable. Aside from you few who have stood by me since before the establishment of this base. Excluding the old Taoist, everyone else is essentially a newcomer. I am sorely in need of core positions. And should there be even a minor error, this hard-won base could collapse in an instant, particularly in financial matters. Aside from squeezing Yuan Mo for assistance, I find no suitable candidates. Sheng sighed heavily. Were it not for the dire shortage of personnel, she would not be putting herself through such strain. Times have changed. In the past, when preparing to recruit soldiers, she could select refined and proud scholars for intellectual roles, while martial leaders could be chosen based on their battlefield merit. Although military geniuses are rare, finding a few capable commanders was hardly an issue. Yet in this world, she was starting from scratch. With none of the established foundations from her previous life, selecting suitable individuals had proven exceedingly difficult. Modern individuals rarely accepted ideological education. Qualities like integrity and pride are hard to come by. While such individuals can be stubborn and difficult to persuade, they at least maintain their word, making them reliable. However, the majority surrounding her were adults who had been dulled by society, alongside some inexperienced youths lacking sharp minds, and a number of survivors who had become numb through neglect. While there were many who could be nurtured, there were few who could be immediately useful. Your predicament, while seemingly resolvable, indeed has its complexities. The old Taoist could assist you in discerning character. Should you come across any promising candidates, present them to me. Though he may not specialize in this field, he possesses enough understanding to assess individuals based on their appearance. That won't be necessary. Those capable of working in the inner city have already passed lie detector tests. Human nature is hard to gauge, although Nansu seems to be a good person now. One can never be sure he won't turn traitor in the future. Sheng waved her hand dismissively, rejecting the old Taoist's goodwill. What she lacked was not merely personnel, but absolute loyalty. Most who passed the lie detector test shared a common trait. They had family, lovers, or friends. These connections provide a sense of attachment, and it is precisely this bond that allows them to retain their conscience in this world. The criteria for passing the lie detector tests are few. Integrity and fairness are essential. These individuals may currently revere her or remain loyal to her for a myriad of reasons, willingly working under her command. Yet, it is entirely possible that one day, they may discover her vulnerabilities and betray her without a moment's hesitation. In the eyes of modern society, the concept of absolute imperial authority is nearly obsolete. In her era, the emperor held dominion over all. While ministers might have been divided between loyal and treacherous, they all understood clearly that their duties were to the emperor. Thus, instances of rebellion against the sovereign were rare. To them, the emperor was akin to a supreme deity, and some, in their misguided loyalty, would even sacrifice their entire families for the imperial cause. But now, she could declare herself queen in an instant and dominate this southern base. And yet, few would genuinely regard her as an empress. What she requires are loyal subjects who view her as their sovereign. And that must begin from childhood. Perhaps this is indeed feasible. Li, you are still young. It is not too late to start cultivating your own cadre. Select a few children of similar age to surround yourself with, and in a couple of years, they may prove utterly devoted to you. The old Taoist seemed determined to assist Sheng in discovering methods for nurturing talent. His mind whirring with ideas as he proposed tea times, Sheng did not consider herself a virtuous person. Yet she never regarded herself as a villain either. What are you thinking? I have practiced for many years without ever harming another. How could I possibly abduct someone to indoctrinate them for such nefarious purposes? I'm meant to find those who already trust you and rely on you. Young ones, the old Taoist rolled his eyes, utterly perplexed by the image he projected in their minds. With this suggestion, Sheng almost imagined a pyramid scheme. The Taoist's sudden remark invigorated Sheng. Indeed, how could she have forgotten those few children? This was closely tied to Aunt Lin's own nurturing. Aunt Lin was a gentle, kind, and brave woman, and her children were equally commendable. Especially Aunt Lin's eldest son. He was truly a walking ray of sunshine. Chapter 110. Going to school, have you reviewed the documents these past few days? The old Taoist cast a sidelong glance at Sheng, his gaze brimming with skepticism that it seemed to convey. While the rest of the base busied themselves, you were merely idling away, of course. I have. How could I not? Each document requires my approval. After all, yet I must admit, I did not notice any arrangements for them within the files, Sheng hastily retorted, concerned that her distinguished and formidable image was at stake. That should not be the case, you know the full name of that lady with the surname Lin? I do not. Only that her surname is Lin. What of it? Sheng inquired, puzzled. Her full name is Lin Hui. In the documents we submitted to you, there's a joint plan for an orphanage and a school, with Lin Hui serving as the principal. That I discovered that this woman particularly enjoys taking in children. Her vehicle is filled with them, all rescued from the streets. That moment, I realized this role was tailor-made for her, so she is now both the principal of the school and the director of the orphanage. The old Taoist clicked his tongue, never having anticipated that Sheng, who had gone out of her way to pick up a child from this woman, was unaware of her name. This role does indeed suit her well. Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging the old Taoist's discernment. Let us go shortly. After all, there is little else to attend to. By the way, at what time do classes typically end? We mustn't disturb their studies. Right? What classes? The books have only just been gathered. Teachers have yet to be hired. The school is currently akin to a daycare, with children eating and sleeping at their leisure. You can visit at any time. The old Taoist was responsible for this area. Hence he was quite familiar with the school. Sheng was at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that after establishing the school, there would be no one to teach. Shouldn't teachers be recruited before collecting books? Sheng asked, somewhat bewildered. She was not particularly knowledgeable about education, and while she did not disagree with the old Taoist approach, she wished to inquire further. In truth, the presence or absence of books matters little. I merely ponder what subjects would be most suitable for the current environment. After all, unlike in the past when excelling in mathematics and sciences guaranteed success, physical fitness must now be paramount. Naturally, we cannot raise a generation of illiterates, but apart from foundational language and mathematics, the specifics of other cultural subjects have yet to be determined. The old Taoist picked up a toothpick and began to clean his teeth while explaining. Entirely unrefined. Very well. You may decide as you see fit. That I shall go over shortly. If I find suitable candidates, I will select a few for myself. That if not, we shall discuss it further. Sheng, after all, was reluctant to select individuals who possessed loyalty without capability. That if she were to cultivate her own right-hand individuals, the backbone of the base. Both intellect and strength were indispensable. Thus, she preferred to personally assess and choose them. Well then, I shall not tarry. It is the perfect time to digest my meal, the old Taoist declared, rising from the sofa, while Li Sheng, still recovering from overreading, was unceremoniously dragged along. Meanwhile, Hyunma, who had also overindulged during their meal and desired nothing more than to lounge, wisely chose to stay behind at the base, away from external dangers. They felt no need to witness matters that required Li Sheng's direct involvement. In truth, it was simply laziness. After spending so long harvesting crystal cores, they were utterly disinclined to exert themselves any further. As the old Taoist dragged her toward the school, Li Sheng was greeted by the sounds of laughter and joy from within before she even entered. The so-called school was merely a storefront that had been converted into classrooms and dormitories. The pre-apocalyptic school within the southern base had been repurposed into various office buildings and training grounds. Fortunately, there were not many children at present, and this particular venue, having been opened up from a residential building, sufficed. Xiaoli Jiejia, you have come. As soon as Li Sheng stepped through the door, she was embraced by a little girl with a ponytail. This child was the youngest among those adopted by Lin Hu. Sheng remembered her vividly. Being the smallest, the girl had appeared particularly shy at the Yuchuan base, shrinking in a corner during their first encounter. Who could have imagined that she had now transformed into such a lively spirit? Yes, I have arrived. Where is Aunt Lin? Li Sheng smiled, gently ruffling the girl's hair as she inquired. The little girl bounced ahead, her joy evident in every leap, unable to conceal her delight. For some reason, Li Sheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt at the child's questioned out of course. I am here to see you all. However, I must first speak with Aunt Lin before joining you for playtime. All right. Li Sheng offered a somewhat awkward smile, attempting to comfort the little girl. All right, Mama Lin is in this room, but Mama told us that there are many other children here without parents. Just like us, she said we shouldn't go looking for her in school, as it might make the other children sad. So, Xiaoba cannot go in. You may go, Xiaoli Jiejia. After the little girl finished speaking, she skipped away from the office door. Watching her lively figure, Li Sheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The effort she had poured into developing and establishing this base was ultimately for moments like these. To witness such smiles and scenes. Chapter 111. Arrangements for Lin Hai Lin Annie L. Sheng pushed open the door to the office and greeted the figure seated in the office chair. Lin Hui slowly lifted her head, and upon seeing Li Sheng, her face lit up with joy. Xiaoli, what brings you here today? I should call you base leader instead. Please continue to call me as you did before. Aunt Lin, no one in the base addresses me as base leader. Sheng smiled warmly, then conveyed her purpose for visiting. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hui fell into contemplation, and after a pause, she spoke. I understand that having the children by your side ensures their safety, and their future development would undoubtedly be promising. However, they are all quite young and not suited for a life of constant travel. You are referring to the few children I have adopted, correct? Yes. The one I wish to take with me is Lin Hai. Sheng nodded without hesitation. In truth, her primary purpose for visiting today was to discuss the boy who had left a profound impression on her. Lin Hai possessed a particularly cheerful demeanor, and the fact that a teenager could strive for survival in such harsh conditions while caring for his non-biological siblings alongside his adoptive mother spoke volumes about his gratitude and sense of responsibility. This was precisely the type of talent Li Sheng sought and needed. Lin Hai, that child is indeed remarkable. He is around 16 or 17 now and should be maturing in this world. Lin Hui smiled, her maternal affection evident as she spoke of her first adopted son. Having taken in so many children, Lin Hui could not treat them all equally. Lin Hai was her favorite, the one she cherished most. In the depths of despair and loneliness, saving Lin Hai had given him a glimmer of hope. In the days that followed, it was this son who gradually accompanied her, soothing the deep scars etched upon her heart. Perhaps out of a protective instinct toward younger children, had Li Sheng directly expressed a desire to select peers of her own age, Lin Hui might not have obstructed her. Yet she would certainly harbor some reservations. Lin Hai, however, was a different matter altogether. In just 2 years, he would reach adulthood, and it was time for him to hone his skills. Accompanying Li Sheng might even pave the way for a promising future, prompting Lin Hui to agree without hesitation. However, Aunt Lin, aside from Lin Hai, I still wish to select a few additional children. I assure you that I will not take them outside the base until they possess the capability to protect themselves, Li Sheng stated. Lin Hui paused momentarily, then sighed deeply before nodding and leading Li Sheng to choose the children. As Li Sheng considered each child, she appropriately inquired whether they wished to accompany her. If they declined, she would simply move on. Yet, these children had heard numerous tales about Li Sheng and were filled with admiration. Not a single one turned her down. Ultimately, Li Sheng selected only 5 children, making a total of 6, including Lin Hai, which was sufficient for the time being. Each of these children possessed abilities, albeit of a lower tier, with one even exhibiting 4 distinct powers, while the enhancement of multiple abilities is a gradual and arduous process. Li Sheng was particularly drawn to the child with 4 powers, who was merely 3 years old. This child had ample time to grow, and the advancement of multiple abilities necessitated collective progression. For those already in their teens or 20s, time was a luxury they could ill afford. They must quickly adapt to the harsh realities of the apocalypse and cultivate their skills to secure their place in this world. In stark contrast, this 3-year-old was just beginning to walk unsteadily, giving him a head start over others, while teens with single abilities might ascend to levels 4 or 5 within 5 months. This child with multiple abilities would require a steady and measured pace, ultimately achieving a higher level by his teenage years. With stronger manifestations due to his diverse powers. One day, he would grow into a formidable force, aiding Li Sheng in safeguarding their land. From a long-term perspective, this child with multiple abilities was her priority for cultivation. As for the upcoming training, it would not fall under her purview. Yuan Mo would recruit someone to tailor basic physical training for them. Li Sheng only needed to make occasional appearances to oversee their progress. She wasn't suited to teaching children. Such matters were best left to specialists to avoid misguiding them. Upon arriving at their new residence, the 5 little ones lay in their shared dormitory, too excited to sleep. Since their arrival at the base, they had heard countless versions of legends surrounding the leader. Some claimed that Li Sheng, despite her tender age of 10, had managed such a vast base and provided the survivors with a rare semblance of a good life in the apocalypse, proving herself to be a prodigious talent. Others asserted that her maturity surpassed that of an ordinary child, perhaps indicating that her soul belonged to a remarkably powerful adult. More absurdly, it was said that every time she took action, she would conjure fresh and extraordinary things, creating factories and farms out of thin air and producing vast amounts of food. She was undoubtedly a celestial being sent to save the masses from calamity. Regardless of how the rumors portrayed Li Sheng, they ultimately revolved around several core tenets: her youth, formidable abilities, high intelligence, and the respect and affection she garnered from many, cloaked in an enigmatic mystery. Yet, treating the survivors within the base with kindness. Children often have a natural admiration for strength, and as Li Sheng's legend grew among the base's inhabitants, particularly after they learned she had led the remaining survivors to triumph over hordes of zombies, her radiant image became firmly established in their hearts. Them. She was akin to the superheroes they had seen in films and cartoons during their childhood, igniting an irresistible desire to draw closer, to understand, and to emulate her. The fact that Li Sheng had personally chosen to take them under her wing, expressing intent to cultivate them as her aides, felt nothing short of a miraculous boon, akin to a pie falling from the sky. The prospect of being near their idol, and perhaps even assisting her in various endeavors, was enough to send the children into a frenzy of excitement. Unable to sleep, the little ones lay wide-eyed in their beds, when one of them broke the silence with a heartfelt exclamation. "Sister Li Sheng is so beautiful." Yes, I never imagined Sister Li Sheng could be so stunning. "Fool, we should call her the base leader." "Oh, right. Do you think the base leader needs our help with something?" "I don't know, but just being able to assist the base leader makes me incredibly happy. No matter what it is. I actually overheard that big brother who brought us here talking. It seems to want to train us to become the base leader's guard." "But what exactly is a guard?" "Fool, haven't you ever watched historical dramas with your mom? The ones where they can fly around and protect the emperor. That's what a guard does. You little ones should be careful. If you don't sleep now, you won't wake up on time tomorrow. Things won't be like before." There will be classes and training waiting for you, Lin Hai interjected as he lay in bed, listening to the children's innocent chatter. Oh, right. We need to sleep quickly for our lessons tomorrow. The child who had spoken earlier clarified, the guard is the team that protects the base leader. But considering the base leader's current level of ability, you can't protect her just while ETSO starting tomorrow. You must work hard and train diligently. Only then can you truly become the base leader's guards and stay by her side. Lin Hai encouraged the little ones before closing his eyes. Is that true? We can stay by the base leader's side. That's amazing. I will train hard so that I can protect the base leader. One of the children cheered, prompting a deep sigh from Lin Hai. His explanation had perhaps been counterproductive. The motivation he provided resulted in the children being utterly unable to sleep. The following morning, to instill a sense of security in the children, Sheng arose early and went to the classroom specifically prepared for them. Upon her arrival, she observed the 5 children attentively engaged in their lessons. Brimming with enthusiasm and vitality, it appeared they had adapted remarkably well, and there was no need for her to intervene further. Sheng summoned Lin Hai, recognizing that every additional capable individual counted. Unlike the children, Lin Hai need not follow their path of foundational literacy. She had heard he was a high-achieving student before the apocalypse, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of many adults. Thus he could bypass trivial training and work alongside her. What is your ability, Lin Hai? I'm not entirely sure which category my ability belongs to. It is somewhat unique. Whatever I say will come to pass, but I can't tell if that's due to the level of my ability or my inability to control it. Sometimes my words manifest, and sometimes they don't. Additionally, if I make a wish that's too grand, I suffer backlash. Each word I utter while wielding my ability requires a portion of my strength, and if the wish is too significant, I might lose my life at the utterance of the first word. Lin Hai elaborated on his ability, noting that he had yet to encounter anyone with a similar power. So, what exactly did you wish for before? Sheng inquired, realizing he must have experimented with his power to suffer such severe repercussions. Lin Hai chuckled ruefully, explaining how a careless wish had exacerbated his family's already precarious situation, leaving him with lingering guilt. Your ability is quite intriguing. You might belong to the mental category. Why not give it a name? Your ID needs to include the type of ability, its name, and its level, Sheng suggested, genuinely interested. If it truly was a matter of ability level, and Lin Hai developed his powers further, he might one day become capable of making wishes that could potentially end the apocalypse, transforming him into the greatest savior of the era. Let us call it word spirit. I think that sounds rather pleasant, Lin Hai said after a moment's thought. Though he considered his ability somewhat lackluster, lacking any offensive capability, he knew that in an encounter demanding physical force, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Aside from that, do you have any other skills you excel in? Sheng continued her inquiries, seeking to assign him a suitable role, as Liu Biao managed the military camp while Hu Shuesen oversaw construction planning within the city. And Yuan Mo dealt with the base's economy. If we're talking about skills, I suppose I excel in mathematics. Back when I was in school, I won many awards in Olympiad competitions. Lin Hai pondered for quite some time. He truly possessed no extraordinary skills that if one were to speak of his strengths, the only thing that remained was his aptitude for learning. This is excellent. Therefore, you shall accompany Yuan Mo and assist with the miscellaneous affairs within the base. He will assign tasks to you. However, I must inquire, do you still wish to venture outside the base for missions in the future? If so, I can arrange for someone to train your physical stamina. Certainly, of course I want to. In these times, relying solely on my intellect and my unique abilities makes survival exceedingly difficult. I have no desire to remain confined within the base as a mere burden. Lin Hai was taken aback by Sheng's thorough considerations and promptly agreed. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you in a couple of days. We will be heading out. Would you like to join us? Chapter 112. It is time to go out. Yuan Mo had Lin Hai assist with logistics for several days, and it must be said that Lin Hai's mathematical prowess left Yuan Mo in awe. He was able to complete the logistical calculations almost entirely on his own with remarkable speed. Thus, his claim of being proficient in mathematics was no exaggeration, and perhaps even a touch modest. In terms of physical strength, Lin Hai also proved to be more capable than anticipated. The instructor assigned to teach him combat techniques provided very favorable feedback, Sheng's method of reducing the fan icon in her streaming room indeed proved effective. Seizing the 2-month deadline of their first mission, she temporarily closed the live stream's comments to minimize interaction with viewers, focusing diligently on planning and managing the base. Though 2 months seemed lengthy, it was still insufficient for constructing a base. After paying the fines, Sheng felt pressed for time. Eventually, 2 to 3 months passed, and the underground city began to take shape. They started expanding from the inexplicable large pit. And to ensure the stability of the surface, Sheng invested heavily to reinforce the ground, making it resilient enough to withstand even a magnitude 10 earthquake. Over these months, they continuously improved the boundary walls of the underground city. Fortunately, during the excavation and construction, no terrifying mutant ants or similar creatures were discovered underground. The remaining task was simply to complete the construction of buildings within. The next step in developing the underground city remained the most crucial one: illumination. The vast underground city could not achieve comprehensive sunlight coverage, and current technology could not simulate sunlight adequately. After extensive research, they decided to use refraction methods to cover a small portion of the land, while other areas would be illuminated by generators. However, this raised a pressing question. Coincidentally, with only 1 month left on the system's mission, Sheng sensed it was time to stretch their legs. Whisked City should have a significant number of generators, as there had previously been a generator manufacturing plant there. Mo pointed to the map. Sheng leaned in for a closer look and raised an eyebrow. That location is quite distant. Indeed, I wonder if a base has been established there. If we go, will there be any scraps left for us? Generators are quite valuable in this apocalypse, remarked Lu Sunan, who had also approached to peer the map. Before the signal disappeared, there had been no word of any base in Whisked City. Given that only a few months have passed, it's unlikely there is one now. Sheng, who enjoyed surfing the web at his spare time, had thoroughly reviewed information regarding the locations of various bases during the apocalypse and was relatively well informed. Mo was correct. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to investigate. This time, only Mo, the old Taoist, Qin Yin, and I will go. Sheng swiftly finalized the travel roster. Why must I remain behind as the left-behind child once more? You are too cruel, Lu Sunan lamented, resolutely opposing the idea. But really, I've been cooped up in the base for so long that I might as well grow fur. Sheng chimed in. No, I refuse to accept this. I must go, and I won't be left behind as a left-behind child. If you disagree, I will camp at your doorstep, and as soon as you step out, I will follow you, Lu Sunan declared defiantly. Turning his head away, I concur with Lu Sunan. If you refuse to take me, I will join him in waiting at your door. These two acted like stubborn meatballs, vowing not to relent until they achieved their goal. Sheng, observing the two of them, felt overwhelmed. Although the base had gradually stabilized, it had not yet reached a level where it could operate independently without personnel. That if they left, who would manage the base? Please, do not quarrel. You are the backbone of the base. Your presence is essential for its stable and sustainable development. No, this is absolutely not negotiable. The more capable individuals we have, the less we are needed. Lu Biao and the others can make decisions for major issues, and the individuals at Xinxi can handle minor matters very well. I do not believe the base would falter without us. Whatever you say, I will join you on this outing. Lu Sunan interrupted Li Sheng's attempt to persuade him with flattery. He had previously been tricked into doing hard labor this way. They were right. The people at Xinxi were not incompetent. They handled tasks diligently and meticulously. Lu Biao and his team had never made mistakes in management. In truth, the base could still function without us. Suddenly, Mo, who had remained silent, spoke up in their defense. Sheng surveyed the group beside her. Apart from the reticent Qin Yin and the old Taoist, who merely observed the situation, everyone had united against her. The minority must yield to the majority, and their arguments were not without merit. Perhaps her concerns were excessive. It had been no easy feat for the base to develop to its current state, and Li Sheng was more invested in this base than in any dynasty attained through treachery. Very well, then, let's all go together. After all, there is ample space in the RV to accommodate us all. Li Sheng shrugged, capitulating to the evil forces and making a reluctant decision. Watching her companions, who had been cooped up in the base, exult with joy, she could not help but smile, that it seemed that everyone was restless. Remaining in one place for too long made them eager to venture out, bouncing with excitement. Sheng suddenly recalled her promise to Lin Hai from months ago, to take him along next time. She promptly notified him of their travel plans, for she could not abandon her commitment. With so many from the management team departing, it was crucial not to draw attention as they left. Thus, Sheng and her companions chose to stealthily exit the base in the dead of night. Before they set off, Tang Yao, having acquired information from an unknown source, handed his brother, Tang Ling, directly over to Sheng. Before the apocalypse, Tang Yao was a construction engineer of considerable stature, and during these past months, he had made significant contributions to the construction of the underground city, Sheng, and he had developed a pleasant rapport. And he insisted that his brother should experience the outside world. Sheng felt somewhat reluctant to refuse, especially given Tang Ling's unique circumstances. He required neither food nor bathing. He could independently manage applying lubricants and such matters. Moreover, after his transformation, Tang Ling possessed an incredibly robust physique. With defenses that rated a perfect score, his limbs could seamlessly shift into combat forms and transform into weapons. Who could refuse such a capable, low-maintenance companion? Chapter 113. Old Who, do not panic on the broad roadway. Only one RV meandered along at a leisurely pace. Avoid waking up in an unfamiliar location. Sheng deliberately reduced the vehicle's speed. Just as everyone fell into a deep slumber, the vehicle unexpectedly veered off course at a fork in the road, deviating from its originally set trajectory. Due to his complete mechanization, Tang Ling no longer required food or sleep like ordinary humans. As the night watched, he observed the vehicle's change in direction, tilting his head in confusion but choosing not to speak up. The route had been predetermined by Sheng, and Tang Ling was unaware of the actual itinerary. He merely sensed something was amiss, but opted to refrain from disturbing the peacefully slumbering group. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the interior of the vehicle. Sheng gradually opened her eyes, rubbing them, and upon seeing the glaring sunlight outside, she immediately became alert. She hurried to the navigation screen and noticed that their route had inadvertently strayed quite far from the original plan. Sheng accessed the navigation management system to investigate the cause and timing of the vehicle's deviation. It appeared that shortly after they had fallen asleep the previous night, the vehicle's automatic routing system detected an unidentified hazardous object, prompting it to alter its course and necessitating manual reprogramming. Outside, towering buildings surrounded them, which was why Sheng recognized the route was incorrect. Her planned path consisted entirely of highways, avoiding urban areas. At that moment, they remained unaware of which city they had entered. Shortly after we fell asleep last night, the vehicle diverged from its intended direction, and I am uncertain of our current location. However, it seems there are neither zombies nor people in this city, and since I set the vehicle's speed quite low, we should still be within the vicinity of our base that a quick reprogramming of the route should suffice. Sheng felt a sense of relief that she had slowed the vehicle down to ensure a good night's sleep. Had she chosen a faster pace, they might have awakened amidst a horde of zombies. This city may have been cleared by the personnel of their base. Traversing through it and replanning our route poses no significant issue. Yawning, it seems this urban expanse is devoid of inhabitants and devoid of the undead. It must have been purged by our base's team, that it's not a pressing concern. Let's just reconfigure our route. Hushuesen remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance out the window. Wandering aimlessly in a deserted city is hardly alarming. Sheng nodded slightly, realigning the navigation system, when suddenly, a multitude of mutated spiders emerged before them. How fortuitous! These very arachnids had previously assaulted the Yuchuan base. Who would have thought we would encounter them here? Sheng surveyed the swarming spiders without a hint of panic, contemplating how best to exterminate them. After all, their attacks and venom would be ineffective against the vehicle, affording her ample time to strategize. The swarm of spiders inched closer to the car, and apart from Hushuesen, everyone else maintained an air of calm. What are you all doing? Don't you see the horde of spiders ahead? Aren't they the same ones we observed when we were at the town? This could be fatal. We must act swiftly. Hushuesen exclaimed in a fluster, perplexed by the calm expressions of his companions. No need to panic. The old Taoist smiled knowingly, waving his feather duster with an inscrutable expression. The others had all been to the Yuchuan base and had experienced the vehicle's formidable defenses. Hu Shiwesen's frantic demeanor appeared rather amusing to them. As the mutated spiders drew nearer, Hu Shiwesen stood frozen, utterly bewildered about his companion's intentions. Once the swarm approached, they began to expel vast amounts of silk from their mouths, launching it towards the vehicle. Initially, Hu Shiwesen was filled with dread at the sight of the corrosive threads racing toward them, but upon glancing at his companions' placid faces, he too adopted a demeanor of calm. Hu Shiwesen soon realized that his friends were merely teasing him with their composed expressions, especially Lu Sunan, who had turned away to stifle a laugh. Clearly, they possessed a means of escape. After all, Li Sheng, who valued her life dearly, would never place herself in peril without a plan. Old Hu, there's no need for alarm. Our vehicle is fireproof, waterproof, corrosion-resistant, collision-proof, and bulletproof. These insignificant spiders pose no threat to its defenses. Lu Sunan assured, patting Hu Shiwesen on the shoulder in a brotherly manner. Chapter 114. The boy who controls spiders. After hearing this explanation, Hu Shiwesen finally relaxed, even finding the leisure to lean against the window and scrutinize the appearance of the mutated spiders. Goodness, these creatures are rather grotesque. Li Sheng continued to ponder how to eliminate the mutated spiders when the vehicle began to move slowly. The spiders that had approached ceased their assault and crawled beneath the vehicle. Swarms of them began to lift it entirely, seemingly intent on transporting them somewhere. Let's wait and see, Li Sheng thought, intrigued. It appears that mutated animals have developed some degree of cognitive ability, though it remains far beneath human intelligence. Lacking any tactical or strategic acumen, their survival instincts have merely been enhanced significantly. The spiders dragged the vehicle towards the city's center, halting before a towering skyscraper, after which the other spiders that had not been carrying the vehicle gradually dispersed. They were directly transported inside the building, where the spiders lifted them to the highest floor and then scattered in disarray. What do they intend to do with us here? Hu Shiwesen pondered. Perplexed, I Sheng surveyed their surroundings through the car window, noting it was merely an ordinary shopping mall, albeit one that had long been abandoned. Just then, a slender young man appeared at the staircase, gradually approaching and tapping on the car door, calling out, "Hello, esteemed guests." Li Sheng slowly lowered the window and inquired, "Did you control those spiders and bring us here?" "How astute! I hadn't expected such a young girl to possess such keen intellect." The youth responded with a smile, his face bearing an innocent expression. Judging by his appearance, the young man seemed no older than 17 or 18, and Li Sheng felt an odd familiarity, though she could not recall where she had seen him before. "You have the ability to control these spiders, so you were indeed responsible for the assault on the Yuchuan base, correct?" Li Sheng asserted confidently. "It's true. You ought to be grateful that I first bypassed your Nanjing base." The youth admitted candidly, his smile unwavering, as if breaching a city and claiming countless lies were as mundane as eating or drinking. "Why would you do such a thing? There are many survivors of the Yuchuan base. We are all human, and your actions seem rather inhumane. The invasion of the Yuchuan base stemmed from a personal vendetta against that base leader, Yuan, prior to the apocalypse. My enmity with him is irreconcilable. Even if many lives are sacrificed, I will not feel remorse for you. It seems I have not yet settled the score regarding the incident where you nearly scattered my grandmother's ashes." "You nearly scattered someone's grandmother's ashes? Has she done such a thing?" Li Sheng recalled an incident in the town involving a zombie she had manipulated. Could this youth be connected to that zombie? The monstrous zombie and this seemingly ordinary youth appear unrelated. "Are you that zombie?" Li Sheng asked, struggling to believe that such a powerful zombie could evolve to resemble an ordinary human. "So, you seek revenge against us?" Li Sheng narrowed her eyes, her vigilance heightened. This individual had attacked the Yuchuan base in pursuit of vengeance. It was plausible he might do the same against them. The current defenses of the Geely base are sufficient to withstand these mutated creatures. Yet there is no need for unnecessary sacrifice. The youth displayed a seemingly reasonable demeanor. "What, then, are your intentions? Is it improper for us to converse through a mere window? May I enter?" Li Sheng scrutinized him for a moment, contemplating, before opening the car door to allow him inside. The youth stepped into the vehicle, casually selecting a seat, and upon noticing the refreshments on the table, sampled one with a satisfied expression. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he did not regard himself as an outsider. "This is quite good, rather tasty indeed." Li Sheng approached the seat opposite him, poured him a cup of tea, and asked, "Let us speak plainly. What do you wish for us to do? Did your brother escape on his own? You have no idea where he was taken. How are we to find him?" They had only encountered that zombie once, making the youth's insistence on their assistance seem unreasonable. "You can take me with you. I will issue commands at the base to have these mutated creatures protect your Nanching base. My sensing range extends 100 miles. If my brother's presence is within that distance, I will be able to locate him." Chapter 115. Cooperation established. If the youth's assertions are true, his abilities would allow him to navigate the apocalypse alone in search of his brother. He could certainly find him without their assistance. Why, then, would he seek their help? If I were merely wandering, I wouldn't need your aid. However, my brother was taken by humans, so he is likely a human base. I am unaware of their intentions behind his capture. But I am certain they are nefarious. Most bases have already cleared the surrounding cities of zombies. And even if I sensed my brother's location, I would be unable to extract him from human stronghold on my own. Thus, I require human assistance. I have observed you for quite some time and have infiltrated the Nanching base on several occasions. I recognize your considerable abilities, making you the perfect candidate for collaboration." The youth was unabashedly forthright about his motives and concerns, whether out of naivety or an overinflated sense of his own capabilities, readily revealing his vulnerabilities. The more the youth spoke so candidly, the more Li Sheng sensed a potential deception. "What if we refuse? If you decline, I shall simply seek out another willing partner." The youth shrugged, sipping his tea with apparent indifference. "Do not gaze at me with such eyes. I am well aware that I have laid bare my vulnerabilities and secrets before you. However, as long as I draw breath, these mutated creatures and zombies shall remain firmly under my command. Without my explicit orders, they would never harm a soul, nor would they assault any base. Yet, should I perish, they will develop their own thoughts and seek their own methods to hunt, devoid of restraints. The teams within your base would be at risk should they venture out on missions. Therefore, my continued existence is far more beneficial than my demise, and you would not engage in such self-destructive actions as to eliminate me. My only brother is currently missing, and if you intend to use this to threaten me, you must first locate him. Should you manage to find my brother, there would be no need for coercion. I would willingly serve you. Thus, whether I expose myself or not is of little consequence. Moreover, I am not adept at deceit. My lies are easily discerned. It would be far more honorable to engage in an open dialogue with you. If my falsehoods were unveiled, and you suspected ulterior motives on my part, would that not be akin to losing both the fowl and the grain?" His reasoning was sound. Li Sheng found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, his ultimate goal is to locate his brother, and his sole weakness lies therein to undermine him or exert pressure. One must first identify his vulnerability. In this light, his objectives are, to a certain extent, already achieved. Thus, the youth has no need to fabricate lies. "Very well. If you can ensure the safety of the South City base, I can accompany you. However, we have our own destination and shall not take detours for your sake. If we do not find your brother along this route, we will be unable to assist. Should we uncover any trace of him, we shall certainly do our utmost to help. Nevertheless, I believe our collaboration should include an additional stipulation. Once your brother is found, I hope we can maintain a friendly cooperative relationship, a guaranteed profit, akin to the proverbial empty-handed fox capturing a hare. While this may sound disadvantageous, I appear to have no other choice. Very well. I accept your terms." The youth understood that Li Sheng's demands held little benefit for him, but at present, Li Sheng's team was the most competent he had encountered. Moreover, considering the internal environment and management of the South City base, Li Sheng did not strike him as a cunning individual. Such a powerful team, with a commendable character, is indeed hard to come by. Furthermore, with his brother missing for so long, he feared for his safety. Thus, he found himself with no alternatives. "However, you must provide us with some clues. Without a single hint, our search would be aimless." Not long after your departure from the town, another group arrived. They donned identical uniforms, wielding weapons specifically designed to combat zombies and mutated creatures. They are formidable, seemingly intent on capturing my brother alive. Initially, I suspected it was that old man Yuan's doing, but later, at the Yuchuan base, I found no trace of my brother. However, the uniforms bore an eagle-like emblem, and upon arriving in town, they headed straight for my brother with a clear intent to capture him. Thus, I suspect their initial goal was to apprehend him. The relationship between zombies and humans is adversarial. Their failure to eliminate my brother strongly indicates they intend to capture him for research purposes. Yet, I have searched all surrounding bases and found no one in such uniforms. They must have come from a distant base. The youth shared his conjectures and clues that Sheng could readily envision that those who had taken the youth's brother, both in terms of external force and individual capability, were no trifling matter. The ability to develop such advanced weaponry shortly after the apocalypse indicates they are likely from a substantial base. Our current goal is to head west, where the most prominent and powerful base is the Western Region base. It is clear that those capable of abducting your brother are not from a minor faction. Targeting major bases should yield results swiftly. I share your thoughts. The youth nodded in agreement. If they were a lesser faction, he would not have sought collaboration so earnestly. Let us commence our efforts at the Western Region base. I am Li Sheng. What is your name? G. Chapter 116. Dangerous persona having reached a pleasant agreement. G followed Li Sheng and the others out of the city. They exited. The entire city's mutated creatures and scattered zombies lined the streets to bid farewell, a sight both eerie and imposing. My goodness, I never imagined I would be escorted by a horde of zombies one day. It is rather exhilarating to Shues and leaned against the car's rear window, gazing at the myriad of mutated creatures and zombies. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Jihe, your abilities are truly remarkable. By the way, why didn't I see you in the town earlier? Had we known, we could have avoided stealing your family's ashes. Lu Sunan sidled up to Jihe, casually draping an arm around his shoulder. The sole social butterfly of the group, Lu Sunan took it upon himself to initiate conversation. Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Jihe. They had established a cooperative relationship, yet it could only ever remain that. Cooperation, never true partnership. Actions driven by personal vendetta, willing to sacrifice countless innocent survivors, were something Li Sheng could not condone. She felt a deep-seated aversion to such behavior. It cannot be said that Jihe is in the wrong. One cannot understand another's suffering without experiencing it themselves. Sheng felt no justification to stand atop a moral high ground and condemn him. Yet this did not diminish her cautious distance from him at that time. All I wished was to stay home with my brother, avoiding the town. Thus, I did not make an appearance, and my abilities were insufficient to control the mutated creatures of the entire town. I see. By the way, what feud do you have with that old man Yuan? Before the apocalypse, he was the local mafia leader, and my father was targeted for refusing to collaborate with him, resulting in his death. My mother, unable to seek justice, also met her demise. He lowered his gaze, his words lightly conveying a family's tragedy. The youth's age belied the depth of his thoughts. A palpable sorrow emanated from him. Reminiscent of his parents, Lu Sunan was at a loss for words, raising his hand to pat Jihe's shoulder, only to lower it again, muttering, I'm sorry, it's nothing. I merely regret not avenging my family. Allowing him to escape, I do not even know where he has fled. The world is vast, and finding him will prove challenging. He gently shook his head, lost in thought as he gazed at his hands. He had always regarded his father as a role model, aspiring to become an upright police officer like him alongside his brother. Yet, in his quest for vengeance, he had slaughtered many innocents, rendering his aspirations utterly hollow. His actions would surely disappoint his father's spirit, yet it mattered not. He felt no remorse. As long as he could exact revenge, he would not regret any price. He is already dead. Sheng observed Jihe silently. When he spoke of the old man Yuan, his expression transformed into one of bloodthirsty cruelty, a stark contrast to the youth she had conversed with. What? Jihe suddenly lifted his head, incredulity etched across his features. Suspecting Li Sheng was jesting. Interstellar 666. Do you all feel that this Jihe is somewhat off? Give it to you. Indeed. Is there a psychology expert in the live chat? Please take a look. I feel having someone like him near the host is rather unsafe. Hand can pluck the stars. I am a psychologist. Currently, based on his expressions and emotional fluctuations, he appears to exhibit some antisocial tendencies. With subtle signs of potential personality fragmentation, the disparity in his emotions and expressions is too stark. Lee Song is awesome. Really? Woon-T that lead to the emergence of a dangerous persona. That sounds perilous. Hand can pluck the stars. If it is indeed personality fragmentation, there is a significant likelihood of developing an antisocial dangerous persona. Moreover, it seems his current primary persona is intelligent yet possesses very weak willpower. Should it develop into fragmentation, the likelihood of the secondary persona overpowering the primary is quite high. Little 14. Host, perhaps you should refrain from assisting him. A person like that is truly dangerous. We are merely cooperating. There is no obligation to assist. Is there a way to prevent his personality from fracturing? Li Sheng had not anticipated such severe issues with his mental state. Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. A high school student without a completed education, parents brutally murdered, the world turned upside down, a brother transformed into a powerful zombie and captured, accompanied daily by mutated creatures and zombies. Possessing nearly invincible abilities, yet unable to protect anything that would be remarkable if he did not succumb to madness. In a sense, he and she were not so different in their solitude, as she too was a solitary figure in this world, having traversed here alone, with those she once knew now far removed in different realms. Had she not encountered who she was and fortuitously met Yuan Mo, she might have also lived in solitude, disregarding the value of life in a world devoid of a sense of belonging. Individuals are prone to making such mistakes. Otherwise, she might resemble Ji-hee, who, when provoked, would not hesitate to wreak havoc upon a city. The stars are within reach. Indeed, the peril of personality fragmentation often stems from an unsatisfactory existence, when one cannot resolve their own dilemmas. They may manifest alternate personas to assist in coping. Consequently, the primary persona tends to exhibit a degree of timidity and insecurity, as long as one can foster a sense of beauty to bolster their confidence. The situation will not escalate further. However, should this artificially constructed sense of beauty falter or collapse, the individual's mental state may deteriorate significantly. Bring it on. Such psychological interventions should ideally be conducted by professionals. Otherwise, the situation may worsen. Psychological intervention. That might be beyond my capabilities, but if he spends time with more positive and uplifting individuals, could he not be assimilated and improve? The audience's comments indeed place a considerable burden on Li Sheng. The plump tiger, setting aside her ability to conduct psychological interventions, after enduring so much herself, she is hardly a beacon of unadulterated optimism. While she is adept at navigating schemes, aiding others in their struggles is outside her expertise. Yet if one were to consider a bright, sunny boy, there is indeed a suitable candidate. Chapter 1, 17 Blood Test. Precisely. The prime candidate is none other than classmate Lin Hai. After all, when it comes to personal charisma and a positive worldview, Lin Hai embodies the essence of a little less Sheng herself finds conversations and collaborations with Lin Hai to be incredibly pleasant and effortless, as if he radiates genuine brightness and unwavering principles. Even Yuan Mo, the brooding and enigmatic beauty, exhibits a notable lightness in demeanor when accompanied by Lin Hai, showcasing the profound impact he possesses, should it be possible to influence another's mental state positively through one individual. Lin Hai would undoubtedly be the ultimate choice. The stars are within reach. Your proposed method is indeed viable, albeit fraught with risk. Should two individuals become friends or lovers, sharing daily meals and living spaces, the magnetic fields between them could lead to significant assimilation. However, if the positive party lacks the strength of the negative, it is all too easy for the former to be led astray. This method must be employed with utmost caution. Very well. Thank you for your insights. It is reassuring to note that Yuan Mo has become considerably more stable under Lin Hai's influence. In a recently darkening he is unlikely to sway their little son. Lin Hai, could you come here for a moment? Li Sheng beckoned. Lin Hai hesitated for a moment before approaching and inquiring, "What's the matter, base leader?" "Well, it is as follows. I sense that Jihee's psychological state is somewhat precarious. I would like you to befriend him and engage in conversation. There is no need for you to guide him explicitly. Simply talking and showing interest will suffice. Li Sheng did not wish for Lin Hai to consciously steer Ji. His demeanor was naturally amiable, and any overt attempts at guidance could easily backfire. Ah, sure, no problem. Lin Hai nodded. Making friends is his forte, and as he and Ji are of similar age, they should find ample common ground. The task Li Sheng assigned him posed no challenge. Li Sheng watched with satisfaction as Lin Hai approached Ji, allowing the two young boys to play freely. The trajectory of Jihe's development was of little concern to Li Sheng. However, considering his unique abilities, should he truly succumb to darkness, it could spell disaster for humanity. The world in its current state is already fraught with difficulties. There is no need to exacerbate the struggle for survival. Fortunately, Jihe is still young, lacking grand ambitions. Initially, he merely wished to guard his brother, who had become a zombie, and live a quiet life within the town. It was only after his brother's disappearance that the desire for vengeance and determination to leave the town ignited within him. As long as these wishes are fulfilled and he is drawn into the ranks of humanity, even if he merely exists within the human base, it would still serve a purpose in the absence of discussions regarding enemies and family. Jihe's behavior resembles that of a typical high school student. He is amiable and open, readily accepting Lin Hai's overtures of friendship. Once outside the cleansing perimeter of South City Base, the number of zombies began to increase. They roamed the fields, streets, and towns, appearing almost everywhere. Upon sighting Li Sheng's vehicle, they would rush forward with frenzied aggression. Heading westward, it became apparent that cities exhibiting signs of human activity were exceedingly rare. Nearly all cities had succumbed to desolation. It remains uncertain how many lives this apocalyptic crisis has claimed, transforming them into zombies. Surviving this ordeal is no easy feat, yet humanity continues to turn upon itself. There's a small base ahead. Shall we take a look? Qin Yin, seated at the wheel, inquired of Li Sheng. Noticing a gathering of people, Li Sheng glanced up and confirmed it was indeed a small base. Its walls appearing relatively sturdy, albeit pockmarked and uneven, indicative of construction by Earth-type ability users. The number of inhabitants within this small base is likely minimal. Where exactly are we now? We should be in the vicinity of West Y. We've been traveling for 3 days, quite a distance, Qin Yin replied, checking the map. Let us go inside. After 3 days in the vehicle, I feel as though I might fall apart. Yuan Shirkai interjected unexpectedly. Observing Hu Xuesen's almost pleading expression, Li Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. The journey had indeed been arduous for him. All right, let us check it out, that we could use a break and replenish our daily necessities. Li Sheng nodded in agreement. Qin Yin deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle closer to the survivor base. As per usual protocol, they lined up to fill out paperwork before waiting for the quarantine period outside. However, this base seemed somewhat peculiar. Greetings, we would like to take your blood for testing. The testing duration is 1 hour. Upon receiving results that confirm none of you are carrying the zombie virus, you may enter the base directly. Of course, should you decline the blood test, you may opt for a 24-hour quarantine outside before entering. The gatekeeper, adorned with a professional smile, announced. The old Taoist was the first to interject. No need, we'll just quarantine for 24 hours. Hu Xuesen, holding the information form, looked perplexed. After spending a day and night outside, the prospect of entering the base within an hour seemed far more appealing than waiting. Why did the old Taoist insist on the latter? Nevertheless, since the old Taoist had chosen to wait, they could not abandon their teammate in favor of the blood test, and thus they all agreed to wait outside. Old Taoist, why the insistence on staying outside? Wouldn't it be better to enter sooner? Besides, getting blood drawn doesn't hurt. Hu Xuesen couldn't help but question once back in the vehicle. The old Taoist, who would collect a fallen hair or trim nail to burn, would never allow another to draw his blood. Are you out of your mind? Lu Sunan couldn't resist chiding that Hu Xuesen occasionally displayed a remarkable lack of understanding. Chapter 1:18 Utopia. Haha. I was never this cautious before. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, many unforeseen realities have manifested. With the diverse array of abilities known and the strange occurrences that abound, it is prudent to exercise caution regarding one's protection. The old Taoist was correct. Prior to the disappearance of network signals, no major bases had developed a method to ascertain whether individuals were infected with the zombie virus through a blood test. The existence of such technology in this small base defies logic. Thus, it is wise to remain vigilant. Regardless of whether they truly possess such technology or harbor ulterior motives, as long as we safeguard ourselves, we should encounter no issues. Sheng echoed the old Taoist sentiments. The live stream's comments corroborated her thoughts. Are you a monkey brought here for amusement? Medical students assert that this base undoubtedly harbors secrets. Li-san is the best. Why do you say that? What if this base genuinely possesses such technology? After all, in a world teeming with extraordinary individuals, they could have formidable expertise. Are you a monkey brought here for amusement? This has nothing to do with expertise. If I am not mistaken, the apocalypse the host is experiencing is the result of a global virus outbreak. The initial wave of the virus likely attacked indiscriminately, resulting in some becoming zombies, others developing abilities, and some remaining ordinary individuals immune to transformation. However, all of them must retain traces of the zombie virus. Given the scale of this sudden outbreak, it is plausible that the virus permeated the air, and the zombies that emerged evolved from the virus, leading to the phenomenon where ordinary individuals bitten by them also succumb to zombification. Ultimately, every human harbors the zombie virus, should blood tests be conducted. It is likely that even a normal person would be labeled a zombie. Li-san is the best. Though I do not fully grasp the underlying principles, it certainly sounds impressive. Are you a monkey brought here for amusement? Haha. Actually, anyone with a modicum of medical knowledge would be able to deduce this with a bit of thought. Sheng silently observed the interactions among the audience in the live broadcast room, committing several crucial pieces of information to memory. It was likely that the superhumans had mutated due to the zombie virus. After arranging the isolation period and determining the order of the homepage, everyone shared a meal in the vehicle before settling down for the night. A 24-hour isolation period was not excessively long. As the time for the end of isolation approached, Li-Sheng boldly made her vehicle vanish in a thin air before the eyes of all present. In a post-apocalyptic world, space-type superhumans who could collect items were exceedingly rare, and such individuals typically possessed rather feeble physical abilities, necessitating protection from others as pure support-type superhumans. Revealing such capabilities could potentially attract numerous malevolent entities. While Li-Sheng was unafraid of trouble, her true concern lay with those hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Upon entering the base, Li-Sheng and her companions found it vastly different from their expectations. The streets within the base were clean and orderly, with smiles adorning the faces of every individual. From a moment they stepped into the base, they felt no trace of the tension characteristic of the apocalypse. Nor did any survivor appear to be living in discontent. It seemed everyone was quite satisfied with their current lives. Occasionally, small vendors could be seen peddling their wares, and a variety of shops were plentiful. Strangely, they were still using currency from before the apocalypse for transactions. Although barter was also practiced, most dealings still relied on the old paper money. Survivors had almost universally accepted that the pre-apocalypse currency had become worthless paper. After all, in major cities now resembling ghost towns, utilizing old currency for trade could easily result in someone becoming a billionaire by mere chance. In the face of rampant inflation, the economy was on the verge of collapse, which led everyone to default to trading crystal cores or bartering. Indeed, one of Sheng's first actions upon establishing the South City base was to unify a distinct form of currency. Overall, the living conditions in this base were quite favorable. Having witnessed the struggles of survivors in the previous South City base and the dismal state of the Yuchuan base, where people were treated worse than pigs or dogs, this base could be likened to a utopia. The harmonious order maintained within the South City base was the result of collective effort. Simply suppressing the superhumans to maintain a delicate balance between them and ordinary people was no easy feat. Even now, many superhumans believe themselves superior. While they might not overtly defy the base's rules, their attitudes often betrayed a lack of respect. This base, however, seemed to exhibit none of those troubles. It felt as though either everyone here was superhumans or they were all ordinary people, thus avoiding any class divisions. My interest in the base's administrators suddenly peaked. After meandering about, Yuan Mo revealed a knowing smile. He found it hard to believe that anyone could maintain such a delicate balance of human emotions without some hidden secret lurking beneath the surface. Although this base appeared idyllic, I could not shake the eerie atmosphere that seemed to pervade it. Did anyone else notice how their expressions seemed almost sculpted from the same mold? Lu Su-nan, with his keen observational skills, stroked his chin and voiced his discovery. Sheng had not noticed this detail, but just as she was about to survey her surroundings for comparison, a girl came running from a distance. The girl, sporting a ponytail and a radiant smile, approached Li Sheng and asked, "Greetings, esteemed one. I just saw you make your vehicle vanish at the entrance of the base. You must be a space-type superhuman, correct?" "Yes. What of it?" Li Sheng assessed the girl with a scrutinizing gaze. "I wish to exchange some food with you. I am aware that you and your friends are outsiders, so I am willing to barter or pay with crystal cores." The girl replied politely and amicably, her demeanor far from off-putting. Chapter 119. Equality among all? No issue. However, as we are newcomers, we are not well-versed in the base's customs. Would you kindly enlighten me on any rules that may exist? Of course. In return, I will offer you a very favorable price for the food. Seizing the opportunity for a free tour guide, Li Sheng readily accepted the girl's offer, especially since the girl did not intend to exploit them using the base's paper currency. Bartering or paying with crystal cores was a standard transaction. That is acceptable, but I am currently on a mission and do not possess anything to trade with you for food. Would you mind accompanying me to my home to facilitate the exchange? Very well. Please lead the way. Li Sheng nodded in agreement. The group followed the girl along the broad avenue, arriving at her home shortly thereafter, during which the girl provided a thorough introduction to the base's general situation. It appeared to be an excellent base, nearly mirroring the peaceful state of the world before the apocalypse, according to the girl's account. The sole rule within the base was absolute equality, in every conceivable sense. The girl described how the relationships among the people in this base were remarkably harmonious, devoid of any conflicts between superhumans and ordinary individuals. There had never been any instances of quarrels or fights within the base. Moreover, the individuals governing this base were viewed not merely as leaders, but as a unified faith among the populace. The food the girl required was not particularly abundant, and Li Sheng's visit ultimately yielded only a single level 1 crystal core. However, that mattered little, as their primary aim was to gain insight into the base's conditions. Earning money was not their immediate priority. Li Sheng sighed Gao. I felt as if that little girl was speaking about the base's leader, as if they were a deity. It's somewhat terrifying. The little girl had evidently garnered many followers, yet none seemed to revere her as much as this girl from the base. Sheng G666. It seems she's been brainwashed. It resembles a pyramid scheme. Yet to brainwash so many people in a base, that so-called leader must be quite a character. Nah, Lai Ba and I believe that regardless of whether it is brainwashing or genuine reverence, achieving such harmony in the base is a positive phenomenon. Regardless of the means employed, the outcome is commendable. The live chat room erupted into fervent discussion regarding the base and the girl. Some felt that in a post-apocalyptic world, having such a harmonious and united haven was a wonderful thing, and one should not dwell on the methods employed by the base's leader. Others argued that brainwashing fundamentally violated human rights. Even if one intended to unify the survivors within the base, it should not be done at the expense of their mental autonomy. Sheng leaned more towards the latter perspective. After all, those who had been brainwashed were akin to puppets, obedient and compliant, entirely stripped of their ability to think independently. From the standpoint of the base's long-term development, this was an exceedingly poor approach. The harmony they currently observed was but a fleeting illusion that you not find this base resembles a brainwashed organization. Otherwise, how could everyone uniformly worship a single individual? Lu Su-nan, a free spirit by nature, found the state of the base particularly unsettling upon further reflection. It has nothing to do with us. We are merely here to stretch our limbs and purchase some daily necessities, and we will depart in a couple of days. How they choose to develop is their own affair. Hu Shui's son remarked nonchalantly, at least the people in this base believed they were living happily, and everyone had their own way of life. As long as they were content, that was sufficient. Divine Lady, in transit, clear the path, show your reverence. Suddenly, cries echoed from a distance as pedestrians swiftly retreated to the sides, kneeling in unison with heads bowed. The design of this procession was truly bizarre. The pink drapery fluttered aimlessly, offering neither shelter from the elements nor obstructing people's views, rendering it utterly ineffectual aside from its aesthetic appeal. Upon an ornate platform sat a girl clad in a pink dress, adorned with a delicate veil and intricate makeup, reclining on a plush cushion. The individuals clearing the way carried flower baskets filled with petals, which they scattered liberally. Sheng and her companions were left dumbfounded. What a peculiar mode of transportation! Such a spectacle seemed only to exist in those tacky period dramas. Lu Xun could not help but voice his disdain. Yuan Mo's lips twitched slightly. Utterly astonished by the girl's ostentatious display, we are merely passing through this base. We are not residents and are not required to adhere to your customs. Li Sheng found the situation laughable. Throughout her life, she had knelt before no one, not even her parents. Why should she suddenly kneel before some insignificant girl? Moreover, it had always been others who knelt before her. Did you not undergo blood tests upon entering the base? An individual scrutinized them, noting their disdainful and perplexed expressions. We isolated ourselves for 24 hours before entering the base, and we have not violated any of your rules. Is there a problem? Does the blood test and the act of kneeling have any connection to the goddess of your base? Li Sheng squinted slightly, keenly observing the other's movements and demeanor. The person appeared momentarily taken aback and replied, "No, it is simply that non-blood test personnel can only remain in the base for a maximum of 1 week. Perhaps our gatekeepers made an oversight and failed to inform you. We hope you can adhere to this regulation and leave the base after 1 week. Understood? Wishing you a pleasant day. Goodbye." Upon learning that they had entered the base under quarantine, the individual's demeanor noticeably shifted, becoming markedly more courteous. Watching the distant figure of the girl being carried on a palanquin grow fainter, Li Sheng raised an eyebrow and remarked sarcastically, "Oh, so much for equality." Chapter 120. The distress signal. What kind of equality is this? It is nothing more than a blatant display of tyranny, akin to allowing only the officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Lu Xun commented, finding the base utterly absurd. Whatever it doesn't concern us. Yuan Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Look at these people, kneeling to the ground with such fluidity. They must have done it countless times before. If their knees are weak, no one can assist them, and perhaps they even take pleasure in in this apocalyptic world. It is no surprise that bases operate in such a manner. The current state of the end times is still relatively new. Most bases have yet to find their footing. Regardless of how they develop, each base will ultimately evolve into a small nation. Present, people subconsciously believe they're still part of Xia, belonging to Xia country. However, once any base establishes its own system and claims itself as a nation, humanity will truly fragment. The days ahead will likely grow increasingly chaotic, even if all the funerals are concluded and mutated creatures cease to attack humans. People will still turn on one another due to self-interest. The wars of the ancient kingdoms will inevitably replay. Of course, this is contingent upon humanity surviving long enough to witness such times without facing extinction. It is not unusual for some smaller bases to have already established their own systems. They will eventually join the conflict among humans. I'm quite curious about that goddess. What abilities does this young girl possess that warrants such a title? Hu Shuesen stroked his stubbled chin, pondering before asking. She probably has some special powers, but I think we should find a place to stay first. It's getting late, and darkness is approaching. In contrast to the base, Lin Hai was more concerned about what they would eat, drink, and where they would reside that night. The individual had made it clear that after a week, they must vacate the base, so whatever transpired here was merely a minor episode for them. Let us find a hotel and negotiate with the owner, preferably exchanging food. We'll leave in a couple of days. No need to linger here for a week. Sheng had not forgotten that their purpose for this journey was to locate a generator and assist he in finding her brother. They were not here for sightseeing. Staying in this small base for a week was indeed unnecessary. The group casually chose a hotel that appeared relatively clean, with Li Sheng providing their meals. Being outside necessitated caution. It was best to handle their own food and lodging personally. After dining, they took warm showers and settled on soft, plush beds, drifting into slumber. Over the following days, Li Sheng and her companions wandered about the base, swapping for essential supplies. After 3 days of exploring the base, Li Sheng noticed a peculiar phenomenon. There seemed to be no task hall within this base. While it was not particularly strained for the base authorities to refrain from releasing task information, The key observation was that the survivors within this base appeared to be trapped, with no means of entering or exiting. During a meal, Sheng pointed this out. Do you think this base is truly so coveted? These survivors do not venture out to gather supplies. What do they rely on for sustenance? Eating dirt. Shuesen frowned, lost in contemplation. Who knows? Perhaps this base has its own unique way of surviving. Yuan said, popping a chicken leg into his mouth. Compared to the state of the base, the chicken leg took precedence. When we first entered the base, judging by the amount of food that girl exchanged with us, their standard of living is not high. At least, those akin to that girl do not seem to have a high standard of living, which is what I find puzzling. If this base were truly self-sufficient, why would anyone trade food with us? Sheng lightly tapped her fingers on the table, genuinely perplexed. Don't think too much about it. We'll be leaving tomorrow, Yuan reminded her, placing some vegetables onto her plate. Oh, Sheng took a deep breath, feeling an unsettling sense of incompleteness as the base exuded an air of strangeness. Whenever she tried to dismiss it, she felt a lingering unease. However, if she consciously chose to forget, it could be overlooked. After dinner, they began to pack their belongings, preparing to leave the base. As they exited the hotel, Sheng and her companions noticed the people of the base rushing in a unified direction. The hour was still early, and her curiosity got the better of her as she decided to follow. Today marked the day of the goddess's monthly food distribution. Please line up in an orderly fashion. Do not crowd. With your sincere hearts, express your heartfelt gratitude to the goddess, and thus she will grant you sustenance and a better life. This string of theological declarations genuinely astonished Sheng and her companions. What an absurdly mindless worship scene. Sheng crossed her arms, observing from a distance, deliberately finding a higher vantage point to glimpse the goddess's indistinct figure at the front of the line. The people formed a long queue, moving forward slowly. Upon reaching the goddess, each individual would kneel and bow 3 times. Only when the goddess waved would they rise and step aside to receive a cloth bag. The bags varied in size, and some individuals were unable to claim even the smallest one. Suddenly, a familiar figure rushed towards her. Sheng shifted her gaze and spotted the girl who had approached them on their first day to exchange food. The girl, no longer radiating the cheerful demeanor from their first encounter, approached with a solemn expression and hurriedly called out, "My lady," before stuffing a small note into Sheng's hand and swiftly departing. Once back in line, the girl resumed her previous smile. Sheng glanced at the girl's retreating figure, puzzled, as she unfolded the note in her hand. It contained just 5 bold characters. Please, save me, Chapter 121. The girl, save me. Wasn't that girl proclaiming her happiness and joy? Why the sudden plea for help? This is utterly inconsistent with her previous demeanor. Sheng neatly folded the note and tucked it away in her pocket. Yuan turned his head to inquire. What's the matter? Did something happen? That girl just handed me a note asking us to save her. Sheng replied in a hushed tone. Are you planning to get involved in this matter? Sheng pondered the note in her pocket for a moment, then broke into a knowing smile. If we were to leave without addressing the peculiarities and questions surrounding this base, they would linger in our hearts indefinitely. Since someone has come to us seeking help, why not assist her? It would not only clarify our own doubts, but also save another person. Consider it a good deed. All right, if that's your wish, I shall accompany you. Yuan smiled slightly, having anticipated that Sheng would not depart so simply. Aside from matters that could not be investigated or spoken of, her innate curiosity and survival instinct were remarkably strong. What do you intend to do? Since it is that young girl who has reached out for our assistance, we shall start from her. After all, we are still unaware of the nature of her plea. Let us observe and wait for them to finish before seeking her out. Sheng raised an eyebrow, likening their approach to unraveling a thread. Once grasped, everything would be revealed. As they watched, the long queue that had formed since morning gradually dispersed. Reflecting on their time at the South City base, where they had distributed food to ordinary people over several days and nights, it was evident that the food distribution at this base was conducted much more swiftly, indicating a sparse population. Those who received the largest bags were kept behind, while those who left empty-handed showed no signs of disappointment. The girl who had sought their help was among those who left with nothing. Once the crowd had entirely dispersed, the so-called goddess and her followers led the remaining individuals further away. Sheng clicked her tongue, showing no intention of following them, and turned instead toward the girl's home. Having visited her residence once before, they navigated the unfamiliar base with only a few wrong turns and soon arrived at the girl's apartment. The young girl opened the door to her room at dusk. She was momentarily taken aback to see Li Sheng and Yuan Mo standing before her. There's something you two esteemed individuals require? She inquired. During her initial exchange for provisions, her crystal cores had also been retrieved from that little bear-shaped jar. This is all I have left. Could I possibly exchange it for more food? The girl carefully produced a handful of first-level crystal cores and 2 second-level ones, her voice timidly seeking approval. Li Sheng regarded her scant possessions with a furrowed brow, not out of disdain, but rather from the realization that, in this post-apocalyptic world, all zombies had long since evolved to at least the 3rd tier, rendering first-level crystal cores nearly obsolete. The fact that this young girl possessed several first-level cores and only 2 second-level ones suggested that she had not ventured outside the base to combat zombies for quite some time. We can forego your crystal cores. Our original plan was to depart today, but due to some supplies still needing replenishment, we intend to delay our departure by a couple of days, given it's already late. We discovered there are only a few rooms available at the inn, which may not suffice. If you would allow us to stay here, I shall leave you with 80 pounds of food as compensation for your hospitality. Upon observing the girl's lively and bright visage, along with the meager handful of crystal cores in her hands, Li Sheng felt a twinge of compassion. That would be splendid. I live alone in a 3-bedroom house, which conveniently has 2 spare rooms ample enough for your stay. The girl exclaimed joyfully, thinking it a remarkable bargain to host 2 seemingly youthful guests for a couple of days in exchange for such a generous amount of food. Thank you. Here are 40 pounds of food. When we leave, I will ensure the remaining provisions are given to you. If that is agreeable, Li Sheng said, conjuring forth 40 pounds of food and placing it at the doorstep. Of course, please come in. The chill of the evening still lingers, the girl replied, slightly stepping aside to admit Li Sheng and Yuan Mo in her home. As they entered, Li Sheng noted that the room lacked electricity, illuminated only by a few flickering candles casting dim light. Surveying the surroundings, she observed the deep blue garments adorned with intricate silver embellishments, reminiscent of traditional ethnic attire. My name is Ari. From now on, please refer to us by our names. Calling us esteemed individuals feels rather awkward. Are you from an ethnic minority? Ari smiled and nodded, pride evident in her voice. Yes, I belong to the Miao Jiang tribe, and we are renowned for our expertise in witchcraft. I am among the most skilled in my generation. Witchcraft? Li Sheng pondered, having heard of its formidable reputation. If Ari truly possessed such abilities, how had she fallen to the point of begging for sustenance? Typically, someone with her talents would be sought after everywhere. How long have you resided in this base? I have been here since the 3rd month after the apocalypse began. Ari replied, appearing quite innocent and forthcoming with her answers. And how long has it been since you last left the base? Leave the base? Why would one want to do that? It is quite comfortable here, blessed by the goddess, with ample food and shelter. Why venture out to face the grotesque zombies and invite suffering upon oneself? Indeed, but my parents are formidable individuals. I need not worry about them. She added, Chapter 122. The enigmatic base the notion that one need not be concerned for their formidable parents struck Li Sheng as peculiar. If that was truly Ari's mindset, she wondered if such a person was worth saving. I see. Well, it is getting late, and both Yuan Mo and I are rather fatigued. May I inquire where our rooms are located? Li Sheng deftly shifted the conversation, not wishing to delve deeper into Ari's unusual outlook. There is only this room of mine left, along with 2 others. You may choose freely. Ari gestured toward the middle room. Thank you kindly, Li Sheng replied, and she and Yuan Mo each entered a separate room. Within Li Sheng's chosen chamber, aside from a bed, shelves were lined with an array of jars and bottles, all crafted from clay, appearing rather unremarkable from the outside, leaving her curious about their contents. Being a guest, she refrained from rummaging through the belongings, merely casting a cursory glance before diverting her attention. As the midnight hour approached, Li Sheng lay in bed, straddling the line between slumber and wakefulness. ready to awaken at the slightest sound. Indeed, as dawn broke, she heard a commotion at her door. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Ari standing there, her face etched with worry. "What troubles you?" Li Sheng asked, feigning grogginess as she sat up. Ari appeared anxious, her voice tinged with a sob, and her thoughts somewhat jumbled. "Come in and sit." Li Sheng beckoned gently, raising a hand to invite her in, striving to soothe her distress. "Would you like some water?" She offered a bottle of mineral water to Ari. Ari accepted the water, but set it aside, gripping Li Sheng's hand fervently. 3 months after the apocalypse began, I passed by this base, and they claimed to have developed a blood test to determine if one carried the zombie virus, allowing entry into the base within an hour. I opted for the test, and the moment I stepped into the base, everything spiraled out of my control. All I could think was to stay here forever and serve the goddess, to summon our deity. At that moment, I didn't even know who the goddess was. As night fell, I could only remain awake for an hour. During that time, I accomplished nothing. I couldn't even leave the base. They preach equality here. But it is a fa-ade. Every month, the goddess summons the survivors to kneel and worship. They claim that if one is sincere enough, they shall receive ample food, but if not, they are left wanting. The distribution of food is contingent upon one's devotion to the goddess and the deity. Despite all kneeling being the same, I cannot fathom how they discern sincerity. Even in my unconscious state, I refuse to genuinely revere them, as my Miao Jiang tribe has our own beliefs ingrained within us. It is a faith that will not waver. Ari poured forth her experiences without allowing Li Sheng a moment to process. Speaking rapidly, Li Sheng furrowed her brow, taking time to digest Ari's revelations. So, the people in this base are under the control of that goddess. Today, when I observed your worship during the food distribution, the individuals who receive the largest bags must be those you refer to as the most devout.D. Oh, you know where they were taken? Indeed, the base is home to many with abilities, myself included, but I can assure you that the goddess does not employ abilities. I have researched this matter thoroughly. Those with lower ability levels have minimal influence over those with higher levels. A month after my arrival, a group entered the base, led by a man whose ability had reached level 7 by the 4th month of the apocalypse. Yet he too fell victim to becoming one of the most devout. Is it possible that there truly are deities in this world? Li Sheng mused, skeptical of superstition. She had never subscribed to such beliefs during the feudal era and found it even harder to accept in a technologically advanced world. Chapter 123. Task completion. Do you know the source of the daily necessities and food for your base? Is it always just rice that is distributed? Li Sheng inquired, pondering how a base with no outside contact could sustain itself. After all, food consumption is irreversible, and aside from her fortunate acquisition of a miraculous streaming system that allowed her to exchange for a farm, all other lands were unsuitable for cultivation. If the base possessed arable land, it would indeed be a valuable asset. I am unaware of the specifics. They do distribute food, but it is always just rice. Nothing else. That I have never seen vegetables or meat. All I know is that the goddess is responsible for the provisions. Though I have never witnessed her leaving the base, perhaps she has done so incognito, but I cannot say for certain. What I do know is that the entire base's food supply is controlled by the goddess. When I first arrived, I had brought quite a bit of food with me, yet voluntarily surrendered it upon entering the base. Others did the same, handing over all their valuables. When the collectors saw my jars filled with insects, they disdainfully refused to take them. Ari's words prompted skepticism in Li Sheng. If all valuable items were surrendered, then how could Ari still possess crystal cores? Then where did the crystal cores come from that we used to purchase food? Before arriving at the base, I had already dispatched numerous zombies. Most of the crystal cores I collected were taken from me, leaving only those I cherished from the very beginning of the apocalypse, which I preserved in my piggy bank. R's explanation was both reasonable and logical, and it seemed there was little cause for Li Sheng to doubt her. However, a healthy sense of vigilance was undeniably essential. If you wish for me to assist you in escaping, what course of action should I take? I am uncertain. The glimmer of hope in R's eyes gradually faded. She understood that for this brief moment, Li Sheng was the only one unrestrained, yet she had not discerned a way to escape. If the one controlling her were to be more ruthless, leading them to perish immediately upon their exit, That would indeed be a futile endeavor. We can remain in this base for a maximum of 4 more days. Otherwise, even if we desire to stay, they will forcibly expel us. Currently, we are few in number and do not wish to make enemies of the entire base. So before that time elapses, you too must strive to discover a means of escape. Of course, during these 4 days, I will exert all efforts to devise a solution for you. Sheng did not intend to jeopardize all her companions for the sake of one individual. Thus, she could only endeavor to find a way to rescue them and uncover the secrets of this base within the limited time they had. Once those 4 days were up, they would leave, resolutely avoiding any direct confrontation with the base's inhabitants. Sheng's words reignited a spark of hope in her. Though the time frame was brief, receiving such a promise and a glimmer of possibility was a boon for her. Whether it was the manipulation of minds, the restriction of individuals' freedom of movement within the base, or the overarching control of the entire establishment, all of it was orchestrated by the so-called goddess. Sheng harbored doubts about whether this alleged goddess could be one of the streamers from the broadcasting platform. Previously, an audience member had enlightened her that in a given realm, there were typically several streamers. And this world was no exception. How many female streamers existed in the apocalypse setting? Sheng decided it prudent to inquire among the audience in her streaming room. As a streamer, she could not view others' broadcasts. But the audience enjoyed greater freedom and had more comprehensive knowledge about the broadcasting environment. Sang Sai Gao. Currently, there are approximately 10 female streamers within the apocalypse backdrop. I haven't followed other streamers in a long time, so I'm not entirely certain. Does anyone have more information? Na Lai Ba Nai. Is the streamer suspecting that the so-called goddess might also be part of the broadcasting system? Juzi Tong Tong Hong. Then the streamer need not worry. Currently, within the female apocalypse streaming category, including you, there are a total of 8, with the remaining 7 belonging to standard romance streams, merely involving interactions among several powerful males, without any deification. Sheng G666. The male apocalypse streaming category consists of 12, all of whom follow the harem and face-slapping genres, with no deification present. Xiao Shi Si. In summary, this so-called goddess is certainly not one of our broadcasting system streamers. However, conducting such brainwashing and deification activities in non-mythical and non-fantasy realms is against broadcasting taboos, and the system likely prohibits it as well. And I sure ho Zi Qing Lido by Ma. In fantasy and mythical realms, cult organizations often possess enchanting techniques or tools. Does the streamer's apocalypse realm contain elements of Xinxia? Sheng G666. I'm not sure, but as of now, I have not encountered any. At most, it resembles the old Taoist priests, yet those talismans can also be found in certain ghostly worlds or urban realms capable of cultivation. Well, I understand now. Thank you all. Streamer has completed breakthrough task. Fan group size has reached 100,000. Should the second realm audience be drawn now? How did the breakthrough task complete so swiftly? After failing the second task and paying the penalty, Sheng adjusted the fan group's icon back to its normal size. At that moment, the fan group only numbered 50,000. She truly had not anticipated that within merely half a month, the remaining 50,000 would be achieved. Thankfully, she had been wise enough to resize the fan group's icon initially. Otherwise, the sudden completion of the breakthrough task would have cost her several months of lifespan. Chapter 124. The Second Realm. With the breakthrough task completed, she was set to randomly draw the next realm's audience, as if participating in a lottery. The audience was of paramount importance to Sheng. Much of her understanding of the apocalypse and the system stemmed from the reminders provided by her viewers. If she could draw an audience member from a well-informed realm, it would greatly assist her and be beneficial to her current situation. The lottery wheel presented by the system was densely packed with minuscule text, making it nearly impossible to decipher, illustrating the multitude of realms available for selection. Sheng pressed the lottery button, and the wheel began to spin. She fervently hoped to draw an audience member from the Xinxia realm, as such an individual might aid her in uncovering the secrets of the current base. And additionally, she was on the verge of breaking through her streamer level to unlock the Xinxia segment of the system mall, which could hold many unknown treasures for her to explore. After several seconds of spinning, the wheel gradually slowed, the pointer finally resting on a yellow section. The sheer volume of segments and text on the wheel made it challenging to see clearly. and she could only wait silently for the system to announce the results. Congratulations, host has randomly drawn the ghost realm. Streaming channel has been opened, transmitting live room data. Live room data has been successfully transmitted. System stabilized, proceeding with random push. Push successful. 3 audience members from the ghost realm have entered the live room. 3 audience members already. Had the live room only just connected? Despite the system's somewhat parsimonious nature, it was nonetheless dedicated to the development of the streaming room. Chiguai Ghost. Ah, a new live room. Now there's something new to watch. Fanbu fan, don't shake the bell, Ghost. Honestly, I detest my suffix the moment I enter the live room. It marks our identities so distinctly. What if we are hunted down in real life? Gui zhongdi iliang zai, human. Ha! Nowadays, humans and ghosts have established a friendly agreement, as long as you don't engage in wrongdoing. We won't capture you. Fanbu fan, don't shake the bell, Ghost. I know, but why would you name yourself the most handsome among ghosts? If you wish to join our ghost clan, perhaps you should just die. Gui zhongdi iliang zai, human. Get lost. Mind your language. If the celestial masters hear you, beware of being charged with inciting others to death. Fanbu fan, don't shake the bell, Ghost. Humph. You humans can't even take a joke? It's infuriating. Li Sang Sai Gao. Ah, are you all new audience members from outside? Which realm do you hail from? Gui zhong di iliang zai, human. We are from the ghost realm. Greetings, interstellar folks. By the way, our realm has only recently opened live rooms, and there haven't been many to watch. When I suddenly saw a new one, I rushed in. So, what is this live room about? Sheng G666. Do you know the apocalypse? Gui zhong di iliang zai, human. No, what's the apocalypse? Sheng G666. Explaining this is a bit complicated, but consider this live room as one set in an apocalypse background. Think of it as wilderness survival, as it is quite similar. Fanbu fan, don't shake the bell, Ghost. Wilderness survival? I'm quite familiar with that. We ghosts live in desolate mountains and forests. It also counts as wilderness survival. Right. The newly opened realm? It seemed the audience from this realm had little understanding of the live room and the system, not even knowing what the apocalypse was, so they likely wouldn't be of much assistance to her. Li Sheng felt a slight pang of disappointment, but did not dwell on it. If she could summon whatever she wished, she would have begun to suspect that the live room system possessed the ability to read her thoughts. Given that she could not extract any useful information from the audience, she chose to disregard the barrage of comments. Within this space, they had 4 days to act, and every moment was precious. Spending time introducing themselves to the new realm's audience felt like a waste. As dawn gradually broke, Yuan Mo awoke early. Regardless of whether the host family bore ill intentions, they could never sleep particularly soundly in someone else's home. For it is wise to be cautious of others' malice. Upon waking, I reverted to her usual self, the one who only knew how to smile. It seemed, or had already shared all the information she possessed the previous night, and there was no longer a need for them to linger here. Sheng and Yuan Mo left behind the promised provisions and departed from RS dwelling.So. What do you plan to do? As they walked, Li Sheng quietly recounted the events of the previous night to Yuan Mo. Upon hearing her, Yuan Mo expressed no particular sentiment and directly inquired about Li Sheng's intentions. After all, the only reason he remained in this base was that Li Sheng did not wish to leave .R. Other people's affairs were of no concern to him. They had seemingly headed west that day. So today they could first visit an inn to gather information, rest for a while, and then venture westward in the evening to investigate. It is imperative to first ascertain the whereabouts of the so-called Divine Woman's lair. They surely have a designated location to which they escort their most devoted followers. Even if the exact location of the Divine Woman's stronghold remains elusive, one might still glean a rough idea. Upon returning to the inn, Li Sheng engaged in conversation with the staff during mealtime, attempting to extract information. However, it appeared that these individuals had been thoroughly brainwashed, yielding little of substance. Nonetheless, it is certain that these indoctrinated individuals retain memories of events that transpired prior to their arrival at the base. Unlike Ari, who experiences merely an hour of lucidity each day, the location where the Divine Woman distributed provisions yesterday was alarmingly close to the edge of this base. Proceeding westward, there seemed to be no viable paths. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo navigated the narrow alleys of the mainland, Yet they encountered no distinctive or grand edifices. This was not scientifically plausible. The buildings to the west could not possibly house the so-called lair of the divine woman. Perhaps it lies beyond the confines of the base. Chapter 125. Perfect infiltration. Li Sheng's conviction stemmed from the divine woman's ostentatious nature, a figure who travels in such an extravagant sedan chair, with attendants scattering petals before her, could hardly reside in a humble abode. Such a notion would be utterly contradictory. Therefore, it stands to reason that the divine woman would select the finest establishment within the entire base as her residence. However, given the limited expanse of the base, Li Sheng had nearly scoured it completely over the past few days without encountering any particularly magnificent structures, leading to the speculation that her abode might lie outside its walls. The western side of the base featured only a single gate, and the surrounding walls were rather rudimentary, making escape entirely feasible. Without further ado, Li Sheng tightened her grip around Yuan Mo's waist and leaped over the wall. In the blink of an eye, she transitioned from contemplative stillness on the ground to soaring through the air, embraced tightly by a soft little figure, leaving Yuan Mo utterly astonished. Upon landing, Yuan Mo felt his cheeks flush. Typically unashamed and teasing Li Sheng, he found himself uncharacteristically bashful now that she had unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him. "What are you doing?" he stammered, bewildered. "I suspect the divine woman's lair is not within the base. We should explore the exterior for potential leads," Li Sheng explained earnestly. "Then why are you holding me?" Yuan Mo retorted. "I could have scaled this wall on my own." "Aren't you meddling?" Realizing he had posed a rather foolish question, Yuan Mo's expression faltered, and after a pause, he awkwardly replied, "Oh, thanks. Why are you thanking me?" "Hurry up and search for any clues." Li Sheng rolled her eyes, bemused by sudden politeness after their wall-climbing escapade. Yuan Mo, suddenly enlightened, recalled their mission for the midnight outing and switched on a flashlight, illuminating the ground below. Indeed, a multitude of chaotic footprints mar the earth, all heading westward, likely their path. Among the prints, some were deeper than others. Yuan Mo speculated that the deepest ones were left by those accompanying the divine woman, confirming that these little swallows were indeed part of her entourage. "Let us continue westward. There are footprints, and it has only been a day. There should still be many traces left unerased," Yuan Mo suggested, gesturing at the ground. Following the direction of the footprints, Li Sheng and Yuan Mo soon found themselves on an oil cypress road, where no traces could be found, thus halting their pursuit. The expanse beyond the oil cypress road was still bare land, devoid of any footprints, indicating that the divine woman and her followers had only two directions to traverse along the road. They decided to split up, equipped with walkie-talkies to keep each other informed of their whereabouts. Sheng ventured northward alone, and before long, she stumbled upon an upscale courtyard beside a serene lake. The courtyard was brightly lit, and its architectural style bore resemblance to that of her era, likely the antique aesthetic mentioned by the locals that a quaint wooden bridge spanned the lake, connecting the courtyard to the land. While charming water wheels operated on either side, a large sign stood at the rear of the water wheel proclaiming Dragon Lake Resort. The intricate construction occupied a substantial area, boasting a picturesque environment, and most importantly, it was aglow with lights. This had to be the so-called residence of the divine woman. Uncertain of the number of individuals within, Li Sheng stealthily approached the resort, seeking a vantage point to observe the interior. She concealed herself and discreetly relayed her findings to Yuan Mo, extracting a pair of binoculars from her system space. Li Sheng aimed to scrutinize the architectural layout for their planned infiltration. To her astonishment, as she lifted the binoculars, a figure clad in pink emerged from a room. The divine woman herself. Sheng quickly lowered the binoculars, memorizing the room from which the divine woman had exited. A delightful stroke of luck indeed. Not long after, another figure, a tall, handsome man, stepped out from the same room. His striking features and commanding presence were accentuated by a sleek black trench coat, and he bore a tang sword slung over his shoulder, an item unlikely to be a mere accessory in this post-apocalyptic world. The divine woman, still veiled in her pink scarf, remained obscured from view. Facing away from the man, she gazed up at the moon, wiping her eyes as if to conceal tears. The man approached her. wrapping an arm around her shoulders, engaging in a silent exchange. Moments later, the divine woman turned, encircling the man's waist, nestling into his embrace. A scene that appeared deceptively tranquil. The room occupied by the divine woman lay at the heart of the resort, making infiltration a challenging endeavor. Seizing an opportunity to enter, Sheng felt a twinge of regret at the thought of returning empty-handed. She silently set down the binoculars, her curiosity piqued. Why did the divine woman don a veil, even in her own sanctuary? Was it an affectation of mystery, or did she truly wish to conceal her visage from prying eyes? Yuan nodded slightly as he crouched beside Sheng. They remained in wait until the late hours of the night when the resort's lights gradually dimmed. Most guests had succumbed to slumber, leaving them in a state of diminished vigilance. "Let us proceed now," Sheng urged, tugging at Yuan Mo's sleeve. The two stealthily approached the periphery of the resort. And once again, Sheng grasped Yuan Mo's waist, vaulting over the wall. They landed almost soundlessly, eluding the patrolling guards with remarkable finesse. Chapter 126. A countenance to terrify the heavens and bewitch the spirits under the dim light of the moon. The pair stealthily approached the divine woman's quarters. Fortuitously, the resort had entirely emulated ancient architectural styles, even the roofing covered in lightweight tiles, facilitating their covert observation. Sheng pulled Yuan Mo up onto the rooftop, settling above the divine woman's room, and gently lifted a tile, granting them a clear view inside. It must be said, the divine woman truly knew how to indulge. The lavish decor of her chamber was extravagant to an extreme, adorned with countless crystal, coral, and golden embellishments that filled every corner. Sheng, who had experienced the utmost luxury in her past, found this room's opulence unparalleled. The divine woman reclined upon her bed, surrounded by pink drapery, suggesting a fondness for the hue. Biting her lip in contemplation, Sheng pondered whether to abduct the divine woman without alerting her or to wait and devise another plan. Just then, the slumbering divine woman turned, and by the moonlight, they finally beheld the visage concealed beneath her mysterious veil, eliciting a collective gasp of horror. It must be stated, the divine woman's appearance was truly a sight to behold. In a grotesque sense, how to articulate it? She bore a resemblance to the legendary Mother Nightshade. While she possessed 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth, each feature was strikingly peculiar. Most notably, her entire countenance seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness or perhaps filth, obscuring her face in an unsettling manner, inciting an uncontrollable urge to wipe it away. Oh my God, help! What is this abomination? If I am guilty, let the law punish me, but why must this visage insult my eyes? Stop talking. Ugh. I'm truly, about to vomit. Hey upstairs, please refrain from using voice input. I already have a vivid mental image. Though 1's appearance is a gift from 1's parents, we must not engage in any discriminatory behavior or inappropriate remarks, especially toward the young girl. However, I must apologize. This is simply horrifying. My daughter was reduced to tears. Sheng could not suppress herself, turning her head away, preferring to shield her eyes from the sight. The divine woman's appearance indeed induced a visceral discomfort, compelling an involuntary urge to retch. Even Yuan Mo found himself glancing towards the moon, as if seeking solace from the grotesque reality before them. The legion of grotesque zombies, disfigured and decaying, and the terrifying swarms of spiders and snakes, had nothing on this horrifying visage. Perhaps this was true love, Sheng mused quietly to herself. What did you just say? There's nothing of significance. It would be best not to inform Yuan Mo about this matter, as it would only serve to amplify his shock. That time, Sheng had observed the scene through a telescope. The viewers in the live broadcast room could only perceive the surroundings, perhaps catching a glimpse of 2 indistinct figures, but unable to discern the tender interactions between them. What do you plan to do? A sudden gust of cold wind caused Yuan Mo to shiver as he inquired. Since all the leads rest upon this goddess, let's simply abduct her. Sheng's eyes darted around, contemplating. Should we just enter, seize the goddess, and demand answers directly? It is likely that we would not extract any substantial information. A single scream could lead to them surrounding us. Shall we eliminate the goddess outright? We cannot be certain that she is the mastermind behind it all. Who knows if she's merely a puppet or the true orchestrator controlling the entire base? Thus, after much deliberation, the best course of action appears to be to take advantage of the dark, moonless night, seizing the goddess in the absence of any members from Jingdong and retreating to a more remote location. With Yuan Mo's unique abilities and intellect supporting her, employing a combination of coaxing, deception, and intimidation should suffice to extract information from the goddess. I must admit, I am reluctant to make physical contact with her. Yuan Mo gazed at Li Sheng with a forlorn expression. Typically, he could endure any menial or arduous task within his limits, especially after the apocalypse, which had eradicated his previous tendencies towards cleanliness. Yet he found it utterly impossible to lay hands on the living being before him. Not in the least that I understand, I did not intend for you to carry her. Besides, considering your petite stature, it would be quite a challenge for you to manage that. I will take the lead. Allow me to procure some sort of tranquilizer. Li Sheng, feeling that she had not yet descended into madness, deemed it unreasonable to enlist a physically frail adolescent boy to assist in carrying a person. Upon opening the system's marketplace, Li Sheng was astonished to discover that the section for the fantastical was illuminated. She hastily opened it to explore its contents, talismans, magical artifacts, and then nothing more. Furthermore, these talismans and artifacts were specifically designed to combat spirits, appearing utterly useless given her current predicament. With a resigned sigh, Li Sheng surmised that the activation of the fantastical section was likely due to her accessing the perspective of the audience from the ghost realm. Very well, let us first examine the tranquilizers. The prices for tranquilizers were steep, with the cheapest costing 3,000 star coins, categorizing it as a luxury item among common pharmaceuticals. However, given the current state of the apocalypse, acquiring 3,000 star coins was a trivial task for Li Sheng, and she purchased it without a second thought, scattering it generously through the gaps in the roof tiles into the room below. The tranquilizer she procured was in the form of an inhalable powder, and the instructions indicated that inhaling just a small amount would induce a deep sleep lasting 2 hours. She had bought a considerable quantity, fearing that the goddess might not receive enough. After waiting for a while, Li Sheng removed her jacket and covered her nose, lifting more tiles to nimbly leap into the room. She stealthily approached the goddess, prodding her a few times to confirm that she was in a deep slumber, before hoisting her up and making a hasty exit with Yuan Mo. The pair ran swiftly in a random direction without pause. The resort was situated in a remote area with few buildings to take refuge in, and after what felt like an eternity of running, they finally stumbled upon an abandoned small bungalow and entered. Li Sheng promptly purchased rope and a cloth bag from the system's marketplace, blindfolding the goddess and binding her limbs. Just as she covered the goddess's eyes, the audience from the ghost realm began to chatter. Chapter 127. Human or Ghost? Taishang Lao Jun urgently commands, human. Is this live broadcast room also part of the ghost realm? Orange all red. To the one above, while I too find this goddess's appearance quite frightening. Your comments are rather inappropriate. Taishang Lao Jun urgently commands, human. Frightening. Is that not the common appearance of a ghost? Orange all red. Is life in your ghost realm so dire? Is such earth-shattering ugliness commonplace among you? How unfortunate. Taishang Lao Jun urgently commands, human. Well, the people here generally look quite normal. It's just that ghosts typically lack aesthetic appeal. This girl's appearance could even be considered normal among our ghosts. Perhaps even charming by their standards? Li Sang Sai Gao. Charming? This is the most severe case of reputation damage. My goodness, is the ghostly aesthetic in your realm so distorted? Terrifying, truly terrifying. However, this live broadcast room is not part of the ghost realm. It belongs to the apocalyptic realm. Taishang Lao Jun urgently commands, human. Apocalypse? I have never heard of such a thing. There truly a presence of ghosts in the apocalyptic realm? Orange all red. To the one above, why are you so fixated on ghosts? This woman is undeniably a real person. Though she may be a bit unattractive, she's still a young girl. Your constant references to her as a ghost suggest some form of appearance discrimination, which could instill anxiety about looks in many women. Taishang Lao Jun urgently commands, human. I do not mean to imply that. Sigh. That was not my intention. My fixation stems from the ghostly aura enveloping this girl, a phenomenon unique to our kind that in simpler terms. Only the deceased possess such an aura. Furthermore, the ghosts here differ from your typical notions. They are not merely drifting phantoms. By harnessing their ghostly energy, they can solidify into tangible forms. Humans are foolish groundhogs, ghost. I have heard that there's a particularly charming ghost in this live broadcast room. Where is it? Show me. Li Sang Sai Gao. The one you refer to is likely the girl shrouded in black cloth. However, due to our human standards of beauty, it is challenging to accept her charm. So, it is better to keep her covered. Little girl, please do not reveal her. We cannot bear to suffer further. While the discussion regarding the goddess's appearance unfolded in the live broadcast room, Li Sheng was more concerned about the implication that the goddess might be a ghost, as suggested by the audience from the ghost realm. Taishang Lao Jun urgently commands, human, I have never heard of such a thing. It should not be possible that if ghosts could manipulate human hearts, the ghost realm would likely be in chaos. Upon reading this comment, Li Sheng felt a surge of realization. She was one step closer to the truth. She continued to inquire, how is it possible for her to exert control? Humans are foolish groundhogs, ghost. I cannot provide an answer to that. I was merely a fledgling ghost at the time, unable to access such high-level secrets. Moreover, that despicable ghost was particularly selfish, always a lone wolf, never mingling with other ghosts or humans. He claimed that the spells he self-developed would not be shared with anyone. And thus, when he perished, the knowledge vanished with him. Control over human hearts is forbidden. Since his demise, no one has dared to study such matters, as no one wishes to become the next public enemy. Li Sheng was eager to pursue further inquiries, but at that moment, the goddess stirred awake. Who? Who has kidnapped me? How audacious! Do not flaunt your power. I assure you, once you are bound, there will not be a single ally at your side. I advise you to speak respectfully, for I can terminate you at any moment. Yuan Mo threatened with an impassive expression. Li Sheng could not help but admire him. His tone and words were undeniably menacing. Yet he maintained a stoic demeanor in such a tense situation. What do you intend to do? I have no enmity with anyone, do I? The goddess remained relatively calm, refraining from panicking or screaming. And after a brief silence, she countered, enmity. Do you believe those you have controlled will never awaken? Upon witnessing even one person regain consciousness, do you still consider it a lack of animosity? Li Sheng's initial intent was to probe whether this goddess was indeed the one exerting control over the individuals within the base. Are you one of the people from the base? The goddess neither confirmed nor denied. Yet this ambiguity only served to affirm her control over the base. We have no desire to become your puppets. There is no need to assert that we are from your base. Is it truly necessary to be so harsh? I merely allowed you to remain within the base. I did not compel you to venture out in search of supplies or face the dangers beyond. I did not demand anything of you. You reside within the safe haven I have created. How does that make you my puppets? The goddess continued her evasive reasoning, desperately seeking to justify her actions. Enough with the superfluous chatter. You know full well whether we are your puppets. You are most aware of the fate that befell your so-called most devout followers. Our intent in binding you is not to accuse you or to listen to your nonsensical justifications. Tell me, what is your method of controlling others? How can I convince you to release me? The goddess scoffed, as if Li Sheng were telling a joke. You believe that merely by sharing how you achieve this, we would release you. I do not know whether you harbor such ambitions, but I do. Typically, if you disclose your methods, I could establish a base far from you, and we could coexist peacefully. However, should you refuse to share, then we will have to settle the score. Chapter 128. Incantation. Will you truly let me go if I tell you? The goddess hesitated momentarily, her tone wavering. Sheng seized the opportunity, realizing that this goddess responded better to force than to gentleness. He brandished his spear, pressing it against her throat. Do you believe you have any options left? If we truly intended to avenge ourselves, why would we waste our breath? A single thrust would suffice. I advise you to be sensible. You think I regard you as a mere child. If I bring you to your surroundings, those still under your control will surely capture us. Who knows what means you possess to communicate with them? Either you divulge the truth now, or you meet your end. Choose to L. Sheng let out a cold laugh, raising his spear further, perceiving the goddess as somewhat lacking in intellect. Very well, I will speak to that's sufficient. The goddess tilted her head back, fearful that the cold blade might inadvertently slice her throat. I think it's best you write it down. We share no trust. Let us see it in writing. Yuanimo interrupted the goddess as she began to recite an incantation, casting a knowing glance at Li Sheng. Understanding immediately, Li Sheng exchanged points for paper and a pen from a system, shoving them into the goddess's hands. With my eyes covered, how can I write? You might as well remove my head. Enough with the idle chatter. You write, and we shall comprehend whatever form it takes. Your blindness does not preclude you from writing. It merely distorts the letters, likely resulting in a jumble, but we will manage to decipher it. Yuanimo resolutely interrupted the goddess as she attempted to negotiate terms. The goddess, realizing she had no leverage left, complied, penning 10 simple characters on the paper. Consume your blood, bind with you, for my use. Such simple words could control a person. Surely, even a fool would not believe such a claim. However, their true aim was not merely to learn the art of control, but to discover how to break free from it. The initial step was merely to lower the opponent's guard. Adopting a seemingly foolish demeanor would facilitate this. Is it truly just these 10 characters? Li Sheng inquired with skepticism. The goddess replied with unwavering conviction, her final words brimming with confidence. If Li Sheng and Yuanimo were truly the type to possess ambition without intellect, she might very well deceive them. Does this incantation have any side effects or precautions? Li Sheng feigned belief as he asked. There are no side effects or precautions. Simply drink their blood and recite the incantation. Spare me your deceit. If there were no repercussions, why would you confine everyone within the base, preventing them from venturing outside? You bear the burden of their sustenance and hygiene, and if no one enters or exits the base. It is clear you are hiding something. Sheng countered, exposing her behavioral inconsistencies. I thought you inquired about side effects or precautions during the incantation. Afterward, there are indeed many considerations. Once a contract is established, the bound individual becomes your subordinate. If your subordinate perishes, you will suffer a backlash. Therefore, the more individuals bound to you, the more imperative it is to protect them. If many were to die simultaneously, no matter how far you fled, the backlash would still claim your life. I have shared much with you. Can we not consider ourselves collaborators? Do you still intend to keep me restrained? As the goddess spoke with increasing ease, she appeared convinced that her captors were merely driven by greed. Of course we must keep you bound. You answer only when we inquire. Do you truly expect us to believe in your sincerity regarding collaboration? Li Sheng observed the fish biting the bait, a smile slowly emerging. What else do you wish to know? I have disclosed all I know. You have yet to inform me how to dissolve this contract. If I encounter the scenario you described, where my controlled individuals face potential mass death, how should I proceed to revoke this contract? Am I simply to await my demise in the face of mutant beasts or a zombie siege? Your base has survived this apocalypse for so long. Many must have perished. How do you dissolve the contract? How did you amass so many resources? Share these methods, and I shall release you immediately. Finally, they broached a crucial topic, and Li Sheng feared the goddess might grow suspicious. So he added a query regarding resource accumulation. Though she had little interest in to dissolve the contract, you must either personally slay the individual bound to you, or make them drink your blood. As for gathering resources, I cannot assist you. From the outset of this apocalypse, I acquired the spatial storage ability. Once a month suffices for my needs, and sacrificing a few individuals does not significantly impact me. You should have no further questions now, correct? Wait, there is one more thing I forgot. During the incantation, it must be performed in the presence of a corpse, preferably one freshly deceased. Chapter 129. Spatial storage ability. This goddess was indeed terrified of death, yet untrustworthy. She knew that her words contained both truth and deception. Prior to her release, she attempted to issue a threat, unintentionally revealing something left unsaid. It seems you are quite the dishonest one. We must reconsider whether to let you go. Li Sheng felt that further intimidation might yield additional valuable information. He pressed the spear forward, leaving a mark on her neck. Feeling the sting, the goddess trembled and exclaimed, I truly forgot. I had no intention of deceiving you. Then I must trouble you to think again. Is there anything else you have forgotten? Li Sheng pushed the spear further, deepening the wound. Blood trickled down the spearhead, staining the goddess's delicate garments in crimson. I swear, there is nothing else. I promise. I have concealed nothing. Listening to the goddess's piercing cries, Li Sheng frowned, realizing he might not extract any further information. Hold still. I only require a sample of your blood. Li Sheng stepped forward slowly, purchasing an empty bowl from the system to catch the blood flowing from her neck. He then gestured to Yuan Mo to take the blood and leave. The patrolling guards, witnessing the goddess in such a disheveled state, were taken aback and hurried to assist her with her wounds. Instruct the guards to increase patrols at the base's exit if any suspicious individuals are spotted, or if anyone attempts to leave the city. Detain them immediately and without mercy. After freshening up, the goddess sat on her soft, fragrant bed, her fists clenched as she bitterly commanded her subordinates, or swiftly regained clarity. It seemed the goddess genuinely feared death, at least regarding the dissolution of control. She had not lied. Are we truly letting her go just like that? Yuan Mo questioned, perplexed, as Li Sheng was not one to show mercy. What other choice do we have? No one knows the consequences of killing her. If she shares a life or death bond with the base, eliminating her would equate to endangering everyone within. One life may be dispensable, but not at the cost of so many others. Li Sheng pondered extensively. According to the goddess, if her bound individuals died, she would experience a backlash. Conversely, if she were to perish, those bound to her might also face repercussions. Though the base was small, it housed over 1,000 lives. It would be reckless to gamble their fates on a single woman who could potentially drag them all down. There was also another reason Li Sheng chose not to disclose. During their intense questioning of the goddess, the ghostly audience in the live stream had provided her with substantial information. The ancient spirit who had lived for centuries mentioned that in their world, both humans and spirits could wield incantations. Although he had never heard of the goddess's specific incantation, its format likely resembled those in their realm, typically beginning with 3 characters and concluding with 4. Such incantations required the manipulation of ghostly energy, ubiquitous in their world, allowing gifted children to utilize it from birth. Ghosts fell into 2 categories: those unwilling to reincarnate after death, and those formed from long-accumulated ghostly energy. Regardless of their origin, both types possessed innate advantages in wielding ghostly energy. Initially, the goddess only mentioned the incantation without specifying the energy required to activate it. Thus, the ancient spirit could not ascertain whether it originated from their realm or if it was merely coincidental. However, when the goddess urgently stated that the incantation must be performed near a corpse, the ancient spirit became certain that this incantation was indeed derived from the ghostly realm. Such unique incantations and the manipulation of ghostly energy could not exist in this world. Another question weighing on Li Sheng's mind was the goddess's mention of spatial storage ability. The extent of Yuan's madness is evident to all. In his relentless pursuit to thoroughly study the abilities of supernatural beings, he has captured an untold number of them for experimentation, including 2 spatial ability users akin to Yuan Mo. Thus, Li Sheng deduces that within the realm of supernatural powers, there are, in fact, no such beings endowed with storage space abilities. This raises the question, where did this goddess acquire her storage space? And how did she come by it? Is it possible that spells and storage space are interconnected? Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your assistance, Ari said, regaining clarity and bowing deeply in gratitude. Overwhelmed with joy, Ari longed to escape this place, and the news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Stammering, she asked, What should we do? In truth, this outcome was anticipated by Li Sheng and proved to be quite advantageous for them. Originally, they could only remain in this base for 7 days before being forcibly expelled, but following this incident, it was likely that they, the temporary residents, would be compelled to stay longer. 7 days is hardly sufficient to unravel those mysteries. They would need as much time as possible to delve deeper. As Chapter 130 unfolds, 7 days swiftly pass. When Li Sheng tentatively attempts to exit the base, she is halted by the guards, who announce a closure of the city gates for 2 weeks, restricting all entry and exit. The goddess's second infiltration now appears more challenging. Following the previous scare, additional patrols have been deployed during the night. Sheng regretted not having asked more astonishing questions that day. Had she known, she would have arranged surveillance devices for the goddess, leaving them in a position of disadvantage. Old Taoist, with your vast experience, do you have any effective methods to help us infiltrate again? Or could you analyze how to deal with this goddess? Li Sheng felt it wise to consult a professional on matters involving spells. However, the old Taoist could only offer knowledge of talismans related to wind, fire, thunder, and the 8 trigrams formations. Frustrated, he retorted, "What you speak of is beyond my ken. How would I know how to proceed?" Sighing deeply, Li Sheng observed that although the old Taoist appeared to be in his 50s, he was in fact 118 years old, with considerable accomplishments in Taoist arts. The fact that even he had never encountered such phenomena suggested that the occurrences surrounding the goddess truly did not belong to this world. Unable to devise a solid plan, Li Sheng instinctively opened the system marketplace, browsing through its offerings. Ghost banishing talisman, ghost driving talisman, ghost avoiding talisman, ghost changing talisman. Why are all these linked to ghosts? Wait, ghost changing talisman. Curiously, she opened the talisman's instruction booklet, which stated that using this talisman would allow one's soul to leave the body for an hour, appearing transparent and undetectable to humans without the ability to see spirits. One could wander through walls like a ghost, with the physical body temporarily losing all signs of life. This was excellent. Transforming into a spirit would render her invisible to others, allowing her to float to the goddess's quarters and discreetly place surveillance equipment in her room. What a perfect plan! Li Sheng eagerly envisioned the entire route, but she needed to ensure her physical body was well guarded. The individuals she could fully trust were Qin Yan, Hu Shiweshan, Yuan Mo, and Lu Sunan. However, Hu Shiweshan was overly neurotic, making him unsuitable for guarding her body. Lu Sunan sometimes spoke without thinking, which wouldn't do either. Thus, only Yuan Mo and Qin Yan were viable options. After much contemplation, she concluded that the small, dilapidated house outside the base, where they had bound the goddess, would be the most appropriate location. It was devoid of zombies and people, shrouded in overgrown weeds, likely abandoned long before the apocalypse, and not far from the resort. The only concern was the potentially perilous process of leaving the base, and they would need to be cautious not to be discovered. With her plan firmly in place, Li Sheng decided to avoid Hu Shiweshan and quickly gathered Yuan Mo and Qin Yan to discuss it. Yuan Mo expressed concern and was reluctant to allow Li Sheng to take such a risk, as the soul state could not interact with physical objects, meaning only Li Sheng could utilize the ghost-changing talisman. This base can develop as it wishes. Every animal species has its survival tactics, and humans, too, possess their unique ways of existence that, if you meddle too much, you will inevitably endanger yourself. Yuan Mo remained unconvinced, arguing that their purpose for venturing out was to locate a generator to enhance their base's lighting, not to interfere with others' affairs. They were neither bodhisattvas nor saints. If they were to intervene in every perceived injustice, they would find themselves overwhelmed until death. "I must go," Li Sheng firmly countered Yuan Mo, refraining from providing reasons and adopting an almost commanding tone. The goddess was cowardly. A mere thin rope could bind her, and a spear could end her life, illustrating her inherent weakness. If she could uncover a method to traverse 2 worlds or obtain even the slightest clue from this goddess, the risk would be worthwhile. This reasoning was not something she could share, for Yuan Mo would never comprehend. "Must you be so stubborn?" Yuan Mo sighed, feeling a sense of resignation. Sheng's authoritative tone made him inexplicably inclined to yield, as if he were truly in a subordinate position. "Very well. I don't know when you became so self-righteous. If you wish to go, then go. We cannot stop you. What time shall we depart?" "At 1 o'clock tonight. We will climb over the wall and must act swiftly." Sheng promptly established the time, as she was never one to dawdle. Once she had made a decision, she acted immediately. Hesitation only prolonged the endeavor. Qin Yan was even more compliant, following her directives without question. In the dead of night, the 3 donned black attire and stealthily climbed over the hotel wall, making their way to the base of the city wall with practiced ease. Before departing, Yuan Mo meticulously erased any traces they had left, ensuring they could leave without raising suspicion. They swiftly arrived at the small, dilapidated house. Sheng lay down on the ground, pressing the talisman to her forehead. Fortunately, the usage of this talisman was simple. Otherwise, she would have needed the old Taoist assistance. As chapter 131 unfolds, Li Sheng closed her eyes to see the moment the talisman adhered to her. Her entire body felt light, as though she were walking on cotton, devoid of the solid ground beneath her. This experience was novel, akin to being swept away by the wind. Upon inspecting her hands and feet, she realized her soul's state mirrored that of her former self. At least her spirit was not as diminutive as her current physical form. During her encounter with the meteorite, when she entered the illusion, she had existed in this same form. Perhaps she had truly experienced a soul departure at that moment. A sense of affirmation washed over her. The system's claims about binding souls had indeed been misleading. Once her soul departed, she lost all connection with the system. Perhaps, by switching bodies, she could entirely sever ties with that deceitful system. But that was not an option at present. Though currently constrained by others, she had to admit that the system had provided her with numerous conveniences. Thus far, the scientific elites within the base had yet to replicate any weapon or device produced by the system. When the base overcame this scientific hurdle, she could then seek a means to acquire a new body. With determination, she floated toward the main entrance. Earlier, while at the small house, she had tested her invisibility, discovering that Yuan Mo and Qin Yin could not see her spirit. Yes, she boldly passed through the main entrance. She remained undetected by anyone. Sheng navigated her way to the goddess's chamber. But just as she was about to pass through the wall, she hesitated. She seemed to have overlooked certain considerations regarding the talisman. If the goddess were indeed a being from the realm of the dead or had mastered unique spells from that dimension, entering so brazenly would be akin to walking into a trap. No, she could not act impulsively. Sheng cautiously floated above the room. Fortunately, during their previous visit, they had hastily covered the roof with tiles. In their rush, the tiles had not been secured tightly, leaving narrow gaps that had gone unnoticed by the goddess's followers, allowing her to peer inside. This time, her observation revealed numerous things hidden from the naked eye. Previously, the goddess's room had been adorned in shades of pink, filled with lavish decorations. However, this time, the space was shrouded in dense black mist, nearly obscuring any discernible details within, even if they have discovered the method and put it into practice. Devoid of my enhancement, they will inevitably face repercussions sooner or later. Why must you cling to this notion? Rather, it would be wise to contemplate further and seek out individuals who can genuinely honor and respect me. Just take a look at your base. It comprises merely 2,000 or 3,000 souls, and in truth, only 500 or 600 are truly loyal to you. Even your current lover was acquired through a master-servant contract. Look at yourself. Given your current state, you remain oblivious to the importance of diligent cultivation, fixating instead on trivial matters that a voice, laden with the weight of age, echoed from within the room, causing Li Sheng to furrow her brow in confusion as she turned toward the source. That very spot was shrouded in the densest black mist. Sheng squinted, barely able to make out the form of the goddess amidst the obscurity, as the mist seemed to delineate a humanoid shape. She did not hear the goddess speak, but after a moment, the elder's voice resumed, sounding almost as if he were conversing with himself. I can't swallow this grievance. Even if you cannot, what can you achieve? Are you capable of dragging them out? They are currently hiding in some obscure corner, waiting for the tumult to pass before quietly slipping away from your base by the time they depart. Knowing their identities will amount to naught. For every day you neglect your training, you will remain trapped here an additional day. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, the world will be your oyster. Even if you pursue them relentlessly, your master will assist you. But for now, you are bound here. I advise you to redirect your thoughts toward more pertinent matters. The old man has painstakingly taken you as his disciple for so long not to fulfill your princess dreams. Do not forget, had you not fortuitously obtained my spatial artifact, you would forever be regarded as a disgrace, trampled in the mud, or worse yet, you might not have survived even the first day of the zombie outbreak. As the elder continued, his tone grew increasingly sardonic, entirely lacking the demeanor of a mentor towards a disciple. Li Sheng sensed that his words were steeped in reluctance. She still wore a veil that concealed her features, rendering her expression invisible. The goddess slowly approached the door, opening it to reveal the striking figure of a man clad in a black trench coat, immediately throwing herself into his embrace. "What troubles you? Are you still feeling aggrieved over that incident?" The man inquired gently, returning her embrace. "I have scarcely eaten or slept these past few days, fearing that one day I might perish. Is there truly anywhere safe in this world?" The goddess lamented, her voice tinged with tears. "Such occurrences shall not transpire again. That day, our quarrel over a trivial matter caused me to sleep apart from you, leading to these regrettable events. It is all my fault. Had I been present, I would have ensured your safety." Chapter 132. Discovery. Li Sheng observed the tender exchange between the couple, unable to suppress a frown. Their dialogue was even more nauseating than that of the previously irritating Lu Sunan. "Feng, cease this. It is not your fault. I know you love me, that I too was at fault for getting too close to Shao Qi, provoking your jealousy. No, I realize that child merely relies on you too much. He has lost his parents. Your kindness compels you to take extra care of him, and I was inconsiderate of your feelings, leading to our quarrel. I should not have done that." The two engaged in this back and forth about whose fault it was for half an hour, as the clock approached 2 in the morning. Finally, they ceased their discussions and embraced one another, as the goddess led the man toward her bed, veiled in layers of sheer fabric. Li Sheng swiftly drifted into the room, crouching beneath a table in a corner to diminish her presence. Her original plan entailed activating surveillance equipment after entering, but having detached her soul, she could no longer summon the live streaming system or the system shop, forcing her to assume the role of the monitoring device herself. Unfortunately, the talisman allowing her soul to exit could only last for 2 hours. For the ensuing half hour, she listened to the couple's amorous activities from the bedside. Feeling both exasperated and bored as the time neared, Li Sheng attempted to float out of the room a half hour early, only to collide with the goddess, who had just risen from her activities. The moment she noticed the goddess's body stiffen, Li Sheng realized the gravity of the situation. She could see her. At that moment, the goddess had removed her veil, revealing a chilling smile. Sheng cursed her luck and hastily passed through the wall. Simultaneously, the goddess opened the door, her fingertips radiating a dark energy, directed at Li Sheng. Upon seeing this, Li Sheng swiftly dodged. However, as it was her first experience in a spiritual state, her control over her body was still clumsy. She evaded the initial attack, but was struck by the goddess's second assault. Upon impact with the dark energy, an icy chill enveloped Li Sheng, causing excruciating pain. The suffering of a wounded soul was 100-fold worse than that of a physical body. Since gaining her powers, Li Sheng had not felt the sting of cold. This attack caught her entirely off guard. Just as she roused the old priest and others, the base erupted in a cacophony of alarm sirens. In an instant, everyone within the facility awoke, bleary-eyed and bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. Soon, the light in the eyes of all present dimmed, and like the living dead, they rose from their beds and stepped out into the corridors. Li Sheng, still focused on escape, did not wish to confront these innocent survivors who had fallen under the goddess's control. The group hastily exited the inn, only to find themselves surrounded by throngs of people streaming down the streets. Li Sheng furrowed her brow, deliberating whether to force her way through, when suddenly the crowd on her left parted to create a path. The goddess's ostentatious pink, open sedan chair approached slowly, accompanied by a group of lifeless-eyed individuals clad in sleepwear, standing in unison on either side. The bearers moved in perfect synchronization, their steps matching in distance and timing. This eerie spectacle appeared less like a goddess's procession and more akin to a spectral procession. What brings you, esteemed guests, to hasten your departure? The city is under curfew at night. Individuals are not permitted to roam freely. Although you technically do not belong to my base, surely you comprehend the local customs? The goddess lounged languidly in her chair, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Local customs? If we were to truly embrace them, wouldn't we already be counted among your puppet army? Li Sheng retorted, her expression unwavering. Do you not fear that I might unleash a massacre upon you after divulging so many secrets? Despite the lingering pain from the goddess's prior assault, Li Sheng maintained her composure, even as her head began to spin with discomfort. What exactly do you intend? If you wish to kill us, surely you lack the capability. Once we exit the base, we can guarantee a mutual non-aggression. In my eyes, you are the one in a vulnerable position. One must never lose their composure. Once you perceive yourself as inferior, even if your strength exceeds that of your opponent, you will falter. Although your abilities are formidable, they merely signify a higher level of power. 80% of the individuals within my base are also endowed with abilities.D. Oh, you truly believe that your small group can contend with so many of us. Furthermore, your current condition appears rather precarious. No matter how powerful your abilities, how long can you endure the agony of your soul being torn apart? The goddess's tone was laced with derision. Earlier, she had perceived Sheng as an adult. But had it not been for her dark energy, striking Sheng's soul, providing a semblance of location, she would never have discerned that the physical form housed a child. Yet within the body of a mere child resided the soul of an adult. She found herself quite curious about how such a feat was accomplished. If souls could inhabit others' bodies, she could seek out a beautiful figure, abandoning her current form that she found so repugnant and ugly. Her pursuit of Sheng had become a matter of necessity. It was no longer merely about settling scores. As Sheng delved into her secrets, the goddess became equally intent on uncovering Sheng's hidden truths. Chapter 133. The old priest's chit-chat. What do you desire? Sheng queried, her expression neutral as she concealed her thoughts. "To capture you alive," the goddess declared, her voice devoid of inflection, low and almost somber. Yet it resonated throughout the entirety of the base. With those two words, the listless individuals surrounding them sprang into motion. During Sheng's confrontation with the goddess, it became evident that these people were mere puppets under her control. Sheng, Qin Yin, and Yuan Mo possessed formidable abilities, with none willing to grant their adversaries leniency. Hence, they consciously refrained from striking and opted to bide their time. Should the situation escalate to a life-threatening level, they would not hesitate to retaliate. Tang Ling's current physical structure is truly astonishing. Unless absolutely necessary, Sheng does not wish for the child to engage in battle. His combat abilities are beyond question. After all, enhanced by machinery, he is essentially a walking weapon, requiring no practical training to demonstrate his lethality. However, Tang Ling harbors a degree of inferiority complex. Though he remains silent, others can perceive the stark contrast between his modified form and that of ordinary individuals, which serves as the source of his self-doubt. While Sheng and the others cannot directly assist him with this issue, they can do their utmost to help him conceal his cold, mechanical physique and integrate into the lives of normal people. Thus, unless Tang Ling volunteers for combat, Sheng will refrain from issuing any orders. He is merely an onlooker, possessing the ability to manipulate zombies and mutated creatures. Yet he finds himself surrounded by a crowd, leaving him with no opportunity to contribute. The only ones capable of engaging in actual combat are Lin Hai, Lu Su Nan, the old Taoist, and Hu Shui Sr. Lu Su Nan weaves through the throngs, utterly ignored by the masses. He circles behind a person, raising his hand to strike them down with a single blow, rendering them unconscious. In no time, a significant number have fallen on his side. Yet even so, those under control continue to disregard him, including the goddess, who remains oblivious to his presence. This group possesses only 3 combatants, bolstering her confidence. The old Taoist, with a toothpick in his mouth, stands in front of Sheng. Whenever someone approaches, he effortlessly waves his feather duster, sending them flying without even shifting from his spot. Hu Shuisen's vines can ensnare a large area, but they are utterly ineffective against fire-type abilities. Thus, throughout the skirmish, it appears that Lin Hai is the sole one truly engaged in the struggle. Sheng cannot help but express his heartfelt admiration for Lin Hai's efforts. Indeed, he finds himself surrounded by a group of lethargic individuals who refuse to move from their positions, opting for ranged attacks without budging an inch. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, although his abilities lack any offensive effect, has put his extensive training in martial arts to good use, fighting valiantly. In stark contrast, even Hu Shuisun mirrors the old Taoist behavior, refusing to take an extra step if it can be avoided. It must be said that Yuan Mo's abilities, even without direct attacks, serve as an excellent defensive shield. Only the old Taoist, Hu Shuisun, and the erratically moving Lu Su Nan remains steadfast. With Hu Shuisun's powers nearly depleted, he retreats into Yuan Mo's protective circle, following Lin Hai. The goddess, witnessing her forces falling one by one, is filled with fury, yet feels utterly powerless. She is yet to locate Lu Su Nan, whose abilities have evolved to the point where unless someone focuses intently on him, he remains undetectable, especially in such a cacophonous environment. Additionally, the goddess herself is becoming increasingly agitated, rendering her incapable of concentrating fully, thus making it impossible for her to spot him. The old Taoist feather duster, seemingly weightless, possesses the heft of 1,000 pounds. Those struck by it find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Even ranged attacks can be effortlessly deflected by his seemingly delicate movements. Everyone retreat. The goddess barks in exasperation, causing all those still engaged in combat to cease their actions and withdraw. At this moment, a man, entangled with the goddess, steps forward from behind her. Sheng raises an eyebrow, curious to see what trickery she has up her sleeve. Could this man be her secret weapon? Before the man can make any move, the old Taoist approaches, nearly pressing his face against the man's, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Esteemed one, I observe that your brow is darkening, yet a purple aura surrounds you. How could a once great hero have fallen to such depths? Get lost, the man retorts, ignoring the old Taoist's verbose remarks with a scoff that, that is not very nice. You see, when you were just a wee lad, I held you in my arms, and you even tugged on my beard. Why, now you refuse to recognize me? The old Taoist chuckles, playfully pinching the man's cheek. How could a grown man tolerate such antics from a wrinkled old Taoist? Clearly, he could not. The man swiftly draws a tang knife from his back, aiming it at the old Taoist's hand. The old Taoist, unfazed, nimbly steps back 3 paces, easily evading the strike. Eliminate everyone except that girl. The goddess commands, and the man, standing tall, resumes his assault on the old Taoist. The old Taoist deftly dodges every blow, occasionally raising his feather duster to deflect the knife, producing a series of metallic clangs. Now, tell me, child, some of those moves are straight out of the old Taoist playbook. Why are you using them against me? Where's your father? How is he? It's been ages since he invited me for a drink. Has he lost his way? The old Taoist engages in casual banter while parrying attacks. The man pays him no heed, focusing solely on his assault. Yet, it is evident to any observer that there exists a significant disparity between them. The man is already gasping for breath, while the old Taoist maintains his jovial demeanor. Finally, the man halts his attack, panting heavily as he kneels, the knife plunged into the ground beside him. But you're not doing so well. How could you have only held out this long? Old Tao sees that you've depleted your energy. How old are you now? 20 or 21. Not too young, so it seems you Haven T trained well. When you see your father again, I must insist he continues your training. The old Taoist grins as he approaches the man. Just then, the man, still kneeling, suddenly raises his head. The previously overcast sky darkens ominously. Li Sheng's eyes widen. She recognizes this aura. Chapter 134. Clarity. In an instant, the old Taoist glances up at the gathering storm clouds, shakes his head, and leaps back into Yuan Mo's protective circle. In that very moment, a bolt of lightning crashes down from the heavens, nearly striking the old Taoist. Sheng's own situation is dire. An icy sensation emanates from the depths of her soul, searing through her, while simultaneously, an inexplicable heat surges within her chest, as if 2 forces are vying for dominance within her. Lightning incessantly strikes the barrier created by Yuan Mo's powers, accompanied by the crackling sounds of thunder and the unique violet-blue glow of the electric discharge. After such futile efforts, the man finally realizes that whether through abilities or physical confrontation, victory seems elusive. A flicker of retreat crosses his mind. However, the goddess will not permit him to withdraw, forcefully insisting he press on. Issuing a stern command, do not concern yourself with the others. They must perish, including that woman. The goddess, believing her command to capture Li Sheng had impeded the man's freedom of action, takes a step back, relinquishing control, prioritizing the elimination of Li Sheng. After all, to her, dead bodies are far easier to manipulate than living ones. The man, upon receiving the order, breaks into a cold sweat, suppressing his earlier desire to retreat. Given the current circumstances, he realizes that he would exhaust himself without breaking through this defensive barrier. He resolves to fight with all his might. the storm clouds above thicken, obscuring the moonlight entirely. With faint flashes of lightning visible within the swirling mass, Qin Yin, glancing at the old Taoist, remarks he is burning his life force to utilize his abilities. Yuan Mo cannot withstand this. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's expression shifts. His previous casual remarks were not mere trifles. He was testing whether this young man retained any memory. The earlier responses were telling. Unlike the Miao Jiang woman, the man before him had lost all recollection of his past, which is why he did not recognize him. The subsequent dialogue was an attempt to awaken his memories, but alas, the man had been thoroughly controlled, rendering the effort futile. The old Taoist retreats to Yuan Mo's side, his gaze never leaving the young man, racking his brain for a way to restore his sanity. Yet, it seems time is of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. What will happen if he employs this ability? The old Taoist asks, his expression now serious. He will die. Qin Yin, as a lightning-type ability user, understands this all too well. The essence of lightning powers is that one cannot summon it from thin air. It requires a buildup of energy borrowed from nature. Thus, each time an ability is activated, the sky darkens. The lightning that can be summoned falls into two categories. The first is thin and minor, requiring little energy and short accumulation time, allowing for nearly instantaneous release under skill control. Most lightning users opt for this type. The second, which the man is currently attempting to wield, necessitates a lengthy accumulation period, requiring sufficient time for the clouds to gather and form powerful bolts. Such lightning possesses immense destructive capability, easily capable of obliterating half a small county. This method does not inherently require the burning of one's life force. The old Taoist knows the man has been utilizing lightning abilities for a considerable duration. It is evident that his energy reserves are nearly depleted. To amass such colossal power, the only explanation is that he is exhausting his life force. How can I prevent him from meeting his demise? This is the son of an old friend, and if he were to perish right before the eyes of the elder, it would weigh heavily on his conscience, causing him great distress. The elder is not an extraordinary being. Thus, he possesses no particular understanding of such powers and can only seek assistance from his peer, Qin Yin. They have previously examined the incident where Sheng managed to break through and level up without any external aid during battle. Yet they ultimately arrived at no conclusions and remain oblivious to the underlying principles. The elder furrowed his brow and turned to shout, "Do you still remember your name? Which family were you born into? Zhongji, have you finally awakened?" Upon hearing the familiar name, the elder felt a surge of excitement, believing that Zhongji had regained his senses. Sheng glanced at her watch. The time was neither too early nor too late. Precisely during the hour when Miaojing's female, Eri, could awaken each day, it seemed that this old acquaintance of the elder had a limited window for her awakening. "Kill her, uncle!" Zhongji's face contorted with rage as he hissed those 5 words, only to revert to a state of complete disconnection from his kin. The goddess remained perched upon her high platform, unperturbed by Zhongji's earlier utterance of killing her. Those under control can never be truly sincere. She had long understood this truth when she took that step and was mentally prepared for the day she might be betrayed. The elder glanced up at the gathering storm clouds charged with electricity, then looked back at the half-kneeling Zhongji, his gaze finally settling on the goddess, revealing a hint of murderous intent. "What? Do you wish to kill me? Oh dear, how frightening! To kill me, you must first locate me." The goddess laughed maniacally. The elder tightened his grip on the floating dust in his hand, ready to charge at her. But suddenly, she vanished into thin air. Chapter 135, a lesser version of the Dark Lord Qin Yin. If 2 lightning-based extraordinary beings appear in one location and unleash their powers simultaneously, whose will the storm clouds heed? Sheng squinted slightly, calmly contemplating the traits of extraordinary beings before posing the question. "I've never tried it. I'm unsure. As possible the new storm cloud might be summoned," Qin Yin replied. Observing the ominous clouds above, it was evident that even if another storm cloud were to materialize, there would be no room for it to manifest. He was already at the end of his tether. While your powers remain fully intact, attempt to seize control of the storm cloud above us. If this method proves viable, he will be unable to wield his powers again, which would indirectly preserve his life. Apart from lightning-based and their own spatial and mental extraordinary beings, others draw upon natural forces that are virtually inexhaustible, eliminating any conflict. For instance, water is abundant in the air, posing no issue of resource contention. As for spatial extraordinary beings, the compatibility of the spaces occupied by their powers is the only factor to consider. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo's spatial abilities are mutually exclusive. Thus, after Yuan Mo employs his powers, he can completely isolate Li Sheng's abilities. Similarly, within the range of Yuan Mo's powers, it is impossible for Li Sheng to utilize her extraordinary abilities. Mental powers rely entirely on one's personal training and growth. Li Sheng discovered that those endowed with mental powers possess profound convictions and obsessions upon acquiring their abilities. Lu Sunan exemplifies a deep obsession, while Lin Hai embodies a strong sense of belief. Without a second thought, Qin Yin stepped out of the safe zone, gazing up at the storm clouds, channeling his extraordinary powers. As anticipated, Li Sheng's conjecture was correct. Qin Yin did not summon a new storm cloud, but instead fought for control over the existing one. Qin Yin rarely took action, so he had ample energy, swiftly seizing control without exerting much effort. However, Qin Yin dared not disperse the lightning. If Zhang Zhongji insisted on gathering the storm clouds again, he would have to expend more energy to contest it, leading to an endless cycle of depletion. For now, he could only strive to maintain the storm without letting it strike and keep the clouds from dissipating. Zhang Zhongji realized he had lost his connection to the storm clouds, a flicker of panic and confusion crossing his face. Yet he quickly regained composure, attempting to summon his powers once more. But for reasons unknown, he could not re-establish contact with the storm clouds. His gaze shifted to Qin Yin, who was focused on the storm clouds, and Zhang Zhongji recognized who was sabotaging him. Drawing his Tang Dao, he lunged toward Qin Yin, only to be intercepted by the elder, who pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Li Sheng felt the searing power within her intensify, a burning sensation coursing through her insides. This familiar heat reminded her of the meteorite, which had caused her body to feel the same way upon contact. The cold energy gradually diminished, nearly vanishing, and after a while, the internal tug-of-war concluded, with the heat clearly triumphing over the chill. Ultimately, the burning sensation in her chest subsided, leaving her feeling utterly drained, leaning against the wall, quietly gasping for breath. Throughout this excruciating ordeal of contrasting sensations, Li Sheng remained silent, enduring the pain. After a moment, she slowly raised her hand to cover her chest. Her heart seemed to have grown stronger. With the goddess who could issue commands nowhere to be found, the survivors in the base stood motionless like statues. The sole remaining combatant, Zhang Zhongji, was firmly restrained by the elder. They now needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the goddess and eliminate her. Li Sheng chose to place her trust in Zhang Zhongji, who had only briefly regained consciousness. Having been by the goddess's side for so long, their relationship, albeit under control, was still that of a couple. Regardless of the circumstances, he would undoubtedly possess deeper insights into the goddess than this group. Furthermore, Li Sheng believed that the elder, who typically cared little for anything, would not obsess over preserving a junior who would disregard the lives of thousands in the base solely for revenge. As her companions dispersed to search for the goddess, a thought suddenly struck Li Sheng, recalling the old man's words she had overheard earlier in the goddess's chamber. Space treasure. Yes, that woman possesses storage-type powers. And combined with what the old man mentioned about space treasures, this so-called storage ability could very well be a guise for a space treasure, capable of storing objects, and there is no rule against storing people. Taishan Laojun, please wait. That woman is suspicious. When she teleported away, she was surrounded by death energy. She seems to be one of us from the ghost realm. Annoyed by Taoists. Yes, exactly. The dead Taoist above is right. In your world, do you have space artifacts? Just then, someone in the live streaming room could respond, prompting Li Sheng to inquire eagerly. Taishan Laojun, space artifacts? Are you referring to storage rings or storage bags? The kind that can hold objects? Yes, that's the one. Taishan Laojun, we do have them, but these artifacts are quite rare and challenging to forge, so they are scarce. Are there any space artifacts that can hold people as well? Li Sheng pressed further. Taishang Laojun. Holding people. That's unheard of. Space artifacts generally utilize folding space magic. The folded space lacks conditions for sustaining life, meaning typically only inanimate objects can be stored. Even if a living being were to enter, they would perish instantly. Annoyed by Taoists. Ah, young Taoist, that is not quite right. Those are the space artifact for your kind. We ghosts are different. We don't require those trivial things, as long as there is space. We can exist. However, I have heard of storage artifacts that can hold living beings, rumored to be created by that infamous Dark Lord. But after his demise, the storage artifact vanished as well, causing a significant loss of precious treasures in both the ghost realm and the human realm. What do you think? Is it possible that the Dark Lord from your world never perished but instead escaped to mine? After pondering for a moment, Li Sheng posed a daring hypothesis. The ghost realm's Dark Lord bore a striking resemblance to the goddess, though it was evident that the goddess was merely a lesser version. Chapter 136. The system truly is a money-sucking beast, Taishang Laojun. It has been too long. I am too young and inexperienced to discern this. Please wait a moment while I consult my master. He may provide you with an answer. I would appreciate the assistance of that esteemed viewer. While awaiting a response, Li Sheng couldn't help but wonder what the live streaming room was like in other worlds. Was the access to view the live stream random, or were the overseers of the live stream selectively choosing participants? What other benefits did these streamers bring besides star coins? After all, not every world utilized star coins. Each world had its own monetary system, and it seemed that offering currency from other worlds would bear no significance in the interstellar realm. User 89757. Oh dear, I'm quite challenged in navigating the affairs of the younger generation. It has proven to be a task for this old man. Young lady, I hear you have inquiries for me? Yes. I wish to know if the Dark Lord in your world, who can control both humans and ghosts, is confirmed to be dead? User 89757. Tisk, one could say he is dead, or perhaps not dead, that I was fortunate enough to participate in that battle back in the day. That demon, I know not from where he obtained a storage artifact that allowed him to enter and exit at will. At that time, in order to force him to reveal himself, many of those who were under his control chose to take their own lives the moment they regained clarity that it was only due to the overwhelming backlash he suffered that he was compelled to emerge from the artifact. The few who remained stationed were able to disperse his soul the instant he appeared, and the others who had been controlled returned to normal. Thus, we presumed him dead. However, under normal circumstances, the artifact is intrinsically linked to its master. Upon the master's death, the artifact would naturally become unclaimed. Yet, we could not locate that artifact, leaving us unable to ascertain whether he truly met his demise. User 89757. Indeed, but it varies by situation. Some individuals can regain clarity for an hour each day, while others may only have a fleeting minute. The more thoroughly one is controlled, the shorter the time of recovery. Yet, even a moment of clarity remains. Good sir, do you see these individuals behind me? We are experiencing the situation you described. Everyone present is under control, that we exist in another realm. So I suspect that the demon from the ghost realm is not dead, but has instead entered this world. Li Sheng slowly approached the individuals ensnared by control, endeavoring to make it easier for those in the live stream to see clearly. User 89757. Hiss, it resembles it. Yet it does not. Each of these individuals bears a trace of ghostly energy. Though it is not pure, this all originates from a singular hand. A person who also possesses a spatial artifact and has the ability to control others. The conditions of those controlled are identical to what you described. Furthermore, I once overheard this individual conversing with an elder. When the elder appeared, the surroundings were shrouded in thick black mist, obscuring all visibility. However, I can confirm that the elder lacked a physical form and was indeed the mentor of that individual. User 89757. A human wielding ghostly magic? This is something I have never heard of. Yet if what you say is true, it is not impossible that the demon fled to another dimension or timeline. Li Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the elder's comment. She had anticipated that her words and speculations might be dismissed as absurd. After all, time travel is a notion that would raise skepticism unless witnessed firsthand. Yet, the elder's acceptance of her claims was surprisingly high. It is entirely normal for the viewers in the live stream to be aware of each other's origins from various dimensions. But if she recalled correctly, this elder was using the live stream for the first time. Even the name displayed was merely an initial identification number. Could it be that this live stream is publicly accessible in the realms where it can be viewed? Good sir, the individual performing the spell has now hidden away in a spatial realm. I wonder if you possess any means to compel her to emerge. The method you mentioned may not apply in my world. Recently, this world has endured a calamity, resulting in the loss of many lives. Every existence is now exceedingly precious, and we cannot afford to make sacrifices. There is no utility in pondering chaotic matters at this juncture. Every situation has its priorities, and it is evident that resolving the issues at this base is of utmost urgency. As for the various secrets of the live stream, it is not too late to unravel them later. User 89757. Young lady, I wonder if I might be so bold as to discuss terms with you. Please, go ahead. Sheng was somewhat perplexed. If matters can indeed be resolved smoothly, it would only be fitting for the other party to receive some form of compensation. User 89757. That demon, while committing his nefarious deeds, amassed a fortune that we searched every lair of that fiend, yet ultimately found nothing. Thus, we believe he must have concealed his treasures within a spatial artifact. And with his disappearance, the artifact vanished without a trace, taking everything within it along. If your speculation holds true, would you be able to transmit the items from within the spatial realm to us? Naturally, we would cover the transmission costs. It would be truly regrettable to lose so many ancestral treasures of noble families. Certainly, those items rightfully belong to the ghost realm. Even if I were to possess them, they would serve me no purpose. Moreover, since you have assisted me, it is only proper that I express my gratitude to you, and I have no issue bearing the transmission costs. Sheng readily agreed, as this posed no loss to her, merely a reduction in spoils, and returning the items to their rightful owners was only fair. User 89757. Then I shall thank you in advance, young lady. Shortly, I will send an artifact specifically designed to deal with that demon via a donation. You shall receive the artifact first, and then I will instruct you on its use. User 89757 donated a purging disc X1. Alas, must she pay 90% of the cost to acquire this item? This system is truly a scam. Chapter 137. It has emerged Li Sheng had no choice but to chuckle while begrudgingly paying the price when evaluation information for the item appeared. It nearly caused her to suffer a heart attack. This single item costs 30 million. If one has money, they pay. If not, they must work it off. Li Sheng found herself at a loss for words, pondering why she was even engaging in this endeavor against the goddess. It was a matter that could be resolved by simply walking away, and the fate of others hardly concerned her. Yet, her conscience would not allow her to abandon them. With great power comes great responsibility. Perhaps she alone could contact the denizens of the ghost realm and discover a solution to the goddess problem. Ignoring the issue would only lead to more suffering for countless others. Having obtained the item, how should she utilize it? Li Sheng scrutinized the disc in her hand, which was inscribed all over with incomprehensible incantations and various rotating buttons. User 89757. This artifact has been calibrated for you. You simply need to place it atop the head of the person afflicted by that demon's wicked spell and count to 3 before removing it. This artifact was developed as a precautionary measure in case a second demon should arise, specifically designed to counteract mind-controlling dark arts, by forcibly extracting the nefarious spell sown by that demon. He will inevitably suffer backlash and emerge from the spatial artifact. Remember, you must act at the break of dawn. The first rays of morning light are the most effective weapon against that demon. Thank you to Sheng nodded slightly while holding the artifact, glancing skyward to see that dawn was approaching. She estimated that the sun would rise within half an hour. With so many people present, commencing the operation now would be neither early nor late, but perfectly timed. Following the elder's instructions, Li Sheng casually selected an individual and placed the artifact atop their head, silently counting to 3. Before her eyes, the previously vacant-eyed person suddenly closed their eyes and fell straight to the ground. This cannot be a side effect, can it? Li Sheng checked the person's pulse. They were unharmed, merely unconscious. Though this was still quite alarming. User 89757. Fear not. Forcibly extracting the planted dark spell will indeed have some effect, and fainting is merely temporary. They will awaken in approximately half an hour. Sheng gradually exhaled in relief and continued with her task. The viewers in the live stream had no real motive to harm her, so it was likely that the elder's words were largely credible. Old Taoist, I have located an artifact that can dispel the spells cast by that goddess. Please hold his head steady and prevent him from moving. Sheng rushed to the side of the old Taoist. Your collection of peculiar items is quite extensive. Very well. I shall restrain him for you. Hurry, this brat is incredibly strong. Once he regains consciousness, I shall give him a proper thrashing. The old Taoist struggled to control Jiang Zhongji's arms, his weight pressing down on the young man's back while he attempted to free a hand to secure his neck, which proved to be quite a challenge. Sheng quickly placed the artifact on Jiang Zhongji's head. 3 seconds later, he collapsed unconscious, and the old Taoist did not question it further, showing no concern. Instead, he stood up and kicked Jiang Zhongji twice, seemingly venting his frustration, before dragging him to the side of the street by one leg. Thanks to little Li, this rascal has finally been subdued. You should disperse that ominous cloud hovering above his head. It looks rather unsettling. The old Taoist waved his hand in explanation. The dark cloud above began to dissipate, revealing the true color of the sky. Moments ago, the cloud had obscured Li Sheng's view, making it seem as though dawn was merely approaching when in fact it was nearly bright. This severely impacted her earlier calculations. Observing the mountain's edge, where a glow was already visible, Li Sheng hastened her actions. Halt! The goddess has emerged from the spatial realm, evidently compelled to do so. Her complexion appears pale, likely due to the backlash she has suffered. You expect me to cease simply because you ask? Li Sheng smiled, raising her hand to continue moving the artifact onto the head of another individual beside her. After another 3 seconds, the goddess suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. What do you want? The goddess was astute enough to recognize the situation. Those who adapt to circumstances are wise at this moment. She deeply regretted not heeding her mentor's advice to refine her skills. Otherwise, she would not have suffered such severe backlash. Nothing much. Sheng paused for a moment, gazing up at the sky before continuing. I wish to meet your master, but it is merely to exchange a few words. Once we have spoken, we shall part ways, each minding our own business henceforth. That I promise not to trouble you again, and I hope you will refrain from pursuing me as well. The first light of dawn is akin to the radiance emitted when the sun breaks the horizon. Observing the current sun, only a few minutes remain until it rises. The goddess stands before her, seemingly unharmed save for the backlash, which is evidently ineffective against her, perhaps due to her human nature. The method described by the old gentleman appears to target only spirits, and the master behind the goddess is likely no benevolent figure. Regardless, both must be addressed. The order matters not, yet time does not wait for them. Li Sheng intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate the greater threat swiftly. That all. What do you seek from my master? The goddess, taken aback by Li Sheng's seemingly simple conditions, felt a sense of trepidation and inquired cautiously. What concern is it of yours? This is a private matter between him and me. Should you refuse to summon him to meet me, I shall continue to seize these puppet-like spells and deal with you accordingly. Chapter 138. Storage Space. With that, Li Sheng raised her hand to draw forth the next person's malevolent energy. The goddess, noticing her intent, cried out urgently, I will. Had you said so earlier, we could have avoided this predicament. Li Sheng scoffed, recognizing the goddess's lack of resolve, especially with the upper hand firmly in her grasp, leaving her unperturbed. Master, it is of utmost urgency. Please appear forthwith. The goddess produced a pendant from around her neck and shouted towards it. Li Sheng, holding her talisman, remained fixated on the goddess's direction, witnessing a wisp of black mist emerge from the necklace, nearly translucent and indistinguishable at a glance. What now? Li Sheng faintly heard a scream, almost imperceptible. As the scream faded, the goddess suddenly cried out, Master! With a gasp, you! Li Sheng discerned from the goddess's reaction that the black mist had dissipated, though she did not anticipate the immediate demise of the goddess following the mist vanishing. In the moment after the goddess's death, all those under her control regained their senses. Sheng approached the goddess's lifeless form, removing the pendant from her neck, which must be the storage artifact. System, I wish to distribute fan benefits. Please select a designated user to grant fan benefits. Simply enter the audience's name in the search box to select. After following the system's prompts, Li Sheng prepared to return the storage artifact to the spirit realm as agreed. However, upon selecting the necklace as a gift, the system's transmission fee left her momentarily dumbfounded. Upon evaluation, the gift being bestowed is a storage pendant artifact valued at 8 billion star coins, according to item transmission regulations. The broadcaster must pay 10 of the item's value, amounting to 800 million star coins. Will the broadcaster proceed with the transmission? 800 million? I spent a considerable amount during the establishment of the base, and my finances are nearly depleted. I now possess just over 2 billion star coins. 800 million is simply unattainable. Yet despite the agreement being a commitment, Li Sheng resolved to return the item to the spirit realm, albeit after saving up some funds. Old gentleman, are you still there? Li Sheng called somewhat awkwardly into the live stream. ID 89757 person, I am present. ID 89757 person, it is no concern. The storage artifact possessed by that fiend is indeed rare. Thus the high fee is to be expected. I can provide the broadcaster with a more affordable storage bag. You need only place the items we require into the bag and transmit it back. As for the storage artifact, you may keep it. It serves us no purpose, and possessing such a rare treasure may incite chaos. The transmission fee shall be covered by me, so there is no need for the broadcaster to worry. That won't be necessary. If the transmission fee falls within my means, I shall certainly honor my commitment. Moreover, if it were through rewards, the system's cut leaves little remaining, making it rather unprofitable. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for your assistance and the loan of the artifact. Li Sheng promptly declined. The system takes a 70 cut, and if the other party pays, they would have to pay an additional 70, which is simply impractical. It is better for her to bear the cost herself and foster goodwill. ID 89757 person, then I shall not insist. Please wait a moment, and I will fetch an inexpensive storage bag. ID 89757 person, gifted storage bag X1, broadcaster, please choose to accept the physical item or convert it into Starcoin income. If accepting the physical item, the broadcaster must complete the system's due share, which is 70 of the item's value in star coins, as well as the item transmission fee, which is 10 of the item's value in star coins. The gifting information quickly appeared in the chat, and Li Sheng skillfully opted for the physical gift. The storage bag was indeed quite affordable, costing merely 300,000 star coins. Sheng promptly placed the artifact into the storage bag and selected it as a gift for her fans. Indeed, the system did not calculate the contents of the storage bag into the price, saving her a considerable sum. I am not quite sure how to use this artifact. Does the old gentleman know how to access it? Li Sheng asked, holding the storage pendant, feeling somewhat perplexed. ID 89757 person, storage artifacts typically recognize their master through a drop of blood. The broadcaster need only place the first drop of blood upon it. Li Sheng nodded slightly, pulled out a dagger, and gently sliced her fingertip, applying the blood to the pendant. The moment the blood made contact, the pendant seemed to come alive, drawing in the blood, and Li Sheng felt a connection forming between herself and the pendant. Just as she contemplated how to enter, her surroundings shifted, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a place replete with the fragrance of blooming grass. This must be the interior of the storage artifact. With a blue sky overhead and lush grass beneath her feet, distant mountains looming and vast seas stretching out, to her left lay a field of ripe rice, while to her right, numerous fowl were kept. Behind her stood an opulent palace, a place that felt less like a storage space and more like a hidden paradise. Crucially, this space was populated with many bewildered individuals, all clad in modern attire, wielding various agricultural tools. Standing in confusion, not a few familiar faces caught Li Sheng's eye. They were among those who had received rations from the goddess on that fateful day, the so-called 100 devout individuals. It was no wonder that the goddess's resort was sparsely populated. It seemed these people had been confined within the storage to labor. After careful consideration, Li Sheng realized that her entry into this space had been facilitated by her silent intention. To send these individuals back, a mere thought should suffice. With a mind to test this, she inwardly commanded the expulsion of all living beings, and indeed, in an instant, all the living souls vanished from the space. The entire area now lay bare before her. The treasures sought by the elder were likely stored within the palace behind her. Sheng slowly made her way into the palace, which was ornately decorated. However, after searching every room within, she found no sign of the treasures. Li Sheng sighed. Wow, this space is stunning. With a place like this, why would anyone ever want to leave? It would be wonderful to live here, free from all the dangers outside. Sheng G666. I can only agree with you on the beauty of this space. Even a most well-preserved natural tourist destination pales in comparison. Living is good in this day and age. Where can we find such places? Resources are being overexploited, and many that take ages to regenerate are becoming rare commodities. The constant construction of buildings and commercial districts, along with the exorbitant costs of new energy sources, is quite disheartening. Li Sheng sighed. Sometimes I truly envy the ancient realms and the realms of immortals. Although their technology is backward, their natural ecosystems are breathtakingly beautiful. Is it rare to see places like this in your world? Li Sheng too found the location beautiful, yet was not beyond the realm of possibility. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, some sparsely populated jungles retained their former splendor. Li Sheng sighed. Indeed, such places have long since vanished. Mountains, flowing waters, and waterfalls now exist only in images and records. With the advancement of technology, the outside world has changed dramatically, much like the world you and the little girl inhabit. Were it not for the apocalypse, your world would likely have evolved into something akin to the interstellar realm. Is that so? While engaging in conversation with the audience, she continued her search for the location of the artifact. Li Sheng's keen eyes caught sight of a peculiar tile in the hall, its surface marred by numerous scratches unlike any on the other tiles. The direction of these scratches indicated that this tile was frequently moved. Approaching the tile, she glanced around the palace and casually fiddled with a couple of decorative items on a nearby shelf. Upon lifting a vase, a rumbling sound resonated, and the tile shifted aside. It must be said, the mechanism for accessing the basement was rather rudimentary. Sheng calmly lowered her head to glance inside. It was pitch black. She casually picked up a candlestick beside her and descended the steps. The basement was not large, and she reached the bottom after only a few steps. It was filled with shelves, cluttered with all sorts of peculiar magical artifacts and ornate boxes. ID 89757, person, the demon exorcising sword of the Chongyang sect, the spiritual brush of the ghost-repelling gate, the fiery gourd of the Lingshan sect. How come these treasured relics of the sects are all here? ID 89757, person, why do my spoken words turn into bullet comments? In the barrage, the elderly man could not help but exclaim in astonishment. These items were the sacred treasures of various sects, highlighting their immense value. However, the very foundation upon which these sects relied was not only absent from their own domains, but had also been left behind in another world. It seemed the ability of that demon to amass wealth was truly formidable. Upon seeing the tapestry of events, Li Sheng understood just how significant these artifacts were in the elder's world. Without hesitation, she began to stow them away in her storage bag. The space provided by the elder's storage bag was not extensive, but fortunately, these magical artifacts were typically small and did not occupy much room. Soon, after a swift and efficient process, she had filled the bag with the artifacts and promptly transmitted it to the elder, without a hint of reluctance. After uttering a phrase, the elder vanished without a trace. And Li Sheng couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She could easily comprehend the elder's mindset that it was merely a matter of being unaccustomed to the operations of a live stream, inadvertently revealing the true worth of these items. Fearing that she might develop a sense of greed, thus he chose to remain silent, hoping to slip away unnoticed. This was quite understandable. She did not take offense, for she had not toiled in vain. Having acquired such a valuable space, she ought to thank him instead. Had it not been for his generous guidance, she would have had no means to confront the goddess and the demon. Li Sheng was not the kind of person who would take advantage of a situation without acknowledging it over. The value of this space far surpassed that of the artifacts. After emptying the entire basement, just as she was about to leave, Li Sheng noticed a protruding stone button in the corner. Curiosity piqued, she approached and pressed it, causing the entire wall of the basement to tremble and slowly rise. Was there indeed a hidden world within this basement? Holding the candlestick, Li Sheng stepped inside, discovering a space far larger than the previous basement, shrouded in darkness. Obscuring her view to illuminate the area, she promptly purchased an oversized disposable light bulb from the system store. The moment she activated the bulb, the entire basement was bathed in light, revealing a scene that left her both astonished and elated. Chapter 139. Disproportionate abilities and responsibilities in this vast underground chamber. What left one speechless was not the abundance of gold and jewels strewn about, nor the crystal cores piled in the corners, but rather 2 rows of densely packed grains. These grains were stored in cloth bags, each emblazoned with the words state property. Manufactured in Tang City, the granary surrounding South City lay barren. The missing grains of Tang City were all contained within this space, and it was evident who was responsible for this granary. Gazing at the mountain of grains, Li Sheng could not help but furrow her brow. This goddess had truly left no room for survival for future generations. With so much grain available, she could sustain herself for several lifetimes. Storing all of it in this basement, how could a base of merely 1,000 individuals consume it all? It would take at least 50 or 60 years to in the early days of the apocalypse. How many lives could this grain have saved? A person can survive without water for a maximum of 7 days, and without food, only about a month. How many souls perish from starvation after a mere month of scarcity? Not to mention the countless lives sacrificed in the pursuit of grain in Tang City. How utterly despairing it must have been for the survivors. Sheng found it hard to fathom that this room full of grain seemed less like sustenance and more like the lives of countless individuals. While she could understand the selfishness of some, focused solely on their own survival, or the frantic rush to hoard supplies, even to the point of committing robbery or murder for a single bag of instant noodles. She simply could not comprehend the actions of a goddess such as this. Was the theft of so much grain truly for the sake of survival? Slowly sitting on the ground, she looked around with a dazed expression. In the apocalypse, the dark side of human nature was magnified to an extreme. The phrase "people die for wealth, birds perish for food" was embodied to the fullest for a morsel of food. People would fight fiercely, and to survive, they would even forsake their humanity, betraying friends and family. Yet, wasn't the ultimate goal to merely stay alive? There was more than enough, and this space even had the potential for cultivation. Why must one take advantage of others, indirectly causing the deaths of so many? Li Sheng repeatedly questioned in her heart. Why? In truth, she already knew the answer. It was all due to 2 words: ambition. She too harbored ambition, desires for revenge, and ideals. In her youth, she had fantasized about standing at the pinnacle of power, reigning over the world with a smile. However, she later realized that such a lavish life, the power in her hands, and the respect of countless individuals all came with responsibilities. In her previous life, had it not been for her inept half-brother ascending to the throne and leading a life of extravagance and tyranny, slaughtering loyal ministers, misappropriating military funds, and causing the populace to suffer, she would not have rebelled. Had that half-brother been a benevolent and wise emperor, capable of governing effectively and recognizing talent, she could have peacefully remained as the beloved princess of her fief. Her rebellion stemmed from witnessing the suffering of the world and the trampling of her cherished homeland due to a foolish leader. The initial willingness to take over the South City base was rooted in this sentiment. As South City was where she had spent the most time after arriving in this world, she had met many wonderful people here and made several decent friends. Thus, she was willing to contribute to this base. Had those in power that day not fled, had they chosen to resist together, she would still have poured all her strength into helping them without seizing control. She could not fathom those who wielded vast resources and power, yet refused to shoulder any responsibility, seeking only their own enjoyment. Was her life valuable while others were not? In the apocalypse, humanity was reshuffled. Some gained extraordinary abilities that allowed them to stand tall, while others, once elite, were reduced to ordinary individuals needing protection to survive. Yet, these reshuffled individuals were not selectively chosen. It was all random. Some held power surpassing others, but lacked conscience, while others, seemingly insignificant as ants, were more compassionate and kind-hearted. That in such an environment, everyone instinctively gravitated towards the strong. Even if they were devoid of morality. In the apocalypse, self-interest became the ultimate creed. Those who exhibited even a hint of kindness were often labeled as fools. In fact, when the crowd dispersed to the base, Sheng noticed many unkind glances directed her way. They probably thought life in this base was quite comfortable, with regular grain distributions, requiring little more than a bowing gesture without needing to labor, scavenge for supplies, or face any danger. It was laughable, pitiable, tragic, and lamentable. Listen, Sigo. Little girl, what's wrong? You seem a bit downcast, but isn't there plenty of good stuff in the warehouse, with so many spoils? Why isn't the little girl happy? Take it I don't know. Orange, all red. Maybe she is overwhelmed with joy at the sight of so many spoils. Taishang Laojun urgently ordered. Person, probably not. I see that outside, people are emaciated. Yet in this basement, there is an abundance of grains. The host likely feels a sense of reflection upon witnessing such a stark contrast. It's nothing. I merely believe that the greater one's abilities, the greater their responsibilities. If one's sense of duty does not match their abilities, it can only lead to tragedy. Sometimes one's own tragedy, and other times the tragedy of others. Sheng smiled wryly, sighed deeply, and explained. Taishang Laojun urgently ordered. Person, the host speaks wisely. Orange, all red. But the host's abilities and sense of responsibility are indeed well matched, as long as you do your part. That should suffice. While that may be true, I desire to make this world a better place. Listen, so, little girl, I think you think too much. You're still young. Why ponder so deeply, like an old woman? Interstellar 666. Host, you're still a child. You have plenty of time to change this world. Thank you for your comfort. Yes, I still have ample time to transform this world. Sheng slowly rose to her feet. She felt a twinge of reluctance to leave this live stream room. Chapter 140. Return of the belongings. Upon exiting the space, Sheng saw Yuan Mo and the others waiting in place, appearing to have been there for quite some time. Did you acquire something good? Yuan Mo approached with a grin, visibly relieved upon seeing Sheng. Soon, you will all know what I discovered. Sheng felt that mere words might not suffice to convey her experience. It would be far more delightful for them to witness it firsthand. We can also enter. Yuan Mo expressed mild surprise. Did you not rescue these individuals to bring them to our base? Yuan Mo seemed a bit perplexed. No. Previously it was the case, but this time the situation is somewhat unique, primarily due to the extraordinary abilities of that goddess. If left unchecked, it may one day pose a threat to us. Considering that Nansheng is neither too far nor too close from here, as for where these individuals wish to go, let them decide for themselves. Perhaps they would prefer to remain here after all. All we need to do is point them toward a clear path. Those who wish to leave should be informed that the base in Nansheng is over there. It seems there are no other bases nearby. As we saw no survivors on our way here, most of the living souls around, aside from the large bases, are likely gathered here. Let them choose for themselves. Sheng chuckled lightly, knowing that Yuan Mo would misinterpret her intentions. My lord, may I accompany you? Ari candidly expressed her true feelings. Whether one more person joined or not made little difference to her. Moreover, the young girl before her appeared quite amiable. Ari nodded eagerly, her face radiant with joy. All right, we probably need to rest for a while, at least get a good night's sleep before setting off tomorrow morning. If you have anything to pack, do so quickly. I am unsure how to contact you in the morning, Ari remarked. Just wait for us at the base entrance at 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, and we will take you along, Sheng stated, setting a time that was neither too early nor too late. Okay. Thank you, my lord. Ari danced away towards her dwelling, her lively figure suggesting she was indeed a naive young girl. After awakening and enjoying the most relaxing lunch she had had in days, Sheng immediately led her companions into the space, gazing at the azure sky, white clouds, verdant grass, towering mountains, vast seas, and palatial structures within the space. Her companions could not help but exclaim in admiration that a guide to a celestial paradise. Yet it is not the real world. If there exists such a haven in this apocalyptic era, it would indeed be a great blessing for humankind. The old Taoist mused, stroking his beard at "Oh, come off it, old Taoist. Out there anywhere that encounters the air cannot be cultivated. Where could there be such a place? This space is quite fine. It means we several bases will have food to eat." Hu Shiuesin, who had little formal education, had a particular aversion to the old Taoist scholarly prattle. "This space is actually rather difficult to utilize, not because I wish to hide it, but primarily because it has recognized me as its master. If anything were to happen to me, everyone within this space would be trapped here, unable to escape forever. Thus, it may not be suitable for long-term use. However, it poses no issue for emergencies that I see." Hu Shiuesin felt somewhat regretful. If this space were not limited in terms of entry and exit, he would certainly wish to discuss residing here with Li Sheng. "And one more thing, Qin Yan." Li Sheng suddenly called out to Qin Yan, who had been observing the lush rice stalks amidst the rice piles. Startled, Qin Yan asked, "What is it?" "There is a basement within this palace, and it contains a considerable amount of grain. This grain originates from the granary of Tangcheng. I recall you mentioning that you had previously gone to Tangcheng to collect supplies and had opened the granary, only to find it completely empty. The grain there must have been taken by the goddess, so under normal circumstances, it should rightfully belong to you. That if you need it, do not hesitate to let me know. We cannot allow the sacrifices to have been in vain. There is no need for thanks. Friends should support one another. So, will you be exploring this space more, or will you head out?" Hu Shiuesin promptly decided to remain in the space for the time being and suggested. Chapter 141. Revelry. Hu Shiuesin's proposal received unanimous agreement. Even Yuan Mo, who was typically indifferent, nodded repeatedly. Seeing everyone so spirited, Li Sheng too felt intrigued. Although they had just eaten, everyone present, except for the old Taoist and Tang Ling, were supernatural beings. A little exercise in the space would quickly stir their powers and make them hungry. Soon, the people at the base witnessed a remarkable scene. Yuan Mo stood motionless, gazing skyward as if he were drawing forth limitless energy, while Yuan Shirkai frantically conjured vines that climbed across several rooftops. Qin Yan summoned thunderclouds, with all the lightning striking down upon Yuan Mo's force field, while Lu Sunan diminished his presence to the utmost. And Lin Hai mumbled to himself with closed eyes. Gee, he joined in the excitement, albeit unable to summon anything, continuously releasing his powers, making him appear the most normal amongst the rest who seemed akin to lunatics, at least in the eyes of passers-by. What on earth are they doing? Onlookers expressed their astonishment, witnessing a gathering of what appeared to be madmen, all of whom were supernatural beings. I have no idea. I just saw them vanish in a thin air and then reappear like this. It startled me. Could they have been affected by something? That one over there seems quite powerful. I hope they don't accidentally strike the base with lightning. Surely not. They just rescued us. That woman was exceptionally unique. What if they sustained injuries while battling her? Your reasoning holds some merit, but we cannot assist them. Assist? Just look at their supernatural levels. They are no ordinary folk. Look at how that lightning is unleashed and how untouched the area is. And that wood-based supernatural user, with such a volume of vines, there is probably no one else like him in the entire base. Approaching them would be courting danger and foolishness. We simply ignore them. Look at their clear eyes. They don't seem to be having a fit. This could be some sort of ritual, or perhaps they're just bursting with energy with no outlet. Let us leave this be and hurry along. We cannot afford to be collateral damage. I Sheng keenly overheard the passerby's conversation and discreetly turned away, suppressing a smirk. It seems it would be best to maintain the facade of ignorance until they exhaust their energy. While she was not particularly concerned about others' perceptions, she truly did not wish to be mistaken for a lunatic. It would tarnish her heroic image. The group of supernatural beings, with their levels being so high, took quite some time to expend their energy, and soon they began to feel hunger pangs. Once satiated, they gathered beside Li Sheng, who, despite her attempts to evade them, could not escape the circle of eccentricities. Sis, brother, I've finally exhausted myself. I want to feast on skewers of meat. Oh, and let us have some seafood too, and get some snacks and vegetables. I intend to indulge thoroughly. Hu Shuesen's exuberant laughter echoed, clearly within a 500-meter radius. Li Sheng face-palmed, feeling a dull ache in her temples. She sighed helplessly. Today, you may eat to your heart's content, whatever you desire. Hee, it's all thanks to my sister. Yuan Mo, are you ready yet? You're taking forever. My powers take time to recharge. I still need a while. Yuan Mo rolled his eyes, appearing quite disdainful of Hu Shuesen. Noticing Yuan Mo's expression and indifferent attitude, Hu Shuesen pouted and remarked, "You little brat. Acting all profound. Sis, take a good look. Someone like Yuan Mo is likely to turn out to be a sly one. When searching for boyfriend in the future, make sure to steer clear of types like him. You rethinking too far ahead. I still have 3 months until I turn 11. Sheng also rolled her eyes 8 times. Hu Shuesen's words truly wore on people's nerves. Sheng purchased a significant amount of ingredients. Being supernatural beings, they required more food, and in this rare good mood, she even bought some alcohol. Typically, unless they were within the confines of the Nansheng base, they would be vigilant even while sleeping, let alone drinking and relaxing, a luxury unattainable. Given this rare occasion to fully unwind in a carefree environment, it would be splendid to indulge in a hearty drink, especially since there was still ample time until tomorrow. Hu Shuesen closely monitored Li Sheng and Yuan Mo, ensuring they did not consume any alcohol. Feeling somewhat helpless yet aware of his good intentions, Li Sheng swiftly downed her beverage and discreetly filled a bottle with fruit wine. Hu Shuesen, completely oblivious to her ruse, remained unaware. The group reveled in merriment, exchanging cups and laughter under the boundless blue sky devoid of clouds, where the sun never set, eternally basking in daylight. It lacked a certain ambience. If only we could find such a place outside in the future. Yuan Mo mimicked Li Sheng's actions, filling his drink bottle with wine, partaking generously before the meal that he gazed up at the sky, feeling slightly tipsy, and sighed. Meanwhile, Li Sheng remained quite sober. She understood Yuan Mo's sentiment. And no matter how beautiful the space was, it lacked the exchange of day and night, and reflecting on it now, it was indeed a tad regrettable. If only this space were night, they could gaze upon the dazzling starlit sky and savor the finest wines of the world. Then it would truly be a celebration of life. Indeed, it would be splendid if such breathtaking scenery could be found outside as well. Mused Li Sheng, "It will come." A voice tinged with a slight rasp suddenly reached Li Sheng's ears. She turned her head slightly, momentarily taken aback, and whispered, "What?" I said, "It will come. One day, we shall behold such vistas in the world beyond. If not, then we shall create one in the desolation of the apocalypse. We can harness our strength to breathe new life into it." Yuan Mo tilted his head back and took a hearty swig of his drink. Li Sheng was taken aback by Yuan Mo's words. If anyone else had spoken them, she would have felt no surprise, but coming from Yuan Mo, they felt oddly out of place. "I never expected you to say such a thing. There is nothing unexpected about it. People inevitably change. Previously, I struggled to find a reason to exist in this world, which led me to believe it had no bearing on me. But now I have found that reason. Even if this world is far from perfect, it has become beautiful to me. Even in the face of the apocalypse, there is now a motivation to forge ahead." Yuan Mo chuckled lightly, and for a fleeting moment, Li Sheng felt a sense of disorientation. This version of Yuan Mo seemed considerably less lonely, infused with warmth and humanity. His once dreaded visage now appeared vibrant. "I am truly glad that you have discovered this reason. You are right. We have the potential to uncover such beauty, and even if we cannot find it, we can create it. The end of days will eventually come to an end." Chapter 142. An unexpected task completed on this day. Everyone was inebriated beyond measure, save for Li Sheng, who remained sober. At this moment, she felt incredibly fortunate to have acquired this space, dispelling any thoughts of risking her life. She wished to share a glimpse of the splendor from her world with them. Timing her exit perfectly, she emerged from the space only to find the dawn breaking. Nearing the hour she had agreed upon with a Ri-Jiang Zhongji was pulled into the space by the old Taoist priest. While her companions remained deep in slumber, thoroughly intoxicated, Sheng retrieved her vehicle and set the autopilot route. Waiting for a Ri at the entrance, as the appointed time arrived, A laden with all his belongings, appeared at the base's entrance. The two of them climbed into the vehicle and smoothly drove out of the base. I could see that moment. Many others, already prepared with their packs, were also ready to depart. It seemed few wished to remain in this base, marking yet another small-scale migration. She could only hope for the safety of those embarking on their journey. The further west they traveled, the more zombies they encountered. This route no longer contained any bases. All cities echoed with the roars of the undead and the remnants of devastation wrought by the apocalypse. The protracted winter had finally passed. The snow had melted away, cleansing the land of the blood and foul air that had plagued the early days of the apocalypse, leaving only the remnants of decay to recount the horrors of that time. This signified that following the end of winter, drought would soon follow. As temperatures continued to rise, it would not be long before the living conditions for humanity grew increasingly dire, with water resources becoming a critical concern. Once temperatures reached a certain peak, even the clean water produced daily by water-manipulating abilities would likely evaporate swiftly, posing a significant challenge to the daily water supply for the entire base. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, Sheng took the opportunity to check the price of water in her space. It was relatively inexpensive, but under the relentless heat, a single bottle per person per day would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Even at a low cost, such expenses would accumulate into a staggering figure daily. The gold and silver treasures in the basement of her space had already been exchanged for star coins, amounting to a considerable sum. Whether these treasures were collected by the goddess or the demon was uncertain. Yet a viewer from the ghost realm had mentioned that gold and silver in his world merely held the value of worldly currency, devoid of any specific significance, and thus were left to Sheng. Now, only crystals of rank 3 and above remained, and Sheng was somewhat reluctant to exchange them with the system, as the conversion rate was at least half unfavorable. No matter how she thought about it, it felt like a loss, and she was convinced there must be alternative methods to trade the crystals for more valuable items. System Task 5 has been completed. Host rewards, 50,000 star coins, and 2 lottery draws. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, startling Sheng. Task 5? When had the 5th task been issued? It seemed peculiar that it would be announced on the very night her soul was adrift. A time when she had not heard the system's voice, leaving her unaware of this task. Fortunately, this task required a total donation of 1 million. And after dealing with the demon, the old gentleman from the ghost realm brought along numerous people, showering her with gifts daily, and despite her attempts to dissuade them, they persisted, allowing her to complete the task swiftly. Perhaps this was a case of serendipity. What Sheng had not anticipated was that the reward for the donation task would be so substantial. The star coins exceeded the previous amount by a factor of 2, along with an additional lottery draw. With nothing else to occupy her time, Sheng decided to proceed with the lottery immediately. As she gazed at the spinning wheel before her, she paused and turned to Lin Hai, saying, "Lin Hai, would you be so kind as to bestow upon me a blessing with your abilities? Just wish me a bit of good fortune today." After pondering for a moment, she concluded that luck was the essence of such endeavors. "All right, today will be a day of exceptional luck for me." Lin Hai clasped his hands earnestly, invoking his powers with deliberate enunciation, delivering his blessing. Once he finished, Sheng, brimming with confidence, activated the lottery wheel. Her anticipation heightened beyond previous experiences. She was genuinely curious to test the extent of Lin Hai's abilities and their mysterious efficacy. The latest lottery wheel was somewhat disappointing, featuring a reward of merely a bottle of water in the marketplace. A single bottle was worth 0.5 star coins, and winning this was truly disheartening. However, alongside this meager prize was a reward that particularly captivated Sheng's attention. Could randomly increase new dimensional viewers. Sheng had already grasped the significance of new dimensional viewers. It was not solely due to the popularity of her live stream or the viewership tasks, but rather because each dimension possessed its own unique culture, specialties, customs, and world layouts. If she could unlock all the external viewers, her live stream would essentially transform into a colossal encyclopedia. For instance, had she not unlocked the Ghost Realm dimension, she would have had no means to approach the goddess. Furthermore, Sheng discovered that the items in the marketplace that had yet to be illuminated could be activated once a new dimension was opened, without needing to upgrade her host level. Holding her breath, Sheng watched as the wheel spun, finally coming to rest on the reward of Space Bracelet. Chapter 143. Is there a bonus? This was not the reward Li Sheng had desired, and she felt a twinge of disappointment. The system then promptly displayed another message. The first lottery draw has been completed. Would the host like to initiate a second draw? Having not acquired her most coveted item, Li Sheng felt indifferent. After all, leaving the lottery as it seemed pointless. Yes, let's proceed with the second draw. In truth, the space bracelet was quite valuable in its own right. The lucky buff from Lin Hai's blessing was not entirely ineffectual. Such a bracelet would fetch several million in the system's marketplace, making it the most valuable item on the wheel, though it was not what she had yearned for. The second lottery draw has commenced. Please elect whether to reshuffle the rewards on the lottery wheel or to continue drawing from the current wheel. Could it be done this way? Li Sheng's earlier disappointment melted away in an instant. The rewards on the lottery wheel were randomized, and each generation was unique. If she could avoid reshuffling, there remained a chance to draw what she desired. Sheng decisively opted for the latter. The section for the space bracelet from the previous draw dimmed, and Li Sheng initially thought it was merely a sign of no reshuffling. However, she soon realized that the dimmed section had not been reignited, indicating that one option had been removed from the wheel, thus increasing her chances of drawing the new dimensional viewers. Taking a deep breath, Li Sheng continued her lottery attempt, fixated on the wheel before her. Utterly still, like a tea last, the wheel began to slow, gradually coming to a halt. The pointer lingered at the reward of a bottle of water. The final spin of the wheel and the gap to the next segment left Li Sheng feeling disheartened. There was no way it could land on the next segment. Wait, something was amiss. Li Sheng widened her eyes. Just as the pointer appeared to be at a standstill, the gap was indeed substantial. Yet with one final push of momentum, the pointer had reached the critical point, just shy of her desired reward. The movement of the pointer had become almost imperceptible, but it ultimately came to rest. Li Sheng squinted her eyes, struggling to discern the difference. The pointer had halted precisely on the dividing line between a bottle of water and unlocking a new dimension. How would this resolve? The wheel has stopped at the dividing line. The host may claim reward from both sides. The bottle of water has been stored in the system's warehouse. Please proceed to draw for new dimensional viewers. To her astonishment, the pointer resting right in the middle had granted her rewards from both sides. This was indeed fortuitous. Having never tested this before, she had not anticipated that an ability, like Lin Hai's, tied to the spirit realm, could be so mystifying and even capable of influencing one's luck. Seizing the moment while Lin Hai's buff was still active, Li Sheng fervently wished to activate the wheel and draw for viewers from the Xinsha dimension. Due to the multitude of realms represented on the spinning wheel before her, the small text was so dense that Li Sheng could hardly discern anything. The only way she could ascertain her lottery results was through the system's announcements. So she simply closed her eyes and awaited the outcome. The host randomly selected the audience from the realm. Xuanlu realm. Xuanlu realm. What kind of place is this? Li Sheng opened the system store and let out a slow breath. Within the realm of fantasy, many products related to weapon forging and elixirs, which had previously remained unlit, were now illuminated. It seemed that her thoughts had manifested, confirming that she had indeed entered the world of fantasy. Since the realm had been unlocked, Li Sheng decided not to dwell any longer on her circumstances and turned to join Lin Hai and the others in their game of poker. As soon as she sat down, she handed the spatial bracelet she had just drawn to Lu Sunan. What is this? Lu Sunan, with a paper note plaster across his face, could barely be recognized as human. He picked up the bracelet, scrutinizing it closely before asking that it's a spatial artifact. I have no idea how vast it is inside, that I'm giving it to you. The lottery product identification lacked detailed descriptions. And to this day, Li Sheng was still unaware of the purpose of the energy crystal she had drawn in her second lottery, so she could only let Lu Sunan explore it himself. Why are you giving me such a precious gift for no reason? Lu Sunan was taken aback. In human relationships, there are always varying degrees of closeness, although they were partners who could trust one another with their backs. Each held a different place in Li Sheng's heart. Relatively speaking, Hu Xuesen and Yuan Mo had the best relationship with Li Sheng. As they had initially set off together, it seemed that such a valuable item ought not to fall into his hands. What are you thinking? Your heirloom is already fused with me. I have no choice if I were to sever my own arm to return your heirloom. Consider this a token of gratitude. Though it may not be as extraordinary as your heirloom, it is still a fine item. Just accept it. A token of gratitude. That sounds good, but how do you use this thing? Lu Sunan looked at the translucent bracelet in his hand, quite pleased that IT should be a blood oath for recognition. Why don't you try? Li Sheng hesitated for a moment. The system had provided her with no instructions on usage. Perhaps it was akin to her current spatial artifact? Lu Sunan, oblivious, nodded vigorously, drew a dagger, and pricked his finger, letting the blood drip onto the bracelet. The bracelet reacted, emitting a faint glow, and the already crystalline bracelet became even more resplendent, as if polished to a shine. Li Sheng, does the gift you sent me come with so many bonuses? Lu Sunan closed his eyes to feel it and asked after a moment. What bonuses? I don't know, but it seems like a bunch of bottles and jars. I'll take them out for you in a moment. After a brief pause, Lu Sunan spoke. Instantly, the poker-laden table was overwhelmed with various bottles. Some appeared to be made of glass, others of jade, and even some of emerald. If this were before the apocalypse, these bottles alone would be worth a fortune. These items certainly weren't placed there by Lu Sunan, so they must have been included with the bracelet. Why would there be items in the bracelet? Li Sheng was also taken aback, not expecting such a turn of events. What are all these? Li Sheng muttered to herself, actually inquiring of the system. But in her surprise, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts. How would I know what you sent me? Lu Sunan appeared equally bewildered. Chapter 144. The first new audience member. This isn't another earth-shattering bug, is it? Or should we just take a look inside to see what S contained? Lu Sunan picked up the bottles and jars on the table, examining them as he asked. Let us not. What if there is something dangerous? Li Sheng shook her head, reluctant to take that risk. There are words on this one. Lin Hai also leaned in, casually picking up a bottle. Hey, mine has some too. This time it's engraved. No wonder it's hard to notice unless one looks closely. But what does it say? Lu Sunan held his bottle and observed it carefully. Li Sheng scrutinized it and replied, I don't know. The text on the bottle was neither modern simplified characters nor the traditional characters of Li Sheng's era. Even though she could understand a bit of Oracle Bone script, the characters on this bottle were so twisted and contorted that they were completely indecipherable. Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal. It says Qing Xin Dan on here. Suddenly, a new voice from the realm spoke in the live stream, prompting Li Sheng to quickly shift her gaze. What is Qing Xin Dan? Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal. It calms the mind and nourishes the soul. It is a first-tier elixir, not particularly rare. However, the youth on your right holds a fifth-tier elixir, which is rare and precious. Oh, we have someone knowledgeable here. Li Sheng seized the opportunity while this knowledgeable new audience member was still present. Snatching the elixir bottle from Lu Sunan's hands. Is this it? What is it called, and what are its effects? Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal. It's called Tsiuhua Dan. Fire poison is difficult to eradicate. Generally, those afflicted with fire poison, even if they receive timely treatment, cannot eliminate the toxin. Without this Tsiuhua Dan, the toxin will recur every month, causing intense suffering. And while this elixir is valuable, it is only effective against specific poisons. Thank you, Xianjun, for your explanation. Li Sheng was unsure how to address the audience. She had never considered that there might be deities in this world, but the system had continually expanded her understanding, turning her atheism into a belief in the divine. Not wanting to offend this audience member, she opted for a respectful title that would avoid any missteps. Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal, there's no need to thank me. I have my eye on the second bottle of elixir to your right. Named Huan Yin Dan. Before I turned 50, I spent half my life in the mortal realm, and when I stepped into the path of cultivation, I was already middle-aged. Naturally, I wish to restore my youthful appearance. Though the conditions for refining it are exceedingly demanding, I wonder if this young friend could part with it. If there is something you desire, I could offer an exchange. Desire? I don't think I have anything particularly desired at the moment. I'll gift this elixir to Xianjun. It's merely unexpected fortune, and parting with it isn't difficult. However, could you assist me by explaining the effects of all the elixirs on the table? Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal. No problem. I can promise you one thing. As long as you do not violate your moral integrity or betray your principles, I can fulfill any request for you. I thank you in advance for your kindness, and no need for thanks. I'm merely borrowing flowers to present a Buddha, with a free explainer at her disposal. Li Sheng wasted no time in packaging the elixir and sending it to Qingling Xianjun. Restoring youth and beauty wasn't particularly significant to people like them. Even if she kept the elixir, it would be a dispensable trinket. Moreover, since she had not lost anything, gaining a friend and more pathways by doing a good deed was simply advantageous. Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal, I have received it. This is the shipping fee. Thank you, young friend. Qingling Xianjun rewarded 9,999 star coins x10. What the heck? So wealthy. Li Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in genuine surprise. The livestream room received continuous donations daily, but they were generally small amounts, with the highest being around 13-14. Although these small amounts added up to a significant income, such generous donations were rare. Thank you, Xianjun. Qingling Xianjun, Earth Immortal. This is what you deserve. No need to thank me. The first bottle of elixir to your right is called Huishuo Dan. If 1's lifespan is nearing its end, this elixir can extend life by half a month when taken at the brink of death. During this half month, the body will return to its peak state, but one will die immediately after, leaving no trace behind. It can be used by those with unfulfilled wishes. The second bottle to your right. This Xianjun is indeed proactive. Without hesitation, he began to explain each elixir to Li Sheng, filling the live stream with his knowledgeable discourse. There were a total of 35 bottles, and it took quite a while to elucidate their uses. Among them, there were indeed many that could be beneficial, although most had peculiar effects, including elixirs that could alter 1's size. Finally, after completing the explanations, the Xianjun casually remarked that he would enter seclusion and exited the live stream. As if he had completed a task, staring at the plethora of peculiar bottles on the table, Li Sheng was still puzzled. Why did the spatial item obtained from the lottery contain these objects? Who had placed them inside? Li Sheng could not possibly believe that the system had provided such gifts. The system was notoriously stingy, often charging fees for any service. So how could it possibly give away gifts with a lottery? Thus, Li Sheng contemplated that perhaps this bracelet had once belonged to someone else, but what had happened to its original owner? I just did a bit of research. This bracelet contains a total of 28 beads, each housing a small space, roughly 20 square meters each, suitable for categorizing and storing different items, making it quite resourceful. Truly a remarkable treasure. Lu Sunen's sudden interjection broke Li Sheng's train of thought. Let us not. Although you just explained in detail what these things all do, I can't retain any of it. You think everyone is as abnormal as you in Yuan Mo? Able to remember everything they hear. Forget it. There are many emergency potions in here. You should keep them, that I'm afraid I'll mix them up later, and if anything unexpected happens, it'll take me ages to go through them. Lu Sunen hurriedly declined, having lost interest in medicine since the death of his mother. Thus, he felt no affinity for these medicinal pills. No matter how miraculous they were, they could not pique his curiosity as much as the bracelet in his hand could. Chapter 145. The Urban Zhu. Li Sheng, observing Lu Sunen's complete absorption in his bracelet, could not help but chuckle wryly. She gathered the various bottles and jars from the table and stored them in her spatial compartment, relocating other and used items from the system's space to the palace of her spatial artifact. The system space was solely for weaponry, allowing for easy access without the need for rummaging, and since these items were for her own use, their disappearance due to unforeseen circumstances would pose little issue. As the vehicle gradually entered the city, a peculiar sight greeted them. Numerous zombies were visible along the way, yet this city appeared devoid of even a single zombie. The streets lay eerily silent, littered with abandoned vehicles and what had become a forsaken urban landscape. Tall buildings and structures were entwined with creeping vines, while resilient grasses sprouted defiantly from the ground. Under the sun's warm rays, this deserted city exuded a unique aesthetic, where nature seamlessly intertwined with remnants of human habitation. Even the ruins of an ancient city, unexpectedly found within a dense forest, hinted at its former splendor, revealing nature's beauty. Trees once planted for greening purposes had thrived, now exhibiting the potential to grow into towering giants. Gazing upon this city, I couldn't help but wonder if this apocalyptic catastrophe was merely nature's way of resetting itself. Lin Hai, captivated by the enchanting scenery, let out a sigh of awe. Perhaps, in some future day, the The steel and concrete skyscrapers would only vaguely resemble their former selves, replaced by flourishing flora and fauna, with animals frolicking freely, reminiscent of an era when nature had yet to be exploited by humankind. He concurred, having become good friends with Lin Hai through their shared experiences over the past few days. Ji's demeanor had gradually stabilized, and the more time he spent with Lin Hai, the more his spirit brightened. "Look, there are birds!" Lu Sunan pointed toward some trees nearby, where a few magpies were energetically chirping and hopping about. "Wow, and there are rabbits too! How adorable!" Eri exclaimed, spotting the bunnies bounding playfully through the grass. "This city seems to be teeming with animals. Where on earth are we?" Hu Shuesan leaned out the car window, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, where he even spotted a few monkeys. Yuan Mo, consulting his map, calculated their journey and concluded, "We should be in Antong City right now. And no wonder there are so many animals." Before the apocalypse, this place housed the largest zoo in the country, along with numerous animal protection organizations. Then where are all the other animals? If it's a zoo, shouldn't there be more? Lu Sunan nodded slightly, puzzled. This city is quite expansive. The zoo alone occupies over 3,000 square meters, and there are several smaller zoos and parks. We've only just entered the city, so it's normal not to see too many animals yet. However, I hope we don't encounter any overly aggressive creatures. Otherwise, we might have to engage in battle. Yuan Mo replied. Lacking the enthusiasm of his companions, he was more concerned about the possibility of running into predatory animals like lions or tigers, which would be far more troublesome than facing hordes of zombies. Just as Yuan Mo was silently wishing for a trouble-free journey, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed nearby. The sound was unmistakably close, and before long, the roar of a lion joined it. The vehicle continued to move forward, soon revealing the source of the commotion. A lion and a tiger stood poised in a standoff in the square, seemingly ready to engage in battle. Are they fighting for territory? Lu Sunan marveled at the rare sight before him, feeling a sense of wonder at witnessing such a scene firsthand. It appears so. Li Sheng replied uncertainly, admitting her limited knowledge about wild animals. Wow, that tiger looks magnificent, Eri exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the majestic creature. I think we should leave quickly. If they notice us, we'll likely become their targets, Lin Hai warned, stepping back nervously. However, this cautionary advice, though valid from anyone else, carried more weight coming from Lin Hai, which prompted him to realize he might have caused trouble. He quickly covered his mouth, regretting his words. Yet, the damage was done, and it was too late to take back his statement. Sometimes, it was hard to decide whether to label him as a harbinger of misfortune or a jinx. Li Sheng sighed deeply, shaking her head as she turned the vehicle in haste to escape the looming danger. Lin Hai suggested taking a detour, expressing concern. What if we can't get through? What if we flip the car? No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle tipped over, landing upside down. Crossing the ditch, even if they couldn't pass, it was unusual for a car to flip due to the wheels merely getting stuck. Upon exiting to investigate, they discovered a fist-sized rock had lodged itself in the ground at the exact spot where they had passed, destabilizing the vehicle and causing it to tumble. Subsequently, Lin Hai's predictions, both good and bad, seemed to come true several times, leading him to realize that these occurrences were not mere coincidences, but rather manifestations of his abilities. Now, with Lin Hai's powers in play, they found themselves being pursued through the streets by the tiger and lion. They certainly could fight back, but given the current chaos wrought by mutated creatures, the tiger and lion, with their formidable size and strength, were undoubtedly boss-level threats among the mutated fauna, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible. They had intended to navigate around the danger. However, now being chased, it was prudent to flee until they could ascertain the extent of the mutations in these two animals and ensure they had the means to eliminate them decisively. Chapter 146. The Earth Cracks. Oh no, this isn't good. If you ask me to say something deliberately, it surely won't work. Lin Hai struggled to formulate his words, knowing that every utterance he made while activating his abilities needed to carry a strong conviction. If he himself was uncertain, he wouldn't be able to speak at all. Then try a different approach, just like when you led them over earlier, using words like what if, possibly, or maybe will suffice, Hu Shuesan suggested. empathizing with Lin Hai's predicament and offering a compromise. Oh, okay, let me think. How about we turn left? What if the lion and tiger stop chasing us? Lin Hai said, spotting an upcoming intersection that I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm sorry, I want to speak carelessly again. Lin Hai admitted sincerely, acknowledging his misstep. Noticing the younger boy's mood sinking, Hu Shiuesen quickly reassured him with a laugh. No worries, just avoid saying anything catastrophic, like what if the sky falls or the earth cracks. That is all you need to remember. Everything else is fair game. And if anything goes awry, you have me to back you up. And even if I can't, there's always my sister to count on. So, relax. Li Sheng joined in to comfort him, feeling an inexplicable guilt at seeing such a bright spirit so dejected. Thank you all, Lin Hai replied gratefully. He was not one to hold grudges. Even if someone acted against him, he would soon let go of any resentment. The playful banter and unfiltered words exchanged among friends were inconsequential to him. I am not sure, but it seems the flora here is denser than on the other side, Li Sheng observed while glancing around. The trees here were clearly more abundant than those on the previously animal-rich side, with weeds towering over a person's height, and many buildings were shrouded in vines, leaving only the outlines of their structures visible, the bricks inside almost completely obscured. The vines here are far more beautiful than the ones I can conjure. Hu Shiuesen remarked. Intrigued by the plants due to his wood-based abilities, he raised his hands to attempt to control the vegetation, but after a prolonged effort, he frowned in frustration. Is something wrong? Li Sheng noticed Hu Shiuesen's peculiar expression and approached him. I can't seem to control the plants here for some reason, Hu Shiuesen replied, holding up his hands, revealing a seed that emitted a soft green glow. As he concentrated, the seed slowly blossomed into a vibrant rose. His abilities were intact, which meant the issue lay with the plants themselves. These plants possess some form of resistance. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity began to grasp the vastness and strangeness of the world. So even the most bizarre phenomena became easier to accept. Tang Ling's pupils gradually shifted in hue as his hand morphed into a razor-sharp claw, extending out of the car window. I can't reach it. Tang Ling shook his head. The companions were utterly astonished. Although the material of Tang Ling's entire being was unknown, even Li Sheng's extraordinary abilities could not affect him. Not even the spatial barrier created by Yuan Mo could hinder his unrestricted movement, let alone the powers of others. In the face of such a transformed physique, abilities appeared to be rendered completely ineffective. Tang Ling could almost be regarded as a bug-like existence, yet even his mechanical hand was powerless to pluck a single leaf. Underscoring the terrifying nature of the surrounding flora, caution was paramount. They needed to remain vigilant and avoid any contact with the nearby plants. The vehicle accelerated forward, taking a detour as necessary. This city appeared decidedly unsafe. Li Sheng immediately issued commands, but just as her words fell, the earth began to tremble violently. Gigantic fissures manifested visibly on the ground, widening with alarming speed. Even at maximum velocity, the vehicle could not match the pace of the Earth's rending. If this continued, they would inevitably be swallowed by the crevices. Just as the chasm threatened to engulf her, Li Sheng, quick-witted and agile, leaped and grasped a nearby ivy, hanging onto the wall. The fissures finally ceased their expansion, and as Li Sheng panted heavily, she gazed down into the abyss that seemed to lead directly to hell. That a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a chilling silence around them. After a moment, as the ground ceased its trembling, Li Sheng contemplated jumping down, for hanging there was quite uncomfortable. Yet before she could act, a massive root surged from the ground, rising above the skyscrapers and obscuring all sunlight. In the shadow of this enormous root, Li Sheng felt diminutive, akin to a mere insect. Chapter 147. A close call, purpose unclear. It was evident that this was a root, and given its formidable girth, the tree from which it derived must be astonishingly large. Sheng scanned her surroundings twice, following the direction of the root, but found nothing. Logically, such a tree should be highly conspicuous, at the very least. One would expect to see a leaf. The colossal root swayed gently, and Li Sheng observed its every movement with trepidation, cautiously continuing her ascent along the ivy, aiming to reach a higher elevation. She needed her feet on solid ground, for hanging suspended in midair was exceedingly limiting. Long last, she successfully reached the rooftop, yet she still did not discern the source of the root. Nonetheless, she could reasonably conclude that this tree possessed offensive capabilities. The previous lion and tiger had likely refrained from pursuing her due to its presence. However, these considerations were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that following humanity's transformation into zombies and the mutation of animals, the flora had also undergone changes, acquiring its own semblance of life. That it was possible that the plants had not mutated suddenly, but rather the process had been gradual, now finally manifesting. Fortunately, plants required soil, water, and sunlight to thrive, unlike animals that could roam freely. If plants were capable of such movement, humanity's living space would be drastically reduced. The towering root above seemed intent on something unknown. Yet when Li Sheng employed her abilities, the ivy and leaves remained unaffected. There was no way she could contend with such a gigantic tree. A twinge of desire to flee stirred within her. Preserving her own safety was paramount. There was no need to confront every strange species that emerged unless absolutely necessary or if her life were at stake. Seizing the opportunity while the root remained inactive, Li Sheng resolved to vacate the area. The ground was undoubtedly unsafe, having cracked in such a manner. Thankfully, the city's buildings were closely packed, allowing her to traverse the rooftops without encountering vast gaps that might leave her stranded. She had procured climbing gear from the system's marketplace for safety and ascended to an even higher rooftop. The building beneath her was approximately 10 stories tall, and she recognized the plaza before her had likely once been a shopping mall. From this height, Li Sheng barely matched the elevation of the root. Gazing at the distance to the ground and then at the root, which towered above her by an additional story, she could not help but marvel. Perhaps it would be prudent to clear the surrounding greenery upon her return. This elevated position might shield her from the influences of the South City base, but one could never be certain when the flora there might also undergo mutation, leading to equally terrifying outcomes. After observing for a moment longer, she prepared to proceed, but the previously motionless root suddenly sprang into action, swinging twice before hurtling towards her. The root's movement was unexpected, but fortunately, Li Sheng had remained alert and managed to evade its strike. The ground where it landed emitted only a soft patter, showing no signs of damage. The force seemed minimal. Was it that the root had exerted little effort? Or was it inherently weak? The impact, despite its size, felt as if it were merely a gentle nudge. No, the sheer volume dictated a certain degree of force. Such a large root would have significant impact unless deliberately controlled. Why then did it choose to temper its strength? Li Sheng felt perplexed that in people's subconscious, humans, zombies, and mutated animals were perceived as diametrically opposed entities. Even the piglets she had brought to the base were kept in isolated, spacious areas to minimize their exposure to humans. Thus, upon encountering mutated plants, she instinctively regarded them as adversaries. However, this interpretation seemed flawed. All opposing relationships possess causal connections, with discernible origins. Humans are sustenance for zombies, while zombies serve as a resource for humans to enhance their abilities. Their relationship is one of mutual annihilation. Animals, be they stray or previously abused, harbor intense aggression towards humans, but this stems from the harm inflicted upon them. Conversely, many domesticated pets remain reliant on humanity, for plants. It appeared there had never been a conflictual relationship between humans and flora. Even if plants had mutated, they seemed devoid of any reason to harm humans. Unless humans were the food of mutated plants. Yet outside of carnivorous plants, most flora should thrive through photosynthesis, right? Li Sheng was uncertain of her conjecture. The root, having missed its mark, slowly lifted and charged at her once more. This time, she did not react with panic, but rather shifted back cautiously to observe closely. Indeed, the force behind this strike was minimal, akin to a mere tickled Sheng repeated the experiment 3 or 4 times, confirming that each swing of the root was intentionally controlled. She then relaxed, emboldened enough to stand her ground and await the root's next move. She was determined to discern its true intentions. As anticipated, the root landed upon her without causing pain or discomfort, lightly resting against her waist, and in the next moment, it deftly coiled around her, lifting her effortlessly. calmly suspended high above. Li Sheng noted that the root seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. After raising her, it hesitated in astonishment before suddenly pulling her away with remarkable speed, transforming the surrounding buildings into mere blurs. She could not ascertain how long she was dragged, but eventually she beheld the source of the massive root. Astonishingly, from which such a thick root extended, the tree turned out to be merely a sapling. The root gently set her down before loosening its grip, and Li Sheng looked up at the sapling before her, utterly bewildered. Could it truly grow such imposing roots? This severely contradicted the laws of natural growth. Ensuring her surroundings were safe, Li Sheng released her companions from their confines, suddenly thrust into the spatial realm. Yuan and Mo and the others had been anxiously pacing within, and upon their release, they could not suppress their irritation. "Sister, how could you bring us all in while you stayed out here? What if something had happened?" "I was worried sick," Hu Shiuesan exclaimed, scooping Li Sheng into his arms, his expression a mixture of anger and concern. "Even if I had entered, we would not have moved. The space follows my lead. If we were ambushed, we would all be doomed." Acting alone allowed me to proceed without hesitation, Li Sheng explained, attempting to placate the agitated group. Upon hearing this, Yuan Mo's expression darkened, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he queried, "So, are you implying that we are nothing but a burden?" No, I did not mean that at all." "Yuan Mo, do not sow discord." Li Sheng frantically waved her hands, feeling the weight of numerous accusatory gazes upon her. "Look, this tree." Realizing the need to divert the topic, she quickly pointed at the tree.The. "Do not attempt to change the subject. You must provide a reasonable explanation." "No, I am not changing the subject. The tremors from earlier were caused by this tree." "Look over there at the ground," Li Sheng interjected, pointing ahead. The group followed her gesture, and indeed, their attention was redirected. The damage was irreparable. The traces left by the tree's roots were evident in the ground. And at that moment, even disbelief turned into acceptance of Li Sheng's words. Did this tree do all of this? Hu Shiuesan was somewhat astonished. The trunk of this young sapling was hardly thicker than his waist. "It did not attack you." Yuan Mo approached the sapling, reaching out to touch it, and found its texture indistinguishable from that of a typical tree. No, it wasn't exactly an attack. It merely grabbed me and dragged me here. And its movements and strength seemed deliberately controlled, ensuring I was not harmed. "Then why did it pull you here?" Yuan Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating as he gazed at the sapling. "I am equally curious about that. It seems to have brought us here to brainstorm together. I can sense that this sapling harbors no malice. However, its deliberate act of pulling me over must surely have another purpose." Chapter 148. Water Scarcity, Wuliang, Tianzun. The heavens possess the virtue of nurturing life. This sapling must have summoned us here for a reason. If it requires merely a helping hand, then extending one would not be a loss of merit. Speak plainly, speak plainly. The old Taoist words were incomprehensible to modern individuals and confounding even to those of ancient times. Ahem, this sapling has brought us. No, rather, it has brought Shaoli here for a specific request. Just look at its top. The yellow leaves dominate, making it appear as bare as a vulture. And consider the vines we've passed, which are flourishing with verdant life. Thus, I surmise that this tree must be facing some issue and is seeking our aid. The old Taoist pointed at the top of the sapling as he spoke. Sheng followed the old Taoist gaze and looked at the branches, which indeed appeared stark and bare. Initially, she thought it was merely the end of winter, and the leaves had yet to sprout. However, reflecting on the vibrant weeds in the city, it seemed unlikely that this sapling should be so withered. "Who among you can tend to a tree?" Li Sheng turned to her companions, only to be met with shaking heads that in this day and age, individuals with an interest in plants were exceedingly rare. After the apocalypse, merely surviving was a challenge, let alone observing the growth of plants. They didn't even know what was wrong with the tree, much less how to heal it. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. After pondering for a while, Li Sheng suggested, "Brother, why not use your wood-based abilities to communicate and see if you can establish a connection with this tree?" "All right then." Hu Shiuesan agreed and began to channel his powers. But after much effort, he found no success. If even a wood elementalist could not connect with this tree, it appeared that only professionals who understood plant cultivation could discern its plight. Otherwise, Li Sheng, Why not try using that old healing bracelet of mine to see if it can cure this tree? Is that feasible? Li Sheng expressed profound skepticism. Let's give it a try. A blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse. Lu Sunan insisted repeatedly, and Li Sheng began to entertain the idea of trying the bracelet to heal the sapling. The outcome was predictably disappointing. Nothing happened. Using a healer's bracelet to cure a tree. You two are truly a pair of oddities. Yuan Mo mercilessly unleashed his sharp tongue. Li Sheng and Lu Sunan's expressions fell, unable to muster any rebuttal. Since the snow melted, it seems it has not rained again. The soil beneath the sapling has become parched. Its withering is likely due to a lack of water. In conditions of extreme drought, the roots of the tree would continuously stretch downward until they could reach sufficient underground moisture to survive. Perhaps this is why the roots have grown thicker than the tree itself. In order to survive, it prioritized strengthening its roots. Now, it seems that there is no longer a water source underground to sustain it. Hence its plea for help. Yuan Mo's analysis was logical and well-founded. Li Sheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I believe that too." "Never mind, you never considered these issues at all." Yuan Mo rolled his eyes, exposing Li Sheng's facade of calmness. I even suspect you were just spouting nonsense. How do you know all this? Did you not claim to be utterly ignorant of planting flowers and grasses? Li Sheng turned her head away defiantly. Maintaining her pride, from 100,000 whys, what I observed. Therefore, what you should consider now is where to find enough water to irrigate it. Otherwise, it will not allow us to leave. How do you know it won't let us go? Did you read that in 100,000 whys as well? Look over there. Yuan Mo pointed ahead, and Li Sheng shifted her gaze to see that the tree's roots had somehow formed a large circle, seemingly surrounding them. Oh no, I was so engrossed in conversation with you. It appears Yuan Mo was correct. Prior to his analysis, the sapling had not shown such a reaction. Since they began bickering, it had unconsciously formed a circle around them. So, where can we find a water source? Chapter 149. A true, towering tree. There's a fire hydrant over there. Lu Sunan scanned the surroundings and pointed to a red fire hydrant by the roadside. I doubt there is water inside that... I Sheng pondered for a moment before replying. And water in the hydrant? Impossible, impossible. Such a situation should not occur. There were news reports of hydrants running dry, and an entire building burned down as a result. Ever since, hydrants have never lacked water. That is not what I meant. Look at the robust roots of this sapling, which can extend a kilometer away to drag us here. It is evident how much water it requires to grow to such an extent. Now that it is seeking our help, it must be because there is no water within its accessible range. Just look at the distance to that hydrant. It would be strange if there was still water in it. Li Sheng interrupted Lu Sunan, explaining that, what are we to do then? According to your reasoning, there is no water source within 1,000 meters. Transporting water from a kilometer away would be exhausting. Lu Sunan understood Li Sheng's point and hung his head in despair. It may not necessarily need water. All of this is conjecture. Let me first fetch some water to try. If it's not that, we can think of other solutions. Li Sheng retrieved the cheapest water from the system store, purchasing a large quantity. This water was not potable and had not been filtered, thus it was quite inexpensive. A large barrel could be purchased for just a few coins. Once purchased, the water appeared on the ground. Li Sheng unscrewed the cap and tipped the barrel over, allowing the water to flow freely and soak the roots of the sapling. The moment the water touched the roots, the sapling suddenly rustled, swaying as if in joy. Is it happy? Lu Sunan found it astonishing that it seemed so. Yuan Mo was also surprised that a sapling could possess emotions. The sapling's current state was clearly one of elation, confirming their suspicions that it was indeed suffering from severe dehydration. Having found the right direction, Li Sheng promptly overturned the remaining barrels of water, with her companions joining in to help as they poured as much as they could onto the roots. The sapling began to undergo miraculous changes. The once withered yellow leaves fell off, and in their place sprouted tender green shoots. These newly emerged sprouts grew at a visible pace, and in no time, the sapling flourished with lush foliage. However, despite this transformation, the roots that had encircled them showed no signs of loosening. Li Sheng had no choice but to purchase more water and continue the irrigation. After the sapling had sprouted its leaves, it began to grow taller and more robust. Li Sheng and her companions had lost track of how much water they had poured. All they knew was that countless empty barrels had accumulated around them. The once diminutive sapling had gradually transformed into a towering tree, with an even greater height on the horizon. This relentless sapling had almost reached the height of 7 or 8 stories. While its roots remained steadfast in their initial formation, they irrigated from dawn until dusk, took a break, and then continued until dawn again. The continuous watering lasted for a full day and night. And finally, the tree reached an astonishing height, with its roots gently loosening. This magnificent tree had grown so robust that it had turned the surrounding buildings into ruins, clearly becoming a landmark of the city. It could likely be seen from 100 miles away. My goodness. To what extent was this tree deprived of water? Lu Sunan shook his sore arms, unable to help but marvel that it's quite normal. Just observe the growth of its roots, and you can tell that this tree was meant to be this large. Sheng felt somewhat helpless, never expecting that amidst the struggle for survival in the apocalypse, she would also have to take on the responsibilities of gardener. Can we leave now? Lin Hai asked as he touched the sturdy trunk. Sheng retrieved the RV from her space, and everyone climbed aboard as they slowly drove away from the tree's shadow. This time, as they exited the city, they faced no obstacles. All surrounding plants and trees swayed gently, as if bidding them farewell. Indeed, the saying that all things possess a spirit holds true. Lin Hai gazed at the lush scenery behind him, feeling a sense of, we should be grateful that, despite the mutations in plants, they harbor no malice towards humanity. Sheng was uncertain whether this development was good or bad, but perhaps it was for the best. Indeed, I observed that those creatures seem to harbor a profound fear of these plants. In a sense, this can be regarded as a form of protection for humanity. Lu Sunan remarked with a subtle nod. Nature is impartial. For countless millennia, the natural world has sustained a delicate equilibrium, a balance that remains unbroken regardless of the changes it undergoes. Look behind you, Ji suddenly exclaimed with excitement, interrupting Yuan Mo's discourse as he eagerly leaned against the rear window. Sheng and the others, driven by curiosity, leaned in closer. After leaving the city, they inadvertently noticed that the urban landscape had transformed, sprouting a plethora of trees and blossoms, resembling a primordial forest. These flora thrived exuberantly, radiating vitality that uplifted one's spirits merely by gazing at them. It would not be long before this place became a realm for both plants and animals. Sheng was equally mesmerized by this enchanting vista. Why is it not curious that places devoid of human presence appear even more beautiful? Hu Shuesen, being an adept of wood-based abilities, felt an innate connection with nature. Witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly captivated, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to immerse himself in this verdant paradise. The vehicle continued to traverse further away, its purpose set on swift progress, and soon the lush greenery of the city was no longer visible. Each day was a relentless journey, which became somewhat tedious. Yet they anticipated arriving at their destination in approximately 3 days. Shaoli, I would like to enter your space to check if my junior has awakened. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Li Sheng nearly forgot that there was indeed a living person within that space. Jiang Zhongji had been in a coma for such an extended duration. Why had he not yet regained consciousness? Chapter 150. Awakening, let us enter together to see. Li Sheng grasped the old Taoist arm, and they both entered the space, arriving at the palace to assess Jiang Zhongji's condition. Since the onset of his coma, his breathing had remained remarkably steady, and Lu Sunan had conducted a brief examination, revealing no apparent issues aside from his unyielding unconsciousness. However, given the considerable passage of time, his lack of awakening posed an impending concern. Li Sheng decided to utilize the healing bracelet. She had never sustained any injuries, so aside from the initial experimentation on the day she acquired the bracelet, she had nearly forgotten about its miraculous capabilities. Harnessing the power of the ring, Jiang Zhongji soon opened his eyes. Strangely, despite not having suffered any severe injuries, the bracelet had taken an unusually long time to heal him. Xiao Jiang, do you still recognize me? The old Taoist inquired with a beaming smile upon noticing Jiang Zhongji's awakening. Qiu Daolang, Jiang Zhongji stared blankly at the old Taoist, blurting out the name. It seems you are awake and remember me. Are you hungry? Allow me to fetch you some food, the old Taoist said, extending his hand towards Li Sheng, unabashedly requesting sustenance. Sheng chuckled helplessly, noticing Jiang Zhongji's appearance akin to one recovering from severe illness. She procured a bowl of congee and handed it to him. You should eat first. Let us converse after you finish. The old Taoist placed the congee in Jiang Zhongji's hands and sat beside Li Sheng, awaiting his meal. Having known you for such a long time and always addressing you as old Taoist, it is the first time I discover that your surname is Chiu. Yet, do not Taoists typically possess a Dao name? Why do you refer to your surname so directly? Li Sheng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, my birth name is Qiu. In my youth, I was discontented with certain practices within the temple, so I renounced the Dao name bestowed upon me by my master. He explained. What is your birth name then? Li Sheng, though not one to pry into others' pasts, felt compelled to inquire about his name after their prolonged companionship. I must warn you, do not laugh. The old Taoist's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. What is there to laugh at regarding a name? Even if you were named Dog Egg or Iron Pillar, I would not find it amusing, Li Sheng replied with a bewildered expression, believing that names given by parents should not be a source of ridicule. I would prefer to be called Dog Egg or Iron Pillar. My birth name is Chiu. Chiu? Li Sheng struggled to suppress her laughter, but her lips twitched uncontrollably. Feel free to laugh. Do not stifle yourself, the old Taoist surrendered, observing Li Sheng's struggle for composure. Chiu. Ha ha! Now unable to hold back, Li Sheng burst into laughter, realizing the disparity between the old Taoist's seemingly ethereal visage and the adorably whimsical nature of his name. Have you laughed enough? It is time to draw the line that I have lived over 100 years. In my era, names were not registered immediately. We would first have a nickname, and only when we reached the age of 4 or 5, past the age of potential demise, would we receive our formal names. Do not be deceived by my present appearance. I was once quite charming in my youth, and my name was not at all inappropriate, the old Taoist fervently defended. Li Sheng found it difficult to reconcile the image of the old Taoist with the charm he claimed to have possessed in his youth. Do you think I desired this? Who does not appreciate an attractive facade? Alas, time is unforgiving, and I have aged, the old Taoist sighed dramatically. I happen to have a pill that supposedly restores one's physical form and appearance to their prime. Would you care to try it? Li Sheng suddenly recalled the myriad of bottles stored within the space, and, seeing the old Taoist's nostalgia for his past, she suggested that a pill that can reverse aging. Truly, the old Taoist responded with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Is there anything I possess that lacks an element of the extraordinary? Li Sheng countered. That is true. Anything procured from you is bound to be peculiar. Very well, if it requires minimal effort on your part, I shall not decline, the old Taoist conceded, his interest piqued. Wait here. I shall retrieve it. Li Sheng had stored those bottles in the basement of the palace and needed to head downstairs. Coincidentally, she had given one to an audience member in her live stream. Leaving her with just one remaining she turned to leave. Jiang Zhongji finished his congee at a leisurely pace. Sure. Jiang Zhongji hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. The old Taoist chuckled mockingly, his stern demeanor contrasting sharply with his usual jovial self. Sure. No, Chiu Daolang. I have developed feelings for a girl, but my family disapproves. They have arranged for me to marry another. Before the apocalypse, I intended to elope with her, but before we could settle, the world transformed. I shed all ties to my family, making it impossible for them to track me down. I also wished to sever all connections with them. Growing up, I realized that many of their actions contradicted the teachings I received, that I could no longer agree with them, and thus, I seized this opportunity to completely extricate myself from my family. My younger brother remains, so even in my absence, the family line will not perish. I am immensely grateful to Jiang Daolang for your rescue. Should I require assistance in the future, I will certainly repay your kindness. However, I must now seek my wife. Might you allow me to leave? Chapter 151. The youthful old Taoist, you have severed ties with your family, the old Taoist exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, after much internal conflict, I resolved to uphold the principles I believe in, which run counter to my family's actions. Therefore, I left, Jiang Zhongji confessed, feeling a sense of shame as he turned away. While the notion of leaving one's family might sound trivial, For those from prominent families, it signifies a complete abandonment of parents, siblings, and friends, a total farewell to one's past, a profound act of disloyalty and ingratitude. Haha. Excellent. I have long detested the faces of those people. It is remarkable that from such a nest of vipers, you emerged as a fine bamboo shoot. However, do you know where your girlfriend currently is? Do you have any rough idea of her location? When I left the temple, it was in haste. Aside from this floating dust, I took nothing with me, and the compass and other cumbersome items remain elsewhere, making it difficult to ascertain your girlfriend's whereabouts. Jiang Zhongji's decision to leave his family had greatly endeared him to the old Taoist, who was eager to assist. I am uncertain. There are too few spiritual artifacts available now that I have yet to find a usable compass. At the time, my wife and I were fleeing together when we were deceived by that witch. She expelled my wife from a base. However, my wife is an ability user with considerable strength and would not abandon me. She is likely still in this vicinity, Jiang Zhongji replied, his expression clouded with worry. Sheng had been listening intently from outside, their conversation resonating clearly in her ears, as they had spoken without regard for her presence. After allowing them to converse for a while, she finally raised her hand to knock on the door and cheerfully entered the room. He tossed the vial of medicine into the hands of the old Taoist, saying, "Here you go, the elixir of rejuvenation you desired." The old Taoist, upon receiving the potion, did not even pose a question. He promptly uncorked the bottle and swallowed its contents whole. Sheng's face contorted with fear. For this was a potion from the realm of immortal heroes. For the inhabitants of such a world, those endowed with extraordinary abilities were essentially no different from ordinary people, especially since the old Taoist himself lacked any powers. She had not even had the chance to inquire in the live stream whether there were any side effects for ordinary people consuming such a pill before the old man had devoured it. Wasn't this an excessive display of trust? Why so sudden? Do you feel any discomfort? Sheng hastily questioned. The old Taoist shook his head, feeling no unease in his body. Then, to Sheng's astonishment, she witnessed the old man's body visibly transforming, rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. His graying hair turned jet black. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and the murky gaze of age became crystal clear, while the skin on his hands gradually regained its tautness. His hair continued to grow until it cascaded past his waist. The youthful version of the old Taoist indeed matched his own descriptions, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, a strikingly handsome visage. "Well, would you look at that? I feel so much more relaxed in this younger body," the old Taoist exclaimed, exhilarated by the transformation, as he examined his markedly different hands and leapt about in delight. Sang Sai Gao exclaimed, "My goodness, Grandpa, you look stunning. How can you be so handsome? Oh, wow. Is the old Taoist really this good looking? I'm in love." Little 14 added, "I told you he was an old Taoist." "Would you believe me? It's true. It's really the old Taoist. He consumed the elixir from the realm of immortal heroes and has returned to youth like this. Can the youthful version of the old Taoist be this dashing? Compared to him, that young man beside him is utterly weak." As Sheng beheld the transformed visage of the old Taoist, she knew the livestream comments would erupt in admiration that it was a common occurrence. Everyone was a sucker for good looks. "Hey, old Taoist, I need to step out and dazzle them," she declared. "Let us go, shall we? Let's step outside and allow him to rest properly." The old Taoist, feeling significantly uplifted by his newfound youth, urged Sheng to exit the space. He was acutely aware of the advantages his appearance bestowed upon him. Several times he had managed to escape Sheng's ire because of it. Now, with the sudden emergence of a grown-up version of an unparalleled beauty, Yuan Mo inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. What a wild man. Can't you see he is the old Taoist? Sheng rolled her eyes. Choosing to ignore Yuan Mo, the onlookers gaped in astonishment as Lu Sunan and the others abandoned their cards, rushing over to surround the old Taoist, inspecting him from every angle. "Is this really the old Taoist?" Hu Shuesan asked, incredulously staring at Sheng. "Indeed, there exists a potion in the space that can restore youth. I gave it to the old Taoist, and this is the result," Sheng explained, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "Let us hope he hasn't been possessed by some demon after consuming the elixir. With such an otherworldly appearance, he hardly resembles a Taoist," Lu Sunan remarked sarcastically. Hey, what are you saying? Is it so hard to accept that I've regained my youth? I'm nearly a century older than you all. Show some respect for your elders, the old Taoist retorted, unable to contain his frustration at their absurd comments. Oh, the audacity of this old man. It is indeed the old Taoist, but your transformation has quite tarnished your esteemed image, Lu Sunan teased, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 152. The old Taoist past the old Taoist rolled his eyes, disappointed that the anticipated admiration had devolved into mockery. Feeling rather speechless, he decided not to engage further with the jesters. As soon as he entered the space, Li Sheng handed him the compass she had just purchased. This compass was rather expensive. Hailing from the realm of spirits, a local specialty, and she had painstakingly selected it in the live stream, seeking the best value. What do you want me to do with this? Are you also planning to apprentice in Taoism? The old Taoist asked, somewhat bewildered as he examined the compass, that he immediately recognized its quality. It must have been worth a considerable sum before the apocalypse, although it could not be utilized to its full potential outside the hands of a Taoist. Its craftsmanship and materials indicated that it was far from cheap. 1 does not accept gifts without merit. Casual exchanges are one thing, but this is too valuable for me to accept without feeling uneasy. Take it. I want to use it. I overheard your conversation earlier, and I recall that when we first met, you had nothing but a handful of yellow paper and vermilion. Your compass must have been destroyed in that ravaged temple. I should also mention that your temple's destruction was partly our doing. During the zombie siege, we used a catapult to crush the undead and needed stones, so we blew up the back mountain, which happened to be near your temple. Consider this a compensation for your lost compass. Well, I never expected that my temple would be destroyed by you. This encounter must surely be fate. It appears our destinies were intertwined long ago. My compass was far inferior to yours, so I suppose I have come out ahead, and I can forgive you for the destruction of my temple. The old Taoist chuckled, dismissing the past grievances as mere amusement. You must have eavesdropped long enough to know I need this compass now. Surely, after listening for so long, you have questions? The old Taoist asked slyly, hinting that he was in a good mood and willing to indulge Li Sheng's curiosity. He paused mid-sentence to heighten her anticipation. Please, continue, Li Sheng urged, furrowing her brow. Who taught you to leave your senses unfinished? After speaking so long, is it too much to ask for a drink of water? I haven't had tea in ages, and my mouth feels parched. Please, tell your story, the old Taoist playfully protested. Amused by his antics, Li Sheng hurriedly purchased a cup of premium Longjing tea from the system, presenting it to him with both hands. Here you go, esteemed Taoist.The. Oh, you need anything else? Perhaps some snacks? Oh no, that would be too much for an old man like me. Just a sip of tea to soothe my throat. Later, when I gained a position within my family, I began to undertake tasks that ordinary disciples could not, such as altering the feng shui for those so-called noble individuals, ensuring their prosperity. Sometimes it required performing rituals or drawing talismans. Initially, I thought these nobles would be like the clients we used to serve, needing thorough background checks to ensure they were good people before accepting their tasks. However, I underestimated the complexity of human nature. Among those I helped, there was one who had murdered countless young girls, a truly wicked man from a prominent family. Upon learning this, I was filled with confusion, realizing that my past actions might have inadvertently led to the deaths of many innocents. Had I not intervened, he would have met his demise through karmic retribution long ago. Yet by some twist of fate, he continued to live, resulting in many more victims after my involvement. As the old Taoist recounted his tale, the playful smile that had initially graced his lips gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound sorrow. He concluded with a smile that was more painful than tears. Chapter 153. Calculating directions, the old Taoist smiled knowingly, not placing too much importance on the whimsical remarks. Ultimately, it was a matter of perspective. The values and practices instilled in him by his family stood in stark contrast to the reality he faced. And this duplicity was something he held in disdain. While it was true that his family had its flaws, they were still relatively traditional and supportive. Whenever a member faced difficulties, assistance was readily provided. And maintaining the household expenses of such a large family was no small feat, moreover. As a family rooted in Taoism, they could not abandon their teachings, which required rare materials and artifacts, often of immense value, necessitating substantial financial resources for procurement. The ability to sustain such expenditures while assisting other prominent families in morally dubious endeavors was not altogether incomprehensible. After all, as long as one did not ascend to core personnel, interactions with these high-status families remained distant, and the darker aspects of their dealings were largely untouched, leaving the younger generation and outer disciples with relatively decent moral compasses. However, he had unfortunately ascended to a core position. Exposing himself to these dark dealings and spending money in this manner left him deeply unsettled. Since then, even though he defected from his sect, his family took no measures, allowing him to save face. The true culprits deserving of punishment are those who, wielding their power and influence, commit heinous acts without remorse. These are the sources of his conscience's unrest. Is Jiang Zhongji reliable? If he is, once you locate his wife, why not bring her to our base? Li Sheng has never engaged in unprofitable ventures, having already invested in the old Taoist artifacts to assist Jiang Zhongji in finding someone. It would be prudent to seize such a formidable asset. Jiang Zhongji's abilities seem to rival Qin Yan's, and he possesses skills from the Taoist tradition, not to mention his impressive prowess with that long blade, which suggests a commendable mastery of ancient martial arts. He is indeed a talent worth cultivating. Very well, let us proceed inside. Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with the old Taoist, reaching a silent consensus that they must secure this talent for their base and foster his potential. The two cunning old foxes stepped through the doorway. Upon seeing the compass in the old Taoist's hand, Jiang Zhongji was momentarily taken aback. A fine artifact. Indeed, it was given by little Li Dido. I forgot to introduce. This is Li Sheng, my current superior. I follow her to earn my keep. D. Not be deceived by her youth. Her capabilities in both supernatural abilities and intellect far surpass yours. However, she is kind-hearted, so you may simply address her by name. The old Taoist gestured towards Li Sheng, elevating her stature in Jiang Zhongji's eyes. Greetings, I am Jiang Zhongji. He had not anticipated that the uncle he once idolized would now be working under a child, leaving him momentarily stunned before he awkwardly introduced himself. Sheng smiled warmly and replied, "Thank you." Jiang Zhongji, realizing how far he had drifted from his former base, did not express much surprise. He had already come to terms with the fact that his prolonged unconsciousness would not hold others back from their pursuits. Merely being left behind was already generous. The old Taoist placed the compass on a nearby table, extending 2 fingers to point at it while muttering incantations. The compass began to rotate slowly, circling left twice and then right twice, leaving Li Sheng utterly perplexed. After what seemed like an eternity, the old Taoist finally opened his eyes, forming a hand sign. While furrowing his brow, he blew on the compass twice more before lowering his arms. "Master Uncle, what did you discern?" Jiang Zhongji queried anxiously upon seeing the old Taoist's grim expression. "According to the birth date you provided, she should be nearby. However, the omens are difficult to interpret. Have you two engaged in intimacy?" Li Sheng took several seconds to process this before hastily retreating from the room, saying, "You two continue your discussion." The spirit of gossip ignited within her. She had never encountered a Taoist who married, and her curiosity grew. She crouched by the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. "Yes, Master Uncle requires my blood and hair to determine her fate and location. Indeed, that is my intent. During the initial calculation, your wife appeared as a dire omen, a portent that has persisted for some time, likely indicating a fatal outcome. However, during the second calculation, the dire omen shifted to one of peace. The third calculation echoed the first, indicating that none of the 3 were entirely accurate. Thus, your assistance is essential for the final confirmation." Understood. The commotion within the room ceased, likely indicating the old Taoist was performing divination. After a while, sounds returned. It is undoubtedly a bad omen, yet there remains a glimmer of hope. The location lies approximately 300 miles to the south of our current position. Not too far. We can still make it in time. I shall step out to inform little Li. You should rest well. A fierce battle may soon ensue. Thank you, Master Uncle. The old Taoist sighed deeply, resigned, and turned to exit the room. Upon encountering Li Sheng at the doorway, he immediately discerned that she had been eavesdropping. She had heard everything, both what was appropriate and what was not, rendering further explanation unnecessary. They swiftly exited the space, altering the vehicle's course towards the south. The old Taoist divination skills were indeed top-notch, yielding an exact location, thus sparing them the hassle of searching aimlessly. Chapter 154. The Silk Cave. The vehicle gradually entered the city indicated by the old Taoist, faithfully, before confirming the level of danger within the city. The vehicle unexpectedly halted. Sheng rushed over to inspect, but the vehicle, being a mech, displayed information she could not comprehend, nor did anyone else present. Any viewers know what's wrong with the vehicle? Logically, mechs in your world shouldn't malfunction so easily, right? Hand it over. It's out of energy. The dashboard shows a battery icon, indicating energy levels. However, you haven't been using the mech mode. It only operated in vehicle form. And in such a brief period, it has depleted its energy. Does this mech consume energy so rapidly? Sheng was somewhat incredulous. After all, the vehicle had been operational for several months. Running out of energy in such a short time seemed implausible. However, she remained unperturbed. How do you recharge this mech? Hand it over. Recharging typically occurs at a recharging station, but there are none nearby. You can only purchase a temporary recharging station from the system. But your level seems insufficient to access the interstellar trade section. How infuriating! Sheng felt exasperated. It seemed that such a useful item had turned into a disposable product in her hands. Regardless of her frustration, leveling up her streaming status was a gradual process. After considerable effort, she had only reached level 6. Gaining access to the interstellar trading section remained a distant goal, although it lacks fuel. This vehicle's recharging is quite unique, and I currently have nothing to restart it. We should find another vehicle. Let us make the switch. With a resigned sigh, Sheng conveyed her decision to her companions. Just before boarding the new vehicle, Yuan Mo grasped Sheng's arm, cautioning, no matter what happens inside, do not place me in your space. Oh, all right. But if we face any danger to our lives, shall we enter the space together? Together is fine, but leaving us behind is not. Understood. After clarifying with Yuan Mo, Hu Shiuesan approached with the same sentiment and caution. Subsequently, the old Taoist and others took turns expressing similar concerns, all conveying the same message. Sheng felt somewhat guilty, furrowing her brow. It was merely a single instance, when she had hastily placed them in her space without notification. Was such relentless pursuit indicative of a lack of trust? If a significant danger truly arose, she would not abandon her companions in the space. After all, if she perished, the space would remain permanently sealed. While her friends would be safe within, they would be condemned to live out the remainder of their lives in isolation, an utterly dismal fate. In the face of life and death situations, they would need to confront it together. At worst, they could escape one by one. Once they secured another vehicle, they could enter the city. Upon entering, Sheng sensed an inexplicable aura of eeriness enveloping the city, with white threads draping over the flora and architecture. Why do I feel as though I've stepped into a silk cave? Lu Sunan mused to himself as he gazed at the surroundings. Strangely enough, it does resemble that. Hu Shiuesan concurred with Lu Sunan's observation. The others nodded in agreement, while Sheng appeared somewhat out of place, entirely oblivious to what a silk cave entailed. What is a silk cave? Unfamiliarity did not deter her from inquiring. She viewed asking questions as a virtue. Hu Shiuesan was taken aback at her ignorance. It was one thing not to recognize written characters. But how could she be unaware of the Silk Cave? Numerous animated shows and dramas featuring the four disciples had proliferated in recent years. Even a 3-year-old would have caught a glimpse that it is the lair of a spider demon, a fictional setting from a novel. Named the Silk Cave, silence enveloped the group. Yuan Mo provided an explanation. Sheng nodded. Oh, but these threads do not resemble spider silk, do they? We're merely using it as a metaphor. Sheng remained puzzled. Having never watched television and thus failing to grasp her companion's references. By the way, where exactly is Jiang Zhongji's wife located? She did not lose sight of the purpose of their visit. They were not here for sightseeing, but to locate someone and leave promptly. Regardless of whether the place resembled a silk cave or spiders in the center of the city, within the tallest building, the old Taoist, having drawn closer, confirmed the location with precision. The vehicle accelerated as Jihe, who had been conversing with Lin Hai, suddenly approached the old Taoist, asking, "Taoist, I have my brother's birth date. Could you assist me in locating him as well?" "Cannot." The old Taoist rejected her request without a moment's hesitation. Jihe's hopeful expression dimmed instantly, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. It is not that I lack compassion, but your brother has already succumbed to the state of a zombie. Essentially, he is but a corpse. I can discern the fortunes and destinies of the living, yet I cannot predict the fates of the deceased. Chapter 155. The giant cocoon, the vehicle gradually made its way towards the heart of the city. Besides the abundance of silken threads scattered across the ground and an unsettling atmosphere that pervaded the air, there appear to be no other issues. At last, they arrive at the towering edifice the old Taoist had mentioned. A structure that stood out prominently, once a hallmark of the city before the apocalypse, though now it was difficult to glimpse its former grandeur. The entire building was enshrouded in thick layers of white silk, resembling a colossal cocoon enveloping it entirely. This city undoubtedly harbors mutated creatures. Such a vast cocoon must originate from some species. It could be a butterfly, perhaps a moth, or another insect capable of cocooning itself. To create such an enormous masterpiece, the progenitor must either be numerous or of considerable size. Is there a door left at the base of the building? Hu Shuesen's keen eyes caught sight of the soul gap at the building's foundation, a dark opening that extended into the depths, with no signs of damage around it, resembling a door left intentionally ajar. "Shall we enter?" Li Sheng turned to inquire of the old Taoist. "The calculated location lies here. However, we are already entangled in this situation, and I cannot predict our future. Nevertheless, based on my deductions, Jiang Zhongji's wife is likely in grave danger within, that if we venture inside, we may face a similar fate. Given our group's composition, even if we do enter, what harm could befall us?" Hu Shuesen expressed unwavering confidence in the capabilities of their small team. In terms of synergy, genuine strength, and equipment, they undoubtedly ranked among the elite. If, under such conditions, they were to enter this place and suffer total annihilation or encounter a significant life-threatening crisis, it would be utterly terrifying. Sheng pressed her lips together, momentarily torn. Her intent in coming to rescue was merely to draw Jiang Zhongji, this valuable talent, into her fold, thereby creating an opportunity for him to owe her a favor. Yet, the path ahead seemed so obscured and perilous that she found it difficult to reach a decision. Their invincible defensive vehicle had now become a mere hunk of metal, utterly useless, but in the event of an unforeseen incident, they could still retreat to their safe space. Apart from herself and Yuan Mo, their ranks included a wood element ability user, a lightning element ability user, a modified robot, and a Taoist who could also be counted as combat strength. That we must proceed. Li Sheng suddenly jolted awake, a chill coursing through her, as she realized she had unwittingly transformed into one of those individuals who were dependent on the system's marketplace. Unable to extricate herself, she recalled her initial arrival, with nothing to her name, lacking even the funds to purchase a long rifle, deeply in debt to the system, wielding only a makeshift spear fashioned from a mop and a kitchen knife. Yet, in the dead of night, she had gritted her teeth and, despite her weakness, managed to slay 5 zombies that had surrounded her, successfully escaping. Without the system's assistance, without the plethora of extraordinary weapons at her disposal, and devoid of powers, she still found a way to survive. Yet now, she had unconsciously grown accustomed to relying on the items purchased from the system's marketplace, instinctively checking for shortcuts to solve her troubles. However, it is not that seeking shortcuts is inherently wrong. Indeed, it can be more efficient, expedient, and effective to take the easier path. Yet one must not become overly reliant on external aids to alleviate one's burdens. She had begun to fall into this very trap, which could erode her fighting spirit. Over time, she might even lose her capacity for independent thought, a most undesirable outcome. Without the invincible defense of the mecha, should she refrain from taking risks due to uncertainty? What difference would that make compared to a mere salted fish? If faced with danger in the future, would she merely hesitate and retreat, thinking that she could try again later? What then of her aspirations to unify the world? In the past, when aiding survivors against the encroaching zombies, she had not harbored such a mindset. What had changed her? No, she must readjust her mentality. Even if she were to abandon this rescue today, she might encounter a similar situation in the future. She could not perpetually flee. Facing adversity with courage was the secret to her unassailable victories. One must not forsake their principles or forget their original intentions. I will go in. Do you wish to accompany me? If you are unwilling, you may wait for me outside. What are you talking about? If you're going in, how could we possibly abandon you? If we were to leave you behind, what would that make us? We should go together. It's better to have someone watching your back. Hu Shuesen was the first to voice his agreement, thumping his chest with bravado. Indeed, I am alone in this world, and you are my only friend. Wherever you go, I shall follow you. Lu Sunan casually strolled over to Li Sheng's side. The others quickly echoed their sentiments, including the newly joined Ari and Jihe, who showed no inclination to depart alone. Very well. Let us venture inside. I anticipate it will be quite dark within. I will retrieve some torches, as well as candles and fire sticks. We must ensure we have a source of fire nearby, as it will deter any insects lurking within. Sheng declared, procuring a multitude of items from the system's marketplace to distribute among the group. Having gathered their supplies and ignited the torches, Hu Shuesen insisted on leading the way, stepping first through the threshold. Upon entering, devoid of sunlight, a musty, damp odor enveloped them. The torchlight illuminated their surroundings, revealing what appeared to have once been an office building. Though its original layout had become obscured by the numerous cocoons adorning the floors, walls, and ceiling. Each cocoon towered over a person, the smallest easily matching the height of an adult woman, evoking a sense of dread. The shell encasing the building merely filled them with astonishment. It was evident that the outer layer of cocoons enveloped the structure, and they harbored no living creatures. Yet the cocoons before them clearly housed something alive within, leaving them to wonder what sort of formidable entity might emerge. The old Taoist had managed to pinpoint that a person was located within this building, but their exact whereabouts remained a mystery that required careful searching. Chapter 156. The person within the cocoon, the towering structure's height was indeterminate, and as they descended floor by floor, exhaustion set in. Why not release Jiang Zhongji? He should be well rested by now. He is a sorcerer in his own right and among the elite of the younger generation. He could locate his wife with greater accuracy than I can. The old Taoist pondered for a moment before proposing this idea. At the time, none could have anticipated the city would appear in such a state. An impenetrable darkness enveloped everything, leaving them hesitant to raise their voices within the building for fear of attracting some unknown creature. Li Sheng nodded slightly, nearly forgetting that the rightful owner was still within the safe space. Jiang Zhongji was brought forth by Li Sheng, and as he surveyed the pitch-black structure before him, he asked in confusion, "Where is this?" "This is where your wife is. However, the building is quite tall, and I am unable to pinpoint the exact location of your spouse. Here is the compass. You take over. As spouses are one, your calculations will surely be more precise," the old Taoist explained in a calm voice. Jiang Zhongji promptly accepted the compass, surveyed his surroundings, closed his eyes, and bit his tongue to draw blood upon his fingertip. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and declared, "I have found her. She is approximately 10 meters above us. Given that each floor is roughly over 3 meters in height, 10 meters would place her on the 3rd or 4th floor." After some exploration, the group discovered a safe staircase and ascended to the 3rd floor, moving cautiously and attempting to minimize noise. Finally reaching the 3rd floor, they found it nearly identical to the 1st, with walls and floors covered in cocoons, even more densely populated than before, leaving little space to stand. Surely she cannot be hiding here. This place is hardly suitable for concealing a person. They circled the 3rd floor, confirming the absence of any human presence before proceeding to the 4th floor. Yet again, they were met with a chamber filled with cocoons and no sign of life. Could it be that you miscalculated? "There is not a single person here." Hu Shuesen expressed his confusion, suspecting Jiang Zhongji had made an error. "That is impossible. Spouses are indeed one in essence. This is no mere saying, particularly when there exists a blood tie or a bond of intimacy. Even without being a sorcerer, one can possess some instinctual sense. How much more so for me, as I am a sorcerer. While I may err when calculating for others, I would never miscalculate regarding my own wife." Jiang Zhongji vehemently refuted any notion of error. Yuan Mo too did not believe Jiang Zhongji had erred. His willingness to forsake his family for the sake of his wife speaks volumes about her significance in his heart. In the quest to find her, Jiang Zhongji was more meticulous and attentive than any of them. Behold the remarkable height of these silkworm pupae. Upon our arrival, we initially presumed that the creatures encapsulated within were the progeny of some mutated beasts, as the size of such aberrations is typically magnified manifold, leading us to this preconceived notion. Yet as we observe these silkworm pupae now, varying in size and width, could it be possible that what lies within is not mere insects, but rather human beings? Li Sheng proposed a chilling hypothesis, and as they gazed at the pupae before them, an involuntary shiver coursed down their spines. Are these all humans? How many of these pupae are contained within this building? How many lives have perished, and how many have been ensnared? Upon hearing Li Sheng's conjecture, it was Jiang Zhongji who exhibited the most agitation. He dashed down to the third floor, eager to pry open the silkworm pupae before him. However, these fine filaments proved as unyielding as steel, devoid of any crevice, rendering them difficult to breach by hand. Li Sheng and the others followed suit, and upon witnessing Jiang Zhongji's fervent demeanor, they promptly handed him a pair of scissors. This pair of scissors was the most expensive item available in the system's marketplace. It could effortlessly sever even steel threads, let alone the filaments before them. Jiang Zhongji accepted the scissors, remembering to express his gratitude to Li Sheng, while the others busied themselves acquiring tools from her, commencing the task of dismantling the silkworm pupae. When they finally pried open a pupae to reveal a human face still faintly breathing within, they were taken aback. "Hurry!" Li Sheng exclaimed instinctively. The person inside was indeed alive, albeit their breath was weak, yet their chests still rose and fell. All of them bore ashen faces, their lips pale, as if they were on the brink of death. Li Sheng and her companions hastened their efforts, dismantling all the silkworm pupae on that floor, and after uncovering half of them, they ultimately discovered Jiang Zhongji's wife. However, seeing so many living souls still trapped, they could not afford to relent. Even if they rescued their target, the mission would persist. All were alive, yet they resembled the deceased, their bodies emaciated, their skin a sickly hue of blue, appearing almost zombie-like. Yet upon closer inspection, their pupils remained distinctly black and white, distinguishing them from the undead. From the first floor to the seventh, every level bore this grim reality. Already, over 30 individuals lay sprawled upon the ground. If each silkworm pupae contained a person, this building must house hundreds of captives. Judging by the pallor and varying symptoms displayed by these individuals, it seemed they had succumbed to poisoning. It remained unclear whether the silkworm pupae were toxic or if the insects that created them were. Lu Sunan remarked after examining several unconscious victims. "Let's not dwell on this further. We must split up and ascend the building. Qinyan. You and the old Taoist will descend to rescue the others still encased in the silkworm pupae." Li Sheng declared after surveying the surroundings and taking a deep breath. They promptly began their rescue operation, uncertain of the reasons behind the individual's unconsciousness. Yet their immediate priority was to extract them from the pupae to prevent suffocation. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Li Sheng suddenly received a call over the intercom from Jiang Zhongji. It turned out his wife had awakened. Aside from her, the rest of the first group of rescued individuals gradually regained consciousness. Albeit in poor condition, their speech labored, indicating they had likely endured prolonged hunger. Li Sheng, with no other option, raced downstairs, leaving quick meals on each floor to ensure that upon awakening, these individuals would have sustenance. Subsequently, they began to retrace their steps, continuing their rescue efforts. The building's height was indeterminate. They had ascended over 20 floors without sight of the summit. Chapter 157. The exquisite butterfly. At last, they neared the top floor. Having climbed more than 40 levels and rescued an indeterminate number of people, those who had awakened were relocated to the first floor, for the outside world harbored unknown dangers. It was wiser to remain on the ground floor, where escape and defense were more manageable. Those lacking any tangible combat ability were all assigned to the lower levels, while only Yuan Mo and Qinyan accompanied Li Sheng to the top floor. The three of them managed the penultimate floor's silkworm pupae and waited briefly. Once everyone had awakened, consumed some food, and regained their strength, they proceeded to the final floor. The entrance to the last floor was tightly sealed, and after considerable effort, they finally managed to pry it open. Upon swinging the door ajar, a breathtaking sight unfolded before Sheng. A beam of light cascaded from above, forming a luminous column, while a multitude of butterflies emanated a blue glow, either fluttering about or resting atop the silkworm pupae. The pupae upon which these butterflies alighted were no larger than eggs, incapable of encasing humans, likely merely their own cocoons. The absence of the terrifyingly large pupae alleviated much of the eerie and dreadful atmosphere, as the entire room was suffused with this ethereal blue light, creating a dreamlike ambience. Sheng instinctively stepped back. The more beautiful something appeared, the more perilous it often was, as is the nature of both flora and fauna. More fastidious, Mo suddenly interjected, his tone tinged with a death.The is the joyful goddess butterfly, a member of the Lycanthropy family. Mo elucidated. That is of little consequence. What matters is whether they are toxic. They were not prior to the apocalypse, but post-apocalypse. Who can say? Mo shrugged. The joyful goddess butterfly should not even be present here. They are typically found in rainforests, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Nearly extinct, they subsist solely on the juices of berries, being entirely herbivorous insects, thus should pose no threat to humans. Upon hearing that these butterflies were harmless, Sheng's interest was piqued. Luminescent butterflies were a sight she had never before witnessed. The blue at the edges of their forewings transitioned between deep blue, azure, and pale blue, the entire wing's surface resembling a brilliant halo embedded within a cerulean sky. We stood at the door for quite some time. Yet they seemed disinclined to attack us, Mo remarked after a moment's pause. The butterflies continued their ethereal dance, seemingly oblivious to their presence. There are no more humans here. Let us retreat, Sheng suggested after a final gaze at the enchanting and surreal scenery. Just as they turned to descend, the entire building trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The butterflies within the room became agitated, soaring toward the ceiling. Sheng initially assumed the butterflies were the cause of this disturbance, prompting her to urge Mo and the others to flee downward. Halfway down, they encountered the old Taoist who was leading people upstairs. Grasping his arm, Sheng urgently inquired if no issues were arising below. They would not be rushing upstairs. It seemed the recent tremors were due to external disturbances that a multitude of butterflies suddenly surged in from outside, and many did not have time to evade. They were consumed. They were only about the height of a person. Jiang Zhongji and I managed to slay a few of the flying butterflies and lock the main entrance that we hurried upward to regroup with you. Before closing the door, I took a moment to glance outside, and the sky was awash with these butterflies. Venturing out would lead to certain demise, the old Taoist explained, his brow furrowed in concern. Did you see those butterflies? Were they entirely blue and luminescent? Although the butterflies on the upper floors were merely palm-sized, they likely were not responsible for the current predicament. Yet Sheng sought confirmation. Then it is not from the top floor. Thank goodness, or we would truly be caught in a dire situation. But we had just reached the top floor, where a large swarm of luminous blue butterflies congregated. But why are there so many butterflies in this city? Sheng pondered, perplexed in modern urban settings, let alone her era's populated areas. Butterflies were a rarity. Yet here, they swarmed in droves. This region had been a natural scenic area prior to the apocalypse. Not far from a city that boasted numerous wildlife parks, renowned for its flora, with a dedicated butterfly pavilion housing countless species for public admiration. The blue butterflies you mentioned must be the joyful goddess butterflies. They're the ones who saved us. Sheng turned toward the voice, realizing it was Jiang Zhongji's wife, who leaned weakly against him, her voice hoarse. You say they saved you, but when I discovered you, you were ensconced within the silkworm pupae. Sheng questioned, perplexed. To be wrapped within a pupae, deprived of sustenance, was a certain path to demise. How could one claim salvation? It was a measure of necessity. After being expelled, I found myself in this city, where chaos reigned with both zombies and humans that my companions and I were pursued into this office building. Initially, we intended to evade the zombies and exit. After 3 days, the zombies inexplicably vanished, though we knew not why they had suddenly disappeared. Nonetheless, we We ventured outside to search for supplies, and many emerged. Yet, no sooner had we stepped out in the morning than we encountered swarms of predatory butterflies. In the midst of the chase, I noticed these carnivorous butterflies deliberately avoided this building, prompting me to lead everyone back inside. Once inside, we survived the harsh winter with the scant resources available within the building. But over a month ago, we had exhausted our supplies. That moment, a flock of joyful goddess butterflies flew in, making their way directly to the top floor, where they laid their eggs and constructed their nests. Later, when the eggs transformed into larvae, those larvae spun silk and enveloped the entire building in silken threads. These butterflies bore no ill will towards us, so we coexisted in a state of uneasy tranquility. However, as time passed, we found ourselves trapped within the building, consumed by hunger. Each day, we remained motionless, striving to conserve our energy. It seemed as if the butterflies sensed our plight. Countless larvae rushed towards us, spitting out silk. Initially, we were filled with fear, but once enveloped, I discovered that these cocoons provided us with energy, ensuring we did not perish from starvation. Thus, in a situation devoid of food, we managed to survive for another month, though their effectiveness has recently begun to wane. Had it not been for your arrival, we would likely have suffocated within the cocoons. Nevertheless, these butterflies granted us an additional month of life. One could say they saved us. Jiang Zhongji's wife calmly explained, gradually elucidating the events that had transpired. To our astonishment, it was these butterflies that had safeguarded humanity. Is there truly no one else left in the city? I inquired, sensing that the city must have once been populated. Originally, this city boasted numerous survivors, but on the day the butterflies appeared, countless lives were lost. Now, only a few hundred of us remain, making it exceedingly difficult to break free from the encirclement of mutated creatures. Sheng felt a headache coming on. If she abandoned these people, it would be easy to leave with Jiang Zhongji's wife and her companions. However, she was reluctant to bring these individuals into her space. People can embody both good and evil, and with so many items in her space, she feared that if these individuals took advantage of their numbers, they might wreak havoc, which would undoubtedly infuriate her. I will accompany Yuan Mo to the first floor to observe the butterflies you mentioned. You all should rest here for the time being, should any danger arise on the intermediate floors. You will have time to react. Everyone should concentrate on these two middle floors and refrain from wandering about carelessly. Sheng had yet to witness the butterflies with her own eyes, making it difficult to gauge the disparity in power. She resolved to see for herself before proceeding. Upon reaching the first floor, she found the entrance transparent, revealing the situation outside in its entirety. The old Taoist had not exaggerated. In fact, he had understated the reality. These butterflies were not merely gathered in flocks. They were a dense mass that could obscure the very sun. They flew neither too high nor too low, completely blotting out the light. From below, it appeared as if a dark cloud had descended. Their numbers were staggering, and their sizes were immense. Even from a distance, Sheng could discern the intricate mandibles adorned with countless tiny teeth. "Do you recognize what these are?" she asked Yuan Mo, who was well-versed in various subjects. "The tiger-striped carnivorous butterfly," he replied. "Its natural size is already considerable, so it is not surprising that it has grown to such proportions after mutation. Typically, it inhabits tropical rainforests, and both its saliva and the powder on its wings are highly toxic. In fact, this butterfly was relatively easy to identify, as there were very few carnivorous butterfly species worldwide. He had primarily wanted to confirm whether these butterflies were mutated varieties or belonged to a carnivorous family even before the apocalypse. Indeed, no matter how much they mutated, the essence of animals remained unchanged. Herbivores remained herbivores, while only carnivores would hunt humans after mutation. And they possessed potent toxins? Sheng felt somewhat at a loss. She could strategize and negotiate with people, but reasoning with animals was futile. She could only rely on brute strength to overpower them. Unfortunately, her abilities did not grant her immunity to toxins. If she ventured out and the butterflies shed their powder, it was likely she would succumb to poison before long. Although Yuan Mo's powers could shield against the scales, their abilities repelled each other, preventing anyone else from utilizing their powers within his range. That moment, she could not find a compatible ability user. Lu Sunan conducted a simple examination on the individuals, ultimately concluding that they were poisoned. Sheng suspected they had come into contact with the toxic scales of the butterflies outside, but without testing tools or knowledgeable personnel. They could only focus on treatment. Fortunately, the healing bracelets could cure almost anything, and the poisoning among these individuals was not severe. Otherwise, they would have perished long. gone.L. Sheng assisted each one in their recovery. Though it took time, it allowed them to regain their health, thus increasing their fighting strength. Sheng? Suddenly, someone called out her name mid-treatment. You know me? Li Sheng asked, puzzled that no, I might have mistaken you for someone else. The boy stammered, seemingly afraid of something. Why do you know my name? Li Sheng's tone turned serious, her presence imposing. The boy's head drooped lower, as if he wished to bury himself. Speak quickly, or I can just as easily kill you as save you. Li Sheng sensed something amiss in his furtive demeanor. Only those who have done wrong and feel guilt act so suspiciously. If they had merely crossed paths, he wouldn't need to act so timid. No, I truly don't know you. It's just that you resemble a little girl who used to live next door to me. She shares your name, but she was very thin and somewhat daft. So it must be a mistake. The boy explained, trembling in fear. A little girl next door? Thin and somewhat daft. The coincidence of sharing both a name and appearance seemed far too contrived. Sheng suddenly remembered the original owner. Her personality was indeed a bit naive, and she had only gained weight after the apocalypse. Before that, neglected by both parents, the original owner resembled a refugee, frail and abandoned. Thus, this boy was likely not someone from her own memories, but rather a figure from the original owner's past. In truth, he bore a striking resemblance to a young boy who was a classmate of her illegitimate brother, belonging to the same wealthy elite circle in the capital. Albeit as one of the lower-tier members, in the original owner's memory, she had always been overlooked. Her parents were emotionally distant, each engrossed in their own pursuits, only appearing united when necessary. The original owner was merely a task they completed to appease their families. Outside, they each had their true loves, albeit fleetingly, claiming that they had genuinely loved each one, that some were given a severance payment, parting ways entirely, while others became mistresses, birthing numerous illegitimate children, unknowingly or perhaps intentionally. This couple had enrolled all their illegitimate children in the same school, including the original owner. Illegitimate and legitimate offspring typically looked down upon each other if the legitimate child received ample attention at home. The illegitimate one was hardly worth mentioning. However, if the legitimate child was neglected and lacked protection, even the illegitimate could trample upon them. The original owner found herself in the latter predicament, as her half-siblings paraded themselves as the rightful heirs, bullying her both in and out of school. It was easy for outsiders to mistake the original owner for an illegitimate child, while her half-siblings were viewed as the legitimate ones. Over time, this treatment led the original owner to develop a somewhat reclusive personality, reluctant to venture outside or engage in conversation, eventually ceasing to attend school altogether, and no one in her household cared for her. Even when she stopped going to school, no one noticed. When they occasionally did, her parents would forcibly bundle her into a car and send her off, only to forget about her once again. Li Sheng received mostly fragmented memories, with only a few significant events standing out, one of which involved the boy before her. It had been a frigid winter, close to New Year's. The original owner's father had brought his illegitimate child and mistress home, claiming they would celebrate a joyous reunion. After dinner, the illegitimate child gathered his friends and dragged the original owner to the garden pond downstairs, forcing her to jump in. Although the original owner was somewhat introverted, she was not foolish. Recognizing the thin layer of ice atop the pond, she stubbornly refused to comply. When the original owner resisted, the illegitimate child summoned a timid-looking boy, threatening him to push her in or risk losing his place to her and being bullied in her stead. The original owner could see the fear and panic in the boy's eyes, and ultimately, he summoned all his strength to shove her into the pond. Throughout the ordeal, the boy muttered apologies. This boy who had pushed the original owner was none other than the trembling youth before her. I remember now. I recognize you, Li Sheng said with a feigned, eerie smile, her tone low and haunting. The boy, frightened by her expression, recoiled slightly. Li Sheng found this amusing. In her memories, This boy had always been timid and anxious, and he had not changed in all these years. I am truly sorry. I had no intention of it at the time. They forced my hand. Afterwards, they've bullied me relentlessly, which drove me to leave the capital. I apologize. I sincerely apologize from the moment I began to recognize Li Sheng. My heart has been in a state of turmoil. Seeing Li Sheng surrounded by so many formidable ability users, I realized that the current Li Sheng is far removed from the autistic child who was once at the mercy of others. Suddenly, with the advent of the apocalypse, struggling for survival, I have witnessed too much of the world's cruelty. I now understand that we no longer live in a society governed by law. If Li Sheng wishes to exact revenge for past grievances, whether through harm or even death, no one would dare to intervene, especially after Li Sheng has just healed so many, and no one would stand by my side, just as no one offered help when I was bullied in my childhood. Even the girl who once occupied the lowest rungs of the social hierarchy is no longer a mere victim. It is I who is left with nothing, an ordinary person for whom survival is a challenge. Forced to contemplate how to plead for mercy. Overwhelmed by sorrow, I suddenly cradled my head in my hands and wept, and why tears attracted countless gazes. Li Sheng squatted before me, taken aback by my sudden outburst. Hey, I never said I would do anything to you. Is this really necessary? Li Sheng said, poking me gently as I continued to sob, feeling somewhat exasperated. The peculiar stares of those around her threatened to engulf her. In that moment, Li Sheng felt as though she were the bully tormenting an innocent child, or perhaps a bandit forcibly taking a man from his home. Certainly not a flattering image. Yet, she could not be entirely blamed. After all, actions have consequences. This child should have anticipated that pushing the original owner into the pool would eventually lead to retaliation. I just want to cry. You did nothing to bully me. Li Sheng sighed deeply. Pushing gently on his shoulder, stop crying. Isn't your home in the capital? Why are you here? Where are your family? The boy appeared timid and weak, bullied since childhood, resembling a mere pawn. Yet in the grand scheme of things, he was at the top of the food chain among ordinary citizens. If memory serves, his family lacked the power to intervene when he was being tormented. They could only bear the humiliation. However, within his household, he was the cherished only child, so it was illogical that no one had come to his aid in this new world. I transferred schools after middle school and now attend a boarding school here. My parents are still in the capital. I came here on my own. When there was still signal, we spoke over the phone. My parents said someone would come to rescue me soon, but after waiting for a long time without any news, I suspect they never made it. Eventually, the phone signal disappeared, and I lost contact with them. As he recounted his plight, a sense of injustice welled up within him, and he began to sob again. Li Sheng furrowed her brow in confusion. What had she said that prompted more tears? Chapter 160. A reminder. An old priest, with a mischievous grin, approached, his demeanor utterly devoid of the ethereal grace one would expect of sage. Did someone bully you? With such a fierce disposition, who could possibly intimidate you? The old priest glanced at the weeping boy and then at the formidable Li Sheng, feeling as though the description had been inverted. Is this true? Why would I deceive you? Li Sheng shrugged in resignation. Her words lacked conviction, but they were indeed factual. Li Sheng. The tearful boy suddenly ceased his crying, lifting his head to gaze at Li Sheng with watery eyes. His voice choked with emotion. What now? Let me be clear. If you cry again, I may just have to retaliate. After all, it was your actions that nearly caused me to suffer a fever and almost perish at home. Li Sheng threatened, her patience wearing thin. A girl crying with delicate grace could elicit some sympathy, but a boy crying in such a manner was, frankly, quite bothersome. The boy stammered as he divulged everything he knew, providing Li Sheng with a crucial reminder. Before the apocalypse, there were two families engaged in a relentless feud. The original owner had not been abandoned but rather exiled to a remote town, driven by two main reasons. First, the prestigious family was concerned about their reputation. A direct descendant must not perish without reason. Second, they intended to exploit the original owner's status to seize the other's wealth. Even in divorce, they would contest the original owner's custody, with the eventual victor claiming the inheritance as the only legally recognized heir. The original owner would possess a considerable fortune. Furthermore, the original owner's parents had not yet assumed control. Even if they harbored disdain for their child, They could not betray the family's interests and condemn the original owner to death. Both family heads were cunning, unwilling to relinquish the original owner as a bargaining chip. Until a new alliance could be forged, the marriage between the two families must endure that a bastard child, even if accepted by the family, would always remain peripheral. A family as vast as the original owners would never allow a bastard to take the helm, for it would tarnish their lineage and lack security from the maternal family. Thus, as long as the couple failed to produce legitimate siblings, the original owner remained the sole heir, and whether alive or dead. This fact would not change. The so-called severance was merely a rift between the original owner's parents. It did not represent the sentiment of either family, especially after the apocalypse. Even if they were certain that the 10-year-old child could not survive, they would not shatter the fragile alliance. After all, in the capital, many influential families existed, and if the alliance were torn apart, they risked being consumed by others. Only by presenting a united front could they maintain their status as the leading family. The real turmoil lay with the original owner's parents and the bastards. Sheng questioned the boy, recognizing that he was not inherently bad. His actions mirrored those of most ordinary individuals. Now, terrified and willing to provide her with vital information, he demonstrated a remarkable recollection of their childhood encounters, revealing a lingering guilt. Moreover, she needed someone with connections to the capital. She would eventually settle the score with the original owner's enemies, and her path would inevitably lead her back there, ensuring no debts would go unpaid. Is it true? Can it really be? The boy's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, fearing he had misheard, and he repeated his question. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you. I am sorry, as the boy seemed on the verge of tears once more. Li Sheng quickly averted her gaze and turned to leave. She could not fathom why a boy of his stature could shed so many tears. His weeping was not the poignant kind, reminiscent of Lu Sunen's deeply emotional displays, which were almost unbearable. As she turned in circles, thoughts of the capital and family matters had to be set aside. Her immediate concern was how to escape the building. The butterflies outside had not approached earlier, likely due to the cocoons masking the scent of living beings. Now that they had rescued everyone, the presence of so many people could not be concealed. Li Sheng rushed to Yuan Mo's side, and together they brainstormed a solution. Although the mutated creatures had grown larger and more intelligent, retaining many of their premutational habits, Li Sheng's knowledge of insects and animals was limited, leaving her at a loss for effective strategies. We could use fire. Many insects, such as butterflies, are attracted to flames but are not fire-resistant. If we create a larger fire outside, they would likely fly into it and perish. Yuan Mo suggested after a moment of contemplation. Exactly. Moths are drawn to light. Using fire is the best approach. Chapter 161. Turning against each other using fire is indeed a promising strategy, but the challenge lies in how to implement it and ensure that the flames are sufficient to eliminate the butterflies. The cocoons encasing the entire building serve as a protective barrier against the butterflies' intrusion. Without breaching this barrier, they cannot throw fire from the windows. Additionally, selecting who would venture outside to ignite the flames poses another dilemma. Even if a fire-wielding ability user could launch fireballs from a distance, the locked front doors on the first floor would hinder that effort. Moreover, those butterflies are each the size of a person. A small flame would be utterly inadequate to incinerate them, and as they hovered in mid-air, the distance to both the top and bottom floors rendered them unreachable, regardless of the size of the flames. They would diminish before making contact with the butterflies, failing to achieve the desired lethal effect. The most concerning aspect is that the currently mutated creatures possess intelligence and cognitive abilities, even if they manage to incinerate a few butterflies by exploiting their innate phototactic instincts. The others, having time to reflect and think, will undoubtedly steer clear of the source of the flames. As a result, this singular method would lose its efficacy. They must extinguish all the butterflies before they can react, which significantly increases the demands on the ignition source, rendering it nearly impossible to achieve. This matter is a question of life and death for all present, prompting Li Sheng to gather collective wisdom. She informed all survivors of the ideas they had conceived and the challenges they faced, urging everyone to engage their minds. Strength lies in numbers, and perhaps someone might conceive a flawless solution. Li Sheng stipulated a crucial premise. They need not consider any external tools. As long as they could devise a method, she could procure it. Under this open-ended premise, discussions erupted among the group. Some suggested creating a narrow opening in the downstairs door, stacking wood outside the gap, igniting it, and waiting for the butterflies to be drawn to the flames. However, this method posed a significant risk of trapping them inside the building, leading to certain death, and was swiftly dismissed. Others proposed using explosives, tossing bombs from above, but the flames produced by such blasts might incinerate the cocoons encasing the building, should the bombs fail to eliminate all the butterflies. The destruction of the cocoons would spell disaster for them. This approach was deemed too perilous to pursue. Some even suggested summoning a rain of fire from the sky or enabling people to fly like the butterflies, escaping without needing to annihilate them. Those who entertained such thoughts clearly possessed fanciful imaginations. Sheng could indeed procure an aircraft at a considerable cost, but who among them would be able to pilot it? They might end up causing their own demise before the butterflies could claim them. In short, despite the fervent discussions, no viable solution emerged. One individual, however, was muttering about alcohol and gasoline, capturing Li Sheng's attention. "What are you saying?" She approached him, inquiring kindly. "Have you thought of a better method?" Upon hearing his words, Li Sheng felt a sudden surge of inspiration and brightened, eagerly pressing for more details. "A better method. The only thing I can think of is to coat these butterflies in gasoline or alcohol, as both are highly flammable liquids that if their bodies are drenched in such combustible substances, a mere spark could ignite a widespread blaze. I also have an impractical idea. Considering it is now summer, a season rife with thunderstorms, we could erect a lightning rod outside. Should lightning strike, it would incinerate these butterflies, and the survivors would naturally distance themselves from the rod, granting us ample space to maneuver." Furthermore, she noted that there were 2 lightning affinity mutants present, capable of generating some electrical discharge, which would simplify matters. The individual had highlighted 2 vital points: the necessity of an ignitable substance and the need to ignite multiple locations simultaneously to confine the butterflies, leaving them no escape. To ensnare these butterflies, it was not essential to adhere the flammable liquid directly to their bodies. Shuesen's current level of ability had significantly improved. He could cultivate fast-growing plants, and as long as they were not too robust, he could generate numerous plants without depleting his powers too rapidly. If they could ignite the combustible liquid on the plants he cultivated, they could create a surrounding barrier to incinerate the butterflies. Sheng devised a plan and promptly descended to ascertain the approximate location of the butterflies, which was likely between the 12th and 13th floors. Once the location was determined, she instructed someone to shatter the window on the 13th floor, allowing Shuesen to cultivate thick vines to replace the glass and seal the window. Fortunately, the office building featured large floor-to-ceiling windows, providing ample space for future actions. With everything in place, Shuesen held a crystal core, rapidly replenishing his recently expended abilities. Once he was ready, Li Sheng hurled a torch outside, when a large hole was burned into the cocoons in the corresponding area of the window. The water affinity mutant present immediately doused the spreading flames. The butterflies, upon sighting the gaping hole in the cocoons, rushed toward it, frantically colliding with the vine barrier constructed by Shuesen. As the butterflies amassed, Li Sheng produced 2 large barrels of gasoline, while Shuesen cultivated a slender vine that pierced the barrels. The roots remained in Shuesen's grasp, ensuring that the vines would absorb the gasoline without losing their vitality due to the corrosive liquid. Soon, these slender vines formed a circle, entirely encircling the butterflies that Qin Yan prepared the storm clouds, and as the vines finally surrounded the butterflies, he unleashed a series of small lightning strikes. The flames ignited the vines in an instant, prompting Shuesen to hastily drop the seeds in his hand and cultivate a second set of vines. The intense heat drove the butterflies toward the center, either fleeing upwards or desperately seeking refuge. To prevent any butterflies from escaping, Shuesen tirelessly layered the vines, creating successive rings that ascended until a new set of vines was cultivated within the outermost layer, gradually tightening the encirclement. This all transpired in mere moments. Shuesen's rapid plant growth soon led to some butterflies being consumed by the flames, reduced to charred remains that plummeted to the ground. As the butterflies became increasingly frantic, Attempting to breach the interior, the sturdy branches forming the barrier began to crack under the strained Sheng quickly doused the upper branches with gasoline and ignited them. Nearby, the water affinity mutant remained on standby, ready to prevent any flames from spreading uncontrollably upward. The butterflies, relentlessly battering against the window, were instantly reduced to cinders, and given the congestion at the window's opening, many were incinerated in that single moment. Fortunately, the branches initially placed at the window were robust and particularly resistant to burning, designed to thwart the butterflies' entry. Realizing that they could not force their way through the window without being incinerated, the remaining butterflies instinctively retreated. The water affinity mutant continued to dampen the flames surrounding the area, ensuring that the walls did not crack and collapse. Outside, the conflagration raged uncontrollably, with butterflies ablaze darting in every direction. Their bodies ignited. In their panic, they collided with their companions, igniting them in turn. This chain reaction resulted in a swift demise of the butterflies. Within mere minutes, they were completely eradicated. Sheng immediately directed the remaining flames to be extinguished. And as they beheld the ground outside littered with the remnants of butterflies, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. They believed they could finally exit the city safely. Once the last embers were extinguished, Sheng led the group toward the exit. However, just as they stepped outside, the previously clear, sunny sky was suddenly obscured. Sheng slowly raised her gaze to the heavens, where a colossal butterfly hovered ominously overhead. Soaring at a great height, its massive form casting a shadow over the sun. With each powerful flap of its wings, gusts of wind swept through the air. Clearly, this butterfly was of the same predatory species as those they had just vanquished. It was evident that the creatures they had painstakingly eliminated were merely minions, while this one represented the true peril they now faced. The scales from its body cascaded down like snowflakes. And Sheng recalled Yuan Mo's explanations about the toxic scales of such butterflies. This butterfly appeared unfazed by the building. The previous butterflies had circled outside, even when the cocoons remained intact. And even after a hole was breached, they continued their futile attacks through that opening, never attempting to expand it. What do we do? She pondered anxiously. If it continues to ram into the building, it may collapse. At this rate, escaping will be impossible. If the structure falls, we will surely be buried within. Frustration mounted as they realized that, while they had endured in the cocoons, now faced with these terrifying butterflies, they were left with no avenue for survival. Confronted with such a colossal entity, an innate fear engulfed them. The previous butterflies were merely slightly taller than a person, and compared to the vastness of this new threat, they seemed insignificant. Despite witnessing the gruesome fate of others at the hands of these creatures, the survivors, accustomed to the sight of zombies feasting on human flesh, felt a disconcerting detachment. They recognized the danger the butterflies posed. But the sheer size of the giant butterfly before them rendered them powerless, its mere presence threatening to extinguish their lives without a chance for escape. This dire predicament instilled panic, leading some to blame Sheng for their rescue. They believed she should not have saved them. Had she left them in the cocoons, they might have survived longer. When one individual succumbs to the urge to voice complaints, it inevitably leads to another chiming in. And soon the majority of the group begins to indiscriminately cast blame upon Sheng and their companions. They transform their panic into rage, viewing those who just rescued them as adversaries, thereby diverting their attention from the impending specter of death. The atmosphere, which moments ago was brimming with collective brainstorming and unity, swiftly disintegrates into chaos. Not even Sheng and Yuan Mo, who are accustomed to the fickleness and coldness of human emotions, can suppress their frowns at the scene unfolding before them. You lot, you are utterly ridiculous. That silkworm pupa can no longer sustain your lives. If we do not pry it open, you will suffocate. Do you understand? Yes, those butterflies on the top floor saved you, allowing you to draw nourishment from their silkworms, granting you an additional month of life. But have you ever considered whether you possess the ability to metamorphose like insects? Had we not arrived in time to extricate you and provide sustenance, you would likely lack the strength to even rise, and yet you still dare to shout at us? Hu Shuesen, unable to contain his temper any longer, stepped forward to confront the cacophony of voices, articulating a reasoned rebuttal against the chorus of dissenters. Chapter 162. Some are not yet like butterflies who Sheng, with his robust physique and fierce gaze, commanded immediate silence with a single glare, and his unique, gravelly voice sent a wave of intimidation through the crowd. They had all witnessed how Li Sheng and her companions had deftly vanquished the butterflies. With Hu Shuesen's ability to summon massive vines, and Qin Yin's capacity to conjure thunderclouds, alongside Li Sheng, who could produce an array of items that were like a magical being, it was evident that none of these individuals were to be trifled with. Having been trapped in this city for so long, the notion of enhancing their abilities seemed but a fanciful dream. Even those endowed with powers found their capabilities lacking, and upon assessing their own strength, they were compelled to silence their protests. Yet, as non-professional actors, they could not fully mask their discontent. Li Sheng gave a derisive snort, shaking her head with a mixture of disdain and resignation. It is natural for people to fear and panic. To shift their focus and transform terror into anger may offer them some comfort. However, in her heart, she held these individuals in contempt. Their emotional shifts were manifestations of their cowardice. That it was likely that this city had not previously been so terrifying and desolate. Rather, it was the complacency of its inhabitants that allowed the butterflies to thrive unchecked, leading to the current dire situation. Outside, a colossal butterfly circled for a moment before a similarly sized joy goddess butterfly joined it. The two seemed to communicate in a unique manner, flitting gracefully through the air, until the larger butterfly eventually departed. Li Sheng was the first to step outside the building, reassured that the smaller joy goddess butterflies, having protected humanity before, would not pose a threat at this juncture. Indeed, upon her exit, the joy goddess butterfly remained still, almost like a guardian hovering above. The recently antagonistic survivors observed that Li Sheng had ventured out without incident, and their vigilance waned as they cautiously stepped out of the building. Confirming that no danger lurked outside, they dispersed in a rush. Li Sheng and her companions also intended to leave the city. Recognizing that it was a domain ruled by the joy goddess and the tiger-striped carnivorous butterflies, it appeared that these two species had their own territories. Were it not for the amicable nature of the joy goddess butterflies towards humans, they would have had to exert considerable effort to escape the city. The joy goddess butterflies' protective behavior towards humans had remained unwavering, contrasting sharply with those who, after being rescued, turned to accuse them. At times, possessing a high intellect and complex thoughts can complicate notions of good and evil. Animals, with their comparatively lower intelligence and simpler motivations, remain steadfast in their instincts, rarely altering their behavior or beliefs. Just as Li Sheng and her companions were on the verge of exiting the city, the joy goddess butterfly that had been following them suddenly landed. It extended its antennae and produced a massive silkworm pupa from its back. Presenting it to Li Sheng, observing the pupa, which towered over her, she felt perplexed. Surely it contained no human. If it did, that individual would be a giant. Are you asking me to take this pupa with me? Li Sheng inquired, gesturing between herself and the pupa, attempting to bridge communication with the butterfly. The butterfly nodded with its antennae, affirming her query that, is there a human inside? She pressed. The butterfly shook its head, prompting Li Sheng to surmise. Then is this your offspring? Her deduction proved correct, as the butterfly's movements indicated that this indeed was its young. Are you unable to protect it? Or is this a deal you struck with that butterfly? Li Sheng speculated, realizing that the creature before her was no ordinary butterfly. This magnificent butterfly was likely a leader within its species, while the other butterflies tended to their diminutive eggs, no larger than chicken eggs. The sheer size of this pupa suggested it was destined to become the next leader of their kind. The butterfly nodded in agreement, then relinquished the enormous egg and took flight. Li Sheng, staring at the formidable pupa, pondered how she might transport it. Would placing it in her spatial storage affect its growth? Yet, recalling the flourishing plants within her cultivation space, she reasoned that living beings could likely continue to develop there without issue. With a mix of hope and trepidation, she stowed the pupa in her planting space, leaving its survival to fate, for she had no other means of carrying it. Upon exiting the city, they hastened towards their destination. This time, they did not pause at any small bases they encountered. Eventually, they arrived at their target, fortunate that the factory producing generators was merely surrounded by a few zombies, compared to the various mutated creatures. Zombies posed little threat to them. They swiftly dispatched the undead and collected several generators of varying sizes, likely sufficient to support the power needs of the underground city. Next came the initial promise, to assist Ji in locating his brother. Having secured the generators, their next objective was to circle through the Western Domain base to search for any sign of Ji's brother or other potential leads. The Western Domain base was partially official, with leaders who had been part of the military prior to the apocalypse, and they likely had access to a wealth of information. After all, Ji had mentioned that those who abducted his brother wore standardized uniforms, possibly emblematic of a particular base, offering a potential avenue to pursue in their search. Chapter 163. Fine wine. Upon reaching the Western Domain base, they followed the customary procedures of isolation and paperwork to gain entry. They concealed Lu Sunin and Lin Hai's abilities, while Tang Ling was wrapped up like a dumpling in long sleeves and pants to mask his mechanical form. The remaining members intentionally downplayed their powers. Li Sheng opted to present herself as an ability user specializing in spatial storage, ensuring her companions maintained a low profile. This way, should they attract attention, all eyes would be drawn to her, facilitating the movements of the others. After all, her capacity to produce items was not something easily hidden, and they wished to avoid unnecessary complications, preferring to reveal her identity as a spatial storage user. The first order of business upon entering the city was to find lodging. Subsequently, Li Sheng set her sights on a burgeoning trading post within the Western Domain base, renting a stall to conduct business. From food to tools and various weapons, a wide array of items adorned her stall. Places where information could be gleaned were inevitably crowded with diverse individuals, such as entertainment venues and inns. The greater the mix of people, the more likely one was to uncover valuable information. In the post-apocalyptic world, trading venues attracted the most varied crowds, and by opening her stall, she hoped to overhear something worthwhile. The other companions dispersed throughout the base, each seeking information, while only Lin Hai and Yuan Mo remained with Li Sheng to assist in her trade. Lin Hai's approachable demeanor and Yuan Mo's eloquence made them ideal partners. Had they included others who Shueisen might have clashed with difficult customers, Lu Sunin could behave erratically around strangers, Qin Yin would struggle to articulate anything, and the old Taoist was best left out of the equation. As soon as the stall opened, a swarm of customers descended upon it, drawn by the diverse and useful items Li Sheng offered. While conducting transactions, Yuan Mo and Li Sheng subtly inquired about the uniformed individuals he had described. But as the day wore on, they found themselves at a loss. No one had seen anyone wearing such uniforms. However, this was also their first day setting up their stall, and their reputation had yet to spread. The majority of the customers who came to purchase were casual buyers. Well aware that the information they possessed was limited, they were eager to attract prominent figures within the base. However, to engage with such individuals, they first needed to showcase their capabilities without inciting any suspicion. Otherwise, should a relationship of mistrust develop, the other party would hold the upper hand, shrouded in secrecy, making it unlikely for any genuine truths to be revealed. On the second day of their stall, there was a noticeable increase in customers compared to the first day. In these times, even food had become a disposable commodity. Each bite consumed meant less remained. After all, the apprentice truly could not continue planting, and there had yet to be any breakthroughs in finding solutions to this dire problem. Although before the apocalypse, every city had a substantial stockpile of provisions. If this situation persisted for another year or two, famine would inevitably ensue. The crux of the matter was that all wood-type abilities were now hastening the growth of plants, yet such hastily grown produce was inedible, withering and rotting away swiftly. Thus, the notion of utilizing abilities to cultivate crops was little more than a fanciful dream. People had already begun to explore the consumption of mutated animals. Although most mutated creatures were edible, a small percentage were toxic. The challenge of capturing them was daunting. If one were to inadvertently provoke a group, they could face a coordinated attack, turning the base into a target for mutated beasts. Consequently, even now, food remained an exceedingly precious resource in this post-apocalyptic world. Li Sheng had significantly raised the price of the rice she held, and as a result, she was met with a steady stream of customers. Having observed for 2 days that none of the notable figures had approached her for inquiries, she boldly began selling fruits and vegetables on the third day. This ignited a frenzy within the base. Li Sheng's stall became renowned, echoing through every corner, and many were secretly contemplating their next moves. Yet, no one truly understood what it meant to be a space-type ability user. Did killing one lead to equipment dropping like in a game? Or would all possessions vanish with their demise? With such concerns lingering, Li Sheng's stall remained relatively safe that on the fourth day, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. "Hey kid, you have quite a variety here. Is this all the fruits and vegetables you have? I want meat. Do you have any?" A burly man stepped forward from the crowd, scrutinizing the offerings before demanding aggressively, "Oh, a young one with quite the attitude. Well, I desire some liquor. Do you have any?" The man chuckled, seemingly devoid of ill intent, though his penchant for trouble remained evident. "Yes, we do have some, but I'm unsure what you prefer. Are you looking for high-proof or low-proof beer? Or perhaps white wine, red wine, or fruit wine? I want something that can get one drunk. The higher the alcohol content, the better. Price is no object. I have plenty of crystal cores. Just ensure it's a good drink. Price is no issue. Then your request is rather simple. Sheng promptly procured the highest proof liquor from the system store, uncorking it to release an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the surroundings, causing the faces of those nearby to flush with color. The bottle, named 1 cup down by the system, claimed that just a small cup could incapacitate even the most seasoned drinker. Seeing the effects on those around her, it was evident how potent this liquor truly was. Li Sheng, slightly overwhelmed, donned a mask and handed over the drink. Upon seeing the bottle, the man's eyes lit up and he gulped down a few swigs. After finishing, he smacked his lips, his steps growing unsteady. And his gaze turned hazy. He gave a thumbs up and bellowed in his rugged voice, "Good liquor." With that, the man collapsed, frightening the nearby crowd into thinking he had perished. However, as they observed him smacking his lips and swaying, they realized he was merely intoxicated. "Could someone please help move this man aside? His presence is somewhat obstructing my business." Initially, no one dared to act until the sound of snoring emanated from the man on the ground, prompting a few to cooperate and shift him away. Business proceeded uninterrupted, with patrons naturally avoiding the snoring figure, treating him as inconsequential. With the first round of inquiries completed, a second and third round followed, as more individuals approached the stall with increasingly peculiar requests. Even more absurdly, some inquired about aircraft and artillery. Meanwhile, others were met with nothing but disappointment. Recklessly digging for information could easily attract unwanted attention. On another S-turf, it was wise to avoid trouble, and thus they proceeded cautiously. When the stall opened the following day, the drunken man still lay beside it, not waking until noon. "What did you do to me?" His first reaction upon regaining consciousness was a furious roar, mistakenly believing Li Sheng had tampered with him to cause his sudden collapse. "You requested the strongest liquor, and I provided it. Your low tolerance led you to succumb after just 1 cup. How can you now blame us? Furthermore, sir, you stated you would pay upon praising the liquor, and now this bottle belongs to you. Please tender 10 level 3 crystal cores. My apologies, young lady. Your liquor is indeed exceptional. Though potent, I feel no headache upon waking, and I am quite alert, devoid of any hangover symptoms. What is the name of this fine drink?" "It's called 1 cup down." The man appeared to be quite forthright, his demeanor akin to that of Hu Shuesen, making him easy to converse with. Sheng understood the underlying intent of his final words, merely seeking to establish a long-term purchasing relationship, given the hardships of the apocalypse. "Finding someone like you is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. How did you end up at the Western Region base? Is your brother stationed here?" The man seemed genuinely interested, furrowing his brow in concern. "Alas, we are unsure. We have traversed many places and persevered thus far, unwilling to abandon our search." "Really? That's wonderful. My brother is tall and slender, dressed in black, with a rose petal emblem on his uniform. Before the apocalypse, he served in the military, has a slightly dark complexion, and a mole beneath his eye, with rather handsome features." Sheng fabricated a description, focusing on the black uniform and rose emblem. "As those were the critical details, the person you described, I have not encountered. However, the uniform sounds somewhat familiar. Give me a moment to think." Do you truly know? Sheng was taken aback. She had merely been testing the waters, not expecting to stumble upon someone who might possess vital information. I remember now. You must be referring to the standardized uniforms of the official military personnel from the Imperial Capital Base. My brother is stationed there, not in this area. After all, the Imperial Capital Base and Western Region Base were world apart. You youngsters, relying on your abilities, venture all over the place, yet you can't even find your way. The Imperial Capital Base lies to the north, while we are situated to the west. You are clearly lost, and if your companion brother is indeed in the Imperial Capital Base, an official personnel at that, he is likely safe and sound. You should turn back at once. The man spoke with a hint of exasperation, a comical undertone evident. Sheng found herself unable to clarify the situation, allowing the man to perceive them as misguided children, while she awkwardly smiled. We had no idea he would be at the Imperial Capital Base. His family is from this region. But are you certain he is there? Absolutely. What is there to doubt? When the Western Region Base was established, many from the Imperial Capital came to assist, all donning the same uniform. Many in the base can verify this. Thank you, we will quickly turn back towards the extreme north. Sheng beamed, realizing that if multiple people were aware of this, they could indeed gather information without resorting to deception. Then it seems you must be leaving soon. I would like to purchase an additional 100 bottles of liquor. Do you have any left? The man suddenly remembered the precious liquor he held. Sheng and her companions were heading towards the Imperial Capital Base. He would surely miss out on this drink. Yes, your information is invaluable to us. I'll give you a discount of 20 on those 100 bottles. Sheng replied generously, knowing that even at a discount, she would still profit handsomely. The man joyfully agreed, feeling satisfied with the worth of the information he had shared. The Imperial Capital Base? Isn't it quite far from here? Why would they come all this way for my brother? He was taken aback upon hearing this news. The capital base lies directly to the north. The Western Region Base is positioned to the west. The southern city is situated to the south, and to the east resides the Dongling Base. These four distinct directions, north, south, east, and west, are separated by an astonishing distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. In Chapter 165, as I ponder the potential motive for capturing zombies, the only plausible explanation that comes to mind is experimentation. Yet, why would they specifically venture thousands of miles to the southern city to capture your brother, instead of targeting other zombies? Sheng found herself perplexed. The actions of the capital base appeared illogical, but if they sought zombies for experimentation, given the multitude of individuals and zombies in the capital, it would be far simpler to capture a few nearby. The only reason to travel such a distance to the southern city would be if they were aware of a particularly rapidly evolving mutated zombie in that area. Upon entering the small town, only they faced Jihe, while those who had fled earlier had primarily encountered mutated spiders and lizards. It seemed improbable that anyone would have conveyed news of Jihe's mutation back to the capital. Then it struck her. She nearly forgot about the three ruffians who had escaped the town. Alongside them, as they exited the city, those individuals had fled at an alarming speed, and she had almost dismissed that fleeting encounter from her memory. At that time, communication had not yet ceased, and even from thousands of miles away, one could still use their mobile phones to converse. Thus, it was conceivable that those three ruffians had spread the news. Old who, she inquired, you have always been the one managing communication with the outside world. Before the communication devices failed, did you ever see any announcements from the capital base? Indeed, Hu Shuesen replied. The capital issues several announcements daily, detailing the current conditions of zombies and ability users, offering guidance on how to combat zombies, and reporting the locations of various bases, among other fragmented news about the apocalypse. Did they ever issue a bounty for capturing zombies? Sheng asked, contemplating the notion of profit-driven motives. Even if those three ruffians had leaked information, it was unlikely they would divulge Jihe's situation without a compelling incentive. Yes, they have, whenever they report on the enhancement of zombies and ability users. They always conclude with a reminder to report any encounters with zombies that are more advanced than those officially recognized. If such a zombie is found, its location and approximate level must be communicated, and the authorities will send someone to verify it. That, if confirmed, the informer will receive a reward. Everything fits together now. She concluded, IT must have been those three ruffians who triggered such significant attention from the capital base. GE's brother was undoubtedly the most formidable mutated zombie at that time. GE, having overheard their conversation, visibly paled. Zombies and humans had become adversaries. What fate awaited his brother, captured by the capital base for research? Most likely, it spelled doom. Even if his brother were still alive, confined within the capital base, he stood no chance of breaking through their defenses alone, let alone escape, without substantial leverage beyond his own abilities. He could not hope to barter for Sheng's assistance. Even with help, their small group could not contend with such a vast base, especially on their territory. There's no hope left. Brother, Ji murmured, covering his face as he began to weep. The anguish of knowing his loved one's fate while feeling utterly powerless was unbearable. Don't be so pessimistic, Sheng consoled. Rest assured, we will eventually reach the capital base. My family is there, and my enemies as well. The old Taoist and Yuan Mo have significant ties to the capital base, so we can certainly include you in our plans. Sheng, embodying the spirit of a mature adult despite being nearly 30, viewed Ji He as a younger sibling. Seeing him cry, so helplessly tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to offer comfort. Thank you, but I need some time alone, Ji He replied. Sheng shrugged, no rush. In a couple of days, consider it a vacation. The Western region base is among the largest, after all, that we can observe their development and learn from them. Only by sharing strengths can we improve our own base. All right then, Hu Shuesen said, somewhat disappointed, but acknowledging the wisdom in her words that a base that ranks among the best must possess its own means of survival. Sharing strengths is essential for fostering the development of their own base. While Sheng had been tirelessly on the move, focusing on the construction of the base, Hu Shuesen had a deeper emotional connection to the place, having helped establish much of it. After such a long journey, both body and mind required rest. Recuperation was the best course of action in Chapter 166. As the time passed, Sheng's stall flourished, attracting a steady stream of customers, and her earnings soared, with her stock of crystal cores increasing. Ji isolated himself in his room for 3 days, but eventually emerged with clarity of thought. Sheng suspected Ji he had been starving, having not stepped outside for 3 days. While there was water, food supplies were undoubtedly depleted. Even an ordinary person would struggle to endure such hunger, let alone an ability user needing ample sustenance to maintain daily energy levels. Ji's endurance was remarkable. Remaining cooped up for so long, she observed Ji. He devoured his meal with unrestrained eagerness. She offered him a glass of water. Sheng was taken aback. Ji had completely shed the composed demeanor he initially presented. Resembling a defenseless hedgehog stripped of its quills, it truly fitting to sell one's life away. He set down his chopsticks and gazed intently into Sheng's eyes. His expression resolute. Very well, since the southern city base is in need of personnel, your responsibility will be to guard the perimeter and ensure that a zombie siege does not occur. Perform your duties diligently. And once the base has developed sufficiently, we shall seek retribution in the capital. Sheng smiled in agreement. Ji's nature was not inherently malevolent. With proper guidance, he could grow into a commendable young man rather than be ensnared by hatred and become a threat to the world. Their stay in a Western region base was intended for he to make his decision, and now that he had chosen his path, there was no reason for them to linger any longer. However, just as they completed their packing and prepared to exit the city, they were unexpectedly detained at the gate. Apologies, but you cannot leave, the guard stated, his smile disingenuous as he examined their temporary identification cards. Why not? Hu Shuesen inquired, bewildered. If others could exit freely, why were they being stopped? During your time in the city, a significant item has gone missing, and we require your cooperation in the investigation to confirm that it is not in your possession before you may leave. The guard maintained a facade of politeness, yet his words suggested they were being accused of theft. Our belongings are in the vehicle. You may search it, Sheng retorted, a cold smile gracing her lips as she pointed to the car behind them. Apologies, but as a spatial ability user, we cannot ascertain whether you have concealed anything within your storage space. So, the guard's gaze fixated on Sheng, shifting the scrutiny directly onto her. Indeed, as the sole individual with the ability to store items in a spatial realm. She was at a distinct disadvantage. Anything placed within that space was undetectable, making it easy for them to justify detaining someone with such power. Everyone understood the ulterior motives behind the Western Region Base's actions. But they had not anticipated being apprehended just as they were about to leave after conducting business without any major disturbances. Little did they realize that Li Sheng's spatial abilities allowed for the inclusion of living beings. Had they simply allowed her to demonstrate, her innocence would be proven. However, she was not inclined to do so at this moment. She was curious to see who sought to detain her and what their intentions were. "I am willing to cooperate with your investigation, but how can you be certain that we are not the thieves?" she inquired. "I cannot simply lay out all the supplies I have collected. Even if I did, it would not guarantee that nothing remains concealed in my space. That is beyond my knowledge. That I am merely a messenger and executor. The specifics of how to verify this investigation are not within my purview. Therefore, I kindly ask you to step aside, and a dedicated team will arrive shortly to conduct the investigation." The guard displayed an attitude of indifference, unwilling to engage further. Sheng recognized that he was merely a minor pawn in this situation. There was no need to argue with him or complicate matters for such an insignificant figure. It was wiser to remain patient and await further developments. Sheng withdrew with his group to the side, and soon a throng of individuals clad in the same uniform as the guards approached. It appeared that those intending to obstruct their path were likely the power brokers of the Western Region Base. "Please accompany us," said the leader, looking down upon them. Before turning away, the others closed in around them, their vigilance palpable, fearful that they might seize an opportunity to flee. This treatment, akin to that of a prisoner, irked Li Sheng further. He had never experienced life as a captive and had not anticipated ever encountering such a status. The guards escorted Li Sheng and his companions to a heavily fortified and opulently adorned hotel. Or rather, the structure's former incarnation as a hotel was evident from its previous grandeur. Now, it seemed to have transformed into a mausoleum for the deceased. The living conditions within the Western Region Base were hardly better, with many appearing gaunt and apathetic. While the powerful continued to reside in lavish hotels, it was not inherently wrong for the upper echelon to arrange their living standards according to the highest standards, as they represented prestige. However, in a world where many were left to perish from the cold, hoarding all resources was indeed a transgression. Despite the option to inhabit a relatively luxurious villa, they chose to occupy a hotel, now repurposed as a private residence, an extravagance that Li Sheng could hardly condone. Chapter 167. Negotiation. The base leader is waiting for you on the top floor. Behave yourselves upon arrival. They entered the elevator. Their escort, with an air of arrogance, issued this reminder, their demeanor exceedingly unpleasant, indicating that a cordial discussion was unlikely. Upon reaching the top floor, the elevator doors opened slowly to reveal a corridor lined with guards standing at the ready. The so-called base leader exhibited a pronounced sense of security. The door swung open. Li Sheng furrowed his brow when a timid youth trailing behind them suddenly exclaimed, "Shen Chuanyang, what are you doing here?" Yin Bao was the old acquaintance of the original host whom Li Sheng had rescued in the butterfly-laden city. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Indeed, this world was neither too vast nor too small. They had traversed a long way to the Western Region Base, only to learn of Jihe's whereabouts, and it was solely due to the base's considerable size, being subordinate to the Imperial Capital Base, that they had acquired this information. Sheng had not intentionally sought out acquaintances of the original host, yet fate had conspired for them to meet consecutively. "Shen Chuanyang, are you the base leader here?" Yin Bao inquired, astonished. "No. The base leader is my father. He was transferred here a year ago and has since established himself in this place following the apocalypse." Shen Chuanyang appeared to maintain a cordial relationship with Yin Bao, leaving Li Sheng uncertain about his true nature and intentions towards them. After all, the mere fact that he could engage amicably with Yin Bao, who had once dwelled at the bottom of the food chain in the imperial capital, suggested that either Shen Chuanyang had shared a similar status prior to the apocalypse, or he possessed an inherently kind disposition, having never bullied others in his youth. So your father has detained us for some reason. Has something gone missing in the base?" Yin Bao nodded. coming to the realization that someone of Shun Chuanyang's age could hardly possess full control over such a large base. I am the so-called ability user you mentioned. Now, what is it that you wish to request of me? Li Sheng stepped forward, undeterred by the considerable height difference. Matching Shun Chuanyang's aura with her OW and Oh Young, Shun Chuanyang frowned, having only heard rumors of a temporary team residing nearby, which included a spatial storage ability user who had been selling items that not be alarmed. Our atmosphere need not be so tense that I merely wish to ask for your assistance before you leave the city. I assure you that no faction will disturb your freedom or hinder your path. This represents the base's stance. We do not wish to become adversaries. Prior to this, we had no intention of obstructing your journey. We simply encountered some difficulties recently and require your help. While Shen Chuanyang's tone remained relatively amicable, Li Sheng dared not let her guard down, wary of a potential trap. What is it you want me to do? A base of your magnitude surely does not require the aid of an outsider for trivial matters, Li Sheng queried skeptically, fearing that Li Sheng's youth might render her unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Shen Chuanyang laid out the reasoning clearly, though he refrained from invoking any moral coercion related to the survival of the base, which was a slight improvement in Li Sheng's perception of him. In circumstances where others were unaware of the adult's soul residing within her youthful exterior, most would attempt to deceive her, exploiting a child's inherent kindness or sense of heroism to extract value. However, this individual was engaging in rational discourse, suggesting he was not a cunning character. I understand your reasoning, but why should I assist you? You do not suspect that I have stolen the supplies from your base, do you? While Li Sheng had come to a certain degree of trust in Shun Chuanyang's character, she still wished to clarify the nature of the request. After all, spatial ability users often found themselves in a precarious position. Desired yet resented, no. I have no such implication. I fully recognize that you have not stolen anything. Detaining you under such pretense was merely a desperate measure. The situation unfolded rather abruptly when we sought your assistance. You were already preparing to depart the base. The food supplies appear to have been pilfered by rats. We attempted to search for them, but have yet to uncover their nest, only finding abundant fur and footprints as evidence in the granary. As for your assistance, I have no persuasive arguments to offer. The rationale for an outsider aiding me remains tenuous. However, I would like to assure you that should you agree, we are willing to provide compensation within our means. And we are prepared to meet any condition you may propose. Chapter 168. Reaching consensus, what you desire is merely food. I do not wish to engage in this drawn-out negotiation or take any risks. Li Sheng paused deliberately, seeking to gauge whether Shen Chuanyang was genuinely honorable or merely a charlatan. Shen Chuanyang, visibly disappointed, lowered his gaze, shaking his head in response. If that is the case, I will not trouble you further. Shortly, I will instruct them to allow you to leave directly. Just like that. You intend to let us go? Li Sheng expressed her surprise, having expected that even an honorable individual would at least put up a fight for their position. Yet he conceded so readily. Will you not attempt to persuade me further? What would be the use of further persuasion? The journey will indeed be perilous. At this juncture, acquiring food necessitates venturing into the desolate, uncharted cities where the dangers are unknown and could easily lead to fatal consequences. I see no justification for compelling others to risk their lives for my benefit. Shun Chuanyang offered a polite smile, his demeanor quite endearing. I Sheng found it unexpected to encounter such a reasonable person in a post-apocalyptic world, and she held a measure of admiration for him. Upon hearing her words, Shun Chuanyang paused, taken aback by the possibility of such an approach. However, it was clear that he harbored doubts regarding the quantity of provisions Li Sheng claimed to possess, dismissing her words as mere exaggeration. Nevertheless, given the sudden depletion of the base's granary, acquiring some food to tide them over for a few days would be advantageous. How much do you have? I will take that amount. Is that acceptable? Shun Chuanyang inquired tentatively. The Western region base, being so vast, distributed a significant amount of food to the ordinary populace daily, not to mention the provisions redeemed by ability users. His proposition was reasonable. If Li Sheng had only a mere 100 tons of food, it would hardly suffice for the base's consumption over several days. You might find it insufficient. A spark of inspiration ignited within Li Sheng as she stepped forward. grasping Shun Chuanyang's hand. Seizing the moment of his bewilderment, she transported him into her spatial realm. This is my planting space. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, I've cultivated numerous crops, and my reserves are ample. Just tell me how much you require. Sheng gestured towards the unharvested wheat. The wheat in her planting space was from the batch left by the deity, and given that Li Sheng had no need to toil over harvesting, nor did her companions possess the requisite knowledge to do so without damaging the thriving crops, she opted to leave them intact. Shen Chuanyang gazed in awe at the vast expanse of arable land, genuinely astounded. He had not anticipated the existence of such a cultivable space in this world. If this soil could be transplanted outside, it would imply that food could indeed be grown in the outside world. I understand now that I will calculate how much food is necessary shortly. Even if it is insufficient, it matters not. However, I have a small request. Could you spare some of the soil from your space? Oh no. I wish to purchase it. May I buy some? Shun Chuanyang's excitement was palpable, as if he had glimpsed hope amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. In fact, it has not yet been a year since the apocalypse has unfolded to this point. To humanity, those zombies have become insignificant, for in this era of catastrophe, technological advancements are rapid and military prowess remains unyielding. Thus, the pace of exterminating zombies is not slow, as for mutated animals. Efforts are being made to find ways to coexist peacefully with them. Perhaps after enduring 3 to 5 years, a state of equilibrium may be achieved. The most challenging aspect, however, lies in food resources. Plants have begun to mutate, and apart from those altered species, no vegetation can grow autonomously. Even with the aid of abilities, crops hastily cultivated perish almost immediately, rendering them inedible. Vegetables produced through such means rot within a mere minute. The land is no longer arable, and the technology for soilless cultivation is far from being implemented on a large scale. But if solutions to these issues are not found, humanity may truly find itself at the brink of extinction. Relying solely on the dwindling supplies stored in cities before the apocalypse. While I can provide you with some soil, taking it outside would be futile. That I have tried this before, and whether it was due to the air or the lack of vacuum tools, I cannot say. Therefore, I advise you to use clean containers when handling this soil, ensuring it is completely sealed for research purposes. I should quickly grasp the other party's intentions. Their base lacked research personnel in this regard, so entrusting the soil to them could prove beneficial. Should they indeed uncover something of significance, it would aid them as well. Thank you for the reminder. I will certainly keep the source of the soil a secret and will never betray you. Shun Chuanyang replied without any unnecessary politeness. Eager to comply, it is not so serious. As long as I do not bring anyone into this space, no one can intervene, even if you wish to detain me. In order to ensure my friends can enjoy good food and drink within the space, it would only be for 3 to 5 years at most. By then, your base may no longer exist. When the time comes, we will emerge again, free to soar across the vast skies. You are a wise man, and I trust you will not act foolishly, so our relationship is mutually beneficial. After all, purchasing food from me requires you to spend money. Consider these handfuls of soil as a complimentary gift. Sheng's words carried a hint of veiled threat, yet she skillfully complimented the other party. And Shun Chuanyang, understanding her intent, felt no discomfort. Instead, his demeanor became more respectful. That moment, he suddenly realized that he could not engage with Li Sheng as if she were a child. I wonder what I would need to offer in exchange for your food? Crystals? Or some other materials? Shun Chuanyang inquired with a smile. No materials are necessary. I accept crystals, gold, silver, scrap metal, and various ores, anything that can be used to construct buildings. When the time comes to calculate the standards, I will do so from my end. That I can remain here for a few more days and will provide you with a detailed price list tomorrow. These were all necessities for the construction of their base. Many consumables bought from the system's marketplace were exorbitantly priced, so it would be far more advantageous to scavenge directly here, as there was ample space available. Is that all? Shen Chuanyang asked, somewhat astonished. The Western region base had been fully established long ago and had no need for such building materials. This way, they could utilize worthless scrap metal and cement to replace the crystals required for upgrading their abilities in order to acquire food. Even collecting from nearby cities would save a significant number of crystals. Sheng concealed her status as the base leader and explained partially truthfully, ensuring that the other party had no leverage over her. Shen Chuanyang believed her. He could never have imagined that a base leader would not tend to affairs within her own base, but instead roam about aimlessly, thinking Li Sheng and her companions were merely a task force. Very well, you might as well stay here for the night. It will facilitate our communication, as there are plenty of rooms in the hotel. Shen Chuanyang, albeit with some reservations, felt it prudent to keep Li Sheng close, lest she change her mind and withdraw from the transaction. Sounds good. I just checked out, and if I were to stay elsewhere, I would have to pay again. Staying here saves me some money. Li Sheng dismissed his minute concerns. If he lacked even this precautionary thought, Shen Chuanyang would not be a gentleman, but rather a fool. She had no intention of reversing her decision at the last moment, and her openness would instill greater confidence in the other party, making the transaction all the more pleasant. Having reached a consensus, Li Sheng led Shen Chuanyang out of the space. Shen Chuanyang summoned his subordinates, instructing them to treat the newcomers as esteemed guests and arrange accommodations for them. Upon entering the room, Li Sheng immediately began to draft a price list with Yuan Mo, for the necessities for their base's construction were numerous, and each item required careful calculation based on the price of food and the rates within the system. After a long night of toil, they finally produced the list. Chapter 169, The Unpleasant Encounter the Next day. Upon receiving the price list, Shen Chuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. Most items listed were relatively inexpensive and easily procured. He promptly dispatched his team to gather the materials. During the collection period, Li Sheng and her companions enjoyed the luxury of being catered to at the hotel. After more than a week, Shen Chuanyang finally amassed enough materials to exchange for food, particularly steel bars. He was almost tempted to send the demolition team to blow up nearby buildings just to retrieve the steel that on the day of the transaction. Li Sheng explicitly instructed Shen Chuanyang to only bring his most trusted aide to transport the food, while the rest of the personnel were to be dismissed, commencing the trade. Shen Chuanyang complied, allowing Li Sheng to take the lead, agreeing to her requests as long as they were not excessively unreasonable. As ton after ton of food entered the granary, Li Sheng continued to extract provisions, and Shen Chuanyang finally relaxed. Before the trade, he had been concerned that Li Sheng's reserves might be insufficient. However, it now appeared she had ample food to exchange. Yet, Shen Chuanyang, who had secured the position of deputy base leader and commanded the loyalty of his subordinates, was no fool. Observing the endless stream of food Li Sheng produced, he sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, as long as his base had food to meet immediate needs, he did not delve further into the matter. Regardless of whether the provisions were grown, stolen, or even seized, it mattered little to him. He only needed to manage his own affairs. The trade continued for a week. The quantity of food required by the Western region base was immense, and even with Li Sheng's relentless exchanges, time was needed to fulfill the demand. Eventually, the granary was filled to the brim, and Shen Chuanyang, relieved of his food anxiety, could finally relax. After so many days of labor, Li Sheng was utterly exhausted and decided to take an extra day to rest. Little sister, I hear you are the one who resolved our base's food shortage. A young man with well-defined features but a distinctly sleazy demeanor approached Li Sheng, eliciting an involuntary sense of disgust within her. His frivolous remarks felt akin to teasing a virtuous woman, punctuated by flirtatious glances that were utterly distasteful. Nothing. I merely wish to get acquainted. Such a beautiful young lady like yourself will undoubtedly grow into a stunning woman. Why not join me? I am considered the second in command of this base. If you stay, I promise you a life of luxury, free from worries about food and clothing. The deputy base leader, Shen Chuanyang, whom I just met, is not you, is it? Li Sheng rolled her eyes, feeling inexplicably annoyed by this person. Under normal circumstances, even if someone were as sleazy as he, she could muster some patience to engage. However, before this individual, all she wanted was to retort vehemently. Shen Chuanyang? What is he? In the end, he will still be a servant to my family, won't he? Brother, I hail from the Li family in the imperial capital. Ah, you may not know. Let me enlighten you. The Li family is a prestigious household in the imperial capital, a top-tier family that has firmly established itself even after the apocalypse. IT is a family that could shake the imperial capital with a stomp. Although I'm not of the direct line, I still have a voice within the Li family that I in this base. Despite the leader's surname being Sheng, any decision made must first consider our family stance. I trust you understand what I mean. The Li family? How many Li families are there in the imperial capital? Li Sheng squinted slightly, taking note of this young man that if he truly belonged to the family of her original father's kin, it would indeed be quite a coincidence that I understand. But what does that matter to me? I have no interest. With that, Li Sheng turned on her heel and left. Seeking out Yuan Mo, she recalled that Yuan Mo also held a status as a young master in the imperial capital and should be well versed in the distribution of power there. Perhaps it would be wise to consult him first. Chapter 170. One day, Yuan Mo, may I ask you something? Li Sheng entered, startling Yuan Mo, who was lounging on the bed. Yuan Mo wrapped himself in his blanket, staring blankly for a moment before asking, "What is it? Isn't your family from the imperial capital? Are you familiar with the power dynamics there?" No. It's just that I keep hearing them mention the Li family and the Sheng family in the imperial capital. What status do these families hold? Li Sheng rephrased her inquiry. What status? In the imperial capital, merchants constitute one social circle, while officials form another and military personnel belong to yet another. Although there may be some overlap among these circles, they rarely integrate. And Y family resides within the military circle, the AS for the Li family, and the Sheng family that you mentioned. I have indeed heard of them, though I have never made a concerted effort to learn about their affairs. I only know that these two families are among the pinnacle of the merchant circles. Could you enlighten me further? Prior to this, during the conversation between Li Sheng and Bao, Yuan Mo was preoccupied with soothing other survivors and did not overhear their dialogue. Remaining unaware that Li Sheng's ancestral home is the Li family of the imperial capital .The. This indeed aligns with logic. However, how many Li families exist in the imperial capital? The populace does not contend with the authorities. Thus, the merchant circle is relegated to the lowest tier in the imperial capital. Sheng was not surprised. What astonished him was the flippant remarks made by that seemingly distant relative outside. If the Li family and the Sheng family were truly at the bottom, how could they possibly possess the authority to fear oversight from their own kin over a base leader of such magnitude? In truth, this oversight could better be described as surveillance. The surname Li is already uncommon, and even rarer in the upper echelons. Thus, he was utterly convinced that there exists but one Li family. I encountered an individual outside who insisted on recruiting me. He claimed to be the base leader appointed by the Li family to supervise the Western region base, and his demeanor was rather irksome. Hence, I am quite curious as to why such a seemingly debauched individual would come to monitor someone like Shun Chuanyang. Sheng surmised that the power dynamics at the imperial capital base must have undergone a seismic shift. The Shen family does not constitute a prominent clan. I have heard of Shun Chuanyang before, merely the son of a local official, notable only for his exceptional talents, frequently cited by parents for comparative purposes in their children's education. Therefore, in terms of status, the Li family indeed surpasses them. The decision to send someone to monitor them likely did not originate from the Li family itself, but was instead a directive from higher authorities. After all, many bases have already severed ties with the imperial capital's control, and those like the Western region base, which can still be managed, are undoubtedly under stringent surveillance. Human conflicts are endless. Presently, we all share a common foe: zombies and mutated creatures. Once these crises are resolved, the inevitable war among humanity will ensue. The primary task for the imperial capital base is to maintain control over the bases that have yet to spiral out of control. Otherwise, when that day arrives, the former advantages of the imperial capital will evaporate. Do you think it is possible for us to recruit Shun Chuanyang to our base? Li Sheng nodded, contemplating the prospect. Talent. Who could possibly resist? Especially individuals who have already been nurtured to a significant extent. If we could indeed bring such a person to our base, it would be a tremendous asset. However, it is improbable that anyone could endure such scrutiny and remain at this base, feeling constrained in every action while striving to plan for its future. This alone attests to the Shun family's loyalty. Unless a significant crisis befalls this base where the Shun family faces gross injustice, it is unlikely that we could extricate them. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Mo countered, this is akin to two companies poaching talent from one another. Those who have spent a considerable amount of time in one place will undoubtedly develop some emotional ties. Mere interest cannot lure someone away, unless they themselves have already entertained such thoughts and found their resolve wavering. Indeed, given the current trajectory, in 3 to 5 years, the kind of conflict among humans you mentioned will likely come to pass. During this interim, cultivating a diverse array of exceptional talents capable of standing on their own will prove quite challenging. Sheng sighed deeply, reflecting on the trials of building from scratch without a foundation. Unlike the era of peasant uprisings, when the oppressed sought rebellion, finding individuals with unique skills and talents among the vast populace was not overly difficult. However, the current human population is significantly diminished, and the paths we traverse are fraught with peril. Aside from the occasional unforeseen calamities that obliterate bases and displace large numbers of people, opportunities to recruit are scarce. You could have Lin Hai's crow's mouth curse a misfortune upon the Shun family, and then you could directly bring him away. Yuan Mo suggested with a mischievous grin. Yuan Mo is a staunch egoist, and Li Sheng was not at all surprised by such a nefarious proposition. Enough of that. I am not so heartless. They are flourishing as they are. Why intervene? If fate allows, perhaps they will indeed visit our base in the future. Chapter 171. Completion of the underground project on the day of departure. Shen Chuanyang, Yin Bao, and the lecherous man who had provoked Li Sheng the previous day all gathered at the city gate to bid farewell. Shen Chuanyang and Yin Bao were there to see them off, while the lecherous man, relentless in his pursuits, rambled on endlessly, attempting to alter Li Sheng's decision to leave, casting furtive glances at Shen Chuanyang. What should have been a simple farewell was soured by his incessant meddling, leading to some growing impatience. Li Sheng had no desire to engage with him, quickly exchanging a few words with Yin Bao and Shen Chuanyang before preparing to board the vehicle. The tearful Yin Bao gazed at Li Sheng's departing silhouette, suddenly calling out, "Li Sheng? Thank you." Hearing this exclamation, Li Sheng poked her head out, smiled, and waved goodbye. Yin Bao's heartfelt farewell momentarily stunned the lecherous man, who could hardly believe his ears that he lowered his head in deep thought, then abruptly jerked his head up, seizing Yin Bao by the collar and shouting in exasperation, "Damn it, I thought that girl looked familiar. Turns out she is our family's wasteful heir. Did you know who she was all along?" What are you talking about? I don't know anything," Yin Bao stammered, startled by the lecherous man's sudden aggression. She had never anticipated that the person standing before her was affiliated with the Li family. Initially, she had feared revealing her identity as Li Sheng's savior when she first saw Shen Chuanyang, and so she had refrained from mentioning Li Sheng's name. However, after witnessing their amiable conversation, she had relaxed, believing that they were unfamiliar with one another. The lecherous man was also a stranger to her, and she had assumed he was merely one of Shen Chuanyang's subordinates, thus lowering her guard and inadvertently calling out Li Sheng's name at parting. "Stop pretending with me. That girl bears an uncanny resemblance to our family head." "Well done. You've concealed this well. You both knew her name all along, didn't you? And you, Shen Chuanyang, you've been aware that our family has been searching high and low for this heir. Now look what you've done. You kept silent and let her slip away right under my nose." The lecherous man was beside himself with rage. The identity of Li Sheng as the heir held immense value. Their family had dispatched individuals far and wide in search of this heir, offering substantial rewards. To think she had evaded capture right before his eyes was infuriating, as it meant losing a golden opportunity for advancement into the direct line. "I had no idea she was the person you were seeking. There are countless individuals with the same name in this world, and you've never provided us with a portrait or any identifying information. How can we possibly know that the person who arrived was the one you wanted?" This young master dispatched by the Li family was typically engaged in frivolities, indulging in revelry for the majority of his time, often flaunting his existence in a rather obnoxious manner. No one at the base held him in high regard. He was merely a sycophant basking in the shadows of power, given the considerable distance between the imperial capital and the Western region base. He had maintained a cordial demeanor out of respect for the Li family. However, should any serious issues arise, they would not hesitate to disregard him. Moreover, the Li family was not markedly superior to theirs. Both served the interests of the upper echelons, and neither could claim to be more noble than the other. At least the Shun family controlled the Western region base, did they not? In truth, The Li family might even rank lower than the Shun family. Is this how you address me? The lecherous man seethed. Fine, I'll relay this information to the imperial capital. Just wait to be punished. Fuming, the lecherous man stormed off that he possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that aside from his identity, he had nothing else to offer. Within this base, the true power lay with the Shun family, though he had enjoyed some measure of authority. Should he provoke them excessively, they could easily dispose of him, and the Li family would merely send another in his stead, for he was but an inconsequential branch of the family. However, with the revelation of Li Sheng's identity, the Shun family would undoubtedly face some repercussions. Li Sheng, meanwhile, was entirely oblivious to the impending exposure of her identity among the people of the imperial capital. In truth, even if she were aware, she would not be concerned. As the old adage goes, do not fear a thief stealing, fear a thief coveting. When matters are laid bare, they become far easier to handle. The group enjoyed a restful sleep and awoke to embark upon a new cycle of busyness. Within the Western region base, they had accumulated sufficient construction materials, and the first order of business was to commence the pouring of the underground city walls. After all, the disparity in treatment between the inner and outer cities was considerable. While sustenance was assured regardless of location, who would not desire an improved quality of life? The construction of the underground base was in full swing, and Li Sheng and the others remained diligently engaged. With a formidable weapon known as Jai, capable of controlling the surrounding zombies and mutated animals, Li Sheng resolved to further expand the South City base, connecting it with 3 nearby cities to accommodate a greater number of survivors. Over time, many had sought refuge at the South City base, and even though each individual had their own dwelling, the space remained somewhat cramped. By extending the base, additional housing would become available for the residents. After 2 months of diligent effort, the underground base was completed, destined to become the heart of the South City base. Key structures, such as research facilities and office buildings, were strategically situated within the subterranean city. In light of the expansion, the underground city was deliberately extended outward, utilizing exceptionally sturdy bulletproof glass as a ceiling in areas devoid of human habitation above ground, and a movable iron shell was constructed atop the glass to allow for sunlight when needed. Chapter 172. The Great Drought. The completion of the underground city coincided perfectly with the onset of a severe drought in the 2nd month after preparations were finalized. The sun hung ominously in the sky, with daytime temperatures soaring to nearly 50 degrees Celsius. Even the brief nights offered little respite, with temperatures still reaching 30 degrees. Fortunately, the underground environment maintained a relatively normal temperature, averaging around 10 degrees. However, venturing outside was out of the question. The blazing sun felt like a raging inferno, and even a short walk would leave one on the brink of dehydration, let alone leaving the base entirely. Thankfully, the underground city was sufficiently spacious to house all the survivors within the base. Given the scarcity of accommodations, Li Sheng, along with several others, no longer aspired to live in villas, but like everyone else, resided in apartments. One could only speculate how such sweltering weather would impact the zombies outside. If this drought could alter the external environment to render the zombies incapable of survival, it would indeed be a silver lining. Confined to the base, Li Sheng found herself idly lounging in her apartment, savoring a watermelon to cool off. In truth, the existence of tangible materials made structural research manageable, and suitable substitute for materials could be identified through various experiments. However, progress on the energy and fuel required to power these mechanisms remained elusive. They experimented with numerous methods, yet ultimately yielded no results. Substituting with alternative energy sources significantly diminished their effectiveness. For instance, the explosives Li Sheng initially proposed were akin to precision demolition bombs, utilizing standard handguns with cartridges filled with a transparent crystalline powder. The precise composition of this powder had yet to be determined through testing. Nonetheless, research is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Li Sheng was not in a rush, slowly seeking breakthroughs. As long as the source of this energy could be understood, all other aspects would fall into place. This endeavor was entirely conducted outside the system, and Li Sheng never set foot in the research institute. Fortunately, she had a companion, Yuan Mo, who understood her well. A mere glance was sufficient for him to grasp her intentions. Each time she produced a novel item, A simple communication with Yuan Mo would ensure it reached the research institute. The currency produced by the mint had already established itself as the dominant form of money within the South City base. Due to ongoing construction and the drought's impact, people had refrained from hunting, resulting in a scarcity of surplus crystal cores. Thankfully, the currency had circulated sufficiently to maintain normalcy without requiring crystal cores. Given that the manufacturing sector had yet to recover, most goods circulating within the base originated from Li Sheng's system. This situation caused Li Sheng considerable distress daily. If this continued, not only would she be unable to detach from a system, but the base itself would soon become reliant on it. Action was imperative. Production and manufacturing capabilities must be restored. Additionally, the legal framework needed re-establishment. The security situation within the base had stabilized, and revising laws to restore order would not be overly challenging. The primary concern lay in reviving the manufacturing sector, which posed significant difficulties. Firstly, there was insufficient land to construct factories for those with innovative ideas, as the surface was unbearably hot, and everyone was resolute in avoiding the outdoors. Secondly, even manufacturing required raw materials. For sustenance and daily needs, aside from shelter and transport, agriculture was indispensable. The ranch purchased from the system was inadequate to meet the entirety of supply demands. The persistent question remained: when would the land regain its vitality? Time had elapsed, yet there was no news from the western region based. Sheng poked Yuan Mo, who was also munching on a watermelon, pondering the situation. Fortunately, communication could be restored, as the signal towers were constructed before the apocalypse and remained intact. These existing facilities could easily be repaired. Previously, everyone had been preoccupied with survival and had neglected these structures, leading to the cessation of signal transmission. Now that stability was gradually returning, the drought left everyone unable to venture out to eliminate zombies, prompting the South City base to spontaneously reactivate the surrounding signal towers. Currently, nearly all bases had established communication, with an estimated several dozen bases connected, although only 5 could be classified as significant. It was also possible that many other bases had not yet activated their signal towers. After compiling statistics, they estimated that the surviving population was approximately 400 million, scattered throughout the nation. The number of zombies remaining was uncertain, but likely substantial, given that the previous population exceeded 1 billion. With only a fraction remaining. The actual number of zombies eradicated was minimal, likely comparable to or slightly exceeding the current living population. The quantity of mutated animals remained unknown. Many species that were on the brink of extinction before the apocalypse had thrived post-catastrophe, likely producing numerous offspring by now. The only positive aspect was that mutated animals were edible, with their meat not significantly differing from that of their non-mutated counterparts. Consuming them could, to some extent, enhance one's abilities. Mutated plants were confined to a few fixed regions, often accompanied by mutated animals. Most of these were found in well-preserved natural environments such as jungles and mountains, which had been protected before the apocalypse. Currently, aside from the man-eating flower, no plants posed a threat or adverse effects to humans. Rather, they retained prior benefits, such as purifying the air. Thus, their existence appeared advantageous to humanity. Following the restoration of signals, people gained a semblance of control over their survival conditions. Fragmented information gradually coalesced into a relatively comprehensive understanding of the post-apocalyptic environment. Most bases began to share resources, with those in closer proximity initiating social and trade relations, increasingly resembling distinct nations. Each individual developed a stronger sense of identity and belonging regarding their current existence. That it was only after the signals were restored that Li Sheng learned of a medium-sized base not too far from them, known for its abundant mineral resources, which frequently exchanged minerals for food with the South City base. Chapter 173. The heavy rain. It seemed that little progress could be made in soil research. Li Sheng secretly longed to conduct her own studies, but the researchers in her facility were all focused on machinery, necessitating the cultivation of research talent. Were there no exceptionally bright children at the school? Well, one could not necessarily label them as exceptionally intelligent. In such a survival environment, children matured quickly, acutely aware of the precariousness of their existence. Thus, they applied themselves diligently to their studies. Yet no matter how clever, They were not geniuses and required time to develop. Fine, so it appears we must still rely on ourselves. Almost all bases have adopted this developmental approach, and we are not lagging behind. In some respects, we have even surpassed others significantly. Yuan Mo, on the other hand, took a relaxed approach, lacking any grand ambitions. Had he not been following Li Sheng, he likely would have been living like a sloth, merely waiting for death and squandering his intellect. One could only wonder when this dreadful weather would pass. It had already persisted for 3 months. If it continued as long as winter, the water sources on the surface would soon run dry. Li Sheng sighed deeply, lamenting that stepping outside would reveal fissures in the ground, a direct consequence of the parched soil. Lin Hai, who was also enjoying a watermelon, suddenly exclaimed, "If only it would rain." This single utterance caused Lin Hai to spit out a mouthful of blood. What was happening? What kind of foolish wish was that? Had he lost his mind, trying to control nature with his abilities? Li Sheng observed Lin Hai, weakly clutching his chest and gasping for breath, and rushed to assist him, laying him back on the sofa, unable to suppress her reproach. "Wait here. I'll fetch a doctor." Yuan Mo looked on, somewhat speechless. Lin Hai rarely employed his abilities, and his power developed at a snail's pace, so he was incapable of wishing for anything significant. Typically, he could only assist in locating lost items when someone made a wish. Unexpectedly, amidst their conversation, Lin Hai had absorbed the notion and made such an audacious wish. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "I am perfectly fine, truly. It was merely during your conversation that I suddenly felt a premonition that the drought was nearing its end." However, this premonition was not particularly strong. It felt as though, without a little push, the drought would persist and extend further. Hence, I made a wish. The amount of blood I coughed up this time was minimal, likely exceeding the threshold of what my abilities could withstand, resulting in a backlash, but it was not entirely unattainable. Yet, you cannot recklessly experiment. The first backlash occurred when you wish for the end of the apocalypse, nearly costing you your life. Have you forgotten? Seriously, take a good rest and refrain from working for the next couple of days. Sheng rolled his eyes. This child was kind-hearted, indeed too kind-hearted at times. His excessive generosity and compassion would only lead him to neglect his own well-being. He truly had a premonition that it would rain tomorrow. This wish was merely a means to increase the likelihood of rain. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo, although somewhat concerned about the backlash Lin Hai experienced, did not pay much heed to the rain. After all, they had grown accustomed to Lin Hai's abilities being erratic. However, to their astonishment, the next day, when they activated the mechanism to let in sunlight through the glass cover, they were greeted by a torrential downpour outside. The rain pattered against the glass, leaving Li Sheng utterly astonished. Lin Hai had developed the ability to summon rain? How extraordinary! This deluge persisted for an entire fortnight, unabated both day and night, without a flicker of lightning or rumble of thunder, only the sound of raindrops striking the ground. The earth beneath became increasingly damp, and the oppressive heat dissipated, leaving a chill in the air as night fell, due to the dark and humid atmosphere. Finally, after 2 weeks, the rain ceased around noon, and the sky cleared, with all the clouds retreating, revealing a vibrant rainbow arching majestically across the heavens. Those emerging from the underground were filled with a sense of relief and rejuvenation. Standing on the vast expanse of land felt distinctly different from being confined to the limited living conditions underground. Undoubtedly, life above ground was far more comfortable. This torrential rain had thoroughly soaked the previously parched earth, and fortunately, during the establishment of the underground city, Li Sheng had specifically retained the city's drainage system, preventing flooding in the base. One anticipated that the rain would be so heavy and prolonged. Meanwhile, news arrived from the western base indicating that significant breakthroughs had been made in soil research. As the rain began and temperatures plummeted, the western base commenced its studies. The findings revealed that the soil extracted from Li Sheng's space bore little resemblance to the land before the apocalypse, being comparatively more fertile, akin to prime farmland. However, it differed greatly from the soil post-apocalypse. After the onset of the apocalypse, the air had been permeated with the zombie virus, which had led to widespread infection across the globe, catching humanity off guard and ushering in the end times. This virus had continued to pervade the atmosphere, saturating the land and water sources, resulting in altered soil that was no longer cultivable. The Western base discovered that the drought had significantly weakened the airborne zombie virus, and within the previously cracked soil, the virus had diminished considerably. During the dry spell, most rivers and water sources had dried up, and this heavy rain replenished them, concurrently reducing the virus's potency. That if such droughts followed by rain occurred annually, it was conceivable that in a few years, the airborne and soil-bound zombie viruses could lose their viability entirely. In such a scenario, the soil would regain its vitality and be suitable for cultivation once more. Chapter 174. New mission released. However, it remained uncertain how many cycles of such weather would be necessary to fully restore the soil's vitality. For the time being, humanity still relied on their previous food reserves for survival. That, if possible, it was imperative to develop a remedy to eradicate the zombie virus from the air and soil. Perhaps this could expedite the restoration of agricultural productivity. This news was neither wholly good nor bad, yet it offered a glimmer of hope for humanity. Since immediate completion was unfeasible, relying solely on the system to procure food was not sustainable. Thus, Sheng opted to purchase 3 additional farms. Although these farms would be of little use once the soil regained its vitality, they could at least address the pressing need of the moment. Sheng calculated that she had acquired enough food to sustain the base for a year and had also purchased a variety of seeds, enlisting personnel to cultivate the land. The 4 farms could just about meet the food demands of the base by growing crops with shorter growth cycles. System Task 10. Achieve 300,000 views, 500,000 impressions, and receive 300,000 star coins within 1 month. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly announced this, startling Sheng, due to the drought. Everyone had been confined to the base, resulting in a lack of engaging content for the live stream. Recently, the audience numbers had dwindled significantly, with only a handful of loyal fans remaining, and sometimes the viewership barely reached 100,000 in a month. Previous tasks had been relatively straightforward, and despite the decline in viewership, they could still be completed as usual. However, this newly issued task was exceedingly demanding. What on earth was the system thinking to impose such a burden on her? The task succinctly required 300,000 people to remain in the live stream and 500,000 to have viewed it. It was neither easy nor difficult. Had it been before the drought, when the stream's popularity was at its peak, such a task could have been accomplished in a heartbeat. After receiving the task, Sheng set out with Yuan Mo, Lin Hai, and a Ri from the base. Despite Lin Hai being older than Yuan Mo, he was like a disciple to Yuan Mo within the base, following him around daily to learn, accompanying him wherever he went. Yuan Mo was quite pleased with this clever and astute apprentice. The original plan was for just Sheng and Yuan Mo to venture out, but Yuan Mo decided to bring Lin Hai along. The 4 of them stealthily exited the city and only sent a message to Hu Shiwesen and the others once they were far enough away. The base had gradually stabilized. Whether or not she, as the base leader, remained present was inconsequential. Completing the task was far more important. If they were to learn of her absence, it would likely lead to a large group of people setting out, making it inconvenient for them to move freely with so many people around. Moreover, there was no pressing need for any specific supplies or tasks to fulfill. This outing was purely for thrill-seeking, and there was no necessity to bring along a large entourage. Sheng was particularly motivated to complete the task, not only due to the deadly consequences of failure, but also because achieving this task would elevate her to a level 10 broadcaster. According to what she had heard from the livestream audience, reaching every 10th level was a significant milestone, and surpassing it would yield numerous benefits for the broadcaster. It was said that every top-tier broadcaster stood at the pinnacle of that world, eventually negotiating an equal partnership with the system, no longer bound by its constraints. Much of the information about broadcasters came from the mouths of these top-tier individuals. However, most of them exhibited a high degree of professionalism, only divulging inconsequential details. Not to mention, the prospect of achieving an equal footing with the system, no longer under its thumb, was an immense temptation for Sheng. Striving for advancement, perhaps one day she too could rise from servitude and sing her own song. After enduring the scorching summer, the outside world was eerily devoid of zombies, and the desolate roads made it feel as though they were the only 2 souls in existence. Their previous journey had taken them to the western base. This time, they headed in the opposite direction, towards the east. They had been traveling for a good part of the morning when their companions back at the base received the message, causing them to stomp in frustration. Their youthful base leader was a restless spirit, constantly on the move, which truly worried them. Sheng allowed her phone to ring incessantly, knowing without looking that it was filled with messages of reproach from her companions. She chose to selectively ignore them. On this road, the signal was intermittent, and during the times it was unavailable, she could not receive messages, so she pretended she had neither received nor seen anything. As they ventured beyond the confines of the southern city base, the phone signal grew weaker, a consequence of the local signal towers being inactive, indicating the absence of any living souls in the vicinity. Nowadays, the living tended to stick together, which is why Sheng deliberately avoided cities that had never been visited. Without a clear destination, the distance they traveled was inconsequential, without a vehicle boasting invincible defenses. Even thrill-seeking required caution. The unnatural silence on the road raised Lin Hai's suspicions as he muttered under his breath. They had ventured quite far, yet encountered not a single zombie. Perhaps the recent heat wave had compelled the zombies, who had been roaming under the sun, to seek respite. The summer heat was no longer the sweltering inferno it once was. Any living creature would find it unbearable. Even zombies, once human, required their bodies to sustain movement. They were not mere mindless consumers. Exposed to such scorching sunlight, they must surely have been dehydrated, and while zombies might survive without food or water, dehydration would necessitate rest to regain their capacity for movement. Wasn't it better that there were no zombies? It is estimated that those mutated creatures reside in the vicinity of mutated plants, seeking shade and shelter, remaining inactive. Haven't you heard what Jihe said? With that dreadful weather he controls, his mutated animals have perished in waves. Were it not for the rapid reproduction of creatures like spiders, his entire contingent of mutated beasts might have been entirely wiped out. Sheng found this to be rather unsurprising. The mutated spiders under Jihe's command were in such a state, and it was likely that other creatures fared no better. The zombies, even weaker than the mutated animals, had probably also been significantly reduced by such weather. Their journey thus far had been smooth, and they encountered numerous vehicles along the way, exchanging a word or two with some. Most were on missions, not having encountered zombies or mutated creatures, likely deducing that the dangers of long travels had drastically diminished due to the weather. Although they remained uncertain about the fates of their loved ones, they pressed on with hope in their hearts. Chapter 175. The reunion expedition. The four of them drove for 3 days without any obstructions, swiftly arriving at the Dongling base, representing the east. At the entrance of Dongling base, a crowd had gathered, a stark contrast to the scenes they had previously witnessed. This time, those waiting to enter the city bore expressions of joy, lacking the numbness and despair that had characterized the past. Observing the entrance, one could see many people peering out, their faces illuminated with happiness, some even shedding tears of joy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that occasionally, individuals inside the base waved to those in quarantine, maintaining a vigil. Those were likely their relatives. A mere city gate separated them, each side gazing at the other, waiting for the reunion that would take place in 24 hours. Such an atmosphere was contagious. Sheng took out his phone to send a message to Hu Shiwesen, instructing him to ensure that anyone coming to seek their relatives, upon finding their kin, could apply for free accommodation for their families. After all, the base had expanded significantly, connecting with several surrounding cities, thus ample housing was available. In this oppressive post-apocalyptic environment, the opportunity to rush towards those they cared for was invaluable, and as hosts, they had to make suitable arrangements, perhaps retaining a good number of people. After sending the message, Sheng and the others joined the queue, filled out the necessary forms, and silently awaited the end of the quarantine period. The following day, upon entering the base, they were greeted by a festive atmosphere, with buildings adorned in red lanterns and paper decorations. Along the streets, numerous individuals could be seen embracing one another or weeping in sorrow. It was clear from the developments over the past 2 days that a substantial influx of survivors seeking their relatives had arrived at the base, and the living conditions in the Nanxing base had attracted many to stay. With permanent residency permits already issued, following Sheng's instructions, Housing was allocated to these newcomers, and substantial provisions were distributed to the more impoverished families. What delighted Li Sheng was the rule at the Nanjing base requiring every individual over the age of 16 to work in exchange for food, which had proven immensely effective. Many survivors without abilities had come merely by chance, and upon seeing this rule, they willingly chose to remain, including a number of skilled professionals, while most bases still adhered to a survival of the fittest mentality. Favoring those with abilities, these technical talents, as ordinary individuals, had found life challenging in other bases but experienced significant improvements at the Nanjing base. The base was in dire need of such expertise, and retaining so many skilled individuals brought Li Sheng great joy. In general, it was not easy to establish a firm foothold in a large base, with many entering and few leaving. Those who could abandon everything to hastily reunite with their loved ones often hailed from smaller, incentivized bases. Most who stayed would likely not depart. We're quite close to Nanjing now. Are your kin still in the same place, or have they moved to another base? After settling into their new accommodation, Li Sheng's foremost thought was to assist in locating her family. It had been nearly a year and a half since they had been separated. I do not know that my phone was lost long ago. And after communications were restored, I no longer had my original SIM card. I tried calling my family, but no one answered. Eri bit her lip, anxiety evident in her demeanor. After arriving at the base and witnessing so many joyful reunions, she yearned for her parents and kin, yet could only remember the phone number of her home, having neglected to memorize the numbers of her other relatives. Thus, without any means to contact her family, she had no other channels to inquire about their whereabouts. Perhaps we should post a missing persons notice in the base. That I noticed a bulletin board at the entrance filled with similar announcements. There must be many like you who have damaged phones or lack SIM cards to reach their families. If we put up a notice and offer a reward for information, you need not worry about the cost. I will cover it. Sheng let out a gentle sigh, contemplating that perhaps no news was better than bad news, as it was certainly preferable to confirming the death of loved ones. That cannot be right. After you rescued me, I have been relying on you for sustenance, and now I must search for my family while asking you to bear the costs. Eri was inherently a pure-hearted and kind girl, her vivacious nature occasionally surfacing in her carefree laughter, which was endearing. Yet, it seemed she had been burdened by concern for her family, often wearing a frown. Occasionally, Li Sheng would catch her gazing at the moon with a sigh, most likely longing for home. Having spent considerable time together, even if Li Sheng did not regard this young girl as a friend, she was certainly not insignificant to him. Within his means, it would not be a hardship to offer her assistance and alleviate her worries. To give a rose is to leave a lingering fragrance in one's hand. Let this be a good deed for the day. Chapter 176. Eri's homecoming under Li Sheng's earnest insistence. Eri, though feeling quite embarrassed, accepted the help and promised that regardless of whether she found her family, she would strive to repay everything she used. Li Sheng was indifferent to her repayment. The mere fact that she had this intention signified that he had not misjudged her character, which brought him a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps the desolate, uninhabited ruins of the city were a marvel, as many came to witness the scenery. However, such spectators could not be retained. Most would leave after a brief visit. Nevertheless, it contributed to the foot traffic numbers. Perfect. Indeed, venturing out for adventure, even without exhilarating occurrences, was preferable to remaining cooped up in the base. The Dongling base was bustling, and with the ongoing influx of those seeking their families, the crowd only grew larger. The entrance was inundated with missing persons notices, prompting the base to bring in additional blank boards for people to continue posting. Sheng also offered a generous reward for information regarding Eri's parents, promising 20 pounds of food for a lead, with an additional 100 pounds as a bonus upon finding them. This was considered a substantial reward, and many began to voluntarily assist in the search for Eri's relatives. Remarkably, after 3 days, news indeed arrived. You say you encountered these individuals during their migration? Yes, they were denied entry into the Dongling base due to the vast number of insects in their luggage. You know how it is nowadays. Any living creature poses a threat, and maintaining order within the city is already a daunting task. If the insects they brought caused any trouble, the inhabitants would find it impossible to escape. After being refused entry, They were forced to head east. I suspect that smaller bases would also reject their entry with such a load of insects unless they were willing to abandon them. However, given their resolute attitude, they likely would not part with them, so they must be staying in some uninhabited village to the east. The informant was a gatekeeper, hence he remembered the details vividly, as he had been the one to receive Eri's family. The East was notorious for the legends of witchcraft from Nanjing, so the guard could easily deduce what the insects were. Those unfamiliar with such matters often harbored an innate fear of them, which was another reason for barring their entry. However, it was crucial that he not reveal that the family members were present, as doing so would offend them and yield no benefits, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. How long ago did they leave? Sheng nodded slightly, recognizing that the base's actions were indeed reasonable. After all, with so many people, preserving the lives of those who remained was no small feat. And exercising caution was always wise. They arrived during a drought, and I had never seen them before. Perhaps they were seeking shelter among the populace due to the lack of water sources. They left roughly 10 days ago, but they had no vehicle. The entire group was traveling on foot with their belongings, so they likely did not venture far. That if you drive, you might be able to catch up with them. Do you have a detailed map of the area? Alas, I possess none of that. We, the sentinels of the city, operate in 3 shifts, occupying a position that is rather effortless and unburdened. It is impossible for any of us to venture forth on missions. Hence our unfamiliarity with the surrounding environment. However, this item can be easily procured from the task hall, and quite affordably too. One can obtain a map for approximately 10 level 1 crystal cores. Sheng bestowed the promised reward upon the guard, and there was no further valuable information to be gleaned from him. Having been in the vicinity for less than a week, they were set to leave the city once more. After Sheng and the others hurried to the task hall to purchase maps. They set forth towards the east. The village mentioned by Erin was not far. A day's drive brought them there. Upon entering the village, they were greeted at the entrance by an elderly man, his face etched with sorrow, clutching a pipe. The elder, clearly somewhat hard of hearing and visually impaired, paused momentarily before raising his head to scrutinize it, taking a while to recognize the young girl from his village. Overcome with emotion, he dropped his pipe with a clatter and embraced Erin. "Child, where have you been? The people of the clan have been trying to reach you, yet you never answered. Eventually, you even turned off your phone. We feared the worst." The elder's voice trembled as he held Erin's hand tightly. Erin's village was quite ancient, with its inhabitants skilled in the arts of witchcraft and sorcery. People from other villages perceived them as outcasts, leading to a lack of interaction. Even daughters were typically married off into the village. Due to the attitudes of outsiders and the secrets of their sorcery, the villagers lived in remarkable harmony, treating every child in the village as if they were their own. In the past, villagers pursued education only up to high school, after which they ceased their studies. However, Erin stood apart, excelling academically and ultimately attending university. Unexpectedly, during her absence, the world underwent a profound transformation. They were unable to contact Erin, driving the clan into a frenzy. Some young people even ventured out in search of her. Yet, Erin's school was far, and lacking transportation or drivers, they could not embark on a lengthy journey. With one daughter already missing, they could not afford to lose another child, thus halting those who wished to search for Erin. As time passed without any news, the clan resigned themselves to the belief that the child had met with misfortune, and she was no longer mentioned. Chapter 177. The Return to the Great Pit. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing my child. After Erin recounted the reasons for her prolonged absence and lack of communication, her parents expressed their immense gratitude to Sheng. That it was nothing, merely a small act of kindness. Sheng replied, waving her hands dismissively. The elderly woman before her had graying hair, and as Erin's parents had conceived her late in life, they cherished their daughter dearly and were advanced in age. Making them akin to elders, the sight of them bowing and attempting to kneel was overwhelming. Our village has little in the way of hospitality. Bring out the smoked meats to properly entertain our esteemed guests. No, I have my own provisions, and I cannot possibly finish them all. Erin is my friend. Let me treat everyone to this meal as a celebration, a small gesture of my goodwill. Sheng insisted. Observing the villagers' expressions, which indicated their own hardships, Though the villagers cultivated their own crops, yielding only modest harvests each year, they ensured they had enough provisions to last through the year, in the face of the apocalypse. Food scarcity was not an issue, but the prolonged absence of vegetables and fruits surely took a toll on their health. Having recently endured a drought, the villagers' lips were cracked, indicating a severe lack of water. Sheng, possessing a tender heart, could not bear to witness the suffering of others while being generously entertained herself. The act of generously sharing a meal was trivial to her, while for the villagers, it represented their entirety. Given such a disparity in resources, it seemed unnecessary to take advantage of their meager offerings. No, this is improper. How can guests be expected to treat their hosts? Aaron's mother protested. Yet, having reached this point, she could not refuse. It would be a grave injustice to allow their benefactor to feel guilt for accepting a meal, leaving her in discomfort and awkwardness. Thus, she nodded in acceptance. Sheng's mind raced with calculations. Though she did not anticipate her plans would materialize so swiftly at the evening feast, Sheng presented an abundance of food for Aaron's kin. With only their clan leader and the three of them seated at the guest of honor's table. During the meal, Sheng shared her thoughts, and the clan leader readily acquiesced, stating that as long as they were given a place, they would be willing to relocate. However, little did they anticipate that trouble would arise just 4 days after their arrival in the village. In the dead of night, a tremendous noise erupted from the mountains to the south of the village, waking all the slumbering inhabitants. Following the crowd to investigate, Sheng could see from a distance that a colossal pit had suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. This pit resembled the one that had unexpectedly materialized at the southern city base, which had been transformed into an underground city. However, this pit was different. As they approached, they could hear a low buzzing emanating from within, akin to the sound of swarms of insects flapping their wings. Sheng frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The villagers hurriedly urged everyone to step back. Although somewhat perplexed, Sheng complied and retreated with the villagers. Shortly after they moved away, a swarm of insects erupted from the pit. Dark and dense as a cloud, Sheng could not discern the nature of these insects, but she observed that they flew towards the east ridge base, their ominous presence sending shivers down her spine. How could there be so many insects? Aaron inquired, perplexed. Is this not your homeland? Are you not aware? Are these not the insects you cultivate? Sheng was even more bewildered. How could a native be ignorant of her local species? No. These are definitely not our cultivated insects. That we keep our insects in specific jars. As a sorcerer must maintain a connection with them, that if they were all raised in one place, they would all look the same, making it impossible to differentiate, and chaos would ensue. So, they're insects that grow naturally. Yeah, I cannot quite make out what species they are. You're most knowledgeable about insects. Can you identify what species they belong to? I cannot tell at a glance either, Sheng replied, nodding slightly. They're likely some kind of wild beetle. Typically, such beetles are not harmful, and their departure should not pose a threat. It seems the ground collapsed due to their collective migration, as they must have previously lived underground, causing the surface to give way upon their emergence. Initially, Sheng paid little heed to the matter, considering the insects had already flown far away, merely passing through the village. However, the news the following day rendered her somewhat unsettled. She had misjudged the situation. Someone went to inspect the bottom of the pit, as the presence of so many unknown species of insects around those who played with them was indeed peculiar. When they raised the insects to feed their own cultivated ones, they discovered the startling truth. The insects were poisonous. Chapter 178. The sadness of completed tasks. The villagers who ventured to inspect the pit were cautious, avoiding direct contact with the insects initially. They scrutinized carefully with their eyes, failing to discern anything amiss until one villager attempted to feed one of the insects to their cultivated ones. The released insects perished the instant they consumed the unknown creatures. It was known that these cultivated insects had been nurtured since childhood, with their diet primarily consisting of various poisonous insects and plants. The ones that survived the poison were inherently resilient, yet upon consuming the mysterious insect from the day before, they died instantly, revealing the high toxicity of those creatures. The swarm of insects continued to advance towards the east ridge base. While they had not harmed the villagers, caution was warranted. Even an accidental touch by someone from the East Ridge base could prove fatal, given the potency of the poison that we cannot linger here any longer. We must hasten to the East Ridge base. Upon hearing this news, Sheng quickly gathered everyone into vehicles, accelerating towards the East Ridge base. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. Just days prior, the East Ridge base had been alive with joy, but now it lay in ruin, corpses strewn about. The gates swung wide open, revealing zombies within, preying upon the living, while swarms of insects circled overhead. Sheng hurriedly drew her weapon and rushed inside, while Yuan Mo activated his powers to follow closely behind, shielding Sheng from the onslaught of the insects. Every zombie that entered the range of his abilities was swiftly dispatched by Sheng, her spear piercing through their skulls with lethal precision. Most of these zombies were merely first tier, likely just having undergone their transformation. The true horror lay in the swarming insects above, a grim testament to the fact that the survivors' fates had been sealed by their very hands. With only the strength of 2 individuals, it was impossible to rescue a large number of people, yet every little effort counted. Saving even a single life was worth it. They could not simply stand by and watch the Dongling base meet its demise. The current chaos at the Dongling base served as a stark reminder of the utter disorder that characterized the onset of the apocalypse. When Sheng arrived in this world, the cataclysm had already commenced for a week, and she had not experienced the initial pandemonium of its outbreak. Now, the air was filled with the sounds of wailing and desperate screams, mingled with the roars of the undead. Just days prior, these individuals had reveled in the joy of reunion, but now they found themselves plunged into yet another nightmare. The base was rife with crying children, while people scrambled in every direction, consumed by their own fears. Those with abilities fought valiantly, doing their utmost to fend off the relentless onslaught. Having endured the trials of the apocalypse, the Dongling base, while perhaps less chaotic than during the initial outbreak, was still a grim sight. One could only imagine the horrors that unfolded during the very beginning. With Yuan Mo acting as an indomitable shield, Sheng felt somewhat reassured regarding the insects above. However, the zombies below appeared to be an unending tide. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, ordinary people outnumbered those with abilities by a significant margin. Most of the inhabitants of the base were common folk, with ability users frequently dispatched outside the walls to undertake missions against the mutated undead within the city. A perilous task indeed. The guards responsible for maintaining order were utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Before the apocalypse, Dongling base had not been a military stronghold, resulting in a sparse military presence and limited armaments. Their survival depended heavily on the sheer number of refugees they could accommodate, which had allowed them to rise among the 4 major bases. This predicament rendered Sheng powerless to organize an evacuation. The base was in utter disarray, akin to a headless flock of dragons, with no one stepping forward to take charge. Sheng's arms felt weary from the relentless exertion. Her lethal strikes left no room for the zombies to retaliate. Yet such techniques, while efficient in conserving energy, were repetitive and ultimately exhausting. The presence of numerous survivors fleeing amidst the chaos limited her ability to utilize her powers effectively, and one had anticipated that such calamity would follow the Great Drought, which was why Sheng had only brought along 2 companions lacking combat prowess. If Qin Yin had been present, much of the burden could have been shared. Regret gnawed at Sheng for her overconfidence. Having previously navigated a city under siege by zombies, she believed herself well-versed in defensive strategies and had not expected such a large-scale zombie assault. If only she had exercised more caution and brought along a few more capable allies. Perhaps she could have saved more lives at this moment. Watching life after life extinguished before her eyes, she felt impotent as some ability users succumbed to exhaustion, unable to defend themselves against the relentless tide of the undead. The scene before her attracted not only her former audience, but also many who had never witnessed such horrors. They watched with detached fascination, calling out in excitement, some even showering her with gifts, urging her to linger longer in this rare moment of spectacle. For them, the genuine loss of life and the unfolding tragedy were mere entertainment, a source of thrill. This notion deeply unsettled Sheng. While the world may seem inconsequential to them, it was inextricably linked to her existence. Frustrated, she disabled the comments, Any further exposure to their insensitivity might push her over the edge. She understood that not everyone shared the kindness and charm of her familiar viewers. But she could no longer bear it. Once the comments were silenced, the world seemed to regain its tranquility. Yet within mere minutes, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, broadcaster. You have completed task 10. Please confirm your rewards shortly. The system will upgrade upon your confirmation. It was ironic that such a significant task could be completed in such a short time. She had never achieved this level of efficiency before. Not even during her peak follower count. The chaos at Dongling Base had inadvertently contributed to this rapid success. Indeed, no matter the time or world, there would always be spectators drawn to the spectacle of disaster. It was no wonder the system relentlessly sought out apocalypse broadcasters, even binding her soul after death, just to prolong their survival and broadcasts in this world, pursuing the market's profit relentlessly. However, she had neither the time nor the inclination to contemplate such matters now. Her foremost concern was to save as many people from the Dongling Base as possible. Chapter 179. Mindless logic. All survivors, retreat outside the city gates. Do not hide within the buildings, and do not run off aimlessly. A sudden voice blared from a loudspeaker not far away. Sheng looked up to see a dirt-streaked young man shouting into the megaphone. It seemed no one recognized him. Those who heard his call paused in confusion, but instinctively began to rush toward the city gates. The young man's attire suggested he held no particular status. Aside from the battered loudspeaker, he possessed nothing else, standing atop a high point like a fool. Zombies could not climb that high, and he appeared momentarily safe. No matter how perilous the outside may be, it was likely far less dangerous than the chaos within Dongling Base. Sheng quickly gestured for Yuan Mo to draw nearer, and once everyone had entered his range of abilities, she exhaled in relief. Why are you all out here instead of in the vehicle? She asked urgently. There's a treasure from our southern clan, a melody that can drive away all snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Whether they are the bugs we raise or not, they will all be repelled by this tune. However, it must be performed by all 32 members of our clan simultaneously. We cannot afford to lose even one. We want to see if this melody can drive away these flying insects, Ari explained hurriedly. Are you certain this will work? What if it attracts all the insects here instead? Li Sheng questioned. Concern etched on her face. That I have an 80% certainty. This melody was left by our ancestors specifically to prevent a day when the bugs might run amok. There have been precedents for this. The challenge lies in the need for all 32 of us to perform in perfect unison. That we've practiced this tune since childhood, and we've worked diligently to maintain harmony among our clan for this very reason. If you have such confidence, then we should give it a try. If it can repel these insects, we can fundamentally resolve this issue, and the rest will be manageable. The insect that had formerly pursued those fleeing the city began to coalesce into a ball, slowly deviating from the direction of the city gates. Yuan Mo observed the effectiveness of the melody and gradually rose, leading those still playing behind him as they walked out of the city gates, guiding the insects further away. With many zombies still present, the living continued their retreat outside until they confirmed no survivors remained within the city, then worked together to close the gates, trapping the zombies inside. Yuan Mo and musicians halted after reaching a safe distance, and the insects dispersed, no longer flying toward Dongling Base. Everyone collectively sighed in relief. The insect threat seemed to have been resolved. In truth, Li Sheng had contemplated exterminating the insects outright to prevent future issues, but she was uncertain how their destruction would affect the soil and environment. Burning them might release toxins into the air, potentially turning more people into zombies and resulting in catastrophic consequences. Killing them one by one was simply unfeasible, so she ultimately abandoned the idea. After the insects had retreated, they ceased their attacks on humanity, leading her to conclude they lacked independent consciousness. They had likely reacted to something the people of Dongling Base had done to provoke such aggression. With the immediate crisis averted, the remaining zombies within Dongling Base could be dealt with collectively, and they would soon be eradicated. Outside the gates, survivors watched them with keen eyes, some ability users already beginning to channel their powers, as if any sign of movement would trigger a collective assault against them. What's going on? Didn't we just save them? Li Sheng wondered, bewildered. Rather than gratitude, they were being regarded as foes. Miss Li, run. A shout came from beside the vehicle where Li Sheng and the others had taken refuge. Ari's unparticipating clan members were now surrounded by the survivors, some even having knives pressed to their throats. "What do you mean by this?" she demanded, confusion and anger rising. "What do you think we mean? Everyone in Dongling knows your southern clan is here. You southern people are always meddling with those strange insects. Isn't it for the sake of safety that we refuse to let you into the city? And to harbor such resentment for so long, unleashing those creatures upon us, then feigning concern by driving the pests away, expecting our gratitude in return." A young man in the crowd bellowed in fury. His eyes ablaze with hatred. Li Sheng was at a loss for words. Whose absurd logic was this? What clever mind could conjure such reasoning? Chapter 180. The anomalous youth. If it weren't for your actions, would those creatures heed your commands? That is merely a secret technique of my clan, capable of repelling all insects, and has nothing to do with your calamity. Ari couldn't contain her anger. Trembling with rage, her heart racing in fear that these stubborn individuals might resort to extreme measures against her captured kin. Among those seized were her parents. "What evidence do you possess? These insects were not released by you. If you cannot provide proof, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Indeed, unless you produce evidence, we have no reason to trust you. Mere words are insufficient. You are the only clan here that manipulates these creatures. Others have no contact with them. Moreover, considering your past grievances with us, who else could it be? Furthermore, I witnessed these insects flying in from the direction of your village. If you did not release them, why do they only torment us and spare you?" Hearing the cacophony of accusations around her, Li Sheng tightened her grip on the spear, equally furious that it was one thing to be misunderstood, but this self-righteous stance, insisting on their innocence while blaming her people, was utterly terrifying. Had she known, she would have simply led her people to flee without further ado. Now that the insects have departed, demanding us to provide evidence is utterly absurd. Unless you present a swarm of insects, even a single one will suffice, to see if it departs. Wouldn't that reveal if it is indeed a technique of your clan? Li Sheng calmed herself, attempting to negotiate with the enraged crowd, for her own kind were still in their grasp. This was not the time for a breakdown. If not for Lin Hai and the others being captured, she would have long since left without a word. This does not prove anything. It only demonstrates that your melody could dispel insects, but it does not prove those insects were not summoned by you. You ought to prove that these insects do not belong to you. What nonsense you speak. You can argue all you want, but must you pin this label upon us? Those insects were not summoned by us. How can such a claim be substantiated? Li Sheng seethed silently, her teeth clenched in frustration. Such a feeling of helplessness was one she had not experienced in a long time. Just as tensions mounted and silence hung heavy in the air, a frail figure rushed forth from a distance, brandishing a megaphone, shouting, "Do not resort to violence. We are all good people." The figure was the young man who had been directing the evacuation from the highest point of the base. He hastily positioned himself between the survivors of the Dongling base and Li Sheng's group, using his body to create a boundary, waving his arms with a jovial demeanor to promote peace. "Let's not be so serious. I have a way to prove that those insects were not from them. What means do you possess? I have none. Why should we believe you? Who knows if you are not their accomplice?" The survivors of the Dongling base scrutinized the young man, some recognizing him as the one who had just been coordinating their retreat, yet their expressions remained unfriendly. The youth produced his identification from the Dongling base, which indicated his entry time and personal details, akin to an ID from the pre-apocalyptic era. Unlikely to be fabricated, he tossed his identification to the individuals from the Dongling base who inspected it and, upon confirming its authenticity, fell silent, awaiting the young man's explanation. "Here's the thing. I captured 2 insects during the chaos. These creatures are actually the common 7-spotted ladybug, but they seem to have mutated. Hence their toxicity. Observe their appearance." As he spoke, the young man retrieved a transparent glass jar from his pocket, revealing 2 frantically flailing insects within. The insects were notably large, and even from afar, their features were clearly visible. The distinctive spotted pattern on their backs confirmed they were indeed ladybugs, albeit black ones. Even if these insects are ladybugs, that does not prove they were not brought here by you. The Dongling base as people expressed their skepticism. The young man, speaking with reason, began to sway the crowd, who now hesitated, realizing his argument bore merit, yet found it difficult to lower themselves to apologize to Li Sheng and her group, especially considering they had indeed saved them, while they had been the ones to turn against them. Sensing their internal conflict, the young man fanned the flames of discontent. Consider this. Who first suggested that these insects might have come from them? The one who proposed this idea is the one who seems most suspicious. Perhaps you've been used as pawns, unwittingly paying others for their schemes. Indeed, he makes a valid point. Who was it that initially claimed these insects were their doing? I have no idea. I heard them say it. Hey, don't look at me. I heard it from someone else too. Yes, that person. No, I heard it from someone behind. That woman? Where is she now? I don't know clearly. I was set up. After she told me this, she walked away, saying she was going to find the base leader. I didn't think much of it, but now she must have fled, leaving me to take the blame. Li Sheng narrowed her eyes slightly. This person was not lying. Why would a woman who frequently accompanied the base leader spread rumors about them? Was she seeking a scapegoat? Or did she harbor a grudge against them? Even if she wanted a scapegoat, shouldn't the scapegoat be incriminated first? Why would she spread rumors and then vanish? I no longer wish to dwell on that. I simply want to know when you will release our family and friends. Li Sheng pointed angrily at her kin, still held at knife point. Why, yes, my apologies. This is all a misunderstanding. Brothers over there, lower your weapons. Hasn't everything been clarified? The young man wore a forced smile, ingratiating himself. Upon hearing this, those who had taken hostages quickly sheathed their weapons and retreated, signaling their goodwill. Some, with a semblance of conscience, even bowed an apology as they left. Enough, you were merely pawns in this game. Disperse. Seeing her companions released, Li Sheng exhaled deeply, swallowing down her indignation. Among the ignorant masses, she had little to argue about. She could not become a ruthless villain. Since retaliation was not an option, it was better to let the anger go. The Dongling base would likely soon restore its former order. Why do you wish to accompany us? Li Sheng inquired, rolling down the car window. She found the young man peculiar, despite having just offended her side. His manner was tinged with an air of deliberate calculation. Because you are strong, my abilities are rather useless. No one is willing to take me along on missions. However, I can wield cold or hot weapons against zombies. So I'm not entirely useless. Why earlier defense was a bit of self-interest. I hoped you would take me along for the security of being in a fixed team. The young man's reasoning appeared flawless. After a moment's contemplation, Li Sheng opened the car door, gesturing for him to enter. The youth nodded eagerly, climbing aboard and settling into an inconspicuous corner. I Sheng instructed you on MO to take the wheel. Stepping away from the driver's seat to sit before the young man, scrutinizing him closely. Though the youth wore a smile that seemed amiable, it lacked sincerity, his eyes devoid of genuine warmth. It was evident that his affability was forced, yet there was an unsettling hint of admiration within. It did not seem entirely fabricated. But whom did the youth idolize? Her? What is your name? Li Sheng offered him a bottle of water and inquired. Upon hearing just his name, the young man energetically recounted all his information, appearing somewhat naive, projecting an image of harmlessness that I am Tangio, and it seems I am unfazed by the fractured relationship with my family. Let us speak plainly. What other abilities do you possess? Miss, what do you mean? I possess only the ability to heal. The two insects within your jar are certainly not the ones that recently plagued the Dongling base. You may be unaware that we encountered those very insects at close range prior to our arrival here, and were aware of their venomous nature, which is why we hurried here. Those two ladybugs must have been prepared by you in advance. Furthermore, when you brandished the megaphone and instructed everyone to evacuate, from where did you acquire that megaphone? In such chaotic times, when everyone was in disarray, you alone managed to find a vantage point to evade the insects. And amidst the panic, you also acquired the megaphone to direct the evacuation. Subsequently, you arrived promptly to assist us in our defense. What, then, is your true intention? Why must you insist on accompanying us? Moreover, how shall we interpret your peculiar behavior? Chapter 181. Deception. No, I truly harbor no ill intention. If I had any malicious designs, I would not have spoken in your favor. I genuinely seek only to carve out a path for my own survival by aligning with you, a normal person. if they were to assist others and then face such relentless interrogation, would likely feel a degree of anger. Yet this young man before me exhibits no trace of ire. Instead, he fervently defends himself, striving to prevent any misunderstandings. Is this merely his character, or does he have ulterior motives? Sheng refrained from jumping to conclusions and continued to probe. Tanjio's words were riddled with inconsistencies. It was evident he was not being entirely forthright. You claim that your family holds some status in the imperial capital base. Yet you are neither cherished by your father nor loved by your mother. How? Then would individuals of equal standing befriend someone deemed a pariah like you, divulging such critical information? Furthermore, why did the imperial capital base fail to alert the dongling base of the impending insect threat, instead allowing your friend to warn you to flee? Throughout this exchange, Yuan Mo remained a silent observer. He was well acquainted with the imperial capital and did not dispute Tanjio's claims regarding his family status, indicating there was likely some truth to it. Despite my father's indifference and my mother's neglect, I am indeed a legitimate offspring. The favored child of my family is born of my stepmother. As you are aware, in these times, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. My stepmother has since given birth to a son, seeking to contest my inheritance. Thus she has been perpetually undermining me. Yet I am still the rightful heir, which is why some individuals are willing to befriend me. As for why the imperial capital base did not notify the dongling base, my friend informed me that the commander of the dongling base once heeded the imperial capital base, remaining a vassal. However, now that the dongling base is stabilized, the commander has turned against them, assuming the mantle of a local tyrant. Thus, the imperial capital is particularly incensed. Even upon discovering the insect's movements, they chose not to provide any warning, wishing instead to ensnare the dongling base, culminating in the commander's demise, which they achieved. Sheng intently scrutinized Tanjio's eyes. He was indeed not lying, but he surely harbored secrets. The next query: why do you assist us? I witnessed you rush to aid the people of the dongling base without hesitation. Later, when swords were drawn, I could not allow the virtuous to suffer such indignities. While I am aware I am not a paragon of virtue, I am not so heartless as to that extent. Thus, it is evident that someone is instigating discord. Why follow us? You don't even know our names, do you? In this apocalypse, can you truly place your trust in a group whose background you are unaware of? Are you not afraid we might be villains who would turn and sell you out? Tanju managed a dry chuckle, running a hand through his hair before responding. I admit there is an element of gamble involved. The crux of the matter is that I have not disclosed this information to anyone. Although the commander is dead, his son still lives. Should they learn that I was aware of this news in advance and failed to inform them, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. I am a timid person, reluctant to stir trouble. Hence I have remained silent. If I were to travel alone, I would lack the capacity for self-preservation against any dangers that might arise. You are outsiders and will inevitably depart from the dongling base. It is safer to curry favor with you and accompany you than to venture forth alone. Sheng contemplated this reasoning. Yet the dongling base is leagues away from the southern city base. How could this individual possibly know her? No, I do not know your names. How could I know you? I merely seek a free ride. Tanjio waved his hand, desperately denying the assertion. Let me propose this. I cannot ascertain your true intentions in joining us. However, I can offer you ample supplies, a vehicle, and weaponry. The recent drought has just ended, and the cities we pass through are devoid of even the most basic zombies. You have seen for yourself. It is completely deserted. Setting forth alone would undoubtedly be safe. Finding a small to medium-sized base to settle in would be far more advantageous for you. We are sufficiently distanced from the dongling base. They will not pursue you here, nor will they know your whereabouts. Regardless, it is undeniable that Tanjio has indeed aided them, albeit with unclear motives. There is no need for hostility. Since no substantial truths have emerged from this inquiry, it may be best to part ways, allowing both parties a sense of relief, having provided so many resources for free. If Tanjio's sole intention were merely to hitch a ride, he would surely agree. Should he refuse, it would be ample evidence that his motives align with their group. Please do not cast me away. My ability is low-level, merely self-healing, a rather useless power. What if I were to be captured and subjected to experiments? There are all manner of strange individuals in the various bases. One can never be sure there aren't mad scientists among them. Moreover, I lack combat prowess. Even if you provide me with abundant supplies, I could not defend them. Tanjiro promptly rejected Li Sheng's suggestion, not even pausing to consider it. Chapter 182. Rebirth? After countering, Tanjiro realized his reaction had been overly intense. He quickly lowered his head to mask his expression, ensuring Li Sheng could not discern any clues. The more one attempts to cover their tracks, the more conspicuous their guilt becomes. Sheng chose not to engage in further trivialities, drawing forth his weapon to press against Tanjiro's throat. According to your own words, as long as your head remains attached, you shall not you believe I cannot swiftly take your life. Perhaps your claims are mere fabrications. Even if your head were severed, you might not perish, but I am certain you would feel pain. The agony of living might be far worse than death. If you do not speak the truth, I shall cast you out to feed the zombies. With the blade poised at his throat, Tanjiro finally reacted, lifting his gaze yet faltering, unable to articulate a single word. Li Sheng threatened coldly. This youth was indeed cowardly. His demeanor suggested a strong inclination to preserve his life. Who are we? How did you come to know of us? Are you aware of our identities? I possess some knowledge. I am aware that you are the commander of the Southern City base, and that gentleman is your assistant. Oh no. Rather, your aide. Beyond that, I know nothing. I have merely heard that the commander of the Southern City base is a youth and possesses spatial storage abilities. I have means to ascertain the comings and goings within the base. Thus, I noted your details upon your entry into the city, being members of the same Southern City base, and both wielding spatial storage powers. It is reasonable to deduce that you hold a pivotal position in the Southern City base, given the rarity of spatial abilities. Fabrications, mere fabrications. Your earlier stammering indicated fear of my potential wrath. And now your words flow smoothly, as if you have already devised a strategy to deceive me. You genuinely believe I would hesitate to end your life. Li Sheng pressed the weapon closer, his eyes radiating a murderous intent, as if poised to strike at any moment. Tanjiro felt as if even a simple swallow might result in a fatal outcome, cold sweat pouring down his brow. You yourself stated that you fear being captured in other bases due to your abilities and subjected to bizarre experiments. Given your knowledge of her position as commander, why do you continue to cling to us so tenaciously? How can you be so certain she will not treat you as other bases might? You have already resolved to gamble with your life. Why entrust your fate to another? Would it not be wiser to take your chances at another base? Moreover, when you mentioned me earlier, why did you suddenly falter? I have never held any official title within the Southern City base. How could you possibly know of me? It would be better to discard someone who speaks only lies. Regardless of their intentions, ending your life would suffice. Yuan Mo scoffed, his disdain for the individual before him growing by the moment. Hearing Yuan Mo's words, Li Sheng nodded gravely, raising his hand to strike down Tanjiro. No, I do not withhold the truth. Rather, I fear you would not believe me. The threat of death overwhelmed Tanjiro's already fragile composure, prompting him to shut his eyes and shout. Sheng halted, stating, if you remain silent, our disbelief will only deepen. Your fabrications are riddled with inconsistencies. Knowing I am the commander of a base, you should understand that I am not an easy mark for deceit. If I lack the ability to discern lies, how could I possibly manage an entire base? I claim that I am, in fact, reborn. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Yuan Mo let out a cold snort, replying, in a moment of desperation, you can concoct the most absurd lies, but if you are unwilling to speak the truth, then you might as well perish. Yuan Mo drew the dagger at his side, intending to deliver a decisive blow to Tanjiro, only to be interrupted by Li Sheng. He speaks the truth. Although Li Sheng found it somewhat hard to believe, he recognized that Tanjiro was indeed not lying. His instinctive reaction told him that Tanjiro would not fabricate such a claim. If he truly possessed such an ability, he would not have been unmasked by them previously. Rebirth, while sounding rather far-fetched, was not entirely implausible, especially considering that she herself had traversed through realms. Ever since she had become acquainted with the system, all manner of bizarre occurrences had taken place, rendering such notions less surprising. Perhaps due to fear, Tanjio's speech was somewhat disjointed, yet this time, he was being genuinely honest. Not a single word of his lengthy narrative was false. It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate, having been cornered to such a degree that revealing his greatest secret held little significance. Chapter 183. The future will bring death. You claim to be reborn. How did you perish in your previous life? It appeared the conversation had reached a pivotal point, and Tanjio's act of surrendering his secrets pleased Li Sheng, for it seemed that Tanjio had fully opened up. I was killed on the battlefield. Aware that lying now would lead to immediate exposure, Tanjio ceased to conceal the truth. You mentioned that in the 10th year of the apocalypse, Li Sheng had unified all of humanity. How could there still be war? Who were you at war with? Yuan Mo remained skeptical of Tanjio's somewhat incoherent statements, seizing upon any inconsistency to press further. The Lord had indeed united all of humanity. But in the 12th year post-apocalypse, the Lord was suddenly assassinated, leading to humanity's fragmentation and the resurgence of internal strife and war. Tanjio failed to grasp the peril of his words. While Li Sheng remained relatively composed, Yuan Mo's eyes glinted with murderous intent, as if he wished to end Tanjio's life then and there. That I died. Was my demise so easily wrought? Li Sheng showed little reaction upon hearing of her death in the 12th year post-apocalypse. Instead, she pondered who could possibly kill her, given her near-invincible abilities and the resources of a system that governed all realms. This assassin must have possessed considerable skill, while the Lord's strength is undoubtedly unparalleled among humanity. There exists a well-known flaw, the ability to recognize and utilize talent. As long as someone could demonstrate their worth, they will be promoted. Those who manage to endure the scrutiny of your inner circle may gain close proximity to you. I cannot ascertain the truth, but it is said that the assassin exploited this very aspect to become one of your confidants, thus succeeding in the assassination. My confidant. Is my character truly so flawed? Do I mistreat my subordinates? How could anyone, after becoming close to me, still wish to take my life? Li Sheng suddenly found herself filled with self-doubt. She believed she had mastered the art of managing subordinates, and those who became close to her possessed unwavering trust and loyalty. Reach the position of her confidant only to plot her assassination must indicate a profound grudge. Yet, she was not one to create enemies. She typically believed in resolving conflicts rather than escalating them to the level of mortal enmity, which would require a grievance as profound as a vendetta for a father or a wife. I ask you, did I die at that time? Yuan Mo interjected abruptly, for he rarely left Li Sheng's side unless the environment was perfectly safe. If he had indeed perished, it would not be inconceivable for a traitor to emerge at her side. That is utterly impossible. I could never go against Li Sheng's wishes and incite war. As long as I am here, she cannot die, Yuan Mo exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, standing abruptly and glaring fiercely at Tanjio. Calm down, calm down. Perhaps you have valid reason or are seeking revenge. Sheng hurriedly placated the already agitated Yuan Mo. The notion of Tanjio being reborn, while not entirely certain, seemed plausible enough. Such a person remaining by her side could prove to be a significant advantage, potentially helping her avert numerous calamities. After all, was it not he who had helped them dodge the crisis at Dongling Base? Had he not deflected the ire of the base's inhabitants onto the instigator by refraining from stepping forward to clarify the situation, events would likely unfold as he had described at Dongling Base. There are not only survivors who had always lived within its confines, but also many who had come to seek out their loved ones. These individuals had just experienced the joy of reuniting with family, only to face turmoil at the base. The anger they felt was not trivial. In their impulsiveness, if the situation could not be resolved, the inhabitants of Dongling Base would undoubtedly turn their wrath upon a Rieskin. Under such circumstances, it was impractical to verify that the venomous creatures were not released by them. Moreover, as a protective individual, Li Sheng had already delineated between her base's citizens and those of others. Ari's kin had become her own people in her eyes. Should Dongling Base truly attack them, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her people, leading to an unending cycle of bloodshed. My rank is low. There's little I know. I cannot ascertain how the turmoil was instigated, but by the time we grasped the situation, everyone had already gone their separate ways. The traitor reportedly committed suicide on the spot. and no one knows if the assassination of the Lord was his own volition or if he was merely a pawn. There were whispers of a mastermind behind it all, but on the day I perished. We could not uncover who it was. Furthermore, after your death, not only did humanity erupt into war, but other fantastical entities also appeared. We even encountered extraterrestrials. However, under the Lord's leadership, we had already developed technology and weaponry to confront them. So we did not cower. Nonetheless, those extraterrestrials sought our submission and intended to establish something on this planet. While I do not know the specifics, I suspect it was not for our benefit. And most of the lords involved in the conflict rejected their terms. Extraterrestrials? You have already researched much of their technology and weaponry. Could this refer to the interstellar advancements and the product from the system's marketplace? So, your intention in following me is to secure your own future. Yet you have mentioned that I possess the ability to recognize talent, but I must see the value in others. You do not strike me as particularly clever. What talents do you possess that I might recognize? I possess knowledge of many events that occurred in the 12th year after the apocalypse, which could aid you in avoiding misfortune. Does that count as a talent? Then, it appears I truly possess no other talents. However, being able to follow you is already a great fortune. Initially, I thought to leverage my advantage of rebirth to perhaps become one of your confidants and, with a stroke of luck, oust the so-called traitor. It seems that hope is now lost. Tanju lowered his head in disappointment, appearing genuinely in awe of her, which caused Li Sheng to chuckle softly. After my death, to whom did you pledge your allegiance? Why did you choose to follow him? Is it permissible to share? Tanjio felt inexplicably guilty and cast a tentative glance at Yuan Mo, who was already seething with rage over the news of Li Sheng's impending death. Yuan Mo rolled his eyes and snapped, I have heard that the Lord and Mr. Yuan share a deep bond. Remaining inseparable during the early days of the apocalypse, their affection profound. After the assassin killed the Lord, Mr. Yuan searched high and low throughout the entire imperial capital, although he ultimately did not uncover the mastermind. His efforts were evident. We all believe Mr. Yuan is the one most concerned for the Lord's well-being, hence many of us who admire Li Sheng have joined Mr. Yuan's ranks. Chapter 184. System upgrade upon hearing Tanjio's words. A profound silence enveloped the room. Those privy to their conversation exchanged furtive glances between Li Sheng and Yuan Mo's ears, tinged with a faint blush, while Li Sheng's expression grew slightly unnerved. Finally, Yuan Mo huffed, turning away, muttering, what a load of nonsense. Yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings, revealing a much improved mood as of now. I have no further questions. You have indeed spoken no falsehoods. Given your relative honesty, I shall permit you to remain by my side. However, let me be clear. If you ever deceive me again, I will not extend to you the same opportunity for explanation as I have now. Li Sheng cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment and shifted the conversation back to a more conventional topic. Tanju looked up in astonishment, then, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Really? May I truly stay, but I truly possess no other talents. Anything you lack in skill can be learned. You could manage logistics as well.As you said. Perhaps your presence will displace the confidant of the one who sought to assassinate me. Sheng interjected, interrupting the self-deprecating remarks of the other party. Tanjio was not as foolish as he appeared. Had he been conversing with an ordinary individual, the previous charade would likely have garnered trust. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, steeped in the intricacies of power and the machinations of human nature, she was not easily deceived by a cunning old fox at all. By the way, I have an upcoming matter to report to you. Tanjio suddenly recalled the pressing issue, having initially intended to wait until they reached the Nanjing base to share the news, where he could also take credit. Yet, in this moment, he was eager to impress, striving to become Li Sheng's trusted aide. What is it? Tanjio elaborated on what he knew, striving to provide as much detail as possible. She must have been rather dim-witted to set such defenses. Unless some unexpected incident had occurred or a greater crisis had diverted her attention, to a degree she could not afford to overlook, compelling her to intensify her vigilance regarding the rear mountain rather than the skies above. Li Sheng found it hard to fathom what immense threat could render her so cautious. However, she would soon discover the truth. According to her deductions, someone would inevitably bring her a message that was both genuine and deceptive. By observing the events over the next 3 months, she could ascertain whether this was merely a coincidence or a trap. But I understand. Thank you for the reminder. We're almost there. It will soon be time for dinner. Is there anything you would like to eat? After their meal, Sheng finally remembered the system task. Upon completing the task reward, the system instructed her to check the tasks herself and mention an upgrade. She needed to see what was going on. Sheng accessed the system task panel. And this time, the task rewards were indeed plentiful, in addition to the customary lottery and star coins, upon reaching level 10 as a broadcaster. Her contract had also been modified. Previously, the revenue split between the broadcaster and the system was 70-30. Now it was changed to 60-40, meaning her earnings had increased by 10%. The system, usually quite frugal, was surprisingly generous with this upgrade. There were also rewards for upgrading the marketplace and for attracting new dimensional viewers. After setting up the lottery and the new dimensional viewer attraction, Sheng eagerly clicked to upgrade the system. She was quite curious about what the system marketplace would look like after the upgrade. During the upgrade, the system would be unavailable. Sheng had already exchanged her daily necessities in advance, patiently awaiting the successful completion of the system upgrade. Chapter 185. A letter from the imperial capital. The system upgrade did not provide a precise time frame, but fortunately, Sheng had previously stocked enough supplies at the base to sustain them for a year. Initially, she had thought Hu Xuesen was upset that they had left without him, but it turned out that the well-organized base had encountered some issues. Are those newcomers really determined to stay here? You're not counting the transient population, are you? Sheng had never considered that the base could reach a point of being overcrowded to restore the production industry. They first needed to revive the manufacturing sector. Given the current weather and environment, it was simply unrealistic to restore these two aspects. The transient population wasn't counted. I was referring to those who had already secured residency permits. Generally, upon entering any base, individuals are issued identity tags. One type specifically for permanent residents, which serves as an identification card within the base, and another for transient residents, which is relatively simpler, akin to a temporary ID. Typically, those with relatives in other regions who are still seeking them out would not apply for a permanent resident ID, as obtaining one would require them to contribute to the base. Sheng was unaware of how other bases operated, but her base functioned this way. Initially, she established this rule to involve everyone in the construction of the base, not only to fully utilize human resources, but also to instill a sense of belonging among those wishing to reside long-term. The experience of building the base together would undoubtedly feel different from settling down casually. Moreover, once the situation stabilized somewhat, Sheng, along with her companions and several lawyers she had brought in, redrafted the laws governing the base. Some conditions were exceedingly stringent, aimed at raising the threshold for permanent residence, as she did not wish to accommodate just anyone. For instance, in a world ravaged by scarcity, theft would result in the amputation of a hand, while robbery could lead to the loss of life. Such stipulations were documented in the City Entry Handbook, significantly deterring those with ulterior motives. Under such harsh conditions, to still face overcrowding and a shortage of positions was indeed unexpected. Can we hold on for now? Sheng furrowed her brow, acknowledging that she could not find a satisfactory solution to the situation at hand. For the time being, we can manage, as there are still relatively many hunting teams. This role involves seeking supplies, and they can leave some for themselves. Those capable are reluctant to remain idle in the base, yet at this rate, we can only hold out for another 6 months at most. Let us use this 6-month period to ponder and plan. Circumstances can change unexpectedly, and we might face natural disasters or man-made calamities. By the way, when we previously visited the Dongling base, they suffered from a pestilence. With a large number of venomous insects emerging from the ground, it remains uncertain where those insects might fly off to, or if there are similar pests in other regions. Therefore, remind the people in the base that if they encounter unidentified insects, they should not attempt to capture or provoke them, but report the sighting first. Sheng suddenly recalled Tan Jiu's warning. While defending them, he had not been mistaken about one point. Those venomous insects would not actively provoke humans. Only when humans disturb them would they retaliate. According to his assertion, in 3 months, the Nanxing base would also face a pestilence. Although it was still early, it was prudent to issue a warning in advance to prevent a repeat of the Dongling base's misfortunes. Venomous insects? Such a significant event occurred during your outing. What is the current situation at the Dongling base? Hu Shuesen exclaimed, his concern evident that if so, the Dongling base would no longer be among the top 4 bases. Hu Shuesen stroked his chin, deep in thought, when suddenly a knock echoed from the door that a guard entered with a message, stating, Base Leader, Deputy Base Leader, we have received sudden news from the Imperial Capital. Yuan Zhuli requests your presence. The Imperial Capital? Li Sheng murmured in confusion. Their base had never been under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Capital from the outset, leading to the latter's reluctance to engage with them, resulting in complete silence in their communications. Why would they suddenly reach out? If it were merely routine news, Yuan Mo would not have gone to such lengths to summon her. It was likely something of great importance. Li Sheng nodded slightly and proceeded with Hu Shuesen into the office. What could the Imperial Capital want with us? I will let you listen to the recording, and you'll understand. Yuan Mo placed a phone on the table and played an audio file. Due to the use of satellite signal communicators for direct transmissions, the recording was exceedingly noisy. Sheng strained her ears, carefully listening until she could discern the conversation. Chapter 186. People arrive they expect to find someone while maintaining such an arrogant demeanor. What nonsense! After listening to the recording, Hu Shuesen was infuriated. Although the message from the Imperial Capital appeared polite on the surface, a translation in a plain speech would reveal its true essence. We have a high-ranking individual whose family member is lost at the Nanqing base. We will be sending someone over to retrieve them within a week, and you must open your base gates wide to welcome them. The base leaders must be present. The person coming to retrieve them is merely a messenger with limited authority. But they are one of us, so you must show them due respect. Once the individual is located, regardless of their abilities or value, the Nanqing base must not detain them for any reason. They must be allowed to leave. In summary, the terse message from the Imperial Capital was exceedingly arrogant. Sheng immediately associated this with herself. But upon reflection, Yuan Mo had mentioned that the Li family in the Imperial Capital was not particularly prominent, likely living as vassals to others. Moreover, no one in the Nanqing base knew her whereabouts, so this so-called relative might not even be her. Did they not disclose any information about the person they were searching for? None at all. That was the entirety of the recording. They only mentioned looking for someone, stating they would arrive in a week, alongside a host of unrelated details. It seems the person they are searching for holds significant value. And they fear that if they provide specifics, we might guess who it is and hide them in advance. Hu Shuesen was thoroughly exasperated, while Li Sheng merely shrugged and patted his shoulder, saying, they can say what they want. How we receive them is our concern. This messenger is also a guest who has traveled a long distance, so we should follow the usual protocols for hosting guests without overthinking it. I'm just frustrated by their attitude, that I have risen to the position of deputy base leader, and I have never spoken to the ordinary folks in our base like this. Individuals vary greatly. Some prefer to maintain an air of superiority. Let them do so. We shall merely regard it as a performance of folly. The other party mentioned that the messenger would arrive within a week, indicating that there was no need for excessive preparation. We would have ample time to make arrangements upon his arrival, especially since he would need to undergo a 24-hour quarantine. Indeed, Hu Shuesen immediately grasped the situation. If they enjoy posturing, let them continue, while we simply refrain from engaging. Furthermore, utilizing this 24-hour quarantine to prepare for his reception serves as a subtle warning, tempering their arrogance that we must remain composed, no matter how formidable they may be. Can they truly rival our collective prowess? Our base currently lacks individuals of high intelligence, not those with extraordinary abilities, as long as they do not abscond with our esteemed professors. The rest are of little consequence. However, we must conceal our capabilities. Once they arrive, you will temporarily assume the position of base leader. Sheng felt quite at ease, as she remarked that the base lacked nothing except for these scientific personnel, all of whom have families. Moreover, it was unheard of for anyone to have relatives in the capital or elsewhere, so it was clear that their interests did not lie with these researchers. The other individuals are inconsequential. Those who are somewhat close are unlikely to leave, as their legs are their own, and no one can force them otherwise, as for those less familiar, if they wish to depart. So be it. Forcibly keeping them would only breed resentment. What truly concerns her is if they are indeed targeting her. Should she reveal herself to the public, she must conceal her identity as the head of the Nanxing base to prevent them from exploiting that connection for nefarious purposes. Well, the recording has concluded. We need not dwell on this matter. Everyone should focus on their respective tasks, for this time could be better spent contemplating the plans for the base. Sheng shrugged, observing Hu Shuesen and Yuan Mo still furrowing their brows, wishing she could deliver a stern reprimand to the two of them. How unambitious! It is merely a base in the capital, while her aspirations extend to the stars and the sea. A week passed swiftly, and the representatives from the capital arrived punctually at the gates of Nanxing. Their arrival was quite grand, arriving by helicopter, drawing countless gazes as they disembarked, the individual, head held high, donned sunglasses and dressed in black, stood at the base entrance, exuding an air of pride akin to a peacock. Pardon me, please register here and fill out the forms. You may enter the base after a 24-hour quarantine. The envoy from the capital boldly attempted to stride inside, only to be intercepted by the guards at the entrance. Upon hearing they needed to quarantine and register, he was utterly astonished, hardly believing his ears. He raised a ruckus at the entrance, repeatedly asserting that he was from the capital base. Eventually, the guards lost their patience and retorted coldly, "Even if you were my father, you must queue to register, fill out forms, and quarantine. Even the king must abide by these rules. I care not from which base you hail. If you continue to cause a scene, we shall treat you as a troublemaker and execute you on the spot." The guards, exuding an air of menace, effectively intimidated the individual, while Li Sheng stood at the city gates, watching the spectacle unfold, deliberately moving back and forth before him. Yet he remained unresponsive. It seemed he was not there to seek her out. However, he appeared rather dim-witted. Although the position of a guard is not particularly elevated, it is nonetheless crucial. With the constant influx of people, those guarding the entrance must be upright, courageous, astute, observant, loyal, and capable. This gate demarcates the boundary between the outside world and the base, making it of utmost importance. Should someone bribe their way in, bringing with them a virus or harboring ulterior motives, the entire city could descend into peril. The gatekeepers are trusted confidants. They would never simply allow entry based on the capital base's reputation. Yet, one cannot afford to lower their guard. What if the other party is merely pretending? Chapter 187. Reception. After the 24-hour period elapsed, the envoy from the capital entered the base with proper decorum. Upon entering, however, there was no grand welcoming ceremony as he had anticipated. Instead, he was promptly handed over by the guards to the patrolling personnel within the city and escorted to the office building. This was, in fact, the standard protocol for reception, yet the envoy felt insulted, maintaining a stern expression throughout, as if someone owed him a debt. Upon arriving at the office, he immediately sought a seat, coldly huffing and ignoring everyone, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. After a while, the person responsible for his reception arrived, and upon seeing the envoy, his demeanor shifted dramatically from one of indignation to one of stunned silence. "Greetings. I am Xin. The foreign minister of the Nanxing base." Xin, clad in a fitted professional suit that accentuated her curves, exuded an air of confidence with her fiery red lips and flowing wavy hair, embodying the essence of a commanding woman. Previously, Nanxing had little diplomatic engagement, and Xin and her team had grown increasingly restless, often regretting their acceptance of responsibilities in the Foreign Affairs Department. They found much more satisfaction in engaging in base activities. Fortunately, during their downtime, Li Sheng allowed them a degree of freedom, enabling them to partake in hunting missions and breathe fresh air. Now that a diplomatic reception was required, Xin eagerly prepared to showcase her skills, having taken care to present herself well for the occasion. "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Yang's son from the capital base." The envoy's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not that he had never encountered beauty before, but such a stunning woman was a rarity in the post-apocalyptic world that in the early days of the apocalypse. Due to the inherent advantages of the male gender, hunting teams and base personnel would predominantly select men, reserving roles for women only in logistics, which required a more delicate touch. Consequently, in an environment where gender roles were severely imbalanced, women's status diminished significantly. In many bases, women's rights were stripped away entirely, relegating them to mere appendages of men. their social standing deteriorating. Although the capital prided itself on being a moral compass, it had yet to devise effective solutions to rectify this imbalance, resorting instead to maintaining a facade of peace while often turning a blind eye. Aside from a handful of exceptionally capable women, the common female populace found themselves at the bottom of the social hierarchy. This led many modern women, who had been conditioned by contemporary values, to struggle with such a sudden shift in their status, often choosing to end their lives or leave the base altogether, while others resorted to altering their appearances. Even those who resigned themselves to the harsh reality often found themselves mentally and physically tormented, losing their former vibrancy and elegance. The once glamorous stars of the pre-apocalyptic world suffered similar fates, becoming shadows of their former selves. Thus, encountering such a poised and radiant woman in this new world was a rare occurrence. Leaving Yang's son utterly speechless, Sheng had not anticipated that women would become a scarce resource in the post-apocalyptic era. After all, such a situation did not exist in the Nanching base. Having embraced the modern ideals imparted by the system, she championed equality among all individuals that in her world, she had tirelessly fought for women's rights, striving to carve out a space for them to thrive and elevate their status. Therefore, upon establishing the Nanching base, the regulations she implemented centered around the principle of equality. Although there was a slight imbalance in gender ratios, it was simply a matter of population, and no disparity in status was evident. Particularly, the base leader was a petite girl, making her the role model for the inhabitants of Nanching, thereby eliminating any disdain towards women. The decision to assign Sheng for the reception was made without regard for superficial beauty. It was simply a matter of selecting a relatively attractive woman from the base to make a good impression. The appearance of a poised and elegant woman would undoubtedly reflect the living conditions of the Nanching base and serve as a subtle warning to the envoy. With differing values and environments, perceptions of the world diverged. Yang's son gazed at Sheng, nearly drooling, erroneously believing her to be a gift from the Nanchang base. Please, take a seat. You will be responsible for my reception during my stay at your base. Yang's son grinned widely, his intentions unmistakable that I will oversee your itinerary within the base. You merely need to inform me of your plans after your arrival. Accommodations have already been arranged, and meals will be provided free of charge. I understand your primary purpose for this visit is to locate someone. May I inquire what sort of person you are seeking? Sheng felt increasingly uneasy under his gaze, yet she maintained her professionalism. Suppressing her discomfort, she was all too familiar with that lecherous look, clearly indicating his thoughts, as long as you are in charge, that is sufficient to be. By the way, may I ask how old Miss Sin is this year? Sheng felt her composure beginning to fray. The capital base, after all, was a prominent establishment. How could they send such a lewd individual to represent them? Did they not fear tarnishing their base's reputation? Might we request Mr. Yang to elucidate the specific details of the individual he seeks? Our base has developed significantly, now boasting a population in the millions. Thus, locating a singular person is no trivial task. The sooner we initiate the search, the more likely we are to succeed. Ultimately, Sheng could no longer restrain herself, her smile radiant as she activated her unique ability. Pray tell, what is your true purpose for coming to the South City base? Chapter 188. The one they seek. Sheng's ability is regarded as the secret weapon of the South City base. Her power is rather peculiar, allowing her to hypnotize an individual solely through her voice. However, it has considerable limitations. If the target possesses a higher level of ability, success is impossible. Even an ordinary person with strong willpower would not succumb to her hypnosis. Yet, this lecherous man before her exuded an aura of weakness. Sheng's powers swiftly took effect. Although Yang's son maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his speech reeked of awkwardness, and he ceased any inappropriate gestures, ultimately divulging his intent in coming to the South City base. I am here to find someone, while also gathering intelligence on the current state of the South City base. The survivors are fragmented, yet the Imperial Capital base still harbors ambitions of unifying all bases. My primary goal is to identify any vulnerabilities in the South City base. Should any exist, we can exploit them at the opportune moment, inflicting significant damage. Then the Imperial Capital base can send representatives to negotiate, absorbing all who reside within the South City base. The Dongling base has already been compromised. Many have been relocated to the imperial capital base. This plan is quite flawless, as Yang's son elaborated on his scheme. A proud expression adorned his face. Xin Shi furrowed her brow. Feeling increasingly exasperated, she could not fathom how anyone could wish to destroy her home. After residing here for so long, it had become her sanctuary. The notion of someone seeking to dismantle her cherished haven was utterly intolerable. Xin Shi strove to suppress her urge to retaliate. Now was not the time to sever ties and complicate matters for her base. So, who is the person you seek? Is it of great importance? Xin Shi continued to manipulate Yang's son for information. A spatial storage ability, a young girl around 10 years old, someone who has been to the Western Region base. This description sounded eerily reminiscent of their base leader, Sheng. Upon closer reflection, it seemed that only the leader of the South City base possessed such a spatial storage ability. Why would the Imperial Capital base aim to undermine the South City base and also target their leader? If this individual were vital to the South City base, what would they do then? Since they were intent on abducting someone, they must be thoroughly prepared, having anticipated various outcomes. Xin Shi pressed on, hoping to ensure that Li Sheng and the others would be ready. Yang's son animatedly gestured as he spoke, his demeanor suggesting he had already envisioned a future where the South City base was the target of scorn. His vile countenance was beyond description. Are you suggesting that the person you seek is relatives in the Imperial Capital base, or perhaps their biological parents? However, Xin Shi felt a flicker of doubt. She had never heard of Li Sheng having parents. Everyone had always assumed Li Sheng was an orphan. While others may not have known, she first encountered Li Sheng when the South City base had only recently been established. At that time, Li Sheng appeared as frail as a refugee. If he had been a child with parents, how could he have been neglected to such an extent? Xin Shi listened intently to Yang Sen's gossip, frowning that if this were indeed their base leader, would she inadvertently uncover something significant? Regardless of whether the person being sought was Li Sheng, Xin Shi believed it imperative to report her findings. She continued to probe Yang's son for additional information. But he remained largely uninformed, providing only unreliable rumors. Frustrated, she decided to abandon the inquiry and sought out Hu Shuesen. Understood, she replied. Upon hearing Xin Shi's report, Hu Shuesen felt a sense of unease. All the details aligned with Li Sheng. However, this matter required consultation with Li Sheng for confirmation. After pondering for a moment, Hu Shuesen instructed, and Xin Shi nodded slowly before exiting the office. Once she departed, Hu Shuesen's expression shifted to one of panic, and he quickly dialed Li Sheng. Meanwhile, Li Sheng was out on the streets, gauging public sentiment when she received the call. Hearing Hu Shuesen's account of the characteristics of the person the Imperial Capital base sought left her bewildered. Given those criteria, it could only be her. But how did the Imperial Capital base know she was in the South City? Had someone from the Western region leak her whereabouts? No, that seemed implausible. If it were the Western region base, those who frequently contacted her would surely know her identity. Yet the envoy from the Imperial Capital provided vague information, suggesting that he himself was unaware of the specific individual he sought. Thus, it was unlikely that the information came from those in frequent contact with him from the Western region. Who could it be? Chapter 189. A lead overthinking would yield no results. The Imperial Capital's desire to target the South City base would not be without consequence. If they refused to cooperate, the envoy from the Imperial Capital would inevitably contact the superiors, and at that point, everything would unfold right under their noses, allowing them to discern the adversary's intentions. Li Sheng resolved to wait patiently for the enemy to ensnare themselves to avoid exposure. Li Sheng decided to remain in her residence, harboring a desire for rest, in the past, amidst the chaos of battle. There had always been moments to celebrate victories with comrades over drinks. Now, however, even such simple pleasures seemed unattainable. Even as an emperor, one would not be so consumed by duty after completing official documents. There would be ample freedom. Yet, from dawn to dusk, she found herself in relentless motion. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Imperial envoy's search, Li Sheng resolutely abandoned contemplation and allowed herself to languish at home. Even if you aren't stepping out, this sort of lazy existence is hardly appropriate, she mused. This is relaxation, not debauchery. Care to join me? This show is quite captivating, Li Sheng retorted, unapologetically indulging in leisure, disregarding Yuan Mo's complaints, and even attempting to drag him into her slothfulness. I have no taste for such fare, nor do I enjoy watching television. But where on earth did you procure these snacks? And this drama, where did it come from? Yuan Mo inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar actors on screen with puzzlement that he was not particularly uptight. Before the apocalypse, he had some knowledge of the entertainment industry, yet he had never encountered these actors, who seemed to exhibit commendable talent. Suggesting they were not mere nobodies. Oh, I collected these DVDs during my travels, Sheng replied, shrinking back slightly. She had purchased these items from the system 800 years prior and had never had the opportunity to watch them until now. She had nearly given herself away. Perhaps you should watch a little less to avoid straining your eyes, Yuan Mo suggested, not dwelling on the matter. He simply turned and ascended the stairs, opting for the adage that out of sight, out of mind. Watching others enjoy themselves while he diligently worked was simply too disheartening. That Sheng pouted, continuing to lounge on the sofa, immersed in her show, after several days of this leisurely and delightful existence. The imperial envoy from the capital finally stirred. They had long since installed surveillance and listening devices in the envoy's quarters, enduring the occasional awkward sight of him bathing, yet they remained committed to 24-hour monitoring. The envoy appeared disinterested in his own mission, behaving as though he had come solely to indulge in pleasure. His actions suggested either ulterior motives or sheer foolishness. However, given that he had not discovered the surveillance within his quarters after such a lengthy period, it was reasonable to conclude he belonged to the latter category. Nonetheless, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that he was merely feigning ignorance. Regardless of his true nature, he was on familiar ground at the South City base. Should things escalate, they could simply eliminate him and offer a perfunctory explanation to the Imperial Capital Base, as ultimately, Sheng intended to confront them. After Yang Sen's morning discussions with the Imperial Capital Base, Sheng received a recording of their entire conversation in the afternoon. The dialogue was peculiar. It appeared that Yang Sen was not acting as an official representative of the Imperial Capital Base, but rather as a private servant of a certain family, with the majority of the conversation revolving around the search for her. Indeed, it was now unequivocally confirmed that Yang Sen had come to find her, and the individuals seeking her were none other than the original and scrupulous parents who had long abandoned their child in the Imperial Capital Base. Yang Sen has something to discuss with Hu Shiuessen. Would you like to eavesdrop? Go ahead if you wish. Why must I be involved? Sheng replied, feeling she had not yet had her fill of amusement and did not wish to prematurely engage in these unpleasant matters. He intends to discuss not just the search for you, but the very survival of the South City base. Are you not curious? Yuan Mo smiled slyly, his expression enigmatic. Is it finally beginning? Sheng responded with understanding, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Shall we see for ourselves? The office is already prepared. You can easily conceal yourself in the back without detection. Very well. Allow me a moment to change, and I shall be right there. Sheng exclaimed, dashing upstairs to switch out of her pajamas before joining him in the office building at this moment. Yang Sen had yet to arrive. Sheng, following Yuan Mo's arrangements, concealed herself behind the bookshelf. Shortly thereafter, Yang Sen entered from outside. Hu Shiuessen adopted the authoritative demeanor of a base commander, seated behind the office desk, showing no intention of greeting him. Yang Sen was evidently displeased with Hu Shiuessen's attitude. Yet this time he refrained from voicing his discontent. Instead, he found a chair, crossed his legs, and with an even more audacious demeanor inquired, "The information I am about to share pertains to the survival of your base." Such a demeanor from the base commander may not bode well for our meeting. Would you not agree? Hu Shiuessen, with a smile that concealed his sharpness, refused to yield an inch, his aura overpowering Yang Sr. It appears that some satellite surveillance systems from before the apocalypse are still operating securely in the capital. That I received news yesterday indicating that surveillance from the capital reveals an imminent major crisis for your South City base. What crisis? Hu Shiuessen feigned interest and a hint of anxiety as he posed the question. That on the mountains behind your base, a sudden emergence of numerous mutated leopards has been reported. Surely you understand the implications of this? These leopards could descend the mountain at any moment, wreaking havoc within the base. Not only is there a scarcity of food for humans, but these animals may also struggle to find sustenance in the wild. Ultimately, their hunger will compel them to set their sights on humanity. These famished, mutated creatures will one day descend upon the base. Do you consider this information significant enough? Seeing Hu Shuesen appear to take him seriously. Yang Sun crossed his legs once more and, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Words alone carry no weight. How can I ascertain the veracity of the message you convey? If it proves false, whether we dispatch personnel for mountain patrols or bolster defenses within the city, it will consume vast resources and manpower. You yourself mentioned that resources are currently scarce. If this information is a fabrication, who will bear the burden for the manpower and resources expended in vain? In the end, it is our base that will be weakened." Hu Shuesen, half convinced, queried further. Yang Sun raised an eyebrow, confident that he had hooked his fish, and replied, "I certainly possess evidence. This is a GPS positioning system developed by the capital base, capable of global positioning, allowing us to track living beings' movements at any time and place. By magnifying the area, one can observe the shapes of living entities. However, if there are buildings or obstructions overhead, the system becomes less effective. After all, it is merely a survey tool, not a means of seeing through walls." Producing a tablet from his pocket, Yang Sun activated a specific application and handed it to Hu Shuesen. Sheng, concealed in the shadows, could not discern the contents but assessed the situation through the tone of their exchange. Hu Shuesen, unsure where to begin, fumbled with the tablet, while Yang Sun leaned in, patiently instructing him on how to utilize the GPS system. This selected area can magnify the map. Upon magnification, you will observe moving red dots, which signify living entities. This device is yet to develop the capacity to detect zombies. But once that feature is operational, we will be able to capture those hidden and gathered elsewhere. By magnifying this thumbnail further, you can pinpoint the exact locations of these red dots. This area represents your rear mountain, where clusters of red dots indicate gathered living beings. Clicking on any red dot and selecting the view button will reveal the general shape of the organism. Am I deceiving you? Is that not a leopard? As Yang Sun demonstrated, seeking to gain Hu Shuesen's trust, Hu Shuesen internally scoffed at the device, considering it trivial compared to the peculiar gadgets Sheng often produced. Yet he maintained a facade of astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this device truly as remarkable as you claim? If you remain skeptical, why not test it? First, direct the visual positioning toward the office building. Then, as you hold this device, exit the building. Note that the additional red dot represents you. Move around freely and observe whether the red dot follows your movements. Then you will discern whether I have been truthful," Yang Sun asserted with feigned conviction. Had Hu Shuesen not been aware of Yang Sun's dubious nature, he might have readily believed his words. Thus, the information regarding a potential crisis threatening the South City base was likely a fabrication. Yang Sun's words and demonstrations were not entirely false, as the art of conversation often thrives on a blend of truth and deception, effectively garnering trust. "Very well. Let us proceed with your suggested experiment." Hu Shuesen acquiesced, taking his laptop and exiting the office building. Upon hearing the two leave, Sheng stepped out from behind the bookshelf, exhaling a sigh of relief. Though a relatively spacious gap had been created in the bookshelf, it was only sufficient for her to stand sideways, and the prolonged confinement had rendered her uncomfortable. As Hu Shuesen stepped outside the office building, he indeed observed a new red dot appearing on the tablet, which followed his movements as he circled the building twice. "What is it that you desire? Or is there something your capital base seeks? Feel free to speak candidly, but I must add a condition. You must leave this tablet with me." Hu Shuesen perceived the software within the tablet as possessing some research value. Not considering any ulterior motives, given that Sheng had already opened a significant door, he felt free to make decisions, retaining the right to keep something of value. "Not much that I noted that your base seems to have a farm capable of cultivating crops. I wonder if this information, along with the tablet, could secure us 1,000 tons of grain from your base." Yang Sun, hands clasped behind his head and chin held high, indifferently proposed his terms. This condition had been prearranged the previous day, and Hu Shuesen was already aware. Yet he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Such a large quantity of grain? Surely you wouldn't be reluctant to part with it? I believe the information I brought is quite valuable." Yang Sun's expression immediately soured. No. The information is indeed valuable. However, if the base were to fall, what use would such a stockpile of grain be? I am merely pondering how we might transport such a quantity. Our base lacks the manpower to deliver such an amount to you, Hu Shuesan explained, shaking his head. That need not concern you, as long as you agree, our base will dispatch personnel to collect it. A cargo aircraft will make the round trip, and we will swiftly transport the grain. Subsequently, Yang Sun and Hu Shuesan discussed various trivial matters, and, on the surface, it appeared they had reached an agreement. The conversation proceeded amicably, save for Yang Sun's frustration regarding the search for individuals. Hu Shuesan made it clear that there were no children as described by Yang Sun in the base. Nevertheless, Yang Sun remained convinced that the individuals he sought were located within the South City base. Ultimately, Hu Shuesan, feigning reluctance, granted him the freedom to wander and search at will, allowing him to take anyone he found without objection. Yang Sun had no choice but to comply out of course. He would not find the individuals he sought, as they were currently seated in the office, enjoying iced drinks and snacks, reveling in their fortune. 3 days later, Yang Sun relayed news that the cargo plane dispatched from the capital would arrive the following day, urging them to prepare the grain promptly. Has he finally given up? Li Sheng remarked, stuffing a handful of popcorn into her mouth nonchalantly. Are we truly going to give them so much grain? Hu Shuesan expressed his frustration, unable to comprehend why Li Sheng ultimately acquiesced to the other party's demands. Feeling reluctant to part with the precious supplies, yet you appear to be enjoying yourself, seemingly oblivious to the situation, Yuan Mo interjected, his tone melancholic. Not at all. My limited mobility prompted me to delegate all matters to you, thus saving the trouble of relaying information and raising suspicions. Li Sheng replied matter-of-factly, finding a perfect excuse for her own laziness. Yuan Mo dissected the situation for Hu Shuesan. After all this time in the post-apocalyptic world, Hu Shuesan's ability to manage affairs has improved dramatically. However, the cunning required for strategizing is often innate. It cannot simply be acquired through effort. While Hu Shuesan is competent in city defense, if he were to engage in calculations against the wily veterans from other bases, he would find himself outmaneuvered, left with nothing. Very well, you two are in cahoots with a genuine base commander. What more can I say? Do as you please. I shall prepare the grain for them. Hu Shuesan, his expression glum, exited the room, his frustration not directed at Yuan Mo and Li Sheng, but rather at the thought of parting with so much grain, enough to sustain the average inhabitants of their base for an entire year. What are your plans? Once Hu Shuesan departed, Yuan Mo set aside the documents in his hands and inquired. They had thoroughly deciphered the deceptive GPS system used to mislead Hu Shuesan. Indeed, its functionalities aligned with Yang Sen's assertions, capable of monitoring living beings on the ground. However, the red dots displayed in the rear mountain, as shown to them by Yang Sun, were deliberately fabricated by him. Perhaps they were incapable of replicating such a system entirely, from satellite construction to launch. Nonetheless, they could certainly comprehend the intricacies of the software. This software contained an administrator system, controlled by the developer, which utilized the administrator privileges to introduce these virtual entities represented by the red dots. This revelation was unraveled by a hacker in the Research Institute, who had been engrossed in software development even before the apocalypse. The software was exceptionally sophisticated. The hacker had spent several days without identifying any issues until he meticulously examined every line of operational code within the software's backend files, eventually uncovering a unique string of data that led him to deduce the existence of the administrator system. Had this hacker not devoted such painstaking effort to scrutinize the code line by line, he would have never discovered the anomaly. The code was exceedingly concealed, nestled between several lines of code, a minuscule string of text that demanded an exceptionally meticulous eye to detect. Sheng felt immense gratitude for having scoured for talent from the inception of the Nanqing base, ensuring that every individual, regardless of their skill set, was placed in a position to shine, thereby unearthing this hacker. Coupled with Tangio's prior warning about potential traps set by the imperial capital, Li Sheng's suspicions regarding Yang Sen's arrival were heightened. Without the emergence of these two talents, the conspiracy from the imperial capital would have potentially garnered their trust flawlessly, had the adversaries been a tad more meticulous. She might have been utterly convinced of the existence of the mutated leopard pack, rationalizing in her mind that it was merely fortuitous that the mutated leopards had vacated the vicinity of Nanching, or that these aberrant creatures had sensed the presence of poisonous insects and kept their distance. The mastermind behind this conspiracy was indeed talented, as was the creator of the software. However, their intricate scheming had not accounted for the presence of Tangio, a reincarnated individual, as an unforeseen variable, leading to their plans unraveling. Chapter 192. Progress in the laboratory. For the time being, there was no need to address them, no time to attend to their matters. Whenever the opportunity arose to visit the Imperial capital base, that would be the appropriate time for discussion. The arrival of the insect plague would inevitably coincide with the demise of smaller bases. Rescuing individuals from these bases to bring them to their own was far more prudent than orchestrating the downfall of others. This was in accordance with the natural order, while the schemes of the Imperial capital were marked by treachery and deceit. If all major bases could coexist peacefully, Sheng had no intention of instigating conflict. During her previous battles, she had led a life akin to that of a princess, aside from the occasional chaos of war. She had been surrounded by throngs of servants, living in opulence and comfort. In essence, she had never truly grasped the plight of ordinary citizens or the suffering of those afflicted by calamities. Yet, the longer she survived in the apocalypse and interacted with these survivors, the more she understood the challenges of nation-building, realizing that the pursuit of world peace outweighed ambitions for dominion overall. Her mindset had undergone significant transformation. Had this been before her reincarnation, she would have never dreamed of shirking responsibilities to indulge in leisure at home, yearning to compress 2 hours into one. Perhaps her previous experiences in the illusion had already acquainted her with the responsibilities of sovereign, leading her to adopt a more laid-back approach. Or perhaps it was simply a rare opportunity to savor tranquility in a shattered world that had fostered a hint of greed. In any case, even she was aware that her obsession was gradually diminishing. This change, as she perceived it, was for the better, and at least this version of herself appeared more relatable, did it not? Are you becoming increasingly indifferent to grand aspirations? I know what you wish to convey. Fret not, the accounts will be settled. However, whether these will be attributed to all individuals in the Imperial capital base or to the masterminds behind the scenes remains a matter for discussion. If one day I truly desire to march into the Imperial capital and unify the continent, that will be a different matter altogether. For now, let us take things as they come. There is no need for excessive ambition. Both the development of the Nanching base and the conspiracy against her were matters solely concerning Sheng, and Yuan Mo had no authority to voice any opinions. With a slight shrug, he fell silent and resumed attending to his tasks. Sheng smacked her forehead. Realizing she had almost forgotten that Yuan Mo had a family of his own, I inherently lack emotional depth. My relationship with them is neither particularly good nor exceptionally close. They treat me well, but I simply cannot perceive it. Yuan Mo lowered his eyelids. Although his time beside Sheng had improved his condition, the change was gradual. He could only begin to sense the emotions of others. This was a departure from his previous experience of merely observing with his eyes. Now, he could feel the emotions of those around him. Yet this sensation was not intense. Despite maintaining a facade of normalcy in daily life, he still had to confront the reality of being a cold-blooded creature, lacking personal joys or sorrows, unable to empathize with the emotions of others. He lived akin to an outsider in a game, and this sensation was quite loathsome, not due to others, but because of himself. Nevertheless, improvement, even if slight, was a positive development. He believed that one day he would regain his semblance of normality. I have yet to determine when we will go. When the time comes, I will definitely bring you along. However, since they have ensnared us in such a grand trap, we must maintain appearances. For the time being, we need not mobilize those in the underground city. There are no hunting teams dispatched for tasks above ground. We can station them in the rear mountain. There is no need to deploy particularly formidable individuals. Merely having a sufficient number of people will suffice. Our primary focus must remain on aerial defenses. With just over 2 months until the arrival of the insect plague, we cannot ascertain whether it might come earlier. So we ought to prepare in advance. I have already made arrangements regarding this matter. However, I bear good news. There's been progress in the laboratory. Yuan Mo happened to open the experimental report submitted by the laboratory, and, upon reading the contents, His face lit up with joy. What? There's been progress? Quickly, show me. After waiting for so long, the news finally arrived. Li Sheng sprang from the sofa and rushed to Yuan Mo's side, eagerly snatching the document from his hands, her excitement palpable. However, as she continued to read, the smile on her face gradually faded. Chapter 193. System upgrade. Complete. The message from the Research Institute had confirmed that the energy required to operate those weapons and tools was extracted from zombie crystal cores. However, the specific extraction methods remained unknown. Currently, the energy weapons and tools available for allocation within the Research Institute were running low, necessitating that Li Sheng provide additional supplies and a wider variety to facilitate diversified research. Overall, it was positive news, but the issue lay in the fact that the system was currently undergoing an upgrade, rendering it inaccessible for purchases. She had no idea when the system would be fully operational again. How many energy guns remain with the base? Li Sheng inquired, setting down the report in her hands. Perhaps there are still a few hundred left, but among them, only about 100 are energy guns that can be reloaded. Yuan Mo replied, perplexed. What's the matter? Nothing much. Please allocate half of the energy guns from the base to the Research Institute that I've encountered some issues and am temporarily unable to contact our purchasing channels. Let us make do for now, and once I've re-established contact, we can replenish the supply. Yuan Mo was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Li Sheng, who always seemed to carry a treasure trove akin to a magical bag, would one day worry about a shortage of supplies. Yet, even in favorable circumstances, various unexpected occurrences could arise. Observing Li Sheng's demeanor, it was evident that it was not a particularly grave matter. She bore no signs of anxiety. Just a hint of concern that a temporary scarcity was inconsequential. They could replenish the supply later, especially since there were no significant operations underway at the base. The remaining energy guns would primarily serve as precautionary measures. Retaining half would suffice in the event of an emergency, providing a deterrent. Having temporarily resolved the supply and demand issues for the laboratory, Li Sheng became increasingly aware of the importance of extricating herself from the system as soon as possible. Aside from the currently unsolvable production and food issues, all other tools that could be manufactured needed to be expedited. 2 months later, the insect plague indeed arrived earlier than anticipated. Fortunately, Li Sheng had not relaxed her efforts for even a moment, diligently instructing her subordinates to promote the message that upon encountering insects, they were not to engage or provoke them. When swarms of poisonous insects began descending upon the base, all individuals hurriedly sought refuge within the surrounding buildings to avoid contact with the pests. The poisonous insects hovered over the Nansuan base for a full 3 days, during which no one dared to venture outside. After 3 days, the insects gradually departed, but within a fortnight, Li Sheng received news of the obliteration of the neighboring base with which they had been trading food. Li Sheng promptly organized a group to bring the remaining survivors to the southern city base. Fortunately, she had previously alerted them with both overt and subtle hints on numerous occasions. Although they did not take her warnings too seriously, and their precautions were not significantly heightened, they did make some preparations, resulting in fewer casualties. In this apocalyptic world, death was a daily occurrence. While the number of fatalities gradually decreased, complete prevention was still impossible. The chaos lasted only for the few days when the poisonous insects invaded. And the southern city, having absorbed survivors from other bases, quickly regained its former vibrancy. Half a month after the turmoil of the poisonous insects subsided, the system finally completed its upgrade. System upgrade complete. Please check the updated contract for confirmation. A new contract to sign after the upgrade? This had not been mentioned prior to the system's enhancement, and Li Sheng was perplexed as she opened the system to view the modified terms. The lengthy document, densely packed with text, revealed that there were minimal changes in the clauses. The only adjustment was a slight increase of 10% in the revenue share between the broadcaster and the system. It was unexpected that this system upgrade would yield a concession of 1/10 of the profits from the oppressive system. Li Sheng's initial reaction was to suspect a trap within the system. After verifying several times, she found no hidden clauses or deceptive terms. Why did my revenue share increase by 10% following the system upgrade? Unable to discern any apparent reason, Li Sheng opted to inquire directly. The profit-sharing rules are determined by the broadcaster's level. Every 10 levels attained increases the share by 10%, capped at 90%. Such a fortunate development? Li Sheng found it hard to believe the system's explanation. Yet she temporarily set aside her doubts, as she had no other means to validate whether the system was deceiving her. Besides, she did not rely on tips for her livelihood. However, she was pleased to discover that following the upgrade, numerous slots in the interstellar section of the system mall had been illuminated, revealing items like aircraft and artillery previously unavailable for purchase. Yet, all these items were energy-based. Suddenly, Li Sheng recalled the world of her audience she had drawn prior to the system upgrade. Upon checking her live broadcast interface, she noticed an addition: culinary continent. What purpose does this serve? Li Sheng sighed. Little lowly, you finally started the broadcast. I've been dying to see you since the upgrade. Interstellar 666. This system upgrade is really slow. It might be the slowest one I've ever seen. ISNT, the live broadcast system upgrade, supposed to take the same amount of time? Li Sheng, seeing the audience's comments, asked curiously. Interstellar 666. No, each system upgrade requires adding new features or functionalities and fixing bugs to enhance compatibility with the broadcaster's world. Hence, the time taken varies depending on the world and the type of broadcaster. Roasted chicken culinary. What kind of world is this? Is there a place for me? Li Sheng sighed. A culinary world? Little lowly, is this the audience realm you randomly drew? Your luck is unbelievable. Luck? What makes the culinary world so special? Li Sheng was completely unaware of what the culinary world entailed and felt bewildered by the praise for her good fortune. Li Sheng sighed. Little lowly, haven't you checked the forum yet? Your broadcaster level has reached a point where you can access it. I can't explain everything about the culinary world in just a few words, but the forum has detailed explanations. Chapter 194. Culinary World, a Forum? This was something she had never heard of before. Sheng meticulously searched the system panel and finally found the forum channel in an inconspicuous corner of her live broadcast interface. The icon was placed so discreetly that it seemed as if it were hidden from her view. Without the audience's reminder, she might never have discovered its location. After exploring the forum for a while, Li Sheng began to grasp its purpose and sought the information she required. The forum contained a plethora of posts, and fortunately, the information she sought was pinned at the top, eliminating the need for an extensive search. This thread was a compilation of audience realms and their characteristics, with the moderator thoughtfully explaining the origins of the audience realms. It turned out that these viewers were once associated with high-level broadcasters who established connections with the headquarters of the live broadcast system, leading to the construction of broadcasting signal towers. The forum listed all known realms, encompassing a wide variety of genres: fantasy, modern, horror, demon, divine, ancient, and more. These were relatively common realms, while some were exceptionally unique, inhabited by peculiar species. For instance, the newly unlocked culinary realm. At first glance, one might assume it revolves around food, but in reality, the beings in this realm are food themselves. It is said that this realm is notoriously difficult to access. Typically, the live broadcast system does not grant broadcasters passage to this realm unless certain specific conditions are met, the nature of which remains elusive. The culinary realm is distinct in that its inhabitants can traverse any world at will, meaning if they find joy in watching, they might very well appear before the broadcaster in the next moment. However, these culinary beings possess no extraordinary powers, aside from being visually appealing and aromatic. Their only remarkable trait is immortality. The beings of the culinary realm have a penchant for travel. Before the establishment of the live broadcast system, they were unaware of the myriad realms available for exploration, content to wander in their own world. After the system's inception, they became acquainted with various worlds, and at some point, they discovered their ability to traverse realms freely, indulging in carefree adventures. Nonetheless, it seems these beings can only travel through the live broadcast system, which is one of the reasons accessing the culinary realm is so challenging. Another reason is that the beings of the culinary realm are difficult for ordinary people to accept. They exist in forms of food, with walking roasted chickens, ducks, and preserved eggs readily visible, each exuding an enticing aroma and reputedly tasting exquisite. Their interests, apart from travel, include an unsettling hobby of offering themselves to be eaten. The beings of the culinary realm believe this fulfills their purpose of existence. When particularly fond of someone, They might offer a piece of their flesh, which does not harm them, as their immortal bodies can regenerate swiftly unless consumed all at once. Yet, how could anyone bring themselves to eat a lively, conversing food item? The very thought is chilling. After learning about the culinary realm, Sheng explored other worlds and found several that piqued her interest. For example, the dwarf realm, where every inhabitant is a master craftsman. Whatever one wishes to create, as long as they provide sufficient materials, it can be swiftly produced. Then there's the elf realm, where the very ground springs to life wherever an elf treads. These extraordinary realms share a common trait. The beings within can traverse time and space freely, unaffected by external circumstances, some utilizing tools, while others possess innate abilities. Furthermore, it was noted that upon unlocking these special realms, the system mall would activate items from these unique worlds. Subsequently, Sheng continued to browse the forum for a while, discovering many previously unknown system functions and rules laid out, which deepened her understanding of the system. After exiting the forum, Sheng immediately accessed the mall and finally found the Culinary World's mall page at the very bottom. The entire page was filled with food items, but the prices were significantly higher than normal. And only a roasted chicken was illuminated. Sheng felt perplexed, unsure what distinguished the culinary realm as food from regular food to justify such a staggering price difference. Fortunately, the prices of staple foods in the system mall were generally the lowest. Even if they were 100 times higher, they did not reach exorbitant figures. Purchasing one for comparison and research seemed reasonable. Sheng decisively bought the only illuminated roasted chicken. But this time the system did not immediately transfer the item to her warehouse or present it before her. Instead, it indicated that the product was in transit and would be available for collection in a couple of days. This only heightened her curiosity and anticipation, with nothing else new to research. Sheng promptly replenished the energy guns previously allocated to the Research Institute, and the food traded with the Imperial Capital Base.The prevent a recurrence of the inability to access the system due to upgrades. She stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. She also moved all items stored in the system warehouse to her planting space, which was bound to her and would not disappear without reason. However, the unpredictable nature of the system could lead to sudden losses. Crucially, if she were to meet an untimely end, the items in her planting space would remain, passing on to the next individual who possessed the space. Even if it benefited others, it would still signify that her years of hard work had not been in vain. News from the Imperial Capital Base arrived again. Yuan Mo suddenly burst into the room, slamming a document onto the table. Sheng glanced at him before picking up the file to read. It turned out to be an invitation from the Imperial Capital Base. Are they asking us to go to the capital? Are they not afraid of becoming the targets of everyone's scorn? This is the first time Sheng, have witnessed such audacious maneuvering. The capital has actually invited the leaders of all survivor bases to visit, and those invited can bring as many of their personnel as they wish. Such a decision is akin to inviting trouble for a base. What is the capital's intention? Chapter 195, Journey to the Capital. Did they not specify the reason for this invitation? Aside from the invitation letter, nothing else was mentioned, which I find rather peculiar. I can't shake the feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye. However, even if it is a scheme, it matters little. The capital later added that if the base leader cannot attend, they may send someone in their stead. This implies that each base must send a representative to gather in the capital. With such lenient conditions, even bases that are reluctant to go will feel compelled to attend for the sake of appearances. Moreover, if danger arises, the base leader need not be present. They can dispatch a trusted subordinate instead, accompanied by high-level abilities for safety. Yet, the crux of the matter is whether the capital is not concerned that these outsiders might disrupt the base beyond recognition once they enter. Even if the representatives from the various bases have no intention of causing chaos. The lack of clarity regarding the purpose of the invitation raises the risk of unforeseen incidents. Should a representative perish within the capital base, it would fall squarely on them. I shall go myself. Bringing along Tangio, the old Taoist, Jihe, and even Sinchita, we cannot do without her in diplomacy. Old who will accompany us as well. I trust Yang's son and the others to manage the base in our absence. He is someone you personally trained, and I doubt there will be any mishaps. Qin Yan, with the highest ability level, will also join Sheng meticulously crafted a list of those to accompany her to the capital. She knows not whether others will stir trouble, but she is certain she will. She will bring along anyone with grievances, ensuring that when they arrive, debts are settled. Revenge for vengeance, grievances for grievances. Upon hearing the names Li Sheng had chosen, Yuanmo understood that she was up to something again, yet he felt no inclination to dissuade her. Two onlookers, reveling in the chaos, showed no concern for the potential consequences should a fight break out. It would simply be a matter of life and death. Regardless of whether those seeking vengeance or Li Sheng herself, their relationship with the people of the capital is inherently antagonistic. Any escalation would matter little. Coupled with the GPS deception orchestrated by the capital's envoy, this could easily escalate into a struggle between bases. Sheng merely wished to keep the innocent out of this mess, transforming it into a personal vendetta. How much time will our journey to the capital require? Li Sheng began calculating their departure time. If they drove and everything went smoothly, it would take about 3 days. However, aside from the road surrounding their base, it was likely that other highways remained uncleared, necessitating a detour. Roughly estimating, it might take around half a month. The date mentioned above is a month from now. I will prepare and set off then. Roughly 3 days from now, you should notify them first that Sheng also needed to consider the supply situation of her base, ensuring enough provisions were reserved in advance. With an abundance of items to procure, she dedicated 2.5 days, working tirelessly to exchange for all necessities, leaving only 100,000 star coins for travel expenses. 3 days later, they set forth early in the morning, with he being the most excited about heading to the capital. His obsession with finding his brother had never waned, and despite the passage of time, hope still burned within him. Along the way, they began to see scattered zombies wandering about, though they were few in number and of low rank. Easily dispatched, the journey was largely uneventful, save for the remnants of chaos from the early days of the apocalypse still evident on the streets. Numerous obstacles impeded their path, leading to a delay of about 2 days beyond their initial estimate to reach the capital. The South City base is relatively far from the capital, and many representatives from various bases had already arrived, creating a bustling scene at the entrance reminiscent of a marketplace. Numerous vendors set up stalls right at the city gates, and the guards turned a blind eye to the commotion, as the profits were all from outsiders, with local vendors likely favoring their own. Truly, the first base is alive with activity. Sheng, observing the throngs at the entrance, could not help but exclaim. Given the current state outside, it was likely even more crowded within the city. Once we enter the base, do not act impulsively or in haste. Let us first ascertain the situation in the capital before you search for your brother. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Sheng could not help but reiterate her caution. Had been excited throughout the journey, and she feared he might act rashly and disrupt their plans. I understand. Rest assured, I will listen to your guidance once we enter. He nodded vigorously in agreement. The last uncertain factor had been stabilized. Sheng led her group to queue at the city gates, and after the isolation process concluded, they successfully entered the capital base. The guards at the entrance offered no special treatment due to their invitation from the South City base. They merely hastily instructed them to gather at the central square at 10 o'clock on the day of the event. The attitude of the first base was unmistakable. This invitation from the capital was not a courtesy visit. Yet, any attempts to extract further information from the first base yielded nothing, as they remained resolutely silent. Once inside the base, they surveyed the area, only to find all accommodations fully booked. Fortunately, Yuanmo's home was in the capital. Otherwise, they might have struggled to find a place to stay upon arriving at Yuanmo's neighborhood. Before they even entered, Sheng suddenly lunged towards a middle-aged man on the street, seizing him by the collar, ready to strike. Now was not the time to provoke trouble. Sensing the escalating tension, Li Sheng quickly intervened. Old who? What has gotten into you? I have yet to become agitated, and you're already riled up? He, startled by Sheng's abrupt action, rushed to join Li Sheng in expressing concern. Although Sheng appeared rough around the edges, he had a heart of gold. Typically, he exuded a laid-back demeanor, and anyone who interacted with him would praise his easygoing nature. In theory, Every individual present in the capital bore some form of grudge against its inhabitants. Yet Hu Shuesen, having suppressed his feelings for far too long, unexpectedly became the first to lose his composure when Li Sheng compassionately brought him along for the excitement. Chapter 196. Arrival in the capital. Hu Shuesen remained silent, attempting to break free from Li Sheng's grasp to continue his advance. With onlookers gathering in increasing numbers, they were becoming the center of attention on the street, yet their subsequent actions necessitated a low profile. Li Sheng decisively pulled Hu Shuesen away. Fortunately, he retained a sliver of reason, refraining from forcefully resisting, even though his expression remained one of intense fury. Finally, they managed to pull him into the neighborhood. While the middle-aged man who Shuesen had confronted had long since vanished, and the crowd dispersed, Li Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Though you know that man from earlier. Li Sheng was aware that Hu Shuesen was not one to become angry without cause. Even if someone wronged him, he would not dwell on it. For instance, he displayed little emotional fluctuation toward his ex-girlfriend, who nearly cost him his life, or the friends who betrayed him. This was the first time everyone had witnessed Hu Shuesen display such anger. I know him. He is my biological father. Although Hu Shuesen had regained some composure, the ferocity in his gaze showed no signs of abating. Sheng instantly understood. No wonder he reacted so strongly upon seeing that middle-aged man. In the past, he lacked the means to resist, and now that he had the capability, the law forbade him from acting out. However, in this apocalyptic era, where killing poses no legal repercussions, Hu Shuesen's restraint in not directly sending that man to his demise was a testament to his self-control. I never expected to encounter him here. Was your family in the capital before? Hu Shuesen had never previously disclosed his hometown, and Li Sheng had always assumed it was in South City. No, my family is not far from South City. I have no idea how he ended up here. Never mind. We will deal with him after resolving your matters. Hu Shuesen was also aware that now was not the time for rash actions. Once he calmed himself, he continued, "We will resolve your issues together. This area is not one that ordinary people can easily enter. That man certainly possesses some standing. But regardless of his status, we have sufficient numbers to handle him. Once we ascertain his current situation, we can take action. Let us head to Yuan Mo's home to settle. Sheng patted Hu Shuesen's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, and Hu Shuesen bent slightly to allow the petite Li Sheng to reach him. Though the scene was heartwarming, it also held a humorous quality. Tanjiu observed the unfolding situation, glancing around, as the others maintained tense smiles at certain times, despite Li Sheng's short stature and gentle demeanor. He remained acutely aware of appearances. Observing Yuan Mo's hesitant movements as he seemed to discern the way, Li Sheng could not help but inquire with curiosity, what kind of person would struggle to find their own home? Wandering about for so long without success? I have no idea, Yuan Mo replied. The landline at home has changed, and I don't have their mobile numbers saved, so I truly do not know how to reach them. Li Sheng felt a growing suspicion that Yuan Mo might lead him astray, his doubts deepening that my family did not originally reside here, but I am certain that my home is indeed in this vicinity. Although I am unfamiliar with the route, before I came, Lei Qi and the others provided me with the exact address. They know where my family resides. After meandering for quite some time, Yuan Mo finally identified the location of his family's villa tucked away in a corner. Here we are. Please wait here for a moment while I knock on the door. Yuan Mo approached and knocked on the grand door, and before long, a remarkably youthful lady, appearing to be of noble lineage, answered. The moment the door swung open, the lady stood frozen for a moment. Utterly unable to believe her eyes, it took approximately a minute for her to regain her composure, and with disbelief, she reached out to touch Yuan Mo's sleeve. Confirming the reality before her, tears began to flow from her eyes. I'm so sorry. It's just that I, your mother, am overwhelmed with emotion. Come in quickly. The others must be your friends. Right? Please, all of you, come inside. Upon hearing Yuan Mo's prompt, the lady hurriedly ushered everyone into the house. After a flurry of activity upstairs, Yuan Mo's family rushed down to greet the living embodiment of Dongling Base, their excitement manifesting in tears of joy. Meanwhile, the guests were momentarily sidelined, although the scene was undeniably heartwarming, Being mere outsiders observing such an emotional reunion felt somewhat awkward. Yuan took the time to comfort each of his family members until their emotions settled, at which point he introduced Sheng and the others. Chapter 197. Yuan's family. Yuan's words today were uncharacteristic of his usual self, typically meticulous and striving for perfection in daily life. He now seemed to lack emotional intelligence. Such sentiments, when expressed to family, could evoke deep sorrow in listeners. However, observing his family's reactions, it appeared they had grown accustomed to Yuan's manner of speaking. "I expect to stay for a considerable time, perhaps around a month," he noted with a slight nod that "It's all right. The longer I stay, the happier my mother will be. Lao Yuan, please show Xiaomo's friends to their rooms. I will prepare dinner and ensure we have a lively evening." Upon hearing that Yuan would be staying at home, his mother beamed even more brightly, promptly instructing Yuan's father to escort Sheng and the others to their rooms. Eager not to let them slip away, "Is our home acceptable?" Yuan asked as he entered the guest room with Sheng, plopping down on the bed. "Tea is quite satisfactory," he replied. "The inns outside are dilapidated, and there are countless people vying for a place to stay. However, are you truly fine speaking to your family in that manner?" Sheng gently cautioned. After all, they were family, and quite decent relatives at that. Had they been like Xuesen's father, she would have surely remained silent. Although she recognized that Yuan was not in the best state, maintaining a facade was still necessary. He was adept at managing appearances with others. So why did he struggle to articulate himself in front of his family? "I understand your concern, but they genuinely wish to see the authentic me. If I were to don a false facade and feign pretense, it would only heighten their worries, at least in my current state. Interacting with them without artifice, they perceive me as a child without any mask." Sheng had purchased an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables from the system's marketplace, placing them in a black shopping bag before handing it to Yuan. In this apocalypse, what good items remain? Witnessing how dearly they cherish their son and their hospitality, they will undoubtedly present their finest offerings to us. It weighs on my conscience to accept such generosity. "Very well, I will deliver these to them," Yuan responded without a hint of reluctance. Before the apocalypse, his family held a prominent position, but due to several upheavals, they had withdrawn from the center of power. They maintained a good living through their former connections, and the family was thriving. His grandfather had mentored many students, while his grandmother had once been a general. Thus, their family could be considered well-to-do in the capital. However, after the apocalypse, their circumstances had undoubtedly diminished, and it was evident that they were not living comfortably. Yuan, oblivious to such emotional nuances, still wished to assist his family in any way he could. Striving to be of service and avoid causing them further trouble, Sheng's possessions were indeed numerous. It took Tanzhou considerable effort to haul them downstairs, upon seeing her son struggling with the load. Yuan's mother hurried over to lend a hand. "All these items are for me. I doubt we have anything particularly special to offer, so let us use these to entertain my friends." Yuan stated, his expression unreadable as he handed the items to his mother. Upon opening the plastic bag, Yuan's mother was taken aback by the sheer quantity of fresh produce contained within. Realizing the rarity of such goods in the current world, "Son, where on earth did you procure these?" Seeing her mother's astonished demeanor, Yuan had no choice but to explain, "One of my friends has a planting space. She possesses spatial storage abilities, so we have had access to fresh vegetables consistently. These are not particularly rare in our base. These are actually gifts from your friend. You must be sure to thank her later. It is quite inappropriate for our guests to provide their own food." Yuan's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment, but could not help but compare the vibrant produce in her hands to the meager, dehydrated vegetables in the kitchen. She understood which would make for a better offering to their guests. Accepting such goodwill was essential. To reject it in favor of less desirable options would seem rather ungrateful. "No need for thanks. I have spent a considerable amount of time at the South City base without receiving any wages. However, there is indeed one matter I would like your assistance with." "What is it?" "You need only ask, and we will do everything in our power to assist you." Yuan's mother was particularly delighted to hear her son ask for help, responding without hesitation. You're likely aware that many bases have sent representatives to the capital recently. I am aware. The safety zones have been quite lively, with so many outsiders entering the city. Everyone seems to know about it. It is this. When the capital sent us the invitation, they did not specify the purpose of our visit, that we are here as representatives of the South City base. So I would like your help in discerning what the capital truly intends, so we can prepare accordingly. After pondering Yuan Mo's request, his mother nodded thoughtfully. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you with this. However, this means we cannot use these vegetables today, that I will find some time tomorrow to speak with old Wang, who is currently at the base and well-connected. I will invite him for a meal. He is quite influential in the center, and he was the one who fought for our current residents. He is a person who values old ties. Do not worry about the vegetables. Since we are asking for your help, we will certainly provide for the meal. For today, we will proceed as planned. When the time comes to invite him, please give us a heads up so we can avoid him to prevent any suspicion and potential trouble for you. Yuan Mo's mother was moved to tears by her son's thoughtful consideration for them. He had finally begun to show concern for others and had made friends, indicating a positive shift in his condition. In the past, Yuan Mo had been a solitary figure, avoiding any form of interaction. Especially after the traumatic events that had transpired, it was clear that the harsh realities of the post-apocalyptic world had significantly influenced him. No problem. I will call and inquire shortly. Once I have confirmed the time, I will let you know. Now, I must go prepare dinner. Once it is ready, I will call you. You should go and accompany your friends. After all, you are the host, and they are the guests. You cannot leave them unattended. With that, Yuan Mo's mother shooed him out of the kitchen. Yuan Mo took one last look around before deciding to finally Sheng that I will ask my mother to help me gather information about the capital's intentions. We should have results in a couple of days, but it will require a bit of expense on your part, as we will need to entertain our guests. Yuan Mo stepped through the door. He collapsed onto the bed, burying his head in the pillow, his entire being radiating relaxation. With a languid tone, he spoke. This ease was not solely due to the companionship he had offered since the onset of the apocalypse, but also because he shared a visage with her strategist from a past life. This singular resemblance bestowed upon her an abundance of familiarity, security, and a sense of belonging. The thought of such a person departing, of being distanced, was undeniably heart-wrenching. Observing Yuan Mo's lack of intention to linger, Li Sheng's face broke into a radiant smile. Time passed, and soon, Yuan Mama called everyone downstairs for a meal. The table was laden with an array of dishes that appeared to tantalize the senses, a testament to Yuan Mama's culinary prowess, which garnered unanimous acclaim from all. Though the dishes produced by the system were equally visually and aromatically appealing, they always bore an unmistakable taste of mass production. Consuming the same dish a second time yielded no distinction. The difference was stark when compared to the fare prepared by a mother, akin to dining at a restaurant. No matter the circumstances, it could never rival the comfort of home-cooked meals. After satiating their appetites, Yuan Mama summoned Yuan Mo, stating, I just found a moment to call old Wang. He's been particularly busy these past few days, but he can spare an hour for lunch tomorrow at noon. We've set the time for 12 o'clock. Please discuss this with your friends. Upon receiving the precise details, Yuan Mo relayed this information to Li Sheng. The sooner they knew, the better, and Li Sheng felt no sense of urgency. She procured an abundance of fresh vegetables and fruits from her space, even going so far as to acquire several bottles of fine wine. The following day, the group arose early, following Li Sheng as they ventured out, eager to explore the base thoroughly, to familiarize themselves with its pathways and gather the information they sought, given their sizable number. Congregating would easily attract attention. Thus, they opted to disperse. Sheng decisively made her way to the trading post, casually picking up a piece of cardboard from the roadside and scrawling a few bold words upon it, selling food. Scrap metal, gold, silver, jewelry, and crystal cores accepted. This sign quickly drew a crowd, and Li Sheng, unperturbed, produced a small table from her space, laying out bags of rice purchased from the system. Observing the well-dressed individuals in the trading area, who were clearly affluent, she also brought forth an assortment of small cakes and snacks. Sheng's humble stall was set up in a corner, and in such a free trading environment, no stall fees were required. People would flock here early to claim their spots. often resting there if the weather permitted. Consequently, only the corners and gaps remained available. The aroma of wine transcended the alley, and despite being tucked away, Li Sheng swiftly sold a considerable amount of grain. The more expensive cakes and snacks also moved quickly. That it seemed that food-related commerce was perpetually lucrative, no matter the time. Little sister, are you a spatial storage ability user? An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit inquired with a smile as he approached her stall. Sheng had just conjured the table and displayed such a plethora of grain. This question felt somewhat redundant. I am. What of it? She replied. Nothing much. Spatial storage ability users are quite rare. This is not my first encounter with one, and I find it particularly intriguing, the old man explained, winking at Li Sheng. Feel free to observe, she replied with a dry chuckle, not intending to engage further with him. Yet, the old man seemed oblivious to her disinterest, continuing the conversation. How long have you stored this grain? Where did you gather it from? Food is quite scarce these days. I collected it along the way, and there are many abandoned cities untouched by others. Gathering edible grain from these places has proven fruitful since the apocalypse began. She replied, You must have traveled quite a distance. Which city are you from? The old man conveniently produced a small stool and sat beside her stall, chatting as if he were at home, unfazed by the bustling trade around them. Speaking of the southern city base, my son went there on a mission during the early days of the apocalypse. That's quite far, but he mentioned he never ventured into the southern city base itself, merely the surroundings. Otherwise, we might have crossed paths before, he exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Hearing this ignited Li Sheng's interest, the only people who had traveled from the imperial capital to the southern city base, aside from Yang's son who came 2 months ago, were likely those who had abducted her brother Jihe. This old man's son might very well be among them. What mission did your son undertake that took him so far to the southern city? Li Sheng feigned casual curiosity. Upon hearing his response, she became increasingly convinced that this elderly gentleman's son was indeed part of the group that had taken her brother. What sort of matter could be so significant that it has led to such turmoil? In the name of human progress, the world has descended into chaos. What efforts remain to salvage it? Li Sheng asked, feigning ignorance as if she were amused by a joke that my family is in the base. But I have no knowledge of their whereabouts. I came from the southern city to search for them. She fabricated a half-truth, her acting skills impeccable, leaving the old man with no suspicions. Oh dear. You are all alone out here, the old man observed her tender age with a face full of concern. It must be challenging for a young girl like you to survive alone in the apocalypse. You should be cautious. In these times, trust no one but yourself. Your ability makes you a prime target for deceit. You could easily be sold off and end up counting coins for someone else. He kindly advised. Little did he know, the current environment was more than capable of honing one's wits. Those who could be easily sold and would count coins for others likely met their demise long ago. The survivors, regardless of age, were all astute and shrewd. However, Li Sheng refrained from countering his advice. After all, he meant well, and her behavior of casually conversing with strangers did indeed appear rather naive. That won't do. With food being so scarce now, you should either sell it for cash or keep it for yourself. You cannot simply give it away to everyone who asks. That would make you seem easy to bully, and they will all come to you for more. I cannot set such a precedent. However, my son does have some connections in the base. If you provide me with your family's information, I can ask him to keep an eye out for you, helping you reunite with your parents sooner. The elderly gentleman promptly declined her offer, firmly refusing the food. Oh dear, do not be disheartened. They must still be alive, with such a beautiful and kind-hearted daughter like you. They would surely not wish to leave this world, he remarked. Old man, I simply cannot bear to part with my son, which is why I continue to live on. Here, let me give you my contact information. If you happen to find a couple that fits your description, do give me a call.as for the next chapter. The cramped guest room was already filled with people, with Tangio and several others present, creating a notably crowded atmosphere. What brings you all here? Li Sheng exclaimed upon entering, taken aback by the multitude of eyes fixated upon her, sending an unsettling shiver down her spine. Never mind, just tell me what you found out. Li Sheng wearily lowered her head, truly disinterested in engaging in meaningless chatter with Hu Shiuessen. Yuan Mo conveyed the genuine intentions of the imperial capital that had been uncovered, along with a brief analysis. The base in the earth had been cunningly calculated. It seemed they had an enduring penchant for scheming against others, having orchestrated plots against the Dongling base, the Western region base, and the Southern city base, to varying degrees. Now, they had brazenly encompassed all bases in their schemes. This operation would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the imperial capital significantly, widening the gap between it and all other bases. However, such actions would also result in a sharp decline in the credibility of the imperial capital. Should any future incidents arise, other bases might be hesitant to extend assistance. They were effectively squandering the last remnants of their pre-apocalyptic reputation and the faith that others still held from that era. It could not be said that the imperial capital's collective scheming was inherently wrong. Focusing on one's own development posed no issue, but harming others would ignite the flames of war. The imperial capital exhibited no intentions of peace whatsoever. Once the apocalypse truly stabilized, it was likely that they would be the first to launch an assault on other bases. Should this plan succeed, most of the adept individuals from other bases might perish in the mission to rescue the Southern Sea base, making future conflicts initiated by the imperial capital against other bases considerably easier. The roads have become exceedingly arduous, and everyone struggles to clear the snow in front of their own doors. Furthermore, numerous unknown dangers lurk outside, in the absence of a comprehensive understanding of the apocalypse and whether stability has been achieved, the imperial capital will not recklessly initiate warfare, as such actions would only lead humanity towards extinction. Thus, prior to that, they must both preserve the embers of their own base and slightly disrupt other bases, facilitating their future unification. Sheng does not harbor such hatred towards the imperial capital. Rather, she finds it somewhat bothersome. Anyone would feel displeased if they were schemed against. Yet, should the day of armed conflict arrive, when war breaks out among humans, she too would resort to cunning strategies. However, the time for such machinations should not be now. Given that we are already aware of their intentions, should we not consider departing immediately? Leaving now appears to be our best course of action. When we were oblivious, filling out forms upon entering the city clearly indicated we hailed from the South City base. At that point, even if we wished to conceal ourselves, it would be impossible. We would be compelled to confront the situation directly if everyone agrees. Yet we do not. The South City base will inevitably become a target, easily blamed by the imperial capital. Therefore, while the gathering has yet to commence, we should hastily withdraw. Using any plausible excuse, the old Taoist waved away the dust in his hand, pondering deeply. Ultimately, this is the sole viable option. Remaining here would only mean complying with the imperial capital's directives to rescue the South Sea base, an endeavor that is both arduous and thankless. There is no need. With our capabilities, even if we cannot secure victory, the individuals from the South Sea base can certainly ensure their own survival. Each of us possesses exceptional personal abilities. We must not underestimate ourselves. The reason we do not measure up to the imperial capital is due to the scarcity of supernatural beings in our base from the outset, even with the subsequent recruitment of various talents. Ordinary individuals still constitute the majority. After all, in our base, supernatural beings do not enjoy privileges, resulting in a lack of overall strength compared to other bases if it truly came down to one-on-one confrontations. Few would be able to best us. Thus, thoughts of fleeing are futile, especially considering that many of you have enemies and relatives in the imperial capital, necessitating the resolution of your matters. This is something you need not worry about. By the way, Jihe, when I ventured out today, I encountered an elderly gentleman whose son seems to have crossed paths with your brother. I will inquire further in a couple of days. Perhaps we will uncover your brother's whereabouts. Chapter 200. Scheming really? There's news of my brother. Upon hearing this, he leaped up in excitement. Sheng quickly reassured her, stating, "There is indeed news, but let me clarify beforehand that it remains uncertain whether it is good or bad. You must prepare yourself mentally. I understand. I comprehend." A cold splash of water seemed to douse Jihe, rendering her calm once more. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy. At least she was no longer like a headless chicken, unable to identify a target for her vengeance. Sheng surmised that the reason the imperial capital base had previously captured Jihe's brother was likely for experimentation, primarily concerning the study of the zombie virus. According to the elderly gentleman, This experiment had likely failed, and a zombie that poses no utility would probably be eliminated. Thus, she felt it prudent to forewarn Jihe, lest the news of her brother's demise lead her to despair and darkness. Hu Shuesun lowered his head in deep contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed. Did he wish for his father to perish? Yet, his father was his only blood relative in this world if he were to die. It would signify that he had no roots left in this realm. The haunting image of his sister dying in his arms, her body growing increasingly cold, lingered vividly in his mind, as though it had transpired only yesterday. He felt a sense of injustice at merely glossing over it. Before he left home in his youth, after hastily arranging his sister's funeral, Hu Shuesun would stealthily approach his drunken father in the dead of night, knife in hand, contemplating ending his life. However, each time, he could not bring himself to carry out the act. A part of his departure stemmed from the psychological trauma inflicted by his sister's death, and another part arose from his genuine fear of impulsively taking his father's life that day. Despite this man's outrageous behavior, despite the fact that he had always resorted to violence against both his sister and him, and even after his sister had mistakenly scattered ashes at the funeral, Hu Shuesun could not bear to witness his father's demise. Hu Shuesun was a kind-hearted individual. His goodness had remained unwavering. Everyone present had, to varying degrees, received his assistance, whether in trivial daily matters or life-and-death situations. He had always acted selflessly. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now, if I encounter him again. I'll make sure to confront him. Just don't hold me back. I haven't yet devised a plan for revenge. Hu Shuesun wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately reaching no conclusion. However, upon hearing the answer, they all simultaneously exhaled in relief. Deep down, they were reluctant to see Hu Shuesun transform into a figure consumed by hatred, indifferent to consequences. Preserving his kindness was what they cherished in him as a companion. Hu Shuesun rolled his eyes playfully and retorted, "To hell with that. I have no intention of seeking him out. Speaking of which, old Taoist, should you not rid yourself of that inner demon? I wonder if that young master you mentioned is still alive. By the way, Tangio, do you hold any grudges? Did you not say your family treats you poorly? Is there nothing we can assist you with, perhaps in reclaiming inheritance or the like?" Sheng calculated the number of issues they needed to address within the imperial capital base. Prioritizing tasks to facilitate arrangements. My family, it seems, has no inheritance left to dispute. After the apocalypse, they all sought to cling to powerful allies. However, I believe I have already allied myself with the mightiest. I shall not compete with them for that fleeting opportunity. As for my matters, you need not concern yourselves. That individual holds no significance for me. Eliminating him alone will not eradicate the world's evils, and I do not wish to engage in futile efforts. Nevertheless, like Hu, if an encounter were to occur in the future, that would be a different matter. The old Taoist also shook his head slightly. He despised the injustices of the world, loathed performing tasks for vile individuals, rather than harboring animosity towards any one person. In this light, Jihe's situation emerged as the most pressing. Yet, whether seeking revenge or rescuing her brother, action must be taken as their departure approached. They should exit promptly after the rescue to avoid being trapped. Therefore, for the next few days, everyone should engage in free activities until the rescue of the South Sea base is completed, allowing them to assess the situation there. If the marine life mutations prove severe, it is likely that avian species will also pose a threat. In the apocalypse, the greatest taboo is information blockage. Hence, participating in such activities, while ensuring their safety, is imperative to avoid being caught off guard by unfamiliar creatures. Chapter 2:01. South Sea Base Rescue Operation soon. The time for the gathering arrived. Individuals from various bases converged, each forming their own groups, making it easy to discern the number of bases present. A rough estimate suggested there were around 20 to 30 bases, all invited here by the imperial capital. Once everyone had arrived, it was not long before an elderly man, supported by others, ascended to the highest point of the square, holding a megaphone and proclaiming loudly, "Thank you to each base for your support and for honoring the imperial capital with your presence." This gathering has two primary purposes. First, to ascertain the current number of survivor bases, facilitating mutual recognition for future trade and information exchange. Second, to discuss the matter of rescuing and relocating the survivors of the South Sea base. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into an uproar. No one was inclined to partake in such a laborious and thankless endeavor. Moreover, after spending considerable time in the imperial capital base, they felt no hospitality from the hosts. They had to arrange their own food, shelter, and endure exorbitant prices during a time when accommodations were scarce. Anyone in their position would struggle to tolerate such indignities. Were it not for the fact that this had once been a core area, few would have been willing to extend such courtesy. Now, with no meals provided and no arrangements made, they were abruptly informed they were expected to work. Who could endure such treatment? Some, with fiery tempers, even contemplated leaving outright. The individuals on the stage were acutely aware that their arrangements were rather inappropriate. Clearing his throat, he hastily continued, "The second matter, which we have only recently heard about, was the very reason for gathering everyone here today, to facilitate mutual communication and collaboration. After all, engaging in face-to-face discussions regarding cooperation is far more effective and convenient. However, just 2 days ago, a distress signal was sent from the South Sea base. It has been reported that marine creatures have mutated to the extent that they can now come ashore, wreaking havoc on towns, and some have even harmed and devoured humans. Although the South Sea base is quite distant from us inland, should these marine beings continue to proliferate, it is only a matter of time before they pose a threat to us. Moreover, the South Sea base is not merely a small town. It houses tens of thousands of survivors, with the human death toll rising perilously close to extinction. If we do not extend our assistance now, we too shall face dire consequences. Thus, I, an old man, have mustered the audacity to seek your help. The capital is vast, and there are countless survivors and abilities among us. There is no necessity for us to be the ones to assist. Is there? We came here at your invitation, and the representatives from each base are few in number. Can we truly rely on such a small contingent to rescue so many? Surely, the capital is not jesting with us. The attendees were not fools. No one wished to be a pawn for another's gain. Each individual present held a position of significance within their respective bases, and after enduring the apocalypse for so long, they had grown accustomed to their elevated status. It was not long before dissenting voices emerged. The capital base was not idle either, yet such matters could only be addressed in the form of a mission. Although there are many with abilities, they are predominantly organized in small collectives, and the official military presence is minimal. That if these survivors are unwilling to participate, we cannot compel them. Furthermore, in rescue and relocation efforts, the more individuals who join, the safer it becomes. Why words today are merely a plea for assistance from the perspective of human survival. We shall not coerce anyone. Everyone is free to act according to their own will. If one is truly reluctant to partake in this rescue, they may decline. However, I hope all of you can consider, as fellow humans and compatriots, aiding those survivors in their escape. For those uncertain, please take a few days to ponder. Registration will occur 1 week hence. At this very location, I shall await you all here. It must be made clear that this is not an act of charity. The South Sea base has promised that all supplies within the safe zone will be distributed to those who come to assist. After the rescue, the capital base will also guarantee certain rewards for all participants. With that, the elder watched as the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the gathering in a state of confusion, entering bewildered and exiting in equal perplexity. Once the crowd had thinned, Sheng felt the lack of significance in lingering, and departed with her companions. She had anticipated that the capital base would deliver grandiose speeches and elaborate promises. But instead, the meeting concluded abruptly. However, considering the reasons presented by the elder, his hasty remarks were indeed justified. They could not reveal that they were already aware of the situation at the South Sea base and had to frame their knowledge as newfound information. The more straightforward his address, the more it underscored the urgency of their preparations, why portraying the situation as a mere coincidence rather than a calculated maneuver, it would quell others' concerns and potentially encourage greater participation in the rescue mission. The elder's words were appealing, promising rewards and access to supplies from the South Sea base. But the notion of rescuing individuals while simultaneously acquiring goods seemed perplexing. Without the presence of storage-type abilities, how much could one truly obtain? Ultimately, it appeared that they would merely be laboring for others' benefit, taking their possessions and masquerading as benefactors, which left one at a loss for words that Sheng voiced his incredulity. We're not in it for the supplies. Besides, we have storage space, so let's consider a chance to earn a little extra. To be precise, our bases are essentially competitors. So, if the capital is willing to let us take supplies freely, that is undeniably advantageous for U.S.L. Sheng chuckled, having nearly spent all her star coins before leaving. The news from the capital was undoubtedly favorable. The opportunity to freely plunder the resources of a survivor base was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A week later, nearly all the representatives from various bases gathered for the journey to the South Sea base, with only a few choosing to abstain. As Sheng had surmised, those bases that did not attend were met with disdain from others, and it was likely they would become targets for future attacks. The most they could prepare were provisions. The current populace relied heavily on abilities, which in turn depended on sustenance. Seizing this opportunity, Sheng set up a small stall on the trading street once again, reaping substantial profits on the day of departure. Many who had previously visited her stall recognized her, and several bases expressed a willingness to collaborate with the South City base for food purchases. This excursion to the capital had already proven to be worthwhile. A grand procession departed from the capital, with a convoy so extensive that it seemed endless, primarily filled with empty vehicles, as they would need to transport survivors back from the South Sea base. The pace of such a large group was leisurely, akin to a casual stroll down the street. Sheng, feeling rather bored, gazed out the window, pondering what mischief she might conjure. What if I were to purchase some weapons for them? She suddenly suggested, leaving her companions in astonishment. Weapons, unlike food, do not perish. They can be replicated. This journey included numerous representatives from various bases, essentially offering their most vital resources to others, which was indeed a daunting proposition. Chapter 202. South Sea base. Sheng was certainly not out of her mind. Her reasoning was entirely sound. It stemmed from the current situation and a mission to rescue the South Sea base. Although many had emerged, each was a formidable expert. But if the situation were truly so easily resolved, the capital would not have summoned outsiders to partake in the spoils. Thus, it could be inferred that the circumstances at the South Sea base were far from optimistic. The capital base anticipated that this mission would incur losses, and likely significant ones at that. All bases were in competition with one another, and the fates of others were of no concern to them. While this sentiment held truth, if there were indeed casualties, it would seem remiss not to utilize their advanced weaponry. Sheng calculated that offering disposable weapons, which were relatively inexpensive in the system shop, was prudent. Permanent weapons were the most costly. The fate of one was intertwined with that of another. If the powerful abilities from various bases could not withstand the pressure, it would be likely that they too would face peril. Selling them disposable items would not jeopardize their base, and could potentially lead to long-term trade relations. Sheng remained unfazed by the astonished gazes of her companions, lazily explaining her thoughts. Yuan Mo furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while before voicing his concerns. However, by doing this, you may inadvertently expose your capabilities. They will surely deduce that you possess superior items, which would be detrimental to both you and the base. Those matters can be addressed in due course. T1T have a significant impact. That if you're truly concerned, once we reach an area with cell signal, I will inquire about the progress at the Linhai Research Institute. If they're nearly finished, we can proceed as I suggested and sell them some disposable weapons. Once our own developed weapons are ready, we won't have to worry about that. Yuan Mo's concerns were indeed valid. Sheng currently required weaponry and had to purchase it from the system store, as it was not something her base could mass produce. The limitations were significant. If others assumed Sheng had superior items and sought to negotiate, that would be manageable. At worst, it would be a fair exchange of resources for currency. However, if several bases conspired together against her, pressuring her to surrender her weapons without compensation, the stakes would rise. Under such pressure, even with the intention of protecting her base, they might reluctantly concede. This would culminate in an unfavorable outcome. If you insist on proceeding with this course of action, we cannot stop you. All we can do is advise you to reconsider. In truth, I believe this matter is not as convoluted as it seems. Sheng scratched his head and suddenly spoke up. His statement drew the attention of everyone present. With a broad grin, Sheng continued, "Sister, you're worried about those folks meeting their demise, so let's wait until they are on the brink of death to sell to them. There's no need to rush. When the crisis looms, you can feign reluctance and sell at a high price. This way, you'll earn more while dispelling their suspicions. Even if they catch on, we will have essentially saved their lives. And they likely 1T have the audacity to flaunt their superiority over us. In that case, 1T we be seen as their saviors. That's quite clever, Lao Hu. I like your idea, the old Taoist praised. Giving a thumbs up, intelligent individuals possess their own unique thoughts, while those with less agile minds entertain entirely different notions that it is likely that Li Sheng and Yuan Mo are consumed by schemes and stratagems. Particularly Li Sheng, who is accustomed to being in the decision-making role, adept at analyzing the trajectory of events. After discerning the path ahead, she meticulously lays out contingencies, seeking avenues for escape. The intricacies of the process are of little consequence. After all, in their line of work, outcomes are what truly matter. This very mindset leads them to unconsciously overlook the profound truth that different methodologies yield disparate results. Indeed, as the saying goes, in a group of three, there must surely be a teacher among them to speak candidly. Everyone present, including the youngest, He, possesses more cunning than Hu Shuesen. Observing how he lured Li Sheng and the others into his lair, while successfully striking a deal reveals the boy's audacity and astuteness. With so many clever minds gathered, it is Hu Shuesen who conceived this plan, underscoring the vital importance of assembling a team with diverse levels of thinking. Thus, following Hu's suggestion, upon our arrival at the Nanhai base, we shall first assess the situation. When the moment of life and death approaches, we will set up stalls to sell equipment. Sheng beamed with joy at the prospect of doubling her profits, relishing the thought of ensnaring a few more individuals and reaping additional rewards. Ever since acquiring this system, her ability to calculate has skyrocketed, as if she were a mythical creature intent on amassing wealth from around the globe. The journey was relatively smooth. Even with numerous supernatural beings congregated, the occasional emergence of zombie hordes was easily dealt with. The mutated animals, possessing a keen instinct, sensed that this group was formidable and would flee at the first sight, never daring to confront them directly. Upon reaching the Nanhai base, the reality proved even grimmer than anticipated. The threat was not merely from the mutated marine life, but the ocean was progressively encroaching upon the land. With seawater nearing the entrance of the Nanhai base, it is no wonder that the Nanhai base has abandoned its possessions, offering supplies to others. In such circumstances, relocation is imperative, even if the mutated creatures of the sea are vanquished. The encroaching waters will inevitably consume the base. With the tide rising to such an extent, how could the inhabitants possibly endure? Hu Shuesen gazed out at the vast expanse of the ocean, unable to suppress his feelings. Presently, they have not yet suffocated, but if we were to arrive a few days later, it would be a different story. Given the current state of the water, it is only a matter of 1 to 2 months before the Nanhai base is submerged. Li Sheng sighed deeply as she beheld the surging waves. While the mutated creatures, zombies, and marine life pose dangers to humanity, they are not insurmountable challenges. However, natural disasters are truly beyond human resistance. Human life is exceedingly fragile. A single earthquake, tsunami, landslide, plague, or volcanic eruption could spell the end for humanity. Chapter 203. The mermaid, the personnel from the Imperial Capital Base, led the way, knocking on the doors of the Nanhai base. The guards, upon witnessing the formidable rescue force, were moved to tears, even foregoing the customary protocols of quarantine and form filling that every base meticulously enforces, and opened the gates wide to welcome the rescuers. Upon entering the gates, a curious sight awaited them. The streets of the Nanhai base were utterly deserted. Apart from the guards dressed in uniform, every household had tightly closed their doors, and not a single light was illuminated. It was already 8:00 p.m. The sky had darkened, and even in the absence of generators, one would expect at least a few lights to be aglow in such an urgent situation. Yet, the base was shrouded in complete darkness. Do you not find the Nanhai base somewhat peculiar? Where have all the inhabitants gone? The guards appear quite welcoming. Shouldn't there be a warm reception? Even in the absence of a grand welcome, there ought to be a few curious souls peeking out, yet not a soul is in sight. Could it be that the Nanhai base is transformed into a ghost town? Hu Shuesen felt as though he had stepped into an abandoned city. This sensation was markedly different from venturing into a place known to be deserted. When one is aware that they are entering a desolate city, they are mentally prepared to confront danger. However, even in a ghost town, there are typically zombies, mutated animals, or other creatures lurking about. Regardless of the risks, there's always some form of life, yet the Nanhai base appeared utterly vacant, devoid not only of people but of any living beings. Resembling a haunted locale. Not only was Hu Shuesen bewildered, but the organizing team from the Imperial Capital Base was equally perplexed. This was not the scenario they had anticipated based on the distress signal from the Nanhai base, which indicated that they were trapped within the city, providing only a brief overview of their predicament. Now, confronted with this eerie silence, they were genuinely apprehensive that a sudden ambush might ensue. Why is it so desolate here? Li Sheng inquired as she noticed the guard silhouettes outside the window, rolling down the car window to ask. The guard, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the youthful visage peering out, quickly regained composure. His face breaking into a warm smile. In this apocalyptic world, those who have survived, regardless of age, gender, or stature, are not to be underestimated, especially those who have come to offer assistance, all hailing from various bases. Are skilled individuals. The guards were not oblivious to the situation, responding respectfully. Everyone is staying indoors. You see, the atmosphere in the Nanhai base is quite tense. Unless absolutely necessary, no one dares to venture outside. Recently, many members of the hunting teams have perished outside. Then a swarm of toxic insects inexplicably descended upon us, causing further chaos, leading everyone to believe that the base itself is unsafe. Now, every household has shut their doors, fearing they might lose their lives if they step outside. The team continued to navigate the winding streets of the city, unsure of where the guard intended to lead them. After approximately half an hour, the group finally came to a halt before an office building. With so many individuals present, it was impossible for them all to enter the building, so the leader from the Imperial Capital Base declared that each base should send a representative. This still amounted to around 20 to 30 individuals. Naturally, Li Sheng would take the lead, as it was likely that important matters will be discussed within this office. Others lacked the authority to make decisions, so it was best for her to step forward. Should any danger arise, she could unleash her powers to freeze everyone in place. Without worrying about inadvertently harming her comrades, a throng of people entered the office building, promptly being ushered to the top floor. Upon the doors swinging open, all who beheld the scene within stood transfixed. Before them lay a multimedia hall, spacious enough to accommodate 20 to 30 individuals without issue. However, the key feature was a massive fish tank positioned in the center of the hall. Swimming within this tank was not an assortment of fish or shrimp, but a mermaid, a creature one would expect only to encounter in legends. This mermaid, appearing at least 2 meters long from side view, was as stunning as the tale suggests, with a fishtail below the waist and a human form above, judging by her upper half. The mermaid appeared to be male. Upon noticing the crowd, the mermaid pressed her face against the glass of the tank, her curious eyes darting around, surveying her surroundings with an innocent demeanor. Apart from this solitary mermaid, there were no other living beings in the hall, and no one was there to greet them. Some of the more inquisitive individuals approached the tank, extending their hands to press against the glass over the mermaid's face. The mermaid, equally intrigued, mirrored their gesture. The surrounding crowd expressed their astonishment, never expecting that a creature of legend would one day stand before them in the flesh. Legends of mermaids abound, familiar to all. In Western tales, they are depicted as benevolent and beautiful, while in Eastern folklore, although not as stunning, they possess their own remarkable qualities, such as tears that transform into pearls and blood capable of neutralizing all toxins in the world. Chapter 204. An unexpected confession. The base leader was indeed present before their eyes. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, the more they gazed at the guard's face, the more they found it unsettling, as though it were a countenance not befitting an ordinary person. Dahaha. This jest is hardly amusing. We journeyed a great distance, and do not wish to waste time over trivial matters. Now that we are aware of your mermaid, kindly summon your base leader at once. Those who initially inquired about the leader's whereabouts did not take this lightly, testing the waters with both jest and subtlety. The guard smiled silently, tilting his head to observe the man, who felt a chill run down his spine under the guard's unwavering gaze. Are you playing games with me? You expect me to believe that a mere fish is your base leader? Even if this creature is legendary, it is simply too absurd. The man, exasperated, shouted in anger. The notion of humans being ruled by fish was utterly ludicrous. The mermaid, even if extraordinary, was still fundamentally a type of fish. Regardless of its wonders, it should either be preserved in an exhibition or served on a platter, but certainly not presented as a sovereign. What harm could a mermaid possibly bring before your arrival? We were fortunate to have been spared from being engulfed by the ocean or consumed by those marine creatures, all thanks to the base leader. Therefore, whether he is a fish or a human, the inhabitants of the South China Sea base hold him in high esteem. The guard's smile instantly faded as he vehemently disagreed with the man's perspective and retorted, "Fine, who is your base leader at the South China Sea base? We are indifferent to that. Even if he is human, it is irrelevant to you. My immediate concern is how to organize your evacuation regarding this creature in the fish tank. Can it emerge from the water? Or can it speak human language? I advise you to quickly find someone in charge to orchestrate this retreat." The scene resembled a greedy individual who suddenly laid eyes on a room filled with gold and jewels. Filled with both desire and astonishment, the others soon noticed the man's abnormal demeanor and began to chatter amongst themselves. But in an instant, their chatter ceased, and all gazes shifted towards the mermaid, revealing expressions identical to the man's. Sheng also gradually directed her gaze towards the mermaid, only to witness the once gentle and seemingly harmless creature now baring its enormous jaws, revealing shark-like fangs. Its smile akin to a specter lurking in the dark night, with its eyes transformed into a shimmering golden hue. Can you control humans? It was evident that these individuals' transformations were influenced by the mermaid. Sheng slowly approached the fish tank, softly inquiring, her mind brimming with questions. Why was she the only one in the room unaffected? Hearing the question, the mermaid slowly surfaced, revealing half of its body. Its arms draped over the edge of the tank, resting its head on its arms, gazing at Sheng with a curious and bewildered expression, as if questioning why this human remained impervious to its influence. Why do you do this? Are you truly the base leader of the South China Sea? Did the people here confine you to this fish tank? Uncertain of the mermaid's true nature, Sheng refrained from launching a direct attack, opting instead to probe whether this creature could communicate, to discern its identity and intentions before making a decision. After a patient wait, the mermaid slowly opened its mouth, once again displaying its fangs. Sheng initially thought it was about to speak, only to be met with a series of deafening shrieks. The mermaid's voice was not unpleasant. If it weren't for the shrillness, one might even deem it celestial. However, elevated in pitch, its penetrating sound could easily send one to the afterlife. Yet, those ensnared by the mermaid's allure seemed impervious to the cacophony. Even as blood streamed from their orifices, their expressions remaining entranced. Sheng, however, remained unaffected, though she felt a subtle warmth in her chest, as if something were shielding her. What do you possess? Why are you immune to my abilities? Are you human? The earlier display appeared to be the mermaid's test. Seeing Sheng remain unfazed, it finally spoke human language, voicing its inner question, I am indeed human, though I do not understand why I am unaffected by your influence. However, I am more curious to know whether you were brought here against your will, or if you came voluntarily. Have you always been the base leader of the South China Sea? Why do you wish to harm these people? The mermaid's gaze was remarkably clear, its eyes pure, yet capable of ensnaring hearts, magnifying its power while causing others to bleed, if it were not for its naivety, failing to comprehend the harm it inflicted upon humanity. One might suspect malice. It seemed highly likely that the mermaid perceived humans as inferior beings, akin to how humans regard cats and dogs, toying with them without a second thought. Harm? I have not harmed them. They're simply too loud. The base leader you mentioned is likely one who indulges in excess. When the people here invited me, that was how they described it. Yet, the accommodations they provided are rather cramped. I prefer the ocean, where I can swim freely. You're different from them. You are not noisy at all. And I quite like you. Chapter 205. The ill-conceived plan. The sudden declaration left Sheng somewhat speechless, unsure of how to respond. In truth, she longed to assert that interspecies romance could yield no fruitful outcome. So, you were invited here, Prior to this, were there other base leaders at the South China Sea? Where did that base leader go? Ultimately, Sheng chose to disregard the mermaid's confession and continued her inquiries. It was likely that the liking the mermaid spoke of held an entirely different connotation than her understanding. The mermaid recounted how it came to the base, the trials it faced in assuming the role of base leader, and the hardships endured within the base that, you know who summoned us here? Sheng nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before asking. The mermaid's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Its innocent appearance seemed too naive to concoct a lie. If the mermaid spoke truthfully, then the individuals who summoned them to the South China Sea base had been dishonest. According to the South China Sea base, the urgent plea for assistance stemmed from marine creature invasions and relentless natural disasters, leaving them with no viable means of survival. Yet, as the mermaid had asserted, these threats had been effortlessly quelled by its presence. In such circumstances, why did the South China Sea base still call for assistance? The mermaid was undoubtedly not the mastermind behind their summons, yet the true architect of this scheme had yet to reveal themselves, shrouded in mystery. The mermaid blinked innocently, uttering the most brutal truths in the purest tone. Through this revelation, Sheng gained clarity on the entire situation. The South China Sea base had indeed faced marine creature invasions and devastating tsunamis, but during the marine onslaught, the emergence of the mermaid had instilled fear in other oceanic beings, causing them to retreat. The inhabitants of the South China Sea base viewed the mermaid as their savior. However, subsequent events likely led them to realize that this mermaid could not only suppress marine life, but also control the waters, preventing them from being engulfed to safeguard their base. They were compelled to continually offer the mermaid various forms of sustenance. Had this been prior to the apocalypse, they might have managed to satiate the mermaid's appetite with snacks and meals. However, in the current climate of scarcity, the boys' base not only had to maintain their own food supply, but also meet the insatiable demands of the mermaid. Over time, the food reserves of the South China Sea base were entirely depleted. This realization suggested that the mermaid had been on land for quite some time. With no food left, the people of the South China Sea base sought to rid themselves of this formidable entity. Yet, inviting a deity was far easier than dismissing one. The mermaid refused to depart, and in a fit of anger, unleashed turmoil upon the waters, causing panic among the base's inhabitants, who could only continue to appease the mermaid. With no provisions, they resorted to offering humans as sustenance. The relatively delectable humans that the mermaid consumed were likely those endowed with abilities that were of little use. Presumably, the South China Sea base had exhausted its supply of such individuals, leading them to deceive others into coming for rescue, promising generous rewards, and subsequently luring those with abilities before the mermaid, allowing it to devour them without hesitation. Even if other bases sought accountability, they could always claim that it was due to insufficient strength that they had suffered total loss, continuing to feign vulnerability to elicit further assistance. There were numerous bases surrounding the South China Sea. Even if one or two bases grew suspicious or refused to assist due to the loss of too many rescuers, they could easily find another target to deceive, until their machinations were fully exposed. The South China Sea base would maintain the facade of weakness, often soliciting material support, which might even elicit sympathy from other bases. However, the day someone uncovered their covert operations, the strength of the surrounding bases would likely have been depleted significantly, and a long-nurtured mermaid would likely find it difficult to part with the base, becoming its most potent secret weapon. Even if the surrounding bases retained their strength, they could not withstand an entity capable of summoning marine creatures. Thus, regardless of the calculations, once the South China Sea base's scheme succeeded, they would emerge as victors. It seemed the South China Sea base had failed to account for the existence of a flaw capable of immunizing itself against all the mermaid's abilities, facilitating communication and exposing their conspiracies to the light of day. If the machinations of the imperial capital base could be deemed as human nature, then the actions of the South China Sea base were nothing short of lunacy. Chapter 206. Roast chicken and mermaid. At the very least, the imperial capital base still considered the well-being of the majority. Their aim was simply to restore the world to its former unity, employing strategies that did not target the populace, but rather the power centers of various bases, striving to minimize losses and population depletion. While they may have concealed certain natural disasters, they would not transform calamities into human-made disasters. Nor would they seek to annihilate other bases through man-made means, calculating the lives of the innocent. Conversely, the South China Sea base engaged solely in actions that harmed others without benefiting themselves. They seem to have overlooked the substantial appetite of mermaids. How long could a mere human suffice to satiate such a creature? Furthermore, they have failed to consider whether they possess the ability to control a mermaid. Their current actions merely serve to indulge and placate a compliant being, creating a fade of a docile mermaid by exploiting its naivety. However, such an imbalanced relationship is bound to collapse under the weight of time. They cannot command the mermaid to perform any tasks. They can only continue to cater to its needs, should there come a day when they can no longer fulfill the mermaid's demands. It would spell disaster for them that I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Suddenly, the irritable shouts of an elderly person interrupted Li Sheng's train of thought. She glanced around but could not locate the source of the commotion until the voice rang out once more. What are you looking at? I'm right beneath you. Li Sheng lowered her gaze, only to be met with the sight of a standing roast chicken. What kind of bizarre creature is this? First, a mermaid appeared, and now a talking, animated roast chicken. Li Sheng was utterly stunned. Compared to the mermaid, the impact of this roast chicken was even more profound. It seems this roast chicken is quite the chatterbox. The system, the storage space. She almost forgot about her system's storage space. Ever since acquiring the planting space, Li Sheng had stored all items obtained from the system there, completely dismissing the need for the system's storage. If this roast chicken originated from the system, then it could only mean one thing. It was likely purchased from the culinary world after a system upgrade. She had assumed that upon delivery, the roast chicken would simply appear before her, but it had instead been stored in the system's space. This roast chicken must be a creature from the culinary world, right? Enough of this, if I am to traverse worlds. I must rely on you to make purchases, yet having bought me, why not release me? I've been trapped in that dark space for far too long. I suffer from claustrophobia. Didn't you know? I'm terrified of the dark. Haven't you realized? Good is furious. Good is at the brink of despair. You must find someone who loves gourmet food to line up and eat me. Only then can Good's spirits be lifted. The roast chicken waved its short legs, its facial expressions animated, clearly in a state of agitation, yet it still remembered to negotiate terms. You come from the culinary world? Li Sheng asked, her face a canvas of confusion, struggling to comprehend that she had purchased the talking, jumping roast chicken, which was now demanding to be eaten. The sight of Good in a fit of rage was rather comical, and Li Sheng felt her worldview becoming increasingly fantastical. With a weary gesture, she pointed at the mermaid beside her. What do you think of him? Well, he is quite beautiful. He perfectly aligns with Good's aesthetic. If this mermaid were to indulge in a taste of Good, it would endear him even more. What a perfect match. The mermaid and the roast chicken, seemingly unrelated, now formed an extraordinary pair. The mermaid loves to eat, while the roast chicken clamors for someone who enjoys gourmet delicacies to consume it. Moreover, if the information from the system form is accurate, as long as a piece of food remains, the rest of its body will regenerate infinitely. Thus, if they prevent the mermaid from consuming the entire roast chicken each time, it can continually regrow, creating an endless cycle of culinary delight, perfectly satisfying the mermaid's appetite. Do you enjoy roast chicken? Li Sheng inquired, gesturing again towards the lively roast chicken on the ground, directing her question to the mermaid. I don't know if it's good, but if it is, I want to eat it. The mermaid nodded eagerly, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then you two should make a pair. Sheng genuinely felt a bit weary. Her tolerance for such sudden twists had grown alarmingly high from a life of ancient warfare. She had transitioned into a realm of magical realism. The roast chicken and the mermaid stared at each other, speechless, until the mermaid's lips revealed a glistening, translucent substance. It looks delicious. The mermaid exclaimed in wonder. Do you want to eat it? I can give it to you. Chapter 207. Prejudice and arrogance. The roast chicken excitedly tore off one of its wings and eagerly reached upward. The mermaid, with determination, extended her hand to grasp at point one perched high above the fish tank, the other remarkably small. These two extraordinary beings engaged in a unique exchange of life. At last, the mermaid secured the roast chicken's wing, bringing it to her nose for a sniff before taking a bite, revealing an expression of sheer delight. This truly was delicious. The mermaid savored the dish with great joy, while the roast chicken, having relinquished its wing, exhibited a satisfied demeanor. Then, Li Sheng witnessed the wing that had just been torn off grow back at an astonishing speed. In mere seconds, it had fully regenerated. The newly grown wing was distinctly different from the rest of the roast chicken. Its color was more vibrant, its flesh appeared firmer, and it even emitted a warm steam. Still warm. Li Sheng gasped in amazement, feeling yet another wave of astonishment from the culinary world's wonders. Good proudly lifted its head, nodding its chicken neck in affirmation. Indeed, in the culinary world, our greatest aspiration is to encounter someone who loves us and then be consumed by them. Each time a part of us is eaten, it regrows even more delicious than before, accompanied by warmth. This is our original state at birth. However, in the culinary world, there are only dishes, no humans. Thus, before encountering the system, we were unaware that we could enhance our flavor in such a manner. We possess endless lives, and our ultimate pursuit is to become more delectable. In the past, we traveled far and wide in search of the perfect seasonings to elevate our taste. But now, we can engage with other beings and enhance our flavor through being eaten. However, this method has its limitations. It must be someone who truly loves gourmet food to consume us, and that person must genuinely believe it is delicious while eating. Hence, we strive to have more food enthusiasts enjoy us, ensuring our flavor continues to ascend. That's so? Li Sheng pondered, suddenly enlightened. She recalled the vitriolic remarks from those who could not comprehend the culinary world, running around, seeking to be eaten, and the summaries of live streams from parallel world genres. The world is vast, filled with wonders. Within countless parallel spaces, bizarre rules abound. Regardless of the species, no matter how intelligent, all beings are insignificant in the universe. Even the most peculiar parallel spaces have their significance. One should not project their worldview onto others or judge others' thoughts based on personal standards or preferences. Yet, upon encountering modern knowledge, she glimpsed airplanes that could soar through the skies, atomic bombs capable of obliterating cities, and trains that could traverse thousands of miles in a day. These marvels are not so enchanting. They're the fruits of human ingenuity. Thus, the essence of humanity's progress lies in imagination. Setting seemingly absurd goals and striving toward them will ultimately lead to their realization, regardless of the method. Even if others' ideas are strange, as long as they're not malevolent, one should endeavor to understand and embrace them rather than outright reject them. With these thoughts, Li Sheng suddenly found the roast chicken and mermaid rather endearing. As for the mermaid's penchant for human consumption, she felt no discomfort. After all, they were not of the same species. Humans were merely a dish on their menu. Similarly, if humans could resist the mermaid, it might well become a dish within human cuisine. Such is the natural order. There is no need for condemnation. In the same vein, tigers consume humans, yet prior to the rapid advancement of civilization, man-eating tigers became a focal point of conservation efforts. Observing the mermaid's calm demeanor, even as it continued to eat, Li Sheng noted that this vengeance for a slain father seemed to hold no weight for it. Causing her brow to furrow in confusion, you not hate those traitors? What is hate? Why should one hate? A traitor is also my brother. This is a tradition of the merfolk. When the old merking's life nears its end, chaos ensues within the merfolk community. The strongest prevails, and my elder brother was defeated, resulting in his demise at the hands of my second brother. Our parents, who steadfastly supported my elder brother, met the same fate. I am filled with sorrow, yet it seems my elder brother harbored no intention of harming me. After casting me out of our clan, he did not send anyone to pursue me, and I remained safe until I managed to escape to the surface. In truth, my father, mother, and brothers have always treated me well. Their deaths would sadden me greatly. I understand that regardless of their victories, they would never wish me harm, and why father and mother were never particularly fond of my second brother. Yet he has gone out of his way daily to provide me with delicacies. Thus, I feel I have no grounds to blame any of them if they desire for me to leave the ocean and live elsewhere. Then I shall depart without hesitation. Chapter 208. preparing for rescue isn't the struggle for royal power, much the same. Signs of the same lineage engage in mutual slaughter, with countless instances of patricide and fratricide. Few are able to embody the virtues of brotherly love and respect. Solidify their positions. Even those who have ascended to the golden throne will obliterate any perceived threats without mercy. Upon deeper reflection, I too have been one such person. When my mother was assassinated, I contemplated slaying my treacherous father. When I ascended to the throne, I even considered eliminating my worthless brother. Alas, those are but remnants of the past. I think of home, of course. The mermaid flicked her tail in dissatisfaction, her golden hair casting a faint glow, tears welling in her eyes, rendering her a pitiable sight. Do not cry. Do not cry. Good, here is some freshly grown wings. This is the best food for you. Do not cry. Upon witnessing the mermaid's tears, the roasted chicken felt a pang of sympathy in its very essence, hastily tearing off a wing and offering it to her. Forget it, two ultimate disruptors of the atmosphere. Fish, could you perhaps restore them to normalcy? Refrain from using your divine powers. Now that you have roasted chicken, these individuals are no longer delicacies to you. Sheng gestured towards the crowd behind her, who were drooling at the mermaid with a dazed expression, contemplating the situation. Seeing the previously dazed individuals returning to normalcy, Sheng sighed with relief. They exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly oblivious to the events they had just witnessed, merely inspecting themselves for any missing parts. The man who had been clamoring to see the base leader rose from the ground. Blood smeared across his face. After a frantic inspection revealed nothing amiss, he bellowed angrily, "Who ambushed me? If you're a man, step forward and face me one-on-one." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of complaints, their heads spinning as though they had lost something vital, yet they could not pinpoint what that might be. "Hey, why is that child so clean? That child seems to be the representative from the South City base. Though looking so young, they hardly appear to be an assailant. Fool! In this apocalypse, do not judge by appearances. Today's children are more cunning than ever. Never underestimate anyone." Sheng could only shake her head in disbelief. Just because she appeared pristine, they suspected her of being the cause of their bloodshed. The true culprit, the mermaid, was blissfully gnawing on a chicken leg. Why was no one questioning her? That child. Why are you unscathed? Surely you must have some knowledge of what just transpired. A burly man wiped the blood from his face and pointed an accusatory finger at Sheng. "I do not know." Faced with such arrogance, Sheng quickly turned her allegiance to the mermaid. Had they not pointed fingers, she would have gladly shared the mermaid's experiences and the current state of the South Sea base. However, it appeared unnecessary now. The mermaid had already acquired the roasted chicken, thus undermining the South Sea base as conspiracy. This situation was merely a matter of human conflict, and revealing the details would merely serve to identify the mastermind behind this rescue endeavor, having no bearing on human survival. Moreover, upon learning of the mermaid's cannibalistic tendencies, they would undoubtedly target her, yet the mermaid seemed to possess no choices in the matter, induced and deceived into entering the base. She became a shield for the South Sea base, consuming whatever was offered to her, and when she wished to leave, she was coaxed into staying. The South Sea base only sent her humans, and thus she had no choice but to consume them. No one ever asked her if she wished to partake, instead imposing their own will upon her. Throughout, the mermaid remained passive, yet in the eyes of humanity, one who has dined on human flesh must surely be a dreadful, aberrant creature. Though you not know. A man scrutinized Sheng with suspicion. Sheng found his gaze unsettling and furrowed her brow. What could I possibly know? Everyone present is oblivious to the events that just unfolded. Just because I'm not bleeding like it does not mean I possess knowledge of the incident. Do not nitpick at every difference. Perhaps bleeding from 7 orifices is something that only happens at your age. Enough, she continued. You do have a point. What of the leader of the South Sea base? A middle-aged man, appearing somewhat older, halted the burly man who was keen to pursue further inquiries, turning to the mermaid and commanding, "You summoned us here. Have you organized the crowd for evacuation?" "What? Organize what?" The mermaid, chicken leg still in mouth, looked utterly bewildered. "What is going on? You call us here without any organization for evacuation and remain silent. What is your South Sea base up to? Faced with the inquiry, the mermaid remained in a state of confusion, entirely unaware of the rescue operation. This is utterly absurd. It is a wonder how your South Sea base has survived till now. We shall organize our own rescue. That attendant, you should also inform others to bring their personal belongings, as our vehicles can accommodate your base's people. The middle-aged man, somewhat speechless, turned to leave the multimedia hall, taking the attendants with him. The attendant glanced at the mermaid, then at the departing rescuers, unable to comprehend the situation. How did this differ from what the Longji leader had described? Scratching his head, the attendant followed them out of the hall, muttering softly. Chapter 209. The transformation of fins into legs. Your South Sea base lacks sincerity. Why should we assist in your evacuation? After exiting, the burly man who had confronted Li Sheng caught up with her. The rugged man stroked his bushy beard, reflecting on the middle-aged man's words, and could not help but give a thumbs up. You are right. You are indeed clever, big brother. What is this? Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, one must be astute to endure that. By the way, which base do you hail from? I am from the Sea City. Li Sheng quietly followed behind, eavesdropping on their conversation, and discreetly concealed gone.After into the planting space, leaving only the mermaid, now out of the water, to continue walking behind her. She had been the last to leave the multimedia hall, giving gone.After's diminutive stature. Even Li Sheng's short frame could effectively conceal him, ensuring no one noticed this unusual presence. Fortunately, gone.After had remained silent. During the questioning, Li Sheng had completely forgotten about him, nearly exposing this extraordinary being to in truth. Even if he were exposed, it mattered little. As long as she denied it, no one could assert that gone.After had been brought by her. However, she had not anticipated that gone.After's presence, along with the gnawing mermaid, would lead someone to conclude that the South Sea base was a ripe target, eager to dismantle it and claim the promised rewards. After all, most of the food supplies from the South Sea base had been consumed by the mermaid. Even without their assistance, it would not be long before the South Sea base requested a second rescue. Without resources, they would inevitably collapse. In truth, this outcome seemed favorable. Once the people from the South Sea base were transported to the imperial capital, it would signify the impending abandonment of that base. The machinations of the individual behind the scenes, who had meticulously plotted to elevate the mermaid to a divine status and deceive others into providing sustenance for her, would all come to naught, effectively quelling the ambitions of an evil mastermind without a single skirmish. Sheng did not believe that they had traversed such a circuitous route solely out of fear that the mermaid would be angered by the rising tides. More likely, they aimed to leverage the mermaid's abilities to fulfill their ambitions of unifying the land. Each person present probably harbored similar aspirations, for the mermaid, who strolled leisurely out of the tank. Li Sheng admitted she was astonished when she saw the mermaid leap from the water, her fish tail transforming into human legs. The mermaid landed gracefully, towering over her like a mountain. This mermaid stands 2 meters tall. In comparison to her own stature, she truly resembled a colossal mountain. Uncertain whether it was the allure of the roasted chicken or the curiosity about the one person immune to his abilities, the mermaid naturally fell in a step behind her, swaggering as they left the multimedia hall together. During this time, he inexplicably produced a thin garment from some obscure corner, carelessly donning it. The key point was that it was, quite astonishingly, women's clothing. Yet this mermaid was undoubtedly male. This was beyond dispute. She had clearly seen this fellow transform from water into human form. In any case, there were too many points of contention, and she truly did not know where to begin her complaints that, if he was willing to follow, let it be. Releasing these two rather unorthodox beings, a mermaid and a roasted chicken, might lead to even more terrifying events. This pairing was already sufficiently alarming. Yet strangely, despite the mermaid following closely behind for so long, the reinforcements ahead, who loomed like mountains, failed to notice a single soul. Upon exiting the office building, the first to emerge scattered in all directions, heading off to organize the rescue, leaving only a solitary vehicle belonging to Li Sheng's team. The mermaid promptly climbed into the car behind Li Sheng, fully aware of her place. Those who had been playing cards ceased their games, and tea drinkers abandoned their cups, all gazing with wide-eyed curiosity at the mermaid and Li Sheng. What on earth is happening? Hu Shiuesen couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, not taken aback by the beauty, but rather by the mermaid's towering 2-meter height. Who is this? Yuanemo also found himself momentarily dazed. Who could remain unfazed by such a sight? Do you believe me if I say it's a fish? Li Sheng, with a resigned sigh, recounted everything that had transpired in the office building. Upon hearing his tale, aside from Yuanemo, who maintained a calm demeanor, the others rushed over to gawk at the mermaid. Can you show me your tail now? Hu Shiuesen awkwardly asked after a prolonged silence. I only have a fish tail when I'm in the water. On land, I have only my legs. Wow. I've heard in stories that when mermaids come ashore and their tails transform into legs, walking on land feels like treading on the edge of a knife. Is that really true? Ji could hardly contain his youthful curiosity, joining in the excitement. No, it's just that I don't feel as comfortable out of water. Otherwise, there's not much difference. Don't merfolk usually inhabit the deep sea? Are you from the deep sea as well? The old priest flicked his whisk and inquired. Yes, the deep sea is quite the playground, but unfortunately, I can't take you to see it. Hey. Are we going to get serious or not? Li Sheng shouted to his overly inquisitive companions, interrupting their fervor. The abruptly silenced group fell quiet, noticing Li Sheng's dark expression, that if they continued, it seemed likely he would burst. Right? Business. But what was the business again? Hu Shiuesen scratched the back of his head, attempting to feign ignorance. Li Sheng sighed, shaking his head. We need to assist the people at the Nanhai base in their evacuation. Once the crowd disperses, we scavenge for usable supplies from the Nanhai base. Since they've already organized an evacuation, we might as well go with the flow. Obtaining a large cache of supplies from a base is certainly advantageous. Are we going to? Hu Shiuesen appeared quite reluctant. If it were a legitimate rescue, he would go, but it was evident they were about to take advantage of the Nanhai base. If there were repercussions later, it wouldn't bode well for the reputation of the Nanchang base. No need to go. Let those organizing the rescue handle it. We'll just pick up the leftovers. It's impossible for them to take everything from the Jiangnan city base. Whatever remains is ours. After all, the base is lacking in all sorts of junk, and we can take whatever we can find. Li Sheng understood Hu Shiuesen's concerns and sank into the soft, spacious sofa, waiting quietly. Before long, they could see through the window a throng of people bustling about and survivors being led out to queue for transport point one vehicle after another rolled slowly out of the Nanhai base's gates. Thousands of survivors scrambling to board, fearful of being left behind. It was clear that those inside the Nanhai base were already filled with panic, given their eagerness for rescue, yet remaining behind closed doors during the rescue operation. It could be inferred that this was not their first encounter with a rescue team. Evidently, other bases had already fallen victim to such schemes prior to tonight's rescue in the capital. Li Sheng realized that this seemingly nascent conspiracy had likely been in play for quite some time. Large vehicles continued down the wide road, disappearing over the horizon after several hours of hustle. All the personnel from the Nanhai base were finally evacuated. During this period, there were numerous disturbances, with many protesting loudly, unwilling to leave their homes. But in the end, they were all violently suppressed. Most of these individuals were likely aware of the mermaid's true nature. Once all the survivors had exited the city, the once bustling Nanhai base was left desolate, and those conducting the rescue began to scavenge the remaining supplies within the city. At this point, Li Sheng remained still, allowing the others to take the lead in the scavenging. These individuals searched for supplies with a certain brutality, entering others' homes and tossing anything they deemed worthless out of the windows. When they could no longer carry items and the vehicles were stuffed to the brim, they would continue to search, discarding previously overlooked items in favor of better finds if they encountered something both desired by two individuals. They would engage in fierce disputes, some even coming to blows. This chaotic scene vividly demonstrated humanity's selfishness and greed, rendering it somewhat unbearable to witness. The evacuation of the crowd did not consume much time. Rather, it was the scavenging that lasted an entire day. During this time, many passed by their vehicle, mistaking it for property of the Nanhai base, but upon seeing the occupants, even as they walked away, they left with reluctance. Once everyone had returned laden with goods, no one paid any attention to Li Sheng's solitary vehicle. though many cast curious glances their way, merely looking before departing that I in this current world. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would ask a single question. The city had transformed into a ghost town. Once it was confirmed that not a soul remained in the base, Sheng slowly exited the vehicle to begin scavenging the remaining supplies within the city. Leaving no trace, Sheng was determined to take everything she could carry, storing all that was possible in her planning space, leaving not even the steel and concrete from the Nanhai base's construction. Along the way, she stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Countless brand-new household appliances and various small electronic devices were stacked in an abandoned warehouse, alongside numerous parts from shipbuilding factories and various mechanical tools for shipbuilding. Nanhai, being a coastal city, had developed its economy through seafood and shipbuilding prior to the apocalypse. However, these items had become worthless in the wake of the end times. The sea monsters could no longer serve as their means of survival, rendering shipbuilding utterly useless. Given the monstrous mutations of marine life, venturing into the ocean posed numerous dangers. Once she had gathered everything, the Nanhai base had devolved into a hollow shell of a city. Witnessing the once lively place transformed into such desolation in the blink of an eye filled Sheng with a sense of loss. This scene served as a stark reminder of the need for caution. Once established, she must be vigilant, ensuring no weaknesses could be exploited, never allowing her base to suffer the same fate as Nanhai. What is this about? I recall that before those little creatures in the sea grow larger, they used to visit a small island. Within a 10-kilometer radius of that island, they would swim for about 15 minutes and then become enormous. Those little creatures revered this island as a sacred place where they gained unimaginable powers. Our merfolk also visited there and gained some abilities, though some others went mad after nearing the island, viciously attacking their kin. Thus, after the first batch of merfolk acquired their powers, they never returned. The voice is a gift of our merfolk. My ability to control minds is derived from that island. We've been there before. The scenery was pleasant. Prior to that, we had no such powers. This miraculous ability appeared suddenly one summer day. I remember it quite vividly. The sea was tempestuous, and a massive stone fell from the sky. After which I saw the people on the island joyously smashing things with that stone. However, those who initially touched the stones turned into frenzied monsters, since there were humans on the island. We had never set foot on land before, but after learning of the island's miraculous powers, we disembarked only to find that we never encountered those who had lived there again, and we have no idea where they went. The mermaid languidly revealed this shocking information that, when that stone fell from the sky, Sheng found herself genuinely intrigued by this matter. Summer marked the onset of the apocalypse, and that falling stone was likely a meteorite. Those who went mad upon contact with it might have turned into zombies. That IT was uncertain whether this incident occurred before the global outbreak of the apocalypse or after. If it were after, there would be little value in exploration. However, if it were before, that meteorite could very well be the origin of the impending disaster. I am uncertain. The creatures of the sea calculate time by the seasons, and I am unsure how to articulate this according to your human concept of time. Nevertheless, I recall that the night before the meteorite fell, the moon vanished, leaving only a crimson edge. The mermaid tilted her head, pondering deeply before speaking. Sheng glanced at Yuan Mo for assistance, and after a moment of contemplation, Yuan Mo replied, "What you refer to must be the celestial dog consuming the sun. But that event occurred a week prior to the apocalypse. So, a week before the apocalypse, there were already zombies in existence?" Everyone in the vehicle was utterly astonished. They never anticipated hearing such earth-shattering news from the mermaid. This creature, while undeniably beautiful, seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. To put it bluntly, resembling a simpleton preoccupied solely with food. "Do you remember where that island is?" Sheng, filled with curiosity, eagerly inquired. "I do remember, but I cannot guide you. I have promised my elder brother that I would never set foot in the sea again. If I were to venture into the ocean, he would be extremely displeased." Sheng endeavored to persuade the mermaid, who, upon hearing this, paused her consumption of food and thoughtfully considered Sheng's words. After a considerable time, she nodded emphatically. "All right, as long as I do not swim in the sea, it should be fine. I can lead you there." "Very well. I shall first look around for a usable boat, but does anyone here know how to operate one? Sheng, after a moment of excitement, suddenly realized she had overlooked the most crucial step, sailing the boat. None present possessed the requisite skills. Observing the collective shaking of heads, Sheng felt a twinge of despair. The potential answers to the apocalypse seemed just within reach, yet they were confined here due to a lack of means to cross the sea. The anticipation was almost unbearable. Bring it on. Hey host, didn't we mention last time? The mechas can transform into various forms, whether soaring through the sky, traversing land, or diving into the sea, so you don't seem to need to laboriously search for boats. However, the audience in the livestream provided her with a timely reminder. Modern technological vessels still require human operation, just like vehicles, which necessitate manual control. Yet, the system's marketplace offers numerous tools that do not require human operation. She could purchase a means of transportation from the system's marketplace. Sheng quickly opened the system's marketplace, finally locating a vessel that met her criteria. Unfortunately, this vessel was exceedingly expensive, if used only once. It seemed rather impractical, and it appeared to be a large ship, which she could not afford. With only 2.5 people, acquiring such a large vessel would be an utter waste. Sheng continued to scroll down and eventually found a modestly sized speedboat among the myriad of offerings, perfectly suited to accommodate their group, and the price was remarkably reasonable, complete with an automatic driving system. Simply perfect. After careful consideration, Sheng bit the bullet and sold some high-grade crystal cores and a few gold and silver treasures earned from the Imperial capital base, piecing together enough funds that I can procure an automatic driving yacht. Let us head to the seaside now. Upon exiting, there lay the ocean. We might as well walk. Yuan Mo remarked with a hint of sarcasm, though Yuan Mo's comment reminded her that upon stepping outside, they were indeed met with the sea. Why bother with a vehicle? They could simply walk there. Sheng decisively led the way, silently stepping out of the vehicle, and once everyone had disembarked, she stored the vehicle in her space and guided her companions toward the shoreline. Subsequently summoning the yacht, a brand new speedboat materialized on the surface of the water. It seemed it was their first time aboard a speedboat, and they clumsily scrambled aboard, creating quite the spectacle. Sheng, following the operational manual, activated the automatic positioning system, allowing the mermaid to indicate a general direction before starting the speedboat. True to its name, the speedboat surged forward with astounding velocity, nearly causing Sheng to lose her lunch. However, the location identified by the mermaid was still quite distant. Even at such speed, it would take over an hour to reach their destination. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the group racing across the sea felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Perhaps it was a natural fear of the vast ocean. Finally arriving at the designated location, the speedboat gradually came to a halt, and Sheng could no longer restrain herself. She leaned over the edge of the speedboat and began to violently vomit, her stomach churning uncomfortably. Then, where do we go from here? After finally catching her breath, she took a deep inhalation and inquired, Let me see, it is approximately another 100 miles to the east. The mermaid innocently blinked. As the siren race could swim much faster in the water and felt no discomfort, even desiring to repeat the journey. Chapter 211. Approaching the island 100 kilometers, Sheng exclaimed. Her understanding of nearby had been limited to within 100 miles. Yet the mermaid's definition encompassed a distance much greater. This was quite the predicament. Enduring discomfort had become somewhat habitual, but the moment they halted, the nausea surged forth, having barely survived the initial wave of seasickness. It was unexpected to learn they still had to travel another 100 miles. Yet having come this far, with the yacht already covering countless kilometers, they had no choice but to continue on. Even if it meant traversing 500 miles, Sheng reluctantly rose from her seat, approached the helm, and set a course for 150 kilometers eastward. This would prevent the mermaid from indicating another 100 kilometers after they reached the first. The speedboat slowly commenced its journey, and this time, Sheng did not rush, opting for a leisurely pace at a steady speed. Though the ocean waves still rocked them, it was not nearly as unbearable as before. The further east they traveled, the stronger the winds became, causing the speedboat to rock violently, seemingly on the brink of capsizing. Why is the wind so strong here? during the previous leg of the journey. There was no wind of such magnitude. Sheng, shielded against the wind, squinted his eyes and could not help but voice his complaints. Who knows? Look ahead. The island. The old Taoist struggled to maintain his balance, peering with one eye open and the other closed, laboriously discerning a shadow that resembled an island. It seems so. Hey, is that the island you mentioned? Sheng also squinted hard, gazing into the distance and spotting the island the old Taoist referred to. The mermaid, unaffected by the tumult, stood proudly at the boat's edge, carefully observing before confidently nodding. Yes, that is indeed it. As they drew closer to the island, Sheng let out a sigh of relief. However, she could hardly anticipate that the bargain speedboat she purchased would come to a halt less than 100 meters from the island. What on earth is happening? Sheng hurried to the helm, only to find the dashboard flashing red. Damn, no energy left. Frustrated, Sheng felt as though she might spit blood. This wretched contraption, produced by the system, required designated energy for replenishment. Well then, with so little distance remaining, we might as well swim over. Thankfully, being so close, the absence of energy was not as maddening as if they were farther away. The speedboat was out of energy. They would have to swim. With a resigned sigh, Sheng announced this disheartening reality. So, we have to swim over. Sheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. Indeed, Sheng felt a tinge of guilt. The price of the speedboat was indeed suspiciously low. Does anyone here not know how to swim? Yuan Mo, without hesitation, understood Sheng's predicament and immediately began organizing everyone to jump into the sea. Fortunately, all present could swim, though the little mermaid seemed to be experiencing some issues. Didn't we agree not to enter the sea? If I go in, my elder brother will definitely sense it. The little mermaid, looking dazed, shook her head vehemently, firmly opposing the idea of entering the water. Then how about you stay on the speedboat and wait for us? Sheng hesitated, feeling a bit flustered. She couldn't think of a suitable solution. After all, it wouldn't be feasible to ask someone to carry this 2-meter-tall mermaid across. Would it? No, you cannot leave me behind. The mermaid waved her hands repeatedly, resolutely disagreeing. Sheng furrowed her brow in frustration. What were they to do? However, you are too tall for us to carry you across. If you were as small as I am, I could ask someone to carry you. The mermaid pouted, her expression downcast, and, after a moment of hesitation, she suggested, how about I jump in with you? I swim fast. I can reach the shore quickly. Perhaps for just a brief moment, my elder brother won't sense it. Why not give it a try? Sheng also hesitated slightly, uncertain of how far the deep sea was from here. If it were far, then diving in might not attract attention. The mermaid stood at the edge of the speedboat, contemplating, before finally gritting her teeth and leaping in with a splash, sending up a significant wave. Sheng was the last to enter the water, following closely behind as they swam towards the island. The resistance of the water and wind felt almost irrelevant, as if it were a phenomenon beyond scientific explanation. Is such swimming prowess a natural gift of fish? In the fleeting moment as she submerged into the sea, the mermaid's legs transformed into a tail. She glided past Sheng and the others. They gazed wide-eyed, excitement illuminating their faces. Upon witnessing the mermaid's tail morphing back into legs upon reaching the shore, their astonishment deepened. Having already witnessed the transformation from tail to legs, Sheng remained remarkably composed, leisurely swimming ashore to reunite with her companions. Just moments before, the howling winds had stung their skin, yet upon arriving at the island, a profound tranquility enveloped them, as if an invisible barrier shielded the island from chaos. What a marvelous island! Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. Sheng, still pondering the meteorite, inquired of the mermaid. Do you recall the direction for which that celestial stone descended? It should be located on the opposite side of the island. The deep sea stretches far to the east, and we approach from the west. When I was on the eastern side, I could see the large crater created by that meteorite from the water. So it must be to the east. The mermaid indicated. It seemed they would have to traverse the entire island. Had they known the route beforehand, they could have adjusted slightly to be closer to the east. Now, they were headed straight towards an unknown path, uncertain of how many detours lay ahead. However, it was too late to lament. They could only follow the direction the mermaid indicated. The island appeared devoid of life, filled instead with lush greenery, with the flora appearing remarkably normal, even more vibrant than some mutated species. Many of the plants here were beyond recognition, even to Yuan Mo, who could be described as a walking encyclopedia. As they reached the heart of the island, they caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a structure amidst the jungle. The building glistened in silvery hues, easily noticeable even in the night. Remembering the mermaid's earlier mention of signs of human habitation on the island, they surmised this might be where those people resided. "Shall we venture closer?" Li Sheng proposed. She recalled the mermaid's warning that those who had touched the meteorite had transformed into frenzied zombies. The building was situated far from the coast, with no signs of other ships docking nearby. Likely untouched by outsiders, they pondered how many zombies might still inhabit the island, suspecting numerous ones lurked within structure. Thus, she hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed inside. "Let us take a look. This island holds many mysteries beyond our comprehension that if we do not investigate further, we may find it hard to find peace of mind. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Confronting danger head-on often reveals solutions," Yuan Mo reasoned. His words resonated with truth. Indeed, the unknown could be daunting, that it was better to explore than to remain in ignorance. As long as they were not instantly overwhelmed, they would have room to resist and devise a plan. That I have upgraded my abilities to the point where I can sense the presence of zombies around me. But since stepping onto this island, my powers have ceased to function, that I cannot ascertain if it's a malfunction or if there truly are no zombies here. Perhaps you all should test your abilities. He suggested, stepping forward from behind the old Taoist priest. His power involved controlling zombies, which required sensing their presence. However, he had reached his limit with the number of zombies he could command, and his abilities had not significantly improved since. Nevertheless, he still retained the capacity to sense them. The group quickly took a few steps back, creating a safe distance as they began to test their powers. The results were clear even before they fully adapted. Indeed, none of the individuals present could utilize their abilities. Tangio stared at his bloodied fingertips, confusion and shock etched across his face. His healing power was passive, and despite the fresh cut on his finger, blood continued to flow without any sign of healing. "We must be cautious moving forward," Li Sheng warned. "Ji, Qin Yan, Sin Chi. Yuan Mo, Tangio, without your powers, your self-defense capabilities are severely limited. I will place you in my space for safety. Otherwise, if we encounter danger, it might be difficult to regroup. Sheng typically refrained from using her powers, so she felt less affected. However, aside from her, Jiang Zhongji and the old Taoist priest did not rely solely on their abilities for survival, while the others depended on their powers for protection. Without them, they would be no different from ordinary people, making it safer to enter her planting space. Qin Yan, Sin Chi, Ji and Tangio agreed to Li Sheng's proposal, but Yuan Mo vehemently refused. "No, I must remain outside. Your knowledge is limited. You possess strength but cannot discern danger swiftly," Yuan Mo countered firmly. After some contemplation, Li Sheng concurred with this reasoning that Hu Shuesen, built like a tank, was naturally stronger than the average person, yet somewhat lacking in intellect. Jiang Zhongji and the old Taoist priest were knowledgeable, but beyond that they were mostly uninformed. Ultimately, it seemed prudent to keep Yuan Mo, the living encyclopedia, close at hand. "Very well, Yuan Mo. Stay with us, but do not wander off. Stay close behind me. If danger arises, I will throw you into the space at once," Li Sheng agreed. After placing her 4 companions without abilities into the space, she grasped Yuan Mo's wrist, ensuring they would not lose each other. The group readied themselves, cautiously advancing towards the building. The structure was peculiar, a square edifice resembling a cage. The outer walls were composed of a metallic material, reflecting a soft glow under the moonlight. Sheng circled the building and discovered it had only one entrance. This design was odd. Although the building was somewhat low, it occupied a significant portion of the island, logically necessitating multiple exits, at least 2, one at the front and one at the back. Yet this structure had but a single entrance, as if it were guarding something from escaping. What could it be guarding? Only by entering would they uncover the truth. Fortunately, the solitary entrance was not sealed. The door stood ajar, seemingly inviting them in. With her silver gun in hand, Li Sheng took the lead, with Jiang Zhongji bringing up the rear. Confident in his proficiency with the Tang knife and his talent in ancient martial arts, every step they took was cautious, eyes scanning the surroundings, ears attuned to every sound. The building was overwhelmingly enclosed, devoid of windows, and in the absence of light, it was pitch black, akin to being unable to see one's hand in front of their face. Li Sheng felt the visibility diminishing. She paused to ignite a few torches from the System S store before continuing her exploration. With the torches ablaze, they beheld a long corridor whose destination was unclear. It seemed to be the only path. With heavy doors lining either side every 5 meters, Li Sheng attempted to push one of the doors, but predictably, it yielded no response. To avoid creating unnecessary noise that might attract trouble, she opted to abandon her attempt to break through the door. Continuing forward, they lost track of time until they finally glimpsed something other than the iron doors. It was another room, isolated by transparent glass, filled with an array of experimental apparatus. Scattered across the floor were numerous papers, while several zombies, clad in white lab coats, wandered aimlessly within. Their movements were lethargic, suggesting they were merely first-level zombies. Is this a laboratory? Yuan Mo mused, furrowing his brow. Have you ever heard of a laboratory on this island? Li Sheng queried, noting the unusual cleanliness of the zombies. These zombies seem too pristine, don't you think? Zombies typically devour each other, yet these remain untouched, devoid of any blood. Could it be they lack the instinct to evolve? I'll search for the entrance, Jiang Zhongji stated as he began to explore the surroundings. Seeking a way, Li Sheng and the others stood ready, poised to react at the slightest sound. Yuan Mo held the torch close to the glass, trying to discern the text on the scattered documents. Most pages were flipped over, littered across the floor, with only fragments of numbers visible, leaving them unsure of what the research institution was studying. Given the secrecy surrounding this lab, its research could only fall into one of two extremes, either profoundly beneficial or exceedingly detrimental. They were left to wonder which category this laboratory belonged to. At the end of the glass room, they found a labyrinth of corridors leading in various directions, no longer a single path. Jiang Zhongji, adept at navigation, had managed to locate the elusive entrance. This door is secured with a password lock, accompanied by a fingerprint and iris recognition system, appearing exceedingly intricate. However, it seems unlikely that any living soul remains in this laboratory. This lock is essentially a mere ornament, easily dismantled with brute force. Yet, in such a tranquil environment, breaching this door would likely create quite a ruckus, and they must remain vigilant henceforth. Stand back. I shall take care of this. Hu Shiwesen stepped back a few paces. Whether in the pre-apocalyptic world or the current one, he had not missed a single day of his fitness regimen. Naturally strong as an ox, his physical condition had been further enhanced through diligent training. In the absence of supernatural abilities, he was the most suitable candidate to force the door open. The door was remarkably sturdy. Had it been an ordinary wooden or iron door, Hu Shiwesen would have likely breached it with just a few kicks. Yet, he kicked this door for a full 5 minutes, nearly distorting it beyond recognition, but the lock remained steadfast. Ultimately, the door fell completely, teetering precariously, and with sheer force, Hu Shiwesen managed to wrench it down. The commotion had undoubtedly stirred the zombies inside, with their furious growls echoing through the corridor. However, after waiting for considerable time, Li Sheng and the others saw not a single zombie. The cacophony rendered it impossible to ascertain the exact locations of the creatures. Once the door was opened, Li Sheng, whose combat prowess was commendable, along with Hu Shiwesen, ventured into the room first. Inside, the corridors twisted and turned, and apart from the front section, this small room resembled a labyrinth. Explaining the zombies' agitation after being confined for so long to be cautious, Li Sheng whispered to Hu Shiwesen. He nodded slightly, drawing out the large cleaver from his waist, remaining vigilant and alert, aware that it was the very knife from the butcher's house in the village where he first encountered Yuan Mo. With time, it had grown increasingly manageable, and its handling became swift with the slightest touch. Hu Shiwesen speculated that this knife might be a family heirloom of the butcher, though its material and forging method remained a mystery. It was simply exceedingly robust and durable. From here on, There was no need for Jiang Zhongji to determine their direction. They merely had to follow the closest sounds of the zombies. Fortunately, though the corridor was labyrinthine, it was not excessively vast, and they soon encountered their first zombie. Judging by the naked eye, these zombies were of a notably low level, yet strangely, a few among them were of levels 3 or 4. It was essential to note that, thus far, whether zombies, mutated animals, plants, or supernatural beings, the sole means of enhancing their abilities was through the consumption of crystal cores. Both mutated animals, plants, and zombies, as well as supernatural beings, possessed crystal cores within them, leading to a cycle of resource plundering. Even among the same species, this was true. Humans, however, retained a modicum of etiquette. Although power dynamics had become tacitly accepted, the slaughter of one's own kind remained intolerable. Thus, in any base, there existed an ironclad rule against hunting one's own kind and seizing their crystal cores. Any breaches would result in immediate execution. Tito maintained such a balance. There have been instances of supernatural beings who defied this rule being hunted down relentlessly by others, regardless of distance, unless someone possessed overwhelming strength, capable of challenging everyone else and no longer needing companions, willing to be ostracized by all bases. They would never dare to breach this law. Of course, if such individuals truly existed, it was likely they would disdain such methods of enhancing their abilities. The zombies within this peculiar research facility were strange, despite not consuming their kin or having other creatures provide them with crystal cores. And being unable to leave the building, their mutation rates continued to rise slowly. This suggested that there must exist alternative methods to enhance supernatural abilities beyond the mere absorption of crystal cores. One could only hope that such methods were not confined solely to zombies. After all, if reliance on crystal cores were the only means of existence, as the numbers of mutated plants, animals, and zombies dwindled, the possibility for supernatural beings to enhance their powers would be nearly non-existent. However, Sheng had forcibly broken through his supernatural abilities amidst a horde of zombies, proving that such methods should not be limited to zombies alone. Yet, the enigmatic sensations he experienced were beyond articulation, and he could not replicate them, but he hoped that their arrival at this strange island would yield even a fragment of answers, even if it did not align with their initial assumptions of uncovering the origins of the apocalypse or discovering clues to enhance their abilities without reliance on crystal cores. It would still render this journey worthwhile. Though the zombies here were of low levels, the absence of their supernatural abilities made the cleanup quite laborious by the time they finally stepped into the glass room. Everyone was panting heavily. Fortunately, the glass room was devoid of zombies, all having been drawn out into the corridor by the sound of Shuesen kicking down the door. Sheng did not rush into the glass room, but first ensured the surroundings were safe. Then he turned to pry open the skull of the zombie they had slain, extracting the crystal core within. Indeed, it was markedly different from ordinary crystal cores, and no matter how high the level. Ordinary crystal cores were never entirely transparent. While they approached transparency, there would always be some impurities or air bubbles present. However, the crystal cores from these zombies were almost entirely clear, if not for the visible edges. One might mistake them for mere air. Yet, at present, they could neither wield their supernatural abilities nor absorb the crystal cores, leaving them unable to discern the differences between the two, uncertain of what the distinctions between these crystal cores represented. Sheng decided to first store the cores safely for future examination. The level 4 core was worth 10 times that of an ordinary level 4 core, indicating its extraordinary value. Sheng furrowed her brows, a sudden realization striking her. Energy crystals? Energy stones? The system had consistently referred to crystal cores as energy crystals, and all devices produced by the system required energy for sustenance. Over time, she had forgotten the system's terminology for crystal cores, overlooking the significance of the word energy. Perhaps the energy that powers these devices originated from the crystal cores. Sheng felt her hypothesis was likely correct, yet she could not be entirely certain. For she had previously acquired an energy crystal that was worth over 1 million, yet appeared merely as a cube, and its purpose was unclear. It was worn close to her body without any noticeable effects, leaving her uncertain whether energy was a general term or a specialized one. Was this a pharmaceutical research facility? Biotechnological? Yet it seemed neither entirely. Yuan Mo, upon entering, gathered numerous papers, scrutinizing them carefully. However, these sheets bore no numbers, making it exceedingly difficult to discern any coherent information. He could only deduce from the various symbols that the research conducted here involved extensive chemistry. Yet, many chemical symbols present were unfamiliar to him. Yuan Mo, despite being exceptionally intelligent and possessing a photographic memory, having self-studied through elementary and completed all university courses, had delved deeply into any field that piqued his interest as he grew older. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in terms of breadth of knowledge, even seasoned professors might not surpass him. However, knowledge was primarily acquired from books, and Yuan Mo himself lacked practical experience in any field, leading to much of his understanding being theoretical, that he was incapable of conducting experiments, but he could comprehend the material entirely. However, a significant portion of the content on the papers was beyond his understanding, delving into his knowledge blind spots. Can you decipher what their research entails? Li Sheng inquired, drawn in by Yuan Mo's puzzled voice. I cannot ascertain. Chemistry was my initial area of interest. Regardless of how rare a chemical substance may be, I can recognize the symbols it represents. Yet, approximately 80% of the symbols on these pages elude my comprehension that I suspect this research facility has discovered a new type of chemical material and named it independently. However, it is certain that their focus lies within biotechnology, as the physical symbols utilized on all these pages are minimal, ruling out any research in other directions. The ruins revealed nothing. Only remnants of dry riverbed sediments remained in some vessels. Yet no one dared to touch them, nor could they ascertain what they contained. Yuan Mo meticulously examined each instrument, refusing to give up even when empty-handed. Finally, within a centrifuge, he discovered a well-sealed vial containing a strikingly green liquid that emitted a faint glow, appearing quite beautiful. The label affixed to the test tube bore symbols that Yuan Mo could not decipher. He was now fairly convinced that this research facility had uncovered some unknown raw material, proceeding to name it for their studies. Most of the contents in this room consisted of experimental data, while the results were likely stored elsewhere, that if they could retrieve the data reports and summaries of the experimental processes, they would essentially grasp the essence of the research being conducted. Li Sheng, let us secure the test tube and find a safe place to ensure it remains unbroken, Yuan Mo said, entrusting the test tube to her with confidence. Li Sheng nodded slightly, gingerly cradling the test tube as she entered the cultivation space. She found an ornate box to carefully store it and placed it in the underground warehouse that if one were to speak of security. This place was undoubtedly the most reliable. Years later, while continuing her explorations within the room, she discovered a hidden door. Just as Hu Shuesen was wandering about, he stumbled over a stool, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that slowly revealed an entrance in the wall. Inside, it was eerily quiet, suggesting the absence of zombies that a staircase spiraled downward, disappearing into darkness, reminiscent of a monster's lair from a horror film. Yet having ventured this far, they felt compelled to investigate, no matter how bizarre the situation. The staircase was narrow, necessitating a single-file descent that seemed to be situated on an island, the corridor damp and dim, with each person's torch flickering intermittently. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they finally reached a spacious area. This appeared to be a repository, with rows of shelves reminiscent of a library, yet filled with blue folders instead. Each folder bore a date, some dating back as far as 20 years. Was it truly possible that this island's laboratory had existed for so long without anyone discovering it? The thought sent chills down their spines. Yuan Mo first retrieved the oldest folder, extracting its contents and beginning to sift through them. The text was entirely in English, and the first page bore a single sentence. We are about to embark on a grand and audacious experiment, hoping for a successful outcome. The subsequent pages were largely indecipherable gibberish, leading Yuan Mo to surmise that it must be a code. They likely needed a reference table to decode the text. Chapter 215. The Chatterbox. During midday, the group collaborated tirelessly in the basement. And finally, it was Li Sheng who discovered a hidden compartment in an inconspicuous corner, containing a book without a cover. Upon opening it, she found that the inner pages featured text corresponding to various symbols, which was likely the cipher Yuan Mo had mentioned. Fortunately, There were unused paper and writing utensils in the basement, and this particularly brain-intensive task was delegated to Yuan. As time passed slowly, the others began to feel drowsy, acutely aware that translating the document required painstakingly matching each word with its counterpart, a process that would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Once the translation was completed, Yuan Mo organized the corresponding sheets in order. Stretching his sore back, "What does it say?" Li Sheng inquired, thumping her head lightly as she fought to stay alert. "It's merely an impractical concept. It is confirmed that this is a private underground research facility, constructed collaboratively by 3 individuals. Most of the researchers here did not join willingly. Rather, they were coerced into participating. These 3 individuals have been scheming for a long time, having started to adopt orphans many years ago, training them to focus on biological research while brainwashing them to control everyone within the facility. Their research direction revolves around human modification. The first document reveals only this, while the remaining papers list the personnel involved and the accounts of purchased equipment. To fully understand their intentions, I must continue translating further." Upon hearing this proposal, the group nodded in agreement and took a boat to the island. The journey across the sea proved far more challenging than traversing land, and they were in dire need of rest. With a collective consensus reached, Li Sheng began the task of transporting the documents along with their shelves into the space, subsequently ushering her companions inside. Upon entering the space, her friends were taken aback. Previously, the area had been adorned with mountains, flowing lakes, and verdant fields, a breathtaking sight, with a lone palace standing majestically at the center. However, now upon entering, they were greeted by a chaotic heap of miscellaneous items strewn about, resembling a junkyard. Although these items cluttered an otherwise empty space, the first sight that struck them was this disarray, which undeniably detracted from the aesthetic appeal. Fortunately, these items had not crushed the rice fields within the space. Otherwise, even if others might not care much, Hu Shuesen would be heartbroken. What calamity has befallen this place? Why is it so disordered? The old Taoist exclaimed, dumbfounded. "It's nothing of the sort. It's merely the items collected from the South Sea base yesterday." Li Sheng replied, "This space lacks an automatic sorting function, so they were simply piled together upon entry. I didn't have the time to organize it. We can deal with that later. It doesn't hinder our living arrangements. And nothing has been damaged, just a bit messy and less visually appealing, which isn't a significant issue." Her nonchalant attitude elicited exasperated expressions from the others, as the owner of the space. Li Sheng was beyond reproach, leaving them to silently fume. "What a waste of resources. It's too chaotic outside, and I can hardly bear to look at it, but we have no time to tidy up now. Aren't you all tired? Aren't you sleepy? Don't you need a rest? Come on, let us go inside," Li Sheng urged, prompting everyone to enter the palace, where they dispersed to find their own rooms. The mermaid was astounded to see everyone arrive. While munching on a chicken leg, she hurriedly grabbed Li Sheng's arm and asked, "What's wrong? Is there danger outside? Did my big brother come? What roast chicken? What roast chicken? I have a name. I'm called gone.'" "How rude of you, girl. Don't think that just because you brought me into this world, I will capitulate without limits. My best friend now is Fei Erhua. You are no longer the cutest creature in my heart. Well, roast chicken is too short, and the target is simply too small. I didn't even notice when this little fellow rolled to my feet. All right, I got it. Then go play with your best friend, Fei Erhua. Please let me sleep. I'm so tired and exhausted." Sheng clasped her hands together in a gesture of pleading and then suddenly remembered. "Who is Fei Erhua? Do we have someone by that name here?" "I am Fei Erhua." The mermaid beamed, pointing to herself. "Aren't you a creature from the East? Why does your name sound so European?" Li Sheng was even more confused. "No, I am indeed a member of the Jiao people, but I live in the depths of the ocean. Strictly speaking, I belong neither to the East nor the West. I simply belong to the ocean. Yet, stories of our kind exist in both Eastern and Western cultures. All Jiao people share the surname Fei, and upon reaching adulthood, we may choose our own names based on personal preference." "So, you chose this name for yourself?" Li Sheng said, finally understanding and nodding in acknowledgement. "Yeah. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful?" Gouda exclaimed. "That my name sounds great. I think it's particularly nice." Fei Erhua proudly lifted her chin. resembling a child eagerly awaiting praise from an adult. Nice. Yeah, nice. But why do I feel like your manner of speaking is increasingly akin to gone.S? Never mind, it seems you two have become quite good friends. You two go enjoy yourselves. I really can't handle it anymore, that I'm off. Originally, having gone, a chatterbox, was already overwhelming, but now the mermaid had evolved. Gradually, they were becoming indistinguishable. Being ensnared by the two of them meant enduring at least an hour of their incessant chatter. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Chapter 2:16. The origin of the apocalypse. After awakening from slumber, Yuan, still feeling somewhat fatigued, cast a cursory glance at the translated documents. He realized that what was written within might indeed be related to the apocalypse. Upon this realization, Yuan hastily gathered the document from the table and set out to find Li Sheng. However, the palace was vast, and when everyone entered the previous day, they had merely opened doors at random and collapsed into sleep. Yuan knocked on several doors before finally locating Li Sheng. Yuan, what's the matter? Why are you up so early? Li Sheng, still groggy from insufficient sleep, answered the urgent knocking, her loose pajamas hanging loosely. Her sleep-ridden eyes adorably dazed, in stark contrast to her usual regal demeanor. She now resembled a soft, sleepy kitten. Yuan momentarily froze, then quickly remembered he had important news to convey. He pushed Li Sheng inside and said, "We may have truly found the origin of the apocalypse." "What? You didn't sleep at all yesterday, did you? Were you just translating documents all night? There's no rush for food. We have plenty of time in the space. Why exhaust yourself?" Li Sheng expressed concern for Yuan's well-being. Despite his appearance resembling that of a carefree strategist, he had quietly accomplished a multitude of tasks, all the while pretending to be nonchalant, showcasing his brilliance while offering her support, yet never formally pledging loyalty. Yuan handed the documents to Li Sheng, having translated the characters into Eastern script prior to this meeting. While there could be slight discrepancies in meaning due to the conversion, the essence remained intact. Li Sheng had the ability to read quickly, and with the aid of the system's translation, she could comprehend these characters that resembled tadpoles. However, this capability had to remain concealed. She would only view what Yuan provided. The research detailed in the document was indeed shocking. Prior to the establishment of this laboratory, the three individuals who organized it had been plotting for a considerable time, with the ultimate goal of transforming the human body for the purpose of world destruction. Initially, their objective, as Yuan had stated, was to develop the human brain's potential and maximize physical capabilities. Yet, they failed. The notion of prison-based enhancement was utterly fantastical and, with contemporary technology, fundamentally unattainable. Consequently, they shifted their focus to animals, abandoning brain development to specialize in amplifying human physical prowess. During this period, they conducted numerous genetic integrations, incorporating genes from bats, leopards, tigers, and bears, and they indeed achieved success. However, this success was far from perfect. The humans infused with these genes inherited the instincts of the animals, rendering them untamable and devoid of rationality. Resistant to brainwashing, attempts to confine and punish them in a manner akin to animal control proved futile in achieving their goal of world annihilation. Unable to find a solution to this dilemma, they abandoned genetic fusion altogether. Then came the latest files, which chronicled the origin of the apocalypse. As the mermaid had recounted, one fateful day, a meteorite fell upon this small island, spewing forth a continuous stream of green liquid. When individuals clad in protective suits began to collect this liquid, there was no immediate adverse reaction, until one unprotected security guard, standing 100 meters away, suddenly became frenzied, exhibiting immense strength and attacking those nearby. It was then they realized that the liquid attached to the meteorite was anything but ordinary. The guard was shot dead on the spot, and since those in protective suits exhibited no ill effects, they speculated that the changes were due to airborne exposure. They promptly arranged for gas masks, and indeed, no further mutations occurred. Subsequently, the founders of the Research Institute began to acquire individuals for various regions for experimentation, most of whom were victims of trafficking, occasionally including death row inmates. Underscoring the considerable power wielded by those behind the laboratory, it remains unclear whether the green liquid from the meteorite was too potent. But during their research, No instances of individuals developing special abilities arose. Instead, they invariably transformed into zombies. Chapter 217. Energy again, they employed numerous methods, yet failed to produce an antidote or discover a means to control the zombies. And they were unaware of the probability of humans developing special abilities upon infection with the virus. However, they did ascertain that mixing even a small amount of the liquid from the meteorite into water and allowing it to sit 100 meters away could transform those nearby into mindless monstrosities. Ultimately, their aim was world destruction, rendering the ability to control irrelevant. They decided to alter their strategy, calculating the timing of rainfall to launch the green toxic liquid into the sky, intending for it to permeate the clouds and subsequently contaminate certain areas when it rained. Yet, their first attempt was a failure. While rain did fall, it seemed the dosage of toxic liquid was insufficient, resulting in no mutations. On their second attempt, they awaited substantial rainfall, yet still observed no activity. They subsequently infused the rainwater with the green toxic liquid multiple times, and finally, the apocalypse arrived. That on the day chaos erupted outside, it is likely that no one within the laboratory was spared. The final date recorded in the documents was the day before the apocalypse, as they endeavored to ascertain why the green liquid failed to elicit a reaction upon entering the rain layer, after which there were no further records. The information documented within this laboratory was meticulous. Even minor changes were recorded without fail over the years, making it improbable that they neglected documentation due to a successful plan. Ultimately, those who sought to wreak havoc upon the world likely fell victim to their own machinations, transforming into zombies themselves. This data merely elucidates the cause of the apocalypse, of little utility to us or humanity at large. Yuan Mo rubbed his sore eyes. There is value in this. Understanding the cause is essential for devising a solution. Tomorrow, we shall examine the meteorite. We have endured the baptism of the apocalypse, so we should be unaffected. Nevertheless, it is prudent to wear protective suits. After all, those who lived here in suits experienced no adverse effects. The vial you just discovered should contain the zombie virus. Let us gather more and securely store it in our space. There should be no issues, and when our technology matures, we can research it further. Sheng remained preoccupied with the prospect of upgrading her abilities without crystal cores, hoping to glean answers from these liquids. She wondered if the system's appraiser could be activated this time to help identify the nature of the green liquid. Perhaps one day, they could completely eradicate the zombie virus. However, extreme caution was imperative during the collection of these raw substances. Yuan Mo understood Li Sheng's determination and refrained from dissuading her. After all, his time spent with her had provided insight into her character. Once she made a decision, she would not easily relent without compelling justification from others. The following day, after Yuan Mo had recuperated and regained his vigor, they promptly exited the space and retraced their steps from the laboratory. Continuing their explorations seemed pointless. Li Sheng took with her all usable instruments and apparatus. It was a matter of practicality to utilize what was readily available, cleaning and repurposing what they could. Upon emerging from the laboratory, they hurried toward the meteorite's location, soon encountering the crater described by the mermaid. The pit was indeed vast, comparable to the meteorite crater Li Sheng had observed previously. Clad in protective suits, they ventured closer, quickly spotting the green meteorite at the center of the crater, emanating a soft green glow. Li Sheng's heart began to race, a warmth spreading through her chest, compelling her to approach as if under some external control. This sensation was unsettling. She struggled to shake off the feeling of being manipulated. Yet it persisted, rendering her movements stiff as she approached the pit, ultimately stumbling and rolling beside the meteorite. Did you truly identify it? Upon falling into the pit, the sense of control dissipated entirely. Allowing her to engage closely with the meteorite and wearing the protective suit seemed to have no adverse effects. Energy essence, more energy. Why had she never encountered purchasable energy items in the system's marketplace? The energy sought by the system was omnipresent across worlds, or was it solely available in the apocalypse? While many streamers had perished in this apocalyptic segment, it was not particularly popular. Sometimes it even touched upon restrictions in live broadcasting. Yet despite this, the system had never considered relinquishing or shutting down the live mode, relentlessly seeking out streamers, even going so far as to transport her soul from another world to this apocalyptic realm. What could possibly hold such importance in this wasteland-like world for the system? However, storing such perilous items in the planning space was untenable. Fortunately, there was an alternative system space available, securing the meteorite within her space. Li Sheng scrambled to her feet, clumsily making her way up from the pit. The cumbersome protective suit severely restricted her movements, making her ascent laborious. Upon reaching the top, Yuan Mo and the others hurriedly assisted her. "Did you jump down?" Yuan Mo inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. "No, it felt as though I was controlled by something the moment I approached the edge of the pit, completely devoid of autonomous thought. My body acted against my will, and I simply leaped down. Yet, once I landed, the sensation vanished immediately," Li Sheng explained, shaking her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Mo furrowed his brow deeper. Has such a phenomenon occurred before? If it were the meteorite's influence, it wouldn't solely affect you. None of us felt anything similar. Could someone have tampered with you? Yuan Mo recalled Tangio's word about a trusted individual assassinating Li Sheng in the future. Could it be that the assassin had already begun their machinations? There was nothing previously, though I did feel a bit of warmth in my chest when the mermaid utilized her abilities earlier. I also felt warmth then. At that moment, I distinctly sensed it was protective. That I am uncertain whether the feeling of control and the warmth in my chest are connected. Perhaps we shall see in due course. Li Sheng, too, was unsure. She suddenly remembered the first meteorite, when it had drawn her into a vision. The warmth in her chest had been far more intense than now. Afterward, that meteorite had vanished, with the system stating that it had fused with her body. She wondered if there might be some correlation. At last, I find myself at ease, and there is no need for you all to wear such troubled expressions, as the saying goes. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If there truly are those who wish to harm me, they will inevitably reveal their intentions in due time. That I shall simply exercise a bit more caution. Yet there is no need to become a frightened bird, for prolonged tension can lead to one becoming ill from mere anxiety. Li Sheng, with a cheerful demeanor, sought to comfort the others, recognizing that without a clear cause or direction, fretting only serves to amplify one's troubles. It is wiser to live in the moment and refrain from overthinking. I apologize. I was a bit too hasty just now, Yuan Mo admitted, taking a deep breath and acknowledging that his previous tone had been somewhat excessive. "It's quite all right. I find it rather delightful that you're now showing concern for others." This remark jolted Yuan Mo from his reverie. Previously, his emotions had always been somewhat muted, even during his time in the imperial capital. However, this time, realizing the peril posed by the meteorite at the bottom of the pit, when Li Sheng suddenly leaped down, he genuinely experienced the urgency of anxiety and trepidation. Had his demeanor truly improved? After so many years, he was experiencing emotional fluctuations akin to those of a normal person for the first time. Though these feelings were not particularly positive, they were sufficient to bring him joy. He had sensed this potential the moment he laid eyes on Li Sheng. By following her, he believed his affliction would eventually dissipate. Little did he expect that day to arrive so swiftly. Although his emotional turmoil seemed entirely tied to Li Sheng, he found solace in this connection, knowing that this beginning would pave the way for him to perceive the emotions of others with greater ease. "I cannot say if it is truly better, but it should be improving." Yuan Mo smiled, pleased with this transformation. The others, unaware of Yuan Mo's condition, observed the two engaging in a cryptic exchange, leaving them utterly perplexed. "All right, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall find accommodation not far from Yuan Mo's home, so we can respond swiftly should any issue arise." Li Sheng procured a new speedboat. Recognizing that opportunities in Shanghai would be scarce in the future, she decided to purchase the same model she had previously used at a discounted price. Just as the group set foot on solid ground, still damp from the sea, a sudden tempest arose, and the waves surged to a height exceeding 2 meters. The surface of the sea transformed into a monstrous spectacle, with the rising spray resembling the gaping maw of a voracious abyss. "What has caused such a sudden tempest?" Hu Shuesan inquired, brushing back his disheveled hair and squinting into the wind. "I am uncertain, but it appears to be high tide, and we may be at risk of a tsunami." "We should depart quickly," Li Sheng replied, intent on leading the others away. That moment, Jiang Zhongji pointed toward the sea, exclaiming, "Look, it seems there are people in the water." "What?" Indeed, several figures became discernible, standing oddly in the water. Suddenly, the wind ceased and the water level receded, revealing a group of bare-chested mermaids gliding toward the shore, accompanied by an array of enormous marine creatures, the most striking of which was a whale larger than a ship. "What is happening? Aren't the mermaids supposed to reside within your domain?" Yuan Mo asked, bewildered. "I do not know, but judging by the expressions of these mermaids, they do not seem to come in peace. We should attempt to negotiate first, and if that fails, we must flee. We may not stand a chance against these sea creatures." "Halt! Where is Fei Erhua?" The mermaids interjected, blocking their path as Li Sheng and the others attempted to escape. They seemed intent on finding Fei Erhua. "You are not surprised to see us, and these creatures of the sea do not intimidate you. Do you not tell me you have never encountered Fei Erhua? Otherwise, your reactions will be quite inexplicable." Chapter 219. An unknown agreement. We have indeed encountered mermaids before, but they were the leaders from the South Sea base, who have since been relocated elsewhere. Given the rapid mutation of marine life in this area, it is hardly surprising to encounter such large creatures. We anticipated this meeting. As for the Fey person you mentioned, we truly do not know him. You all appear drenched, having just emerged from the sea. What were you doing out there? Are you from the South Sea base? The lead mermaid shifted the conversation away from Fei Erhua's whereabouts. We are not from the South Sea base. We merely heard reports of severe flooding from there and came to assist the displaced citizens. We are here for rescue, Li Sheng explained. The mermaids did not seem as violent as anticipated. Their tone was not particularly friendly, yet they primarily sought information, likely wishing to avoid direct conflict. Sheng treated the mermaids as one would any reasonable individual, believing that communication could yield fruitful discussions. Severe flooding at the South Sea base? Did we not reach an agreement with them? The sea serves as a boundary. We do not interfere with you, and you are not to venture into the ocean. You humans voluntarily establish your base beside the sea, while our kin strive daily to control the spread of the waters. Now you claim that flooding is severe. Wouldn't you call such actions hypocritical? Upon hearing this, Li Sheng was taken aback and astonished. The South Sea base had already established contact with the merfolk. They had negotiated an agreement. This was something she had never anticipated. However, those from the South Sea have reported numerous mutated marine creatures coming ashore to prey on humans, instilling fear among the populace. They could do nothing but send out a distress signal to us. Yet I have never heard of any agreement with your kind. If the South Sea base had indeed reached an agreement with the merfolk, then all previous assumptions would need to be discarded and reconstructed. Observing the merfolk's reactions, it appeared they were not lying. The deceit lay with the South Sea base. They had deliberately established their base adjacent to the ocean, creating the illusion of severe flooding, while cunningly appointing Fei Erhua, who had a tenuous relationship with the merfolk, as the base leader to issue a distress signal. What connections could there be? The merfolk asserted that they possessed their own means of survival in the sea, with larger fish consuming smaller ones, and even mutated shrimp remained merely shrimp in the grand scheme of things. The merfolk had long been the sovereigns of the ocean and had no need to prey upon humans for survival. Instead, they had specifically sought out those capable of coming ashore to aid in eliminating the frenzied humans who sought to tear apart their own kind, for which they had been met with gratitude, only to now be accused of inciting panic among the populace. How can you turn against us after we have assisted you? Initially, you humans claimed those frenzied individuals were no longer your kin, even assigning them a different name, zombies, pleading with us to eliminate them. Are you now attempting to bite the hand that fed you? As for Fei Erhua, he's my younger brother, presumably the South Sea base leader you speak of. What purpose did you have in relocating him? Though he is my brother, I've already exiled him from our waters. Attempting to use him as leverage against me will prove futile. Therefore, I advise you treacherous humans to release my brother promptly. While I will not compromise for his sake, I will seek vengeance should any harm befall him. The words of the merfolk were indeed astonishing. Even Li Sheng required considerable time to digest the implications. Thus, the reports from the South Sea base regarding marine creatures preying upon humans were actually pleas for assistance in dealing with zombies. The terrifying scenes described by Fei Erhua were not of marine life consuming humans, but rather of them feasting on zombies. Her previous notions of brutal power struggles within the merfolk community were likely misguided, since the merfolk had long been the rulers of the sea. It was plausible that the marine creatures, obeying Fei Erhua's commands, had ceased their predation of zombies due to the mercy shown by the merfolk leader. The individuals who had deceived Fei Erhua into coming to the base were likely aware of the connection between him and the merfolk leader, providing him with abundant comforts, perhaps with ulterior motives. The situation appeared increasingly convoluted. Only those from the South Sea base had interacted with the merfolk. Our community does not border the sea, and prior to encountering the leader of the South Sea base, we had never even known of the existence of mermaids. Thus, we were entirely unaware of any agreements or assistance you mention. As for our venture into the sea, it was to cross to an island in search of something. The people of the South Sea do not represent all of humanity, and their decisions cannot bind us. However, if our actions have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. If it is convenient, could you enlighten us regarding the agreement made with the South Sea base? If it is reasonable, we shall abide by it. Sheng was filled with questions, eager to extract further information, most importantly to uncover the identity of the individual who had forged an agreement with the merfolk. You truly do not know? The leader of the merfolk regarded Li Sheng with a mix of skepticism and scrutiny, surveying him several times before inquiring. But we truly do not know. The current turmoil on land has led humanity to fracture into several bases, akin to different nations. Thus, the agreement reached by the Nanhai base with you is merely a pact between their nation and yours, and they have not disclosed it to us. However, we are unable to provide any compelling evidence to support our claims. Should you choose not to believe us, there is little we can do to... Sheng's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness and candor, and the merfolk leader found himself convinced to a significant extent. We are all beings of the water, unable to breathe, and would perish. Is it not somewhat unreasonable to venture into the deep sea? It seems you truly have never encountered me. Rest assured, there are aquatic plants in the deep sea that, once consumed by humans, enable them to breathe underwater for over half a month. Sufficient time for you to host the human race as guests. Chapter 220. Undersea Negotiations. In truth, a visit could be quite intriguing. Li Sheng was genuinely curious about the deep sea and the aquatic plants that allowed for underwater respiration. That it sounded rather fascinating. In that case, I shall comply with your request. Sheng nodded slightly, agreeing to the proposal put forth by the merfolk leader. Accompanying the leader into the depths of the sea would entirely alleviate any doubts, making subsequent negotiations more effortless and smooth. The aquatic plants described by the merfolk leader were indeed peculiar. Clumps of gooey, damp green vegetation that appeared rather repulsive. Yet despite their unpleasantness, they had to be consumed. The group pinched their noses and swallowed the green substance, with Li Sheng being the first to submerge his head into the ocean. Attempting to hold his breath, miraculously, he found he could breathe at the ocean's depths. It was truly astonishing. All right, the aquatic plants have taken effect. Let us proceed. Sheng nodded slightly, eager for the forthcoming underwater journey. The merfolk leader guided the group beneath the waves, where a colossal whale became their steed. The underwater realm belonged to these marine creatures. If they were to swim to the deep sea, it was uncertain how long it would take. Riding the whale, however, felt like arriving in the blink of an eye. The underwater world was not as dark and terrifying as anticipated. Although the light was dim, they could still discern objects within 100 meters. Beautiful corals adorned the seabed, and merely gazing upon them was a visual delight. The tiny fish and shrimp, having mutated, had not grown significantly larger and still appeared rather fragile. As they plunged into the deep sea for the first time, Li Sheng and his companions were filled with astonishment, and despite their efforts to restrain themselves, their eyes wandered about in curiosity. Here lay the domain of the merfolk. They finally set foot upon the soft, sandy seabed, a comforting sensation beneath their feet. Before them stood the abode of the merfolk, devoid of the opulence of grand palaces or an abundance of pearl decorations. Instead, it was a simple structure built from coral rock. Sheng and his companions were ushered into the largest of these dwellings, which was furnished quite simply, lacking in the wooden benches and other amenities required by humans. Instead, various intricate and intertwined strands of seaweed hung from the rocky ceiling. Unlike humans, we merfolk do not require elaborate furniture for our daily lives. Fish sleep at their leisure, and swimming in the water does not tire us. Thus, we can only invite you to sit or stand as we converse, the merfolk leader stated, adopting a more courteous tone now that he was in his own territory and own need for formality. We should adapt to local customs. Standing and walking underwater is a rather novel experience, and there is no necessity to be seated. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand at Sheng remarked. Isn't this all about environmental protection? It is a shared responsibility. He had not anticipated that the merfolk king would be such an environmentally conscious ruler. The conditions proposed were indeed reasonable, leaving no grounds for refusal. This is a natural concern. Pollution in the sea will also affect the clouds above, leading to contaminated rain. Therefore, this is not solely an issue for marine life, but also a human concern that in the past, I was unaware of how to address this. But moving forward, I can represent the Nansheng base in agreeing to this condition. Sheng decisively concurred, not even inquiring about the potential benefits for his side. Splendid, but can you truly take the lead in this matter? I hope not to encounter anyone from the Nansheng base later claiming that it was merely a casual agreement that they do not intend to uphold. The merfolk king inquired, somewhat wary due to past dealings with the Nanhai base. I can indeed take charge. I'm the leader of the Nansheng base, and the authority lies within my hands. Sheng smiled slightly, revealing his identity. This moment, elevating his status, was essential to engage with the merfolk king as an equal, facilitating discussions of mutual benefit without disadvantage. You are quite young. It seems you have yet to reach adulthood among your kind, the merfolk king remarked. Though appearances can be deceiving, some individuals may have lived for decades in confusion, while others are born wise. One cannot judge solely by looks. I truly am the leader of the Nansheng base, and I believe our forthcoming conversation will be exceedingly pleasant. That I have many ways to assist the merfolk. So let us complete our discussions before you make any final decisions. Sheng refrained from overly contesting the king's words. Although the merfolk king remained somewhat skeptical, he was willing to proceed with caution. Very well, your eloquence suggests you are indeed a standout among humanity. Now, for the second condition, you have witnessed our underwater living conditions. Humans excel in manufacturing. In the past, my kin ventured ashore to negotiate with humans and learned your methods of creation. The somewhat rudimentary houses we have constructed are based on techniques borrowed from humanity. However, we merfolk have been reclusive for quite some time, and the pace of human advancement has been astonishingly rapid. We have long since fallen behind, and seeing your exquisite tools is undeniably enviable. Therefore, I hope you humans can teach us the methods of constructing houses and tools. That is certainly feasible. However, you will need to send individuals to the shore for instruction. Even if one can breathe underwater, prolonged exposure to the depths is detrimental to human health, that we are not marine creatures and cannot truly adapt. Sheng quickly negotiated, noting that his fingers had begun to pale from the extended time spent in the water. I understand. Humans cannot endure long periods in the depths. However, it matters not. As we merfolk are creatures of both land and sea, I will send my kin to your realm for exchange and learning. Now, let us discuss the third condition. The oceanic life is undergoing significant changes, primarily due to that island, which has become the epicenter of these alterations. The changes in the seawater are gradually spreading. And although our deep-sea habitat is still distant from that island, many marine creatures remain unaffected. However, if this continues, it will not be long before the entire ocean becomes polluted. Thus, my third condition is that we hope humanity can assist in researching a means to purify the seawater. If this condition can be met, we merfolk are willing to subordinate ourselves to humanity. Whoever aids us in achieving this will become the master of the marine life. That I know you have visited that island and are aware that Fei Erhua was present there. The entire ocean is our domain. Thus, even if Fei Erhua submerged for just a moment, I can sense it. Although I am unsure why he is not with you now, it is certain you and Fei Erhua appeared together on that island. Likely accompanied by my brother. My brother is simple-minded and easily deceived, yet he possesses strength and keen intuition. I trust him to navigate the world independently. He can discern who treats him well and who does not. Your conduct on the shore earlier indicates you did not betray my brother, which is enough for me to regard you favorably and signifies your loyalty. You have known all along, haven't you? Your brother is indeed with us, and he has shared with me the connection between you two. Thus, to assist a friend, we cannot disclose his whereabouts. Yet, I observe that when you speak of him, there is no trace of resentment or anger. Rather, a hint of fondness. It seems you do not harbor ill feelings toward him. Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing he had not managed to deceive the merfolk king after all. Instead, he had inadvertently earned the king's trust due to this revelation. Ah, I see. How amusing. Sheng chuckled softly. It appears humans are indeed not as steadfast as merfolk, at least once they choose a king. They do not waver in their loyalty. I comprehend your perspective. You assert that his thoughts are untainted, and thus he is unlikely to harbor resentment towards you. However, my words hold little weight in this matter. If fate permits, you may inquire directly upon encountering him. Now, reverting to the main topic, the third condition you mentioned presents an exceedingly formidable challenge, bordering on an impossible task. I am uncertain how the Nanhai base made such a promise to you. If they agreed to your condition without any prior investigation, I can affirm with utmost certainty that they are deceiving you. However, representatives from the Nanhai base contend that the endeavor to alter oceanic water quality commenced long before the chaos on land, and they claim to have already discovered a method. Given time, it should not prove insurmountable. Furthermore, if they cannot accomplish this task, we shall not extend excessive assistance. Thus, how could they be deceiving us? The Sea King furrowed his brow, visibly perplexed, uncertain whom to trust. The situation is not entirely dissimilar. I'm not entirely aware of whether any research on oceanic water quality took place prior to the turmoil on land. But it is evident that the mutations occurring on land are far more severe than those in the ocean. The humans you mentioned, who are rampaging, have long since become the living dead, and the toxins they propagate are identical to those causing mutations in marine life. That if we truly possessed a solution, we would not allow such chaos on the surface. If they genuinely had a remedy, they would not seek your assistance to eliminate the living dead. Thus, it is clear that they are incapable of achieving this. No one can, at least not at this moment. Sheng articulated her reasoning with clarity and earnestness, while the Sea King lowered his head in contemplation, wavering in his trust. That is untenable. Although the current seawater may empower the denizens of the deep, it also bears significant side effects. Some of the closest subjects to the island have spontaneously exploded, and currently, the pollution has not yet spread to the deep sea. Should the entire ocean succumb to such contamination, it is conceivable that all marine beings may one day erupt collectively. This water profoundly affects us. Even if it enhances our strength, we wish to dispose of it. Chapter 222. A miscalculation, but this is truly unattainable. Sheng could plainly discern the Sea King's anxiety regarding this matter. Yet the system had long since provided a definitive answer. The zombie mutation virus is unsolvable, from beginning to end. While the system may be flawed, it has never uttered a falsehood, as Sheng had verified through multiple tests. The system is merely a program. Although it can be manipulated by humans, when confronted with this answer, she was still an inconspicuous broadcaster, and there was no reason for those controlling the system to pay excessive attention. Thus, at that time, a mere program should not, and indeed could not, lie. The ability to create a connection between different worlds with such advanced technology, yet still yield an unsolvable answer concerning the zombie virus, underscores the virus's formidable nature. Even in the realm she currently inhabited, if there existed any possibility of overcoming the zombie virus, it would be far into the future, and the marine creatures would not live to see that day. As for the previous two conditions, we could forego them entirely. Even the third condition seems unattainable. That it is not that I refuse to comply. It is simply unfeasible. However, you might consider an alternative perspective. If you could command all marine life, I could assist you in finding a new sea region where you and your subjects could reside. Sheng, racking her brains, could conceive of no other solution. It is impossible. In this world, all waters are interconnected. Even with constant relocation, we would inevitably lose our last pure sanctuary. It cannot be done. The Sea King disheartened, shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with despair that I can locate a sea that exists beyond this realm. Suddenly, Sheng recalled her planting space, which contained a body of water devoid of any living creatures, pristine and unpolluted, entirely suitable for sustaining these marine beings. Are you serious? The Sea King gazed at Sheng, astonished, and exclaimed, "If you can trust me, I can take you to see that place. However, it must be understood that it is entirely mine. There is no cycle of day and night, nor the changing of seasons. Should we indeed relocate the marine life there, not only must the merfolk bow in submission, but all marine beings shall be subject to my command." Sheng was astute, maximizing her benefits when negotiating terms. Since the other party sought a new habitat, she would provide such a place while ensuring she derived the greatest advantage. No objections. As long as you can secure such a location, all beings of the deep shall heed your call. Any prior agreements between you and the human race shall be rendered void, and from this moment forth, you shall be our king. The Sea King readily acquiesced, without the slightest hesitation. He, being compassionate, could not bear to see his subjects suffer. "Then I shall take you to see that place. It is possible you may encounter your brother, so do not be taken aback." With that, Sheng grasped the Sea King's wrist and transported him to her planting space. Observing the chaotic scene before her, with rice paddies in the distance and the boundless sea beyond, the Sea King was filled with exhilaration, breaking free from Sheng's grasp to race towards the shore. Leaping into the water, Sheng patiently awaited the Sea King's return, and soon he emerged, his head breaking the surface. The water here is purer than it was before the pollution, comparable to that of ancient times. I adore this place. My subjects will surely love it as well. From today onwards, you shall be our king, and all marine life shall serve you." The Sea King was overjoyed and, after emerging from the sea, promptly knelt on one knee before Sheng. "Shall we proceed to relocate your subjects here?" Sheng offered a gentle supporting hand to help the Sea King rise, smiling as she inquired. "Yes, time is of the essence. Let us do so now. However, I have one question. How did you communicate with the individual with whom you previously negotiated terms?" Sheng did not forget to inquire about the Nanhai base. This person was clearly exploiting the merfolk for ulterior motives. I gifted him a considerable amount of seaweed and left my mark upon him. As soon as he steps into the water, we can sense his presence and dispatch fish to retrieve him. That he informed us that fulfilling the third condition would be challenging, yet he assured us it could be accomplished, thus proposing that we establish a cooperative relationship while advancing the first and second conditions. Once all three conditions are met, our merfolk would become their vassals. Upon reflection, that individual likely intended to merely delay and exploit me. Sheng nodded slowly, grasping the situation as she led the Sea King out of the space. The methods employed by the Nanhai base were not particularly astute. Although the Sea King appeared shrewd, he was merely slightly more clever than the average human, lacking the cunning of even Hushuesen. It seemed the Nanhai base had recognized this, boldly manipulating the Sea King, offering no deadlines or commitments, merely painting a tantalizing picture, establishing cooperation without expending much effort to control the marine beings. This approach bore a striking similarity to the tactics used with Fei Erhua, suggesting a common origin. It remained uncertain who this individual was and whether they could be identified. Upon exiting the space, the Sea King began to chant melodiously, the sound of his voice unlike the torturous singing of Fei Erhua that could drive one to madness, but rather, it was a delightful melody that brought joy to the heart. Lingering in the air like a sweet echo, the Sea King completed his song. The waters began to surge, and marine creatures swarmed from all directions, gathering in a spectacular display. I have summoned all the denizens of the deep. Alas, a grave miscalculation. Sheng suddenly recalled a particularly terrifying detail. To bring a person or creature into her space, there must be physical contact. Even if they formed a chain, as long as one was in contact with her, they could all be transported. Humans were manageable, but how could she possibly connect so many fish to transport them all? If she had to move them one by one, it would be utterly exhausting. Chapter 223. Treasure hunting under the sea. Sheng first maneuvered the larger fish into her space, nearly exhausting herself in the process. gazing at the countless small fish and shrimp before her. Contemplating the enormity of the task ahead, she felt herself on the verge of collapse. This matter is simple. I can have their tails touch, forming a connection. Would that suffice? Indeed, there is a solution. Sheng was taken aback, filled with regret for not suggesting it sooner. The Sea King, misunderstanding his previous expression, waved his hand grandly, instructing all the fish to align their tails together in a single line. King, is this the way? Yes, indeed. That is the way. It appears I acted foolishly, toiling away for so long when they truly possess a solution. Regardless of size or species, every fish now formed a splendid line, a sight to behold. Had she known they would be so obedient, she would not have expended such effort. However, such words that would tarnish her illustrious and formidable image, she would never utter in a moment of carelessness. Indeed, that is correct. If I take them all in together, there shall be no issue. Sheng chuckled awkwardly, casually grasped a fish, and swiftly entered the space. The fish, now united in a mass, were instantly cast into the aquatic realm of the planting space, leaving the outer sea utterly barren at this moment. Upon returning outside, the once vibrant sea, teeming with fish and shrimp, now resembled an endless dead sea, devoid of any life. Upon seeing Sheng emerge, the Merman King promptly knelt on one knee, once again expressing his gratitude. Thank you. From now on, you shall be our sovereign. My name is Sheng. You may simply call me by my name. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me, no matter the peril or sacrifice. The Merman King, kneeling, was level with the diminutive Sheng, rendering the scene extraordinarily surreal in the tranquil depths of the ocean. Having traversed in the modern era for quite some time, Sheng had gradually acclimated to contemporary life, and the Merman King's habitual kneeling felt somewhat awkwarder, recalling the days when throngs of servants and officials would bow before her. She found herself strangely out of place, a testament to the passage of time. Please rise. In today's human society, the master-servant dynamic is long obsolete. We can maintain a relationship akin to superior and subordinate without the need for constant kneeling. It feels quite uncomfortable. However, I have a suggestion that requires your consent. Sheng gently assisted the Merman King to his feet, smiling amiably. But I cannot, as long as it is within my capabilities. I shall exert every effort, replied the Merman King with unwavering respect. That I am honored, Sheng. Your obedience is appreciated. The Merman King was filled with elation. They were the wisest beings of the sea, dwelling in the abyss where they consumed live fish and shrimp. Residing in makeshift homes built from coral, in his youth, he had ventured onto the surface and glimpsed the life of humans. Humans possessed a myriad of exquisite cuisines, opulent palaces, various comfortable and useful tools, as well as an abundance of cultural knowledge. It was this exposure that ignited his aspirations. Upon maturing, he had expressed a desire to integrate into human society and learn from their merits to enhance the quality of life for his kin. Crucially, once mermen reach land, their physiological structures, aside from having a lung capable of breathing underwater, do not differ from ordinary humans. Mermen must also give birth on land, adhering to human methods of reproduction. Yet, the merman race had never learned medicine, perpetually growing in a primitive manner, with countless offspring perishing due to complications during birth. Consequently, the population of mermen had dwindled significantly, especially in recent years, even without the viral contamination from Nanhai Island. The waters had become increasingly unclean. The old Merman King was reluctant to engage in negotiations, striving to conceal the whereabouts of his clan, leading to the inevitable demise of fragile infants due to the polluted waters. Sheng, unwilling to accept this fate, found it intolerable to remain in such a sunless existence, nor could he bear to see his kin fail to thrive. His vision clashed with that of the old Merman King, who preferred isolation, while Sheng desired integration with humanity. This divergence of ideals resulted in fierce conflicts during leadership transitions, surpassing previous bloodshed. In truth, my father has always shunned contact with humans, viewing them as cunning and treacherous. Once, a clan member who ventured to the surface was exploited by humans until their last vestige of value was drained. Even their remains were not spared. Though life beneath the sea is secure, Avoiding human engagement has not led to prosperity for my kin that I wish to trust you. If possible, I hope the merman race can secure a place on land. Fei Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears, his words emanating from the depths of his heart. I do not advise constant interaction with humans, for your naivety makes you susceptible to deception. However, this is something you can learn to adapt to. If you wish to carve out your own space among humans, you must grasp the intricacies of their world, for wherever humans exist, there lies conflict. I can only promise to protect you and your kin as long as I live. Beyond that, your path must be forged by your own hands. With such sincerity from the other party, Sheng was naturally inclined to reciprocate with genuine intentions. Then we may ascend to the surface. Ah, wait. Over the years, there have been humans attempting to salvage something from the depths. I suspect they seek to recover sunken ships and treasures. Those items hold no value for us, but if you are interested, I can present them to you. If not, I shall lead you and your companions to the shore. Sunken ships? Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected fortune. Fei Cheng was not entirely ignorant of the world. He knew to offer gifts upon introductions. Though antiques and artworks from the sunken ships held considerable value in this world, they were of no use to the system. However, if treasures were indeed present, they could be exchanged for star coins with the system. Excellent. I am indeed in need of such items. Please lead the way. Fei Cheng hoisted Sheng onto his back, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the location of a sunken ship. Although some treasures have been obscured by time and water, rendering them unrecognizable, the system still assigned them value. Notably, rare jewels fetch satisfactory prices. Fei Cheng was perceptive. Noticing Sheng's preference for mundane riches, he guided her towards larger vessels with potential value. However, the last sunken ship left Sheng utterly astonished. Chapter 224. The starship in the depths of the sea beyond the apocalypse. Why would a military starship from an interstellar realm lie submerged here? Was this ship's descent an accident, or was its purpose to reach this planet? Two meteors from the cosmos, one possessing potent hallucinogenic capabilities, and the other the source of the apocalyptic zombie virus that plunged this world into chaos. Did these meteors truly fall here by mere chance? With countless dimensions and myriad planets in the universe, how did the interstellar beings discern where life existed? How could they ascertain that this particular planet was fated to experience an apocalypse? Sheng felt a creeping dread as she seemed to uncover a truth that should remain hidden, a truth that appeared beyond her current capacity to bear. Everything she possessed stemmed from the system. Under such unequal contractual terms, it could be said she was merely a pawn completely controlled by the system, which itself was merely a tool for manipulation, while her own fate seemed inconsequential. The thought that her actions might endanger the inhabitants of this planet was unthinkable. Tangio had once mentioned that after her death, extraterrestrials arrived on this planet in a spacecraft to negotiate with her former companions. What were the subjects of their discussions? Had she truly perished at the hands of someone close to her? Did she realize, 10 years later, that cunning individuals had previously visited this world? Had she merely scratched the surface of a hidden truth? Or had she already grasped significant information? Was her demise due to betrayal, or had the system deemed her expendable and executed her? Confusion, disbelief, and a myriad of questions swirled in her mind. Sheng felt an intense headache. Reluctant to dwell on these thoughts, yearning only to safeguard the foundation she had painstakingly established, yet uncontrollably driven to uncover the entire truth. Unconsciously, she drew closer to the starship, with 2 minutes remaining until the transmission preparation concluded. Seizing this moment, she could explore the interior. Perhaps she would uncover something of value. With a swift motion, Sheng swam into the starship. Inside, the contents were scattered chaotically, suggesting a great tumult during the crash. However, there were no bodies or remains aboard. It was unclear whether the pilot had fled or had been completely eroded by the sea. After a thorough search, she found nothing of apparent value. The waterlogged starship held no operational instruments. Sheng attempted to transfer items from the starship in her planting space, encountering no resistance from the system. With only a minute remaining, time did not permit further exploration. In a frenzy, she disassembled everything salvageable from the starship, tossing it all into her space. Useful or not, not even a fragment was overlooked. She hurriedly cleared the ship of any potentially useful items. timing her exit perfectly. With merely a second remaining, she emerged from the starship. The system's countdown reached 0, and the colossal vessel vanished without a trace in that instant. Sheng exhaled in relief, grateful to have timed her departure precisely. Otherwise, who knew if she would be transported alongside the ship? The experience of traversing time and space was not to be taken lightly. She might not survive the ordeal, while the starship could withstand it. Wong, it appears that there are no other sunken ships in the depths of the sea. The only shipwrecks I am aware of that contain treasures of gold and silver lie right here. Is there anything else you wish to search for in the ocean's abyss? Fei Qing's inquiry interrupted Li Sheng's contemplation. No, I have already collected everything I can. Thank you. We can now return ashore. Chapter 225. A fortuitous encounter. There is something I forgot to mention to you. Fei Erhua has always been in my space. I wonder if you still harbor a strong aversion to meeting him. Once ashore, Li Sheng gazed at the 40 or so mermen behind her, perplexed, bringing such a large number of tall individuals, each at least 2 meters in height, to the Imperial capital base would undoubtedly incite chaos. They had to proceed discreetly on this occasion. Allowing them to venture alone to the southern city base was out of the question. The space was their sole refuge. Now, all the denizens of the ocean world hold you in high esteem, and I consider myself your subordinate. This throne is indisputably yours, so it matters not when I see my brother again. After receiving consent, Li Sheng settled the merman clan into the space and, according to the original plan, drove towards the imperial capital, as anticipated. After all the commotion, the representatives from other bases, having received a relatively generous reward, had already departed. Before entering the base, aside from the old Taoist and Yuan Mo, everyone else was brought into the space. Upon entering the base, they dispersed, concealing their tracks. The foremost task was to locate His brother. Since the elderly gentleman they fortuitously encountered last time might possess some information, it would be prudent to arrange another chance meeting. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo continued to set up their stall at the trading market daily, waiting patiently. This time, however, their objective was not to make money or gather news, so they didn't require a large flow of customers. Items like food, which were in high demand, were unsuitable for trade. If they needed to hide, it would be wiser to sell inconspicuous little trinkets that drew little attention. Yet, they couldn't allow their business to be too bleak, if no one noticed them at all. They risked being overlooked by the passing old gentleman. After much contemplation, they decided that selling daily necessities would be more fitting. For 3 consecutive days, they indeed remained inconspicuous, but they had not encountered that old gentleman again. At this rate, they had no idea how long they would have to wait. Perhaps he did not come here every day to meander. If the mountains won't turn, then the waters must. One cannot let oneself be stymied. Li Sheng resolved to employ a bit of cunning. That old gentleman's son was an official at the Imperial capital base. Even if he were a mere nobody, such officials would tend to reside in close proximity. As a family member, the old gentleman would undoubtedly live with his son, that if she could ascertain the addresses of these officials, perhaps she could fortuitously encounter him. Fortunately, officials at the Imperial capital all donned standardized uniforms, and occasionally, a few official personnel would patronize their stall. Li Sheng tactfully inquired and gleaned a rough idea of their residence. The following morning, Li Sheng took a bamboo basket filled with various daily necessities and ventured alone to the vicinity of the official's residence. There were numerous small communities in the area. However, some were heavily guarded while others were more relaxed. The ones that were more secure were undoubtedly under official control. Li Sheng pretended to be a wandering vendor, calling out to passers-by and recommending the items in her basket. Before long, she drew the attention of others. "Hey, what are you doing? Why come here to sell things instead of going to the trading market or commercial street?" A security guard with a stern expression intercepted Li Sheng, scolding her harshly. "I understand, but I woke up late today and missed my stall that I just arrived at the Imperial capital base and am unfamiliar with the area. I spent all my money on rent. I need to sell a few small items to buy food. If I don't earn anything, I won't have anything to eat." Li Sheng made full use of her appealing appearance, her big, watery eyes blinking adorably like a doll. Who could resist such an innocent-looking child? The guard's demeanor softened visibly. Even his tone became gentler. "Why is such a young child out here selling things? Where are your parents? I came to the imperial capital to find my mom and dad, but I don't know where they are, Li Sheng replied, sticking to her previous excuse. The guard, believing her, felt a pang of sympathy and nodded slowly with a smile. Well, if you don't mind, you can set up at a fixed spot. Just don't wander around too much. It makes it difficult for me to do my job if you keep asking everyone. Find a quiet place, and I can turn a blind eye. Thank you. Thank you. Li Sheng flashed a sweet smile at the guard and obediently moved to a shady spot under a tree, laying out her goods on the ground. Patiently waiting for customers, suddenly, she heard a familiar voice and looked up, only to find the old gentleman she had encountered at the trading street. She had indeed chosen the right place. I haven't found anything yet. I woke up late today, and there were no stalls at the trading street. Everything edible is sold out. I spent a lot of money looking for someone, and now I'm out of funds. I had to gather some supplies, but with no food found this time, I can only buy daily necessities and save up money to inquire about news. Li Sheng forced a few tears from her eyes, pretending to be extremely sorrowful and dejected, appearing quite pitiful. Oh dear, little one. Food is so expensive now. Did you spend all the money you earned from your stall looking for someone, after spending so much? Did you find no leads? The old gentleman's face was filled with concern, seemingly worried that Li Sheng had been deceived. Yes, I've already spent a lot of crystal cores, but I just can't seem to find anything. I've sought many who claim to have information, and after searching for many days, their conclusion is that they have never seen them. Is it possible that your parents are not in the imperial capital? Or the old gentleman's words trailed off, and Li Sheng could guess what he was implying. No. My parents are definitely alive. They must be in the imperial capital. Li Sheng insisted, without disclosing her reasons, mainly because she had not yet concocted a suitable story and feared that saying too much might lead to mistakes. Chapter 226. Deceived. Hooray! The plan was successful. Li Sheng accepted the old gentleman's suggestion. His home was meticulously organized. Although there were not many items, each was spotless and tidy, indicating that the old gentleman was a person who cherished life. He poured a glass of water for Li Sheng and placed it on the table, smiling warmly. Thank you. Grandpa. Li Sheng's eyes curved in delight as she took small sips from the glass. After days of travel and numerous events, she had not had a moment's peace since arriving at the imperial capital. Now, seated in such a spacious, bright, and clean home, her spirits were considerably lifted. Yet as she settled down, she felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall it. Her intuition told her that whatever it was of great importance. What could it be? Li Sheng was lost in thought when the sound of the door opening interrupted her reverie. The old gentleman emerged slowly from the kitchen, explaining, my father wears glasses, has a scar on his hand from a burn, and a mole beneath his eye. Mother is very slender and quite beautiful. Li Sheng fabricated details about two non-existent individuals, making an effort to avoid specifics, to evade suspicion. I have no place to stay, and I've spent all my money, Li Sheng said, lowering her head to obscure her expression. Her tone slightly embarrassed and dejected. If you don't mind, you can stay with me. It's just my father and me at home, and isn't safe for a child to be out alone. Internally, Li Sheng rejoiced. Close contact would allow her to extract more information. Once they became familiar over a couple of days, she could inquire about this person's journey to the southern city. Li Hu, gather at the square immediately. The laboratory has been attacked, and Subject 037 has been abducted. A large horde of zombies has inexplicably gathered outside. We may be under siege. Hurry to the square. What? Received. I'm on my way. Understood. Li Sheng watched the young man depart, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She recalled what she had forgotten. He had once told her that within 100 miles, as long as his brother was alive, he would be able to sense him. Yet, during their time at the Imperial Capital Base, he had never mentioned this. They had been searching aimlessly everywhere for clues because everyone was convinced He's brother was here. If he had not sensed anything, why hadn't he clarified it earlier? If he had sensed something, why hadn't he notified them? Subject 037, the individual brought back from the southern city. No one knew her true purpose in approaching the old gentleman. And given his anxious demeanor, the situation was evidently urgent, suggesting he was not lying. This meant that Subject 037 was likely Jihe's brother, yet wasn't his brother a zombie? How could he be a person with ineffective abilities? Sheng was flooded with questions, her mind racing with a singular thought. She had been deceived. A zombie siege, laboratory chaos, kidnapping. All signs pointed to Jihe. The ability to control zombies, to pinpoint the location of his brother. Everything seemed to lead back to Jihe's scheme. Grandfather, I apologize for deceiving you. I am without parents, and my arrival in the capital was not to seek them out. Rather, I came in pursuit of a friend whose family members seemed to have been forcibly taken by the officials of the city. The individuals who abducted him, as we speculated during our last conversation, are likely your son. Thus, I have been scheming to approach you, and I'm truly sorry for exploiting your kindness. Sheng bowed deeply to the kind-hearted old man, who genuinely wished to assist her. This apology was a necessity for her. Having said that, Sheng hurriedly exited the apartment, opened her phone, and contacted Yuan Mo to share her suspicions. After hanging up, she promptly activated the GPS system on her phone. Jihe's phone was provided by her, intentionally equipped with GPS to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that might arise from their separate actions. Now it could serve to locate him. Watching the red dot on her screen frantically move towards the outskirts of the city, Sheng quietly exhaled in relief, grateful that Jihe had forgotten to discard his phone. She swiftly purchased a bicycle through the system and pedaled towards the location of the red dot. As the distance closed, the dot suddenly halted. Had Jihe finally realized? Had he discarded the phone? Regardless, following this trajectory to find him was undoubtedly the right course. Sheng continued towards the red dot, and upon arrival, she indeed found the phone lying on the ground. It was a dimly lit alleyway, with a narrow path that obscured Jihe's hiding place. Chapter 227. Farewell. At some point, Jihe had silently appeared behind her, his gentle voice calling her name, as familiar and warm as ever. Sheng gazed at his heartfelt smile, feeling genuine happiness for him as a friend, yet grappling with the difficulty of accepting the deceit she had endured. So, we will no longer be friends. Sheng remained silent for an extended period, taking a deep breath before posing the question. No, you will always be my friend, Jihe swiftly rejected, stepping forward in haste, yet pausing as he remembered his severely injured brother could not withstand the jostling. You desire your own brother, and I understand that. The bond you share is unbreakable. However, since we are friends, why did you deceive me? Unable to restrain herself, Sheng voiced her inner turmoil. She could accept betrayal for the sake of self-interest, even understand if her friend had been coerced, or even acknowledge her own blindness in trusting others. However, she could not fathom the notion that their prolonged companionship, one rooted in life and death, had been built on a foundation of mistrust. I am sorry, but I cannot trust you, Jihe replied, his voice steadied. In the theater, we were allies, friends, but from the very first day of the apocalypse, we ceased to be of the same kind. What do you mean by that? Sheng gasped, sensing she grasped the underlying meaning of Jihe's words, yet struggling to fully comprehend. He paused momentarily, taking a deep breath, tilting his head back, and closing his eyes as he calmly stated, the zombies avoid me. All the mutated creatures also steer clear of me, for I am, in fact, a high-level zombie. I was taken by the capital base, while my brother is a true human. When you arrived in the town, I had already begun to mutate, regaining some semblance of consciousness, instinctively seeking to consume high-level zombies and mutated animals. I transformed from a monstrous aberration into a being resembling a normal human, my cognition sharpening and my strength growing. However, while I was digesting a zombie core of similar rank, intruders breached the town and seized my brother while I was preoccupied. Everything I have told you is the truth, that I initially believed it was an enemy from our past who had taken my brother. However, after I organized the siege, I felt no trace of him. By that time, I appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, which is why I sought you out. That a single person's strength is minuscule in this vast world. Hence, to quickly locate my brother, I needed collaboration. That I am not human. No matter how much I resemble one, I am not. That I do not cry, feel pain, or have a beating heart. What sustains my existence and my emotions is merely the hard stone in my mind. I cannot trust you, nor can I allow myself to grow close to you. Even if you cannot harm me, even if you accept my true nature as a zombie and wish to remain friends. I cannot be close to you that we are no longer of the same kind. We are adversaries in the biological hierarchy that if you continue to befriend me, and others discover it, you will inevitably become targets. Therefore, whether out of a desire to avoid conflict or to protect you from harm, I must play the traitor. Sheng could hardly fathom that the youth standing before her, so charming and refined, was a zombie. In truth, she should have anticipated this. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the world had descended into chaos yet maintained a precarious balance. Humans and zombies had become natural adversaries, if balance were to be preserved. How could there exist humans capable of controlling zombies and mutated creatures? No wonder a teenager could be heartless enough to decimate a city, nor was it surprising that they encountered so few zombies in their travels. So that is how it is, she murmured, that I do not perceive us as adversaries. Though you have lost your heartbeat, your warmth, and all physical sensations of humanity, you still retain emotional perception. Thus, the friendship we have forged is not a fabrication. We can communicate, converse, and share ideas, which proves we need not be foes. That I respect your choice. However, before we proceed, I have some questions. You know the purpose behind the capital base's abduction of her brother? Sheng let out a bitter laugh. Given He's revelations, it seemed likely that their paths would rarely cross again. This calm conversation might very well be their last. They seek to develop a cure for the zombie virus and a drug that can nullify superpowers. My brother's ability is to negate all superpowers and is entirely immune to the zombie virus. Perhaps our family's genes are extraordinary. I became the first awakened zombie in this world, while my brother became the sole human immune to all the extraordinary abilities brought forth by the apocalypse. They capture my brother to unravel the secrets of this gene from him, but proved futile. After realizing my brother was of no use, they imprisoned him, never intending to release him, occasionally dragging him out to continue their experiments. Fearful of missing any detailed ASG he spoke on this topic, his emotions surged, revealing his loathing for the capital base. From a human perspective, the capital base's actions in abducting He's brother for research may not have seemed entirely wrong. Yet, from a personal viewpoint, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who harmed his brother, and rightfully so. Sheng refrained from passing judgment or becoming involved, having already experienced betrayal. Even if they could remain friends, they would no longer be partners, and thus she wished to steer clear of such personal matters. That I understand. But you have rescued your brother. Why, then, are the zombies still besieging the city? Do you intend to use your zombie army to annihilate the capital base? This was Sheng's true objective. The mention of the old man's son and the radio's account of the zombie siege left no doubt that He was behind it. The sheer scale of a zombie siege capable of inciting such panic in the first base was evident even without further inspection. Have you seen my brother's condition? Oh no, you cannot see. Beneath this sickly exterior, there is not a single sound place. The healed wounds from regenerative therapy do not erase the scars. When my brother first saw me, he retained a sliver of sanity, recounting his entire ordeal before succumbing to madness. Losing all recognition of me, I cannot fathom the extent of the inhumane torment he endured beyond the scars. He is so emaciated that his bones are visible. They abducted my brother and subjected him to experimentation. My hatred for them runs deep. I despise them not only for their madness in conducting such heinous acts against my brother's will, but also for their failure to treat him with kindness while he still held value. Does he look as though he can sustain himself? Can he keep warm? Confined in a dark room every day, whether strapped to an operating table or subjected to blood draws and dissections. Such a life endured for so long. Should they not pay the price? From the moment they took my brother, they should have known that if my brother's kin still lived, I would seek retribution. Now, I have triumphed, and they must pay the price. His expression grew frantic, as if he had succumbed to madness, completely shedding his former gentle demeanor. That I comprehend your desire for vengeance after the harm inflicted upon your brother, and I can empathize with that sentiment. However, what I cannot grasp is the innocence of those who inhabit this base. They have never encountered your brother, nor were they aware of his existence, much less the decisions made by the leaders in the capital. They are merely individuals struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world, with a zombie horde besieging the city. Do these people truly stand a chance of survival? You may seek retribution against those responsible for this decision, and against those who have inflicted harm upon Wang Li. But why must you contemplate the slaughter of these blameless individuals? They too have families, children, and friends. They have endured so much to remain alive. It is unjust for them to suffer for the transgressions of others. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider, to reflect upon the South City base, to remember our visit to the orphanage, the bittersweet smiles of those children, to think of those who, despite the harshness of life, still hold hope for the future. Contemplate their plight before making your decision. If you would, he fell silent for a considerable time, perhaps pondering the weight of Li Sheng's words. Those in power, those operating within laboratories, cannot simply abandon their posts to venture outside the base. Aside from annihilating the entire facility with the encroaching zombies, I seem to have no other means of vengeance. From the outset, you were aware of my ambitions that if I promise that one day I will assume control of the capital base. Would you be willing to temporarily cease your current actions? Li Sheng contemplated this for a while, but could find no viable solution. She understood that he awaited a satisfactory answer. He had been swayed by her words and did not wish to harm the innocent. Yet his thirst for vengeance remained. If only she could provide a resolution, this crisis could be averted. At least for the time being. If you are never able to take control of the capital base, how can I ever exact my revenge? Grant me a deadline. 10 years, a period of 10 years. If, within that time, I'm still unable to take command of the capital base, then I shall not impede you in any way, no matter what actions you choose to take. Very well, it is agreed. I can afford to wait. During these 10 years, I promise not to launch any attacks on any human settlements. I shall instruct them to depart. And now I must leave the city, perhaps never to return. Li Sheng stepped aside, signaling her unwillingness to obstruct him. Once he passed her by, she slowly lifted her leg, preparing to depart from this place. That I hope that one day, peace may be achieved between zombies and humans. I hope this apocalypse comes to an end swiftly. That I hope that when they meet again, it is not as adversaries. May they all live long, prosperous lives. Chapter 228. The journey home. It seems there is no longer a necessity to investigate the most pressing matters in the capital. Li Sheng leisurely rode her bike toward Yuan Mo's residence, her heart filled with myriad reflections. The zombie horde has retreated? How peculiar! Who knows why? You should have seen the throngs of zombies outside. From the city walls, they resembled a swarm of ants, countless heads bobbing, likely numbering in the millions. That it appears that the zombies from the nearby desolate cities have congregated here, which is truly terrifying. Thankfully, they have withdrawn. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain which side would emerge victorious in such a grim battle. It defies logic. I have never heard of a siege by zombies that turned back halfway. Regardless, it is ultimately a positive turn of events. War inevitably brings death. Whether one battles zombies or mutated beasts, no one emerges unscathed. Indeed, in the past, I would scoff at those who wish for world peace, viewing them as naive, sheltered individuals who believed war to be a distant reality. Yet now, I find myself yearning for that very peace. As Li Sheng rode past, she overheard discussions regarding the siege of zombies. With the horde's departure, it signified that he had heeded her counsel, and he too must have left by now. It remains a mystery where he intends to lead his forces, but his movements have been swift. Upon arriving at Yuan Mo's home, Li Sheng took out her phone to inform her companions that there was no longer a need to search for Jihe's brother. Noticing the evident gloom on Li Sheng's face, Yuan Mo seemed to grasp the situation. He poured her a glass of water and inquired, "The siege of zombies outside was orchestrated by Jihe, wasn't it? He is the sole individual capable of manipulating the zombies. Their sudden arrival and equally abrupt departure can only be attributed to him. He could have chosen a different approach, but everyone has their own choices. You need not dwell on it too much." Everything was understood without the need for further explanation. Yuan Mo surmised the general circumstances, though he too was baffled as to why he chose betrayal. Nevertheless, now that the decision had been made, it was clear that it had been carefully considered. That Jihe's secrets were not meant for casual disclosure. His choice to leave quietly indicated a desire for discretion, and Li Sheng respected his decision, vowing to keep his secret. Very well. Previously, these matters seemed inconsequential, but since the onset of the apocalypse, survival has become a matter of life and death. Thus, These necessities now hold immense value. However, since they are cherished, they may be taken along, as Li Sheng's storage space still has ample room. After tidying up the disordered room, they hastily departed the capital base the following morning. This territory ultimately belonged to others. Most of them had entered the base without filling out forms, instead sneaking in through Li Sheng's storage space. In the days leading up to their departure, they had drawn attention while seeking information. And should they attract the notice of those with ulterior motives, it would spell trouble. Leaving early was prudent to avoid any lingering complications. They departed in the morning, and by the afternoon, Yuan Mo's front door was forcefully breached. Unbeknownst to them, as they were preoccupied with matters in South City, they narrowly escaped a calamity that could have resulted in a confrontation. Upon entering, the intruders displayed an aggressive demeanor, and upon discovering the empty residence, their faces were filled with confusion. Among them was a man who had consistently supported the Yuan family. It was likely that he would not dare to deceive them. However, the circumstances suggested a hasty evacuation. Could there be a traitor among them who leaked information? Is there anyone among the Yuan family who has cultivated close ties with others? It seems not. I was the one who found this house for them. You are aware of their situation. Those willing to engage in conversation are few, and those who do not wish to interact cannot easily be faulted. I merely offered assistance out of consideration for our past friendship. If there were deep sentiments involved, it would not extend that far. Thus, you must trust that I have not deceived you. You mean to tell me that I should inform you of this, and then relay the information to them? Such actions are not the conduct of a rational individual. I understand. I no longer harbor doubts about you. But how fortuitous for this family to have departed so suddenly? You delivered your message, and the very next day, they vanished. Xiaohua, go to the city gates and inquire whether a child around 10 years of age has recently entered or exited our base. If so, bring back their entry and registration records. Chapter 229, The Era of Energy Base Leader. Base Leader, good news. The Research Institute has relayed some promising information. They have utilized the hardest diamonds to cut open the zombie cores, revealing a gelatinous solid within, akin to jelly, which contains a substantial amount of energy. The energy composition within is identical to that required for weaponry. However, the energy in the cores is minimal and requires purification and transformation before it can be utilized for charging. We have now identified the source of energy. Charging is not far off. Is that so? I may already possess some refined energy samples. Take them to the laboratory to expedite the research process. Wait, perhaps I should go myself. There are other items of which I am unaware regarding their utility that must be examined by the Research Institute. Li Sheng was overjoyed. This advancement brings them closer to the high-tech interstellar realms. One day, they too may traverse various worlds like those in the star realms. Lin Hai nodded vigorously and hurried off to the laboratory. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more, and this transmission heralded genuine good news for Li Sheng. Congratulations! The apocalyptic realm inhabited by the broadcaster has entered the initial phase of the energy era. The system all is now open for early energy era tools. The initiation of the energy era is inextricably linked to the broadcaster. A side quest has been issued. Lead the march of time and advance to the mid-phase of the energy era. Quest reward. The broadcaster may choose to join the territory of the interstellar empire, and the apocalyptic realm will become a subsidiary state of the interstellar empire, enjoying all the benefits and rights of a subsidiary state under its protection. There are no penalties, no inquiries. Rather, the system has issued a side quest, and it is indeed a favorable prospect for the apocalyptic realm to be recognized as a subsidiary state. It appears that this system does not oppose their free exploration of interstellar realms. Although it provides no tutorials or books on energy exploration, it does not hinder their independent research efforts. Thus, there is no need for subterfuge. However, the prospect of becoming a vassal state of an interstellar empire holds no appeal for Li Sheng. She has never wished to be anyone's subordinate, and the nation she has painstakingly built cannot possibly devolve into a dependency on another. This world contains a realm where she can firmly establish her presence. Once she becomes a vassal, she will be subject to endless constraints that it is far better to continue living freely and independently. This side quest is mandated, and Li Sheng has no authority to refuse. The task rewards indicate that the acceptance of rewards aligns with her will, and at that time, she can simply decline. The Research Institute is a crucial location belonging to the Nanjing base, and Li Sheng had already turned off the live stream before her visit. She has not forgotten that in one realm, there may be numerous other streamers. If everything is laid bare for the audience, it could easily be exploited by others. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, the researchers inside have already formed a line, waiting expectantly. The oldest professor carefully cradles an iron box containing a jelly-like cube, which must be the energy source. Commander of the base, we have met your expectations and finally discerned some clues, which somewhat alleviates the guilt I carry. This esteemed professor is one of those Li Sheng had rescued from the Yuchuan base. Possessing the highest knowledge, before the apocalypse, he had been a revered figure, fleeing amidst chaos, but was later compelled to work for a pair of unscrupulous individuals, conducting human modifications and creating various weapons targeting those with abilities, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Upon arriving at the Nanjing base, he found that the items and research directions presented by Li Sheng were immensely beneficial to humanity, prompting him to exert every effort to fulfill her directives in hopes of redeeming himself. He often immersed himself in research, nearly forgetting to eat or sleep. Rarely leaving the institute, Sheng nodded with a smile. She could not comprehend the items and reports handed to her by the old professor. But that was of little concern. Once put to use, the truth would reveal itself. These individuals are scrupulous in their research endeavors, and their integrity is beyond reproach, so there is no need for worry about other complications. My family has been well cared for by the base. I shall not take a break to attain my age. I probably have only a few years left to live, and every moment is a race against time. I will remain here at the Institute to continue my work, the old professor remarked with a wry smile after handing over the items to his assistant. Please do not say that. Your wisdom and knowledge are the most invaluable treasures for humanity at present. You must take good care of yourself and strive for longevity, so that you can research even more beneficial innovations for a world yearning for peace. Do not decline. Tomorrow, please visit my office that I have 2 items to present to you. Regarding the holiday, since I've already made a promise, I shall uphold it. Dedicating one's life to a cause while neglecting family is exceedingly cruel. He continued, by the way, I came here to hand over a few more items. These are things I inadvertently acquired, perhaps energy entities that have already undergone refinement, along with some small artifacts. They're all in this box. But I am uncertain how to utilize them. Please examine them. Sheng directly retrieved a large box from her spatial storage, filled with items salvaged from a submerged military vessel and energy crystals won from initial lottery. These should prove quite useful. As for the potentially hazardous zombie virus source, she preferred to seal it away until the technology matured enough for safe handling. Also, commander of the base, one more thing. The shell of the crystal core is exceptionally hard. Neither fire, electric shocks, nor blunt force can break it. Eventually, we discovered that when abilities users absorb the energy of the crystal core, they're actually consuming the gold, and the outer shell, as the abilities users absorb the energy. The shell gradually thins, while the energy inside evaporates. We ultimately reached a critical point where we used a diamond of considerable hardness to break through the outer shell. Thus, I believe if we can find a method to separate the outer shell from the inner energy, the crystal core would be utilized without waste. Chapter 230. System Administrator, I understand. However, you mentioned that many methods have been attempted to no avail in breaking the crystal core. If we cannot separate the shell from the energy contained within, issuing a command for all abilities users to cautiously absorb energy might prove overly cumbersome for them, likely leading to unrest and dissatisfaction. Let me think further on this and see if there are alternative methods to separate the shell from the energy. For now, shall we proceed as is? Li Sheng immediately grasped the old professor's meaning, yet issuing a command to alter people's ways of life is not a mere matter of words. The base had painstakingly maintained a balance between abilities users and ordinary individuals, and it was essential to consider the feelings of the abilities users to avoid causing unnecessary troubles. The old professor understood this principle as well, nodding slightly in agreement. Upon exiting the laboratory, Li Sheng felt that the sky and sun above had become even more beautiful. Indeed, when one's mood is uplifted, everything appears lovely. The news delivered from the laboratory today resolved a significant worry of hers. If energy refinement could be successfully completed, perhaps she would no longer need to rely on the system for everything. Upon returning home, before she could even settle in her seat, Sheng received a notification upon attempting to activate the livestream system. The senior administrator of the livestream system requests to communicate with the streamer. Would you like to connect the call? A senior administrator? A direct communication. Has the mechanical intelligence been converted to human oversight? Filled with curiosity, Sheng wondered if she had misjudged. Perhaps the livestream system could not tolerate her clandestine research on the products purchased from the system mall and had come to reprimand her. Regardless of whether the other party intended to admonish her, she would connect the call. This would be her first direct encounter with the individual controlling the system, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Avoidance would not resolve the issue, and she could not let this rare chance slip away due to unfounded conjecture. Sheng resolutely chose to connect the call. The screen that had originally displayed the live stream transformed into a pitch-black void. Faintly, she could discern a figure seated in the shadows. It seemed this senior administrator preferred not to reveal their true identity. Greetings, streamer from the apocalypse realm. I am the senior administrator 031 of the interstellar livestream system. You may simply address me as 31. The man's voice appeared modulated, tinged with electricity, and slightly distorted. Good day. May I inquire as to the reason for your call? Sheng nodded slightly and asked straightforwardly. Just 3 hours ago, your world entered the energy era. Our detection has confirmed that this monumental leap into the future was instigated by your efforts. Of course, my purpose in calling is not to confront or accuse you. Each world has its own operating mechanisms and historical progressions. We have no authority to interfere or direct them. Therefore, your actions hold no bearing on us. This meeting primarily aims to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? Sheng tilted her head in confusion. Her very existence was tethered to the system, rendering her completely under its control. That in such a state of utter lack of freedom and autonomy, the other party proposed a collaboration. Such a demand, devoid of negotiation, could only be interpreted as malice. A mere misstep could place all blame upon her should any issues arise in the future. Leading to the response, I provided you with the choice. Why did you not refuse at that moment? This trap was far more terrifying than being coerced into performing specific tasks. May I first hear what this collaboration entails? Certainly. Prior to developing this livestream software, we first researched the mechanics and methods of traversing time and space. During our experiments, we discovered that there are many wondrous worlds yet to be explored and known. Some of the resources and rules within these worlds are exceedingly scarce in our own, while others are entirely absent. Subsequently, we created this livestream software to construct bridges between various worlds through entertaining broadcasts, facilitating mutual exchange. However, before we can establish agreements with any world, we must conduct preliminary assessments. Thus, we select an individual from worlds where no agreements have been reached to serve as a streamer, enabling us to gain insights through their observations. If the potential for mutual exchange is evident, we will approach for collaboration, as we are doing now. I comprehend, but I have one concern. Every world is unlikely to be entirely peaceful. Numerous factions may exist within, and I am merely a minor base commander in the apocalypse world, surrounded by many stronger rulers. Why, then, have you chosen to approach me for collaboration? Sheng never considered herself to be anything extraordinary. The skills she possessed and the knowledge she harbored were the fruits of her relentless diligence and hard work. With no hint of laziness, during her quest for the throne, she dedicated 10 out of 12 hours a day to studying and managing state affairs. Even upon ascending to the throne, she did not regard herself as a true dragon or celestial being. Everything she attained was the result of prolonged effort. Thus she was far from believing in the notion of serendipitous fortune. Collaborating with higher realms felt akin to such fortuitous occurrences. The resources, technology, and knowledge controlled by the higher dimensions were far beyond what the current apocalyptic world could hope to attain. The mere fact that they sought to engage with a chaotic lower dimension like hers suggested immense potential benefits for them. Firstly, you have been selected as a broadcaster by our live streaming system, which attests to your capabilities. When choosing our broadcasters, we carefully evaluate various qualities, ensuring that the final selection comprises individuals with significant developmental prospects. particularly those who find themselves at a low point in life. Such individuals, even without the system's assistance, are bound to achieve greatness in their respective fields eventually. Therefore, we place our trust in you. Even if you're not the most powerful figure in this world at present, you are destined to become one. Secondly, the live streaming system is linked to your very being. Should we opt to choose another candidate, we would need to construct a new bridge, akin to recruiting another broadcaster, which would disrupt the equilibrium of this world and serve little purpose. Sheng sensed something amiss. Had she not been brought to this world by the system after her demise? The implications of this individual's words suggested she had always belonged to this realm. Was the administrator unaware of her true circumstances, or was there a deeper truth lurking beneath the surface? Perhaps you might first clarify what resources you seek. I cannot represent this world in a partnership, but I can speak on behalf of myself and the Nanjing-based why personal capabilities are limited. So, if I am unable to procure what you require, this collaboration cannot materialize. You will undoubtedly be able to procure it. Perhaps you even possess many of these resources at present. What we desire are energy crystals, referred to in your world as crystal cores. In our realm, these are classified as non-renewable resources, yet in the apocalypse, they're viewed as infinitely renewable. If our collaboration succeeds, you would only need to supply a specified quantity of energy crystals to the interstellar realm at a very favorable price each year. In return, we offer to unlock the trading system of your current system. Following the establishment of our partnership, aside from live streaming tasks, our relationship will transition from employer-employee to collaborative partners in the system marketplace. You will not only be able to purchase items, but also sell them, with only a 5-transaction fee charged by the system. Considering that your apocalyptic world has just entered the energy era, we will provide additional support to help you and your world avoid unnecessary pitfalls. And no matter how one interpreted these terms, they hardly seemed enticing. All the conditions, aside from the opening of the trading system, appear to have little bearing on her personally. Furthermore, she would be obliged to sell a specified number of crystal cores to the interstellar realm at a very favorable price each year. She had no way of knowing just how substantial this quantity might be. If it were significant, would she be the one to face punishment for failing to meet it? Given such terms, she found no compelling reason to agree to this collaboration. Chapter 231. Contract terms. I wonder, how substantial is the specified quantity you mentioned? Sheng inquired, her demeanor unruffled. Let us not delve into the value of the crystal cores just yet. Instead, let us address the matter of quantity. I am unsure if you're acquainted with the current state of my apocalyptic world. The production of crystal cores here comes at the cost of lives. Zombies, mutated animals, mutated plants, and those with abilities. Only within the minds of these beings can crystal cores exist. The number of zombies remains constant, with an estimated 20 billion still roaming the earth, with an annual quota of 50 million. Even if I were to eradicate all the zombies to obtain the cores for you, it would scarcely sustain us for several years. Once the zombies are extinct, I would have to turn to mutated animals, including even the smallest of creatures like snakes and insects. How many cores could I possibly provide then? Once the zombies, mutated animals, and plants have all been harvested, would I not eventually have to resort to sacrificing lives to meet your demands? Ultimately, this could lead to a scenario where 3 million individuals with abilities are required to be sacrificed annually to maintain this trait. Does this not seem rather inhumane? Sheng was no fool. If she were to agree to such a transaction, she would be at a disadvantage in terms of pricing, and over time, it seemed her world could become devoid of life altogether. Could it truly be so? Sheng pondered as she listened to the explanation, her thoughts drifting far afield. Perhaps this was why the zombies on the island could evolve naturally without any bloodshed. According to your account, the apocalypse has persisted for a year now. The island I visited should have transformed into the energy vein you described. However, after we arrived on that island, the abilities derived from this energy within us ceased to function, and we felt no trace of the energy you speak of. How do you explain this? The meteorite can indeed generate energy, but it can also suppress it. The meteorite serves as the source of energy. The abilities you utilize are influenced by the meteorite. It is only logical that proximity to it would result in a complete suppression of your powers. In truth, you need not worry. Everything I have stated will be documented in the contract we shall sign. Should I engage in deceit, You shall have the right to nullify the agreement. Given your extensive experience with the system, you should understand that while we may have our secrets, we are not prone to lies or breaches of contract.